I clearly awakened the SSS-grade divine beast Song Huang Yinglong, but I was mocked by my classmates and live-streamed by the whole internet. Not only did my girlfriend Lu Ruyan publicly break up with me, but even the class teacher and principal demanded that I drop out of school, just because my dad awakened the S-grade Dark Abyss Wolf King, and my mom awakened the S-grade Sacred Peacock, but I didn't awaken anything during my awakening. At the moment of my despair, a system activation prompt sounded in my mind, congratulating the host on awakening as the first culprit, Ying Long, in the classic of Mountains and Seas. As someone who had crossed over from the Blue Star, I knew that Ying Long was the combat power ceiling in the classic of Mountains and Seas, a divine existence that had defeated the ancient demon Chiyu and the giant Pangu. At this moment, I felt a surge of confidence and disdainfully said to Lu Ruyan, "Where does your confidence come from? Quickly leave. Immediately cancel the engagement. Are you planning to stay for the new year?" Upon hearing my words, Lu Ruyan frowned. Her father was the magistrate of Guqing, and she was a proud awakening S-level beast, while I was just a failed awakening waste. Thinking of this, she angrily retorted, "What did you say? Even if your father is the minister of armed forces, in this dangerous world, without awakening a beast, you are meaningless." Before she could finish, a few lackeys emerged. "Su Chen, you are truly a complete waste, not even awakening a first-level beast. You are so embarrassing." "Well, trash will always be trash. I am an S-level beast awakener. You are destined to look up to me in the future." Lu Ruyan coldly snorted and walked away. At that moment, a middle-aged couple in the distance watched my figure, feeling very distressed. What's going on? How could the awakening fail? Well, now that the dust has settled, let's think about Chun'er's future. They were my parents, Su Chuanfeng and Yi Linglong, who had taken time off to come and see the results of my awakening, but they did not expect this outcome. Yi Linglong patted Su Chuanfeng on the shoulder and said, Let's go comfort our son." At this time, I was looking at the detailed introduction of Yinglong, when suddenly a middle-aged man walked over, and the visitor was Gu City's magistrate Lu Tianming. "Su Chen, I never thought you would deceive everyone for so long. You are no longer worthy of our daughter. If you dare to pester my daughter again in the future, don't blame me for being rude to you. Since the fact of my waist has been determined, there is no need for Lu Tianming to hide it anymore." My face darkened at the words. It was Lu Ruyan who pursued me in the first place. She was attracted to my talent and came over to flatter me. I sneered and said, "Governor, your daughter is so valuable. I don't want her. You can take her out and sell her." "What did you say?" Hearing me insult his precious daughter, Lu Tianming's eyes flashed, exuding a powerful beast king aura. At that moment, a shadow of a fierce green wolf beast stood in front of me, the green leaf wolf king exuding a surging demonic power, not backing down in front of Lu Tianming. "Who dares to touch my son?" At the same time, a peacock with golden feather appeared. "Ha ha, Governor, are you trying to bully the weak with your strength? I just saw it all. If you dare to lay a hand on my son, you can try." Seeing my parents appear, my eyes became moist. Even though I have not successfully awakened, my parents' attitude towards me has not changed. Yi Linglong stepped forward and embraced me. "Even if you haven't awakened a fierce beast, both your dad and I are S-level awakeners. We can protect you." Hearing this, Lu Tianming sneered. "Ha ha ha, take your useless son back. He's done for in this lifetime." After speaking, he walked away with a smug look on his face. Mother was not worried about this at all. She had a wide network of contacts and might be able to use her connections to get me into the Beast Academy. Thinking of this, my parents started making calls to find connections. However, what surprised both of them was that when the other party heard that my awakening had failed, they all refused. Watching my parents running around and asking for help on my behalf, I felt very uncomfortable. In the end, with no other choice, Yi Linglong called Xiao Tianyun. Xiao Tianyun was the principal of one of the 4 major Beast Academies, the principal of Yunjin Beast Academy, and also the director of the Xia Country Education Department. He had a good relationship with my parents during my school days. As the phone rang a few times, the call was answered. "I'm sorry, old classmate. It's not that I don't want to help you, but you need to understand a fact. If you can't awaken the beast, you don't even have the meaning of survival. I still hope you can face the reality." Xiao Wanyun's refusal plunged both of them into despair. Seeing the parents struggling to hide their sadness, I couldn't hold back my tears. Fortunately, I wasn't really useless. Otherwise, I would truly be sorry for my parents' upbringing. At this moment, in the distance, Lu Ruyan saw my pitiful tearful appearance and felt that she was right to distance herself. Useless fellow, only knows how to shed tears in secret. Suddenly, Su Yuan wiped the tears from the corner of his mother's eyes and smiled. "Who says I failed my awakening? Why don't we try it again and see?" When these words came out, Su Chuanfeng and Yi Linglong were both stunned. With that, in front of everyone, Su Yuan once again walked up to the heavenly altar. He placed his hand on top of the awakening stone and mumbled in his mind, "Transform, Ying Long." I can't change the title of Five Paws. Accompanying these words out, a hostile aura of killing swept in all directions in an instant. When Su Yuan closed his eyes, the good old day turned into night in an instant. What's going on here? Holy, why is it dark? It's horrible. This is too sudden. What the hell is going on? Was this triggered by Su Yuan? Didn't he fail in his awakening? Holy, how is this even triggering anomalies in heaven and earth? Straight up the sky is dry and black. There's a reversal. Look at that. You guys. I don't know who pointed in Su Yuan's direction, and everyone around the Temple of Heaven looked in unison, only to see Su Yuan being pulled up by a force, his feet stepping on the void, his body wrapped in golden whirlwinds and lightning. Suddenly, Su Yuan's body erupted with countless shining golden lights. This golden light pierced through the dark and boundless night, allowing one to vaguely see some light. Su Yuan's entire body grew golden scales, and his hair transformed into golden dragon whiskers that fluttered in the wind against the night. His hands transformed into sharp dragon claws, flashing with cold and majestic light. The legs dissipated and transformed into a strong and powerful dragon's tail. Immediately afterward, those present heard a dragon's roar unceasingly. The five-clawed golden dragon incarnated by Su Yuan circled in the air, its huge body emitting golden light that illuminated the entire night sky. The dragon's roar shook the earth as if heaven and earth were trembling for it, and the dragon's breath transformed into a blazing fire that burned the surrounding clouds, causing the entire sky to turn red. This is the Yinglong from the Shanhaijing, which puts countless ferocious beasts in fear. It was not comparable to an S-class ferocious beast. Zhao Tianming was so frightened by this terrifying vision of heaven and earth that he sat his butt directly on the ground, looking at the five-clawed golden dragon hovering above his head. His whole body froze. Is that punk Su Yuan? Is this SS-class ferocious beast? A ferocious beast that could trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon could only be a SS-class ferocious beast. Zhao Tianming sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His brain went straight down, and he pondered over and over again what exactly he had just done. They had just kicked out their son-in-law, who turned out to be an SS-class fierce beast awakened. Nima, kick this golden dragon son-in-law in the ass. Zhao Tianming regrets. Very regrettable. He was clear that if he could climb into a relationship with Su Yuan, in the future, not only he, Zhao Tianming, but the entire Feng family would go straight to the top. As a result of pleasing Su Yuan for so many years, turns out it just kicked someone's ass. What the hell is Su Yuan up to? Why didn't he just awaken the SS-grade ferocious beast? He had to awaken it now. It was important to realize that the entire Gushu city hadn't produced a SS-class fierce beast awakened in 50 years. In the past, the entire Gusu could only produce one or two S-class fierce beast awakened each year. They were human beings after their successful awakening, and would be directly accepted by the top fierce beast academy. As for SS-class fierce beast awakeners, it was simply impossible. Don't even think about it. There were tens of millions of people who participated in the awakening every year in the Summer Kingdom, and the maximum number of people who awakened the SS Fierce Beast was 10, 1 in a million. So to speak, they were the rare treasures of the entire Xia Kingdom, and the four major academies knelt for their enrollment and would even fight to steal students. As for the SSS-ranked Fierce Beast awakened, I'm sorry, it's been 20 years since Summerland has produced one. Because of that event, which every Summer Nation does not want to mention, the Summer Nation's fortunes declined. It had been 20 years, and the Summer Kingdom had never produced a SSS-ranked Fierce Beast awakened. What kind of beast is this? How come I haven't seen it in any of the illustrations? Strong. It's really too strong. Quickly, post it online. It's sure to skyrocket traffic. The first one in 50 years in Gusu. Man, you're awesome big time. I'll go. It looks like I'm the one with the dog's eyes. This is definitely a SS-level ferocious beast. I was just mocking people for failing to awaken. I didn't realize that I was the real ugly emperor. I feel like smacking myself in the face right now. Crazy. Our little Gushu can produce a SS-ranked ferocious beast. I'm going straight to the live stream. Start grabbing traffic and hurry up and get Big Brother to paint my carnival. The graduates at the bottom all dropped their jaws at this point. Never before had the awakening of a ferocious beast shocked them in this general way. Some graduates even took out their cell phones and filmed the awakening they had just experienced, posting it on the teletext. At this moment, everyone realized that Su Yuan had not only failed to awaken, or the first SS-ranked fierce beast awakening in 50 years in Gusu. The ones who regretted the most at this moment were naturally Zhao Qingya and Zhao Tianming. Zhao Qingya's face turned white, her lips trembled, and she lost her mind directly for a moment. She couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. Su Yuan, who had just been so decisively broken up with by her, was actually an SS class fierce beast awakened. Damn it, Su Yuan. What the hell are you up to? You didn't fail the awakening? In fact, I still have feelings for you. It has been so many years. How can I say split? You must have wanted to surprise me. Right. Zhao Qingya's eyes were lifeless, and she mumbled, unable to speak properly. Right now she only had one thought, and that was to get back together with Su Yuan. Having lifted his ferocious beast form, Su Yuan transformed into his human form. At the same time, the heaven and earth Hongmeng both broke and gradually restored the light. At this moment, he had just become the center of attention. No one dared to look at him with disdain any longer, and the eyes that everyone threw at him were invariably shocked and envious. Strong, it's too strong. Su Yuan's awakened ferocious beast looked far stronger than Zhao Qingya. For most of the students, this grand scene at the time of awakening was something they had never seen even on a short video platform. This was because SS-ranked ferocious beasts were simply too rare, and even S-ranked ferocious beasts were rare. Yilinglong went up and embraced Su Yuan into her arms, the tears in her eyes falling like broken beads. This is her son. The awakened ferocious beast is going to be stronger than she was back then. I thought my son's life was over, but who would have thought that? Yes, it's good that you succeeded in your awakening. Mom is just so happy. You're a proud mommy. These words made Su Yuan's heart stutter. This time he got a good look at a lot of people. Only his parents could be a haven for him without prejudice. Yeah, ha 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 ha, worthy of being Su Chuanfeng's son. I'll see who can belittle and look down on us from now on. Su Chuanfeng let out a loud laugh. How much he had just suffocated in his heart. How much relief he felt now. The son has awakened a SS-ranked ferocious beast. Let's see who still dares to laugh. Laugh, didn't you clowns just laugh so loud? Seeing the happy appearance of the family, Zhao Tianming stood out at this time. He squeezed out a smiling face and opened his mouth with a smile, saying, "That's son-in-law. You're a man who likes to joke. How is it that you deliberately hide your strength? You're obviously an SS-class fierce beast awakened, but you really like to tease us." Zhao Tianming had a harmless smile on his face, as if everything that had just happened seemed like a painless rehearsal, smiling cheerfully on his face. In reality, Zhao Tianming's heart was harder than eating. He knew that he had to persuade Su Yuan to come back, otherwise he would be finished off. If he offended Su Yuan, not only would he not be able to help the Zhao family next, after Su Yuan flew the coop, he became the Zhao family's enemy. Isn't that the end of it? They can't afford to offend the Zhao family. It was a proper golden son-in-law. Who knew things would turn out like this? Actually, I was just playing a joke on you. You and Arsea are a perfect match. What about in the future? We are all family. Don't say anything about two families. Zhao Tianming felt embarrassed himself when he said this. You just kicked someone's ass so sharply, and now that they're awesome, you're all but hurt that you were just joking. He was now both regretful and embarrassed, and he wanted to dig a hole right into it. The one who regretted just as much as Zhao Tianming was Zhao Qingya. Watching Su Yuan awaken the SS fierce beast, she now dreamed of getting back together with Su Yuan. Zhao Qingya had always worshipped strong people and dreamed of one day finding a partner who was even more powerful than her rank. Just now, Su Yuan was a waste that couldn't awaken a ferocious beast, so it made sense to break up with him. The current Su Yuan awakening SS fierce beast was exactly what Zhao Qingya was pursuing, so begging to get back together made sense. However, Zhao Qingya was too thin-skinned, remembering that she had just broken up so decisively in front of Su Yuan, and had also verbally insulted Su Yuan. Zhao Qingya could never take the step of begging. Looking at her father Zhao Tianming's humble and begging appearance, Zhao Qingya froze for a moment. She tried desperately in her mind to convince herself. She was a high-spirited woman, no more than an S-ranked ferocious beast. Su Yuan is indeed very strong, but it is only a SS-level ferocious beast. Unless Su Yuan awakens SSS-level ferocious beasts, it is really impossible for her Zhao Qingya to grovel and beg to get back together. Oh, but it's just SS level. But it's not worthy of this lady. If you awaken out of a SSS-ranked ferocious beast, this lady can still consider getting back together with you, Zhao Qingya muttered to herself, her entire body unsteady as she said this. The students around me could feel a sour taste when they heard it. Do you want to get back together? Match or not? Only Zhao Qingya's heart is clear. An SSS-ranked fierce beast awakener to be worthy of her? How does this Zhao Qingya have such a big face? It's true that people have no shame. Nor did he look at the gap between himself and Su Yuan now. Why, think about it. Right now Zhao Qingya doesn't deserve Su Yuan at all. On the other hand, Zhao Tianming, who was faced with the bitter pleas, as well as the promises of various good conditions, Su Yuan just shook his head. The playfulness in his eyes was obvious. It's late. It's all late. How about always realizing your mistakes after the fact? In-laws, our family Qingya is just a child. He doesn't know too much. He just said two angry words. The two children are fine together. It was just a misunderstanding just now. Zhao Tianming had almost knelt down and licked Su Yuan's father and son in order to be able to flatter him now. Su Yuan didn't even say a word more to Zhao Tianming and just shook his head. What thing are you? Your daughter is 18 years old and doesn't know any better. And you as an old man don't know any better? Don't push your luck with me. Your daughter is no longer worthy. Su Chuanfeng's tiger's body shook as he faced Zhao Tianming's begging and directly pushed the latter away from his son. Doesn't your Zhao family just want to flatter my son? Oh, just now I'm afraid that our father is wasting your daughter's youth. Now I'm coming over to beg for a reunion. It's too late. Get the hell out of here. Su Chuanfeng was a short-tempered man, and he wasn't used to snobs like Zhao Tianming in the slightest. What Su Yuan didn't know at this time was that someone had already made a short video of the scene where he had just transformed and sent it to teasing voice. This world is particularly media savvy. If there's something strong enough, there's no worry about traffic at all. Inside the video, Su Yuan transformed into Ying Long, triggering a heaven and earth vision. The publisher of the video also deliberately added the label SS Class Awakened Person. Soon, the video caught fire first in the same city. When the official people of Gusu City saw that there was actually an SS-ranked powerhouse, they didn't hesitate to directly give on the teaser plus. In less than half an hour, the video of Su Yuan's transformation had already harvested hundreds of thousands of likes. I'll go. I didn't realize that our Gusu had produced a double S-ranked awakened person. Our Gusu is awesome. This is the first SS class in 50 years. It's so rare. I want to cry now. Holy, how did this good thing get Gusu staked? Why don't we have it in Lianyun City? It's not fair? Look guys, what kind of ferocious beast is this awakening? How come I haven't seen it in the illustrations? Dude, you're hanging on for dear life. We're proud to be the first in Gusu, directly triggering a heaven and earth phenomenon. This is too terrifying, isn't it? I said, why did the sky suddenly darken a bit just now? So that's what happened. Our school wants to bail this student out directly. You are also worthy of 985 universities in the end of the stream. People are directly on the 4 major colleges. Okay? SS level awakened people were extremely rare, with no more than 10 people in the country every year. These 10 people will basically enter the 4 major colleges. Every university basically gets 1 or 2, but of course there are unlucky ones that don't have any. Looking at the entire Xia kingdom, this was definitely considered a top-notch genius. Su Yuan's awakening didn't just shock the entire Gushu, it even triggered a sensation in the entire Sujiang province. At this moment, in the principal's office of Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy, Xiao Wanyun's face was as gloomy as water as he looked at the content of the short video pushed to him on his cell phone and couldn't help but feel very ed up. What the hell is going on here? He also swiped that video of Su Yuan's transformation. Originally, he was thinking about how to compete with the principals of the other 3 colleges for this genius, but when he saw the figures of his 2 old classmates in the video, Xiao Wanyun was completely dumbfounded. This awakened SS-grade talent was the son of Su Chuanfeng and Yi Linglong. I'm a nympho. He himself had just turned it right off. Wasn't their son a loser who couldn't awaken any ferocious beasts? It's only been a few minutes. Directly awakened the double S level unknown ferocious beast. Isn't this a slap in the face? Xiao Wanyun didn't think he would run into something so ed up. How can we compete with the other 3 universities now? Too bad luck. Truly. Xiao Wanyun felt his face hot love pain. Send the door to the treasure they do not want. If he went to the other 3 academies, it would be a loss for his Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy. No. He has to be snatched up. At this point, on the other side, Su Yuan borrowed a pen and a piece of paper and wrote a marriage dissolution agreement on the spot. At this point, his engagement with Su Qingya was completely broken. This is the agreement. In the future, the marriage contract will be broken. Our Su family and your Zhao family. From now on, we will draw a clear line. Zhao Qingya doesn't have half a relationship with me anymore either. Su Yuan shoved the agreement directly into Zhao Tianming's arms and said in an icy tone. Zhao Tianming wanted to continue fighting, but Su Chuanfeng didn't even give him that chance. Today he finally got a look at the Zhao family's offended true face. More snobbish than anyone else. Fortunately, his son has awakened a double S-class ferocious beast today. Otherwise he still does not know how much suppression he has to suffer from their family. After all, this was in Gusu, and Zhao Tianming happened to be the Gusu consul. The son chose to just break off the engagement, which was good for both families, and there was no point in continuing to knee-jerk. There was no other way. Zhao Qingya was simply not good enough for their son right now. The Zhao family? See if you're given a chance to shine. Suddenly, a beastly roar came from above the heads of the crowd. The students in the room looked upwards, only to see a red-colored pterodactyl hovering and flying in the sky above their heads. This pterodactyl was more than 10 meters long, and the air trembled with a sense of oppression between its wings waving up and down. Su Chuanfeng got a slight frown on his face. Of course he knew who this was coming. The red pterodactyl. Xiao Wanyun guy is here. Suddenly, the pterodactyl flying through the air crashed to the ground at great speed, taking human form as it landed. It was a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed eyes. Such a unique appearance made those in attendance smack their lips. Both teachers and students were shocked when they got a good look at the middle-aged man's face. This person was no other than the director of the Department of Education, the highest leader of the education sector in Xia, Xiao Wanyun, the principal of the Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy. This is a big name that ordinary people used to only brush up on inside short videos. It's amazing that this kind of person made a trip to Gusu in person. Consul Zhao Tianming instantly froze. Why didn't such a powerful big shot come without a notice? You haven't even gone to greet it yourself? How can you say you're coming? It's hard not to come for Su Yuan. Surprisingly, it's Xiao Wanyun. Holy, I can't believe I've met my honors in reality. I just checked Baidu. This person's resume is longer than my cell phone. The most powerful figure in education in Xia. People are not under one person. Looking at the entire education sector in Xia, they are a hand. It seems to be a leader that is several 2 levels higher than the ruler of Sujiang province. What is this kind of big shot doing in my little Gusu? That goes without saying. It must be for Su Yuan. Yeah, the video of Su Yuan just transforming has already spread on Tees. Doesn't this mean that Su Yuan can directly enter the Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy? The pattern is small. SS level awakened people are going to whichever university they want. Isn't this a plot inside a cool article? How did it appear in reality? The moment he saw Xiao Wanyun, Zhao Tianming sucked in a breath of cool air. Although he was the consul of Gusu, and sitting in this position was remarkable, but compared to Xiao Wanyun, it was simply not enough. That's the big leader. Zhao Tianming didn't dare to hesitate and rushed forward with a fawning smile. Director Xiao, you said you came, how come you didn't even make a wave? Xiao Wanyun didn't even bother with a single word from Zhao Tianming, and didn't wait for him to finish his sentence before pushing him away at once. Such little people were quite unworthy of more than a passing glance from him. He was here for Su Yuan this time. Considering Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy's enrollment over the years, he had already sworn in his heart on the way here just now that he had to snatch Su Yuan. Xiao Wanyun first went up to greet Yilinglang and Su Chuanfeng, thinking of the strict rejection he had just made inside the phone. Xiao Wanyun was still a bit embarrassed at this moment. Old classmates, I haven't seen you for so many years. You guys have changed a lot since then. I sincerely wish you all the best with such a wonderful son. He is not only your pride, but also the pride of the entire Xia kingdom. With that, Xiao Wanyun expressed the purpose of his visit this time. He wanted Su Yuan to join the Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy. We're old classmates. I'll help your son with his schooling. Just come to our Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy. What do you think? Su Chuanfeng revealed a disdainful smile when he heard this. Help? Are you kidding me? My son is an SS-ranked Beast Awakener, and he needs your help with his college education? You just screamed so much on the phone, calling my son a loser, and now you come over here and beg my son to enroll in school. Isn't it too late? There's no such thing as a mistake. Is it hard to believe that you're the only option for my son at Yunjin Fierce Beasts University? There were 4 top-tier Fierce Beast Academies in the Xia Kingdom, and I'm afraid that Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy was not enough to look at compared to the other 3. The 4 major academies were the Manhwa Fierce Beast Academy in the capital, and the Capital Fierce Beast Academy, as well as the Magic Sea Fierce Beast Academy in the Magic Sea. Lastly, there was the Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy in Suguchi. Over the years, it was clear from the scoreline that Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy had been pulling more and more. It had been reduced to the existence of the bottom of the 4 top Fierce Beast Academies. This also led to the fact that last year, Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy didn't even have a single SS rank awakened person. If we don't have it again this year, it's probably going to be a joke. Xiao Wanyun was arguably the highest ranked principal of the 4 top colleges. Every year, every school needs his nod to pass or fail to admit students. Yet it was such a powerful person that the Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy he served in had gone downhill year after year. Xiao Wanyun was in a hurry. Really in a hurry. I say, Minister Xiao, have you misunderstood? Just now, our Yuaner was rejected by you. Why are you backtracking now? You've already said that our Yuan heir doesn't deserve it, so it's better to forget about it. Let's prioritize Chenhua or Jingdi. Yilinglang crossed her arms and looked at Xiao Wanyun with disdain. She had just seen the face of this old classmate clearly. The 3 used to be alumni of the same college and were very close during their time there. At that time, Xiao Wanyun was still a poor boy from a poor background, with no strength and no background, following Su Chuanfeng's ass every day. During his time at the college, Su Chuanfeng helped Xiao Wanyun solve a lot of trouble. He will even take out a portion of his own living expenses to help Xiao Wanyun solve his pressing problems. It can be said that without the help of Su Chuanfeng, Xiao Wanyun could not even finish his studies. After graduation, Xiao Wanyun was admitted to the civil service of the education system, married a widow, recognized a godfather, and in more than 20 years, he was on his way to the top. After graduation, Su Chuanfeng and Yi Linglong hadn't contacted Xiao Wanyun either. Today was merely a matter of asking him to help with his son's schooling. Su Chuanfeng knew too well whether Xiao Wanyun could help. In the face of his former senior's kindness, Xiao Wanyun chose to reject it outright, which was nothing more than he didn't want to do this favor. As well as he looked really not on Su Yuan, thinking that Su Yuan was a complete waste. Isn't it too late to come over here and beat a dead horse? Senior sister Yi, it's better if you don't make the decision. Why don't you ask Su Yuan how he really feels? Xiao Wanyun gave a bitter smile and asked Su Yuan. No, your Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy is not worthy. If you can't see me, I naturally can't see your school. Su Yuan sneered and said very bluntly. He had no intention of giving Xiao Wanyun any face. How about a principal of Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy? What about the director of education? Previously, his parents had once told him about Xiao Wanyun as a person, and at that time, Su Yuan did not have any good feelings towards the Xiao director. At today's sight, Su Yuan had been thoroughly disgusted. Besides, even if he didn't consider today's matter, Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy was not his first choice, because in terms of subject level and overall strength, Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy had no advantage over the other three academies. When Su Yuan said this, Xiao Wanyun's face was painted with black lines and his face was so gloomy that water could seep out. A mixture of irritation and regret swelled in his heart. Each of the surrounding students' mouths widened in shock. They couldn't believe what their ears were hearing. Too brave. How dare you say that Secretary Xiao said he was not worthy? Even Su Chuanfeng and Yi Linglong were shocked when they heard Su Yuan's words. Xiao Wanyun noticed that at this time, there were students around with cell phones constantly taking pictures, and some even directly opened the live broadcast. Is this a way to embarrass yourself on the entire internet? At this time on the teaser, this scene was watched by the netizens in the live broadcast. It's too powerful. Right. To directly say that Xiao Wanyun is not worthy. Does he know what kind of big shot Xiao Wanyun is? I reckon that in the Summer Kingdom, no one dares to say that Xiao Wanyun is unworthy, even those who are more powerful than him. Brother, you're the first. Crazy, saying that Director Xiao is not worthy. This kid probably won't have a good path in the future. He's definitely the bravest person I've seen this year. And that's Chief Xia. At such a young age, how can he not know any good or bad? Xiao Wanyun is here to rob people this time. You can't give them so little face. Does he still want to go to school within the Summerland? How dare this? I think this kid is probably going to play out. Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy isn't bad. People have already said this point. You can't just reject it. To directly say that people are not worthy. I can only admire you for this courage. It's people's freedom to go to whichever academy they like. Can he, Xiao Wanyun, force it? Upstairs, do you understand? People can really force their hand. Any student from any Fierce Beast Academy has to let them make the call if they can be admitted or not. Right. If people get serious, Su Yuan will be cancelled from going to college. This kid has a backbone, and I really like that about him. Don't say it. I reckon he's going down. There were already people inside the live broadcast room who lamented Su Yuan's future, but then some people agree that Su Yuan is so unafraid of his character. Seeing Su Yuan surprisingly refused directly, Zhao Tianming, who knew how to read people's words, popped up at this time, his elbow poking Su Yuan, his face full of flattery. What are you boys talking about? Do you want to see who's standing in front of you right now? It's an honor for Director Xiao to let you join the Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy. You mustn't be ungrateful. The corners of Su Yuan's mouth rose slightly, and the playfulness in his eyes was very obvious. Rubbing his knuckles, he glanced at Zhao Tianming, a jumped-up clown. Then he glanced at Xiao Wanyun and repeated again. Are you tired of yakking? I'm not willing to enter the Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy. Is it hard to believe that you guys are still planning to do it the hard way? It's my freedom to go to whichever academy I like. And also, respect is mutual. Since Chief Xiao doesn't respect me, there's no need for me to give him face. This statement caused another sensation. Xiao Wanyun's face was upturned, and he clenched his back teeth with a furious look. His hair nearly stood on end, alive like a pissed-off lion. Good. Rampage. A SS-class Fierce Beast awakened dared to be so rampant. Give you a chance and you don't want it? And that I'm not worthy. Good, Su Yuan. Then I can tell you very clearly now. Either you choose to join the Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy, or you lose this opportunity to attend the academy. You choose one. Xiao Wanyun threatened. Hiss. Stronger than ever. Xiao Wanyun's words instantly sensationalized the entire room. Not only were the students in the room shocked, but the live broadcast of teasing sound was also filled with pop-ups. Everyone understood one thing at this time, and that was that Su Yuan's life was probably over if he didn't compromise. This director Zhao's strong character was well known, and it was not alarmist to say that if Yunjin Fierce Beast University could not get it, neither could any other Fierce Beast University. Xiao Wanyun really has this ability. Although the SS class awakened in the Summer Kingdom was rare, there were about 10 of them every year. He, a director of education, has this power to make you disappear and make you lose your chance to go to college from now on, get you removed from school. That's the power of might. The pressure is overwhelming. You disobeyed me? I have ways of getting you killed. Holy, Director Xiao is coming for real. If it doesn't work, Su Yuan, you'll just give in. Yes, the future is the most important thing. If you really can't go to college, it's not like your whole life will be ruined. How can there be such a bully? Alas, one can only be soft. A great man can bend and bend. Su Yuan, don't ever get on Xiao Wanyun's bad side. It's not necessary. Sometimes people should bow their heads, or else they'll get their heads bashed in. Tell me what you offended Xiao Wanyun for? You're so young. How can you possibly fight him? The netizens in the live broadcast room were hoping that Su Yuan would be soft. It wasn't that he didn't trust Su Yuan's talent, but Xiao Wanyun was just too strong of a person. It's simply not something an 18-year-old can fight. At this point even Father Su Chuanfeng and Mother Yi Linglong were shaken. This Xiao Wanyun is planning to be true to Yuan heir. I'm afraid I'm really going to have to bend the knee on this one for the sake of my child's future. LOL. Yuaner, a great man can bend. Or else. Su Chuanfeng just wanted to persuade Su Yuan to give in first. Slowly think of ways to save his future first. Halfway through his words were directly interrupted by Su Yuan. Threaten me with this? I'm sorry. Still, I refuse. You are not worthy. Ravenous. The entire Temple of Heaven Plaza was silent after Su Yuan uttered these words. A pin drop. People looked at Su Yuan incredulously, their eyes filled with shock. What did he just say? Still refusing. Is it really true that he doesn't want his own future if he rejects Secretary Xiao 3 times? You can be young and unintelligent, but you can't die. The water here is very deep. How can a young man like him hold on to it? It's over. It's over. It's hard to persuade a ghost who wants to die with good words. This kid really likes to make death. The man is quite gifted, just not too smart in the head, and there's nothing I can do about it. He doesn't really think Director Xiao is joking with him. Does he? What an idiot. It's really a pity. With such high talent, it's a pity that he died before he could make it out. Gotta have it. This kid is literally not going to college. He's going to be shut out. There's no way. It seems that talent alone isn't enough. You really have to be smart in the head. If you want to be able to get along without knowing the ways of the world in Xia, you're really finished, kid. The pop-ups were all over the teeming livestream. Some people felt sorry for Su Yuan. Some people were righteously scolding Su Yuan Guan for having talent and no brains. This maneuver of Su Yuan's caused the students present to be stupefied as well. Zhao Qingya, who was in the distance with her arms crossed, snorted out a laugh. She covered her mouth but still couldn't help but laugh out loud. Watching Su Yuan make his own future disappear on his own, she felt particularly amused. Funny as hell. What's the point of awakening SS-ranked ferocious beasts? Can't go to college. That would be tantamount to having a wasted future. And you would still be a loser in the future. Talent is nothing more than the innate rank of a ferocious beast. After successful awakening, you still need to go through constant upgrades. Each level, from 1 to 100, requires calendars. People who can't get a Fierce Beasts University education aren't going to be losers. Oh Su Yuan, you can only ever look up at me. What kind of bull SS-ranked ferocious beasts? What's the use now? Su Yuan felt the great mockery and malice of the people around him. Without making any arguments or explanations, he met everyone's uncomprehending gazes and walked alone to the awakening heavenly altar. Su Yuan knew very well that Yinglong was perhaps a SS-level ferocious beast, but the evolved Yinglong was a different story. Su Yuan's system panel showed that he was currently at level 1 and was able to unlock the Transcendent Evolution skill. This skill can only be used once. When used, it will complete its evolution and permanently change into a pale yellow Yinglong. Come, pale yellow Yinglong. It's your turn to show up. Su Yuan's maneuver dumbfounded the crowd. What's he up to? Is it hard to be really stimulated and out of your mind? Under everyone's gaze, Su Yuan placed his right hand on the awakening stone. He then murmured in his mind, Ultimate Evolution. Boom! The awakening stone erupted with a deep purple light in that instant. This ray of light went straight to the sky, and even the dense knot of clouds in the sky was broken. Deep purple glow. This is a SSS level ferocious beast. The crowd was dumbfounded. In the next second, The 5 pillars on the awakening stage that stuck straight into the sky instantly shattered. The students at the bottom rushed to hide far away when they saw this, fearing that they would be hurt by the fallout. Naya, this is actually a deep purple glow. If I'm not mistaken, this seems like it's only for the legendary SSS-ranked ferocious beasts. I Lu a good boy. Our Gusu out of SSS level beast. Xia country 20 years not ah. Su Yuan is crazy, hoping that he just awakened an SS class ferocious beast is saving his hand. I'm day. Good guy. I'm straight up good guy. My goodness, 20 years. 20 years. Shoot the teaser. It's a good time to get traffic. Shoot it. In the next second. At the same time Su Yuan closed his eyes. A darkness so oppressive that it was suffocating instantly engulfed the whole of Gushu in light. The whole city was plunged into darkness. Not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. The heaven and earth anomaly that had just been triggered was only in this small area in the center of Gusu city. The heaven and earth anomaly triggered this time directly engulfed the entire Gusu. There was no light to be seen. A darkness so deep that it knew no bounds enveloped everyone around them. The whole of Gusu was brought to an almost standstill. In that moment, the uninformed thought they had suddenly gone blind. At this time, in the teaser live room. Holy, what's going on? Why is the live feed blacked out? I haven't even looked at what's going on yet. Why did it go black? Did the teasing sound collapse? It shouldn't be. Why can't I see anything? Is it my cell phone? Gushu was shrouded in a deep darkness. The darkness lasted a good 5 minutes. The whole city came to a standstill and traffic operations were completely paralyzed. At this time in the capital of Sujiang province, Sun Jintian, the consul of Sujiang, saw such a terrifying celestial phase in Gusu and realized that something might not be right. Could it be that a ferocious beast with an intelligent body has launched an attack on Gusu? He'd never seen anything like it. Gu Shu, don't let anything happen. The other side. When Su Yuan opened his eyes, the dark and boundless day and night did not dissipate. 2 red suns suddenly appeared above the heads of the people. The 2 suns emitted an extremely bright red light. This blinding red light could make the crowd underneath look vaguely around. The 2 suns, or blood spheres, above the heads of the people were constantly circling. What the hell is this? Grass. It's the end of the world. Holy, double days on the same day. Is something weird going on here? Enough. This SSS class fierce beast awakening is very strong. Any stronger and I guess I'll be karma. That's too hard. Holy, good lord. This SSS class fierce beast awakening won't be sacrificing us people. Will it? Don't be ridiculous. Don't be outrageous. I've never even held a girl's hand. Fear. It's just too scary. My heart can't stand it a bit. Good guy. I'm straight up good guy. Saving your life is the most important thing. Su Yuan looked up. Only he knows. That's not much of a sun. These are the 2 eyes of the evolved. Pale yellowing long. At this moment, Xiao Wanyun was sweating coldly. Even if he died, he would never have thought that Su Yuan would be able to awaken again. An awakened SSS-ranked ferocious beasts. You know, there hasn't been one in Xia for 20 years. Originally, if they were able to admit Su Yuan, then the Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy would definitely go to the top as a result. Straight up crushing Tsinghua and KYU. But now everything is too late. Xiao Wanyun's intestines are repenting. If it was an SS-ranked ferocious beast he could still be a threat to it. But now people seem to be SSS-ranked ferocious beasts. That's a threat. My ass. The proper national treasure of the proud son of heaven. This director of his own counts a Dio Hera, the one. For billion people in the summer country, there are quite a few division directors. But the SSS class ferocious beasts, only this one person in 20 years. How do you get rid of someone? It's probably going to be removed. Ugh, it's over. The 2 red balls of blood merged together after hovering over each other for about half a minute. It entered inside Su Yuan's body. The next moment, the darkness dissipated. The crowd was blinded by the blinding red light. When the darkness was dispersed, it was still a bit of a reprieve. Frozen went blind for several seconds before he could vaguely see his surroundings. When the light is restored for the first time, they all cast their eyes high above the altar of heaven, only to see a golden 4-legged giant dragon 100 feet tall standing against the wind on top of the heavenly altar. This huge dragon was as big as the sky, and even the 100-story building in the distance looked small compared to it. The giant dragon stepped on the ground with all 4 feet. Its body was like an ancient qilin. Its whole body was full of golden scales, and behind it were 2 wings that covered the sky and flashed with cold light. And between the swings, the earth and the sky were all shaken, and the air was all agitated. The 2 horns on top of his head were like heaven-breaking swords, and his eyes were cunning and bright as he scanned the ant beings underneath. All of the people at the bottom were so frightened that they stopped breathing. They had never seen such a terrifying ferocious beast. Generally speaking, SS-class ferocious beasts were usually only 10 zhang tall, and SSS class were at most 30 zhang, or 100 meters tall. This behemoth in front of me was 100 feet tall and over 300 meters. Is this a creature from the blue planet? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nima, this is more than 300 meters. SSS class ferocious beasts are so terrifying. Woes. I'm fortunate enough to have seen the birth of a foreign SSS class ferocious beast. That's at most 60 meters tall. Crazy. This foot could crush the entire temple of heaven. Holy crap. This kind of image I never thought I'd see in my lifetime. Godzilla is only 100 meters tall. I can't believe my eyes. A SSS ranked ferocious beast out of Xia. This is even more unbelievable than the national soccer team winning the World Cup. Brothers, in fact, I still think that SSS level ferocious beasts are more practical. The national soccer team or forget it. SSS class ferocious beasts. Ahahaha. My summer kingdom is invincible. It's still this powerful. That's so cool, man. You're the pride of our summer country. What a dang thing Director Shao is compared to this. He really doesn't deserve it. Dude, keep your voice down. Director Shao hasn't left yet. He can hear you. What the hell is Director Shao? I just had to make him hear. Compared to the SSS ferocious beast, he's pure hang. Under everyone's gaze, the huge body of the pale yellowing long on the heavenly altar gradually vaporized and turned into a bright spot. At the same time, Su Yuan transformed into his human form. However, a scene unexpected to the crowd happened again. Only to see the golden bright spots directly scrambling into Su Yuan's body. A burst of golden light wrapped Su Yuan's body. And when the golden light dissipated, only Su Yuan was dressed in golden armor. With a dragon's horn on his head, he was majestic and unruffled. Armor? Su Yuan surveyed his entire body and a hint of excitement passed through his eyes. Retrieving the memory, it turned out that this was the Imperial armor form of the fierce beast. Only talents of SS rank or higher can awaken the Imperial armor form at a very low probability. In this state, the ferocious beast turns into armor attached to the body of the awakened person. After all, the real body couldn't move a few hundred meters high, so it was definitely inconvenient to fight. This NYC is not normally handsome. Switch between the three forms of human form, Imperial armor form, and true body form at will. It was worthy of being an SSS-ranked ferocious beast, terrifying as it was. At this time, in the teaser live stream, some people instantly recognized it as the legendary royal armor form, and were greatly shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Imperial armor form. Not only is it an SSS-ranked ferocious beast, but it also has an Imperial armor form. I heard that the little demoness from Jinling awakened her Imperial armor form last year, and another one this year. The key is that people are SSS-class ferocious beasts. It's invincible, okay? More than a little demon girl, you're invincible, kid. Teaser traffic skyrocketed, and the number of people on the air soared. SSS Awakened Present quickly reached the #1 spot on the teaser sound hot search list. Su Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and walked down the awakening heavenly altar in large strides. At the same time, the armor on his body lifted and he resumed his human form. At this time, Xiao Wanyun, who was not far away, panicked. Looking at Su Yuan getting closer and closer to him, he raised his throat. This can't be coming at me. It's not finished. He had just threatened people, and as a result, they had directly awakened to the SSS rank. This director of his own division is now just hanging. Not at all. He, Xiao Wanyun, was usually incredibly strong, but not anymore. Now that the whole internet knew about Xia's SSS level awakened person, he, the director, had to keep his head down. This kind of heavenly pride, compared to it, he, Xiao Wanyun, was not yet worthy. When Su Yuan walked to Xiao Wanyun's side, Xiao Wanyun had an awkward smile on his face. Look at this. Our Xia's proud, which knew that Su Yuan didn't even look at him squarely and directly walked past Xiao Wanyun to his parents. At this time, Su Chuanfeng and Yi Linglong could not hide their excitement. Looking at Su Yuan, their tears swished outside. The first SSS awakened in the Xia kingdom for 20 years was their son, and their son was not a waste, but the first genius of the Xia kingdom. This could definitely be taken and blown up for 100 years. Those who were just laughing, those who despised, now open your doggy eyes. My son, Su Yuan, has the stature of a beast emperor, Su Chuanfeng said excitedly as he took his son into his arms. Father, I just want to say that I will never bow down, and if anyone tries to overpower me, I will cut off his head. Tread on the soles of my feet. Su Yuan spoke faintly. These words drew shock from those present. Xiao Wanyun, who stood behind Su Yuan, heard this and panicked a batch in his heart. He is estimated to be finished. This is a SSS level beast awakened person. In the future if he becomes a general of the Xia kingdom, he will definitely be finished. Xiao Wanyun is now really afraid. If it is not the identity of the director of the division, cannot afford to lose this person. He really want to give Su Yuan kneeling. The adults do not remember the small man. I'm convinced not okay? From Su Yuan's body, he sensed a murderous aura and arrogance that did not belong to this age. He now regretted 10,000 times. What thing did he do today? Not only did he not succeed in recruiting students, but also offended a summer country as absolute heavenly pride. Yi Linglong stroked Su Yuan's face, her eyes filled with pride. Then she turned her head to look at Xiao Wanyun, the so-called Director Xiao, and said in a sharp tone, Director Xiao, what you just said to our family nanner, does it still count now? At those words, Xiao Wanyun's heart was a bitter batch. Where would he dare to threaten Su Yuan? He wouldn't dare to lend 10 of his guts right now. Sitting in his position, I don't know how many people underneath him are waiting for him to make a mistake and take his place. If an SS-ranked awakened person could still be suppressed, but an SSS-ranked awakened person, then he was really out of his league. Sister, what Xiao Si Long? Just call me Xiao Xiao, and I'll always be the younger brother. I was the younger brother when we were in college together before. Su Yuan awakened the SSS fierce beast. He can pick whichever university he wants to go to. How can I intervene in this? And it's true that our Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy hasn't been very good all these years. Xiao Wanyun now wanted to dig a hole straight into it. Not only was this one offended, but it was humiliating. Xiao Wanyun's anticlimactic speech caused the many aquatic friends in the live broadcast room to go berserk. Secretary Xiao, who has always been so powerful that he cannot move without removing this and suppressing that, has now turned directly into a brother among brothers. Asterisk 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 you can't do it either. Director Xiao, what about that awesome energy you just had? Please keep it up. I still like that bratty woohoo look you just had. Please recover. Watching Xiao Tianyun suffer defeat doesn't make my heart generally happy. Director Xiao, I have to say, you're a good judge of character. Xiao Wanyun lowered his head. He didn't have the slightest intention of staying here any longer now. Transforming into a red pterodactyl, he shook his wings and slithered away. As wretched as he could be, the director of the department can be considered a disgrace in front of the whole network today. At this moment, not far away, Zhao Qingya's eyes were hollow and disoriented, and her lips were shivering. Su Yuan was actually an SSS-class fierce beast awakened. It was a bolt from the blue for her. This intended victim that she had just chopped off with her first sword ashore was actually the first genius of the Summer Kingdom in 20 years. It was all so dreamy, like a dream, so unreal. But this is something that really happened. Engaged since childhood, in love, childhood sweethearts, 2 children, so many years of affection. But now said broken. Zhao Qingya was very unwilling. She simply couldn't accept this. Su Yuan was an SSS-level fierce beast awakened. What a concept. Compound. Must compound. Zhao Qingya was now full of compounding. He stepped on a short high heel, holding back his trembling legs, and arrived in front of Su Yuan. Ruffling her long hair, she forced a smile and pleaded. Su Yuan, let's the two of us get back together. And what happened today? You can pretend it doesn't exist. The two of us have been together for so many years, and when you were a child, you even said in front of so many people that you would take me as your wife in the future. I love you with all my heart too. Is this a relationship you just give up on? I did get a little impulsive today. I made a mistake. I apologize. I'm sorry. Zhao Qingya cried out as she spoke, her face full of grievances. She looked at Su Yuan with a pair of tearful eyes, which was quite heartbreaking. If it were a normal person, they might actually forgive her now. Su Yuan simply replied with a simple roll and turned away. He had seen through women like Zhao Qingya. You are strong over to lick you, and then kick you away when you are down. This kind of woman who is unlucky. Su Yuan, I've apologized. What else do you want? Looking at Su Yuan's departing back, Zhao Qingya unexpectedly threatened to die. She couldn't accept the fall from grace with Su Yuan, couldn't accept being stepped on by her previous beloved. Zhao Qingya pulled out a short knife for defense from her sleeve, then ran to Su Yuan's front and directly aimed the short knife at her throat, blackmailing her. Su Yuan, I don't believe that your heart is made of stone. If you don't forgive me, then I don't have the face to live. I'll die in front of you. Zhao Qingya's actions shocked everyone present. Zhao Tianming was scared straight to death and hurriedly advised his daughter to never be impulsive, and Su Yuan remained expressionless. In his heart, he only felt ridiculous. What's it to me if you die? It's none of my business if you die early. Taking large strides, he walked over to Zhao Qingya and directly snatched the short knife from the latter's hand. Su Yuan held a short knife and directly pressed it against Zhao Qingya's neck. The tip of the knife was already in contact with that white neck. Want to die so badly? I'll help you. Zhao Qingya could even already feel the piercing pain that cut through her skin. She panicked and looked at Su Yuan, unable to believe Su Yuan's actions. What are you doing? She could feel that as long as Su Yuan exerted the slightest bit of force now, she would simply die, being so close to death. Zhao Qingya was scared and she looked at Su Yuan with a pair of eyes full of desire to live. Don't! Su Yuan gently retrieved the short knife, then dropped it heavily on the ground. At this time, above the tip of that knife, red blood could be vaguely seen. He condescended to look at the panicked, double-focused Zhao Qingya and spoke indifferently. Bitch, it seems like you're afraid of death. What are you pretending for? If you keep pestering me, I may not be able to hold the strength next time. After saying that, he left from Zhao Qingya's side without looking back. Zhao Qingya looked at Su Yuan's back, and the makeup on her face was blurred from crying. She knew that from now on, there was no way that she and Su Yuan could ever be on the same path again. In the meantime, the matter of Xiaogua coming out with an SSS Awakened continued to ferment on the internet. At this time in the enrollment office of the capital Fierce Beast Academy, the director of the admissions office was a bit overwhelmed for a moment as he listened to the dean's splitting rant on the other end of the phone. What the hell are you up to day in and day out? Manhwa has already gone to lead a large group of people to snatch people. Why aren't you moving yet? That's the first SSS ranked awakened person in Xia for 20 years. If we let Manhwa snatch it, that's our loss. The director of the enrollment office showed a trace of embarrassment on his face before replying respectfully. I do think that Director Xiao has already gotten a head start. So don't we have to understand a first come, first served? Upon hearing this, the dean of the capital university nearly gasped out with a heart attack. What the hell, Mr. Shaw? What kind of hooker is he? In front of the SSS Awakened, I still need to give him face? What a joke. Are you alright? Xiao Wanyun is a hanger-on. Any school that can snatch this SSS Awakened person will definitely soar to the sky in the future. And then I'll be the chief of division. The director of the enrollment office then reacted. Immediately called to shake people, so that all the teachers responsible for enrollment followed him, and went to Gusa to grab people at fire speed. They had to get there before Changhua. At the same time that Qinghua and Jingda were snatching people at a rapid pace, the Ministry of War also noticed Su Yuan. A phone call from the Commander-in-Chief of the Supreme Military Ministry reached the Defense Fierce Beast Academy. The Commander-in-Chief attached great importance to the first SSS-ranked awakened person in the Summer Kingdom in 20 years. If he could get this SSS awakened person to attend a military school, he would definitely become a general of Xia in the future. Your Defense Ferocious Beast Academy shouldn't be idle either. If we can get him to join the army and serve his country, it would be a blessing for my Xia Kingdom. The Commander-in-Chief commanded. The Dean of the Defense Feral Beast Academy said that he understood, and he immediately called his commanders at the military headquarters in Sujiang. The location of the Sujiang military headquarters is a little closer to Gusu City, so it must depart immediately without the slightest delay. Su Yuan sighed. Call after call came in. Each one was an unknown caller who had never been contacted before. He pressed the answer button. Hey, classmate, we are the teachers of Qinghua. Do you consider coming to our #1 school in Xia? I can give you. The person on the other end of the phone hadn't finished. Su Yuan faintly replied not interested and hung up the phone. Not even half a minute after this call hangs up, the cell phone rings once more trying to ring. Classmate, I heard that you've rejected Qinghua. Their trashy school doesn't deserve you. Our capital university is definitely your second choice for a scholarship. Without waiting to finish, Su Yuan hung up the phone again. Immediately afterward, more and more calls came in, and some even started bombarding directly with text messages. Classmate, join the army to serve your country. The National Defense Fierce Beast Academy welcomes you, and from now on, you'll be the general of Xia. Classmate, Magic Sea Transportation Fierce Beast Academy. As long as you come, we'll give you whatever you want. Su Yuan frowned slightly and simply turned his cell phone off directly. This operation directly dumbfounded all those present. What's going on? All the top 5 schools in the summer don't see it. The National Defense Feral Animal Academy isn't interested either. Dude, are you going to build your own college? Asterisk. Awesome. Qinghua is not interested. KYU doesn't deserve it. My goodness. The Defense Fierce Beast Academy is my dream. And you just rejected it without waiting to finish. Envious. Su Yuan, you don't want it. How about letting me have a go at it? You're also worthy. People, Su Yuan has that strength. Okay. Su Yuan, are you crazy? Is it hard to believe that you want to join Lan Xiang backhandedly? Su Chuanfeng and Yi Linglong were also quite puzzled. Their eyes were filled with doubt as they looked at Su Yuan. Beijing University and Tsinghua were already 2 of the best universities in Xia. Which school does Far El favor? Just as the crowd was confused, Su Yuan took a big step in front of a camera that was pointed at him, then a very high-profile statement. I'm going to the Golden Fierce Beast Academy, and I won't consider any other schools. Don't bother me again. These words drew shock from the crowd present. Giving up Changhua, the capital university, and choosing to go to the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy was too rare. He's crazy. He's going to a school as drawn out as the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy? What's so bad about us, Qinghua? Why aren't we worthy? Our Jing University's disciplines are 10 times stronger than the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy. Why? What's the situation? Giving up Tsinghua Beijing University and choosing a normal 985. Dude, are you okay? I can understand you picking Lanxiang. Jinling Fierce Beast Academy dogs don't even go to it. What's the charm of the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy? Last year, they recruited an SS-ranked perverted little demoness. And this year, SSS-ranked awakened beings are also heading to their school. It's not going to run to the little demoness, is it? If so, I'll open the kettle. Ranked 15th among the top schools in the summer and 250th in the world. Bro, you really don't have a pick of the litter, do you? Can you stop mouthing off upstairs? Can you pass the test? Scream. Jinling Fierce Beast Academy was located in Jinling City, the capital of Sujiang Province, not far from Gusu, but it's just a medium 985 in Xia, and it's not even comparable to the 4 major colleges. It has been pulled more and more over the years as educational resources have shifted, and there was only one reason why Su Yuan chose the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy. That is, the Golden Fierce Beast Academy owns an independent SSS-ranked secret land. There were excellent resources, opportunities within the secret land, but there were all sorts of ferocious beasts of great strength surviving within it. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand. According to the advantages and disadvantages, the secret places can be classified as S, SS and SSS. The Golden Fierce Beast Academy, on the other hand, was the only university in the Summer Kingdom that possessed an SSS-ranked secret land. This had nothing to do with the strength of the university and could only be attributed to the excellent location of the Jinling Demon Beast College. Every year, the SSS-grade secret land would be opened, of course, to only the students of the Golden Fierce Beast Academy. By participating in the selection duel, students will be selected among the best and will be given the opportunity to enter the SSS-ranked secret land of trials. And Su Yuan, that's what he's looking at. All he had to do now was to keep improving his strength. Going deeper into the secret realm was the fastest way to increase strength. As for how to pass the duel and get the quota to enter the SSS secret land of trials, Su Yuan also had a way. All thanks to this perverted physique of the original owner. Meanwhile, inside the office of the Golden Fierce Beast Academy, Dean Zhou Yaodong looked at the live broadcast, his face filled with incredulity. Of course Zhou Yaodong wanted an SSS-ranked Fierce Beast Awakened to enter their school. But he knew deep down that the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy was a bit unworthy. After all, Tsinghua and King's University have already gotten a head start. Now it's good that the heavenly riches are coming directly to his head. Without the slightest hesitation, he put off all the social functions and headed directly to Gusu. The speed had to be fast, or what if Su Yuan backtracked? It took less than 10 minutes for Su Yuan to say this. Zhou Yaodong, the director of the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy, had already arrived at the scene. Its speed is jaw-dropping. Student Su Yuan, it's an honor for you to join our Jinling Fierce Beast Academy. Zhou Yaodong was filled with excitement and came up to hold Su Yuan's hand, not letting go. Jinling Fierce Beast Academy is also more and more pulling the crotch these years. In addition to last year recruited the little demoness Yi Tassel a genius. These 2 years simply cannot recruit good students. S-rank awakened people are pitifully few. Now that there was an SSS-ranked awakened person willing to join, Zhou Yaodong was going crazy with joy. Su Yuan's rejection of the 4 great schools and his resolute choice of their Jinling Fierce Beast Academy was too much of a light on his face as the principal. Jinling Academy has an SSS-class ferocious beast. It's not a dream at all to be among the 4 most prestigious schools in the Summer Kingdom in the future. Zhou Yaodong could not hide the excitement in his heart. Tightly holding Su Yuan's hand, asked very sincerely, Mr. Su Yuan, why do you want to join our school? Is it because of the humanistic history of our school, or the excellent academic style? Su Yuan sniffed and scratched his head, smiling, close to home. Zhou Yaodong? Q. Tsinghua? Su Yuan's sentence directly broke everyone's defenses. Zhou Yaodong instantly froze. The reason you casually rejected Tsinghua Kyun University and National Defense Veterinary University and chose Jinling Veterinary University is because it's close to home? Worthy of being a heavenly pride. People can be so capricious. None of the schools wanted me. I fell out of the single exam. I had no choice. I lost to the capital. Upstairs, do you want to see what you're talking about? You've been sweet for the last 3 years is not mentioned at all? Pick the Golden Fierce Beast University just because it's close to home. Holy, what a niche text. Our school is willing to build a campus in Jinling for you. Classmate, do you want to consider it? At this time, the pop-ups were flying wildly in the teaser broadcast room. The fake defense breakers were frantically swiping pop-ups, while the real defense breakers were staring blankly at the live broadcast. Su Yuan chose the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy. Apart from the SSS-grade secret land, there was another important reason, and that was that the enrollment rewards that they gave were just too much. a full $20 million. In addition, Su Yuan had also extracted a piece of information from Zhou Yaodong's mouth. This year's selection duel for the Golden Fierce Beast Academy would be held half a month later. The SSS-grade secret land, on the other hand, was opened 1 month later. This is a wonderful opportunity. During this period of time, he had to raise his strength with all his might. Su Yuan knew very well that there were almost no freshmen in the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy who participated in the selection duel. Those who were able to participate in the selection duel were at least students of level 10 or above, with talent of S or above. It's basically sophomores and up. He's not a weak opponent. After confirming his entry into the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy, before leaving, Zhou Yaodong patted Su Yuan's shoulder with a smile that was never suppressed from the beginning to the end. Alright then, Su Yuan student, come to Jinling 3 days later. I'll take you to Jinling Beast University to have a look around as you familiarize yourself with the environment. When the time comes, I'll arrange for Ying to get acquainted with you. She's your schoolmate. You two will definitely talk. At those words, a trace of doubt flashed under Su Yuan's eyes. Who? Nightingale? Back home in the afternoon, Su Yuan locked himself alone in his bedroom. Then a blue box was pulled out from under the bed. The box was a 16th birthday gift from his parents. A Beast King level beast source. The level of the ferocious beast started at level 20, and every 10 levels up was a realm. They are Beast Spirit, Beast King, Beast Zun, Beast Emperor, Beast Saint, Beast Emperor, Golden Jade Beast Emperor, and Supreme Beast Emperor. The so-called beast source was the source of energy within a ferocious beast, the core of its body. Beast source was also fundamental to maintaining the survival of a ferocious beast. After a ferocious beast dies, the beast source can be extracted from its body, crossing over to this original owner who was born unable to awaken a ferocious beast. Su Yuan thought a lot. He guessed that the reason why the original owner was unable to awaken the ferocious beast had a lot to do with his perverted physique. The odds were that the original owner's body was inherently unable to absorb the power of blessing, which was why it couldn't even awaken a single hair. Even the transformation into Yinglong is all about the system. This body simply didn't have the qualifications to transform into a beast. So naturally, there was no need to worry about devouring a beast source and being revolted. When a human awakens as a beast and devours the beast source of the same source will backfire. Beast sources could not be directly devoured. Even the Beast Emperor had to be careful when absorbing the Beast King's beast source, absorbing a little at a time. But my physique is perverted and I was born unable to awaken as a beast. So what's the point of backfiring? Without the slightest hesitation, Su Yuan opened the blue box and directly grabbed the beast source in the box with his hand. This one beast source was that of a level 39 Beast King, the Mad Iron Lion King. It was obtained 3 years ago when Su Chuanfeng, along with a few experts, killed in the secret land. The purity of this one beast source was very high, so Su Chuanfeng gave it to Su Yuan as a birthday gift. Picking up the beast source, Su Yuan directly stuffed it into his mouth. Then with all his might, he gave it a straight swallow. At this moment, the power of the Beast King's beast source began to fluctuate continuously within Su Yuan's body, and they were like flames that scorched every inch of Su Yuan's skin. It hurts. It really hurts. The pain was as if his internal organs had been cut by a knife. If it were an ordinary person, their body would have burst and died the instant they devoured the fallen beast source. But Su Yuan's body was not different now except for feeling pain. Broken. Come, break it for the little master. The intense pain dissipated a little, and Su Yuan felt the subtle changes within his body. At this time, his level had come to level 2. For the average student, it takes at least a week to go from level 1 to level 2. Keep breaking. This force that was manic to the extreme had no intention of stopping. Su Yuan clenched his teeth and roared in death. In the next second, his level went from level 2, and continued to break through, this time coming directly to level 3. It was simply impossible for an ordinary student to raise to level 3 without a month's time. Suddenly, accompanied by intense pain, Su Yuan directly fell into unconsciousness. He found himself in a white space, feet on the white earth, head in the white sky. Heaven and earth are one color. Very spooky. At that moment, an angry lion's roar was suddenly heard in the distance. Su Yuan raised his eyes and saw a huge lion-shaped ferocious beast that was charging fiercely towards his. This one lion-shaped ferocious beast was more than 40 meters tall and majestic. Su Yuan recognized at a glance that this was probably the departed soul of that Mad Iron Lion King. Has been karma for so many years. Resentment is really not small, Lu. Su Yuan lamented in his heart. It was enough to suppress it just now, but it still couldn't control that strong force. Little arm cub, are you tired of living? What qualifications do you have to suppress Lao Zi? A level 1 awakened. Are you really not afraid of death? I'm at least a beast king, a half-step beast Zun, to be absorbed by a child less than level 5. I don't want to lose face. Su Yuan really didn't expect this guy to have such a big grudge, and it's still a mouthful. But for a Beast King, or a level 39 Beast King, it wasn't surprising. That's a lot of cursing though. Bark, 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 what are you barking at? Watch your mouth. It's an honor for me to absorb you. At those words, the Mad Iron Lion King was furious in his heart and roared angrily before two angry words spewed out of his mouth. Rampant. With that, his huge body lunged at Su Yuan, his sharp knife-like claws stabbing straight at Su Yuan. Su Yuan didn't panic. Stretching out, the next second, his body skyrocketed 100 feet tall, and his true form was revealed. Pale yellow should be dragons, for claws and 2 wings, body like a qilin, 100 feet tall, 10,000 beasts prostrate. As soon as this 300-meter-tall golden dragon appeared, the Berserk Iron Lion King was so frightened that he directly went limp on the ground. What the hell is this? It's horrible. Bloodline suppression. Compared to the huge golden dragon, it was now as small as a toy. The Mad Iron Lion King cried. It doesn't play like that. He had seen all sorts of ferocious beasts in his lifetime, and had also witnessed the legendary Golden Jade Beast Emperor. That's not so big and scary. It's not a blue star creature, so how is this even a fight? The Berserk Iron Lion King was paralyzed on the ground, landing on all fours and striking an extremely comical pose. I was the one who just spoke a little louder. Is it okay if I go? The pale yellow-winged dragon hissed and opened its heaven-devouring mouth, ignoring the Mad Iron Lion King's pleas for mercy, and directly swallowed it into its mouth. Then he swallowed it into his stomach and rubbed it with satisfaction when he was done. In the meantime, Su Yuan's power began to suppress the power of the Beast King's beast source on all fronts. The moment he opened his eyes, both pupils changed to a golden color. Feeling the comfort in his body, his level had come to level 4 at this point, and the power of that Beast King's beast source was consumed. A Beast King level beast source that directly raised 3 levels was already quite good. Su Yuan felt very satisfied. Right at this moment, Su Yuan suddenly felt a force in his body that he could manipulate. The power was restless and wild, but it was at one's disposal. This was surprisingly the power of the Mad Iron Lion King. I'll go. Is this absorbing it so you can use his power? Soon, Su Yuan realized that this power could indeed be used, but it could be used for a maximum of half an hour at a time. And there was also a cooldown limit. Being able to briefly use the power of the Mad Iron Lion King was actually a fluke. It was because of the large purity of this one beast source. Fine. The power of a level 39 Beast King. It's strong enough to be used briefly. After seeing the effect of the Beast King's beast source, Su Yuan looked at the cold $20 million inside his card and decided to take a look at the black market. If you have money in your hand, then everything is fine. Things like beast source were officially banned from trading on the market, but they were still circulating in the black market. The price of a Beast King level beast source was at 10 million xia coins, and this was still the lowest quality beast source. The guaranteed price of a beast source at the Beast Zune level was hundreds of millions of dollars, and in many cases, money couldn't even buy it. As for further up, there is a price to pay. Su Yuan decided to take his chances in the middle of the black market. Through the information he bought, that night, Su Yuan went to one of the largest privately run black markets in Gusu. You can buy anything you want here, as long as you have the money. Going around in circles, the masked Su Yuan finally found a store specializing in beast sources on the North Street of the black market. After surveying the beast sources placed on the platform, Su Yuan frowned slightly. Most of the ones that could be put up for sale here were some beast spirit level beast sources, and each one costs over $5 million. Not worth it. Boss, do you have any Beast King level beast sources here? The owner, who was taking a nap in his chair, slowly opened his eyes when he heard his guest's voice. However, when he heard Su Yuan say that he wanted a Beast King level beast source, he closed his eyes again. No, I can't get a supply of Beast King level beast sources here, but I know where to find Beast Zune level beast sources. The shopkeeper pointed to the crossroads not far ahead and said, there's an auction today that's inside, so if you don't have any money, you can go inside the life and death arena. At those words, Su Yuan's heart burst with joy. Ever since he came to the black market, he had seen the notices for the auction and the life and death arena. Auctions were held every month, in which all sorts of things that were explicitly and officially forbidden to be traded would appear, and the highest bidder would win. As for the life and death arena, it was a dueling arena set up by the black market, and as long as one participated in the duel and stood until the end, they would be able to receive a champion reward. Following the direction guided by the boss, Su Yuan arrived at the ticket gate of the black market life and death arena. Why spend money when you can get a Beast Zune level beast source for free? I want to sign up. A few masked staff members outside the life and death arena raised their heads and surveyed Su Yuan's entire body, and couldn't help but snicker. The teenager in front of him looked slim and not very old at first glance. It looks like it just came of age, probably came to die again. but they felt indifferent and were willing to give their lives to the field of life and death, and lived and died at their own peril if they did not think they could. What's the rating? Level 4. The staff member in charge of registration was dumbfounded. What the hell? Level 4? Level 4? And you dare to come to the life and death arena? Are you really not afraid of death? For direct enrollment in life and death, a minimum level of 5 is required. Brother, why don't you just forget about it? You'll be killed if you go up to the life and death arena here, and you don't meet this minimum level requirement of ours at this level. Suddenly, the power of the Mad Iron Demon Lion inside Su Yuan's body went berserk. It seemed to be irritated by the staff's words. Su Yuan just happened to want to try out the power of this level 39 Beast King. Or how about this? You pay for a spectator ticket. This has no level requirement, and you can go up when you get to the challenge session, but I still don't recommend that you send yourself to your death. A female staff member with a diminutive figure and wearing a rabbit mask looked at Su Yuan's figure and couldn't help but sigh. She couldn't believe how handsome the face was under the teenager's mask. Every year, there were many young people who didn't know how to die and couldn't figure out their own position, dying above the field of life and death. That's good. Without hesitation, Su Yuan bought a spectator ticket and entered the life and death arena. There are other places within the field of life and death. Entering through the narrow entrance, inside was a huge circular arena, and in the very center of the arena was a ring suspended in the air. There are thousands of spectator seats all around. At this time the thousands of seats had all been filled. As soon as he came in, he heard the staff inside, holding a loudspeaker next to him, repeating the rules of the life and death arena over and over again. Su Yuan also listened to a generalization. The so-called life and death arena is a fair participation in a duel in which the winner lives and the loser dies. You haven't won the duel until your opponent is still alive. Take your opponent's life while defeating them. That's the biggest draw and selling point of Rawhide. Every person who comes to the black market will essentially all come to see the life and death scene, even if the price of the ticket is expensive as hell. The person who stands to the end in the field of life and death wins the ultimate prize. And this time, the grand prize was a Beast Zoon level Beast Core. This is in the next door auction house. The starting price is going to be 100 million summer dollars. The heavy reward will be brave, attracting strong people from all walks of life to sign up for it. But the rules of the life and death arena are also cruel indeed. In the end, there is only one person who survives, and everyone other than him will be slaughtered. Kind of. Finding his seat, Su Yuan watched the ongoing duel on the stage with interest. The duel on the stage could be described as grueling, as two ferocious beasts as big as small mountains were fighting with all their might. One of the Black Panther ferocious beasts grew more and more courageous as it gradually gained the upper hand. His body was covered in its own blood as well as that of its opponent, and two claws like daggers stabbed right into its opponent's throat with a swift motion. His opponent, a level 7 fox fierce beast, had its throat pierced straight through, and collapsed to the ground in pain and wailing. The fox ferocious beast had regained its human form and was now dying, with a bloody hole in its neck that was bubbling blood out. Looking at his opponent who was lying on the ground, in human form, without any resistance, a hint of excitement flashed in the bottom of the Black Panther ferocious beast's eyes as it pounced up to a chokehold, directly biting its opponent's head to be off. The opponent was killed on the spot. The Black Panther fierce beast roared in excitement. It seemed to be showing off in the crowd. Who else? This was already the fourth game that the Black Mist Demon Panther had won, and he had also killed 4 opponents. Each time it was a chokehold with a headbutt that cleanly resolved the fight. Such a bloody and horrible scene made many people on stage recoil in disgust, but many more chanted with excitement. Gee, the Panthers are seated, and that's a lot of power. It's so good. It's worth the money. I want to go up there and compare notes when I see it. Asterisk 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 bro, you're a dangerous idea. You're probably the one getting killed. Don't get high, will you? Isn't there a challenge session? You guys can go. This Black Panther hit hard. Who don't want to die? Ah, they're a level 10 ferocious beast. Unless they're crazy. While the crowd below the ring was talking, Panther's next opponent appeared. It was a white tiger ferocious beast that was a circle smaller than a Black Panther. This white tiger was short and compact, with a chilling killing aura all over its body, and some of the spectators who were close enough were even scared to the back. Panther glanced at his opponent and gave a disdainful laugh. I'll take the championship reward today. You. With the ringing of the bell for the start of the match, the Black Mist Demon Panther's mouth hadn't finished its words. The white figure pounced on him in the blink of an eye. Before the Black Mist Demon Panther even had time to react, it only felt an intense pain at its neck. The next second, under the gaze of the crowd, red blood splattered. The Black Mist Demon Panther was dead beyond death. One-hit kills. Such a scene shocked everyone on stage. The Black Mist Demon Panther, who had just been arrogant and incomparable, couldn't even last a single round under the mouth of this white tiger ferocious beast, and was directly killed in seconds. The strength is too terrifying. Demon-thirsty evil tiger wins. The staff went up to the stage and examined the body of the Black Mist Demon Panther, and after confirming its death, they announced the result of the duel. This championship reward can be really bad. It's really going to cost me my life here. The evil tiger seems to be only level 11 as well. Why is it fighting so fiercely? I thought Black Panther was already invincible. How can someone be braver than him? You can't even carry one move. What do you think this is even a fight? Gee, I'm in a cold sweat just watching this. I'm glad I wasn't the one who went up there to fight. Yuan put up his chin and looked at the demon-thirsty evil tiger on the stage, which had already changed into human form, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the rewards of this life and death arena were really not good. At this moment, in a corner of the VIP seats, a man in a black suit looked at the scene on the stage, and the corner of his mouth sketched a smile. Seeing Evil Tiger finish off his opponent so easily was very pleasing to him. Not bad, not bad. The strength is up to my desired effect. The potion is not bad at all. The assistant beside the man smiled knowingly and immediately picked up the conversation. Mr. Zhang, you can rest assured that the Evil Tiger is one of ours. And this time the Beast Exalted Beast Source will definitely not let outsiders take it. Evil Tiger's hyperactive drug is strong enough for him to get each of his next opponents killed. Mr. Zhang nodded with great satisfaction. What a fair match. All a joke. It's a capital game. The rules state that competitors cannot use any drugs, but their own people do not have to be restricted or tested. When it comes down to it, my guy is on the end of the line, and the winner's reward is still mine, earning astronomical gate money for no effort at all. Those who died in the field of life and death can only blame their own bad luck. Make sure that the Evil Tiger must take the champion reward, otherwise we'll lose a lot of money if we let it go to someone else. Mr. Zhang emphasized. The assistant sniffed and covered her mouth with a laugh. Then her mouth came close to Mr. Zhang's ear. Mr. Zhang, you don't have to worry. The beast source, I've already had someone imitate an identical one. And if someone other than Evil Tiger wins the championship, he'll take this fake one to him. Beast sources at the Beast Exalted level are generally not detectable as abnormal. As for the real beast source, we can just sell it at tonight's auction, and we won't even have a counterpart by then. Hearing that the assistant had already made foolproof arrangements, the corners of Mr. Zhang's mouth were harder to suppress than AK. It's just too good. No one can take advantage of him. On the other side, on the stage, Evil Tiger pinched the knuckles of his hands and fingers to make a crisp sound. At this time, his body was full of power, and this kind of power simply could not be used up. He had just used only 40% of his power, and as a result, he had easily killed the Black Panther in seconds. Next, whoever comes dies. The Evil Tiger's next opponent was the Three Flower Lynx, an extremely agile, ferocious beast. The strength of the Three Flower Lynx wasn't weak either, having reached level 13, but its talent was a bit lower than the Evil Tiger. Tempted by the rewards of the championship, the Three Flower Lynx was willing to take a shot. Here comes another one to die. Ha ha ha, just as well I'm not having fun killing. Licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, the Evil Tiger became excited, his entire body trembling. Transform, jab, rip, spike. The Three Blossom Lynx didn't even react. The huge white tiger ferocious beast had already clawed at his head. The strength that could be called horrible directly took half of the life of the Three Flower Lynx. His head was held down on the ground by the demon-thirsty Evil Tiger with its front paws. The demon-thirsty Evil Tiger's mouth grew and one bite actually swallowed his head. Seconds again. This bloody scene caused the next demon-thirsty Evil Tiger opponents to panic one by one. How can this be played? It can't be played at all. The audience at the bottom was shocked out of their skulls. Holy, that's so vicious. My heart can't take it for a bit. I thought it was going to be an even match, but it turned out to be seconds again. A feast for the eyes. Really wanted to send my boss up there to get his head bitten off. Holy, that's a pretty good idea, bro. The demon-thirsty Evil Tiger has 3 more opponents next, and it is estimated that they will all be buried in the tiger's mouth. Is there anyone skateboarding who can get up there and skateboard? No kidding. The slide shovel slipped into your stomach, didn't it? Demon-thirsty Evil Tiger's 3 opponents had all been stunned. Under the absolute weight of power, sometimes one must wimp out. With this extremely brutal tiger in front of them, they simply couldn't be a match. There is an option to forfeit the match and surrender before the match starts. Of course, those who can kill until the end are usually ruthless and usually do not choose to surrender. But not anymore. That I give up and don't fight. Demon-thirsty Evil Tiger's opponent for the next round directly gave up his qualification and automatically withdrew from the tournament. Seeing someone quit, the 2 remaining opponents also gave up. Can't fight. This dude is just too tough. Not fighting. Scared. Just like that, before the demon-thirsty Evil Tiger could even make a move, all of his next opponents had already surrendered. According to the regular tournament program, he was already the champion at this point. The demon-thirsty evil tiger itself froze. Each one of them is such a wimp. Holy, this championship is coming straight to me, isn't it? Of course, there was a challenge session to follow. Those who wanted to challenge could come up from the audience and choose to fight the demon-thirsty evil tiger. Mud. One coward after another. Really no fun. Is there anyone at the bottom who wants to come up and compete? Anyone else come to die? If not, the title can be mine. After the demon-thirsty evil tiger finished saying this, the bottom froze in complete silence for a while. Everyone had just seen the evil tiger's methods and strength. No one was willing to go up and die now. Suddenly, Su Yuan, who was sitting at the back of the audience, raised his hand and then stood up. He was the only one in the room who stood up. The gazes of all the people around them turned to Su Yuan. Everyone wanted to see who was so desperate. I want to try. Evil tiger frowned slightly, very irritated, as he looked in the direction of the voice, only to see that this person who wanted to challenge himself was actually just a teenager who wasn't very old, and he let out a direct laugh. Thought I was an expert from somewhere, but this is it, and you're challenging me? You're tired of living. When the surrounding spectators took a good look at the challenger, their faces were all filled with contempt and regret. Dude. Are you sleep deprived? You dare to go on this? Did you hear wrong? This is killing people. Just sit down. How old are you? You like to pretend so much? Don't you want to die for the sake of pretending? Don't you even look at the size difference? You're crazy. P.S. Brothers, want a monthly ticket? There is no if the recommendation can also be. The recommendation does not make a 5-star. Leave a comment or something is also okay. Thank you very much. Laugh me to death. You are only how old? Weigh their own strength cannot? Stop pretending that this is really going to kill you? How many levels are you? Bro, just now the Black Panther so strong was slaughtered. You'd better lay down for me. It's clearing up. The rain has stopped. Do you think you can do it again? Listening to the skepticism of the people around him, Su Yuan stretched out an index finger to his mouth, signaling them to be quiet. Since the challenge session is set up and there is no limit to the level, it is natural to take responsibility for going up there yourself. Evil Tiger clasped his hands on his chest and looked at this young man who didn't know the heights of heaven, then sighed. Looking at the other party's age, I'm afraid they've only just reached adulthood, and having level 5 at this age is already good. So fond of seeking death. Then we can only fulfill him. Let him come up. It just so happens that I'm not having a good time killing today, and it couldn't be better to have one more to quench my thirst. Su Yuan met the gazes of the crowd and left his position, knowing the rules very well. Both registered and challenged runners must be registered and physically tested. Boarding level and then testing the body for violations of enhanced drug use. Coming to the registration place under the ring, the staff first briefly asked Su Yuan about his basic situation. You've got a lot of nerve. Kid, what level are you? Level 4. Su Yuan answered truthfully. A few of the recording staff members' mouths grew in surprise at the words. Are you kidding me? Did he just not watch the game or something? The level 13s were all scared and surrendered outright. And the level 10s were killed in one direct hit. You're a level 4 coming over. Isn't this purely looking for death? The audience at the bottom couldn't help but laugh when they learned Su Yuan's rank. Dude, will you die if you don't pretend? You just put up a dozen leveled airs. But it turns out you're not even level 5? Holy, you're pure clown. At your level, people can kill you with a sneeze. Don't go up there and disgrace yourself. Hurry up and get down here. You're not even as good as me at this level. What are you pretending for? With this amount of strength, it's only strange that you won't be killed if you go up there. Are you getting ready to come slide shoveling? Evil Tiger was dumbfounded. This kid in front of me is only level 4 and he dares to come up and challenge himself? He doesn't even bother to take a shot without level 10. However, since the other party was bent on seeking death, there was naturally no need for him to be merciful. Jia. Evil Tiger wasn't surprised by this. Every year there were such people who didn't know how to die and didn't have a position on themselves who came to die. Talent? Class S. Su Yuan did not reveal that Song Huang Yinglong's talent, in order to still not reveal his identity. The staff member in charge of recording sniffed coldly and gave Su Yuan's talent a C-grade. S-class talent. You open your mouth and you come? There are only a few S-class talents in the entire Gusa city in a year. If there were S-class talents, who would still come here? Besides, how could someone with S-class talent be so brainless? After completing the record, the staff pointed to the test bench beside Su Yuan and told him to go for a drug test. After Su Yuan finished his testing, he didn't find any abnormalities. Well, you can go up now. And remember not to be so impulsive in your next life. The staff members sighed and said, there have been people like that in past years, and they've basically died. Thus, Su Yuan went up to the stage and confronted the evil tiger head-on. Two people in the same ring above. The size difference is very obvious. The evil tiger has not yet transformed. A single arm, then Su Yuan thighs but also thick circle. Live and let live as a giant. Boy, I like people like you who are generous to the death. Come on, transform. Ho ho ho. The evil tiger hissed angrily before transforming into a white tiger ferocious beast as big as a small mountain. The huge body of the demon-thirsty evil tiger violently lunged at Su Yuan. That powerful aura drove the restless air to be agitated, like a meteorite hurtling towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan, on the other hand, stood in place, looming. It didn't even transform in the first place, hands clasped over his chest, still in human form to this day. The demon-thirsty evil tiger was excited. Seeing that Su Yuan actually did not change his body, he roared with joy. It's the first time I've seen such arrogance that doesn't change its stance to fight me. Or are you overwhelmed by fear? The audience at the bottom was also all puzzled, not knowing what kind of operation this was. Holy, what are you pretending? Are you going to come slide shoveling? You can still last a few seconds if you transform and fight. You're going to get swallowed in one bite in your human form. It's hopeless. It seems really hopeless and brain dead. What kind of psycho can go up there and fight without changing his body and not even have a little basic common sense? Oh my god. I really don't dare to look at it. This mouthful must be bruised and purple. The demon-thirsty evil tiger was aroused with the desire to kill, and his body violently catapulted into the air before opening his bloody tiger mouth and fiercely biting towards Su Yuan. Obviously, he was greedy and wanted to swallow Su Yuan's entire body in one bite. Just at this moment, Su Yuan's hand suddenly flashed with a purple light. Above his arms, purple veins rippled, and a strong force gathered towards Su Yuan's arms. Those arms made of flesh and blood had gathered enough power to break the sky with a single punch at that moment. Mad Iron Lion King, borrow your power for a while. A purple protective barrier formed on Su Yuan's arm, holding the upper half of the demon-thirsty evil tiger's teeth with one hand and his lower half with the other. With an extremely strong force, he held the upper and lower teeth of the demon-thirsty evil tiger rigidly, making it unable to close its mouth. The demon-thirsty evil tiger was dumbfounded. What? He fought as hard as he could, using all his strength, but the force was so strong that he couldn't close his mouth. Realizing that something was wrong, the demon-thirsty evil tiger tried to break free, but it simply couldn't move. The audience at the bottom was outright dumbfounded. The incredible scene on stage made their jaws drop. Su Yuan's two arms slightly exerted force, and the sounds of bones breaking and sinews being ripped off resounded simultaneously. The devil-thirsty evil tiger's huge head was directly broken in half by this brute force. It started tearing from the corners of the mouth and cracked all the way to the skull. His huge tiger body fell heavily and died a very complete death. 1 hit. Seconds. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Su Yuan looked at the corpse on the ground and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Before the demon-thirsty evil tiger died, it still glared at Su Yuan with those grudging eyes in death. That's it? That wasn't much of a scream just now. The air froze instantly at that moment. The room went quiet. A pin drop. Everyone couldn't believe what their eyes were seeing. The demon-thirsty evil tiger is dead? It took a long time before the audience underneath reacted. The shocking scene they had just witnessed was something they would never forget. A teenager who was only level 4, killing a level 11 ferocious beast in seconds. And that too with his bare hands? What the hell? I'm not mistaken. The evil tiger was killed in seconds. Are you telling me this is human? Suddenly I feel my face snapping and hurting. This intensity is too horrible. Dude, you guys are saying this is level 4? Level 20 isn't even that strong. What the hell did I see? Evil tiger, this is too weak. Nanny, this is Superman, isn't it? Hiding his strength too hard. It gave everyone the feeling that it was too surreal, too unreal. Su Yuan met the gazes of the crowd and placed his foot on the corpse of the white tiger ferocious beast as he swept his gaze across the stage. Su Yuan was waiting for the person who challenged him. The bottom was silent, and the crowd didn't even dare to take a breath. The strength is so horrible. Killing the evil tiger in one move. Who dares to go on this? There was a long silence at the bottom. Su Yuan stood in the center of the ring and saw that no one dared to go up to the stage. So he said in a loud voice, "If no one dares to go on, then the winner is me." At this point in the VIP table, Mr. Zhang's face was extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a plate of dead flies. He was never expecting that the evil tiger would be so weak that he would be killed in a single move. The strength of this teenager in front of him was just too mysterious for him to see through. He's obviously only level 4. What the hell? This is purely and simply to cause trouble. Evil tiger is so useless. I spent so much money and ended up raising such a loser. Mr. Zhang was furious and bit his back teeth, hammering his thighs, only to feel very unwilling. Killing a brat halfway out was greatly out of his expectation. However, after so many years of crawling around, he didn't like to mess with strong people too much. Don't offend him. As for the beast exalted beast source, it's better to give it to him. But you can't really give it to him. Give him that imitation one. He won't be able to tell. As long as you don't absorb it, you won't find anything wrong for a while. Although Su Yuan's appearance was beyond Mr. Zhang's expectations, he also had a solution. According to what you said, that real beast exalted beast source, give it to be sold at the auction house in a while, and sell it for a few $100 million to get back to your blood. The assistant nodded. This was his idea and he naturally understood what to do. The staff went up to the stage and examined the evil tiger's body, and after confirming that it was dead, they declared Su Yuan to be the champion of the night in front of the audience. This player really has extraordinary strength. Congratulations to him for winning the champion's reward. A beast source of the beast Zune level. The staff member wearing a bunny girl costume handed over a red box to Su Yuan. This was the winner's reward of the life and death arena. A level 43 beast exalted beast source. Su Yuan opened the red box, only to see that inside was a red beast source that emitted a strong power. And for a moment, he did not see any abnormalities. He covered the box with a hard-to-conceal elation that appeared on his face. The power contained in a beast exalted level beast source was more terrifying than that of a beast king level, and it had a better effect on breaking through the ranks. However, this time, Su Yuan did not intend to directly swallow a whole one, but rather intended to slowly absorb it. The spectators at the bottom watched Su Yuan successfully take down the beast source, and each of them had envy in their eyes. It was important to know that the price of a beast exalted level beast source was guaranteed to be 100 million xia coins. If it was in an auction house, it would probably cost more. However, they were also clear that the benefits went hand in hand with the risks, and other than Su Yuan, all the other players were basically slaughtered. Envious. This resale, directly the next life without food and clothing. Okay. It's true that having strength is different. This is a beast source at the beast Zune level. You don't see what kind of risk people take to get it back. TSK. I don't envy. People really have that strength. Evil tiger can kill in seconds. Change you, can you? Other than that, this dude's strength is really deep and dangling. Su Yuan quickly left the life and death arena, then found a temporary private room in the black market. He was now impatient to try the power of this beast source. Even absorbing a little bit first was enough to excite him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mr. Zhang's people had already sent the real beast source to the auction house. The announcement that the beast exalted level beast source would be auctioned off instantly sucked in all the eyeballs. This is definitely the treasure of this auction house press. After all, beast exalted level beast sources had always had a price, and some people had already prepared their money, just waiting for the beast sources to appear. There were some people who weren't interested in the auction, but after hearing about it they also went in to watch. In the booth, Su Yuan opened the red box, then used the short knife he had with him to cut off a corner of the beast source, preparing to directly devour it. Just after it was brought to his mouth, Su Yuan suddenly felt the power of the mad iron demon lion in his body surging up again. It's a pretty obvious rejection. Su Yuan frowned slightly, sensing that there was a hint of something wrong. Thanks to the original owner's physique, there is usually no rejection. Then there was only this one possibility that there was something wrong with this beast source. Su Yuan crushed the beast source held in his hand with force, only to see the crushed beast source unexpectedly turn into a red powder. After retrieving his memories, Su Yuan realized that this might be a fake beast source. The probability is that it is a defective product imitated with special drugs. Looking at the dose, if he had just swallowed it in one mouthful, now he would have exploded and died. Clenching his fists tightly, Su Yuan felt the raging Lion King's power in his body, and in an instant, anger rose to his heart. You're playing with me by trying to get me a fake, aren't you? That would excite me. Su Yuan changed his clothes and a mask, then went out of the private room. Just downstairs, I saw a notice posted outside the first floor. It stated that there would be a beast exalted level beast source appearing in the auction this evening. This beast exalted level beast source would be the grand finale treasure. Su Yuan wasn't stupid. He hadn't made a big deal out of it when he first arrived. Having gotten the fake beast exalted beast source by himself, there was one that was really going to be auctioned off. So you're all in this together? Then don't blame me for killing people. Su Yuan followed the large wave of people, bought a ticket, and entered the auction house. Entry to this auction requires a capital check first, and you must have more than $20 million in cash to enter. Su Yuan just happens to qualify. The black market's auction field was divided into two fields, the heavenly and earthly levels. The beast source was in the heavenly grade field, and after verifying the assets, under the guidance of the staff, Su Yuan entered the heavenly grade field. The interior of the heavenly grade arena was huge, just like an underground stadium, with the center being the location of the exhibits and surrounded by thousands of seats. As one of the specialties of the black market, Basically everyone who came to the black market would come to see the auction with their own eyes. Of course, your assets need to be up to snuff or you'll have to go to a ground-level field. Finding a seat and sitting down, Yuan realized that he had been placed in the last few rows again. The people who came to participate in the auction were all dressed in fancy clothes and wearing masks, looking either rich or noble. Yuan sat in his seat and could hear the murmurs of the people around him. I heard that there will be a beast source of the beast exalted level to be auctioned off this time. Is that true? Of course it's true. It's on the notice outside. Isn't this beast source the champion reward from the life and death arena? Didn't Boss Zhang say that this isn't for sale? This time a troublemaker came out and seemed to have killed Boss Zhang's inner circle to take the title. Geez, that fierce? So he took the championship prize? Take a chicken hair who is the other Boss Zhang? If that kid took it, how could it still be auctioned here? Listening to the comments of the people around him, Yuan sat more solidly on the idea in his heart. Beast source? I'll take it. Since you don't follow the rules, don't blame me for killing people. Yuan entered the heavenly grade field with one goal in mind, which was to auction off the beast source, but not necessarily pay for it. As time passed, the number of people entering the heavenly grade arena grew larger and larger, and soon, thousands of seats were filled. The auction for the heavenly field officially began. Thank you all for giving me face. I, Zhang, am honored by your presence today. Zhang Tianlong stood in the center of the auction hall, with all the spotlights hitting him. He surveyed the surroundings with a pair of greedy eyes, his heart very satisfied. There are so many people here today. There is no worry that there is no one who is stupid and has a lot of money. Gold Master. If we can sell the beast source for several $100 million, then we will make a lot of money. Today our lots include the fine Tang 3 color of the Tang dynasty, the sword of the great ancestor of the Song dynasty, the essence blood of a beast king level ferocious beast, and more. Zhang Tianlong paused, then cleared his throat and continued. The crushing lot is the beast source of a grade 43 ferocious beast, the red obsidian mad rhinoceros. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd coincidentally revealed excitement and anticipation, their eyes shining straight through. This was the beast source of a grade A, grade 43 ferocious beast, and its rarity was such that buying it could be a profit. Previously, Boss Zhang would never be willing to put something like this on the auction block. Soon, the auction began, and the first lot, a fine Tang 3 color, was set up. Starting bid is $8 million. Such antiques are extremely rare and often sell for more than 10 times the starting price. Soon enough, someone raised a bid and someone else started chasing it. After a dozen rounds of bidding, the final price of the Tang Sankai came to 70 million. 70 million once, 70 million twice, 70 million 3 times. Sold. Immediately after the second lot, Taizu's sword was displayed with a starting bid of $10 million. Again, this lot was met with a mad rush of collectors as soon as it appeared. After all, things inside the black market are not necessarily from the right place, but they must be genuine. After a dozen rounds of bidding, the lot finally sold for $80 million. A large portion of the people are here for the beast source, so these prelude things are just brass tacks to them. Yuan was the same. He didn't even raise his head to look. Only the source of the beast could make his heart flutter. Soon, all of the dozen or so lots in front of them went up, some of which were sold at sky-high prices, while others were directly aborted. Finally, the auction went up for this time's crushing treasure, the beast source of the level 43 ferocious beast, the red obsidian mad rhinoceros. When the red cloth was opened and the beast source appeared, all the gazes present were attracted, only to see that it was a hexagonal crystal that was red in color and emitted a faint glow. Although it was naturally formed within the body of a ferocious beast, it could definitely be called a masterpiece of ghostly craftsmanship. Compared to the imitation one Yuan had gotten, it was simply heaven and earth. Holy, it's worthy of being a beast Zune level treasure. No matter how much money it costs today, I must take it. TSK, if you miss out on this kind of good stuff, it won't be there next time. Don't all of you grab it from me. I'm still waiting to make a breakthrough by refining pills with the beast source. Depends on who has the money, okay? I have to take it today anyway. Hurry up and announce the opening of the auction. I'm waiting to bid. Can you stop talking so much nonsense? The auctioneer briefly introduced the beast source, and then announced the starting price, as well as the minimum bidding criteria for each increase. The starting bidding price is $100 million, and each bidding increase cannot exceed a minimum of $5 million. That price instantly put a lot of people who were thinking about it off. The starting bid is higher than the final price of any other baby. 100 million isn't a small amount of money, and that's the minimum guaranteed price. If it was tens of millions of dollars it would still be a fight. I'll give you $110 million. Soon, the first bidder raised his card. Immediately after him, there was a raise in the price. $120 million, $150 million, because the competition was just too fierce. In addition to the fact that Zhang Tianlong had arranged a lot of proper underneath, this price quickly reached $150 million. This could be called an astronomical figure. A lot of people can't afford to add it and are dropping out, but there are still a few owners who are stupid and have a lot of money, and they keep raising the price upwards. $160 million, $170 million, $175 million. After reaching $175 million, those who were shouting for a raise lowered their heads one by one. An ordinary beast exalted level beast source would only cost 100 million out of an odd. The red obsidian mad rhinos, despite being a level 43, a ranked talent, would be around 170 million at most, and any higher would not be worth it, although everyone was willing to bid and raise the price. After all, none of them were cuties. No one wants to do a money-losing deal. At this moment, Zhang Tianlong, who was sitting in the VIP seat, sighed and felt bad when he saw that the price stopped at $175 million and then didn't go up. One just screamed so loudly, how come they can't do it before they reach 200 million? Selling the beast exalted level beast source at the current price. Not to say it was a loss, but it certainly wouldn't make much money anyway. Just as the auctioneer was about to put the hammer down, a voice came from the last row. I'll give you 200 million. Su Yuan stood up and held up a $200 million sign. Of course he doesn't have that kind of money. But who says he's going to actually give it? All the gazes in the room went to Su Yuan. A shocked pompous look appeared on his face. Taking 200 million to buy a beast Zune level beast source. This outburst could be said to be trenchant. Zhang Tianlong slammed the table in delight. Is there really someone who has too much money? I'll be damned. Rich, a direct bid of $200 million. Where's this big shot from that hasn't been making a move? And when he does, it's $200 million. It's probably because the price is so low that people don't even bother to bid. Even if this beast source is worth more, buying it back for $200 million is definitely a loss. People have money, maybe tens of millions of dollars or no money at all in their eyes. I'll be damned. It's really trenchant. Su Yuan bid $200 million and no one else followed. The auctioneer repeated it 3 more times before hammering the deal at $200 million. At this moment, Zhang Tianlong's eyes were shining straight up. It couldn't be better for someone to be willing to pay such a high price for this beast source. If I had just sold it at that price, it would only be a small profit, but now it's a big one. Congratulations to the gentleman who won the auction for his treasure. Su Yuan nodded and met the envious and marvelous gazes of the crowd. He stood up and walked to the center of the auction room. At this moment, he was only half a step away from the beast source. The strong power within the beast source seemed to have a sense with his body at this time. Can I pick it up and look at it? Su Yuan lowered his voice and asked. Zhang Tianlong was still immersed in joy. He didn't have the slightest doubt and let Su Yuan look at it as he pleased. Su Yuan ripped the red cloth covering the box, then carefully picked up the box containing the beast source. Coming into close contact with the beast source, Su Yuan felt the power of the force, and this time there was no repulsive reaction. Well, since it's in my hands, there's naturally no reason to take it back. Besides, the thing itself is mine. Su Yuan spoke faintly. Zhang Tianlong, who was on the side, was a bit confused when he heard the words, you shoot it, and it's naturally yours. Why do you say that? Just then, the assistant came rushing in and pressed his mouth to Zhang Tianlong's ear. Mr. Zhang, this person doesn't have enough money. We just didn't swipe out the money. Look at this. At those words, Zhang Tianlong's face suddenly became grave. Not enough money? What's going on here? It's hard not to. How much difference? Zhang Tianlong asked his assistant. Just as the two exchanged words, the Lion King's power within Su Yuan's body on the side began to expand continuously. It wasn't long before he could use this power, so it had to be quick. Well, I'm going to show my cards straight away. Things I want, but money I don't want to pay, Su Yuan said bluntly. As he spoke, he had already taken out the beast source and hid it in the sleeve on his chest. Zhang Tianlong's eyes widened in disbelief when he heard this. He was just now figuring out what the hell was going on. His own auction house had been open for such a long time, and this was the first time he had met someone so arrogant. No money? Kid, you're looking for death, aren't you? I've been doing this for years and I really can't drive without some strength. Zhang Tianlong was infuriated and his chest ached, having thought that he had met a rich gold master. It turned out to be this, taking his lot and not paying for it. Get on me, get him for me. The assistant cum beater behind him was already stupid. When Zhang Tianlong gave the order, he directly transformed into a huge red lizard ferocious beast and rushed directly towards Su Yuan like a sharp arrow. It was a level 19 lizard fierce beast. The strength is quite strong. It's Zhang Tianlong's personal bodyguard. Holy, what the hell is going on here? Nice guy. Straight up not paying. Is he planning to kill someone and get away with it? If Boss Zhang dares to open a black market, he certainly has many experts who can fight under his hands. And it's surprising that there are still people who dare to come and cause trouble. Directly shocked me for 100 years. Who is this person? This is too brave. I guess it's another one who doesn't know what he's doing. Look at that. It's about to die. Su Yuan stood still as a mountain, purple veins popping up on his right arm. The lizard ferocious beast that was speeding towards him slowed down in his eyes at this moment. Finding the right moment, Su Yuan violently swung out a punch. Just one punch. The lizard ferocious beast was directly blown away. He spilled a rain of blood in the air before smashing heavily into the walls surrounding the auction house. It's already dead as a doornail. Green blood directly splattered all over Zhang Tianlong. Zhang Tianlong was so frightened that he sat directly on his butt and trembled. Looking at Su Yuan, who was like a killing god in front of him, his brain instantly went down. One punch killed a level 19 ferocious beast. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Is this human? Zhang Tianlong panicked as he tried to get up and run away. But the two disobedient legs couldn't stand up at all. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth sketched out a playful smile before moving his feet and slowly walking towards Zhang Tianlong. Stop him! Stop him! I've raised you all these years. Protect me! Zhang Tianlong cried. What kind of game is that? He's full of survival now. Right at this moment, four ghost-like black shadows descended in front of Zhang Tianlong. They were the four top fighters that Zhang Tianlong had raised. Every one of them was a level 20 or above powerhouse. Originally patrolling outside, he immediately rushed over when he heard the commotion inside the heaven-grade auction house. Kid, you're done. You're done. Zhang Tianlong pulled on the pants leg of one of the beaters and growled, showing his teeth. Kill him, kill him. I'll reward you heavily. The four fighters didn't figure out what was going on at first. However, when he saw the lizard ferocious beast on the wall that was already dead and couldn't even be buckled down, instant goosebumps grew all over his body. What kind of master is this? He struck so hard. Is he a beast king? It's only how much a month? There's really no need to fight for your life. It's not even a fight. Disappear from my sight within 3 breaths. Or, die. Su Yuan said expressionlessly. At this moment, there was still the last trace of the Berserk Iron Lion King's power left in the body. The 4 beaters were stunned. They immediately transformed and without waiting for Su Yuan to shout 3, they directly slipped away without a trace. They're not stupid either. There's no point in getting killed if you can't beat them. After all, it's all about making a living. The boss eats the meat, and those of them who contribute to the labor are exhausted. Not to mention the soup, and they can't even smell it. Only the dumbfounded Zhang Tianlong was left alone, trembling. Don't you recognize me? Su Yuan walked to Zhang Tianlong's front, looked at Zhang Tianlong who was kneeling on the ground and continuously begging for mercy, and pulled out a lion mask from his coat pocket. This was exactly the mask that Su Yuan had just worn in the life and death arena. Zhang Tianlong immediately understood what was going on, and he knocked his head to the ground, crying and begging for mercy. I'm sorry. You take this beast source. Is it okay to spare me? I'll give you anything you want. Su Yuan rubbed his knuckles and said faintly, it's late. In the next second, a strong force smashed into Zhang Tianlong's head. The latter's head instantly exploded and he died on the spot in an extremely tragic state. Su Yuan didn't have much time to use this power now, so he didn't want to talk too much nonsense. Leave too much time and space for some unnecessary people. Kill if you can. Save yourself the trouble. It was also at this moment that the power of the Lion King within his body was consumed within him. After touching the beast exalted beast source on his body and confirming that it was intact, Su Yuan did not make any stops and decisively chose to leave, leaving thousands of people in the auction house looking at each other with shocked faces. They couldn't believe what their eyes were seeing. Unchanged body one punch killed a level 19 ferocious beast. Even Zhang Tianlong dared to kill. Second morning, Su Yuan, who had returned from the black market, hadn't slept all night. He was sitting upright on the bed, ready to absorb the beast source and break through level 5. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and his mother Yi Linglong's voice from outside. Farther. Hurry up and come out. Someone has come to see you. The voice was mixed with urgency and orders, making Su Yuan a bit overwhelmed for a moment. At this time outside the door, Su Chuanfeng and Yi Linglong's faces were tense. This unexpected visit to the Su family's honored guest was really too much for them to expect. Su Chuanfeng, the hallowed minister, was now tense and numb. Even though Yi Linglong had seen many big scenes, she was also nervous at this moment, because the person who came this time was extraordinary. It was a high-ranking official of the Xia kingdom, Wu Chongcheng, one of the several people with the highest combat power in Xia, the invincible chief. At the age of more than 50 years old, he was already a level 69 powerhouse, a peak beast saint, and a half-step beast emperor. He was dressed in a white military uniform with a gentle face, and at this moment, He was standing outside the door of Su Yuan's room, waiting for Su Yuan to open the door. Su Chuanfeng's heart panicked a batch at this time. Such a big shot to Ha not to say a word? And what the hell is Farrier up to? What's the point of locking the door in the middle of the day? How much longer does he want Chief Wu to wait? Chief Wu, you were my idol when I was a soldier before. You wait a moment, farther he'll be right out. The other side. Capital. Inside a luxury villa. Yi Koma was dressed in red, his back leaning against the red lance that was inserted into the ground, bored and lifeless. Today is the 12th day of her confinement by the Great Wall of Wu. He had just returned to the capital from Jinling and got into trouble, and was placed in half a month's confinement. 3 more days to get out. Old Zhou, our Jinling Beast University has really come out of the woodwork these past 2 years. Look at this. This great national treasure is coming to our school too. I really want to see what's so attractive about this national treasure, but I can't get out because I'm being confined. Yi Koma said to Zhou Yaodong, who was on the other end of the phone, who was talking to himself. Both of you are heavenly pride. With the 2 of you in the Golden Beast University, you'll take off in the future. Zhou Yaodong replied. Yi Koma was interested in this national treasure of a schoolmate that he had never met before. SSS class Fierce Beast awakened. The first in 20 years. She also watched the live stream yesterday and was shocked beyond words. But what Yi Koma did not expect is that this national treasure Tsinghua Beijing University does not choose, but even enroll in the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy. Last year, Ying chose the Jinling Beast University was to avoid that old den of the Great Wall of Wu far away. The capital is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Jinling. The sky is high and the emperor is far away, so Wu Changcheng can't control her. As for why Guobao's schoolmate wanted to go to Jinling Beast University, Ying couldn't figure it out. Yi Koma could be considered the most talented freshman since the founding of the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy. Last year, Yi Koma awakened the SS class Ferocious Beast, and instead of choosing Tsinghua or Jing University, where he was domiciled, he chose Jinling Ferocious Beast Academy, which once caused a national sensation. She had already reached a terrifying level 18 after 1 year at the Golden Beast University, which was better than most of the seniors. You know, you can call yourself a genius if you go to 4 years of college and graduate and get to level 15. She was at the Jinling Beast University, and she had once single-handedly challenged 10 Beast Spirit level seniors by herself in a wheel battle, resulting in a complete victory in all 10 battles. The outside world gave her the nickname, Little Demoness, Perverted Demoness, Lao Zhou. I don't want to be locked up, I want to get out. Ying had just returned to his home in the capital from Jinling half a month ago, and he ended up getting into trouble within a few days. The first night back to the capital, Ying went out to wander. In a narrow alley, bumped into a few hooligans are taking turns to rape a young girl. Later she realized that this is not ordinary hooligans, but the capital of the prestigious and prominent hooligans. One of them was still the Feng family's youngest master, Feng Yuntian. The Feng family was one of the 5 great families in the capital, and was rich as hell with their hands in the Xia kingdom. But when Yi Koma made a move, he never asked about the other party's background. When the quenching divine lance came out, it directly hit a few dudes in half, among which Feng Tianyun was the most miserable. His lower lifeblood was scorched by fire and completely gone. Feng family head was informed of the great anger. The heir has been abolished. This is not good. Use all the forces of the family to investigate thoroughly, and finally found that it is the work of Yi Tassel. Later, the Feng family re-established an heir. Nothing happened to the leaf coma. The chief, Wu Changcheng, strives to protect Ying, and personally intervenes to solve this trouble. Of course, Yi Koma's father had used his own forces. Yi Koma did not receive any retaliation. The only thing that upset her was that Wu Changcheng wanted to lock her up for half a month. This isn't the first time Yi Tassel has gotten into trouble. She has now been incarcerated for 12 days and has 3 days to go before she is released. These days she was on the verge of depression as she reflected daily alone inside the empty villa. Every day, Wu Changcheng would come over to supervise, so Ying didn't dare to slack off yet. If that old deng, the Great Wall of Wu, doesn't come today, I'll have to run away. Pulling out the lance that was inserted into the ground, Yi Koma yawned. She really didn't want to stay here for a second now. Zhou Yaodong on the other end of the phone directly panicked when he heard this. Yi Ying, you still have to listen to Chief Wu. Zhou Yaodong is a common university president, and does not dare to make the decision to let Yi Tassel leave. If Chief Wu blamed it, no one could take the blame. Well, don't you mind. This young lady is in charge of her own affairs. Yi Koma shook his head and said. Suddenly, she glanced at the clock on the eye wall, and a flash of excitement flashed under her eyes. I can't believe that old Deng isn't coming at this hour. In the past, every day at 7 o'clock in the morning, Wu Changcheng would come on time to supervise Ying, but it's now 10 o'clock in the morning and there's still no sign of movement. Yi Koma's desire to sneak out was a bit overwhelming. Is there an emergency, or have you been sent out of the loop? Having been locked up for 12 days already, Yi Ying was getting moldy, and she dreamed of slipping out. Anyway, there are only 3 days left. It doesn't matter if it's closed or not. Hanging up Zhou Yaodong's phone call, without the slightest hesitation, Yi Koma bypassed the villa's surveillance area to the backyard fence. Transform! A resounding beast call rang out in the sky, and the red flame cloud eagle's wings shook violently, instantly breaking free from its bonds and flying straight into the clouds. After 12 days, Yi Ying, who had finally regained her freedom, almost cried out. Cozy up to the air and hover and soar above the clouds without any constraints. She only had one thought right now, and that was to hide far away from the Great Wall of Wu and fly directly to Gusa City. Even if Wu Changcheng found out, he wouldn't be able to catch her in the first place. Also go check out that national treasure of a schoolboy in Guso. Su Yuan hid the beast exalted beast source. At this time, he still didn't know what was happening outside. Opening the door of the room, what appeared in front of him was actually a soldier wearing a white military uniform. The latter looked to be in his early 50s, with white hair and a glowing gaze. Su Yuan froze for a moment. Hadn't he already rejected the military school? After feeling the strength of the other party, Su Yuan was directly shocked. The strength. Soon the Beast Emperor, right? With this kind of strength, he should be one of the strongest people in the Xia Kingdom, at least at the level of an admiral. Su Yuan didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. You're Su Yuan, aren't you? I've been waiting for you for a long time, flying all the way from the capital just to see you. The Tianzhou of Xia. Su Yuan reacted and immediately said that he didn't dare to do so. Harm. It's just luck. Immediately afterward, Wu Changcheng introduced himself. He was a general of the Xia military, or the principal of the Defense Fierce Beast Academy, one of the 8 generals of Xia, and the god of war of Jinghua. Originally, when Wu Changcheng came, he wanted Su Yuan to go to military school and study at the Defense Fierce Beast Academy. Such a genius. If he could join the army to serve his country, it would be a blessing for the Xia Kingdom. Su Yuan is the first SSS-class ferocious beast awakened person in the summer country for 20 years. That is a proper national treasure. This kind of talent is only the most assured when it is handed over to the country. It's the only way to get the most value out of it. Nay, on the way here, Wu Changcheng learned that Su Yuan had already enrolled in the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy, and it was irrevocably changed. Of course he could only respect Su Yuan's own wishes. However, he did intend to take Su Yuan as a personal student. The Great Wall of Wu currently only had one student, Yi Ying, so if he couldn't get Su Yuan to join the military academy, accepting him as a student would be a good choice. I'll be blunt about where I'm coming from today. After Wu Changcheng spoke his intentions, Su Yuan was silent for a while and did not directly refuse. He wasn't particularly interested in becoming a student of the admiral, as he didn't like being tied down. However, on second thought, Su Yuan thought that as long as he could obtain enough resources, it was actually worth it. After all, Wu Changcheng, as the core figure of the Xia State's military department, had been fighting outside the circle for years, and should have quite a lot of resources in his hands to come and talk about the conditions. After all, we are all profit-oriented. He was especially short of Beast Source right now, and only Beast Source would allow him to make constant breakthroughs in strength. That's fine, but I have one condition. Upon hearing this, Wu Changcheng laughed as he told Su Yuan to mention whatever he wanted. Looking at the entire summer country, there is no thing that he, Wu Changcheng, can't do, not to mention one condition. 100 conditions are also possible. Hearing this, Su Yuan didn't have any scruples and spoke directly. I need beast sources. Of course, beast sources of the beast exalted level or above. I wonder, Su Yuan asked tentatively. The other party was an admiral of the Xia Kingdom, and as long as a beast zune, it was obviously a bit petty. When Wu Changcheng heard this, he couldn't help but feel in his heart that this kid was really too dark. As soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted a beast source above the level of beast dignity. That was at least a beast source of the Beast Emperor level, which was not something that was easy to get. Wu Changcheng really did have a peak Beast Emperor's beast source, but this beast source was only obtained after sacrificing a comrade outside the circle, and its preciousness was self-evident. Yi Koma knew that he had a Beast Emperor beast source and begged him bitterly for 2.5 years, but Wu Changcheng didn't even give Yi Koma a look. Right, not afraid of leaf tassel this thief to steal, but afraid of the thief to miss, is not to give that dead girl a glance. As a result, when it came to Su Yuan, he directly asked for it. Boy, that's a lot of old money to be thinking about. After contemplating for a moment, Wu Changcheng agreed to Su Yuan's request. He promised that as long as Su Yuan was willing to follow his studies and join the army to serve his country in the future, he could give Su Yuan a Beast Emperor level beast source. You brat, That's all I have. This is my little home base. It's fine that you're thinking about it. It just so happens that I have a beast emperor beast source that I can give to you. Su Yuan sniffed a little clam port to stay. Worthy of an admiral, I casually asked. So you really have a? You're so generous. You're really going to give it to me? That was a beast emperor level beast source, which was worth a lot of money and could be considered a rare treasure. How difficult it was to kill a beast emperor level ferocious beast. Holding back his excited heart and trembling hands, Su Yuan was overjoyed. Su Yuan's willingness to become a personal student of the Great Wall of Wu was also something Su Chuanfeng and Yi Linglong were willing to see. Being able to have an admiral-level figure as his son's teacher, his son would have a great future in the future, and would definitely be able to become a general-level figure in Xia. Then I'll trouble General Wu more in the future. This son of mine is foolish. You'll have to take care of him in the future. Su Chuanfeng held Wu Changcheng's hand and said with great excitement. Wu Changcheng nodded. With a talent like Su Yuan's, as long as he was willing to learn, under his cultivation, he might become another beast emperor of the Summer Kingdom. You also have a senior sister named Jinling. I'll introduce you two to each other someday. This senior sister of yours, you especially like to get me into trouble on weekdays. You need to get down to earth and never learn from her. Hearing the name Yikoma, Su Yuan somehow had an inexplicably familiar feeling. Seems like I've heard it somewhere. Wait, Zhou Yaodong seems to have said that name as well. Is it the same guy? That dead girl doesn't let people worry about her day in and day out. And now she's been confined by me. And it's the only way she can honestly listen to me is if I confine her. Suddenly, an ear-piercing eagle sound rang out above the duo's heads. Wu Changcheng frowned slightly. Why was this voice so familiar? Is it possible that? Wu Changcheng rushed out to check the situation. And when he saw the familiar soaring eagle in the sky, he quenched a bite into the ground. In his heart, he cursed Ying. This dead girl is really lawless. I just told you that you can only be honest and obedient if you're tightly confined. And here you are smacking me in the face? It's not like I've only been out of the capital for a few hours. What a way to escape. Yikoma followed the location provided by Zhou Yaodong and found the location of Su Yuan's neighborhood. Circling back and forth in the air, a pair of eagle eyes searching for the detailed location. Suddenly, Yikoma saw a familiar figure at the bottom. Is this my eyesight? Seems like I'm seeing the Great Wall Olden? No way. Scare yourself. This is Gusu. That old den has nothing to do to run here? After observing it again, Yikoma's back was shocked out of a cold sweat. It's not Deng. Are you playing with me? Not daring to have the slightest ink delay, Yikoma's wings vibrated and directly turned around and flew. It's really a hell of a thing. What kind of luck is it to run into the Great Wall Olden even here? Yikoma cried to death. If she could have a chance to start over, she would definitely lie properly in the villa and be honestly confined. Damn girl. Still trying to run. Come down here. With a casual wave of his hand, Wu Qingqing's domineering and strong force swept through space, directly hitting the two fluttering wings of the red flame cloud eagle. One blow directly knocked the red flame cloud eagle back to its original form. With this, Yikoma descended vertically directly above 100 years of altitude. Old Den, you're going to drop me. Su Yuan held his forehead, and in an instant the golden armor merged. The body exploded to 100 meters in the air, steadily holding the rapidly falling leaf tassel, and then landing safely on the ground. In the air, Ying hugged Su Yuan and didn't let go of his hand until he landed. Two huge masses of softness pressed on Su Yuan's body, making the latter a little breathless. Yikoma, Su Yuan, please, can you let go of me? Su Yuan coughed lightly and said. Ying opened his eyes and hurriedly let go of Su Yuan's body. Royal armor form. Boy, you are too handsome. Thank you for saving me. My name is Ying. So far. At those words, Ying looked at the teenager in front of him incredulously, his two large eyes flickering. That's too much of a coincidence. That you're Kakubo, right? I'm your schoolmate, eh? What a coincidence. Hearing the words national treasure, Su Yuan's brows frowned slightly. What the hell? National treasure? What a weird name. Calling yourself that? No, she's not that familiar. In fact, sister especially like to be confined. But in order to come over to see you, a time this is not impulsive. Yikoma scratched his head and said in a very awkward manner, which was said to Wu Changcheng. Looking at Yikoma's both innocent and fluky appearance, Su Yuan couldn't help but cry and laugh in his heart. After surveying the young girl's entire body, Su Yuan sighed in his heart. This is indeed a beauty billet. A red dress outlined the body in a concave and convex shape, white and delicate face, cherry mouth, pink and curved nose, a pair of large eyes flickering, can be called absolutely beautiful. With a picture of the tassel, click on the paragraph to see it. What stood out the most was the young girl's full too soft, rocking waves that looked amazing. Boy, how can anyone be that big? Child's face. Compared to that, Something like Zhao Qingya was really ugly. I don't know if it's because I've seen less, or Gusu doesn't have any good-looking ones. Zhao Qingya's kind can be called the school flower. It's really a joke. What do you want? Nothing. As if you're malnourished. Compared to the young girl in front of her, it really was heaven and earth. Hey, have you seen enough? At this moment, Yi Ying and Su Yuan were looking at each other in all directions. Su Yuan unexpectedly swished red and hurriedly twisted his head to dodge. Hey, you can look if you want to. It's nothing. Right at this moment, Yi Ying glanced at Wu Changcheng standing behind Su Yuan and instantly his scalp went numb. She even forgot for a moment that Wu Changcheng was still present. Come on, it might be the end of the line. Wu Changcheng's hands were behind his back, his face as serious and gloomy as water. Those unkind eyes stared at Yi Koma, causing the latter's heart to flutter. Yi Koma, tell us what's going on here. Did I let you out? How dare you leave without permission? What did you promise me before? As Wu Changcheng said, a long and thin rattan cane was in his hand at some point. This was an age-old cane, and Wu Changcheng had been whipping Yi Ying with this cane for as long as she could remember. So as soon as he saw the rattan, both of Yi Ying's legs went soft and reflexively hid behind Su Yuan. She was really scared. That, Kakubo, help me. This will kill someone. Yi Koma hid behind Su Yuan and said in a pleading tone. Watching Wu Changcheng get closer and closer to her, she was scared out of her wits. Wu Changcheng, the old den, hits people with real pain, and it's a real hit, and it's a hard hit. Hearing the title National Treasure again, Su Yuan was still a bit uncomfortable. With a hard clam expression on his face, Su Yuan smiled and said to the Great Wall of Wu in front of him, General Wu, let's forget about today's matter otherwise. For my sake, I don't think the leaf tassels did it on purpose. Did they? Su Yuan poked the leaf tassel behind him. Yi Koma looked at Wu Changcheng with those big innocent and pleading eyes, then said in a resigned manner, yeah, how about next time I get in trouble? The 3 days are added to the lockup? At those words, Wu Changcheng almost didn't die of direct anger. Next time? However, Yi Ying had been hiding behind Su Yuan, which made it really hard for Wu Changcheng to make a move. Yi Ying, this girl is wild, but with Su Yuan protecting him, he can only stop. Both of them were the pride of the Xia Kingdom. Their talents were far ahead of their peers, and there was almost no one comparable in the Xia Kingdom's generation. If it breaks, it's a big loss. Alright, for Su Yuan's sake, I'll spare you this time. If there's a next time, you know what the consequences are. Hearing that he didn't need to be beaten, Yi Ying was relieved and happily hugged Su Yuan directly from behind. The strong forces made the latter gasp for air once again. Those two huge soft masses pressed on Su Yuan's back, and being held with so much force, he almost fainted directly now. Boy, that's some serious intensity. It's at least level 18, and it's really scary as hell. Sister Yi Ying, let go of me. It's killing me. Only then did Yi Koma realize that it had gone too far, and hurriedly loosened her arms around Su Yuan with a face of innocence and embarrassment. Wu Changcheng gave Yi Ying a blank look. Su Yuan was the first SSS-ranked Heavenly Pride in the Summer Kingdom in 20 years. This dead girl really doesn't know how to hit hard. This is your senior brother. He is also my personal student. But he, Su Yuan, is not like you. You'd better not bring him down. You hear me? In the future, the two of you will cut and learn together mainly. You can't get me into trouble. Wu Changcheng said righteously to Yi Ying. Yi Koma, this person nature he knows very well. Looking at the entire summer country, can let Yi Koma fear obedience only Wu Changcheng a person. Even Yi Koma's father, Yi Baojun, who was also a beast saint, couldn't control her. All anticlimactic. Wu Changcheng is really afraid that Yi Ying will bring Su Yuan down. You two are from the same university and are both my students, so you should take care of each other in the future. Yi Ying nodded. It just so happened that she was extremely boring on weekdays, and Su Yuan's appearance could undoubtedly add huge amounts of fun. The goods that I met at the Golden Beast University are just not comparable. That old Wu can rest assured. In the future, I will cover Guobao, from the smallest to the Jinling, to the largest to the whole country. Surely no one will dare to bully him. Su Yuan revealed a hard clam expression. He heard this and felt it for a moment. By the way, Guobao, have you not been to the Golden Beast University yet? Pack your bags tomorrow. Sister will take you for a good stroll. Yi Koma said, thrusting his beast armament quenching holy lance into the ground and leaning lazily on the shaft. Su nodded farther, but for some reason, he always felt that Yi Tassel was a bit unreliable. Looking at the red lance that directly chiseled a pit out of the concrete floor, Su Yuan smiled. So can you change out of your practice clothes tomorrow? And you the gun. Su Yuan simply felt that carrying a long spear with him was not like going to pick someone up, but rather like going to do a fight. At those words, Yi Koma scratched his head. This request has never been made before. Is this too aggressive or what? That's certainly possible. Remember to send me a message before you come tomorrow and I'll pick you up myself. Day 2. Early in the morning Yuan packed his luggage and arrived at the Gusu International Airport early. Gusu is not far from Jinling, but flying is definitely the fastest and most convenient path. Catching the earliest flight, Yuan arrived at Jinling Airport at noon. As soon as he stepped off the plane, Yuan instantly recognized the duo of Wu Changcheng and Ying, who had picked up the plane. In the crowd, the Great Wall of Wu is 2 meters tall, and even after changing into a casual outfit, he is still very recognizable. And as for Yi Koma, Yuan was dumbfounded, only to see that Yi Ying had changed her outfit, and unlike yesterday, she was wearing a pink ultra-short skirt, high heels, a high ponytail, and very delicate makeup, with yesterday's little demon girl who was in a practice outfit, holding a magic gun, and looking like she was ready to do battle with someone at any time. Today, it was a direct burst of change into an innocent good girl, standing in the crowd, attracting a group of people to stop and watch. It's not that she's really listening to advice. At this time, Yi Ying and Wu Changcheng also discovered Yuan, and from a great distance Yi Ying gave Yuan a greeting. Wu Changcheng sighed at the sight. He can say that he watched this dead girl grow up, since childhood. Wind and rain, spring, summer, fall and winter, that are red practice clothes, in Yi Ying's house. Open the closet, which more than 20 pieces of red practice clothes. Usually you wear this one for 2 days, then get another one exactly like it and wear it again, and so on and so forth. Of course, Wu Changcheng had advised Yi Ying to have a knowledgeable look and not to always dress up like she was going to fight with someone. But Yi Tassel was all anticlimactic and had never heard of him. Today, when I saw Yi Ying wearing an innocent short skirt and high heels, and Gabe dressed up as a good boy, Wu Changcheng was dumbfounded. He even seriously doubted that Yi Ying was not possessed by an evil spirit. Ri Lao Yi, come and see. This is your girl. Don't dare to recognize her, right? I can't even recognize it. Wu Changcheng secretly took a video and sent it to Yi Baojun, who was on a mission outside the circle. Yi Koma waved at Yuan, then stepped on her high heels and walked very unsmoothly. Kakubo, over here. In the next second, she didn't walk well and directly broke her foot. Her shoes flew out, knocked straight to the ground. Yuan helplessly lamented a sigh of relief. What is this girl pumping today? At first glance, it looks like it's the first time in her life that she's worn high heels. He went forward and helped Yi Ying up, and in the process smoothed back the young girl's bangs that had been spread out in front of her because she had fallen to the ground. Sister, don't push yourself so hard if you can't wear it. Picked up the leaf tassel and then placed it on a vacant chair in the airport lobby, holding the twisted jade foot with one hand. Yuan briefly checked the injury and found that there was no major problem either. It needs to be squared up a bit though. This was the first time Yi Koma was touched by a member of the opposite sex in such a sensitive area. That little face instantly reddened. Yuan did not look at the burning gaze of the young girl, holding the jade foot that had been injured by the wounds, not waiting for Yi Ying to say the words gently. A direct overhand grip, perfectly squared. Ouch! Yi Koma let out a cry of pain, and then he could feel that his right foot was able to move. Yuan gently massaged gently on top of the wound, and then clapped his hands. The job was done. Yuan put on Yi Ying's shoes, and the latter actually stretched her other foot over. Yuan, what the hell? This foot isn't hurt. Don't toss me. Yuan stood up and helped Yi Ying try to walk 2 steps, and after realizing that there was no problem, he let go of his hand. Hey, Kakubo, my feet still hurt. Why don't you carry me on your back? Yuan didn't even think about it and directly refused. Jinling International Airport is a few dozen kilometers away from the Jinling beast. How dare she think of it? If you can't walk, you can fly. After receiving Yuan safely, Wu Changcheng wanted to send him along to the Jinling Beast University before going back. Who knew that he had temporarily received an order from the capital? Before leaving, Wu Changcheng gave the Beast Emperor level beast source that promised Yuan. Receiving the heavy box, Yuan did his best to press the corners of his mouth that were harder than AK. This was a Beast Emperor level beast source. As long as one was able to absorb it completely, one could easily break through several more levels. I have to say, General Wu is really big. When the two arrived at the Jinling Veterinary University, Principal Zhou Yaodong had already been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Following him were several members of the student council, who had come today to be specifically to greet Yuan. The moment he saw Yi Koma, Zhou Yaodong did not even recognize it was her at first. Strange, just too strange. After rubbing his eyes and looking at it several times, Zhou Yaodong was sure that this innocent and cute-looking girl wearing a pink ultra-short skirt was Yi Ying. Zhou Yaodong froze. The first time he saw Yi Koma playing explosive modification, he was dumbfounded. Some of the students who stopped to watch at the school entrance were also shocked. Who is this? I'm going to be too classy. It's good looking, eh? Wow, it's really stunning. I love it as a female. Our Jinling Beast University? When did we have this big beauty? I haven't seen it before. Wait, you guys? That looks like a little demon girl, right? Ha, you don't have to be kidding. A little demon girl? How could it be her? She doesn't seem to go well with innocent and cute. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really a little demoness. My goodness. It's the first time I've seen her dressed up like this. Explosive change. Before I said that the little demon girl's bottom is much better than those charts of the top schoolgirls, and you guys still don't believe me. It's really that perverted demoness. There's no mistaking it. TSK, absolutely beautiful. At this moment, Xin Shou, who was standing beside Zhou Yaodong, also noticed Ying, and in that instant, he was instantly infatuated. Xin Shou is the president of the Jinling Veterinary Students Association and has been pursuing Ying for a long time. He was counted as gifted, but Yi Koma didn't give a damn about him, and didn't give a single good face. Yi Koma was usually self-conscious with anyone, and Xin Shou was one of the few people she loathed and didn't want to talk to in a word. In the final analysis, it was still because Xin Shou as a person was simply too hypocritical and calculating. Feeling that Xin Shou had been staring at himself, and also the two legs below, Ying felt goosebumps all over her body. Kakubo, do me a favor. Su Yuan sniffed. What favor? Trouble. In the next second, Ying was in front of everyone. She got close to Su Yuan, then wrapped her right arm around Su Yuan's arm, looking very intimate. This scene took the crowd present by surprise. Some of the girls who were keen on gossiping had gathered to talk about it and had already started to kowtow. Anyone with eyes can see the relationship between the two now. Zhou Yaodong was a bit puzzled. He thought about more communication between the two people. It is best if they can cultivate a relationship, and pull back if they don't. But he was never expecting it to be so fast. The one with the most ugly face at this moment was of course Xin Shou, who was grimacing more than eating dog. Of course he knew who this person was that Yi Tassel was straddling. Su Yuan, the SSS-ranked awakened person who had already made a name for himself on TV, was in the limelight. Even if he killed him, he couldn't accept that he had pursued Ying for a year and didn't get half a reply. And in the end, this was the result. Xin Shou couldn't tense up. I guess you're Su Yuan. What a marvelous SSS-ranked awakened person. Everyone treats you like a baby and has arranged a reception for you, so you don't want to be a vase, a centerpiece. As far as I know, a lot of advanced talent awakened people have high-end bluffing talent, but when it really comes to actual combat, they are more useless than anyone else. After a long silence, Xin Shou held back his anger and said in a conspiratorial manner. Xin Shou's words shocked everyone present. How dare he say that SSS-ranked awakened people are fancy vases that don't work, and to say it in front of so many people. How sour does it have to be? Zhou Yaodong instantly flamed up when he heard this. Su Yuan coming to the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy was an honor for the entire school. Today, he had brought Xin Shou and the others to greet Su Yuan. How out of his mind was Xin Shou to say something like that? This was the pride of the Xia Kingdom. How could he allow himself to be humiliated like this? It's in his Chow Yutong face. Xin Shou, shut up. If you speak out of turn again, I'll take a major disciplinary action. Xin Shou was not afraid in the slightest. He crossed his arms and put on an appearance of having nothing to hang on to. He was also a genius himself, belonging to the top few outstanding students of his age, and was also an SS-ranked Ferocious Beast Awakened. Although the Ferocious Beast Awakened was ranked relatively low in the SS rank, the same as a genius, there had always been a sense of pride in his heart that he just wasn't willing to give in. Besides, he has excellent talent grades, and the family behind him is powerful in Jinling, so Zhou Yaodong can't really do anything to him. Headmaster, I'm merely stating the facts objectively. Isn't that a little too biased of you? So partial to this schoolboy. You weren't like this before? Zhou Yaodong was on fire. Looking at Xin Shou's smile, he was so angry that his chest hurt. Xin Shou, this person. Is Zhou Yaodong focus on training students? Not very good for people. Careful eyes and arrogant. However, Zhou Yaodong never expected that he would dare to speak out against Su Yuan today. Relating to Xin Shou's unkind gaze, a trace of doubt flashed across Su Yuan's face. What the hell is going on? He didn't seem to have offended this kid himself, so what kind of epilepsy was he committing? Thinking for a moment, Su Yuan looked towards Ying, who was holding his arm at that moment. A black line flashed across his face. In his heart, he lamented a red face. Then his hand broke free from Yi Ying's arm. Good sister. You really don't treat me as an outsider at all. After sizing up Xin Shou's strength, Su Yuan realized that the other party had already reached level 10 and was still a rare SS-grade talent that should not be underestimated. To have reached this level in a year's time could be called a genius among geniuses. Yo 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 yo. I look forward to this SSS-ranked schoolmate in our Golden Beast University dash. Shinsho's mouth that was sour to the core didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Yuan. Shut the up. Su Yuan let out a cold shout, and the powerful pressure caused Shinsho to close his mouth directly in fear. Even the surrounding crowd that was chattering and talking immediately quieted down. It was an unquestionable instruction that sent a chill down everyone's spine. You still don't deserve to point at me. Su Yuan's pupils directly changed from circular to vertical, and a hostile aura emanated from them. The moment Shinsho met his eyes, he was scared out of his wits and lowered his head in a panic. Before even making a move, just a single look shocked everyone present. Shinsho didn't dare to be reckless. He tried to speak, but it was as if an invisible force was choking his throat, preventing him from making any sound. Su Yuan didn't really like it when people yacked and snarled in his presence. If you've had enough of the mouth, then you'll have to let me have my hands. A level 10 SS-ranked sewer fierce beast. Su Yuan was not the slightest bit wimpy right now. Last night he had broken through to level 5 and had managed to unlock 2 of the Pale Yellowing Long's pure combat skills. The Pale Yellowing Long is not a blue star creature, and his horrible talent allows him to unlock Vaulted Sky Tour at level 2 and Pale Yellow Dragon Lead at level 3. If he really fought, even if he didn't use the Lion King's power, he had the confidence to hammer this clown. With strength in his hands, he wasn't too keen on being modest and low-key. Waiting for this kind of jumping clown dog to bark enough before striking is not his style of behavior. What he has to do is to squeeze the dog's neck to shut it up as soon as such a dog barks, and pay for what he said. What? Do you have anything else to say? After a long time, Su Yuan faintly opened his mouth and asked. What he didn't expect was that Shinsho didn't dare to breathe a single breath right now, let alone challenge Su Yuan. This was a bit unexpected for Su Yuan. The gazes of all the people around him were directed at Shinsho, whose face was red with embarrassment, and at this moment, he wanted to dig a hole to get into. Shinsho chose to leave in disgrace, taking a few of his student council minions with him. On the way back to the dormitory, a few of the juniors felt suffocated for Shinsho. Chairman, that kid was so arrogant just now. You can even tolerate this? Yeah, this freshman is really wild, doesn't know the heights of heaven at all. Shinsho could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and exploded. As the man of the hour at the Jinling Beast University, he was also the president of the student union, who wouldn't treat him with respect on a regular basis. As a result, today, he was screwed over by a freshman who was so wild that he couldn't stand it, making him lose his adult in front of the principal and Yikoma. Su Yuan right. Mard, wait for me. I am the student council president. In school, I am the school rules and regulations. As long as you go to school in Jinling Beast University, you see if I get you killed. Sooner or later, I'll let you pretend. As he said this, Shinsho even purposely twisted his head to see if anyone was following behind him, confirming that the other party couldn't hear him. He dared to put his voice down. No matter what, he had made a note of Su Yuan in his heart. The other side. After dealing with a small episode, Zhou Yaodong didn't dare to have the slightest delay and took Su Yuan for a stroll around the Jinling Beast University. The Jinling Fierce Beast Academy covered an area of more than 10,000 acres and had 3 campuses. The campus where Su Yuan and Yiying were located was the main campus. The main campus is well equipped with a wide range of modern facilities, and the campus has a beautiful view of a river that wheezes and flows all year round. In his previous life, Su Yuan was an ordinary second-born graduate of the social animal. Jinling, such a city of prestigious universities is not even dare to dream of. Taking Su Yuan for a stroll, he took in all the places he could see in the school. Zhou Yaodong arranged for Yiying to take Su Yuan around and give the two a chance to spend time alone. National treasure. This place is nothing less than the capital. The campus is huge, so stay close or you'll easily get lost. Yi Como walked in front. At this time she changed into a pair of small white shoes. Her footsteps were light, and her knitted brows attracted crowds of onlookers. At this time, Su Yuan saw that there was a long line under the laboratory building in the distance. A Beast King-ranked tutor held a loudspeaker and shouted to the crowded students behind him. The SSS-grade secret land will be open soon. This is our Golden Beast's big independent secret land. A good chance to break through and upgrade. Spaces are limited, so come on out and sign up for the draft. The loudspeaker could be heard by almost the entire school district. Su Yuan had a satisfied smile on his face. SSS class secret land. Wasn't that what he came to Jinling Beast University for? Kakubo. Want to go check it out? It's all juniors and seniors signing up. And even though I'm a sophomore, I'm fully eligible for tryouts. If you can't attend, it's okay to accompany me. After saying that, Yiying squeezed Su Yuan's hand and pulled Su Yuan to enroll. To enroll, students just need to fill in their grade level as well as their talent. As for whether or not they could gain access to the SSS-grade secret land, It depended on whether or not they could win in the selection. Sonia, Junior, Grade 12, S-Class Talent. Sang Yuning, Senior, 13th Grade, A-Level Talent. Sun Chenghua, Junior, Grade 12, B-Grade Talent. Wu Jiangyu, Senior, 13th Grade, A-Grade Talent. Nie Jiuzhong couldn't help but frown as he looked at the information of the students who had enrolled. Now the student population of the Golden Beast University is much worse than before. How some of the senior year, not even 15 levels. This is still the top student among all ages. Dozens of people were recorded in a row, all juniors and seniors, not a single sophomore. Freshman students are not currently enrolled in school, not to mention, this sophomore is a year in. It's impossible to not have even one student who has an idea about the trial. What will happen to the Golden Beast in the future? Qin Shou, Sophomore, Level 10, SS-grade Talent. When Qin Shou, who was at the front of the line, filled in his enrollment information, the crowd in the room was shocked. Just read for a year and straight away he's Level 10, or an SS-ranked gifted awakener. It's simply horrible as hell. Some of the students whose senior year is just 12th grade are covering their faces at this point with intense low self-esteem. This is called genius. Although together in the Golden Beast University, but also divided into 3, 6, 9 grades. Feeling the envious gazes cast by the crowd, Qin Shou's mouth couldn't be suppressed. There was no way around it. He was the one-in-a-million genius that others could only envy. Having just been deflated and ready to go back, Qin Shou had also noticed the Secret Land's selection registration. He, who had always liked to be competitive, naturally could not miss this opportunity. That was awesome. Classmate, with this talent level of yours, it won't be a problem for you to graduate and impact to level 20 in the future. Nie Jiuzhong's face eased slightly. The sudden appearance of Qin Shou surprised him and he couldn't help but praise him. The few students lined up behind Qin Shou had average grade talent. It was soon Su Yuan and Yi Ying's turn. The leaf tassel is in front. Sophomore, 18th grade, SS level talent. Yi Koma reported his rank talent. The Niejiu heavyweight in charge of recording was instantly dumbfounded. What? Level 18 as a sophomore? Or SS level talent? He looked incredulously at the young girl in front of him, shock written all over his face. Are all sophomores this sick? It's straight up level 18 in sophomore year, which is even more anticlimactic than that level 10 you just had. Nie Jiuzhong's hands were shivering, his heart turning over in shock. The juniors and seniors on the side saw the situation and broke their defenses. They were still inferior when level 10 just appeared, and now there was a level 18. Their hearts were already dead. Holy, this is too perverted, isn't it? Level 18. This is sophomore year? I studied for 3 years and ended up at grade 12. She's at grade 18 in 1 year. This seems to be that little demoness from sophomore year. Perverted to the core. People are more angry than people. No life for us students. Behind Yi Ying was Su Yuan. Su Yuan stepped forward and didn't rush to report his rank talent, but asked first, I'm only level 5. Can I sign up for the draft? Su Yuan inquired. During the 3 days of successful awakening, his level increased like drinking water. He's already at level 5 when most freshmen are still at level 1. When Nie Jiuzhong heard this, the corners of his mouth shivered and he looked at the little cutie with an S eyes at the teenager in front of him. What the hell? Level 5? Doesn't this even read the enrollment instructions? You have to be at least a 10th grader and ranked in the 10th percentile of your grade to enroll. What kind of cowboys and horses come to sign up for 3 or 4 years at the Golden Beast before their 5th grade? The students lined up around them tensed up for a moment. Holy, laughing my ass off. Where did this clown come from? Level 5 to sign up? Dude, you don't want to be ashamed of yourself. After 3 or 4 years of college you're only at grade 5. You've been studying in a dog's stomach for the past few years? It's not that I'm hitting you, brother. People don't even want you to enter the factory after you graduate from this level 5. Don't waste everyone's time here. There are so many people behind us. Level 5 is not worthy. Level 5 and you still dare to come to the selection. Aren't you even afraid that you'll be beaten to death when the time comes? Nie Jiuzhong was very speechless and decided that the teenager in front of him had come over to cause trouble. The selection duel to enter the secret land was extremely cruel, so the enrollment qualifications were stuck to death, and it was impossible to release them without level 10. Level 5 will be alive by the time you go to fight a bunch of level 10 plus students. That, level 5 won't work, huh? Don't you delay everyone, there are so many people waiting in line behind you. Standing on the side, Yi Ying felt very speechless. She was tempted to argue on Su Yuan's behalf, but before she could speak, Su Yuan spoke first. Su Yuan, freshman, level 5, SSS talent. Nie Jiuzhong froze at his words. He carefully recalled what Su Yuan said in his head. What the hell? SSS level talent. You leave me here to blow it. Freshman year? Now the freshmen have not yet enrolled. The entire Jinling Beast University were to freshmen. Also said that he is level 5. Freshman students unified awakening only 3 days. You are level 5. You eat rockets. Just as he was about to directly kick people out, Nie Jiuzhong suddenly noticed that there was a hint of something wrong. Looking at the familiar face of the teenager, and the name, Nie Jiuzhong remembered. This seems to be the one 3 days ago. That SSS student who announced that he had joined the Golden Beast University in a live broadcast all over the internet. The first genius of the summer country in 20 years. Was also called Su Yuan. It's hard not to. Nie Jiuzhong's brain instantly went down. And at this moment, he was even more shocked than if he had just met the level 18 Yi Tassel. What? Freshman year to come to the selection showdown. People are afraid to go sophomore year. Daring to sign up for a duel before even enrolling in school was something that had never happened in the history of the Golden Beast University. Most of the freshmen just enrolled in the school were at level 1, with the most talented ones able to rise to level 2. It is impossible for a student of this rank to participate in the selection duel with the seniors. Su Yuan's enrollment caused Nie Jiuzhong's ceiling to go up. You are Su Yuan. This, fruit of the loom. Nie Jiuzhong couldn't speak well now. All he could feel now was his face snapping and hurting. This was a proud son of heaven that the principal regarded as a treasure. It was not something that Nie Jiuzhong, an ordinary tutor, could even talk about. Those students who had just spoken out in mockery. At this moment, each and every one of them closed their mouths and were silenced. Let them think their heads through. They could not imagine that the Su Yuan in front of them was only a freshman and had just awakened only 3 days ago. It's already level 5. That's just not human, is it? It's going to be even sicker than the little demon girl. Holy, I take back what I just said. This dude is awesome. Sure you're not blowing it off? In the past, the best freshman student was only level 2. Level 5 is unlikely. Surprisingly, it's an SSS-grade talent awakened person. This is too heaven-defying. Is a student with this kind of talent worthy of watching a cowhorse like me? I've had a really fulfilling time filling my days on Earth. There's no comparison. I've been in school for almost 4 years and I'm only in 11th grade. I still can't quite believe he's level 5. Let alone the Golden Beast University. It's unheard of in the whole world. The foreign world record seems to be only 3 levels. Listen to the chittering and questioning around you. Su Yuan didn't hesitate for a second. Gently stretching out his palm, a strong to extreme golden energy wave exploded violently with him as the center of the circle and a radius of 5 meters around him. This burst of powerful force caused some of the female students with weak bodies to directly take several steps back. This aura is indeed a level 5. And it's a level 5 pinnacle. Can't go wrong. Nie Jiuzhong stood up violently, a dense cold sweat showing on his forehead. He sucked in a breath of cool air, his back chilled, and his pupils plummeted to pinholes. He's been a mentor for over a decade. This is the first time I've met a student with SSS level talent. It was also the first time he had met a student who dared to participate in the selection of the secret land as a freshman. What he didn't expect was that the other party had already broken through to level 5. It was truly unheard of and unseen. It is horrible to the core. Yi Ying, who was beside Su Yuan, was also shocked beyond words. She looked at the national treasure beside her, her lips trembling uncontrollably, her eyes full of incredulity. Boy, how many secrets does this national treasure have? It was important to know that back then, Yi Tassel's awakening for 3 days was only at level 2. Level 5. Unless one is crazy enough to think about it. Am I now eligible to participate in the selection process? Su Yuan's face was expressionless as he continued to ask. Nie Jiuzhong's legs were now straight up weak. He didn't dare to authorize Su Yuan to participate because he wasn't sure of the other party's true strength. This was the #1 heavenly pride of the Summer Kingdom for 20 years. And if there was a slip-up in the middle of the duel, no one would be able to bear the responsibility. Nie Jiuzhong shook his head helplessly. Student Su Yuan, although you're already level 5, there's still a gap between you and the level 10 seniors. I dare not trespass. Nie Jiuzhong scratched his head awkwardly. The minimum to participate in the selection level had to be level 10. A level 5 player, even if he was more talented, couldn't possibly beat a level 10. The suppression of rank was extremely terrifying, and it wasn't something you could just pass over with talent. You can learn your first skill when you reach level 10, and you can learn one more skill for each subsequent level 10. There can be a world of difference between having skills and not having skills, no matter what the circumstances. Level 5 is no match for level 10. You're really good, but you still don't qualify for enrollment. Nie Jiuzhong smiled. How are you? Sure that I can't beat level 10? Su Yuan stepped forward and asked. The smile on Nie Jiuzhong's face froze. Do you need to be sure? Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't beat it. Su Yuan was clear that in order to break this stereotype, one had to rely on convincing strength. Since you don't believe me, I'll let strength prove it and make you believe. Then I'll prove it to you. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he turned around and walked directly in front of Qin Shou. Qin Shou had been watching the fun from the sidelines, and when he learned of Su Yuan's rank, he was also too shocked to speak. Come on, Joker, didn't you just scream really loud at the school gate, calling me a fancy vase? Now I'll give you a chance to fight me, dead or alive. Do you dare? Su Yuan clasped his hands on his chest and said to the shocked Qin Shou. Qin Shou was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Fight me? P.S. Brothers, behind the shelves will be charged. Certainly to lose a lot of readers, which I know in my heart. This book first QQ read, $8 to open a member to read for free. Or you can subscribe. In QQ reading and starting point a chapter of 10 cents. The back of all the subscription is more than $2. To my hands more than $1. But also full $200 to withdraw cash. QQ reading is the full attendance threshold is $1,000 or more for subscribing members to be able to send full attendance. So there is not even a minimum guarantee at the moment. It was kind of my first attempt at writing a book, and I was only writing for several hours a day and earning about $10. The book catch-up was okay. It was the lack of any recommendations on the station. Because of the book's bad pre-book data, it didn't pass the first round of trials, and didn't go straight to the second round of trials. 0 recommendations, bare bones shelving, single-digit collections every day, and basically no traffic at all on the site. Later placed in the short video platform. The effect is not bad. Some of the video hundreds of thousands of playback. Only a little readers each day. Only a little collection. But a day is more than a dozen revenue. I hope you'll support it. Or just quit if you're not looking forward to the later episodes. This on-shelf testimonials is my book written to 100,000 words to make up for the current revenue is dismal. I hope that you have more support. Motivation to continue to write. Hearing that Su Yuan wanted to challenge himself, Qin Shou stared incredulously. What the hell? Qin Shou was now level 10. And he was also a SS-ranked fierce beast awakened. Much stronger than an average level 10. Although Su Yuan was exceptionally gifted. Level 5 going to fight a level 10 was purely looking for death. The gap between the two is simply not something that can be crossed by talent. Not to mention, reaching level 10 would allow you to practice the first skill of a ferocious beast. And there was a world of difference between having a skill and not having one. A single skill from a level 10 ferocious beast could gently kill a bunch of level 5s in seconds. Su Yuan, are you crazy? Who gave you that confidence? Ha 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 ha. After freezing for a long time, Qin Shou reacted. This was a good thing. A heavenly good thing. Just thought about how to report the recovery far. Did not think that this kid directly sends his own door to death. Fighting against himself. He, Su Yuan, would never be able to win. I promise. Ha ha ha, you're not allowed to back out. Rubbing his knuckles together with a crunching sound, Qin Shou was now filled with strength all over his body. Even if he was no longer unimpressive, he was still an SS-ranked fierce beast awakened, and it was still easy to abuse a rank 5. All the people around them were stunned. Su Yuan was actually going to challenge a level 10 awakened. The one who was most anxious was of course Niezhozhong, who really didn't want to take any responsibility. If Xia's heavenly pride went wrong with him, his career would come to an end. Su Yuan, why don't you just forget about it? You can't possibly be Qin Shou's opponent. The disparity between your two ranks is too great. You two can wait until a year from now if you want to duel. Su Yuan shook his head and placed his index finger above his lips. He was not a cocky person and would not challenge without absolute certainty. Each of the surrounding students looked at each other in disbelief. Even though they lamented Su Yuan's powerful talent, it was a bit unrealistic for a level 5 to dare to challenge a level 10. One must know that Su Yuan was not the only one who was a genius. Qin Shou was also a heavenly pride amongst the 10,000. Holy, Su Yuan is crazy. He even took the initiative to challenge Qin Shou. Does he not have any position on himself? This is too pretentious. There is a difference of countless heavens and earths between level 5 and level 10. How could he possibly be Qin Shou's opponent? Level 5 has a hope of winning against a level 6 or 7 who is not as talented as he is. But against a level 10, there's only a dead end. Level 10 is the wind in Water Ridge. This kid just awakened. He can't be ignorant. Offering to fight. What are you pretending to be? Lottie? Even though you're an SSS ranked awakened person, you can't be so pretentious. Ignoring the rank and daring to challenge a rank 10. Why don't you go fight a rank 100? I finally know why geniuses always die easily. It's that one of them likes to pretend that they can't get it right and get killed. Soon, the crowd of onlookers grew. They all wanted to see a good show. And one by one, they exchanged words and talked. Most people had never seen the scene of an SSS rank awakened person striking out. And when they heard that a duel was going to take place, they came over. Everyone's jaws dropped when they learned that one was level 5 and the one he was challenging was actually a level 10 awakened. because the academy had long had a rule that students could duel on their own, but below level 10. The level difference between the two dueling parties could not be more than 2 levels, and the talent could not be more than 2 large segments. At a watershed realm level like level 10, abusing an awakened below level 10 was as easy as a professional boxer beating up an elementary school student. In the final analysis, it was because level 10 was a stage of disembodiment since the awakening of the awakened. Level 10 also allows you to practice your first skill, raising your strength more than several times from level 9 to level 10. Ha ha ha, when are you going to fight? Don't go back on your word. It's a deal. Backtracking is not valid. Shinsho couldn't help but jia laughed. That was getting more and more excited the more he thought about it. He had just been humiliated by Su Yuan, and now he was going to retaliate back 1,000 times over. Since you, Su Yuan, are looking for death, I will fulfill you. As long as you do it, then you are bound to die without hesitation. Su Yuan, let me agree, but I have another condition. That is, if you want to fight, fight to the death, dead or alive. I don't want to be held responsible if I'm killed when the time comes that I'm not as skilled as I should be. But don't think that your life is precious because you're an SSS ranked awakened. Who made you ask for your own death? Su Yuan nodded, indicating that there was no problem. At this moment, within the principal's office of the Golden Fierce Beast Academy, when Zhou Yaodong learned that the two people, Su Yuan and Shinsho, were in a sword fight and wanted to duel, he jumped straight up in a hurry. He pounded the table, mentally cursing Shinsho. Why does this guy like to target Su Yuan so much? If anything happens to Su Yuan, then he, the principal, will be held responsible. Besides, Su Yuan had only just succeeded in awakening, so how could he be a match for Shinsho? He didn't dare to have the slightest delay and rushed to the scene at fire speed. And when he saw the two of them, Su Yuan and Shinsho, confronting each other, he directly inserted himself in the middle of the two. Shinsho, you're a real beast. You're a level 10 awakened to challenge a level 5 schoolmate. Are you not ashamed? You really think I'm afraid to give you a disciplinary action, don't you? Zhou Yaodong was furious. Su Yuan was the national treasure of the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy and could not afford to have any slip-ups. Seeing this, Su Yuan hurriedly explained the cause clearly. When Zhou Yaodong learned that this time, it was actually Su Yuan who took the initiative to challenge Shinsho, his mouth grew wide with incredulity. What? Not Su Yuan, what the hell is this kid pumped up about? Taking the initiative to challenge a level 10? Really, no kidding. A duel is not a trivial matter. If you don't get it right, someone can really get killed. At this time, Nie Zhouzhong stood out and gave Zhou Yaodong a clear explanation of what happened. And only then did Zhou Yaodong understand what was going on. But no matter what, there was no way he would agree to a duel between Su Yuan and Shinsho. Su Yuan, don't be silly. How could you possibly be Shinsho's opponent? The rank difference between the two of you is just too great for me to agree. Su Yuan did not pay attention to Zhou Yaodong, turning a deaf ear to what he said, and walked straight to Shinsho. Shinsho licked his lips. At this moment, his body was trembling with excitement. Thinking of the hold he had just suffered at Su Yuan's place, he harbored an anger in his heart. Now that Su Yuan was begging for death on his own, it really couldn't be better. He was not prepared to retain his strength once he struck, and in a life and death fight, he was bound to completely kill the other party. Transform. Purgatory three-headed bear. Ho ho ho. Accompanied by a deafening hiss, Shinsho did not hesitate and chose to directly transform. The crowd of onlookers raised their hands to cover their eyes as a blinding red light lit up. After the red light dissipated, only a huge black bear beast with a body as big as a small mountain, covered in red lava, more than 30 meters tall and with 3 heads appeared in front of everyone. The three-headed bear of hell hissed angrily, and even the air went wild. The aura of a SS-class ferocious beast was on display. His huge body made even the distant school building look tiny in comparison. Such a terrifying size caused cold sweat to break out on the backs of all the students present. The three-headed bear of hell was like a troll that crawled out of purgatory, using a pair of huge bear eyes to scan the students underneath who were like ants. That's right, the higher the talent, the stronger the innate combat power as well as all the attributes would be, which was most intuitively reflected in the body of the ferocious beast. Shinsho's strength is unexpectedly so strong. What a big ferocious beast. Will he trample the school building with 1 foot? It's so scary. SS-class awakened people are really powerful. For the first time I perceived the gap in talents so clearly. People are not only SS-class ferocious beasts, and have now reached level 10. Proper geniuses. I just want to ask Su Yuan what he takes to fight. Is it hard to fight from that end? Fighting such a behemoth at only level 5. Is Su Yuan out of his mind? Holy, this is horrible. This is still a chicken fight. I've heard that Shinsho has learned a skill called Fiery Flame Shattering Claws, which is unrivaled in a full strike. Chinsho's target was particularly clear, and that was Su Yuan, who was as small as a mole cricket at this moment underneath. At this moment, Su Yuan stood straight in place and did not transform for a moment. Principal Zhou Yaodong rushed to the three-headed bear of hell at this moment, ordering Chinsho to hurry and stop. But Chinsho didn't give a damn about Zhou Yaodong. Today it was Su Yuan who asked for his own death. Now that the fight has started, how can he let the principal help him beg for forgiveness? Su Yuan will die today. No one can stop him. Kid, are you still a shrinking turtle? Hurry up and transform to fight with me. Don't be a grunt. Su Yuan didn't even raise his head to look squarely at the behemoth in front of him at this time. His physique was languid, and he replied indifferently, I'll give you a chance to make a move. Come on. As for the transformation, it's not needed until I make a formal move. These words instantly angered the three-headed bear of hell. 3 bear heads with 6 eyes emitting an extremely vicious killing aura hissed violently, clearly enraged. He knew the power of Su Yuan's SSS-level ferocious beast, but he never thought that this arrogant kid would actually not change his body now. Isn't that just standing still and waiting to die? Also loaded a big pen and said make yourself a move. Ask Su Yuan's fleshly body was made of some kind of bronze wall. The defense and strength of the human form differed from the ferocious beast form 1,000 times over. Otherwise, why would humans shed their human bodies and turn into ferocious beasts? However, the three-headed bear of hell didn't think too much about it. Since the other party was sincere in sending him to his death, then he could only be a good man. The three-headed bear of hell had been completely angered. Although Su Yuan was only in human form at this time, but upholding the principle of not taking advantage of a bargain, he was about to make a surefire strike. Don't you like to pretend that you won't get out of shape and let me make a move? Then I'll make my first move a killing move. A move that will determine life and death. Fine. Ha 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 ha. Then I'm going to make a move. I'd like to see what you're capable of resisting one of my moves. Ho ho ho. With a hiss, 6 blood-red rays of light instantly erupted from the eyes of those 3 bear heads, and at the same time, the height of the three-headed bear of hell skyrocketed by another dozen meters. The 2 3-meter large bear claws were flashing with a blood-red light at this moment, and it was obvious that he was going to use a beast technique. The huge body of the three-headed bear of hell was like a cannonball, catapulted above 100 meters in the air, and then smashed down like a meteor. The crowd at the bottom were dumbfounded at the sight, dodging and dodging in order not to be affected. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Chinsho was being pissed off. He was a vindictive, narrow-minded, and competitive person who had already seriously injured 7 or 8 opponents and even killed a student alive after a year of studying at the Jinling Fierce Beast Academy. The students who had already dispersed and retreated in all directions were all staring at each other with unrivaled astonishment appearing on their faces. It's not that he's crazy, coming up here and directly using such a strong beast technique. Chinsho is not going to reserve his strength at all. This strike is definitely using 10% of his strength. What a strong aura. There was a level 13S student who dueled with Chinsho before and was hit by this move, directly killing him in seconds. Not Su Yuan is still standing still. What are you doing? Transforming? Does he really want to send himself to death? It should be scared silly. It's really pathetic. Maybe the SSS class Heavenly Pride will die under the bear's claws today. Serves him right for dying. Who made him act so pretentious and take the initiative to challenge? The three-headed bear of hell fell sharply from the air, and the 2 huge bear claws that were enough to tear apart heaven and earth slapped straight at Su Yuan, who had not the slightest defense underneath. At this moment, Su Yuan finally lifted his eyes to look at the huge object falling in the air, then moved his wrist. Song Huang Yinglong, level 3 can awaken 2 skills, vaulted sky swimming and Song Huang Longyin, a level 10 ferocious beasts, naturally not afraid. However, the flame-shattering claws, due to the level difference between the two, could not yet transform into the pale yellowing dragon to fight hard. So, first you trick your beast skills. After that it's a no-holds-barred abuse. At the moment when that huge bear claw slapped at Su Yuan, the latter unhurriedly stretched out his 5 fingers, and a condensed red lion's paw was instantly formed. The red lion's paw collided with the hellish 3-headed bear that descended from the sky, and instantly a burst of extremely strong power erupted. Some students who were less than level 10 were directly shaken several meters away. After the smoke cleared, only Su Yuan was still standing still as a mountain, with just a little more dust on his body. As for Chinsho, all the power of his flaming sky-shattering claw was actually all dissolved by that red palm chi in an instant. The 3-headed bear of hell was directly shaken out dozens of meters away, and then fell heavily on the ground, directly smashing a huge deep pit into the ground. Deafening explosions resounded in everyone's ears. A mouthful of black blood protruded from the mouth of the 3-headed bears of hell, and with great difficulty, they climbed out of the deep pit, their eyes filled with shock. How is it possible? I didn't see this kid make a move just now. Where did this strong force come from? when he saw that Su Yuan was still standing in place unharmed, and even moved his position by the slightest bit, the three-headed bears of hell panicked. What kind of monster is this? Without changing his body to resist the full force of his beast technique, he was unharmed, and he fell half disabled. Naya, what a joke. Retracting the power of the Mad Iron Lion King, Su Yuan rubbed his knuckles and patted the dust that stained his clothes. I've already let you have one move. Have you fought enough? After using the beast technique, now that would be my turn to have a good time. I just gave you a chance, and you didn't hit it, and you didn't kill me. Now, it's my turn to make a move. Su Yuan smiled and said to Qinshu. In the next second, the golden light instantly engulfed his entire body, and when the golden light dispersed, Su Yuan's entire body was covered in golden armor. Majestic. The Tsang Huang Yinglong transformed into armor and was now attached to Su Yuan's body. Feeling the overbearing power that swept through his body, Su Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and moved his wrist in the process. The entire surrounding area was dumbfounded. They foolishly looked at Su Yuan in front of them, and the bottom of every one of their eyes was shocked. What did they just see? The human form blocked the full force of the hell's three-headed bear's strike directly with one hand and was unharmed. On the contrary, the three-headed bear from hell flew straight out. The crowd couldn't believe what their eyes were seeing. It was unbelievable. One must know that the flame-shattering claw had killed a level 13 powerhouse in a single strike. Su Yuan was nothing but a level 5, and he even directly blocked it with one hand. At this moment, everyone realized that Su Yuan was by no means simple, and it was not certain who would lose or win this time. Crazy. A hand casually blocking the full force of a rank 10 ferocious beast. I'm sure I'm not seeing things. Am I? Is this a ING human? Is an SSS rank awakened person beyond my cognitive range? This is too much of a perversion. Holy, directly catching it with my hand. The key is unharmed. But the three-headed bear from hell is miserable. I take back what I just said. This kid is just too perverted. Zhou Yaodong's tightly wrinkled brow slightly stretched. Just saw Su Yuan did not change his body to harden the three-headed bear of hell. He felt in that moment that his career was over. If anything happens to the SSS level awakened person, he cannot be a university president, and directly quit the line of civil servants. Seeing Su Yuan unharmed, he was both excited and nervous. Good, worthy of being the first SSS awakened person in the Summer Kingdom in 20 years. Really strong and always beyond one's expectations. Just had a good fight. Joker, now it's my turn to make a move. With his golden armor attached, Su Yuan stepped on the void with his feet and directly shot out in an explosive manner like a cannonball. Before the three-headed bear of hell could react, he only saw the golden figure whack him directly on top of his femur. With a muffled grunt, the three-headed bear of hell felt the organs within his body whack off as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His huge bear claws violently grabbed at the golden figure, but the speed of the figure whose feet stepped on the void and could not be captured was just too fast, and it was all just an exercise in futility. Damn. The advantage of the Imperial armor form's ease and flexibility was being utilized to the fullest at this point. The three-headed bear of hell didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and it immediately gathered demonic power all over its body as a defense. He himself was a main defense ferocious beast, and his innate defense value was several times stronger than the average ferocious beast. The red demonic power transformed and condensed into a layer of sturdy and incomparable armor without the slightest break. Kid, you're only level 5. You can't break through my defense. Qinshu let out a smug laugh. At this moment, the demonic power in his body was gradually recovering. The purple palm chi just now did deplete a lot of his demonic power, but it didn't matter. The flaming three-headed bear was born with excellent defense and was able to quickly recover his demonic power. It wouldn't take long for him to regain the state he had just been in, and then it would be Su Yuan's time to die. Su Yuan was only level 5, and it was impossible to break through his defense while he was recovering his demonic power. You wait for me to die. The successive flying attacks hit the hell triple-headed bear's armor, and Su Yuan found that it indeed did not cause much damage to it. With a sigh of emotion of really thick skin, Su Yuan rubbed his wrist and began to get into the state. What armor, but just a living target for anyone to hit. Well, if you're playing like that, then I'm excited. Beast, do you think you're the only one who can use beast techniques? At those words, both of Qinshu's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. In the next second, a huge ferocious beast totem suddenly appeared behind Su Yuan. It was a 5-clawed true dragon with a body like a qilin and covered in gold. Qinshu was dumbfounded. For some reason, he felt a pang of discomfort. A strong to the extreme began to gather towards Su Yuan's body. The entire surrounding area was dumbfounded, sensing that it was all wrong and choosing to retreat. So Yuan, what the hell is he doing? I'm afraid, I still underestimated Su Yuan. He has far more cards than I thought. Zhou Yaodong sucked in a mouthful of cool air, unable to help but turn his heart upside down in shock. Is Su Yuan about to unleash a beast technique? How is that possible? This is against the common sense of Blue Star. All ferocious beasts have to get level 10 to learn the first beast skills. He's only level 5, and he's about to unleash a beast technique? Zhou Yaodong was completely dumbfounded. It was beyond his cognizance. But what else could this such a powerful aura be, if not the release of a beast technique? In the 5-clawed golden dragon totem, 100-meter tall pale yellow Yinglong circled out from it, but in the form of a terrifying energy body. The huge pale yellow Yinglong flew straight up into the sky and circled in the air, and above the heads of the crowd. The originally white clouds and blue sky was directly dyed a golden color. Above the heads of the crowd, the sky had disappeared and was replaced by a golden chaos, and golden lightning could be vaguely seen rumbling. This Nima is another heaven and earth anomaly. It's too terrifying. A golden sky. That's the first time I've seen it in my life. How come the fight triggered another heaven and earth anomaly? Make sure you're not kidding. I've heard that the awakening of a ferocious beast has a heaven and earth phenomenon. What's this about? Releasing a beast technique that comes with it? Senior Su Yuan, don't be too outrageous, or else just point it out. I'm a bit afraid of death. He's level 5. Where did he get the beast skill? Isn't it only learned at level 10? At this moment, Yi Koma's face was grave as he looked at Su Yuan in the air, his heart shaken. Holy crap! Worthy of being an SSS-ranked awakened person, he really lived up to the fact that he called him a national treasure. From the moment Su Yuan chose to challenge Qin Shou, Ying believed that Su Yuan would win because she knew Su Yuan. National treasures are still really unexpected. In the air, Su Yuan raised a finger, and the golden sky above his head instantly became agitated, as if 10,000 explosive thunderclaps sounded at the same time. Pale yellow dragon leader, Su Yuan said in his heart. At the same time, the golden sky deepened out of a huge black hole, and from within the black hole, a golden energy beam that was enough to poke through heaven and earth erupted. The golden energy beam slammed down vertically, targeting none other than the 3-headed bear of hell. At this time, Qin Shou cried. He stared at the boss's bare eyes, knowing that he was in a bad way. What the hell? Such a strong battle. I just a 10 level You're going to blast a mosquito with a cannon. Su Yuan, don't. Let me live. I beg for mercy. I beg for mercy. I admit defeat. This time I admit defeat. Let me live. Qin Shou completely panicked at this point and began to desperately beg for mercy. However, his pleas for mercy did not have any effect, and that golden heavenly wrath directly smashed down vertically from 1,000 meters in the air, penetrating through heaven and earth. This golden energy beam directly pierced through the body of the hell triple-headed bear. Even though its defense was as hard as it was, the huge energy fluctuations caused everyone present to have their backs chilled and their hearts pounding as they retreated more than 10 meters away, using their demonic power to condense their defenses and resist with all their might. Even the aftermath of this energy caused several low-grade students to be sent flying. Unsurprisingly, the 3-headed bear from hell died horizontally on the spot. His huge bear body was directly torn apart by this strong golden energy, and he fell heavily to the ground. Already dead, Qin Shou died, and the victory has been decided. Su Yuan took a long breath of relief and then collected the demonic power in his body, and the golden chaos above the sky gradually dissipated and returned to its original appearance. I won. Su Yuan opened his mouth indifferently and said to the crowd. Zhou Yaodong looked at the dozens of meters deep circular pit on the ground, as well as the collapsed school building, and for a moment, his mood was a bit complicated. Luckily you won. If the fight had gone on, I'm afraid we would have demolished the entire Golden Beast University. Qin Shou is dead. This is too fierce. My Nima, this is too hard. Directly to death. As far as it goes? If Su Yuan doesn't go down with a deadly hand, the one who dies will be him. Really tough guys. Are all freshmen this hung up now? Not. How did he get a beast skill? He's obviously only level 5? Heaven's pride can't be comprehended by us oxen and horses. We can only say that it's awesome. Glancing at the corpse of the 3-headed bear from hell on the ground, a hint of playfulness flashed under Su Yuan's eyes. He then walked over to Nie Jiuzhong's side and once again asked about enrollment. Now he'd like to see if he was qualified. Nie Jiuzhong hadn't gotten over his shock at the moment, and when he saw Su Yuan walking towards him, he was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. The terrifying strength of the teenager in front of him was beyond his imagination and chilling. Can I sign up now, teacher? Nie Jiuzhong nodded his head as if he was pounding garlic. Having seen Su Yuan's true strength, he didn't dare to object anymore. Sure. Classmate Su Yuan, this strength of yours is better than many of the seniors. I'll take your name. Nie Jiuzhong picked up the pen with a trembling hand, held back the shivering, and personally wrote Su Yuan's name and enrollment information. In the more than 60 years since the Golden Beast University opened the SSS level secret land, Su Yuan was the only exception. But exceptions should be given to the pride of the heavens, especially the pride of the great generation. Zhou Yaodong, who was watching from the side, acquiesced, and he could only smile and not say anything, and did not dare to object. Su Yuan's strength had just been witnessed for all to see. This young man was just too much beyond his expectations. Giving him a chance to try was fine. Originally, not allowing Su Yuan to compete was for Su Yuan's safety, but now it's good that Su Yuan is competing, so the other competitors are probably not safe. This kid is really too terrifying. My Golden Beast University has really picked up a treasure, Zhou Yaodong secretly lamented in his heart. Just as his thoughts drifted around, the head of year beside him poked him with his elbow, a worried look on his face. Headmaster, if Qin Shou dies like this, what should the Qin family side explain? At those words, Zhou Yaodong frowned. The reason why Qin Shou can be the president of the student council in the school, and unscrupulous, disregard for school discipline, killing people can be settled with money, is because of the Qin family behind the strength of the powerful. The Qin family was one of the 4 major families in Jinling City, and the entire communications industry in Jinling was monopolized by the Qin family, which could be called a powerful family. And Qin Shou's status was extraordinary. He was the second youngest master of the Qin family, the pride of this generation of the Qin family. Su Yuan killed Qin Shou. I'm afraid this is not going to be easy to settle. Let me say this, Qin family side, it's normal for people to die in duels between students. I think, Zhou Yaodong said a little speechless. Obviously he cannot afford to offend the Jinling Qin family. He is a university president. There is no capital to protect Su Yuan. The Qin family has always been strong. Only they bully others. How can they let people step on their heads? And this time even Qin Shou died. Things are not good. Principal Zhou, I'm all for one. Although I don't know what kind of this Qin family is, but if he takes revenge, just come to me and find me. Su Yuan, who was standing behind Zhou Yaodong and the head of grade, said. He had just heard the 2 men talking. It's also largely clear what's going on here. Qin Shou was killed by him. The person is already dead. The other party's strength is not good. The death is also deserved. If the Qin family wants to retaliate, then feel free to come. What he, Su Yuan, has done, he doesn't need others to bear the burden for him. This, Su Yuan, if you want to have any difficulties, you must talk to the school. The school will definitely have positive help for you. Zhou Yaodong's taught heart-soothed. This is of course the best. There is a head for the grievances. He is an ordinary civil servant, and is not yet capable of bearing the Qin family's wrath. Su Yuan nodded and didn't say anything. Immediately afterward, people from the school handled the scene, packed up Qin Shou's body, and notified the family to come and collect it. Su Yuan, who had successfully enrolled, next went to arrange the dormitory under Zhou Yaodong's leadership. As one of the richest universities in the country, the Golden Beast University has single rooms for each student, with a wide range of amenities available in each room. What Su Yuan did not expect was that Zhou Yaodong directly arranged a separate room for him on the top floor that was incomparably extravagant and comparable to a presidential suite. Saying that it's an advanced awakening is all special treatment. What's more, Su Yuan didn't expect that Ying lived next door to Su Yuan. There are only 2 suites on the top floor. Holy, are you sure this is a random score? After checking in, Su Yuan looked at Zhou Yaodong, who was full of smiles, and asked. At this time on the other side, Sacred Imperial Garden, Qin family, emergency meeting room. The Qin family head's face was pale, his lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with anger as his clenched fists pounded fiercely on the table and growled. Damn, lawless, shower, my shower. Qin Badian had just learned the news that his precious second son, Qin Shou, had been beaten to death alive, and at first he didn't believe it. But just now, Qin Shou's corpse transported back, Qin Badian fainted on the spot, and the entire Qin family exploded. Shock, anger, and hatred were written on every Qin family member's face. Qin Badian immediately convened an emergency family meeting. I've just investigated clearly. It's someone called Su Yuan, a Xia SSS class awakened person. That's really something. Killing my nephew, Qin Yun, who was sitting at the bottom, said with his eyes wide open. Each and every one of the Qin family members, who had originally hooked up with each other and had their hearts in the right place, were now surprisingly united. This was because the majesty of the Jinling Qin family had been trampled underfoot and ruthlessly trampled on, which was a strange shame and a great hatred. After a long time, Qin Badian finally spoke. His grandmother, I don't care about his SSS class awakened person. Blood will pay for blood. Immediately gather all the beast kings within the family. Now go and avenge Shou Heir. Make sure to kill that brat on the spot. Qin Badian only had hatred in his heart right now. He didn't care what level of awakened person, what status and position he had. Jinling was after all the Qin family's territory. Even if it was a strong dragon, it was still killed for him to see. Yes. Immediately afterward, Qin Badian transformed into a skeletal black bat and brought along the 4 beast kings in his family, and with a flick of his wings, flew straight to the Jinling Beast University. The other side, penthouse suite. Su Yuan, who has a cleanliness fetish, cleaned the living room and bedroom inside and out, making sure that there was not a trace of dust and garbage. After a long day of rushing around, we just had another fight. Not having eaten a bit of food for a day, Su Yuan's stomach had long been rumbling with hunger. The good thing is that the suite comes with a dedicated kitchen that has all the amenities. It was more fully equipped than inside Su Yuan's own home. In a matter of 3 seconds, a pot of fragrant rice and 2 bowls of braised pork and sauce were made, full of flavor. I was just about to open the cha when I heard the doorbell ring. Su Yuan put his chopsticks down and looked through the cat's eye, only to see that it wasn't someone else outside. It was none other than Yi Tassel. Su Yuan opened the door and Yi Ying immediately scurried in. Kakubo. It smells so good. Boy. It's the flavor of red meat, I think. Both of Yi Koma's eyes were glowing. She had the best nose, and the smell was so fragrant that she could smell it from a long distance next door. Su Yuan shrugged helplessly and let the other party in, and he gave half of his dinner to the leaf tassel. National treasure. For me? Is there anyone else here? Then I'm welcome. Hey. On a small log table, Yi Ying and Su Yuan each had a bowl of rice mixed with braised pork and sauce and began to dry their rice. Yi Koma's dry rice was faster than Su Yuan thought. Maybe it's because of the day's drive. When Su Yuan hadn't even taken a few bites, half of the covered rice in the other's bowl had already gone down. Pat, will she miss her own after she eats it? Suddenly, Su Yuan looked down and saw Yi Tassel's ankle, only to see that a purplish-red pustule had risen there. His face stared up, calling off Yi Ying who was concentrating on the dry rice. Su Yuan squatted down and checked the injury of his ankle. It's got to be medicated or I don't think you'll be able to walk tomorrow. A hint of surprise flashed under Yi Koma's eyes at the words. No delays, Missy, no more high heels like that, something that doesn't fit you. Su Yuan didn't have the heart to eat after he finished. This girl's ankle was at risk of infection if she didn't put medicine on it. He grilled his leftover braised pork that he hadn't even tasted a few bites of yet into Yi Koma's bowl, and the latter was moved to tears that flowed directly out of the corners of her mouth. That Yi Ying's sister. You wait here for a moment. I'll go downstairs and buy you a Yunnan Baiyao. I'll be back in a while. Come back with a big meal for you. Su Yuan went downstairs after saying that. Yi Koma nodded, but once Su Yuan left, her appetite dropped quite a bit. For some reason, she always had a bad feeling about it. An hour later, when Su Yuan bought Yunnan Baiyao and 2 bowls of Longjiang pig's feet rice, he came out from the school supermarket and was ready to go back. Danger is also creeping in. On the way back, feeling the raging power of the Lion King in his body, Su Yuan realized that the one who came this time was at least a Beast King powerhouse. Suddenly, 5 black shadows smashed directly onto the ground like ghosts, blocking Su Yuan's path. These 5 black shadows landed on the ground almost simultaneously. Su Yuan held his breath and took 2 steps back, his brows furrowing slightly. For Beast King level ferocious beasts, and 1 Beast Zune level ferocious beast, the strong man who came to take revenge on himself is not bad. At the head was a green lizard ferocious beast walking upright, as big as a small mountain, emitting an extremely strong pressure, and ever since he appeared, his gaze did not leave from Su Yuan's body. The 4 ferocious beasts behind it were all hostile, their eyes filled with killing intent. The strength of one of the bat ferocious beasts had actually reached the level of a beast exalt. Kid, how do you want to die? The green leaf poison lizard licked the corner of its own mouth, and a pair of green eyes rolled as it sized up Su Yuan in front of it. Yeah, the smell is right. It's this kid. Killed his nephew Qin Shou, then leave his life behind today. Where had the surrounding students ever seen such a battle before? They hurriedly scattered and dodged in all directions in order not to be affected. This is a school. What is this? All Beast King powerhouses. This is too terrifying. What's it for? It's a school. Is this too much of a license for them? It seems like it's someone from the Qin family. This time it's for Su Yuan. Su Yuan is in bad luck this time. Just now, Su Yuan killed Qin Shou, so naturally, the Qin family will come to demand an explanation. This is the top 3 big families in Jinling. After messing with the Qin family in Jinling, he can't even be an SSS awakened. This time he's here to raise hell. The students were all talking, while some were eating calmly. Soon the school authorities knew about this too. At this moment, Qin Bushan's transformed skeleton ghost bat stepped forward as he used a signal to indicate Qin Yun to step back. Killing intent rushed through Qin Zhantian's body, a pair of red eyes staring dead at Su Yuan. The intense hatred caused his body to shiver. Their Qin family was as strong as the clouds, they had only their hands on the sky in Jinling, and no one had ever dared to make a move against the Qin family. The cocky kid in front of me was the first, greeting Qin Bushin's gaze that was filled with hatred. Su Yuan was not afraid in the slightest and spoke directly. I killed the man. A normal duel. He's not as skilled as he is. There's nothing to say. He had long thought that the Qin family would come back to trouble him, so this was no exception at all. Rampant. Rampant. Then you die for me today. If you die, you're not as skilled as you should be. Ho ho ho. The skeleton bat hissed, preparing to strike directly at Su Yuan. With his A-class, level 42 beast Zun strength, the Su Yuan in front of him was just a mole cricket that could be pinched to death with a single finger. Looking at the entire Jinling beast great, or the entire Jinling, no one could protect Su Yuan right now. This is Jinling, not the capital or Gusu. So what if it is an SSS level awakened person? Kill it as it is. As for the consequences after killing, Qin Badian didn't care. At this time in the principal's office of the Golden Beast University, Zhou Yaodong's face was full of worry, and he didn't know what to do for a while. The head of the grade beside him was constantly prodding, and it was making him wince. Headmaster, should we make a move? This is too much bullying. Su Yuan is our student after all. Zhou Yaodong pounded the table and ultimately chose to wait and see what happened. In the same place in Jinling, he not only can't offend the Qin family, but also has a handle in the hands of the Qin family. If the Qin family breaks through, he'll have to sit through his old life. So this messy water, Zhou Yaodong does not want to trip. And before Su Yuan also said that he does things alone, Zhou Yaodong could only pray for Su Yuan in his heart. No, we can't afford to offend the Qin family. Let the boy fend for himself. The other side. Each of the students around them had their hearts in their throats. Each of them was both angry and sorry. The Qin family, worthy of being the #1 powerful family in Jinling, the large Jinling Beast University. At this time, surprisingly no one dared to stop these guys. Not what the hell. Where's the principal? Where's the director? How can they be allowed to act so recklessly? Alas, who among them can afford to offend the Qin family? Unless they plan to remove their name from Jinling in the future. Don't look. This kid is finished today. No one dares to step in to protect him, and they can't protect him either. Can't protect it. How many Beast Exalted are there in our school? Not far away at this time. Shangwan Asakawa clenched his fists, his heart harboring an anger that he could not suppress a bit. He was the #1 in his year in his senior year, and was currently the highest-ranked student in the Golden Beast University, with SS-ranked talent and a level 30 Beast King. Teacher, are we just going to watch our schoolmates get bullied? A fair duel between students is a matter of life and death. And as long as both sides agree, there's no problem with splitting the difference between the best and the worst. But 4 Beast Kings and a Beast Zun teamed up against a level 5 student. What was the point of bullying a small person with a big one? If it comes out, I'll go and give my schoolmate a hand. Shangguan Shallow River really couldn't see the Qin family bullying the small like this, and was just about to step in, but was directly stopped by Nie Zhozhong. You're crazy, how can you possibly be a match for them? Nie Zhozhong understood that today's matter belonged to the personal grudge between Su Yuan and the Qin family, and the university could not intervene. The principal's side had already informed him that he must not let anyone out. Don't be impulsive. The Qin family is not something you or I can afford to offend. You going on now belongs to sending death. Shangguan Asakawa sighed helplessly and could only be a silent spectator. The other side. The smile at the corner of Qin Yun's mouth could no longer be suppressed. He had thought that the Jinling Beast University would try to protect this SSS-ranked awakened person. After all, the school had 4 Beast Zun powerhouses. If the Jinling Beast University really wanted to block it, the Qin family could not move Su Yuan. But who would have thought that none of these people would come out now? However, it is not difficult to understand. The Qin family and the Jinling family is big. Which of these powerful people have not received the Qin family's benefits, which has not fallen into the hands of the Qin family? For a student I don't know. Not even close. Ha 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 ha. What a bull SSS ranked awakened person. It's really a joke. No one wants to bail you out. Then I'm sorry. I'll just have to send you on your way. Jean Bentian Jie laughed, shivering with excitement at the thought that he would soon be able to avenge his second son's death. The skeleton ghost bat rose up in the air. A pair of eerie claws lit up. The aura of a beast dignitary was revealed, and that pair of white poisonous claws violently stabbed at Su Yuan. However, just in the nick of time, a red lance stabbed through the void, like a sharp arrow, straight towards the skeleton ghost bat. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the forehead of the skeleton ghost bat at the sight of this, and immediately chose to dodge. The red spear was only a few centimeters away from piercing into its body. The skeleton ghost bat was able to sense that although the red lance carried demonic power that was not strong, the gun itself was really terrifying to the point of being outrageous. This is actually a beast emperor level beast soldier. The skeleton ghost bat was horrified in his heart. If you were stabbed, you would lose at least half your life. Not to say death. Even if he was a beast exalted powerhouse. The quenching holy lance made another turn after stabbing the air and returned to Yi Ying's hand. At this moment, she stood in front of Su Yuan, protecting him behind her, holding a red lance in her hand, wearing red armor, and her eyes were biting. If the national treasure is injured in the slightest, in 3 hours, the Qin family will be completely wiped out in Xia. Yi Koma faced Qin Badian, who was more than 20 levels higher than himself, straight on and said coldly without any fear. Just now she had been waiting for Su Yuan after dinner, but she hadn't waited for anyone. Yi Koma realized that something was wrong, so she rushed downstairs and found the Qin family preparing to strike at Su Yuan, and the school's several beast dignity tutors turned a blind eye one by one. Since no one was willing to protect Su Yuan, she would do so. Qin Boshan's scalp was numb and stupid. Who the hell is this? Wielding a beast emperor level beast soldier, a SS level awakened, and a royal armor form. I'm sure it's not an ordinary person. Qin Bantian was a bit scornful. He realized that the background of this young girl in front of him, I'm afraid, was unimaginable to a great family like the Qin family. Even though the other party was only an 18th level awakened, the aura emanating from his body was feared to be incomparable to that of any ordinary beast spirit. Can't it be that they're from the capital? The 5 great families of the capital? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little Demoness. What on earth is Su Yuan's charm? The little Demoness is actually trying to protect Su Yuan. What is the relationship between the two now? A relationship that anyone with eyes can see. Need I say more? The little Demoness is really brave. Doesn't she know the Qin family's background? They're from the capital, and they seem to have a military background as well, and it doesn't seem to be small. Military background. I heard that the Qin family also has the Qin family seems to have a lieutenant colonel as a backer. There was a lot of talk among the students around them. Looking at the back of the young girl who had shielded herself behind her, Su Yuan was a bit touched. Boy, this girl really didn't hurt for nothing. However, even if Hikoma didn't come, the Qin family might not be able to do anything to him in a short period of time. With the full power of the S-class, level 39 Mad Iron Lion King exploding, a level 43 Beast Exalt might not be able to easily kill him. If you don't want the Qin family to disappear from the Summer Kingdom, hurry up and take your people and get out. Yi Koma didn't avoid it, and even directly placed the quenching holy lance against Qin Bushan's neck. That icy tone made Qin Badian tremble with fear. At this time, he came to his senses, knowing that today's matter was too impulsive, offending the person in front of him. The Qin family's removal from the Xia kingdom was by no means alarmist. With just that one beast emperor level beast soldier, even the 5 great families of the capital did not deserve to have it. This young girl's background had to be terrifying. To what extent? Let's go. Qin Badian wanted to leave, but Qin Yun couldn't swallow this breath. Mud, are you too much of a wimp? Family head? A little girl can bluff you in 3 or 2 sentences. If they left in a mess today, the Qin family would be reduced to a laughingstock in Jinling in the future. I'm not leaving. I will kill Su Yuan today. Whoever dares to stop me, kill them all. Ignoring Qin Bushan's dissuasion, Qin Yun transformed into a green leaf poison lizard and hissed angrily as his huge body rushed directly towards Yi Koma. Duck! It's my turn. Su Yuan pushed Yi Ying away. The purple veins on his hands exploded, stretching his fist into a palm. Surprisingly, he directly forced the green leaf poisonous lizard's rampaging body to a halt, and did not take half a step back. This terrifying intensity stunned the crowd present. The point is, this still hasn't changed. Kid, have a couple of tricks up your sleeve? Die for me. The green leaf poisonous lizard stretched out its venomous tongue like a sharp arrow towards Su Yuan, who flickered and skillfully dodged, and he directly held the long tongue of the green leaf poison lizard with his hand, and with a forceful pull, he even directly ripped the tongue into 2 halves. The bamboo leaf poisonous lizard wailed in pain, and was completely enraged. Its eyes were red, and it immediately used the recovery beast technique to make its broken tongue grow back. And then it began to attack Su Yuan even more fiercely. Everyone watching this scene at the moment was shocked. Su Yuan was surprisingly able to tangle with a level 30 Beast King and not lose the slightest bit of ground. The one who was most flustered at this moment was naturally Qin Badian. In his heart, he cursed Qin Yun countless times. Run for the hills. Run, you don't run. And if you fight, you can't kill a level 5 kid. It's useless. Qin Yun is back. Hurry up. Today's revenge will be avenged another day. Come back. However, letting Qin Badian shout through his throat, Qin Yun persisted in his love for battle and fought more and more cheerfully. Finally, the thing that made Qin Badian most worried happened. Before they could get away, they only heard a youth's voice coming from 10,000 meters above them. I have not seen the man, but I have heard his voice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 bedbugs. None of them are allowed to leave. Oh. The voice was so loud that it was clearly 10,000 meters away, but it was as if it was a whisper. Shin Badian was so frightened at this point that his legs went weak and his back went cold. Shin Yun, you have hurt us badly. Now it's over. It's all gone. Spatial transmission. This is at least a Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor? Are you kidding me? How many Beast Emperors are there in all of Xia? There were no more than 100 in all, and most of them were in the War Department. Shin Badian knew it was over. He was a level 43 Beast Zun, or an A-ranked talent. In front of the Beast Emperor it was like a mole cricket. Damn it, Shin Yun, keep yourself here. I'll go first. Shin Badian couldn't care about anything else. His wings shook and rose up into the air, not even caring about the other 3 Beast Kings, running away without looking back. That Beast Emperor powerhouse hadn't even shown himself yet, and the sound alone that came from across the air caused him to be so terrified that he directly chose to flee. The students in the room were all jaw-dropped and filled with shock. What kind of strong person is this? Here? Our school is really lively today. So many big shots are coming. This aura seems to be a Beast Emperor. Right. I drop good boy. Beast Emperor? It shouldn't be so. How could such a great person show up randomly? Beast Emperor, you guys are really daring to think about it. That's a superpower. Not far away. Nie Zhozhong's brows furrowed slightly as he looked up at the sky, his heart filled with shock. It was the Beast Emperor, and there was no mistake about it. It seems that someone can forcefully protect Su Yuan today. The other side. The green leaf poison lizard and Su Yuan were in a fierce battle. However, he was slow to gain the upper hand, which made it very impatient. Now even the head of the family, Shin Badian, had left him behind and run away. The green leaf poisonous lizard didn't want to give up. Seeing that it couldn't take advantage from Su Yuan, it decisively shifted its target to the leaf tassel beside Su Yuan. It's a good idea to kill one. Sister Ying, be careful. The green leaf poison lizard used the instantaneous transmission skill and flashed behind Su Yuan like a ghostly figure. It opened its bloody mouth and violently catapulted up, biting down on the defenseless Yikoma at the moment. Su Yuan's pupils violently plummeted into pinholes. He wanted to make a move, but at this moment it was a step too late. Suddenly, a deafening sonic boom came from above the heads of the crowd. Only a golden aurora stabbed through the void at a speed of over 100 Mach. In an instant, everyone present was blinded by the blinding golden light. After the golden light dispersed, the scene before them shocked everyone present. That green leaf poisonous lizard that was originally going to lay its hands on Yi Tassel was now lying on the ground, having lost all its vital signs, and was too dead to die. He had a golden iron rod of Rui stuck in his body. The golden rod was 5 feet long and 3 feet thick. The whole body was wrapped in golden light, and the rod was engraved with dense inscriptions. More than half of the golden rod had completely disappeared into the body of the green leaf poison lizard. It stood straight as an unfailing flag. Quiet. The air was deathly quiet. The level 30 Beast King was killed in less than half a breath of effort. The point is that the person who took the shot has not shown up at this moment. Looking at the corpse of the green leaf poisonous lizard, the remaining 3 Beast Kings were so frightened that their bodies trembled and rattled. They hated that they didn't have a few extra legs, or else they would definitely have to run faster than Shin Badian. The air froze at that moment. Yikoma looked at the golden iron rod that nailed the bamboo leaf poison lizard to the ground, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Boy, it's a good thing Run Pups got there. It was only after a full half a minute that the owner of this golden rod appeared in front of the crowd. It was a handsome-looking young man who looked to be under 30 years old, wearing a white military uniform. His figure slammed onto the ground from a height of 1,000 meters. I'm late. Zhao Run's face showed a hint of satisfaction when he saw the green leaf poison lizard that was nailed to the ground by the golden rod. Not exactly late. Sweeping a glance at the 3 Beast Kings who stood shivering behind him, Zhao Yun yawned and said lethargically, boring. 3 assholes to fight. His last strike was 3 months ago. After killing a Beast Emperor level Fierce Emperor in seconds outside the circle, Zhao Yun was returning to his country after that. After returning to China, every day following the Great Wall of Wu was an endless meeting. Listening to endless reports gave him a whole headache. It's so hard to get through a handful of times, but I didn't realize that my opponent was so weak. 3 Beast Masters? Normally for ferocious beasts that were below the level of a beast dignity, Zhao Yun would not bother to make a move. But this time when the exception. Run Pup, you're finally here. If you were any later, you wouldn't have seen me. Yikoma was very excited to see Zhao Run. If Zhao Run hadn't made a timely move, I'm afraid that she would have suffered a lot if she hadn't been hit by the green leaf poison lizard just now. No big deal. Why are you still talking to Master like that? Zhao Yun felt a bit speechless for a moment and pinched Yi Ying's ear, saying with great displeasure, besides, isn't there still your little mistress? At those words, Yi Ying's face swished red and hurriedly covered Zhao Run's mouth. Nice guy, how dare he say anything? Hey, don't you talk nonsense. You're the one who started the nonsense. Yuan held up his forehead for a bit and couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. How could everything involve himself? After surveying the youth's entire body, Yuan was surprised to find that the other party's uniform had 2 gold stars engraved on the shoulder badge. Brigadier General rank, so young. Looking at go less than 30 years of age, his strength was surprisingly that of a beast emperor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the Brigadier General, right? Look at his rank. You guys, Brigadier General? You can't even joke like that. There's no such thing as a young Brigadier General. It seems like it's really. This strength isn't usually a beast emperor. Crazy, it's the first time I've seen such a big shot. Killing a beast king in one hit. There's no one this strong in the entire Su River. Yuan has some kind of terrifying background. The Qin family has kicked the bucket this time. I guess the entire family is going to be finished. Ever since Zhao Yun showed up, the eyes of the people around him had not left his body. The youth in front of him, dressed in a white military uniform, was ridiculously strong. Nya Jiozhong, who was in the distance, swallowed his spit as he wrinkled his brow, his eyes filled with incredulity. He did know a few people from the military, and had never heard of such a young general, as if he had come out of nowhere. This generation of young people, every one of them is ridiculously strong. Alright, dead girl, don't you talk to me poorly. I'll pinch the remaining 3 bedbugs first to save myself the trouble. Zhao Run was considered Yi Ying's master, even though he was only about 10 years older than Yi Ying. At 28 years old, he is already a Summerland Brigadier General. Without much experience or military service, he relied on his terrifying fighting ability to harden himself into a Xia Brigadier General. To become a Brigadier General, you need to be at least level 50 and earn a certain amount of military merit. Zhao Yun, who was a colonel last year, chooses to single out 9 Xia generals in a wheel battle. As a result, he won all 9 battles, successfully sealed the general. He was counted as the genius with the most terrifying strength in the previous generation of the Summer Kingdom, with the fault leading the same generation of heavenly pride. The pressure with its generation or all peers cannot raise their heads. In the 10 years since his successful awakening, Zhao Run had hacked and upgraded monsters along the way, and his current strength had reached a terrifying level 54, and he himself was a SS-grade top-tier ferocious beast himself. The Heaven Slayer Demon Ape awakened. This age paired with this strength is one of very few in the entire world. Okay, so, are you 3 going to die one by one, or together? Pulling out the Imperial Sea Demon needle that had been inserted into the green leaf poison lizard, Zhao Run looked at the remaining 3 beast kings of the Qin clan and said gently, "Misunderstanding? Today's matter is a misunderstanding. I just didn't make a move the whole time." The blue-silver poison scorpion among the 3 beast kings cried. It was just too pitiful. Before the head of the family came, did not he say that just a brat, several beast king together, coupled with a beast Zun sitting formation, will certainly be able to kill that brat on the spot. But what the hell is this beast emperor? Early knew that there was a beast emperor. Killed also do not come this is not pure to send experience. That's right, it's a misunderstanding. We've just been watching the battle, just filling up the numbers. The other beast king, the totally poisonous spider king, was drenched in cold sweat and backed up as he spoke. This also once, but it was pitched to the ground. Qin Badian, as the head of the family, ran away faster than anyone else, leaving behind a few of their brethren. They were really going to be finished. The corner of Zhao Run's mouth hooked up slightly as he pointed to the corpse of the green leaf poison lizard in his hand and said indifferently, "Misunderstanding? Ha, then let me be the bad guy for once. One of your companions has already been killed by me, and it would make sense for me to cut down the herd and leave no loose ends, wouldn't it?" With that, Zhao Yun raised the Imperial Sea Demon needle high and slammed it down hard. Boo! 1 stick, 3 lives. This rod had tens of thousands of tons of pressure, directly cracking the huge bodies of the 3 beast kings. Their entire body was sliced directly in half. The 3 beast kings, at this point, became 6 pieces of bloody and divided meat. The smell of blood hit me instantly. A direct hit. This scene shocked everyone present, whether they were tutors or students. Each face was filled with shock. Most people had never seen a beast emperor level powerhouse strike before. Seeing it today really turned their imaginations upside down. Is this a beast emperor powerhouse? This battle power is a bit outrageous, isn't it? What, I didn't read it wrong. Killing 3 beast kings in a single move. That's the king of beasts. He's a pig and dog? I'm going to go. My scalp is numb. This tactic is too cruel, isn't it? Zhao Yun stretched his back and couldn't help but feel very bored. The 3 bedbugs were just too weak to carry the baton at all. That, General, did you let one go? Yuan reminded the other party while greatly sighing at Zhao Run's strength. He had just seen Qin Badian run with his own eyes, and that old thing slipping away would be a problem in the future. Zhao Run didn't care about the escape of the green leaf poison lizard. He received the royal sea demon needle in his hand and then violently threw it towards the sky above his head. The Imperial sea demon needle was like a cruise missile at this moment, and began to automatically pursue its target. Let the bullets fly for a while, Zhao Run asked back. So far, right. Su nodded farther. You're marvelous. The first SSS-ranked awakened person in the Summer Kingdom in 20 years. Uncle Wu has been chanting about you in front of me, and I'm tired of hearing it. Su Yuan just wanted to make a low-profile wave. Who expected Zhao Run to continue? But then again, this genius is a SS top-tier ferocious beast heaven slayer demon ape awakened. Back then it was only one step away from SSS rank, and it also has a royal armor form. It's not necessarily worse than you, at least when I was as big as you are. Geniuses from all over the country were all abused by me. Su Yuan, _ Good lord. This Brigadier General Cho is not your average narcissist. Su Yuan secretly spat in his heart. But it's understandable. After all, the strength is there. Zhao Yun looked at Su Yuan's slightly disgusted expression and continued. What do you mean by this expression? Let me tell you. Only after this genius became a commodore did he realize that the commodores turned out to be so good one by one. None of them could fight. Zhao Yun hadn't finished speaking when he realized that Su Yuan had already turned his back to him. Not even listening. But as long as you work hard seriously, sooner or later you'll be just like this genius. And in the future, whoever bullies you in the entire Blue Star, report my name and I'll stand up for you. Su Yuan stopped ignoring Zhao Run. Great guy. Straight up great guy. He probably knew who infected Yi Tassel's talkative mouth. Luckily, Yi Koma didn't catch this guy's narcissism. The other side. The Qin family. Qin Badian, who had managed to escape, returned home 1 foot and learned that Qin Yun and the other 4 beast kings had been killed in seconds the next. Lying on the eunuch's chair, Qin Badian was in a cold sweat. His heart thumping as his mind flashed over and over again with the deaths of Qin Yun and the others. The Beast Emperor Strongman is really horrible like this. Luckily, he ran fast, otherwise the Qin family would have been destroyed today. Now that the Qin family had lost 4 beast kings, they had suffered heavy losses and their strength had been greatly reduced. It's only a matter of time before it falls in Jinling in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Boshan's wrinkled face was filled with old tears. He painstakingly managed the family's so many years of learning. Who had thought that today suffered this flying disaster? Right at this moment, Qin Boshan's eldest son, Qin Sheng, pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing his father's tearful appearance, remembering the humiliation that the Qin family had just suffered, Qin Sheng's heart felt very bad. He swore in front of Qin Badian that he would definitely take revenge and make them pay for their blood. Father, don't worry, that Beast Emperor powerhouse can protect that brat for a while, but certainly not for a lifetime. As long as he's in Jinling in the future, we'll have a chance for revenge. Qin Badian was greatly touched by what he heard, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes and rekindling his hope. His eldest son, Qin Sheng, was also a heavenly pride, and with such ambitions, it was impossible for the Qin family to fall. Father, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive. Suddenly, Qin Badian saw a golden bright spot in the distant air flying this way at great speed. He instantly broke into a cold sweat on his back. WOJ. What the heck is this? In the next second, Qin Sheng's mouth hadn't even read out the 5 words of Imojui Jr. Pour before he was penetrated by the Imperial Sea Demon Needle, killing him on the spot. Qin Badian wanted to run, but it was simply too late. In that instant, Qin Boshan's head exploded, his brain matter spraying everywhere. A father and a son, both died on the spot. The other side, Zhao Yun was controlling the Imperial Sea God Needle with his mind. Mud, playing mojo with me? Hey, I'm really afraid that you Qin family members will retaliate against me in the future. I was going to kill one of you, but now I'm not going to leave any of you behind. Oh, boom. Just then, there was a deafening explosion in the distance in the direction of the city center, and for a moment the flames were all over the place, causing the crowd to stand on their tiptoes and look out. After this explosion, Zhao Run's hand reached out, and the Royal Sea Demon Needle that had resolved everything turned a corner and returned to Zhao Run's hand. Not bad. Clean it up and save yourself the trouble. Thus, the Qin family was erased from the Xia kingdom. After resolving the trouble, Chen Run leaned over again and placed his arm on Su Yuan's shoulder, saying in a serious manner, "Why don't this genius take you as his disciple? Let me tell you, I taught many of Yi Yingying's moves. If you become my disciple dash." Su Yuan waved his hand in rejection, not waiting for the other party to finish before expressing his lack of interest. Although Zhao Run's talent is high and his strength is terrifying, he always gives people a feeling of being unreliable. Moreover, what Su Yuan wanted right now was not to learn any moves, but to rapidly increase his level. How's that? As long as you are my disciple, no one will definitely dare to bully you in the future. Just like your situation today. If it weren't for me. Yuan held his forehead, feeling a slight headache. It's hopeless. If you listen to it every day, you'll probably die. This Brigadier General Cho is good at everything, but this one talks too much and is too self-absorbed. After thinking for a while, Yuan intended to fight fire with fire, directly walking to Yi Ying's front, close to the young girl's ear, whispered, "Sister Yi Ying, is there any way to make him stop? I can't stand it." Yi Koma's large eyes flashed and immediately understood what to do. Gotta go. She stepped forward and directly covered Zhao Run's mouth with her hand. The latter couldn't make a sound with a mumble, and only then did her mouth subside. Zhao Run's eyes were wide open, and he looked at Yi Koma with unbelievable eyes. "Damn girl, how dare you!" Yi Koma had also heard enough. "Just stop." It was only after resolving the 5 Qin family powerhouses that Principal Zhou Yaodong and the others arrived at the scene. Zhou Yaodong greeted Yuan if he was alright, then made up an excuse for his absence just now. Things are not what he expected. Yuan, no one dares to move in Jinling. There's no need for the school to step in at all. By the way, this general, this time it's thanks to you. I don't know which military branch you are from." Zhao Run ripped the 2 white hands that covered his mouth away, and in the process, he fiercely flicked Yi Koma's brain and cursed for not being big enough. Then he sized up Zhou Yaodong with some displeasure in his eyes. "It's still true, thanks to the fact that it came on its own. Jinling Beast University nesting degree beyond imagination. A few stray fish only. This are afraid to go on. Really worthy of the reputation of the first college in Suzhou. From the capital city's military department. You really don't have a tough guy in your school, and you're a cowardly principal. So get someone else who can do the job." Zhao Run had opened his eyes today. When he arrives at the capital tomorrow, he will definitely go to the Golden Beast for a big book. Yi Koma and Yuan could be said to be the strongest prides of this generation. If they were injured in the slightest, no one would be able to take the responsibility. I don't know what's going on in these two people's heads. Isn't it good to go to the Defense Beast University like you did back then and have to run to this place? At those words, a hint of nervousness appeared on Zhou Yaodong's face, rushing to explain, but Zhao Run didn't bother to listen to his explanation. Evening, penthouse suite. Yuan put Yunnan Baiyao on Yi Ying's injured ankle and simply massaged it. On the side, Zhao Yan just watched, with a smashing sound coming out of his mouth from time to time. "Did you hurt this foot in high heels?" "No way." Zhao Run, who learned the truth, was shocked, which was very unorthodox. He couldn't picture Yi Ying wearing high heels. 3 days later, an SS-class secret land will open. This secret trial is organized by the military, and the location is in the High Tua forest near the capital in Zhangjiaji. "Do you want to go?" Zhao Run asked Yi Ying. There weren't many spots for this secret trials. After all, it was an SS-grade secret place. There were only dozens of them in the country, and they rarely opened to the public every year. Xia's educational resources are very unevenly distributed across the country, and students with average backgrounds simply don't have the opportunity to participate in secret trials above S level. By the time the average student learns that there is such a thing, enrollment has already closed. "Not interested." Yi Koma shook his head and replied faintly. At those words, the corners of Zhao Run's mouth shivered. "What? Not interested?" Before, the dead girl said that she asked herself to help her keep an eye on good trial opportunities, and now she said she wasn't interested. "That you see, I can't go away with my foot injury," Leaf Koma explained for himself. Just then, Yuan raised his head, a hint of interest flashing under his eyes. SS-grade secret realm land. This was a good opportunity to try out. He didn't want to miss it. He was now going to seize every opportunity to level up. "Can I join you?" Yuan asked. Zhao Run nodded. "Of course. If the dead girl doesn't go, forget it. We'll both go tomorrow and leave her alone in Jinling." Upon hearing this, Yi Ying hurriedly changed his words, stating that he was also going to go. She didn't want to go for no other reason than she wanted to stay away from the Great Wall Olden. But if she was left alone in Jinling, Yi Ying would get moldy. That national treasure went for it, and I'm going for it too. Omega. Zhao Yan's face was currently painted with black lines, and he couldn't help but roll Yi Ying's eyes. "Not. What is the charm of Yuan in the end? Aren't you wounded in the foot? Not allowed to go. Stay in Jinling for me. In 3 days, the foot is definitely healed." Zhao Run. Second morning. Capital. The 3 men caught the first flight of the morning to the capital. Flying first class, 1 hour and a half later, the airplane landed at the Capital International Airport. First time in the capital, Yuan realized that the capital city wasn't much different from his previous life. In his previous life, he had often traveled in the capital on business, had seen the prosperity of this imperial capital, and had stayed with a certain person here. But in the end, The price of a square meter of more than 100,000 yuan deterred him. Eventually this imperial capital became a sad place he didn't want to mention. Kakubo, what are you waiting for? First time here? Yi Koma asked curiously when she saw Lin Yuan's dull gaze and waved her hand in front of Su Yuan's eyes. She was a native of the capital, so naturally she couldn't understand the feelings of these outsiders. Su Yuan came back to his senses and faintly returned. Nothing. I didn't sleep well last night. Zhao Run was still thinking of taking the two to the capital for a round of fun, but he suddenly received a call from Wu Changcheng. Although Zhao Run was not happy, he did not dare to have the slightest delay. He asked Yi Ying to take Su Yuan on a nice stroll around the capital. Call this genius if you have any trouble, where I can't get to immediately. The Imperial Sea Demon Needle can. Before leaving, Zhao Run explained Su Yuan. Su nodded farther. The two had just gotten off the plane and a young girl in a tight sweatshirt and high ponytail had been waiting for a long time. Teenage face exquisite, body beautiful concave and convex. In front of the body of the two waves shaking looks bigger than the river tassel only not small. Head wearing a duck tongue hat, appears to have a unique flavor. Another great beauty that can't be beat. Compared to the youthful liveliness of the leaf tassel, it has a more mature flavor. Yi Koma, here. Mu Jinshu waved his hand at Yi Ying and said. However, when he saw the teenager beside Yi Ying, Mu Jinshu's brows furrowed slightly. Who is this? Yi Koma. He is? After receiving the luggage in Yi Ying's hands, Mu Jinshu had an incredulous look on his face. It doesn't look like the two have a normal relationship. No way. Mu Jinshu was Yi Ying's best friend, and when she heard that Yi Ying had returned to the capital, she rushed to pick up the plane at the first time. Hello, so far. Su Yuan took the initiative to greet. At those words, Mu Jinshu's beautiful eyes glared. What a familiar name. Yi Tassel seems to have spoken to her before. Oh, I remembered. Last night when Yi Koma and I were talking about you on voice call, she said she was going to dash. Mu Jinshu hadn't finished the latter half of his sentence. Yi Koma had already appeared behind her like a ghost, covering her mouth tightly with a pair of small hands. Mu Jinshu almost choked. Leaf Koma was close to shoving both little hands in her mouth. Shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you'll eat a quenching holy lance from me. Mu Jinshu gave a second smile. Nice guy. You don't let yourself say it, but it's clearly the truth. I'm afraid of you. Yi Koma, let go of me. After Yi Ying released his hand, Mu Jinshu surveyed Su Yuan's entire body. Little handsome, but this temperament aspect is very good. More crucially, it was reasonable to say that the overwhelming pride of the Xia kingdom could make Yi Ying look at him. Su Yuan, who was the main party at this time, was dumbfounded. What did one just hear? Never mind. I didn't listen closely enough anyway, so I'll just pretend I didn't hear it. Yi Koma, there's a party at our Mu family tonight. It just so happens that you're back. Why don't you bring Su Yuan, the two of you together? Although the Mu family was not one of the 5 great families, it was still a prominent family in the capital. Are you going? Yi Koma didn't rush to reply, but instead tilted his head and asked Su Yuan. People have been so kindly invited. How can one refuse? Su Yuan replied. At the Mu family's party, all the major top powers in the capital would be present, and Su Yuan, who was new to the city, wanted to go and see some of them. Then the two of us will go, so I'll trouble my aunt and uncle to arrange 2 more places. Evening. The Mu family. In the brightly lit high-class auditorium, celebrities and dignitaries from all walks of life in the capital gathered in one place, all coming to support the Mu family's party. There was no shortage of people from the 5 great families of the capital. The people who came were all big shots with big names. Mu Shan, the family head who planned this party, stood in the center of the auditorium at this time and expressed his gratitude to all those who were present. It's an honor for my Mu family to have all of you here, and I'd like to thank you all in advance. At this moment, in a corner, Zhang Jie's gaze was dull as he surveyed everyone who arrived, his eyes filled with boredom. If it wasn't for the Zhang family's old man who had to bring him here to meet celebrities from all walks of life, he wouldn't have cared to come to such a place. Suddenly, feeling someone patting himself on the back, Zhang Jie twisted his head. Only Feng Tianyun was seen standing behind him. Both of them were young masters of the 5 major families in the capital and had a common circle, so they often got together on weekdays. Zhang Jie did not expect to meet Feng Tianyun even here. Feng Xiao, you've been discharged from the hospital. A few days ago I heard that you were still inside the hospital? Just a few days ago. Zhang Jie was shocked when he learned about Feng Tianyun being wasted, with his lifeblood gone. Looking at the entire Xia kingdom, with the Feng family's rich and powerful family history, who would dare to lay hands on Feng Tianyun? Zhang Jie really couldn't figure it out and didn't dare to think about it. Just came out yesterday. Zhang Jie's words brought back Feng Tianyun's tragic memory. He lost his fundamentals as a man and became a complete and utter invalid. even having to squat to go to the toilet. He is the heir to the Feng family. The Feng family is waiting for him to carry on the family name. But after becoming an invalid, the Feng family chose his sibling as their heir. Feng Tianyun could never swallow this bad anger, but the family side just didn't dare to give him a head start. It's a pity Feng Xiao. What exactly is the background of that little demoness? Feng Tianyun shook his head. He did not want to mention this sad past again. Just then, a young girl with a dimpled figure and a delicate face that could be called absolutely beautiful walked into the auditorium. Since the moment the young girl came in, neither Feng Tianyun nor Zhang Jia had taken their eyes off of her. Good looking, isn't it? The Mu family's daughter, Mu Jinshu, TSK. Zhang Jia did recognize Mu Jinshu, a beauty that could be ranked in the capital. Feng Tianyun sighed, remembering that he didn't have the tools to do his job. He was gloomy in his heart. After Mu Jinshu, another man and woman walked in. Zhang Jia and Feng Tianyun glanced at each other and simultaneously recognized Yi Tassel among them. Leprechauns. Feng Tianyun pounded the table, shaking with anger. He didn't expect that he could meet Yi Yinging even here, when it's really a coincidence. It's just too coincidental. He took a sip of water from his mug and forced down the anger inside. It's her, Feng Xiao. This, Zhang Jia was taken aback, never imagining that he could meet this little demoness with a mysterious background here. For someone that even the Feng family head did not dare to mess with, Zhang Jia did not imagine how deep her background was. Looking at Feng Tianyun's irritated look, Zhang Jia knew that the other party definitely could not swallow this breath. Feng Xiao, calm down. What's the matter? Zhang Jia just wanted to advise Feng Tianyun to calm down, but the latter had no intention of listening, and in a fit of hot-headedness, he directly stood up. His accompanying bodyguard, a beast spirit level powerhouse, stood up together as well. Good. It's not a grievance. Those old guys are afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. Su Yuan and Yi Ying, Yun Jinshu were sitting at a table and were listening to the gossip told by Mu Jinshu's. Suddenly, two figures broke into their line of sight. Feng Tianyun clenched his fists in death, looking at Yi Ying in front of him, shaking with anger. The level 29 beast spirit powerhouses behind him were also ready to fight. Just wait for the young master to give the order and then go straight to work. For a while, the atmosphere on the field was saber-rattling. Everyone's gazes were directed here, and one face was filled with shock. Making a scene at the Mu family's party. What's this whole thing about? Don't recognize me? Little demoness. You've caused me so much trouble. Looking at Feng Tianyun in front of him, of course Yi Ying remembered. Isn't this a within a? Leading a gang rape of an underage girl. Thanks to the fact that he was allowed to see it and confiscated the tools of the trade is considered good. As a result, Yi Tassel was also confined for several days. Thinking of the bitter days of being confined, there was also a hint of displeasure in Yi Ying's heart. The Feng family head didn't even dare to step forward. So where did Feng Tianyun get the backbone? What? Yi Koma directly stood up. Her aura was not lost in the slightest. With her 18th level strength, if she could abolish Feng Tianyun for the first time, she could abolish him for the second time. It's just a fight. She's not a good girl, never afraid. Feng Tianyun was furious, annoyed. He wanted to make a move, but he didn't have the strength. Give it to me. The beast spirit powerhouses behind Feng Tianyun received orders and directly transformed before shooting out like sharp arrows. This moment caused a considerable commotion in the room. Mu Shan's face was ugly. Someone who dared to fight on top of the Mu family's party really didn't give his Mu family any face at all. Su Yuan, who was sitting next to Yi Ying, naturally could not stand by and watch. He probably knew what was going on, regardless of who was right and who was wrong. Yi Koma's business was his business. If Yi Ying was to take on a level 29 beast spirit by himself, I'm afraid it would be difficult to win. Su Yuan stood up, the power of the Lion King surging wildly on his right hand. A fierce punch was thrown out, directly knocking this Feng Tianyun's bodyguard back 4 or 5 meters away. At this moment, the old man sitting beside Zhang Jia, Zhang Tianlai, stood up. Zhang Tianlai's eyes widened, only feeling that this move of Su Yuan's was extremely familiar. The Zhang family was the top 3 of the 5 great families in the capital, and he, Zhang Tianlai, as the head of the family, had been cultivating painstakingly for decades, and was now a level 57 beast emperor. The Zhang family has branched out across the country and is so rich that no one dares to mess with them. But just 4 days ago, a black market operated by their Zhang family in a foreign country was vandalized, and Zhang Tianlong was beaten to death and robbed of a beast-exalted beast source. The Zhang family had suffered heavy losses as a result, and the key was that Zhang Tianlai couldn't trace anyone at all. It's not easy to identify the other party because they're wearing a mask. But then the Zhang family checked the surveillance and saw the man's strength, and the moves the opponent uses. Alright, let's put the matter of Mr. Feng and this young lady aside for now. The old man and this little brother have something to settle. Feng Tianyun's bodyguard was knocked back and tried to launch a counterattack, but was blocked by a spatial barrier. A spatial barrier appeared in front of Su Yuan at the same time. Two spatial barriers separated the exchanging duo. Can you use the power of space? Beast Emperor Powerhouse? Su Yuan secretly lamented in his heart. Zhang Tianlai held his breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, put his hands behind his back and walked to Su Yuan. Boy, finally I found you. Our Zhang family has searched so hard for you. As he spoke, the Beast Emperor's aura erupted violently. The people present were shocked. What was Zhang Tianlai doing? The patriarchs of the 5 great families of the capital were all Beast Emperor powerhouses, with Zhang Tianlai being a 57th level Beast Emperor. And bigwigs like this usually didn't take matters into their own hands. Why would they suddenly target a young man who looked to be under 20 years old? Not. Why the situation? What is the Zhang family patriarch doing? Is this the Beast Emperor? To be able to simply use the power of space. Terrifying as hell. What is Zhang Tianlai up to? A Beast Emperor striking out at a young man under level 10? TSK. Gosh. A level 57 Beast Emperor. No wonder the Zhang family is so powerful that no one dares to mess with them. As for letting Zhang Tianlai personally take action, what has this brat committed? I heard earlier that the Zhang family's black market in the foreign country was smashed and the Zhang family was killed. Is it possible that it's because of this? Feeling the powerful aura of this Beast Emperor, Su Yuan frowned slightly and took a few steps back. You don't seem to have offended this old thing yourself, do you? I don't understand what you're talking about. Zhang Tianlai sniffed coldly and hummed, really pretending when he was dead. Did he really think that he could be lawless and emboldened just because he was an SSS-ranked awakened person? He killed their Zhang family and robbed their Zhang family, but now he is pretending to be confused. So arrogant. Kid, you took the beast-exalted beast source, right, and you killed Zhang Tianlong, right? At those words, Su Yuan froze, which came to mind. However, he had been cautious enough when killing Zhang Tianlong as well as grabbing the beast source, eliminating all traces and not even transforming. Su Yuan couldn't figure out why he was exposed. How did this old guy find out? Offending a Beast Emperor powerhouse was not a wise choice, and Su Yuan expected that this old man did not have full proof. Do you have proof? Can you make up your mind with just a word or two? Su Yuan asked. Zhang Tianlai certainly did not have any evidence, and it would indeed be a bit abrupt to assume that Su Yuan was the person of the day just based on a familiar stance. Stroking his beard, Zhang Tianlai said with a grave expression on his face, the old man has no proof, but suspects you do. Now I'll give you two choices. Either you come back to the Zhang family with me now to cooperate with the investigation, or let me execute you on the spot. You choose one, right? It's ridiculous to talk about evidence in the face of absolute strength. Doubt you are. You are. Where did a kid who was less than level 10 deserve to be reasonable in front of a Beast Emperor powerhouse? The impact of this matter on the Zhang family is very bad. The people in the clan are looking forward to a quick explanation. Zhang Tianlai is also very anxious. Listening to the two choices Zhang Tianlai gave himself, Su Yuan shook his head. Let yourself be chosen? Oh, the Zhang family patriarch was truly strong and incomparable. I'm sorry, you're not qualified. Su Yuan was not afraid in the slightest, holding his hands on his chest and said indifferently. Seeing the field anger crossbow, Mushin stood out at this time set the peacemaker. One was the top Tianzhou of the Xia kingdom, and the other was the Zhang family patriarch. Both of them were dignified figures. There was no need for a big fight. And this is in his Mu family. If you really want to fight, the Mu family will also suffer. Patriarch Zhang. But it's just a junior. Say what you have to say properly. Look at you. A Beast Emperor. It's a bit inappropriate to deal with a young man who was less than 20 years old, isn't it? However, Zhang Tianlai's killing heart has risen. Since Su Yuan is not willing to go back to the Zhang family with him to cooperate with the investigation, then it can only be killed on the spot. If we let this kid go today, we won't have a chance to do it later. As for Mushin's dissuasion, Zhang Tianlai turned a deaf ear. No one could come today. Well. Although it's true that it's easy for a Beast Emperor to make a move, but if you're determined to die, I can only fulfill you. With those words, a strong force that tore through space came towards Su Yuan from all directions. Wherever this force went, space distorted and the air stirred. Suddenly, a deafening sonic boom came from above the heads of the crowd. In the blink of an eye, a golden rod smashed down from 1,000 meters above, smashing the entire auditorium floor with dense cracks. The strong spatial force was also directly dispersed by this golden rod that fell from the sky. Everyone there was shocked. A drop of cold sweat crossed Zhang Tianlai's forehead as he took a step back, his eyes filled with surprise. Who struck? Being able to easily dissolve the Beast Emperor's spatial power. This person's strength must also be a Beast Emperor, and his strength was definitely not weaker than his own. Only after the smoke and dust cleared did the crowd get a good look at the place that had just fallen. The Imperial Sea Demon Needle? Damn it, you have to go against me. Don't you? Of course Zhang Tianlai recognized the Imperial Sea Demon Needle, the beast soldier of that Zhao family brat who had crossed the capital and was unrivaled among his peers, and who was in the limelight. He was too familiar with it. What he didn't expect was for that kid from the Zhao family to dare intervene in his affairs. Zhao Run, how dare you? What do you mean by this? Daring to be so rude to me? Your senior. As he spoke, Zhang Tianlai's brows wrinkled, because until now, he hadn't seen that brat from the Zhao family show up. It's hard to believe that if they didn't come, only the Imperial Sea Demon Needle came? Zhang Tianlai had a few scruples about Zhao Run. The other party was from the Zhao family, the number one family in Xia, and at only 28 years of age, he was already a level 54 beast emperor, and a military brigadier general. That kid is a rash young man, straight-hearted and ruthless, never talk about any human feelings, and has embarrassed Zhang Tianlai in public before. Bark, bark, bark. What are you barking at? Are you worthy of being my senior? Old undead thing. A 57th level beast emperor beating up a student who just awakened. Where did you get Billion? Zhao Yun's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Although the person was not there, the voice was extraordinarily clear. Like a whisper. Boy, rune pups have such a foul mouth. But I like it. Yi Koma secretly lamented in his heart. Suddenly, the densely packed golden inscriptions on the body of the Imperial Sea Demon Needle rod that was stuck on the ground lit up. Instantly, a strong energy burst out. At the same time, Zhao Run's voice sounded again. This general is currently at the military headquarters in the capital, and doesn't have the time to personally clean up old Biden like you. Now the Imperial Sea Demon Needle will be the boundary, but if you dare to cross the boundary, this general will be there in person. You weigh it, right? Zhang Tianlai clenched his back teeth and trembled with anger. Zhou Yun is too crazy. It's wildly out of control. However, this beast emperor level beast soldier in front of him does make him jealous. Zhao Run SS top talent. Really want a fight? Zhang Tianlai is afraid that he is not an opponent. Although Zhang Tianlai was a level 57 beast emperor, there was still a lot of water in it. He had practiced hard for 50 years, spent tens of billions of dollars, and knocked out countless medicines to achieve his current strength. The key thing was that his talent was only S-ranked and his beast soldier rank was not high, although he was 3 levels ahead of Zhao Run. Under the suppression of absolute talent, Zhang Tianlai would never be a match for Zhao Run. Zhang Tianlai knew very well that Zhao Run was a person who never said anything. When he said he was going to do it, he meant it for real. There was no hint of a joke. Zhao Run, you've gone too far. Can you be reasonable? Do you know that the person you're trying to protect has killed our Zhang family, and robbed us and smashed our business? So, what do you think the score should be? Knowing that he was not strong enough, Zhang Tianlai tried to reason. Suddenly, the void in front of him was ripped open by an extremely strong force. From the torn crack, Zhou Yun, dressed in a white military uniform, came out. Seeing this, Zhang Tianlai's tiger's body shook as he hastily backed away. How is this possible? Coming so fast? Was he already able to use the power of space so masterfully? Zhang Tianlai's eyesight narrowed slightly, quickly realizing that something was wrong. With his beast emperor's perception, he quickly realized that this was just a trace of Zhao Run's demonic power projecting a soul body. False alarm. Kill your man if you want. I thought he killed your whole family. What's the rush? Even if Su Yuan made a huge mistake. So what? I will never allow anyone to hurt him in the slightest. Whoever dares to touch him is against the military, against General Great Wall. Then don't blame me, Zhao Yun, for being merciless. That soul body projected by demonic power stepped on the void with its feet and said in an icy tone. As the voice fell, the backs of those present were chilled. Strong? Just too strong. A mere soul body had such a powerful aura and pressure. Everyone was clear that both the Zhao family and the military were things that no one could afford to offend. You bully people too much. Zhang Tianlai was trembling with anger, clenching his back teeth, only feeling his chest tighten and his eyes blacken. When has his Zhang family ever been so humiliated? If this was spread out, in the future, he, Zhang Tianlai, and the Zhang family would surely be reduced to a laughingstock. What? You're not convinced? Come and fight if you don't want to. I'll fight until you're convinced. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian knew that he would not be able to defeat him and could only give his head down, not daring to speak again. All eyes in the room were focused on him, causing him to lose his lordship. He wanted to dig a hole and go straight into it now. The Zhang family patriarch was so humiliated by a junior, and crucially, he had to stoop to his knees. But Zhang Tianlai couldn't do it without bowing down. He is a veteran and knows that today's matter must not be forced, or he will definitely suffer. Zhang Jie's face was very ugly. His father was humiliated and he followed suit. Father, can you even stand this? I don't believe that with your 57th level Beast Emperor's strength, you would not be able to defeat Zhao Run, and now that he's not present, he's just a soul body. Why don't we just strike now and kill that kid on the spot? Zhang Jie was in a hurry. He really couldn't figure out why his father, who was a Beast Emperor, had to suffer from this suffocation. Zhao Yun stood there with only a soul body, but he was just pretending to be a god. You don't understand. It's time to bow down. Zhang Tian came to look at Zhang Jie and said in a serious tone, otherwise it will touch the head. This capital city you and I cannot afford to offend a lot of people. Wait for another day to have the opportunity, and then snow a former shame. Zhang Tianlai didn't have the slightest intention of continuing to stay here at this time. To stay any longer would only add to the shame. Let's go. Zhang Tianlai took Zhang Jie, as well as a few Zhang clan juniors and left in a grayish manner. Looking at the backs of several people fleeing in a mess, Zhao Run did not forget to make a mocking remark. Laughing, bullying, you Zhang family, you're not so good either? After saying that, the soul body projected by the demonic power instantly dissipated. The Imperial Sea Demon needle inserted into the ground rose up into the air and plunged straight into the sky before flying back the same way. Before leaving, Zhao Run also lightly left Ying and Su Yuan with a sentence. You two remember tomorrow's trial. Don't have too much fun. At this point, Mushin looked at the messy appearance of the auditorium. His face was blue and very unhappy. Tonight was supposed to be the Mu family party. Such a grand and cheerful banquet, but it was smashed out of shape. Just now Zhao Run was present. He did not dare to say anything, but now Zhao Run is gone. He immediately began to liquidate. Feng Xiao, you are responsible for what happened tonight. Otherwise, I'll have to ask Elder Feng for a statement. Mushin first sought to liquidate Feng Tianyun. At those words, Feng Tianyun was confused. Holy, what's it to me? Two human beast emperors fighting each other didn't have much to do with themselves. Ha! You brought your people to take the lead in smashing my Mu family's party. If you don't give an explanation today, my Mu family will definitely not stop. Yi Koma surrounded by watching the fun. Feel very powerful. Psychological not to mention how happy. Feng Tianyun really deserved it. He was looking at it with great interest, but was pulled away by Su Yuan. Sister, don't look. We also did it. You don't want to wait to be liquidated. Oh, also, later that night, Su Yuan borrowed a vacant room on the second floor of Yi Yingjia's villa. The villa is large and usually unoccupied. Yi Baojun spent the vast majority of the year abroad on missions, and Yi Ying didn't like to run to the house, so the villa is usually empty. Sitting on top of the bed, Su Yuan prohibited his eyes from closing as he attempted to continue breaking through the ranks. Tomorrow the Hai Tua Forest secret trials will open early, when students from all major universities will participate. Those who were able to participate in the SS-grade secret trial were basically the pride of the major prestigious schools, and ordinary students were not yet able to take their turn. There are level and talent mandatory requirements for the Hightower Forest trial. Talent must be at least S rank with a minimum rank of 6. This mandatory condition screens out a lot of people, and Su Yuan was currently just one step away from level 6. A few days ago, he had completely absorbed most of the Beast Exalted Beast Source, leaving only a few essences to use for his breakthrough. Tonight is the chance for a breakthrough. Su Yuan sat down and swallowed the remaining red crystal core of the Beast Exalted Beast Source in one gulp. Power that was strong to the extreme instantly spread throughout his entire body. After the previous rounds of absorption, his body had gradually adapted to the power, so there was no longer a rejection reaction. Everything went very well. Break it for me. Boom. Su Yuan opened his eyes. At this time, his pupils had turned golden, and between his exhales, a strong force spread extremely fast. The level had broken through from the peak of level 5 to level 6. A Beast Exalted Beast Source that could raise him by 2 levels was already quite good. The difficulty of continuing to break through upwards was exponentially higher than before. Su Yuan knew in his heart that he couldn't just rely on absorbing a large amount of low-level beast sources to break through the level. One had to absorb the beast source of a highly gifted, high-grade ferocious beast. At the same time Su Yuan broke through level 5. The Mad Iron Lion King also soared from level 39 to level 40, officially entering the ranks of the Beast Zone. Ha 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 ha, awesome. Trials. Steady. No opponent. P.S. Brothers, lack of votes. There is a monthly vote. Know if the recommendation can also be 2 monthly votes every day plus 1 more. Thank you. Day 2. Early in the morning, Zhao Run personally took Su Yuan and Ying on the earliest flight and set off for the Hai Tua Forest northeast of the capital. After a 2-hour flight, the airplane landed at a capital airport in the northeastern part of the summer country at noon. Well, here we are. Zhao Run yawned, knowing that it was the first time for both of them to come to the northeast, so he took both of them with him the entire time. Along the way, Su Yuan realized that there were not a few students who had come to participate in the High Tuo Forest trial this time. When he stepped out from the airport, he saw a Beast Zune level tutor standing under a big tree waiting for his students. And in his right hand, he was holding a big flag, which was purple in color, and on it were written the words Qinghua Fierce Beast Academy. After walking a few paces, I realized that the two instructors from KYU were also holding up flags and waiting for the students to converge. You two must be careful this time, especially you, Su Yuan. Although level 6 has already reached the threshold to be selected for this trial, but the people from the 4 prestigious schools who came are basically all level 8 or above. More than 100 people came from just one Qinghua, with the lowest of them being S-ranked geniuses, basically including the top students from every province. Zhao Run, who was walking in front of him, reminded. He wasn't worried about how dangerous the ferocious beasts were in the High Tuo Forest. After all, most of the students' trials were only on the outermost periphery. What he was afraid of was conflict between students. Every year of the trials, there were a few students who died as a result of the conflict. Everyone wanted beast source, essence blood, and other resources, so there were too many wolves and too little meat, so a fight was inevitable. Some schools even encouraged students to do this, in the name of exercising their wild side. Sure enough, Su Yuan realized that there were basically students above level 8 along the way. Some were even able to reach level 15. Obviously, such students belonged to the junior class, or even the senior class. However, Su Yuan was not worried about someone coming to find trouble for himself, unless the other party wanted to lose their little life in the High Tuo Forest. Look guys, that dude is awesome. Surprisingly, he's already level 12. It's true, my family spent millions of dollars and I ended up exhausting myself for a year to level 9. People are more angry than people. The most powerful one in our entire department is only level 10. But it turns out that people are directly level 12. Are you guys talking about the young master of the Zhang family? Zhang Jie? Holy, he's the young master of the Zhang family of the 5 great families. So of course he'll improve fast if he's from a good family. Zhang Jie is still an SS class awakened. A legend in Qinghua. Considered the top of our class. I'm going to go. Young Master Shang's buffs are stacked. If I take one of them, I'll take off in my life. At this moment, Zhang Jie stood in the middle of the crowd, enjoying the crowd's starry-eyed boasting of him, and couldn't help but smile. Everyone is a genius, but geniuses are equally graded. One is to look at the talent, the other is to look at the background, to look at the family. No matter what you look at, he, Zhang Jie, is a 1 in a million existence. These people will just have to stand on their asses and look up. The highest level he had seen along the way was only level 11. He couldn't help but feel that the students in his class were just too crap. One can't even reach level 10. This young master likes to keep a low profile, so you guys should stop talking. Carrying a Beast Zune level beast soldier, Zhang Jie deliberately walked in the most crowded place. Looking at the crowd casting envious glances at him, he couldn't help but feel refreshed. But in the next second, the smile that spread across Zhang Jie's face froze, because he saw Su Yuan among the crowd in front of him. For a while, Zhang Jie's chest was about to explode with anger. Good, when it's really not an enemy. Mud, so you kids are participating in the trial too. What a great opportunity. Wait until we're inside the secret realm. You'll see how I'll kill you. Zhang Jie held the beast-honored beast armament Vidra wolf pestle in his hand, ready to go in front of Su Yuan to properly show off a bit. Although it wasn't the right time to lay hands on Su Yuan, he could scare the other party. Wait until we reach the depths of the High Tu Forest before taking Su Yuan's life. In the next second, Zhang Jie saw a familiar figure in front of Su Yuan. He braked instantly, shivering uncontrollably. Woj, it's really killing me. Why is Zhou Yun here? With Zhao Run guarding his side, Zhang Jie didn't dare to approach Su Yuan at all. Feng Tianyun, who was teamed up with Zhang Jie, noticed Ying by Su Yuan's side at this moment. This damned little demoness has even come. Both of them deserve to die. Tomorrow when we enter the secret realm, we'll have the chance to kill both of them together. Feng Tianyun's words were sharp, and a hint of killing intent showed in his eyes. Entering the secret realm in order to ensure safety, we'll look for teammates to team up. Some 5 a group, some 3 a group. Almost few people choose to single brush, because a single brush means greater risk and a higher mortality rate. The 2 of us teamed up with a few other juniors and seniors, all of whom are strong at the beast spirit level. Before coming here, I've already made a deal with them to let them cooperate with our operation when the time comes. Zhang Jie clasped his hands on his chest and said casually in a careless manner. Both of them were level 10 or above, and with the addition of several beast spirit level teammates, this lineup was luxurious. In the secret kind of no man's land, the military couldn't control it, and when they encountered Su Yuan, they were bound to break him into pieces. Tomorrow was the day to enter the High Tuo Forest for the trial, and in the afternoon all the students completed their physical tests, while in the evening they all stayed in a bed and breakfast in a town closest to the Haitua forest. By this time most people had already found a teammate for their group. Su Yuan and Ying both chose to team up together. If it wasn't for the fact that Ying had always said that he couldn't tell southeast from northwest as a roadie, Su Yuan would really choose to single brush because the experience brought by single brushing was just too high. The more people in the team, the corresponding share of the experience of each player on the body is less. The kind of motionless a dozen people to form a team is actually not very meaningful. If you cannot get enough experience, is not it a waste of a trip? The return is always proportional to the risk taken. In the evening, Su Yuan and Ying determined the location of tomorrow's entrance into the Haitua forest. Haitua forest is actually also divided into residential areas and forbidden areas, and among the residential areas are large and small villages and tribes, with tens of thousands of people living here. The residential area is located on the outer rim of the Haitua forest. The forbidden zone, on the other hand, was the inner circle, where all sorts of ferocious beasts survived in the nearly 20,000 square kilometers of primeval forest. Because the military had deployed troops and high-level powerhouses here, the ferocious beasts in the inner circle did not dare to easily enter the residential area. In the center of the inner circle of the Haitua forest, there were still beast emperors and even beast saint-level ferocious beasts surviving there. This kind of high-level ferocious beast was basically enclosed cultivation on weekdays, only awakening once every 10 years. Every time they awakened, it was when their strength was at its weakest, which was why the military dared to arrange for students to enter the Haitua forest for trials. There were military powerhouses sitting on the ground, plus these high-level ferocious beasts were weak, so they usually didn't break out into conflict with humans, and the students of the trial were asked never to enter the center. Most of the students could only hunt some weak, low-level ferocious beasts in the periphery, and had the strength to continue deeper. But never enter the center. Tomorrow we'll enter through the bamboo forest in the southwest corner, and try not to get together with the large group. At this time in the room, Su Yuan was lying on the bed, holding a sheepskin map in his hand, pointing to a location on it, and said to Ying, "All at your service." Yi Koma had absolute trust in Su Yuan. Besides, she herself was a pure roadie. With two people teaming up, something like planning a route could only be done by Su Yuan. By the way, which side is north on? Leaf Koma pressed his face to the map and gestured with his hands in both the left and right directions. Su Yuan held his forehead and pointed his finger behind Ying. "Boy, this is real roadkill. Can't tell east from west, south from north. Sister Ying, you just follow me. It's easy to get lost inside." Su Yuan before also dry frame leaf tassel, how so pretentious. Now look, nice guy, a real roadie. Well then, you're only level 6 and I'm already level 18, so I'll protect you when the time comes. Just hide behind me and watch me quench the Holy Lance for the big kill. Sigh. Su Yuan. After touching Ikoma's forehead and making sure that the other party did not have a fever, Su Yuan faintly spoke. "Well, if I can't beat you, I'll leave you behind and I'll run away alone. Ying, _ At this time, Su Yuan realized that Ying had already faded out of her red dress. Her upper body was only wearing a thin as cicada wing white nightgown, while her lower body was not wearing anything, and her two long and slender jade legs were drooping. Through this thin layer of pajamas, Su Yuan was even able to see the young girl's pink-colored jade body. "Well, get some early rest. I'll go back to my room and sleep too. I have to gather in the morning." Su Yuan hadn't had the intention of having to sleep in the same room as Ying. He was afraid something would happen at such an important juncture. He was really strong-willed. But the other side is not so good. Sheesh. "Hey, I'm scared to sleep alone. Do you want to?" Su Yuan heard the voice and didn't even turn his head back. Day 2, 10 o'clock. At the edge of the inner circle of the Haitua forest, there is a town here that has survived for thousands of years. Currently, it is an important strategic base for the military, guarded by high-level powerhouses. It was also the closest place to the ferocious beast prohibited area where humans had settled. At this time, in the large town square, more than 500 students who were about to enter the inner circle of the Haitua forest trial stood together in a centralized manner in accordance with the university to which they belonged to. In zones, directly in front of them, two men in white uniforms stood looming. Everyone who was able to come to this trial has proven to be elites within their respective schools. You've gone through a year of university studies but have never had any real-world combat experience. So this is a wonderful opportunity that I hope everyone will be able to take advantage of. Wu Changcheng's loud voice entered every student's ears. Some of the students were shocked to find out that the highest military leader in front of them was actually a peak beast saint. At least it's an admiral of Xia. And the young man beside him with 2 stars on his shoulders was clearly at the level of brigadier general. This kind of big shot they never see on TV on weekdays. and they are separated by countless heads when they see it today. Standing on tiptoe, I tried to get a closer look, but I was blocked by the countless large, tall men in front of me. Kakubo, give me a hug, I can't see a. Su Yuan. For this trial, I must emphasize the following points to you all. Firstly, you must do what you can within your means. I know that none of you have much combat experience, so just set your hunting targets as ferocious beasts below level 10. Secondly, make sure to stay safe. You are all the prides of our Xia Kingdom, the future of the Xia Kingdom. I will distribute a teleportation stone and a bottle of healing potion to each of you, so you can teleport back after encountering danger. Thirdly, and most importantly, never enter the center, or even I won't be able to save you. After explaining the general precautions, Wu Changcheng arranged for the soldiers under his hand to distribute teleportation stones and healing potions to the students. Su Yuan held the teleportation stone in his hand and observed it, and could not help but shrug. This thing doesn't seem to be very useful. This teleportation stone was able to teleport students back from the High Tua forest, but it would take a full 3 minutes, and they could not be harmed arbitrarily during that time, or the teleportation would be interrupted. If you really need an unexpected accident, it's better to take this stone and hit the beast than to take it and teleport. Lastly, I hope that we are all classmates and that no conflict will break out and cause bloodshed. After Wu Changcheng finished speaking, he looked at the excited look of the students underneath who were all pumping their fists, while his heart sank. Every year students die in the conflict, and in a place like that, there is nothing to restrain these bloodthirsty young men. Whoever has the biggest fist is the truth. If you are weak, you have to bow down obediently and save your life. After announcing that it was ready to go, the students found their group teammates and followed the planned route to enter the High Tua forest in groups. Go, follow me. You're a roadie. Don't wander off. Su Yuan took out the map and looked at it, then patted Yi Koma, who was still dazed in place, and said, the two men set the entrance location 5 kilometers away, in the southwest corner of a bamboo forest. Su Yuan visited that place yesterday. From there, you can enter the inner circle and not only make your way in and out, but also avoid coming together with the larger group. He didn't want to be sharing the experience with so many people. Entering the High Tua forest trial was a wonderful opportunity to level up. Su Yuan's current level was level 6. He needed to kill more ferocious beasts in order to level up. Now for him, he was not afraid that the ferocious beasts would be strong, but he was afraid that there would not be enough demonic beasts to share the experience with others. At this time on the other side, a squad of 4 assembled and headed in the direction of the agreed-upon entrance. Su Nian walked at the very front, looking at these rank-and-file students along the way, and snorted coldly. Are all the students in our same class this week? I just looked at half a day and found an 11th grade. Who will dare to grab it from us when the time comes? Su Nian was currently level 12. Although she was not considered the top among the Defense Beasts University. However, if he were to compare himself to the people of Tsinghua Jing University, he would definitely be able to crush a bunch of geniuses. Behind her, Si Tianyu clasped his hands to his chest, and the Demon Emperor level demon armament rolling sky lance in his hand shone with a silver light. Whoever dares to snatch it from me, I'll have to kill him. Si Tianyu was the first genius of this session of Yunjin Fierce Beast Academy. His family was wealthy, and his father was in the top 3 on the list of the richest people in the summer country. He was extremely talented, with a top-tier equipment, just a heaven rolling lance worth several $100 million, and had currently reached a terrifying level 13. There are few rivals among the students of the same class. Certainly almost. The only time I lost to that demon Ying. I heard that Ying came to the trial as well. I didn't win the last fight with her. Don't let me run into her here. The corner of Si Tianyu's mouth hooked out an evil smile as he walked up to Su Nian and said, you say, if we run into her in the High Tua forest this time, this young man absolutely must fight her again, and the loser, die. Hearing the 2 words Ying, Su Nian also had a not-so-small reaction. That little demoness who had rubbed all the geniuses of the same session on the ground and pressed all the heavenly prides to raise their heads. Ha ha, if Ying meets us, then she'll be suffering from old age. After all, I'd like to compete with her as well. Su Nian's smile was strong, and a wave of anger couldn't help but rise in her heart. Once Ying single-handedly challenged 100 heavenly prides of the same generation in the Summer Kingdom and won 100 battles, which I don't know how many geniuses' self-esteem has been thwarted. How many heavenly prides have been caused to lose face and have their Tao hearts shattered? They used to think that they were the most talented people under the sky, but under Yi Koma, most of them couldn't even last a single shot. If they were to meet in the High Tua forest, the 2 of them would not be the only ones who wanted to make a move. You know, this little demoness has offended too many people. Who among the dudes in the capital hadn't suffered under her hand? However, the background of this little demoness was too powerful, and no one dared to touch her outside. but it would be different if we went into the high Tuo forest. If we died, who knows if it was done by a human or a ferocious beast. 45. 46. Looking at the grade 11 ferocious beast cyclone meerkat that was prostrate on the ground and constantly wailing, Su Yuan was expressionless as he stabbed his two claws directly into its throat. The whirling meerkat struggled and twitched twice and stopped moving. 47. At this moment, Su Yuan was dressed in the armor of a pale yellowing long incarnation, and his two hands had turned into ancient black powerful sharp dragon claws. On top of the sharp dragon claws, fresh green blood was falling in drops. Besides Su Yuan, there were dozens of ferocious beast corpses lying around. Most of these ferocious beasts were at a level of 10 or above, and were considered to be the most common ferocious beasts in this area. In less than 4 hours, the two of them, Yi Ying and Su Yuan, entered through the bamboo forest, bypassing the large army and pushing flat out all the way. It has now left the outermost reaches of the primeval forest. At this moment, the place where their feet were stepping on was the outer area of the inner circle of the Haitua forest, where most of the ferocious beasts that survived here were at level 10 to 15. Kakubo, is this the 47th one you've killed already? Yi Koma pulled the hardened sacred lance out of the belly of a level 12 ferocious beast and looked at Su Yuan, who was killing in a big way, and couldn't help but marvel. So far, Ying had only exhausted himself to hunt 11 level 10 or above ferocious beasts, while Su Yuan was more than 4 times as many as him. It's thanks to the candle 9 in devouring claw. Looking at the black dragon claw that was coiled around half of his arm and extended all the way to his fingertips, Su Yuan sighed that its power was really as terrifying as it was. Entering the High Tuo Forest trials required every student to bring a beast soldier, otherwise they could not enter. Beast soldiers are weapons crafted from the bones of ferocious beasts. The rank of the fierce beast determined the rank of the beast soldier. Yi Koma's hardened sacred lance in his hand was crafted from the bones of beast emperor level ferocious beasts. It was a proper beast emperor level beast armament. There were also some extremely special ferocious beasts that were born with their own beast soldiers and did not need to be built separately. For example, the sky-slaying demon ape's Imperial sea demon needle, and the candle 9 devouring claw of the pale yellow-winged dragon. Beast soldiers of this level started off at the beast emperor level. Of course, only a small number of SS rank or higher awakened could possess such a talent. Su Yuan is one of them. Strong, strong indeed. Feeling the overbearing power in his two hands, Su Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, only to feel that he could not get enough. Under Su Yuan's candle 9 devouring claws, each one of these level 10 to 15 ferocious beasts could not last more than a second before they were directly disemboweled and their heads and limbs were lopped off. Most of these ferocious beasts had talents below a rank. It was either run or die against Su Yuan. Su Yuan didn't even use the power of the Mad Iron Lion King. One reason for doing this is to gain experience quickly and level up. Secondly, the Berserk Iron Lion King power doesn't last very long and has to be saved for a critical moment. Wouldn't dealing with these ferocious beasts be like blasting a mosquito with a cannon? Not enough. Not nearly enough. With only 47 of them, the experience gained is still too little. In this nearby area, there were at least thousands of ferocious beasts above level 10 that survived. But at this point, one by one, they all ran and died. What a joke. It's just too vicious, alright. The teenager in golden armor in front of him was a perverted killing god. Those surviving ferocious beasts let out a deep, low cry of fear from their mouths. Humans have broken in before, but never this sick. Mountains of dead companions. What are we waiting for if we don't run? Hundreds of level 10 or higher ferocious beasts began to run in all directions. Most of the ferocious beasts were running towards the interior of the High Tuo forest, but Su Yuan's figure leaped and blocked the path they had to take, slaughtering one on sight. So there was no choice but to run to the outermost perimeter. What to do? Chase or not? Yi Koma couldn't get enough of it. She had only hunted 11 so far, and with the strong gap between her and Su Yuan, her desire to win was all stirred up. Without going back, let's continue deeper. We should encounter higher ranked ones. Stay close to me and don't wander off. Su Yuan had no intention of turning back or staying where he was. He wanted to hunt as many ferocious beasts as possible in the limited time. It would naturally be the best if one could come across a beast spirit level or above ferocious beast. Fresh beast source and essence blood, as much as one could get. Okay, I'm all ears. Yi Koma held the hardened sacred lance in his right hand and followed closely behind Su Yuan as the two continued to go deeper. Following Su Yuan, she had an absolute sense of security. Zhang Jie and Feng Tianyun entered a 6-man squad. There were 7 people in the group, and 4 of them were all beast spirit level students. The large troop soon entered the outermost part of the primitive forest, where some low-level ferocious beasts survived. Most of these ferocious beasts were less than level 5, and were the weakest and most numerous demonic beasts in the entire High Tuo forest. When these low-level ferocious beasts saw the humans that suddenly intruded, they immediately realized the danger and ran towards the depths of the primitive forest. There were some low-level ferocious beasts that didn't have the time to run, or were slow to run, that died under the students' hands. For most of the students, this was the one time they went out to hunt a ferocious beast. The bold ones were able to get away with it, while the less bold girls were overwhelmed with fear. First hunt and everyone is rusty, excluding some gifted ones of course. Level 5 ferocious beast pine demon rats. It's not one shot at a time, it's so easy. Cool. See Tianyu, who was at the forefront, held the heaven rolling lance, and between the flips of the lance tip, one after another low-grade ferocious beasts died under him. Some of the low-level ferocious beasts also lacked natural enemies in the middle of the Haitua forest, and they were even foolish enough not to know how to run when they saw humans. One by one, their companions fell under the human's knife, and they realized the danger was coming, but it was too late. This trial isn't much of a trial. Ah, give me death. The tang blade in Sun Yen Nian's hand was made extremely superbly, and between the flashes of lightning and fire, a level 6 demonic beast, the green wolf, was directly cleaved into two halves. She wiped the blood from between her knives, only to feel unfulfilled. I thought I could encounter what kind of danger, but it turned out to be these small monsters, not enough to kill. Under the siege of several hundred students, these low-level demonic beasts died miserably one by one. Soon, everyone was in the groove, and the hunt was very enjoyable. Even some girls who were quite timid dared to draw their swords to hunt the ferocious beasts. Soon, the low-level ferocious beasts in this area that didn't run away basically became corpses. The ferocious beasts that ran away fled to the depths of the primeval forest. The further inside you went, the stronger the grade talent of the ferocious beasts you met became. These low-level ferocious beasts had pitifully little experience and no molded beast source. Hunting them gained very little benefit, but rather exhausted the crowd. With so many people gathered in a large group, the experience spread evenly over each person is almost equivalent to nothing. But following a large group would be perfectly safe. And most students just want peace and quiet and are not willing to put themselves in a position to risk that much. Suddenly, Si Tianyu, who was walking at the front of the group, spotted a distinctive ferocious beast. It was a level 12 B-ranked ferocious beast, the Nile Panther. This level of ferocious beasts would normally not appear in the outermost part of the primitive forest. Si Tianyu realized that this Nile Black Panther was exhausted at this moment and looked weak, as if it had just encountered some great calamity and escaped from death. Looking at this one prey that was delivered to his door, Si Tianyu naturally could not possibly not want it or give it to others for nothing. Transformation, Flare Tiger. With a fierce roar, the Flare Tiger pounced straight up, locking onto the exhausted Nile Panther's neck and biting it to death. The Nile Panther struggled desperately, but to no avail. It had just escaped from a killing god that could be called a pervert, and luckily picked up a life, but it didn't expect that it had just left the dragon's pool and entered the tiger's lair again. The Nile Panther struggled a few times before stopping moving. At this point it had already died under the mouth of the Flare Tiger. Watching the Nile Black Panther lose its breath, the corners of Si Tianyu's mouth could no longer be suppressed, and he couldn't help but feel that his talent was truly powerful. Easily killing a level 12 ferocious beast was simply terrifying. He picked up the Nile Black Panther with his rolling skylance, then returned to the large group and displayed it for all to see. This couldn't help but cause a crowd of students to be shocked. Go. So strong. Surprisingly, one person killed a level 12 B-class demonic beast. How long has this been going on? I didn't realize that Si Xiao had already opened up and killed such a strong ferocious beast. Awesome. Worthy of being the first genius of Yunjin Demon Beast Academy. I can only be envious. How did he kill a Nile Black Panther all by himself? It's too fierce. As far as I know, this ferocious beast is extremely fast and hard to kill. That's not right. We've only just entered the outermost part of the primordial forest. We shouldn't have encountered a level 12 ferocious beast. Enjoying the envious gazes of the crowd, Si Tianyu's heart drifted in the air, though he wasn't sure why this Nile Panther was here, and a look of being hunted down and exhausted from running. Ah, you guys, look! In the next second, I don't know who screamed loudly, and the nerves of the crowd were instantly on high alert, only to see that in the distance, dust was flying and hissing sounds were monstrous as a large group of level 10 or above ferocious beasts rushed towards the large troop without a life. It was as if they were frightened, each one full of fear, as if they were trying to run away from something terrible. The students were instantly dumbfounded as they looked at the hundreds and thousands of ferocious beasts charging head-on. Most of them were flowers in a greenhouse, and this was the first time they had come face to face with so many wild and ferocious beasts. All of these individual demonic beasts were above level 10, while most of the students were less than level 10. The hard side goes rigid. Unless it's desperate, it'll be stomped right into the ground. This time, the Great Wall of Wu had explained to them that it would be sufficient to hunt and target ferocious beasts below level 10, so most of them did not have any confidence at all when facing ferocious beasts above level 10. Ha, it's over. Why are there so many high-level ferocious beasts? How can we fight them? Why are they here? We're going to get trampled, aren't we? Boy, this is the first time I've been this close to death. This is the outermost area. Why are they all here? Some of the students were beating a retreat, cowering at the end of the line, preparing to use teleportation stones to run away. But the beast was about to get in your face. A couple of older 4th graders stepped forward first. As senior classes, they possessed more combat experience, so it was incumbent upon them to stand in front of these students who were less than level 10 at this time. Don't panic everyone, now immediately enter the battle state and transform immediately, or else danger, danger. They took the lead in summoning, and several small mountain-sized ferocious beasts appeared in front of the crowd. These were all beast spirit level demonic beasts. Ho 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 ho! The beast spirit level ferocious beasts erupted with extremely strong roars, attempting to scare off the rampaging beasts, but it didn't work at all. The beasts were more like running for their lives than attacking, and with the students blocking them from escaping, there was a good chance that they would be trampled into the ground by the beasts next. Seeing that the beasts were getting closer, the students chose to transform for battle. Some high-grade ferocious beasts attempted to block the beasts with their huge bodies, but they failed and were eventually trampled to death directly by the oncoming beasts. Most people, on the other hand, are ducking and running, looking for places to hide as much as possible. Some of them tended to climb trees, some flew skyward, and some chose to vanish. There were a few dumbfounded female students who disregarded the discouragement and still held the teleportation stone in their teleportation, and within a few breaths of effort they were trampled into mush. It seems that following a large group is not absolutely safe. It's really evil. Da-ja. Who can stand up to this? Si Tianyu was so scared that his legs were shivering. Killing him would not have thought that following a large army would be so unlucky. At this point he climbed the tallest tree. The level 13 didn't have the intention of having to fight these flood beasts hard yet. Killing one was tough for him, let alone a large group. Su Nian Nian transformed into a 9 heavenly spirit fox, dug a hole on the spot and hid in it, to be as wretched as possible. Damn it, I should have known better than to follow the large group. The 4 senior students teamed up with Zhang Jie and Feng Tianyun were scattered by the oncoming beasts. Zhang Jie, on the other hand, hid in a tree hole in order to save his life, and it was only after all the sounds outside had stopped that he climbed out of the tree hole alone. At this moment, his eyes had long been empty except for the corpses of a few students. The large troop had been dispersed by the beasts, and the few senior students who had been taking care of him were also gone. Zhang Jie was dumbfounded. Ha, where are the people? Looking at the empty primitive forest, his legs couldn't help shivering out of fear. Without the protection of the people around him, if he met Su Yuan, he would surely die. Zhang Jie cried, "Do not bring so play ah, I can't, I have to go back, I have to go back." When Zhang Jie rummaged through his pockets, he realized that the teleportation stone had been lost during his run just now. A wave of fear instantly swept through his entire body. Su Yuan and Ying advanced a few more kilometers forward, leaving the outer area and entering a zone in the primitive forest that was swampy everywhere. In this place, there were many inconspicuous swamp pits, which were full of crises, and at any time, there were demonic beasts that came out to launch attacks on humans. The special environment caused most of the ferocious beasts that survived here to be able to eject highly poisonous venom. However, this could not pose a substantial threat to the duo of Ying and Su Yuan, since most of the ferocious beasts were no more than level 25. Even if they released toxic substances, they could not cause the slightest damage to the armor of the two. Stay close to me and don't wander off. As soon as Su Yuan finished saying this, Yi Ying's left leg, who was standing behind him, was suddenly wrapped in a long red tongue. Yi Koma only felt a tightness in his calf, and before he had time to react, his entire body was yanked out 4 or 5 meters away by this red tongue. This tongue dragged her entire body in the direction of the deep forest with great speed. National treasure. The sudden attack caused Yi Koma's quenching sacred lance to disengage. All she could do was watch as she was dragged by the long tongue. Unable to resist, Su Yuan twisted his head violently and was shocked. Playing peekaboo, a Lion King's power converged in his eyes, and Su Yuan instantly saw clearly the figure of a level 19-toed fierce beast in the dense forest in the distance. Immediately afterward, his body blasted out like a cannonball, and between the flashes of lightning and fire, Candle Joeen's devouring claw violently sliced off the long red tongue. The poison spirit toad in the distance was indulging in the fantasy of a beautiful meal 1 second, but the next second his tongue throbbed and wailed in pain. Realizing that the situation was not good, it decisively chose to escape. But how could Su Yuan let him go so easily? As the Candle 9 devouring claw dissipated, Su Yuan's hand directly gripped the severed tongue, and with a fierce push, He directly ripped out the entire remaining tongue along with the green blur. The poison spirit toad instantly died violently. Be safe. There are quite a few guys hiding in the shadows. Helping Ikoma up, Su Yuan checked her left leg, partially bruised and swollen. Just a skin wound. With the armor against it, most of that venom didn't come into contact with the skin. At this moment, only focusing on inspecting the wound, Su Yuan even directly ignored the young girl's burning gaze. Su Yuan stretched out a hand, wanting to pull Ying up, but who knew that the latter actually directly embraced him, and pressed the two huge masses of softness directly against him. Su Yuan almost suffocated in his chest for a split second. Sister Ying, are you alright? We have to continue our journey. Let go of me. At this moment, Yikoma's heart was still thumping violently. Just now was the closest she had come to death. If it wasn't for Su Yuan, she would have long been swept into the belly of the demonic beast by that huge tongue. It was unknown how many times Su Yuan had stepped in to save her. At this time, Su Yuan and Ying were so close that the two of them were pressed together. Su Yuan could even hear the other party's heartbeat. Suddenly, the young girl buried her entire reddened face in his chest, with a hint of burning and ecstasy in her eyes. Su Yuan frowned slightly, and at this time, his face swished red as well. However, he knew deep down that this was not a place to stay for long. He had to cross the swamp as soon as possible, or else he would most likely be surrounded by poisonous miasma, and then he would be in trouble. Alright Sister Ying, we should go. Yikoma's hold on Su Yuan loosened, and tried to take 2 steps, but found it very strenuous. She realized that she didn't have the slightest bit of strength in her right leg, as if she was tied up with a sledgehammer. She couldn't move at all. At the same time, Tasseled Leaf's unified form automatically lifted. Su Yuan realized that it wasn't good and immediately checked Yi Tassel's right leg area. He was surprised to find that the calf part of Yi Tassel's right leg had developed a green swollen lump. Around the swollen mass, green filamentous streaks began to spread continuously in all directions toward the leg. It was obvious that the right leg had been inadvertently poisoned by the venom of the poison spirit toad. It hurts. Yikoma only felt a silky throbbing pain in her right leg. Each time it was like a pinprick, making her blush in pain. The situation is not encouraging. Su Yuan hurriedly took out medicine from his bag and applied it on top of the wound, then gave Yi Ying his own healing potion. Yikoma's head fainted and directly fell into Su Yuan's arms again. Between the drowsiness, Yikoma hugged Su Yuan and said softly, "Gua bao, am I stupid ah? I thought I was pretty strong before eh? This how always give you trouble ah? And before you said you'd run off without me in danger. I thought for sure you'd surely not do that." As he spoke, he hugged Su Yuan even tighter. Su Yuan stroked her forehead and found that it was burning hot and anxious for a moment. He understood that there was absolutely no time to delay. "Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Come to your senses. I'll immediately teleport you back now. You have to be good." Su Yuan took out a teleportation stone and prepared to teleport Ying back to the base. But in the next second, he stopped this operation. He recalled what he had previously read in a demonic beast illustrated book that had a detailed explanation about toad-like demonic beasts. This kind of demonic beast's toxicity is extremely strong. Within 3 hours of poisoning, if you can't get treatment you have to directly cool off. And the only antidote to the poison could only be the beast source of a demon spirit level or higher toad demon beast. Thinking of this, Su Yuan received the awakening stone into his hand and gently stroked Yi Ying's hair before whispering in her ear, "Wait here for a moment. I'll be back in a moment. Wait for me." Su Yuan picked up Yi Ying and hid him in a nearby hidden tree hole, while he, himself, was searching for the target ferocious beasts in the vicinity at a rapid pace. He didn't dare to delay for a minute. Right now, the only way to save Yi Ying's life was to obtain the beast source, beast spirit level poison spirit toad. In a tree hole at this time, Yi Koma's face turned white. That surge of intense pain had paralyzed her entire right leg by now. Her eyes were dim and she couldn't see anything. And Su Yuan is nowhere to be found at this time? Hey, Kakubo, you're not really abandoning me, are you? Where are you going? On the other side, the 4-member squad led by Si Tianyu, after hours of cluelessly groping around, a swamp appeared in front of them. Su Nian's brows furrowed slightly as she suddenly had a bit of an ominous feeling. "Si Shao, are we going in?" Si Tianyu muttered a bit in his heart as he twisted his head to look behind him and finally made up his mind. "I don't know how many times I've been down the back roads, so there's not much point in doubling back. Go inside. It's okay, just be careful." Under Si Tianyu's leadership, the 4 of them walked stiffly into the swamp. Li Xin, Zhang Nan, pay attention to your defense at all times. Don't be careless. Si Tianyu held the rolling sky lance in his hand. His gaze was grave as he said to his 2 teammates who were walking at the very back, "Okay Long Xiao." Su Nian held the Tang sword in her hand tightly, her eyes cautiously watching everything around her. not letting go of any breeze. What all four could sense was that this place was much more dangerous than where they had just been. After walking for a while, Si Tianyu, who was at the very front, discovered the corpse of a dead-toed ferocious beast. The first time he saw it, Si Tianyu couldn't help but get goosebumps from the shock, only to see that the entire tongue of this toad ferocious beast had been pulled out, and that pair of huge green eyes had already burst due to the huge impact, and the naked brain that had been ripped out from amongst the head could still be seen vaguely. It instantly made him want to vomit up the meal he had eaten last night. I'll be damned. You guys, look at this. Who the hell is hitting so hard? Is it hard to believe that someone has come in here? It shouldn't look like any other ferocious beasts have done it either. Si Tianyu covered his nose with one hand and said to the three people behind him. He kept a decent distance from the corpse of this toad demonic beast. This was because he was very clear about the toxicity of this demonic beast. If you were to be exposed to the venom, it wouldn't take much time for you to rest. I don't know. It never hurts to be careful anyway. Su Nian took a deep breath, forcing her stomach to turn over, and said. The next second, only a scream could be heard from behind. Ah, help me, help me. Li Xian's leg, who was at the back of the crowd, was suddenly wrapped around a red tongue, and Li Xian planted himself on the ground in response, and then his entire body was dragged by the long red tongue in the direction of the depths of the dense forest. Li Xian didn't have any ability to resist. He could only keep asking for help from the nearest Su Nian. Sister Nian, help me, help me. Su Nian looked at Li Xian, who was being dragged by the long red tongue and was constantly begging for help, and then looked at the tang sword in her hand, and was about to swing it to cut off the red tongue. However, in the next second, seeing that the long tongue was covered in venom, Su Nian hesitated. Help me, help me. No matter how much Li Xian called out for help, Su Nian never had any intention of trying to come to the rescue, and the remaining two were too far away from Li Xian to have this opportunity to save even if they wanted to, until he was swallowed by the poison spirit toad. Li Xian was still struggling and shouting save me, but Su Nian remained stumped and indifferent. The poison spirit toad in the dense forest in the distance hiccuped, flicked its long tongue, and left the place with a satisfied heart. The crowd slowed down from their panic. Si Tianyu looked at Su Nian who had just seen death and was furious. What the hell is this woman up to? Obviously we are all teammates. How cold-blooded is she? Noticing Si Tianyu's extremely unkind gaze, Su Nian stuck her tang blade on the ground, clasped her hands to her chest, and responded in a rousing manner. Li Xian died because he was unlucky and would not have survived the poisoning. That tongue has venom on it, and if I strike it will inevitably splatter on me, and my lady doesn't want to get herself involved yet. Hearing Su Nian's words, Si Tianyu could only sigh helplessly. The team of four was now left with only 3 people, lacking a rear defense force. If they were to face a high-level ferocious beast next, it would definitely be a disaster. Having lost a teammate, Si Tianyu now regretted coming to this hellhole. He'd rather turn back if he could. Si Tianyu was afraid that he would be the one to die next. This place was just too dangerous. He didn't want to die. He hadn't waited until that old denizen of the family died and inherited the property. You guys must be cautious next. Zhang Nan, use your one skill to detect if there are any other dangers in the vicinity. It's really killing me. Si Tianyu instructed Zhang Nan. Yes, Mr. Secretary. The ferocious beast that Zhang Nan had awakened was the eared demon cat, an auxiliary ferocious beast with an extremely developed sense of sight and hearing. The eared demon cat got the first beast skill, which could use its demonic power to sense living things that existed within half a kilometer nearby, and could even accurately locate the other party's position. But don't give me any more whole surprises. I really can't carry it anymore. Si Tianyu grumbled. Zhang Nan transformed into a demonic cat with ears and used the skill perception tracking, using himself as the center of the circle and a radius of half a kilometer, detecting all lifeforms in the vicinity. After the perception ended, Zhang Nan took a long breath of relief. He didn't find any ferocious beasts above level 15 nearby, although several potential dangers were predicted. All of these potential dangers were able to be avoided as long as they could be guarded against in advance. When Si Tianyu heard this, the heart that was hanging in the air was finally put down. As long as Zhang Nan said it was fine, then he would feel relieved and bold. Suddenly, the eared demon cat sensed something not far away and let out a low chirp. Zhang Nan frowned slightly when he saw this. No, Si Shao, there seems to be an unknown human presence in the vicinity, and the other party seems to be injured. At these words, the 3 men had different expressions. Strange humans? Injured? I think they are also students who came to the trial together. Si Tianyu suddenly became interested. Where? At this time in the office of the town's highest person in charge. Wu Changqing's brows were locked. He had just gotten word that this trial was not going well. So far, several students have folded. What Wu Changcheng did not expect was that most of the students were actually killed under the ferocious beasts this time. Hey! 4 more students just teleported back. Uncle Wu. What is certain through the injuries on their bodies as well as their words of explanation is that they encountered a level 10 or above ferocious beast right after they went in. Zhao Run's gaze was heavy, which gave him a sudden ominous feeling. He was a bit worried about Su Yuan and Yi Ying, especially Su Yuan. That kid was only level 6 now. Xiao Zhao. Could it be that there has been a change in the center of the Haitua forest this year? I'm mainly worried about that, Wu Changcheng said as he glanced at Zhao Run. Currently, the high-level ferocious beasts in the center of the Haitua forest had pretty much awakened, and these Beast Emperor, Beast Saint-level ferocious beasts were currently in a weak period of strength. With a human powerhouse sitting in their midst, they would never dare to make a move to launch an attack on the students of the trial. Most students would just hunt some low-level ferocious beasts. Over the years, this has reached a consensus. But Wu Changcheng was afraid that that one peak Beast Saint ferocious beast in the center of this year's area would complete its breakthrough. And if it were to flip out with humans at that time, then it would be a big deal. I don't think so. The heart is very complicated. This time the emergence of changes is really beyond his expectations. By the way, I heard that Su Yuan also participated in this trial? Xiao Zhao, why don't you stop him? He has only just succeeded in his awakening. If he appears to have a long or short, Wu Changcheng only just realized that Su Yuan had also participated in this great Xinbei mountain trial. Facing Wu Changcheng's questioning, Zhao Run scratched his head and let out a bitter smile, his face full of innocence. In the Xia kingdom, Wu Changcheng was one of the few people who made Zhao Run, the mongrel king, afraid and complimented. That, Uncle Wu, listen to my explanation. You don't have to worry about Su Yuan. First of all, Su Yuan I am familiar with. He will run if he can't beat him. Secondly, with Yi Koma protecting him, nothing should happen. Chan Run, this is the first SSS-ranked awakened person in our summer country in 20 years. If something goes wrong, can you take the responsibility? Facing a burst of scolding from Wu Changcheng's split face, Zhao Run could only lower his head. However, Commander Wu seems to be overly concerned. Is So Yuan that likely to be in danger? Others were afraid that the trial was dangerous. He was afraid that it wasn't dangerous enough. Only after Zhao Yun told the whole story did Wu Changcheng's tightly locked brows slightly stretch, while lamenting Su Yuan's arguably terrifying leveling up speed. He had some hidden concerns. This time, if Su Yuan has any accidents, Zhao Run, will also be confined. Do you hear me? Zhou Ryan gasped a little in anger. To Yi Tassel confinement is understandable. At least he is also a brigadier general. How to be confined without moving? However, whether he closed the confinement or not was a small matter. After all, he had been closed by the Great Wall of Wu many times before. He only prayed that Su Yuan would not have any accidents this time. At this time in the Hai Tua forest, according to the location provided by the earwig demon cat, Si Tianyu and the others found an extremely hidden tree hole. Si Tianyu suddenly became interested in wanting to go in and take a look. It wasn't because he was so kind as to want to step in and save this injured classmate. In a place like the Hai Tua forest, life and death had their own destiny, and he just wanted to see if he could pick up the slack. Si Tianyu walked forward and peeled back the golden leaves covering the opening of the great Sephora tree's hole, poking out a head to see what was in the hole. The moment his head reached in, Si Tianyu saw a red-clothed girl lying on her side on top of a green stone. The girl's face was pale, seemingly poisoned or injured. Beads of sweat covered her pale face, her lips shivered, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Si Tianyu couldn't resist his curiosity and went up to take a detailed look. And when he saw the delicate features clearly, Si Tianyu was shocked. This young girl was no one else but Yi Tassel. In that instant, Si Tianyu was both excited and nervous. Come on you guys, ha 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 ha, look who I found here. Outside, Zhang Nan and Su Nian rushed over at the sound of their voices. When Su Nian saw clearly that the person lying there was Yi Ying, a flash of excitement surged on her expressionless face. It's Tassel Yi. It's really Tassel Yi. Even if he turned into ashes, Su Nian would recognize him. She was the one who trampled all of Su Nian's dignity as a celestial pride under her feet. And she was the one who made Su Nian's defeat a complete mess. Su Nian's pupils contracted. She never expected to be able to encounter Yi Ying here. Si Tianyu was also pleasantly surprised. He didn't think he would be so lucky. The so-called fall off the cliff, picked up the secret books of martial arts as just so well. Looking at Yi Koma who was lying on top of the green stone, Si Tianyu smashed his mouth and smiled. Ha 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 ha. Surprisingly, it's really Yi Koma, the first genius of the capital. What's going on now? Injured? I see that the strength is not very good either. Si Tianyu had once lost to Yi Ying's men as well, and that was the only time he had lost to someone else and lost so badly. One move. This horrible little demon girl used one move. People's plans were not as good as heaven's plans. But today, Si Tianyu ran into the dying Ying who was about to die here. Is this little demoness poisoned? It doesn't look light. Si Tianyu gently stabbed Yi Tassel's back with his rolling sky gun. He was still really afraid that Yi Ying would die just like that. Wouldn't that be too boring? He was still prepared to compete with Yi Ying at the end. Wake up! Wake up! Su Nian directly stepped forward and grabbed Yi Ying's hair, dragging him straight up. Feeling the pain in his scalp, Yi Koma woke up from his stupor. However, what she saw when she opened her eyes was not Su Yuan, but three strangers she didn't even recognize. Yes, Yi Koma didn't know them at all. She had dueled hundreds of people in the past year and ended up winning 100 battles, and there didn't seem to be anyone who impressed her. You guys are? Where are the national treasures? Meeting the unkind gazes of the three, Yi Ying was on guard. She knew that these three people were by no means good. The next moment, only a wave of dizziness was felt, and her right leg began to throb again in a steady stream of pain. She was no longer sure how long she had been asleep, and where so far had gone. What national treasure? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Nian directly went up and pinched Yi Ying's neck, and with a fierce push, her nails embedded themselves in the flesh of Yi Ying's neck. I didn't expect it. Little demoness. I can still meet you in this place. Do you think it's coincidental or not? Yi Koma directly for a moment a little breathless. She had no idea who the person in front of her was, or seemed to have met them once, but couldn't name them at all. She didn't understand why the other party should have such malicious intent to go straight for the kill. Hey, don't strangle. This young man wants to fight her again. I don't believe that this young man can't beat her this time. Seeing that Ji Ying was almost out of breath, Si Tianyu rushed forward to dissuade him. Su Nian blankly glanced at him, unable to help but feel that this richest man's son was really childish to the extreme. What's the point of going to fight a sick kid now? Yi Koma you should have been poisoned by the poison spirit toad. As far as I know, there's basically no cure for this kind of poison. You should be at the point where you'll die from the poison. We actually came over to give you a break from all the pain. Su Nian drew out her tang blade, and there wasn't the slightest bit of guilt in her heart. Originally, this girl was going to die. Now send her away. What psychological pressure can he or she have? In turn, give her a pain in the ass. She's going to die sooner or later anyway. Just as Su Nian was about to wipe Yi Tassel's neck with her tang knife, Si Tianyu plunged back in. No! What's your hurry, Benjamin? Wait until Benjamin fights her again before you kill. It's not too late. At this time on the other side, Su Yuan's feet stepped on the void, and his ghost-like figure shuttled over the primitive forest, tracking the target ferocious beasts. His target was a beast spirit level ferocious beast. Suddenly, Su Yuan let out a light eep, his gaze landing on a place in the distance that was faintly emitting green light. The body then slammed down onto the ground, and after going up and taking a closer look, he realized that it was actually the corpse of a poison spirit toad, and it's a level 21 poison spirit toad corpse. Su Yuan immediately rummaged through the corpse, but after half a day of searching, almost tearing this poison spirit toad's corpse apart, he was unable to find a single beast source. What the hell? How come there's none? Suddenly, Su Yuan heard a sound of footsteps coming from behind his rear and jerked his head back. Only 4 students wearing the uniforms of the National Defense Ferocious Beasts University stood behind them. The levels are all above level 20. Su Yuan was cautious. He guessed that this poison spirit toads was killed by these 4 people, and as for the beast source, it must have fallen into their hands as well. Hokage, why did you break in here? It's dangerous. Hurry up. Oh Yang Yun, who stood at the front of the 4 people, looked at Su Yuan's thin and weak appearance, and he was still alone, so he couldn't help but ask. Just now, their small group of 5 people had entered this swamp by mistake. It was likewise attacked by the poison spirit toad and suffered very serious damage. Su Yuan was not interested in all the other things. He only wanted a beast source right now to save Yi Ying's life. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't afford any delays. Did you kill this? Su Yuan pointed at this corpse beside him and asked. Exactly. Oh Yang Yun replied. Alright then, give me the beast source. Upon hearing this, Oh Yang Yun's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, and he couldn't help but feel that this teenager in front of him was really strange. There's no beast source. It's just a level 21 ferocious beast. It hasn't condensed a molded beast source in its body yet. I don't know what you want the beast source for, but we're only killing it to fight back and save our lives. There are currently 6 of us and 2 have died, so don't delay here. Leave with us as soon as possible. Oh Yang Yun estimated that Su Yuan's level was less than 10, and in such a dangerous place, even they, the beast spirit level powerhouses, almost died here. Su Yuan, a freshman who was less than level 10, went into the swamp and was lucky to have survived until now. So it's not the only one you've met? Su Yuan heard something else in Ouyang Yun's words. Since it could cause them to lose 2 of their teammates, it meant that they must have just encountered more than just this one toad ferocious beast. At this time, a slightly chubby girl wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said with a pained expression, "Yes, we just encountered a Beast King level poison spirit toad, Wang Shang and Li Qiu, with their 6-member squad, each of them above level 20 and gifted with B rank strength. Ordinary beast spirit level ferocious beasts were really no match. However, on the way back just now, they were attacked by a Beast King, and it was still a level 32 poison spirit toad king." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was excited. Good. I was worried that there was no place to look for it. Beast King level ferocious beasts, this is really a step in the right direction. You also don't have to worry about not having a source of molded beasts. How come I'm not that lucky myself? Where is it? Take me. Ouyang Yun froze for a moment at his words, then inquired suspiciously. Do you mean the exit? Currently looking for it. Su Yuan. I mean the location of this poison spirit toad king. I'll avenge you. Ouyang Yun and the 3 sisters behind him were dumbfounded. What? What did they just hear? Revenge? Are you kidding? That's a Beast King level ferocious beast. The 6 of them, the beast spirits, were unable to defeat them, and they even lost 2 of their teammates before finally picking up a life. Hokage, don't kid yourself. Your current level is still less than 10. This is definitely a death sentence to go. Yeah. If we really want to get revenge, we'll have to let our mentor do it. Su Yuan forced down the anger in his heart and stared straight at the 4 people with a pair of dragon eyes. His heart was speechless. The latter was stared at like that, and for some reason, his back suddenly went a little cold. Su Yuan was about to open his mouth to explain, when suddenly, only the sound of breaking wind could be heard coming from behind the 4. Duck! Su Yuan let out a high cry and directly went forward to pounce on Ouyang Yun who was closest to him, only to see that it was a huge red tongue, covered in venom, looking extremely oozing. The owner of this red tongue was none other than the poison spirit toad king who had just killed 2 people in a row and was now chasing after them. Damn! This is coming after us Mud! Didn't we just get rid of it? Who knew it was so cunning? The big deal is that we're going to have to fight it, or we're going to give up our lives today. The poison spirit toad king flicked his tongue, his mouth grinning widely, 2 rows of sharp teeth exposed, making people's bones creepy. At this moment, a trace of regret was revealed in his gaze, as that surefire strike just now turned out to be empty, which made it very unhappy. But seeing its prey go from 4 to 5, a flash of excitement suddenly flashed in its eyes again. Ouyang Yun and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. Feeling the pressure of the Beast King's ferocious beast in front of them, they retreated. While they were discussing strategies on how to deal with it, Su Yuan behind them couldn't wait any longer, and his figure leaped to protect the front of the 4 people. He took 1 step at a time toward the poison spirit toad king. Schoolboy, are you crazy? Ouyang Yun was dumbfounded by the situation. He simply couldn't understand what Su Yuan was trying to do. Reaching out to try to pull Su Yuan's hand, he was so scared that he hurriedly withdrew his hand when he saw the other party's body suddenly engulfed in black armor. Ouyang Yun's pupils crinkled, and his heart couldn't help but be flooded with shocking waves. Imperial armor form? This SS rank fierce beast awakened? Holy! The poison spirit toad didn't have the abnormality of this prey in front of it and gave up on this fat sheep that was delivered to its mouth. Its mouth violently flicked its red arrow-like tongue. This arrow-like poisonous tongue could pierce small ferocious beasts and humans right through their bodies. However, when it touched the armor on Su Yuan's body, only a clang was heard and the armor was surprisingly intact. Its tongue tried to retract, but it was cut off by the sudden appearance of the dragon's claws. The poison spirit toad king tore his heart out in pain. Ho 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 ho! Its huge body trembled crazily, and in an agonizing scream, that one tongue that had broken off the tip of its tongue unexpectedly grew back in less than 2 breaths of effort. Schoolboy, be careful. This has a healing gift. Be careful. Ouyang Yun's heart tightened. Just now, one of his teammates was confused by this and lost his life. A Beast King level ferocious beast was far from simple. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. Good. So much for playing it right. Song Huang Yinglong, 2nd beast skill. Dome Heavenly Tour. P.S. Directly burst more. Data bad you vote a little bit. A little dramatization. In the secret realm, some pre-supporting role all killed the main man is, after all, ruthless, Epsilon, a golden pillar of light smashed down from 100 meters above. This golden pillar of light connected heaven and earth, and in an instant, a strong and domineering power swept across 1,000 meters in a radius. The poison spirit toad king felt the manic power and slowly backed away. It's silly. What a situation. Just now it was a kid who was less than level 10, but now his aura was comparable to a beast king. Realizing that something was wrong, The poison spirit Toad King didn't hesitate in the slightest and chose to directly run away. As a ferocious beast that had lived for hundreds of years, he had never seen anything, but it was the first time that he had seen a beast skill that came with a heaven and earth phenomenon. It's too late to run. Suddenly, 4 more golden pillars of light smashed down from 100 meters above. These 4 light pillars ran through heaven and earth, located in the 4 corners of the southeast, west, and north, in an encircling manner, surrounding the poison spirit Toad King, along with the golden pillar of light in the center. The 5 heaven-breaking pillars allowed the poison spirit Toad King to not be able to run at all. At this point he has nothing to hide. Is this me, right? Yang Yun's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene in front of him. Is this a beast locking formation? In order to perform a beast locking formation, one would have to be a Beast King powerhouse at the very least. How is this possible for a student who is less than a 10th grader? When did the Summer Kingdom produce such a genius? To know the beast locking formation at such a low level? Yang Yun lamented. Nope. Next, those 5 golden pillars erupted with countless golden rays of light, which intersected, surprisingly generating a spatial wall amidst the gaps. Hiss. Yang Yun sucked in a breath of cool air. This is not a beast locking formation, directly manipulating the power of space. This was something only a Beast Emperor powerhouse could do. Who the hell is he? Dome Heavenly Tour itself a spatial trapping technique that creates a space that isolates the outside. In the midst of space, the trapped beast, with nothing to hide, would be greatly weakened. When the time comes to strike, killing is like slaughtering a pig or a dog. At this moment, Su Yuan and the Poison Spirit Toad King were trapped in a space that was closed on all sides. The Poison Spirit Toad King cried. It now very much regretted that it had just seen fit to withdraw, and now it would not force itself into this desperate situation. Its huge green eyes rolled up, suddenly realizing that the sky above its head was not closed, and the thought of a desperate escape rose. It knows very well that if it is really trapped today, I'm afraid that it will have a bad time. In an instant, its body flew out like a cannonball, straight up 100 meters in the air. However, how could Su Yuan give it a chance to escape? With a wave of his big hand, a golden plane of enclosed space was instantly formed above his head. The Poison Spirit Toad King saw that there was a hope of escape, and in the next second, his body directly hit the sturdy wall of space and smashed down heavily. Humans, do you have to force me to be a trapped animal? You're not giving me a chance to live, and you're not giving yourself a chance to live. You don't really think that this king's 100 years of cultivation is no match for a brat like you? Upon hearing this, the corner of Su Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. We'll see if we're the enemy or not. Just try it. The Poison Spirit Toad King felt as if the demonic power in his body had been locked up, and at this point, it was already less than 2 or 3 out of 10. It desperately pushed its demonic power, but under the suppression of the vaulted sky space, no matter how hard it tried, it was useless. At the same time, the students from the nearby trials looked up and saw the golden spatial barrier in the distance as well, and were shocked. This, my ass, the power of space. This is the Beast Emperor striking out. What a terrifying power. It's obviously so far away from me, but it still sends chills down my back. It's so close to the center. Has anyone explored there already? Good boy, eh? Is this a human or a ferocious beast? If a ferocious beast encounters it, won't it be over? The power of space. So strong, it's even stronger than that Beast Emperor Senior I've seen before. In the meantime, the other side. Yi Koma stood with difficulty with her hand on the quenching sacred lance. At this moment, her face was white, her lips were shivering, and both of her eyes were so dizzy that she couldn't see anything. If it wasn't for the support of the quenching holy lance, he would have collapsed to the ground by now. In front of her, Si Tianyu was full of complacency, and his hand rolled the heavenly gun in a juggling manner. Stupid one. Mud. It's only a matter of time before you get me killed. Su Nian, who was on the side, scolded Si Tianyu in her mind. She really couldn't understand what the richest man's son was thinking all day long, to show off and have a duel with a dying, sick man, and picked up the little demon girl, or it wasn't fair. If the little demoness hadn't had a weapon to support her, she wouldn't even be able to stand up right now. Ha ha, Yi Koma, make your move. This young man will let you make the first move. I'd like to see if you can still win against me this time. Yi Koma only felt the sky spinning and the throbbing pain in his legs continued, never stopping. She shook her head, just 3 words coming out of her mouth. Kill me. Upon hearing this, Si Tianyu snorted coldly, feeling very uninspired. He had wanted to duel Ying for a long time. He finally got what he wanted today, but it more or less upset him. Little demoness, do you think no one your age can beat you? If you were really capable, how could you end up in this situation now? I'll tell you what. We'll kill you here and throw your corpse for those toad ferocious beasts to eat and no one will notice. Si Tianyu laughed maniacally as he spoke. It's good to think about it. Su Nian held her forehead and couldn't help but feel that it was just too wet up. Not this pussy crap, why so much? Do we have to wait until someone comes? Young is not childish. Okay, I'll finish her off. You back off. In the next second, Yi Koma couldn't support himself any longer. The hardened Saint Lance fell out of his hand, and the man directly fell to the ground. Su Nian licked her lips and drew out her tang sword, ready to avenge her past hatred. Suddenly, a blinding golden light came from far out, and Su Nian could only rush to cover it with her hands. When she saw the golden space wall forming in the distance, her heart was also shocked. Beast Emperor? Su Nian was puzzled in her mind. The trapped poison spirit Toad King finally chose to fight to the death. It gathered all the remaining demonic power in its entire body, preparing to directly explode itself to die with Su Yuan. Humans, this is what you force. Next, before it could blow itself up, or even finish the words on its mouth, Su Yuan's ghost-like figure had already arrived in front of it. At this time, Su Yuan no longer had any golden armor on his body, and the purple veins above his right arm in human form burst out. A direct punch smashed through the poison spirit Toad King's body. The poison spirit toad was sent away with a punch before it could explode itself. Su Yuan's arm passed out from the back of the poison spirit Toad King and felt all over its body, touching a Beast King level beast source. Wait for me. Without the slightest delay, Su Yuan can lift the vaulted sky space. There was only one thought in his head, and that was to save Ying. Time is running out soon. The other side. Su Nian raised the ground tang sword high, closing her eyes as she prepared her hand to rise and fall. A black figure broke through the void and kicked Si Tianyu's chest. Caught off guard, Si Tianyu was hit hard on the ground by a blow, and Su Yuan directly stomped his dragon claw on his face. In the meantime, his other hand, at some point, had already gripped Su Nian's neck in a death grip, and the latter's 2 feet left the ground, struggling frantically. What do you want? You too? Su Yuan said coldly. Sister Ying, I'm late. A wave of self-blame surged to his heart, and Su Yuan looked at Ying, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and for a moment, his heart rose to kill. If he had arrived a moment later, I'm afraid that Ying would have already been poisoned by these two men. Si Tianyu, who was stomped on the ground by Su Yuan's foot, hissed angrily as he felt the sharp pain in his head. Mud. No one, yet, has dared to put a foot in his face. Who are you, boy? You dare to step on my face with your foot. Do you believe I'll have you removed from the Summer Kingdom in a minute? Si Tianyu, the son of the richest man in Xia, had never been so humiliated. Let the little master up. At this moment, Si Tianyu's gaze flicked to Su Nian, who was being choked by Su Yuan, and his heart instantly tightened. Only Su Nian was strangled by Su Yuan, struggling to death and unable to make any sound. Next, there was a sound of bones breaking and sinews being ripped apart. A blood-stained head fell to the ground with a thump. Su Nian's head rolled down in front of Si Tianyu's face, and those ghostly eyes stared straight at Si Tianyu before death. Si Tianyu panicked, looking so close to a bloody human head. For a moment his brain went down and his body couldn't stop shaking. Leave me alone, please, leave me alone. This is a misunderstanding. The two of us. Si Tianyu was so frightened for a moment that he couldn't speak properly. This man is crazy, isn't he? He is simply crazy. He dares to kill? Misunderstanding? The corner of Su Yuan's mouth hooked into a smile. It doesn't matter. I've already killed one. Do you think I can let you go? Just consider today a misunderstanding. At those words, Si Tianyu was so frightened that he almost peed himself. This maniac in front of me is for real. Does he not know who he is? The son of the richest man in Xia. The Si family is in charge of the economic lifeblood of Xia, rich enough to rival the country, and only has a hand in the sky. If anyone kills himself, the whole Xia kingdom will change. It's all because this crazy woman brought up the idea. She deserved to die. Please let me go. I can give you money, resources. I'll give you whatever you want. Leave me alone. Si Tianyu begged frantically. Right now he only wanted to save his own life. If his life was gone, then everything in the world was gone for him. What's the point of having more money and a better family history? And him, he's the one who found the little demoness. I didn't do anything the whole time. You killed him first. In order to save his own life, Si Tianyu used all his skills. He first put all the blame on Su Nian who had already killed. Then he pointed his finger at Zhang Nan, who was overwhelmed by fear. On the side, put yourself completely out of the picture. Zhang Nan panicked. From the beginning to the end, he was not involved in the killing of the little demoness. He only helped to find the location of the little demoness. As for Si Tianyu and Su Nian wanting to kill the little demoness, it was also something he hadn't expected. Su Yuan moved his knuckles, his eyes sinking slightly. He was already tired of listening to Si Tianyu's explanations. What's the point of talking about it? As if he would let them off the hook for that. take it easy. What's your hurry? One by one. Si Tianyu didn't want to die, and his desire to survive was especially strong, and he promised that as long as Su Yuan spared him this time, he would be willing to give all of his future $10 billion family fortune to Su Yuan. He humbled himself to the extreme to stay alive. Let me go. You don't want to offend the Si family to the end, do you? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan clasped his hands on his chest and smiled faintly. Threaten me? Not bad. In the next second, with a fierce stomp, Si Tianyu's head was like a watermelon falling from a tall building, instantly bursting open. Extremely tragic death. The red-green liquid splashed on Su Yuan's face, and he just used his hand to faintly wipe it away without even blinking his eyes. Your turn. He turned his gaze to Zhang Nan, who was so frightened that he sat on his butt on the ground. The latter shivered and directly knelt on the ground and began to continuously kowtow to Su Yuan. The crisp sound of heads colliding with the ground rang out one after another. Su Yuan's face was expressionless, and he wanted to solve him directly, but suddenly he heard Ying coughing. Cough, cough. Ying opened her eyes with difficulty. The first thing she saw was Su Yuan's face, and for a moment she couldn't tell if it was reality or a dream. Am I dead? National treasure. You? The last thing she saw before she passed out was Su Nian's hideous face, and the tang knife that flashed with a cold aura and slashed at her. Su Yuan used his hand to ruffle the bloodied bangs on the young girl's forehead, revealing a long-lost affectionate smile. Not dead. I'll take you home. Saying that, Su Yuan pointed to the green beast source that was carried on his waist. Sister Ying, you saved me before. There's no way I'll give up on you. At those words, Ying couldn't stop her tears from flowing out. She had just really thought that Su Yuan had run away behind her back. At this moment, she noticed the lorded corpses of both Si Tianyu and Su Nian lying on the ground. It just feels like everything is too dreamy. It's still you. National treasure. Seeing Su Yuan's back to himself, Zhang Nan stood up and pulled out a poison dagger from his coat pocket. Prepare to strike while the other party is unaware. Die for me. The moment the poison dagger stabbed Su Yuan's body, sensing the approaching danger, in less than half a breath's effort, the golden armor instantly shielded his body, blocking the blow with great ease. Zhang Nan's pupils violently shrunk into pinholes as he incredulously looked at the scene in front of him. In the next second, the candle nine devouring claw swung out in a cloudy manner. Zhang Nan's corpse was separated and blood was spattered on the spot. Get yourself killed. Su Yuan didn't dare to delay any longer. He looked at Yi Tassel's right leg, only to see that the green toxin had spread to almost the entire leg. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan directly took out the core of the beast source crystal. Then he crushed the crystal core directly, allowing this part of the beast source's power to enter his right arm first. When this strong force entered Su Yuan's body, it began to spread crazily in other directions. Su Yuan immediately used his demonic power to block this force within his body to prevent it from expanding around and causing his body to explode and die. After stabilizing this force, Su Yuan used his demonic power to gather this force in a single strand at the tip of his index finger. Then he gently pressed his fingertips on top of Yi Koma's wound. This power flowed out from his fingertips and entered the wound in Yi Tassel's leg, and began to force out the toxins spreading in Yi Tassel's leg one by one. During this process, Su Yuan's mental power and physical strength were constantly being depleted. It's fine, Ying sister. Has me here. Categorically impossible to let you have half a bit of danger. Holding his breath, Su Yuan took a deep breath and concentrated, using his entire body's demonic power to force out the toxin one by one. This was an extremely difficult process. Not only did Su Yuan have to endure the pain brought about by his body's power repelling much with the power of the poison spirit Toad King, he also had to mobilize demonic power to force out the toxins that were deeply rooted in Yi Ying's body. At this moment, cold sweat covered the top of his forehead. 10 minutes later, the poison from the poison spirit toad on Yi Koma's leg was all forced out, turning into a little bit of green smoke that dispersed. Su Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. Finally, it's all right with each other. Are you feeling better now, Sister Yi Koma? Lifting Yi Ying's short bangs, Su Yuan lowered his head and whispered his greeting. The latter's white face regained a bit of blood color and nodded slightly, her small palm-sized face swishing red. Her eyes burned as she looked at the teenager less than a foot away from her. Yi Koma had thought that he was going to be accounted for here today. Even if he hadn't died of poisoning, he would have died under the swords of those two men. I'm glad it's okay. I'll take you back now. Su Yuan pulled out the teleportation stone from his body and prepared to send Yi Ying back. She was now weak and had to recuperate as soon as possible. She couldn't stay in the secret realm anymore. What about you? Going back with me? Su Yuan shook his head. After sending Yi Ying away, he planned to go solo alone. He didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity for a trial. Ha! That. So will you be in danger alone? A trace of worry passed through Yi Koma's gaze. If she could, She asked Su Yuan to leave the Hai Tua forest with her. At those words, Su Yuan giggled. He wasn't afraid of danger. He was afraid it wasn't enough. After all, risk is always proportional to reward. It was true that he could devour beast sources to raise his level, but there were certain side effects to such an ascension. This required slaughtering more ferocious beasts to gain enough experience value, which in turn increased the speed of upgrading. Don't worry about it, Sister Ying. Wait for me outside. After saying that, Su Yuan directly crushed the teleportation stone, and a golden beam of light fell down, covering Yi Koma's body. The spinning formed a formation that teleported to the town outside of the Haitu forest. Yi Koma raised his head, a trace of reluctance in his eyes, then lowered his head again. His heart mixed. She was well aware of her current physical condition, and if she continued to stay here, she was afraid that she would become a burden to Su Yuan. Since Su Yuan was unwilling to leave, she couldn't force herself. That, Kakubo, lean close to me and I'll whisper to you. At those words, a trace of doubt flashed under Su Yuan's eyes. Whisper? It seems to be just the two of them here. What are you talking about? Are you afraid someone will hear you? The point is there's no one else here either. What's the word? Why don't you just say it? Su Yuan was confused, but he still brought his face over. The next second, there was no waiting for a soft whisper in the young girl's ear. A touch of light red cherry lips directly kissed on top of the right side of Su Yuan's face. In an instant, Su Yuan's brain instantly went down and blank. A paralyzing and electrifying sensation swept through his entire body, leaving it unable to slow down for a long time. This girl, did what? Okay, I'm done. Ying left a slapdash kiss on the right side of Su Yuan's face before burying her head directly into Su Yuan's arms. Su Yuan. So far? Su Yuan. It was also at this moment that the teleportation formation was activated, and Ying, who was in Su Yuan's arms, transformed into a shadow, which dimmed and then disappeared. At this time, she had been teleported to the town outside of the Haitu forest. Only Su Yuan was left alone and dumbfounded. Su Yuan touched the right side of his face for a long time. Boy, that's so random. You didn't even ask my permission. After sending Ying away, Su Yuan proceeded to dispose of the corpses of Si Tianyu and the others. The way to deal with it is also simple. After cruising around the swampy land, Su Yuan caught 5 or 6 single, level 10 or so poison spirit toads. Give it to me to eat. Su Yuan gave orders to these few poison spirit toads that were trembling in fear, looking at this teenager who was filled with a murderous aura, like a god of killing. These poison spirit toads were so frightened that they lost their appetite. If you don't eat, kill you all. Su Yuan whispered a threat. The several poison spirit toads seemed to have understood Su Yuan's words. In order to save their lives, they hurriedly stuck out their tongues and rolled a few of the lorded corpses into their bellies, devouring them. Su Yuan cleared all traces of the fight present and chose to continue deeper. The highest ranked ferocious beast encountered in the swampland was only the Beast King rank. Continuing deeper, one might encounter Beast Exalted level ferocious beasts. As for the innermost center, the Great Wall of Wu had repeatedly emphasized that it was absolutely inaccessible. Su Yuan guessed that there might be a Beast Emperor or above, or even a Beast Sate level King Fierce Beast inside. A ferocious beast of this level would be difficult to defeat even if he utilized his Lion King powers to the extreme. That was why Su Yuan chose to explore the edge of the center zone first, not rushing into it. Set the target of the hunt as a low-level beast Jin of ordinary talent. As long as one was able to kill a beast dignitary, not only would they gain a large amount of experience value, they would also be able to take down a highly valued beast source. That's a small risk to take compared to the benefits. Without much thought, Su Yuan continued to go deeper and set off towards the edge of the center zone. In the meantime, Yi Ying was teleported back to the town, and Zhao Run was the first to learn of the news, rushing Yi Ying to a nearby hospital to heal his wounds. Good boy, girl, good thing you're okay. You really scared Master to death. In the hospital, seeing that Yi Koma's body was not in any serious condition and was only too weak, Zhao Run wiped the sweat from his forehead and lamented. Right, where's Su Yuan? Didn't that kid come out with you? Yi Koma shook his head. She unreservedly told Zhao Run what had happened in the secret realm. When Zhao Run heard this, his lips trembled a little, feeling very incredulous. Is this brat really this powerful? After listening to Yi Koma's narration, Zhao Runman was dumbfounded. What? Dare I say this kid is hiding deep enough? Just as Zhao Run and Yi Ying were chatting, a general from the military department hurried in and whispered in Zhao Run's ear. At those words, Zhao Run frowned slightly. He told Yi Ying to take care of his injuries while he went out first. After going out from the ward, Zhao Run's face was grave, and after thinking for a long time, he opened his mouth. Are you saying that some of the students who just teleported back claimed that they were attacked by a Beast Exalted level powerhouse in the secret realm? The general under his command nodded. Beast Exalted level ferocious beasts? It shouldn't be. I've already emphasized that we can't enter the central area. How could they possibly encounter a beast exalted level ferocious beast in the periphery? Just now, Zhao Run learned that a squad of a dozen or so people had been attacked, and only one of them had survived and teleported back from the secret realm. It's not a ferocious beast. It's a human. A beast exalted level awakened person. At those words, Zhao Run's pupils contracted violently. What? Humans? The inner circle of the High Tuo forest is a no man's land all year round, and it is filled with ferocious beasts. The highest awakened who participated in the trial this time was only at the beginning of level 30. How could there be a beast exalted level human awakened person launching an attack on the students? General, according to the one who survived, the person who attacked their squad didn't seem to be from Xia, more like the lighthouse state in accent and looks. The general under his command spoke slowly, his words full of incredulity. At those words, Zhao Yun's brows wrinkled. What? How could a trial organized by the Xia military suddenly have a beast-exalted powerhouse from the Lighthouse Kingdom appear? There were also attacks on students. Mock. Not. Ho 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 ho. An extremely miserable wailing of ferocious beasts spread throughout the entire fringe of the center area. A 30-meter-tall saber-toothed giant elephant collapsed into a pool of blood with a loud bang, its body twitching twice and no longer moving. In front of this violently dead level 44 ferocious beast, a man with blonde hair and a tall nose pulled out his three-pronged dragon swallowing spear from the giant beast, and his expressionless face had a bit more playfulness at that moment. Too weak. Luis rubbed his knuckles and just felt very uninspired. Just such a weak ferocious beast dared to block himself from entering the center. On his blood-stained black coat, a badge of an international student of the East Mountain Fierce Beast University reflected faintly in the daylight. The aura emanating from his body was already a level 42 beast exalt with SSS-grade talent. Thanks to the foreign student system of the East Mountain Fierce Beast University, as long as one's talent was at least S rank and had a foreign nationality, even if one was one could easily qualify for enrollment. After waiting for 3 years, he had finally obtained a qualification for a secret trial. The students of the Summer Kingdom, they're not generally weak. In vain I've been introverted all these years, suppressing my talent to S rank. Not far behind Lewis, the bodies of a dozen or so students lay sprawled out, blood flowing everywhere, and a foul odor filled the air. The corners of Lewis's mouth lifted slightly. Killing dozens of Xia's heavenly pride in the secret realm was not yet his ultimate goal. His ultimate goal was the ferocious beast in the center that had just awakened and was already at the peak of Beast Saint. It broke through to the Beast Emperor in just one step. This step was helped by Lewis. As for the consequences of it breaking through the Beast Emperor, naturally, it would have to be borne by the city areas surrounding the High Tu Forest, as well as these hundreds of Xia celestial pride. As long as its Beast Emperor succeeded in its breakthrough, all of these trial students as well as the Xia Kingdom's troops stationed outside of the High Tuo Forest would have to be buried with it. At the thought, Lewis couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth any longer. Yet just then, among the bodies of a bunch of students, Ouyang slowly opened his eyes, feeling the special pain of his entire body tearing apart, and looking at the corpses everywhere in front of him and the blood flowing into the river. Ouyang's eyes instantly turned red. These are the classmates they spend their time with. Now he was slaughtered like a pig or a dog by this pervert who came out halfway. Just now, a few people from their squad found the other two, and the 3 squads of a dozen people worked together to feel their way out. However, he was attacked by a halfway strong person who was student-like but with the strength of a beast Zune. They, the students in their late teens and early 20s, were no match at all, and ended up being miserably killed. Looking at the corpses of his classmates, Ouyang was both desperate and angry. The remaining breath of Ouyang wanted to go straight up and fight with Luis, but he was so badly injured and physically exhausted that he couldn't move at all. Zhang Jia, you asshole, are you still a Summerlander? Ouyang rushed Zhang Jia, who was standing beside Luis, at this moment and cursed angrily. He had just seen with his own eyes that it was Zhang Jia who had led the way for Luis, and it was he who had brought about the killing of the crowd. A dozen or so people squad kindly took in Zhang Jia, who knew that Zhang Jia, this kid, in order to survive, directly sold the squad, and now he does live. Yo, there's still one left to die. My lord, make your move, hurry up and shut him up. At those words, Lewis twisted his head around and revealed a regretful smile when he saw that the broken Ouyang was not dead. You go and fix him, he's a dying man anyway. Luis would like to see the image of these students and Xia killing each other. Zhang Jia, who received the order, was a bit at a loss for words. He was not quite brave enough to kill easily, but out of fear of Lewis, he went on with his knife. No matter what, as long as he lived, he didn't care if anyone else died. Die for me. Zhang Jia's heart was hardened and the knife in his hand stabbed directly at Ouyang. Dang! A metallic clash sounded. A golden figure fell, and Su Yuan blocked Ouyang behind him. Candle Jiuyan's devouring claw blocked the knife that was stabbing at Ouyang Yun. Su Yuan didn't expect that he would meet this kind of thing just after entering the fringe area of the center zone. He probably understood what was going on. Nice guy, that's a tough one. As it happened, he also had a score to settle with the Zhang family. Seeing the familiar person in front of him, Zhang Jie took a few steps back. So far? What a coincidence to meet you even here. Last time at the Mu family dinner, Su Yuan and Zhao Run humiliated his father and the Zhang family, causing the Zhang family to lose face. Su Yuan had killed their Zhang family and robbed the Zhang family's things, and ultimately had Zhao Run sheltering him. Safe and sound. Zhang Jie's heart already hated Su Yuan to the extreme. Ha ha, you've come to seek death yourself? Saves me from having to go looking for you. Luis behind Zhang Jie felt Su Yuan's aura and was greatly shocked, because he realized that Su Yuan was actually an SSS-ranked awakened person. 20 years ago, the Western powers had gotten together to cut off the future fortunes of the Summer Kingdom with a single sword. After that, no one had awakened a SSS-class fierce beast in the Summer Kingdom for 20 years. Of course Louis had already known about the SSS-class awakened person coming out of Xia. However, he thought that this SSS awakened who had just succeeded in awakening should be out there obscenely developing. Who knew that it would be possible to bump into it in the middle of the secret realm? Ha 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 ha, kid, what a coincidence. Killing you. It's impossible for the Summer Kingdom to produce another SSS-ranked ferocious beast in the future. Sizing up his opponent's strength and realizing that Su Yuan was only level 6, Luis made a decisive move. But just then, Zhang Jie, who was bent on revenge, grabbed the lead. My lord, Su Yuan isn't even level 10. Why do you need to do anything to slaughter him? Our Zhang family has a deep hatred with him. Wait for me to make a move to kill him. Seeing that Zhang Jie had already struck out, the corner of Louis's mouth hooked into a smile as a spectator enjoying a good show. This dog of his own is level 13. While Su Yuan is only level 6. No matter what, Su Yuan is bound to die. How beautiful it is to watch them kill each other. Su Yuan, you die for me. Zhang Jie transformed into ecliptic lone evil wolf. His large mountainous body violently pounced on Su Yuan. His two sharp wolf claws were like two sharp daggers, stabbing at Su Yuan's throat. Su Yuan stood in place and did not move like a mountain. In his hand, the candle 9 devouring claw swung out in a cloudy manner. The explosive power is quite strong. But you're stupid in not using beast soldiers and using your physical body to fight me directly. Are your claws hardly sharper than mine? In the next second, Ember Lone Evil Wolf's neck was broken through the flesh by the black dragon claw, and blood spurted out. This claw accurately slashed at the aorta of the Ember Lone Evil Wolf. As for his deadly attack, Su Yuan casually dodged it and pounced on it. Within a few breaths of effort, the Ember Lone Evil Wolf collapsed in a pool of blood, no longer moving. It's already dead as a doornail. Seeing this, Louis's brow furrowed slightly in seriousness. This level 6 kid in front of me is really not to be underestimated. Kid, you're an SSS-ranked awakened person, and I'm also an SSS awakened person, but I'm a beast exalted powerhouse. I'm provoking me. Let's both fight. Louis sneered, no longer hesitating, and struck directly. Thank you bookfriend 20240310277_AE for the reward. Monthly votes. Recommendation votes. A million thanks. Kid, I'll kill you just like crushing an ant. I don't know who gave you the courage to stand in front of me. Strike. The power in Louis' body surged wildly. His two pupils turned blue, and the three-pronged dragon swallowing spear in his hand flickered with a glittering light. His body was engulfed in a blinding blue light, and when the blue light cleared, all that could be seen was Louis in blue armor. Majestic. Feeling Louis's aura in front of him, Su Yuan took a few steps back and tightened his brows. So strong. This is probably among the top batch when placed among SSS-class awakened people. The Summer Kingdom had not awakened a single SSS-ranked ferocious beast in the entire 20 years since the incident that everyone didn't want to mention 20 years ago, and even the SS-ranked ferocious beasts were pitifully few. However, internationally, countries such as the Sakura country and the Lighthouse country were able to produce several SSS-ranked awakened individuals every year, and there were even dozens of SS awakened individuals. Therefore, it wasn't uncommon for the Lighthouse Kingdom to be willing to send an SSS awakened deep into the secret realm of the Summer Kingdom. Over the years, due to the scarcity of the new generation of advanced awakened, Xia has been doubly suppressed by the Western countries, and is now in a precarious position. Go to hell. Louis's body ejected. The three-pronged dragon swallowing gun in his hand broke through the void and tore through the air. A little bit of coldness. The gun entered the dragon. The tip of the gun wrapped in blue lightning stabbed straight at Su Yuan. The strength of the shot was extremely terrifying. That one level 44 ferocious beast, the saber-toothed giant elephant, had just perished directly under the shot. SSS-class beast dignitaries were as terrifying as they were. Su Yuan's forehead scratched off a drop of cold sweat. This was definitely the strongest opponent he had encountered in these days. If one was stabbed by this shot, there was definitely no way to live. The level difference between the two was just too great. Su Yuan was only level 6, and his opponent, level 42 beast dignity. Even if he developed all of the power of the Mad Iron Lion King, he would still not be a match for this SSS class beast exalt. This rank gap that could be called a heavenly rift caused Su Yuan to get serious and not dare to be careless. Vaulted space. Su Yuan didn't dare to directly use the candle 9 devouring claw to block it, but instead decisively released the vaulted sky space. A giant wall of space came out and blocked in front of Su Yuan. Luis's three-pronged dragon-swallowing spear pierced the giant wall of space and slowed down as he exerted a slight force, and the giant wall of space shattered with a loud bang. That shot was deflected with great difficulty by Su Yuan. A playful smile curled the corners of Luis's mouth. His interest peaked. Beast skills? Not bad. You've really surprised me. All the more reason for me to take your life. Su Yuan stood still as a mountain, facing Luis directly. At this time, he did not have the slightest scruple fear. With a cold grunt, he spoke faintly. Take my life? Then let's see if you have the skills. Hearing this, Luis clenched his fists and crossed his eyebrows, seemingly enraged. Good. I don't know the sky and the earth. It's really rampant. Yeah, seek death. In the blink of an eye, Luis' body was wrapped in blue lightning, flashing out 3 phantoms similar to his figure. These 3 phantoms, even though they were soul bodies, their strength was at least a level 40 beast Zune with SS-grade talent. Luis pointed his spear, and 3 phantoms rushed towards Su Yuan in 3 directions, left, right, and front, and Luis' figure appeared behind Su Yuan at some point, ready to deliver a fatal blow at Su Yuan's rear. Are you the only one who knows beast techniques? This time, I'll see where you'll run. 3 phantoms, 1 real body, attacking on all sides. With Su Yuan's current strength, he would definitely not be a match for any of the phantoms. Yeah, oh. In the next second, Su Yuan's body catapulted into the air and his true body was revealed as the huge pale yellowing long flew straight up 1,000 meters into the sky. Luis did not panic and pointed his spear. The 3 phantom bodies shot straight into the sky like cannonballs, chasing after the golden dragon in the air. Kid, running is not the way to go. Run anywhere and I'll chase you back. In the next second, Luis transformed into Pegasus, a celestial horse, 100 meters long, white as snow, with a human head and a horse's body, with 2 wings as big as the sky behind him, and horns on top of his head like the horns between the skybreakers. The aura of a SSS-class ferocious beast was on display. Pegasus, the celestial horse, lifted up his wings and flew straight up into the clouds of the 9 heavens. It continuously chased the Tsong Huanging Long in the air, the 2 ferocious beasts as big as the sky, putting on a good show of chasing and catching up. At this time, Su Yuan twisted his head to look at the heavenly horse Pegasus, who was in hot pursuit behind him, without the slightest bit of nervousness. Instead, he still felt a bit amused. This lame horse, its strength was extremely terrifying, but its IQ wasn't too good. If he were on the ground, he would never be his opponent. But in the air, that's not necessarily true. At this moment, the students at the bottom of the trial looked at the figures of a white and a yellow giant ferocious beasts in the sky, and their jaws were dropped for a moment. Naya. 2 SSS-ranked ferocious beasts. It's a once-in-a-century spectacle. Asterisk. What is this doing? 2 ferocious beasts this big. SSS. 1 several hundred meters. This scene is too spectacular. The key is that I don't have a cell phone right now, or I'd have to film it and upload it to the internet. Don't be too outrageous. Where did these 2 SSS-ranked ferocious beasts come from? Why are they fighting? It's hard to be inside the secret realm. It shouldn't be. One by one, the students looked up, even ignoring the fact that they were in a dangerous secret realm at the moment. At this time, above the sky, Luis, who was following Su Yuan closely, spoke up. Kid, you're quite resourceful. You know you can't beat me and run, but it's useless. The level gap between the 2 of us can't be made up by you running fast. Pegasus, the heavenly horse, increased his speed violently. However, in the next second, a huge giant wall of space suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Pegasus didn't break his body the first time, and his body directly hit the giant wall of space. Boom! A voice like thunder rang out over the heads of the crowd. At the same time, the pale yellowing long stopped. Pegasus twisted his head to look, only to see a huge wall of space appear behind him as well. He was vaguely able to see that this enormous giant wall of space was formed by the extension of several golden pillars of light connecting heaven and earth. At this moment, to his left, right, above his head, and even underneath, 4 huge giant walls of space appeared at the same time. 6 giant walls of space, forming a closed and deathless trapped space, trapped Pegasus inside. Su Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air just as he was flying just now. He unleashed his second beast skill, Dome Heavenly Tour, and used the Dome Heavenly Space to trap Luis inside. At this moment, Luis could feel that some of the demonic power in his body was locked, and his strength had dropped from a level 42 Beast Zune to a level 40 Beast Zune. Luis wasn't the least bit flustered, and even found it mildly amusing. Had enough fun yet? Trapping my father with this level 6 beast skill of yours is a joke. Just now my father could break through with a single shot. How can he block me now? Su Yuan sniffed and sneered. Is that right? Next, he stretched out one finger of his right hand and pointed to the sky with a single finger as he silently recited the Tsung Huang dragon leader in his heart. In an instant, the blue sky overhead suddenly changed into golden chaos. Behind Su Yuan, the totem of the pale yellowing long appeared. How can you do it by merely trapping you? One more meal of Tsung Huang dragon lure. I'll see if you can still laugh. Although you are a beast exalted, but in the vaulted sky space where defense is reduced and there is nowhere to hide, eating the pale yellow dragon lead hard can be very painful. Oh. Seeing the sky suddenly turn golden and the heaven and earth's anomalies rise in all directions, Louis' face changed abruptly. P.S. 450924576 group number. Interested can add group. There is no restriction. I made a typo in the title. I can't change it. It should be Beast Sing Peak. The sky turned into a chaos, all blinding gold as far as the eye could see. Vaguely, one could still see golden lightning flickering and lighting up like a fiery snake spitting. The moment Su Yuanji pointed to the golden sky, countless explosions of thunder rang out over everyone's heads. This deafening blast of thunder sent chills down the spine of all who heard it. The large and small ferocious beasts in the High Tua forest were scared and prostrate on the ground, trembling. At this time in the center of the High Tua forest, Thousand Wing Emperor June looked up at the golden sky and frowned slightly. This aura, is it an SSS class awakened person? Not bad for a human. Thousand Winged Emperor June did not move like a mountain and stood tall, while several beast emperors behind him had long since prostrated themselves on the ground. Thousand Wing Emperor June took a look at these timid losers behind him and cursed. Useless thing, what are you afraid of? As long as that fellow keeps his word and sends me the Ninth Order Yuan breaking pill, when this seat breaks through to the Beast Emperor, these humans, this seat will kill them all. Thousand Wing Emperor June was too eager for a breakthrough. He had been stuck at the peak of the Beast Saint for close to 200 years, endlessly dormant and revived, never able to break through that layer of robbery delusion. However, 3 years ago, someone told him that he was willing to send a Ninth Order Yuan breaking pill to help him break through to the Beast Emperor. This became Thousand Wing Emperor June's only hope. Your Majesty, do you really trust humans? They are the most cunning of all. A Beast Emperor behind him leaned down and said. Thousand Wing Emperor June nodded. He really had no other way right now. This was the only hope. Staying in a deep forest like the High Tua forest all the time, it would be impossible to break through to the Beast Emperor even after another 10,000 years. No, you don't understand. Humans are different. They are divided into countries according to geography, and there is often strife and conflict between the various countries, and they don't always agree with each other. The humans who came to help this seat break through this time should be the enemies of this country, and they want to make friends with this seat. Thousand Wing Emperor June was determined that if he could break through to the Beast Emperor today, he would take revenge on the humans and wash away all the shame from the last 100 years. At this time in the hospital in the town outside the High Tua forest, Yi Ying, who was lying in the hospital bed, looked at the golden sky outside and was surprised for a moment. Suddenly, he thought of Su Yuan. On that day, when the national treasure struck, this kind of vision had also appeared in the sky. Boy, national treasure. You promised me, don't you ever be okay? Yi Koma silently bit Su Yuan in his heart and prayed. A drop of cold sweat slipped from Louis' forehead. Looking at the eerie sky and golden lightning, and listening to the deafening sound of exploding thunder, for a moment, he was actually a little afraid. This kid, he does have something. Less than level 10. It was surprisingly able to unleash 2 beast techniques, and one was more perverse than the other. If this kind of heavenly pride of the Summer Kingdom was allowed to grow up, it would be a great threat to the Lighthouse Kingdom in the future. Luis wasn't supposed to be a foreign exchange student. That was just his cover. His real identity is a lieutenant colonel in the King Lighthouse Special Forces. So in terms of long-term strategic threats, so far, must be nipped in the bud. However, the current state of affairs was completely beyond his expectations. Luis is trapped in a closed vaulted space. The vaulted sky space had locked a portion of the demonic power in his body to death, so much so that his defense had slipped by more than half, and his level talent had even dropped to level 40, SS grade. It was arguably more than twice as weak as before. Not only that, but the weird golden sky overhead was like God's wrath, randomly descending upon the wrath of the heavens. Damn, kid, I was the one who underestimated you. You've got something. However, In the face of absolute strength suppression, these fancy tricks of yours don't seem to work. Pegasus the Pegasus took human form. Luis held the three-pronged dragon swallowing spear in his hand, searching for a weak point in the vaulted sky space before breaking through with a single blow. This father only needs one shot to break through your trapped beast space. With those words, his body catapulted out like a cannonball, and his three-pronged dragon swallowing lance stabbed straight at the weak spot of the giant wall of space. And Su Yuan, how could he give him this opportunity? As Luis broke through the giant wall of space with all his might, Su Yuan silently chanted in his mind, "Pale yellow dragon leader." In an instant, a dozen black holes appeared in the golden sky. From the black hole, a beam of golden energy that was strong enough to poke through heaven and earth burst out. The golden energy beam slammed down vertically, targeting Luis, who had nowhere to hide underneath. Su Yuan had used this move to kill Qinshu in seconds. Now that it had been replaced with Luis, who was trapped in the vaulted sky space, Su Yuan was just as certain. Before the tip of Luis' gun could touch the giant wall of space, the golden heavenly wrath had already changed into heavenly justice and slammed down. Not one, but a dozen heavenly justice. A dozen beams of golden energy that ran through heaven and earth. At this point, Luis was truly flustered. He couldn't retreat, couldn't hide, and could only counterattack straight on, using the three-pronged dragon swallowing lance to face a dozen golden heavenly wraths head-on. Chow! If it was just now, Luis would still be able to dissolve this terrifying heavenly wrath with the suppression of his ranked talent. But now that most of his demonic power was locked up by the vaulted sky space, he was already beyond his strength. Kid, I don't lose that easily. He gathered all of his demonic power into the three-pronged dragon swallowing lance, then used it to harden against the pale yellow dragon lead. Su Yuan likewise did not dare to slack off, using all of his demonic power, and even overdrawing all of the Mad Iron Lion King's power, just to bring the power of the Tsang Huang dragon leader to its limit. Two forces that were strong to the extreme collided together. Between heaven and earth, the temperature had steeply risen by several degrees. In the end, Luis lost. He violently spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his body fell straight down like a kite with broken strings. Su Yuan could only retrieve the vaulted sky space due to the overdraft of his demonic power. Luis' body fell heavily into the forest below, and there was the sound of breaking bones. Tearing pain filled his entire body at this point. His eyes were filled with incredulity, unable to believe that this could be the result. How is this possible? Surprisingly, he himself was defeated. His own hallowed beast dignity was no match against that terrifying golden heavenly wrath, while Luis was shedding tears of hatred. A dozen ferocious beasts in the forest surrounded them, looking at Luis's immobile body. These beasts' eyes were filled with greed. Suddenly, a crack was torn open in space and a black tiger ferocious beast walking upright walked out. Don't want to live. Get the hell out of here. My lord, I am here by order of His Majesty. The black tiger ferocious beast was raging with demonic power. It was a beast emperor level ferocious beast. The other side, Su Yuan's face was slightly white. At this time, his entire body's demonic power was overdrawn, and it would take some time to recover. This battle was extremely difficult. After seriously injuring the same SSS level talent, but was 36 levels above him, Luis, Su Yuan was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. He wasn't about to go after it, as he saw Luis fall into the most dangerous part of the Haitu forest. Heartland. Luis spat out a mouthful of black blood violently, looking at the black tiger ferocious beast standing in front of him with both excitement and shock. Nowadays, he was seriously injured by Su Yuan. If no one rescued him, he had to become food for these animals. My lord, are you injured? The black tiger beast emperor leaned down and examined Luis' injuries with worry. Luis nodded, indignation filling his chest. His right hand clenched into a tight fist. Today's battle is too humiliating. He was a beast dignitary, or an SSS rank talent, but he would be seriously injured by a brat and defeated to such a state. If word got back to the country, it would have to be laughed out of the country by those guys. His strength was considered top-notch even among the ace force, and his talent was even less comparable. Why else would those old guys at the Hexagon building in the Lighthouse Nation have given this task to Luis? Luis had also figured out that there was one thing that had to be done on this mission, whether it failed or not. That was to get rid of Su Yuan, the only SSS heavenly pride in the Summer Kingdom for 20 years. With such a great threat at only level 6, Luis didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be when this kid reached Beast Saint and Beast Emperor. If he couldn't complete the mission, he could still give the military department an explanation if he slaughtered Su Yuan. No harm. Cough. Luis coughed and struggled to his feet with his hand on his three-pronged dragon swallowing spear, stroking his sunken chest and realizing that his ribs were half broken. Surveying the strength of the black tiger ferocious beast, Luis was surprised to find that the other party was actually a beast emperor powerhouse. Take me, to see Emperor June. I can help him break through the last step. The black tiger ferocious beast nodded, and with a wave of the tiger's claw, a crack was torn open in the void. Come with me to His Majesty. At this point in time the centerpiece, the very center, a huge acacia tree that was 100 feet tall and as thick as dozens of people could encircle stood against the wind. Thousand-Wing Emperor June opened his eyes, his two huge pupils flickering with a dark light. At this moment, his body was coiled around the huge acacia tree. The hundreds of legs that clambered up the trunk twitched with excitement. Ha ha ha, as expected. I have kept my word, and I'm finally here. This seat has been waiting for a long time. Lewis finally met Thousand-Wing Emperor June under the Black Tiger Beast Emperor's leadership. For thousands of years, the strongest ruler of the Haitu Forest, the only king. Currently, he had reached level 69, the peak of Beast Saint, just one step away from Beast Emperor. Upon seeing Thousand-Winged Emperor June's true face, even Luis, who had seen many great scenes, was shocked out of a cold sweat. One could only see that Thousand-Wing Emperor June's body was 100 meters long, 3 parts like a dragon and 7 parts like a python. But then again, like a centipede, it has hundreds of legs. His body was filled with black scales, and above his back, thousands of wings had actually diverged. At this moment, he was like a long snake, hovering over the huge acacia tree, with eyes like torches staring dead at Luis. Weird, just weird. Fart God, is this mutated from drinking little Baka nuclear sewage? What the hell? Luis said in his mind, facing a peak Beast Saint level ferocious beast directly in front of him. The powerful pressure caused Luis to bend down. He said very respectfully, T. June, befriend us in the Lighthouse Kingdom. We are willing to help you. After saying that, Luis took out a mahogany box from the backpack on his body. He opened the mahogany box, only to see that inside was an elixir that shimmered with purple light. The elixir was like an elixir of longevity, emitting a tantalizing aura. The moment the mahogany box was opened, Thousand-Wing Emperor June felt the power contained within. This is the 9th Order Yuan breaking pill. Your Excellency, the Minister of State, is truly sincere. Of course Thousand-Wing Emperor June recognized this thing. It was a 9th rank beast dan. It is the rarest and most difficult to obtain beast elixir. The most basic ingredient for refining a 9th Order beast pill was the beast source of a beast emperor. The 9th Order beast pill was able to help a peak beast saint ferocious beast to break through to a beast emperor with a certain probability. However, it could only be used on ferocious beasts, not awakened ones, and there was a certain amount of risk involved. Feeling this intoxicating aura, Thousand-Wing Emperor June couldn't wait. If he could have had such a treasure 200 years ago, he would have broken through to the Beast Emperor long ago. Why would he have waited so many years? By the way, Emperor June, before the item is handed over to you, may I make one condition first? Lewis snapped at this point. Thousand-Wing Emperor June's mind was now filled with breaking through to the Beast Emperor, and he couldn't wait any longer, so he decisively agreed to Luis' request. Did you see me hurt all over? Thanks to a brat. I hope that Emperor June will make a timely move and slaughter that brat at the first opportunity. If anyone dares to protect that boy, kill them all as well. That boy is a threat to our Lighthouse Kingdom and to you. Luis didn't dare to underestimate Su Yuan. Although the opponent was less than level 10, his cunning and insidiousness, as well as that strong beast skill, made Luis all suffer a big loss. Luis knew that Su Yuan was a great threat. He was currently in dire need of healing and should not make a move. So allowing D. June's people to slaughter that brat was by no means trivial. With absolute strength, pinch this cunning brat to death to avoid a long night. Otherwise, let it grow and the consequences will be endless. At those words, Thousand-Wing Emperor June smiled. Thousands of fangs lit up in his mouth and he had a very creepy smile. Thought it was some kind of request? Not to mention one person. When he broke through to the Beast Emperor, all the humans who had trespassed into the High Tua Forest this time would have to be buried with him. Your Excellency the Minister of State put 100 hearts. Today, not a single human will be able to get out of the Haitu Forest alive. At this time in the town outside of the Hai Tua Forest, Wu Changqing's eyebrows were throbbing, and for some reason, he had an extremely unsettling premonition. He, a supreme powerhouse at the peak of Beast Saint, was inexplicably panicking in his heart at this moment. Is there a change coming? Wu Changqing said secretly in his heart. Next, he saw the sky in the distance suddenly clouded over with lightning and thunder. This strange heavenly phase caused Wu Changqing's uneasy heart to beat violently. Only a black pillar of light burst out from the center of the Haitu forest. This pillar of light connected with the sky, and instantly, an extremely strong force spread over thousands of kilometers. The sky turned dark, with the Hai Tua forest as the center of the circle. The sky in the vicinity of hundreds of miles in a radius was overcast, and the demon winds whistled like the end of the world was coming. Hundreds of miles away in the capital, people looked up at the bizarre heaven and earth visions, each face filled with worry. Suddenly, A huge black hole appeared above the sky, which swept through the heavens and earth like a demon's eye, staring at the ants and celestial beings underneath. Wu Changcheng was dumbfounded. The Beast Emperor, descending? There was only one thought in his mind. Can't go wrong. He realized that it was definitely the thousand-winged Emperor Jun in the heart of the High Tuo forest that had broken through to a Beast Emperor. Asterisk. Sorry guys. Something's come up today, so I'll make up the next chapter later. Damn it. The Great Wall of Wu could never have dreamed that thousand-winged Emperor Jun would be able to break through to the Beast Emperor. This was too bizarre. This old thing had been stuck at the peak of the Beast Saint for hundreds of years. How could he say that he had broken through? One must know that although there was only a large realm difference between a Beast Saint and a Beast Emperor, the difference in strength could be called a heavenly rift. When you become a Beast Emperor, you can swallow mountains and seas, eat away like the moon, and destroy a piece of heaven and earth with a lift of your hand. A Beast Emperor ranked Ferocious Beast, even with a minimum talent of level 70, could easily kill a peak SSS ranked Beast Saint in seconds. And above the Beast Emperor, there were still two great realms, the Golden Jade Beast Emperor and the Supreme Beast Emperor. Whether or not one could break through to a Beast Emperor was extremely demanding on the qualifications and talent of the Ferocious Beast, and needed to pass through a certain opportunity, and was by no means something that could be broken through casually. It was not uncommon for peak Beast Saint Ferocious Beasts to fail to break through to Beast Emperor for the rest of their lives if they were not given the chance. The Great Wall of Wu thought his head through and couldn't figure out where Thousand-Wing Emperor Jun got his chance from in the deep mountains and old forests. Not good. At the first opportunity, Wu Changcheng used his voice transmission technique to notify all the students who were trying out in the High Tuo forest to stop the trial and withdraw from the secret realm. He was clear that the first thing Thousand-Wing Emperor Jun did when he broke through to the Beast Emperor was definitely to seek revenge on the humans. And these students who trespassed into the High Tuo forest would bear the brunt of his first target. At this time in the High Tuo forest, the sudden heaven and earth anomaly triggered a commotion. As they were panicking, Wu Changcheng's voice appeared in their ears. Everyone, now immediately utilize the teleportation array, utilize the teleportation stone, and drive back to the town. Everyone, stop the trial immediately now and withdraw from the secret realm. The voice was loud and oppressive, and it spread to almost every corner of the High Tuo forest. However, in the next second, an extremely strong force directly blocked out Wu Changcheng's voice. No matter how much the Great Wall of Wu used his demonic power, he was unable to transmit his voice into the secret realm. This voice was made of demonic power and could completely suppress the demonic power of a peak Beast Saint powerhouse. It was simply terrifying as hell. Wu Changcheng sucked in a breath of cool air as his heart turned over. The students who were trying out in the primitive forest all realized at this time that the situation was not right. Such a big change had occurred in the secret realm. If they did not withdraw, I was afraid that it would be very bad. Some students crushed the teleportation stones and began to utilize the teleportation formation to leave the secret realm. Immediately after, more and more students followed suit, utilizing teleportation stones and summoning teleportation formations. In a moment, only a few hundred pillars of light could be seen shooting straight up into the sky from the High Tuo forest. At this time, Wu Changcheng and Zhao Run came to the teleportation drop point outside the town, and the teleportation array would teleport the students to this place. Seeing the bright light emanating from the students' landing points, Wu Changcheng let out a long breath. It's okay. It seems to have gotten its message. However, when Wu Changcheng looked at Su Yuan's teleportation landing point, his brows furrowed slightly. Why didn't Su Yuan teleport? What is this kid up to? Zhao Run sniffed inside. He knew that Su Yuan's teleportation stone had been given to Ying and stayed in the secret realm himself. Next, something unexpected happened to the duo, only to see that the falling points that had just been glowing with light had all dimmed in less than a breath of effort. What the hell? Wu Changcheng was taken aback. Meanwhile, in the High Tuo forest, the student who was about to teleport back looked up. It was discovered that the teleportation formation above their heads had suddenly disappeared. A force swept through space, directly shielding the teleportation formation, make it impossible to connect to the outside world. The teleportation array is failing. The pillar of teleportation light slowly shrunk until it became a small point of light, then dimmed and disappeared. Holy, to hell with it. How can this teleportation not go back? What the hell? Are we going to die here today? What a powerful force, to be able to shield the teleportation formation directly. Boy, I don't want to die yet. I'm still young. I just went to college for a year. Run, hurry up and run. If you run late, you'll die later. Seeing that the teleportation formation was not working, the students completely panicked. Most people are flowers raised in greenhouses. Where have they ever encountered this? Since the teleportation formation was useless, they could only choose to explore on their own and turn back along the original path. But the environment in the secret realm was changing, and the large group had long since deviated from the direction they had started. Most people are left groping in one direction like headless flies. Su Yuan's face was grave. He didn't follow the waves or blindly grope around. Carefully recalling the way he came, Su Yuan began to carefully plan the route to exit the secret realm. Boom! Suddenly, a huge mantis ferocious beast slammed down in front of Su Yuan. The huge scythe waved, and in 3 breaths of effort, it directly sliced into pieces several students who were fleeing in panic in front of Su Yuan. The mantis ferocious beast hissed and stomped on the corpse pieces on the ground. Excited, it was a Beast King level ferocious beast that had scurried out from the center of the area. He went on a killing spree, and these students, who had no combat experience and were less than level 10, were defenseless under his great scythe. With the permission of Thousand Wing Emperor June, all the high-level ferocious beasts in the center of the area poured out to hunt these awakened ones. Su Yuan took a deep breath. Purple veins popped up on his hands, even though the Lion King's power was already overdrawn. It was more than enough to deal with a Beast King. However, the next second, another 5 or 6 Beast Kings and a Beast Zoon-level ferocious beast rushed out from the center. Scrambling, they surrounded these panicked fleeing students. It was as if they had a location, chasing with precision and killing with cruelty. Almost all of the students who didn't get out of the fringes of the center zone in time were maimed. For a while, there were screams, hisses, and wails of pain. Soon, several Beast Kings noticed Su Yuan. They had just killed as much as they could, but when they saw Su Yuan, who stood still and did not run, they were instantly aroused to kill again. Ho ho ho! The mantis fierce beast grabbed a step ahead. Its body catapulted out like a cannonball, and its 2 large sides stained with blood chopped at Su Yuan. Suddenly, a crack was torn through space. The Black Tiger Beast Emperor walked out from it. The powerful Beast Emperor's pressure caused the few Beast Kings that originally had thoughts about Su Yuan to retreat. When the mantis fierce beast saw the Black Tiger, it had the good sense to break its body and withdraw in a grayish manner. The prey that the Beast Emperor had his eye on. They weren't worthy of it yet. Ha ha, Lord D. June personally named me to kill you. Boy, you're kinda special. The Black Tiger Beast Emperor jaggedly laughed. Lord D. June has broken through to the Beast Emperor, and this is a great opportunity to make a mark. But what the Black Tiger Beast Emperor could not have imagined was that this person who wanted His Majesty to name him was a weakling who was less than level 10. Minor point, but it saves trouble. The Black Tiger Beast Emperor was just about to make his move. Suddenly, 2 black shadows smashed down from 100 meters above. 2 black shadows stood on the left and right sides of the Black Tiger Beast Emperor, and the aura emanating from his body was actually a Beast Emperor. The Black Tiger cursed the out of his mind. Mud. What the hell? Why are the Golden Rock and the Red Elephant here? 2 doggies, killing a kid who is less than level 10, are coming over to rub the credit. Can't afford to live. Looking at the 3 Beast Emperors standing in front of him, raging and full of killing aura, Su Yuan took a few steps back, clasped his hands to his chest, and let out a cold laugh. It seems like you guys are really paying extra attention to me. Deploying 3 Beast Emperors at once in order to kill me. The stats suck. Houseguests, the up favorites are getting low. Vote for me. Vote for me, Omega. The 3 Beast Emperor ferocious beasts, just against one of their own, was indeed something new. With Su Yuan's current strength, he had no chance of winning against the 3 Beast Emperors. What's more, the demonic power in his body had long been overdrawn, so there was no way he would be a match for any of the Beast Emperors. Taking a step back, even in his heyday, Su Yuan had an incredibly tough time dealing with a level 42 Luis. There was no other reason. Su Yuan's level was too low. It was a bit too unfair for a level 6 awakened to fight the Beast-exalted Beast Emperor, even with the most powerful talent. Under the absolute suppression of rank, it was all just floating clouds. However, Su Yuan did not panic in the slightest. At this moment, he stood against the wind, his hands clasping his chest, his gaze filled with contempt. He dared to do so because he saw that these 3 Beast Emperors didn't make a move on themselves first. Instead, they argued first. Damn, I can't figure out what you two are up to day in and day out. His Majesty has left this matter in my hands. So what are you 2 street sneaks doing coming over here to intervene? The Black Tiger Beast Emperor is really clam-ported. Slaughtering Su Yuan today was a great achievement, and he would certainly be rewarded and favored by Lord D. June. A kid who was less than level 10, who was a level 54 Beast Emperor, could be pinched to death with just one finger. The 2 dog pussies, the Golden Rock and the Red Elephant, were just trying to rub their noses in the credit. It's so hateful. Black Tiger. Small pattern. His Majesty has emphasized many times that this brat is incredibly cunning, and you're vulnerable to this brat's traps. We're both here today just in case, right? The Golden Rock Beast Emperor was full of awkward smiles, but still said in a serious manner. Everyone is not a cutie pie. Who wouldn't want a piece of such a great opportunity to get credit? There's little risk involved, but the payoff is considerable. The Red Elephant Beast Emperor scratched his head and chimed in. Tiger, don't blame Uncle Elephant for speaking rather bluntly. The water here is very deep. You can't grasp it alone. At those words, the Black Tiger's fur stood up in anger. These two guys don't have any face. Ha! What are you two barking at? Now get the hell out of here. Don't blame me for flipping out later. When the Black Tiger Beast Emperor cursed like this, the remaining two Beast Emperors were instantly a bit anxious as well. That's a lot of cursing. So many ferocious beasts are watching. We are at least Beast Emperors. You're embarrassing me. Just when the three Beast Emperors were on the verge of drying out, a golden figure appeared at first, protecting Su Yuan behind him. This person was no other than Zhao Run. Only Zhao Run was clad in golden armor, holding the Royal Sea Demon Needle in his hand, and in his royal armor form. His combat power soared several times compared to his human form. Normally he didn't care to be serious, but he couldn't afford not to be today. The three Beast Emperors were not considered to be stragglers, but whoever dares to touch Su Yuan will be killed as usual. I'm coming. Brat, Yi Ying has been chanting about you. I can't afford not to come. Seeing Zhao Run's figure, Su Yuan was not surprised. Everything was within his expectations. He had thought about how to stall for time and wait for Zhao Run to show up. Who knew that these three Beast Emperors would actually implode, cursing each other and coming close to a dry fight? Seeing Zhao Run, Black Tiger frowned slightly and immediately tensed up. Nice guy. These two dog pussies are really causing trouble for themselves. They just didn't kill that kid. Now they are in trouble. Human Beast Emperor? Black Tiger sized up Zhao Run's strength and his eyes widened, not daring to slack off any further. The Human Beast Emperor in front of him was so young, but his strength was definitely not below him. If we really fight, it's hard to say whether we'll win or lose. If the Human Beast Emperor really wanted to protect Su Yuan, he was afraid that it would be difficult to win with just the Black Tiger Beast Emperor alone. Glancing at the Red Elephant and Golden Rock behind him, the Black Tiger said in a very unpleasantly annoyed manner, "Are you two happy? Just now. If you don't do it, now trouble is coming. The three of us are here today with a mission. If we can't behead this brat, we'll carry our heads to Lord Dijun." Upon hearing this, the Red Elephant and the Golden Rock nodded, and could only harden their hearts. Originally, both of them had come over to pick up the slack, thinking that they would not make any effort or take any risks, and then go to Emperor June to take credit. But it's not an option to not make a move now. However, the Golden Rock and Red Elephant were not panicking. After all, the three of them, 3 against 1, were not afraid of not being able to win. Human, you're too wild. Do you know that our Majesty has just broken through to the Beast Emperor? And you dare to blatantly provoke? Are you not putting your Majesty in your eyes? The Black Tiger glanced at the Red Elephant and the Golden Rock. Seeing that the two didn't make the first move, he was afraid of suffering losses and didn't want to fight in the vanguard. So it's just a matter of getting a head start. I'm taking Su Yuan away today. Whoever dares to stop, dies. All three of you together. Zhao Yun crossed his arms and said casually. The Black Tiger Beast Emperor was enraged by Zhao Run's words. It hissed violently and its huge body lunged towards Zhao Run. Wherever the two black tiger claws crossed, even the void was torn open with cracks. Zhao Run didn't dare to be slow, and put on his spirit and dealt with it calmly. Human, die for me. The Black Tiger Beast Emperor's eyes violently turned scarlet red. His speed was extremely fast, like a black whirlwind that surrounded Zhao Run. An extremely strong Beast Emperor pressure swept towards the surroundings. In the next second, the black whirlwind swept up the sky with dust, flying rocks, quicksand, and uprooted ancient trees, like a 1,000-meter wave, and smashed towards Zhao Run. Some ferocious beasts that were of low level and didn't have time to escape in time were also caught in the wave of dust. The 1,000-meter high wave of dust, pouring the demonic power of the Black Tiger Beast Emperor, smashed directly at Zhao Run like a mountain. At that moment, heaven and earth trembled. The sky is covered with a howling wind. Zhou Yun just shrugged his shoulders and put on a "that's it" expression. In the next second, the Royal Sea Demon Needle in his hand changed into a 10 feet thick, 100 feet tall pillar of the Prime and violently threw it out. The 1,000-meter wave of dust that had been draining the mountains and seas had no resistance against the Royal Sea Demon Needle, and was directly split in half by the Royal Sea Demon Needle. The Imperial Sea Demon Needle smashed straight as the ground. The 1,000 meters of wave dust was instantly fixed. The flying sand and stones turned into pieces, and the ferocious beasts that were caught up in it were shattered into mush. The Black Tiger Beast Emperor looked at this scene incredulously, his heart appalled. One's own watchword, the winning beast technique, was so easily dissolved by it. The strength of this human Beast Emperor was definitely above himself. What are you two waiting for? Together. Black Tiger was only level 54, so I'm afraid he wasn't a match against Zhao Run. But the Golden Rock and Red Elephant could both be rank 56 Beast Emperors. The three of them joined hands together, so I don't believe that they still can't take him. the three beast emperors joined hands and attacked. Using their specialties in deadly beast techniques, Zhao Run was able to clearly feel that this rock bird and red elephant were much stronger than the black tiger. All of them were at least level 56 beast emperor. Boy, watch this. Zhao Run twisted his head to look at Su Yuan Dao. I know a lot of moves, but the most handsome is only this one. Su Yuan froze. Watch this move. It's going to be awesome. Zhao Run directly chose to reveal his true body and use, at the same time, a beast technique that he had only used once in the 10 years since his awakening. Dharma Heaven and Earth. The three beast emperors, Golden Rock, Red Elephant, and Black Tiger, looked at each other and realized that the situation was not good, and decisively chose to strike. The bodies of the three beast emperors skyrocketed from dozens of meters to hundreds of meters in an instant, and their enormous bodies set off the distant mountains as extremely small. The Golden Rock hissed, and the two sky-blinding golden wings behind him directly split into 6 wings, and his sharp-pointed claws were now holding a long sword that was hundreds of meters long, which was clearly a beast Sate-level beast weapon. The red elephant was also not willing to show weakness, and exerted all his strength. His body was wrapped in fiery magma in an instant, and a unicorn horn protruding from his forehead like a sword that broke the sky. Feet stepping on the void, eyes scarlet, nose long and curly, spitting out hot flames from time to time, baking the surrounding air into a twisted distortion. 2 level 56 beast emperors, one with an S-rank talent and one with an SS-rank talent, terrifying as hell. A huge body of several hundred meters, like the present Hades, with an angry face, round eyes, and sharp teeth and fangs. Having met their opponents today, neither the Golden Rock nor the Red Elephant were going to hide, and exerted 10% of their strength. The two hideous and terrifying behemoths scared the large and small ferocious beasts near the center of the Haitua forest to the point that they prostrated themselves on their knees and whimpered lowly. The Black Tiger glanced at the Golden Rock and Red Elephant, smiled faintly, and retreated behind the two. Having just seen Zhao Run's strength, he didn't dare to fight in the lead again. Kid, you're just a level 54 beast emperor. Trying to take on 3-in-1 is really a fool's errand. Today, since you want to protect this brat, then leave your life here. Jin Pang looked at Zhao Run, who was not moving like a mountain underneath, and said in an icy tone. In the next second, the Koan Pang Cloud swallowing sword in his hand swung out violently, and the strong demonic power condensed into tens of thousands of golden sword chi in an instant. These tens of thousands of golden sword chi surrounded the Golden Rock Beast Emperor's body, guided by him, and in an instant, all the swords were firing, stabbing straight at Su Yuan and Zhao Run at the bottom. The Red Elephant roared. Its head sky-breaking unicorn horn was scorched red by the flames, and violently shot out a red column of light. With that, the nose ejected a ball of true fire that was enough to vaporize the void. The true fire surrounded the red pillar of light, tearing through space and heading straight for Zhao Run. The two beast emperors both used heaven-shaking and earth-shaking deadly beast techniques. Seeing both the Golden Rock and the Red Elephant striking out, the Black Tiger also no longer hesitated. The tiger claws swung out, and 2 black damaging whirlwinds attacked Zhao Run directly. Zhao Run stretched his back, not panicking, and looked at Su Yuan Dao. Hide behind me. Don't run around. Be careful of getting hurt. Let's watch this genius next. Rubbing his knuckles, Zhao Yun looked at the tens of thousands of golden sword chi that were coming straight at him, as well as the red pillar of light surrounded by true fire, and smiled faintly. That's it? You guys are a little better than those mongrels if you can force my true form out. But, just a little. In the next second, Zhao Run revealed his true form and transformed into a Heaven Slayer demon ape. Ho ho ho! A blinding golden light appeared at first, shaking the sky and earth within a 100-mile radius and losing color. When the golden light dispersed, one could only see a silverback giant ape with a height of more than 600 meters, like a lofty mountain stepping on the void. The silver-backed giant ape had a hideous face, full of sharp teeth and scarlet eyes, and its 2 thick arms were like pillars in the sky, with gnarled muscles that stood like mountain peaks. Between the breaths of the silver-backed giant ape, the void was shattered and the air trembled. Ho 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 ho! The Heaven Slayer demon ape roared violently. The sound wave swept through the void, and actually directly shattered all 3 Beast Emperors' beast techniques. The 3 Beast Emperors retreated back and forth, their faces filled with shock. This is so strong. How terrifying must the strength of this human Beast Emperor be? The 3 Beast Emperors used all their strength, but they couldn't even hurt them in the slightest, and their beast techniques were all easily dissolved. Looking at the Heaven Slayer demon ape that was much larger than themselves, the Red Elephant and Golden Rock panicked in their hearts. Mud. Originally, I came here to pick up leaks. How come I ran into such a tough guy? If they had known this, the 2 of them would never have come. But now it is impossible not to fight to the end. Otherwise it is impossible to explain to Lord Di Jun. Together, the 3 Beast Emperors spoke in unison. The Kingslayer demon ape moved his arms and violently pounded his chest with his fists, only to feel very uninspired. That's it? Doesn't seem to be much different than a stray fish. If that's all you three have, then it's my turn next. Oh, Dharma, heaven and earth. Open. Boom. A force that was strong to the extreme swept in all directions. The three beast emperors were dumbfounded by the situation and immediately braked their bodies. This, NYC. What the hell is that? How to fight this? The law of heaven is the fifth beast skill of the heaven-slaying demon ape, and Zhao Run had only used it once since his awakening. Once the Dharma, heaven and earth is opened, the body can be as high as the sky. The three beast emperors were stunned. They couldn't believe what their eyes were seeing, only to see the Heaven Slayer demon ape's body swell 10,000 feet tall in a split second. The huge body of more than 30,000 meters directly poked through the clouds. The ground couldn't withstand the pressure and directly cracked out hundreds of cracks. The large and small ferocious beasts of the high Tuo forest fled in all directions at the sight of the situation, and some of them directly fell into the 100-meter crevices, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. The 10,000-foot-tall Heaven Slayer demon ape's head was as lofty as Tarzan, and its waist was as thick as a steep mountain. The upper part of the world can pass through the 33 heavens, and the lower part of the world can withstand the 18 layers of hell. The ferocious beasts that were active within 100 miles cowed out and shivered. Feet on the earth, head in the sky, eyes like the sun and moon, mouth like a pool of blood. The heavens and earth shook with a fierce hiss. Hundreds of miles away in the capital, when people saw the 10,000-meter black shadow in the distance, each face was filled with shock. Asterisk. What the heck is that thing? Look at it, you guys. What the hell is this? A black shadow tens of thousands of meters high. Don't be outrageous. Is this a ferocious beast? Or is there something wrong with my eyes? It's horrible. Shivering sound. What kind of bizarre heavenly phase is this? The three beast emperors were completely flustered. Boy, there's no way to beat it. This bag is dead. Over 30,000 meters. Surely this isn't a joke? Which is so sick. The golden rock's wings shook as it tried to run straight away. But suddenly, a huge arm pierced through the clouds and held the 100-feet large golden rock beast emperor directly in its hand. The several 100-meter golden rock beast emperor was like a toy at this moment, held in the hands of the Heaven Slayer demon ape like a toy. The golden rock struggled desperately, but it was in vain. Boom! The Heaven Slayer demon ape lashed out, and the golden rock was directly hurled away, its body heavily crashing into the distant mountains and transforming into its original form. Red Elephant and Black Tiger cried at this moment. It's not that kind of game, is it? The two beast emperors knew they couldn't be defeated, and just as they tried to run, the Heaven Slayer demon ape noticed them. With a fierce hiss, a huge wave of sound swept through the void, and the Red Elephant and Black Tiger were directly knocked down by this strong force, falling heavily to the ground, smashing dozens of meters of deep pits into the ground. The Red Elephant and Black Tiger were also knocked back to their original forms. The Heaven Slayer demon ape hadn't had his fun yet, and was just about to strike. Suddenly, an icy voice that penetrated the void came from the sky dome. This emperor has just made a breakthrough, and you humans dare to be so reckless. Seek death. At those words, Zhao Run's heart trembled. Not good. This power is so strong. The Beast Emperor? Glancing at Su Yuan at the bottom, Zhao Yun used his mind to send a voice to Su Yuan. Asterisk. Things are in trouble. Su Yuan, I'll open the void passage for you, so hurry up and run. I'll stall for a while, or no one will be able to leave today. Su Yuan froze, and before he could react, a void crack appeared directly beside him. However, he had no intention of leaving. If we're going together. Of course. Ridiculous. It's not that easy to leave. Human. This emperor will sacrifice you first. Thousand Wing Emperor Jun did not appear at this time, but his voice spread to every corner of the high Tuo forest. The void passage around Su Yuan was suddenly blocked directly by an extremely strong demonic force at this moment. The Black Tiger and the other three Beast Emperors were both happy and terrified when they heard Thousand Wing Emperor Jun's voice. They climbed out of the deep pit with great difficulty, and at this time, they had already been covered with injuries, and they were as wretched as they could be. If His Majesty were to make a move, he would naturally be able to put this human Beast Emperor to death. Three losers, what do I need you for? This point requires this Emperor's hands to do it. Useless thing. At those words, Black Tiger scratched his head awkwardly. Mud, I've been humiliated today. 3 against 1, and still getting manhandled by a human. If Lord Di Jun wanted to punish them, the 3 of them would definitely be finished. Belongers deserve to die. Black Tiger and the others immediately knelt down in the direction of the voice and said respectfully, this emperor will first slaughter this arrogant brat before he punishes the 3 of you. Zhao Run's brows were slightly furrowed, and at this moment, a wave of shock rolled through his heart. Damn it! Thousand Wing Emperor Jun had actually broken through to the Beast Emperor. This, if it was a peak beast same powerhouse, with the Great Wall General, he wouldn't dare to mess around. But once Thousand Winged Emperor Jun breaks through to Beast Emperor, even General Great Wall is no match. Today, it's a big trouble. Damn, Su Yuan, this Thousand Winged Emperor Jun is categorically no match for me, but I should be able to stall for a while. You go first, Zhao Yun said to Su Yuan with his mind, but when he looked down, he realized that Su Yuan was standing still without moving the slightest bit. Kid, this is a Beast Emperor. What are you freezing for? Su Yuan shook his head. He knew that if it was really the Beast Emperor who made a move today, not to mention that he couldn't run, even if he could, he wouldn't leave Zhao Run here alone. Zhao Run had saved him from the fire several times, and Su Yuan absolutely could not accept sacrificing the other party to save himself. He would like Zhao Run to leave now. Thousand Wing Emperor Jun, after all, had come at him in the beginning. Not one of them will leave. In your entire Xia kingdom, aside from that old man who doesn't know whether he's alive or dead, there's currently no one who's a match for me. Thousand Wing Emperor Jun's icy voice sounded once again. In the next second, a finger descended from the sky, stabbing through the dome of heaven and appearing above the head of the Heaven Slayer Demon Ape. This one golden finger seemed to come from beyond the heavens, containing power enough to destroy heaven and earth with a single finger. And this was just a trace of power that Thousand Wing Emperor Jun had manipulated with his mind. The Beast Emperor's mighty pressure could be described as destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Griffin, this emperor doesn't even need to be physically present to kill you. He only needs to use one finger. The golden fingers burned in the atmosphere, burning the clouds red, and the strong demonic power shattered the void and came straight at the Heaven Slayer Demon Ape. Zhao Run's pupils contracted violently. He knew that he definitely couldn't hide this time. For the first time in his life, he sensed danger in tension. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is the Beast Emperor great? Ho 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 ho. The Heaven Slayer Demon Ape braced its arms, and its 10,000 feet tall body violently erupted with an extremely raging demonic power. Golden light flickered on his hands, instantly forming a barrier condensed from demonic power. The Heaven Slayer Demon Ape used both of its hands to support the golden barrier, attempting to use it to block the finger that fell from the sky. But the barrier that gathered almost all the demonic power of the Heaven Slayer Demon Ape was directly shattered and dissipated in the void the moment the golden fingers touched it. The Heaven Slayer Demon Ape took a deep breath, his heart filled with horror. The power of this Beast Emperor was strong beyond his imagination. It was simply not something that a Beast Emperor of his own could shake. Chow, today, this genius won't have to be accounted for here. I haven't had a girlfriend yet. In the next second, the Royal Sea Demon Needle received the sense of the Heaven Slayer Demon Ape and instantly transformed into 10,000 feet long and 1,000 feet thick, flying into the Heaven Slayer Demon Ape's hand, making a life and death struggle with its master. Zhao Run clutched the 10,000-foot-long Imperial Sea Demon Needle and attempted to block the golden fingers with it. However, the Royal Sea Demon Needle bent slightly the moment it touched the golden finger. Immediately afterward, after holding out strongly for a few seconds, the Imperial Sea Demon Needle was unable to withstand the immense pressure and directly shattered into several sections. The Heaven Slayer Demon Ape's breathing tightened, and not caring about anything else, he even directly used his huge ape body to resist. But that's flesh and blood, after all. Pust! The golden finger violently penetrated the body of the Heaven Slayer Demon Ape, leaving a circular hole several hundred meters in diameter. The Heaven Slayer Demon Ape sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and its huge body collapsed with a loud bang. The Dharma Heavenly Elephant was forcibly interrupted, and Zhao Yun resumed his royal armor form and ruthlessly smashed into the ground. At this moment, his golden armor was directly stabbed through, and a bull-sized bloody hole in his abdomen was bubbling with blood. Seeing this, Su Yuan's pupils violently contracted into pinholes. For a while, a wave of blood pressure pressed on Su Yuan's heart, making him a little breathless. He kind of couldn't quite believe the image his eyes were seeing. Not caring about anything else, Su Yuan pounced to Zhao Run's side, and when he saw the huge bloody hole in Zhao Run's abdomen, Su Yuan's breath stopped. General Zhao, you. For a moment, Su Yuan became incoherent, and tears came to his eyes. He wanted to immediately bandage Zhao Yun's wound, but he realized that the bloody hole was bigger than his palm. Blood, intestines, and a steady stream flowed out of that bloody hole. Both hands were placed on top of the bloody hole, and Su Yuan's lips trembled. Chow, brat, it hurts. Ah, it hurts like hell. This genius can't beat him. If you give this genius another 20 years, this will definitely not lose so badly. As he spoke, Zhao Run turned pale and his lips couldn't stop trembling. He was only 28 years old this year, the youngest beast emperor in the history of the Summer Kingdom. Wu Changcheng once threatened that as long as he worked steadily, he would surely become a strong beast emperor before he was 60 years old. It's so unfair. Zhao Yun's mouth spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his speech became increasingly weak. At this time, he was also holding on strongly with just one breath. If it wasn't for the beast emperor's body and the protection of his armor, he would have perished on the spot. Su Yuan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said with a trembling body, General Zhao. Will not. General Zhao. It's okay. I'll take you back to now. Okay? Zhao Yun shook his head, then tried to use his arms to support his body to stand up, but as soon as he moved, heart-rending pain came from his abdomen. Mud. It hurts. It hurts. So far, I can't see the wound. Is it big? Is it badly hurt? You see, Zhao Run only felt his eyes were chaotic, and a slight throbbing pain kept coming from his abdomen. The pain spread all over his body, as if there was a blazing fire burning in it, but all he could do at the moment was lie on the ground, and he didn't even have the strength to prop his head up to look at the wound. Su Yuan swallowed a mouthful of spit and looked at the bull-sized bloody hole in Zhao Run's abdomen, only to see that his abdomen was basically all but empty, with blood pouring out of the hollow in a steady stream. Su Yuan's breathing stopped as he held Zhao Run's right hand tightly and said softly, minor injury, just a small cut. General Zhao, I'll bandage you up. Just stop the bleeding. Go back to the hospital for a few days, and you'll be fine. Su Yuan's tears fell like broken beads as he took out the emergency hemostatic bandage from his backpack and supported Zhao Run's body, then wrapped the bandage around the huge bloody hole. The bandage was instantly stained red, and faintly, a flash of green could be seen. Really? Really? Brat, don't lie to me. This genius hasn't lived enough yet. A trace of elation flashed across Zhao Run's face, but the heart-wrenching pain caused this flash of elation to pass by in a flash on his face. But, why does it hurt so much? Am I really going to die? Zhao Yun's voice grew lighter and lighter, and gradually, his last breath seemed to break. Su Yuan's heart was as if it was being twisted by a knife at the moment, only feeling that his chest was stuffy, as if it was blocked by a blood gas. Looking at Zhao Run, who was lying on the ground and had closed his eyes, his vital signs were fading away. Su Yuan's heart ached like a needle poking, unable to accept this result. He couldn't accept that Zhao Yun died today to protect him. You hang in there. General Zhao can't die. I'll carry you back now. I'll take you out and kill you. Hearing Su Yuan's voice again, Zhao Run's closed eyes opened a slit with difficulty. He just gave a relieved smile. At the moment there was not even the strength to speak. The other side. In the center, the Beast Emperor's cave. Thousand Wing Emperor Jun, who was sitting on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he had transformed into a human being, middle-aged in appearance, clad in a black robe, and exuding an imperial aura. Just now, he used the power of his mind to send down a finger that destroyed the sky and the earth. Through his intentional perception, he realized that the Heaven Slayer demon ape had been stabbed through its true body by that finger. Nowadays, even if you have 10 lives, you have to die. But Thousand Wing Emperor Jun sensed Su Yuan's aura again, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, upholding the principle of cutting grass without leaving roots. He was about to make a decisive move. Suddenly, his soul force perceived two extremely strong forces coming towards him. The two humans, at the very least, were both peak beast saint powerhouses. Thousand Wing Emperor Jun had just made a breakthrough and his foundation was still unstable, so he would never dare to be careless. Against two peak beast saint powerhouses, it was easy to lose out if one was not careful. This emperor is going to solve two troubles now, so he can't reveal his position for now. This mole, I'll leave it to you three to kill. I'll give the three of you a chance to make up for your sins. If you can't accomplish it, this emperor wants you to carry your heads. Thousand Wing Emperor Jun's voice descended to come from above the firmament. The Black Tiger, Red Elephant, and Golden Rock all immediately knelt down to thank them. We thank your majesty. If it were before, failing to complete Lord D. Jun's mission would be a capital offense. Now that Lord D. Jun was giving the opportunity to wear their sins, how could they not be grateful? Besides, the human beast emperor had now been killed by Lord D. Jun. What's so hard about killing a level 6 kid? With 3 beast emperors, one finger could crush them to death. Su Yuan placed his two hands on top of Zhao Yun's left and right cheeks, tears falling down one by one. He was not ungrateful. General Zhao saved his life twice and thrice, and the favor of saving his life is unforgettable. He was afraid that he wouldn't have the chance to repay him later. How can I repay you for being separated by life and death? Just then, Zhao Run's faint voice, once again sounded. Okay, don't cry. Brat, you still lied to me, didn't you? I'm actually quite badly hurt, right? This genius is about to die and he didn't cry. Why are you crying? Immediately afterward, Zhao Run used his last ounce of strength to say, what a pity, confiscating you as a disciple. In the future. I guess there's no chance. Su Yuan shook his head. Leaning down, he whispered in Zhao Run's ear, saying in a voice that only the other party could hear. Master, it's okay. It is now. Upon hearing this, a trace of joy unexpectedly appeared above Zhao Run's bloodless face. The burning gaze looked at Su Yuan and slowly spat out a few words from his mouth. Ha ha, pretty good. Better than that. Dead girl is much better. After 10 years of learning from me, and not bothering to call out to me. In the next second, Zhao Run's pupils no longer contracted. The smile at the corner of his mouth froze, and there was no longer any breath at the tip of his nose. In the meantime, star points of light emerged from Zhao Run's body and surrounded Su Yuan. It seems like a soul that won't leave for a long time. Su Yuan reached out to touch these points of light, but found that he couldn't reach them. In the next second, these points of light slowly dimmed and gradually disappeared into the void. 1 or 2 points of light, before they had time to disappear, were attracted by the Beast Emperor's beast source in Su Yuan's backpack and entered the beast source. The silence was dead silent. Su Yuan watched Zhao Yun die in front of his eyes while he could do nothing. His body was trembling, tears tilted down from his eyes, and with his extreme grief, he couldn't even cry out any sound. At this moment, there was hatred, anger, regret, and pain in his heart. Dead, out of breath, it's too dead to die. Lord Dijun really did strike dryly. Ha 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 ha. The black tiger in the distance sensed that Zhao Run no longer had any breath of life, and only then did he let out a loud laugh. The black tiger had been fatally beaten by Zhao Run and almost didn't get killed, so he didn't dare to make a move when he just sensed that Zhao Run still had a trace of breath. Fear of fraud. Now that Zhao Run is dead, he has no scruples. Ha ha, I'll take his corpse. You two don't snatch it from me. I've long wanted a human beast emperor's corpse to refine a puppet. Jin Peng's eyes were shining brightly, and seeing that Zhao Yun was dead, he struck up the idea of the other party's corpse. After all, a beast emperor powerhouse, even if it was a corpse, it was a rare treasure. No way, I just took the hardest beating I've ever gotten. This body should be mine anyways. Red Elephant Herd directly did not agree. The benefits are given to the Golden Rock. How can this be done? Listening to the words of the 3 beast emperors, Su Yuan's gaze was icy cold and his body was filled with a murderous aura. He carried Zhao Run's body on his back and stared dead at the 3 beast emperors, his eyes gloomy, which were filled with viciousness, meeting the eyes of the 3 beast emperors. He was not afraid in the slightest. General Zhao, I'll take you back. Ha ha ha, I almost forgot. There's this kid. The black tiger jaggedly laughed. He wasn't interested in any beast emperor corpses. Slaughtering Su Yuan with his own hands was definitely a great achievement. This is a mission ordered by His Majesty himself. Divide the 2 of you corpses however you want. And this kid, I'll be the one to kill him, Black Tiger said to Red Elephant and Golden Rock behind him. At this time, the Golden Rock and the Red Elephant were still bickering, arguing so much over the ownership of the corpse that they almost came to blows. Just as the 3 beast emperors were scheming, behind them, a black shadow suddenly sprang out and landed beside the 3 beast emperors. With blonde hair, a tall nose, and a 3-pronged dragon swallowing spear in his hand, it was none other than Luis, who had just recovered from his injuries. It was Luis's idea to name and kill Su Yuan in front of Dijun. At this moment, his face was slightly restored and he was arrogant, and with the 3 beast emperors behind him, he was naturally emboldened. The 3 beast emperors saw that it was Luis and shouted in unison respectfully, "Lord Minister of State." Luis clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Su Yuan with contempt in his eyes. "Kid, I'm the one who won today's match, even though you got away with seriously injuring me. So what? Today, you don't have to become a corpse. Ha 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 ha." Luis had completed his mission and could return to the lighthouse country immediately, but in his heart he could not swallow the humiliation he had received here in Su Yuan. He was a level 42 beast exalt, but he had lost to a kid who was less than level 10. If this was spread out, he wouldn't have the face to be a human being in the future. This is a great shame. No matter what, Su Yuan must die today. No one can win against me. You're just not lucky, but your luck ends here today. Luis wasn't getting better from his injuries, so he wasn't about to do it himself. With a slight smile, he embraced the 3 beast emperors to his body and, this kid's undercard is just too much, too weird. Luis had already suffered a loss at the hands of Su Yuan once. He was already scared and didn't want to try a second time. It was naturally better to leave such things as killing with one's hands to the 3 beast emperors. Very good. It's just as well you're here so I don't have to find you myself. Today, it's not certain who will kill who. Su Yuan carried Zhao Run's corpse on his back. His eyes were filled with a murderous aura, and he said in an icy tone. At those words, Luis and the 3 beast emperors froze. What? Is this kid's head in the clouds? Or was it the death of a companion that spurred it on? A kid who was less than level 6 dared to mouth off to 3 beast emperors and a beast dignitary, even though all 4 of them were injured at this point. Killing a kid who was less than level 10 was easy as pie. I can understand talking a little nonsense before you die. But don't fool yourself. There's no beast emperor to protect you now. Die for me. The black tiger's huge body violently blasted out, its sharp tiger claws tearing through the void, stabbing straight at Su Yuan. Su Yuan quickly reacted, and in a split second, the golden armor possessed his body, and the wings of the pale yellowing long transformed behind him. Then his body catapulted up like a cannonball, and the wings behind him flashed with golden light, easily dodging this strike from the black tiger. Just hiding won't help. The black tiger's ghost-like figure appeared behind Su Yuan, while the latter's wings shook and sped towards his body. In just one breath of effort, it had already flown out hundreds of meters away. Seeing Su Yuan running away, the black tiger beast emperor came to be interested and instantly split into 2 black demon wings as well and started chasing Su Yuan. But what he didn't notice was that Su Yuan had an extra item in his hand during his flight, and it was actually a peak beast emperor's beast source. This beast source was gifted to Su Yuan when Wu Chanqing met for the first time. It was a beast source with a purity of 98%. It was a ferocious beast that was extremely rare outside of the circle in life. SSS ranked talent, level 59, Purple Sky Unicorn. The beast source of the Mad Iron Lion King with a purity of 92%. After Su Yuan absorbed it, he was able to obtain its power for a short period of time, and it cools down the Lion King's power for a long time, constantly upgrading it. Su Yuan was certain that as long as he could successfully absorb the beast source of the Purple Sky Qilin, then he would certainly be able to obtain its power as well. Looking at the Black Tiger Beast Emperor who was in hot pursuit behind him, Su Yuan did not dare to slack off, and with a shock of his wings, he violently increased his speed. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Yuan directly swallowed it in one gulp. So far, the most he had absorbed at once was a level 39, S-ranked gifted Lion King beast source. Even the level 43 Red Obsidian Mad Rhinoceros beast source, he was careful to absorb it multiple times. The beast source of a peak SSS-ranked beast emperor contained power that was 100 times stronger than the Mad Iron Lion King. After all, he was a beast emperor powerhouse in life, so how could he be suppressed by a human? Forcibly devouring it was bound to be dangerous to the extreme, even 9 deaths, but Su Yuan couldn't care less. Just like this, Su Yuan increased his speed and flew with his wings, dodging the Black Tiger Beast Emperor who was in hot pursuit behind him, while forcibly suppressing the power of the purple heavenly Qilin within his body. 2 figures, one large and one small, weaved and flew between the poor mountains. Although Su Yuan was now double-minded, his speed was still ridiculously fast, throwing the Black Tiger Beast Emperor several body lengths away in the air. Kid, I didn't see it coming. You run so fast, but the faster you run, the more excited I get, ha ha ha. After all, you're going to die sooner or later, and you're not going to escape me. Black Tiger Jia laughed. At the same time, after the beast source of the purple heavenly Qilin was swallowed into Su Yuan's body, it began to rampage like crazy. It was itching to tear all of Su Yuan's 5 viscera and 6 bowels to pieces. In life, Howard was also the king outside the circle, and after being killed by humans, its resentment was not normal. It was simply impossible to subjugate a human, especially a teenager who was less than level 10. After all, he was a peak beast emperor, and he had to save face when he died. Chow, it hurts. Su Yuan clenched his teeth, feeling the burning pain in his body that penetrated deep into his spinal cord and drilled his heart to the bone, hurting his 2 eyes. The pain was as if every inch of skin was being scorched by 1,000 degrees of heat. It was as painful as cutting all the organs, the skin, into tens of thousands of pieces and putting them back together again with a needle. It was going to hurt 100 times more than when he devoured the Berserk Iron Lion King's beast source. Intense, beyond the range of normal people's tolerance, pain swept Su Yuan's entire body, and his flying speed in the air slowed down slightly. Seeing this, the Black Tiger Beast Emperor behind him fiercely increased his speed, preparing to kill him with a single blow. Su Yuan glanced behind him at the Black Tiger that was still chasing after him, endured the pain, and once again increased his speed to shake off the Black Tiger. Despite the further pain, Su Yuan endured it. After all, he had the experience of devouring beast sources twice. He understood that since he couldn't suppress the power of the Purple Sky Qilin, he might as well let this strand help him level up. Devouring the Beast King beast source, Su Yuan increased from level 1 to level 4, and devouring the Beast Exalted beast source, from level 4 to level 6. Su Yuan was clear that if he succeeded in devouring the Beast Emperor's beast source, he could soar directly from level 6 to level 10. At that time, it could also unlock the 3rd beast skill of the Tsong Huang Long. I'm afraid it's not that easy to kill me. Come on, break for the little master. P.S. Thanks to Dream is gone for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the starting point book friend 2023071015002108's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book club member 202403102777_AE for 2 monthly votes. Thanks to book club member 202401133300_Ed for the 1 recommendation vote. Thanks to Xiangwei for the 2 recommendation votes. Thanks to book friend 202403102777_AE for voting 6 recommendation votes. Thank you for the 2 votes from 7 Kellens. Thanks to Chio_dis6 for the recommendation. In the meantime, in the hospital ward of a small town outside the High Tua forest, Yi Koma looked at the silver pendant hanging on her white neck with apprehension. This silver-colored pendant was a gift from Zhao Run for her 16th birthday, and Ying had always worn it around her neck. There was still a trace of Zhao Run's soul force on the silver pendant. When Ying had not yet awakened, Zhao Run had been her master for 10 whole years. Looking at the silver pendant that had dimmed down, with only a hint of light left, Yi Koma's eyebrows were beating frantically. For some reason, she had a bad feeling about this. Rune Pup, should it be okay? Yi Koma had absolute trust in Zhao Run's strength and comforted himself in his mind. Scratching his cell phone brightly, he dialed Zhao Run's number for the 9th time, and after a few dozen seconds of ringing, it was still unanswered. Run Pup, it's been 3 hours. Didn't you say you could bring back the national treasure in half an hour? Looking at the phone that had been unanswered and the dull silver pendant, Ying couldn't sit still any longer. Even though she knew that with Zhao Run's Beast Emperor's strength, he had not been defeated since his awakening and rarely had any opponents. Even if you lose the fight, there's got to be a way to run. But for some reason, there had been an uneasiness in her mind. No matter how much she convinced herself in her mind, she could never dispel the uneasiness. Putting on her shoes, Ying walked out of the ward door, bumped heads with an ensign patrolling outside. MS. Yi, what are you? You're still recovering, so if there's anything you want to do, just order me to do it right. Yi Koma's face was grave. Then he slowly spoke. Zhao Run, did you get his message? The ensign shook his head as he was assigned by Zhao Run to guard the hospital and take care of the students who were injured in the middle of the secret realm. It's true that nothing has been received so far. Why? Miss Yi, are you worried about General Zhao? Ensign asked. Yi Koma pursed her lips slightly, the uneasy look on her face becoming more and more obvious as she nodded. Harm, then your worries are unwarranted. What kind of person is our General Zhao? At the young age of 28 he is a Beast Emperor powerhouse. He has made great achievements outside the circle and has not met any enemies so far. I've followed him for 3 years and understand General Zhao's strength. You can rest assured. As he said this, an undisguised pride appeared on the ensign's face. The ensign had followed Zhao Run for many years, and had also performed life and death missions outside the circle. He had seen Zhao Run's terrifying strength with his own eyes. Even the average Beast Emperor ferocious beast could be easily killed in seconds. He regarded Zhao Run as his idol, and in his opinion, General Zhao could easily cope with this turn of events in the High Tua forest and return in one piece. After all, being outside the circle, which was several times more dangerous than the High Tua forest, hadn't even caused the battle-hardened young general to be injured in the slightest. Really? Aha! Hearing the ensign's words, Yi Koma's heart was only slightly relieved, but when she saw the dull silver pendant, her brow furrowed slightly again. Runchan, you mustn't be alright. If you come back safely, I won't call you Run Xiao from now on. I promise to call you Master from now on, so you can be as beautiful as you want. Yi Koma closed his eyes and prayed silently, forcibly enduring the pain of the burning fire inside his body. Su Yuan closed his eyes and let the power of the purple sky Qilin spread towards his meridians. The demonic power within him was completely unable to suppress the power of the purple sky Qilin. The Lion King's power was also beaten and cowered in a corner, not daring to show his head at all. Since it couldn't be suppressed, it would be better to use this power to complete the breakthrough. Come on, break it for me. Boom! Su Yuan's abdomen violently condensed a ball of qi, which dissipated and entered the meridians in his body. The burning pain in his body eased slightly, and Su Yuan's level broke through to level 7 at this time. Breaking through from level 6 to level 7 had actually consumed only 1,000th of the purple sky Qilin's power. Keep breaking. Break! A few drops of cold sweat crossed Su Yuan's forehead. He knew very well that if he didn't consume as much of the purple sky Qilin's power as possible, he would be killed alive by the endless pain. Breaking through level 1, the demonic power in Su Yuan's body went from being scarce to being full in an instant. Turning his head to look at the black tiger beast emperor who was still in hot pursuit behind him, Su Yuan's wings on his back shook violently and he once again increased his speed, leaving the latter several body lengths behind. Lion King, don't hide. What are you afraid of? Give it to me. The power of the Berserk Iron Lion King was extremely timid in the face of the power of the Qilin, and even ran to a hidden location within Su Yuan's body and hid, fearing that he would be eaten dry. The Lion King's power was absorbed by Su Yuan and could be transformed and utilized again. But if it was absorbed by the purple sky Qilin, it would be eaten without even a dregs left. Just like this, Su Yuan manipulated the full power of the Mad Iron Lion King to fully suppress a trace of the fallen Qilin's power and utilized this trace of the Qilin's power to achieve a breakthrough once again. Boom! Su Yuan's two eyes violently changed to a golden color. At this time, he had already managed to break through to level 8, accompanied by a sharp pain. Su Yuan's eyes went black and he fell into unconsciousness. At the same time, the wings on his back immediately disappeared. The body was unsupported, falling straight down from 1,000 meters above the ground. When Su Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world full of black chaos, with his feet stepping on the void. Heaven and earth were one color, and when he raised his eyes to look at it, it was all black chaos. Suddenly, he heard a lion screaming wail, snapping his head around. Su Yuan was shocked by the scene in front of him, only to see that the tens of meters tall Mad Iron Lion King was lying on the ground in a sorry state, the inside of his mouth constantly emitting wails begging for forgiveness, being beaten up. Atop his massive lion's head stood an old man with crane hair. The old man's face was filled with rage as he violently stomped on the Lion King's head, and the latter wailed in pain. Elder Kirin, stop. Su Yuan recognized the identity of the old man at a glance. What he hadn't expected was that the purple heavenly Qilin was only a peak beast emperor and was able to take human form. Help me. Lao Dengyu, stop fighting. You'll die. The Lion King covered his face with his paw and shivered. He had just been dormant and fine when suddenly this old thing intruded in the chaos space. The Lion King knew deep down that he was not an opponent and only wanted to hide far away. Who would have thought that Su Yuan would force him on hard? And he was beaten fat by this old den and was almost killed. The old man leapt from the body of the berserk Iron Lion King and came to Su Yuan's front, the anger on his face not having abated by half. Kid, who gave you the guts to assimilate the old man? The old me was already the peak of the Beast Emperor 200 years ago, and I successfully transformed into a form 100 years ago, and my name was loud and clear outside the circle. And once I died at the hands of you humans. This I admit. But you, a kid less than level 10, don't deserve to assimilate me, do you? At those words, Su Yuan shrugged. It just spoke faintly. Elder Kirin, you have no choice. Your beast source has been completely devoured by me, and the two of us have become one. Either destroy together now, or submit to me. Whether the boy is worthy or not, you will surely know later. The purple sky Kirin only felt very ed up after hearing this. He had been awakened with great difficulty and had expected to be able to regain his life. Who knew that it would be devoured by a brat that was less than level 10? The purple heavenly Qilin understood that if Su Yuan died today, then his soul would surely follow Su Yuan's physical body and perish together. The old man sighed and just felt like crying. He really didn't want to be assimilated and absorbed by someone with such a low rank, but he had no choice now. Otherwise this kid dies and he's got a soul to live for. Count on the brat, you're ruthless. I'd like to see if your body can withstand the power of the old man. At this point, the Golden Rock, Red Elephant, Lewis, and the other three powerhouses watched as Su Yuan lost consciousness and fell into a coma, his body falling from a high altitude as he continued to fall down. Undisguised elation surfaced on their faces. Ha ha ha, yeah, this kid is dead. That's right, even if the Black Tiger doesn't make a move, he doesn't have any chance of surviving. The wings behind the Black Tiger vibrated as it looked at Su Yuan, who was falling extremely fast in the air, and bent down to accelerate, ready to take advantage of Su Yuan's unconsciousness to kill him in the air. Falling to your death is cheap. Die for me. The sharp tiger claws stabbed straight at Su Yuan's rapidly falling body. But in the next second, Su Yuan violently opened his eyes. Both pupils flashed with a golden color. At this time, his level had already broken through to level 10. And around him, a strong aura of a peak SSS class Beast Emperor came out. The Black Tiger Beast Emperor who was about to strike was dumbfounded. What's going on? Peak Beast Emperor? Black Tiger braked his body that was falling extremely fast in the air, and his eyes were filled with shock. For some reason, he actually felt the aura of a peak Beast Emperor in Su Yuan's body, and it was still a peak Beast Emperor with SSS-grade talent. What the hell? What surprised Black Tiger even more was that Su Yuan's level had soared from level 6 to level 10. His two tiger eyes stared blankly as a wave of fear grew within him. How sick does this kid have to be? Swallowing a mouthful of spit, the Black Tiger Beast Emperor hesitated, not daring to make a move. Su Yuan, on the other hand, felt the brief peak Beast Emperor power in his body and took a deep breath, feeling extremely comfortable. In the next second, with a thought, a spatial force formed under his feet, and his extremely fast falling body immediately stopped in midair. The feet stepped on the void without the use of any external force. Okay, did you have fun just chasing me around? It's my turn. Oh, all four of you, today, must die. Su Yuan's voice was extremely loud, resounding in the ears of the four powerhouses. The black tiger was so frightened that it backed up, and its fat body couldn't help but shiver. The Su Yuan in front of him was indeed a peak beast emperor without a single problem. Even if he thought his head through, he couldn't understand how Su Yuan had accomplished the breakthrough. And where did the peak beast emperor's power come from? This is too weird. With his S-rank talent and level 53 beast emperor strength, going on right now was a proper death sentence. Kid, pretending to be a god, you're so arrogant. Together, the golden rock and red elephant at the bottom looked at each other and said in unison. The two beast emperors' bodies catapulted out like cannonballs, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Su Yuan. Black Tiger hurriedly hid behind golden rock and red elephant. Looking at the imposing golden rock and red elephant, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth. What a death wish! Just now I was afraid of you guys for a few moments, but now you're just ants in my eyes. As soon as the words fell, two extremely strong forces rushed out from Su Yuan's palm. It directly tore through space and transformed into two large golden hands. Feeling the strong power coming at them, the already injured golden rock and red elephant's faces were filled with shock. This kid is not making a fuss. This is really the power of a peak beast emperor. Realizing that the situation was not good, the golden rock and the red elephant panicked and dodged away, but it was too late. The peak beast emperor's demonic power was far beyond what they could imagine. Unless there is an absolute suppression in talent, otherwise peak beast emperor, against the powerhouses below peak beast emperor, or all heaven's way exterminating ants. Two large golden hands violently strangled the throats of the golden rock and red elephant, the strong power searing their bodies and continuously devouring their flesh and blood. For a moment, the two beast emperors simultaneously let out miserable wails. Ah! Ah! The power of the purple heavenly Qilin was extremely surging and strong, and the fleshly bodies of the golden rock and red elephant were simply unable to withstand it. In just a moment's effort, the bodies of the two beast emperors were melted into a puddle of blood mist. The black tiger that had been hiding behind the two beast emperors was dumbfounded. Seeing the golden rock and red elephant die such a miserable death, he was completely flustered. The Su Yuan in front of him could easily exterminate two beast emperors, so how could he be an opponent? My lord, spare me! Spare me! I'm just being sent on a mission. I've got a hard time saying it too. The black tiger beast emperor directly cried out, begging for his life and acting extremely aggrieved. Then he pointed to Lewis, who was frightened and at a loss for words at the bottom, and said, blame him, it was all his idea. Others, you kill him first. Lewis at the bottom heard both anger and fear, and in his heart, he cursed Black Tiger's 18 generations of ancestors. He wanted to sneak away, but his two legs kept shivering and were so soft that he couldn't run at all. Su Yuan's face was expressionless, and above his arm, golden veins exploded as the power of a peak beast emperor surged wildly. The unicorn arm, the unicorn whip, with his feet stepping on the void, he walked towards the black tiger step by step. No matter how much Black Tiger cried and begged for mercy, he was indifferent. In the next second, the unicorn arm wrapped in destructive power. A fist tore through the void and directly shattered the protective armor around the black tiger beast emperor. The Qilin arm directly failed to enter his body, and then exploded violently inside his body, killing the black tiger on the spot. The huge body was shattered into a puddle of flesh by the moment. The shattered flesh and blood that was blasted was like rain, falling from high above the sky. Su Yuan's face was expressionless, and with a wave of his big hand, 3 beast emperor level beast sources appeared in his hand. The harvest was great. After putting the 3 beast emperor beast source into his backpack, Su Yuan walked straight to Luis. Louis was pissed out of his mind at the moment. His body shrank into a ball, trembling uncontrollably, looking at Su Yuan with fear and desire for survival in his eyes. You are actually a beast emperor powerhouse? The first time we fought, you deliberately hid your strength? In the face of Louis's questioning, Su Yuan didn't reply and just rubbed his wrist. The face was expressionless, ready to send him straight on his way. There's no need to know that much when you're about to die. And I'm just going to let you die for no reason. You dare to kill me? I don't believe you dare to kill me. Suddenly, Louis seemed to have grabbed some kind of lifeline, and his speech actually hardened. Behind me is the Lighthouse Kingdom. Xia Kingdom is in no way a match for our Lighthouse Kingdom. I'm a lieutenant colonel in the Lighthouse State's military department, and a student of Admiral Shelton. If you kill me, you'll be declaring war on the Lighthouse State. Don't you dare? Louis's gaze was firm and his smile unbridled. He was certain that Su Yuan would never dare to do it. After all, his status was there. He wouldn't reveal his identity until it was a matter of life and death. With his status, even if the top brass of the Xia State's military department met him, they would all have to be respectful. Su Yuan, kill yourself. Does he dare? A free vote for a vote. Your summer kingdom has been getting weaker and weaker over the years. There is no way you can be a match for our lighthouse kingdom. If I die, can you Summer Kingdom afford this consequence? When the time comes, Mr. Shelton will definitely avenge me. None of these high-ranking generals of your Xia kingdom are a match for my teacher. Do you dare offend the lighthouse state? Louis grimaced and threatened Su Yuan Dao. Su Yuan felt a little like laughing after hearing that. That's it? What kind of a lieutenant colonel really thinks he's somebody? Talking as if he wouldn't offend the lighthouse state if he let him go. In that case, why not just slaughter it? Save yourself the trouble later. Have you said enough? I've heard enough anyway. After Su Yuan finished speaking, the Qilin arm immediately surged with an extremely strong force that was strong enough to break the sky with a single punch, aimed at Louis' head. When he was about to punch down, Louis immediately fell to his knees, put down the high and mighty stance he had just held, and began to woefully beg for forgiveness. Originally, Su Yuan did not bother to stop. After all, these guys, the words they confessed before death, were basically the same. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to give you the space ring in my hand, and everything inside is yours as well. Anything if you let me live. With that, Louis pointed to his left index finger, only to see a blue ring being worn on it. According to Louis, this stuff is high-tech researched by the Lighthouse State's military department. Inside the ring there is a huge space in which time stops passing and items can be stored, making it very portable. This kind of thing is currently only equipped to the senior generals of the Lighthouse State's military department, and is an absolutely confidential treasure of inestimable value. Su Yuan nodded after hearing this, interested in the space rings. In the next second, he took hold of Louis' left index finger and directly broke it off under the other party's surprised and fearful gaze. Only the sound of crisp bone cracking and sinew being ripped off was heard, and blood spurted out of Louis' left hand. Ah! Louis wailed violently, his body jerking in pain. Su Yuan took the blue finger ring from Louis' broken index finger and surveyed it. Then he looked at Louis, who was lying on the ground, constantly wailing, and spoke faintly, confused. Kill you and the stuff is mine. Ignoring his opponent's pleas for mercy, Su Yuan stomped on Louis' face. He wasn't in a hurry to kill, but to see if he could still get something useful out of the other side. Injecting a trace of soul force into the spatial ring, Su Yuan began to explore the inner space of the ring. The inside of the ring is huge, and there's quite a bit of good stuff inside. The first thing that attracted Su Yuan was the $200 million in cash piled up in a small mountain. Su Yuan glanced at Louis, who had been stepped on by his own feet, and felt a surge of joy in his heart. You haven't made a lot of money over the years. That's good. The money's yours now. Immediately after that, Su Yuan discovered a dozen bottles of Beast Dignity Essence Blood, a Peak Beast Dignity Beast Source, and an ancient book that emitted a faint blue glow. Su Yuan came to be interested in this ancient book. Those that could be placed with dollars, beast sources, and essence blood must be rare treasures as well. The cover and content of the ancient book did not have a Chinese or clear Latin and English. Su Yuan casually turned over. Do not understand at all. Kicking Louis, who was playing dead on the ground, with his foot, Su Yuan asked in an icy tone. Here, what this book is for. Louis closed his eyes tightly and heard Su Yuan's words, but he didn't want to make any reply. In the next second, Su Yuan's dragon claw violently pinched Louis' neck and directly lifted the latter's body up. Louis took his legs off the ground and felt the sharp pain in his neck before he spoke. This is a book of refining, an ancient book for refining puppets. Su Yuan's hand let go and Louis' body fell heavily to the ground. Go on. This book was given to me by my teacher. As long as one acquires the methods in the book, one can refine puppets. By using the corpse of a strong person, paired with a beast source as well as a secret method, and infused with the owner's soul power, an obedient and powerful puppet can be refined. The strength and talent of the corpse during its lifetime can be inherited by the puppet. At those words, Su Yuan's mouth could no longer be suppressed. A puppet? I hadn't heard of anything this good before. The refining principle was so simple that even the books on refining were sent to him. It's hard not to be impressed. Su Yuan surveyed Louis, who was trampled under his feet, and a trace of excitement could not help but flash under his eyes. SSS level talent. Level 42 Beast Zoner. Ready-made ingredients. Ha! Who could be better suited to make puppets than Louis? Not bad. Not bad. That really needs to be left intact. Meeting Su Yuan's unkind gaze, Louis got goosebumps all over his body. What do you want? Su Yuan did not reply, and in the next second, his right foot fired and violently stepped on top of Louis' chest. For the sake of the puppet's integrity, Su Yuan's kick controlled its strength, but it still caused Louis to fall on the spot, with all of his ribs shattered and his internal organs bursting. No limbs or anything mangled though. Su Yuan would put the space ring on his right hand and then receive Louis' body into the space ring. Immediately afterward, he buy the 3 Beast Emperor Beast sources into his finger ring as well. The harvest was great. However, Su Yuan's heart was never happy. Looking at Zhao Run's remains lying on top of the green stone, Su Yuan's tears came to his eyes. Today, Zhao Run died in order to protect him, and Su Yuan understood that it would probably be difficult for him to step over this threshold in his life. If General Zhao didn't come today, he definitely wouldn't have perished here. Thinking of this, Su Yuan held Zhao Run's cold hand and his body could not stop shivering. General Zhao, I'll take you back. Su Yuan carried the remains on his back, his heart filled with shame and self-blame. The two had not known each other for more than a few days, and the other had, for himself, paid with his life. Su Yuan didn't know how to explain to Yi Ying and General Wu Changcheng next. He couldn't imagine how sad that girl Yi Ying would be if she knew. Yeah, he's only in his 20s too. It is the age of splendor, superb talent, and the future is immeasurable. But once you fall, there is nothing left. I'll take you back. Carrying General Zhao's remains on his back, Su Yuan's wings waved behind him as he prepared to quickly leave the Haitua forest. Because so far, he hadn't seen Thousand Wing Emperor Jun show up. He knew that this place should never stay for long. Suddenly, Su Yuan heard a heart-rending wail from underneath. He looked down at the pristine forest below, only to see dozens of Beast King-level ferocious beasts in the primordial forest, which were surrounding dozens of students. The eyes were greedy and opened their bloody mouths, ready to feast beautifully. For a while, there were cries and screams. These less than 30 levels, at most beast spirits, most of which were a few levels and a dozen or so students, faced dozens of Beast King-level ferocious beasts, only to be treated as food. Su Yuan was in no hurry to strike. His eyes first surveyed the surroundings. He realized that there were more than just a few dozen Beast Kings gathered near these students at this time. These Beast Kings were only the innermost layer, and on their periphery, there were hundreds of Beast Spirit-level ferocious beasts. They all scurried out of the center. Thousands of Beast Spirits, Beast King-level ferocious beasts had just become a tide of beasts. These dozens of students, obviously, were not their only target. After eating it up, the next target of the beast wave would surely be the town. At this moment, on top of the distant mountain peaks, several ferocious beasts that emitted a strong aura were standing. 4 of them were beast dignitaries and 1 level 55 beast emperor. The level 55 beast emperor stood in the very center, a long chirp emanating from his mouth, which sounded like a language that only ferocious beasts could understand. Thousands of ferocious beasts were guided by him, and at this moment, they were surprisingly unruly and extraordinarily united. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. In the next second, a strong force scattered in all directions with him as the center of the circle. This energy, unexpectedly, directly shielded the Beast Emperor's voice directly. It was as if they were choking each other's throats so that they couldn't make any sound. That's nasty. Shut up. Scream again and I'll kill you. Su Yuan's voice took its place and resounded in every corner of the Haitua forest. These few words carried an extremely powerful pressure, causing the Beast King fierce beasts that were preparing to lay their hands on the students to prostrate themselves to the ground one by one. They could even feel the steaming murderous aura of the human above their heads. Most of the outermost beast spirit level ferocious beasts were not spiritually intelligent, so losing the guidance of the Beast Emperor's voice, they scattered and fled. At the moment on the mountain peak, the level 55 Beast Emperor Skeleton Knight Lord looked at the fierce beasts scattered and fleeing underneath. The beasts that had already collapsed into a shapeless mass, and a hint of icy coldness flashed in his eyes. What an arrogant human! Don't want to live? At those words, a trace of excitement flashed under Su Yuan's eyes. With a stretch of his hand, 3 Beast Emperor level beast sources hovered above his palm. The Skeleton Knight Lord who was about to strike was directly dumbfounded at the sight. What's going on? 3 Beast Emperor level beast sources, and why is there a familiar feeling? The Skeleton Knight Lord winced, and the huge bird couldn't help but shiver. No, can't say there's a familiarity anymore. For buddies got together in the morning and blew off some serious steam. The red one should be the red elephant, the black one is the black tiger, and the yellow one is the golden rock. Boy, no, it's all gone? Skeleton Knight Lord panicked in his mind. What a guy. This is too cruel. It was as if he also saw the image of himself becoming a beast source and being received in the hands of this terrifyingly strong teenager in front of him. Realizing that he was absolutely no match for Su Yuan, without any intention to fight, the Skeleton Knight Lord released an escape beast technique and directly chose to run away. The 4 beast dignitaries around him saw that their bosses had all run away, and they also slipped away without a trace in the blink of an eye. At this point, the wave of beasts completely collapsed. In the next second, the peak beast emperor's power was drained from Su Yuan's body, and the time of use ended here. A created void in space. Thousand-winged Emperor Jun stepped on the void with his feet, his body emanating the aura of a heaven-destroying beast emperor. With his hands ready behind his back, he looked at the 2 people in front of him. Wu Changchang and Yi Baojun, and laughed hideously. No one will be a match for this emperor here. Just one move. And you two peak beast saint powerhouses can't do it? Wu Changchang's brows furrowed as he swept a glance at this void space where the sky and earth were one color and the blackness was so depressing that one could breathe, and a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. Strong, just too strong, between a level 70 beast emperor and a peak beast saint. Although there was only a difference of one level, the gap in strength was as difficult to cross as a rift valley. Beast emperor, beast saint could utilize the power of space. The beast emperor, on the other hand, could create a world with the lift of his hand. In this world created by him, the beast emperor lives forever, never dies, never perishes. Although he and Yi Baojun were peak beast saint powerhouses, they simply couldn't hold up to a single move from Thousand Wing Emperor Jun and were rendered powerless. Damn, old Wu, can't anyone sanction this pussy? It's a pity that both of us were both unable to break through that layer of robbery delusion. Yi Baojun covered his chest, and when he learned that Thousand Wing Emperor Jun had completed his breakthrough, he left all his tasks behind and urgently rushed back to his country from outside the circle. But I didn't expect that joining forces with the Great Wall of Wu would not be able to catch a single move from this Thousand-Winged Emperor Jun. Currently, of the 8 Jinghua admirals of the Xia Kingdom, the 2 rank 2nd and 3rd. Where's General Peng? We can only wait for General Peng to make a move now. Yi Brejin adjusted the demonic power in his body and asked Wu Changcheng. Yi Brejin knew that nowadays, looking at the entire Xia Kingdom, the only person who could suppress Thousand-Winged Emperor Jun was feared to be General Peng, who was in closed-door cultivation. The first of the 8 Jinghua admirals of the Xia Kingdom, General Peng Zhu, who was already over 400 years old. I don't know General Peng. It seems like it's been more than 70 years since it's been visible. Wu Changcheng pursed his lips lightly and said feebly, Peng Zhu was already a level 78 beast emperor 100 years ago. He was the protector of the country for 300 years. More than 70 years ago, when Xia was first established, the Lighthouse Kingdom took advantage of the fact that Xia was in a state of disarray, and together with a dozen or so Western robber states, they prepared to take over Xia in one fell swoop. In that battle, the Western bandit nations had deployed 5 beast emperors. The Summerland is in jeopardy. At the critical moment, General Peng Zhu, class of 78, stepped forward. One man, one sword, when 1,000,000 divisions. That battle was fought with astonishment. General Peng Zhu fought 5 beast emperors all by himself, and managed to kill 4 of them, and beat the allied forces formed by a dozen Western bandit nations into submission, scattering and running in all directions. But, General Peng Zhu was also seriously injured, and after the end of the Great War, he had been in repair and seclusion, and had not appeared for more than 70 years. Ha ha ha, you guys aren't still counting on that old thing, are you? After all these years, it should be long dead. Don't fantasize. Today, no one will be able to protect your Xia Kingdom. First, I'll behead you all. And next, this emperor's target is the capital city not far away. Thousand-Winged Emperor Jun hissed in excitement as countless large black hands emerged from the void and wrapped around the bodies of Great Wall of Wu and Yi Baojun. The demonic power in the 2 men's bodies was deadlocked, and surprisingly, they didn't have the slightest room to resist. Die for me. But suddenly, Thousand-Winged Emperor Jun only saw an extremely blinding white light appear before his eyes. This white light directly engulfed the void space he had created, and the black tentacles that had entangled Wu Changcheng and Yi Baojun were also swallowed up by the white light without a trace in an instant. Thousand-Winged Emperor Jun was dumbfounded. To his horror, he realized that the void space had been directly split apart by a strong force. What the hell? Splitting the entire world of nothingness created by himself with a single blow. How powerful is this to do that? After Thousand-Winged Emperor Jun's void space dissipated, all 3 powerhouses were pulled back to the real world. At this moment, in front of Yi Baojun and Wu Changcheng, an old man in red armor with a head full of white hair was holding the Golden Jade Beast Emperor Grade longsword in his hand, his feet stepping on the void, his face full of anger. The first time Thousand-Winged Emperor Jun saw the old man, he realized that it was over, and he couldn't stop his body from shaking. Peng Zhu, he's not dead? It's like a breakthrough. The smell. Level 79. Peak Beast Emperor, half-step Golden Jade Beast Emperor. Oh, you're saying the old man is dead? A bright but slightly pale voice, wrapped in an aura that was enough to tear through space, slowly spat out from the old man's mouth. Peng Zhu was dressed in red armor, holding the swift Regulus sword in his hand, and just by standing there, he pressed down on all of the powerhouses present, none of them daring to look directly at him. The aura of a peak beast emperor emanating from its body caused Thousand-Winged Emperor Jun, who was a beast emperor, to feel a bit of an urge to kneel down at the moment. In that great battle more than 70 years ago, Peng Zhu fought 5 beast emperors alone, eventually killing 4 of them and severely injuring himself. Thousand Wing Emperor Jun had thought that Peng Zhu had not come out of the world for a long time, and after so many years had passed, he was afraid that he had died long ago. Even if he didn't die, he was afraid that he didn't have the strength of a beast emperor, so he wasn't enough to be feared at all. But who knows? Not only did Peng Zhu not die, and a breakthrough, he was now surprisingly at the peak of the beast emperor. Level 79. Thousand Wing Emperor Jun cried. If he knew Peng Zhu was still alive, he wouldn't dare to make a move even if he had 100 guts. My late generation has met General Peng. Wu Changchang and Yi Baojun bent down and said respectfully. Although both of them were Xia's Xinhua admirals, they could naturally only be called latecomers compared to this god of war who had been guarding the gates of Xia for 300 years. General Peng had been in seclusion for more than 70 years, and this was the first time the two of them had met this legendary superpower. Peak level 79 Beast Emperor. Half-step Golden Jade Beast Emperor. SSS-grade talent. Every time when the nation is in danger he will step forward and help the building to fall on the verge of collapse. Its terrifying strength, when looking around the world, is hard to match. Peng Zhu nodded, and the extremely intimidating pale voice sounded once again. The two of you stand back for now. Today, the old man will personally take action. Thousand Wing Emperor Jun was completely flustered at this moment, even though he had now broken through to the Beast Emperor. If he were to face this protectorate war god of the Xia Kingdom, packed to death, the difference between each level between Beast Emperors was like a rift in the heavens. Not to mention that Peng Zhu was still an SSS rank talent. Thousand Winged Emperor Jun was clear that in a real fight, he was no match at all. Old General, today's matter, why don't we call it a day? I think it's just a misunderstanding. For hundreds of years, we fierce beasts and you humans have been living in peace. Today, since the old general has stepped forward, then I naturally have to sell you face. I will immediately withdraw my men's army of ferocious beasts and turn the war into peace. I don't know, what do you think? The thousand-winged Emperor Jun knew that he was undefeatable, so he lowered his head and respectfully expressed his willingness to withdraw his troops and return to the High Tua forest, and to stay out of harm's way with the humans. He knew he had to bow down when it was time to bow down or he would die a horrible death. The Peng Zhu in front of him, he was by no means an opponent. At those words, Peng Zhu coldly hummed, "Withdrawal? Oh, late. I need you to do me a favor? D. Jun, if you honestly stay in the High Tua forest and don't commit any offenses against the Xia Kingdom, I may spare your life. Today don't say what well water does not offend the river water. The old man not only want to offend you, but also want to kill you. Eliminate the roots and roots." The icy words caused Thousand Wing Emperor Jun to shiver. Looks like there's no use begging for mercy today. Without the slightest hesitation, Thousand Wing Emperor Jun directly released the escape beast technique. His figure dissipated and turned into a cloud of black mist, which then transformed into thousands of small black dots, scrambling into the void. In the twinkling of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. With this move to abandon his physical body, Thousand Wing Emperor Jun dispersed his soul force into tens of thousands of portions, and then created tens of thousands of void worlds in an instant, allowing the soul force to complete its escape through the void worlds. Even if there is a trace of soul power to complete the escape, it is a successful escape. In not much time, he would be able to remake his physical body and recover all his soul power. Run? Can you run? The Taiku Shen Yuan sword in Peng Zhu's hand split into tens of thousands of white sword shadows in a matter of moments, circling and flying around Peng Zhu's circumference. With a movement of his mind, tens of thousands of white sword shadows zapped into the void in unison. The Beast Emperor could create space with the lift of his hand, and destroy space with the wave of his hand. It's a lot easier to overthrow than to create. Between Peng Zhu's palms flipping, the Taiku Shen Yuan sword pierced through tens of thousands of void spaces. Thousand Wing Emperor Jun's soul force. There is nowhere to hide, only to obediently show up. At this moment he has no physical body. Peng Zhu stretched out a hand, and strong demonic power gathered above his palm. At the same time, a large hand that covered the sky appeared above Thousand Wing Emperor Jun's head. He realized that the situation was bad and tried to escape, but found that the space around him was blocked to death. Old General, spare me, spare me. Ignoring Thousand Wing Emperor Jun's pleas for mercy, Peng Zhu withdrew his palm into a fist, and in an instant, the soul of Thousand Winged Emperor Jun was gripped tightly by the large hand that covered the sky, and with a wail of pain, it was completely extinguished in the void. The death was very complete. Strong people who had reached the Beast Emperor level were extremely difficult to kill, and in most cases could only be sealed. Its soul power was so overpowering that with just a hint of preservation, it could last for 10,000 years. However, Peng Zhu's tactics today had just as easily destroyed all of Thousand Winged Emperor Jun's soul power, and there was absolutely no possibility of him surviving again. Okay, it's over. I won't stay here for long. I'll go and visit the presidential leader first. We'll see you in the capital after the second day. After resolving 1,000-wing Emperor Jun, Pang Zhu spoke faintly. The figure then dissipated into the void. Wu Changcheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath of turbid air. The strength of this peak beast emperor was truly terrifying to the point that he could not even imagine it. It's fortunate that General Pang is out there today. Otherwise, with just the two of us, I'm afraid that we won't be a match for Di Jun. Yi Breijin slowed down from his shock and said with a palpitating heart, "Girl, it's not easy for Dad to come back once. Why don't you say a word to me? Do you have any idea how much Dad misses you when he's out of the loop on a mission? The wall says you've been getting into trouble. Is that true?" The exit of the Hai Tua forest. By now, the exit was crowded with people. Hundreds of parents of students. College instructors are here waiting for their students to show up. As time passed, the students came out of the secret realm one after another. Most of the men were wounded, and some of the party was missing so many that it was obvious they had been killed. The number of students who died in this turn of events in the Hai Tua forest alone was upwards of 100. It can be quite disastrous. Yikoma watched the students come out from the exit one by one, but there was no figure of Su Yuan and Zhao Run. In his heart, he silently prayed that the two were fine. Listening to the nagging of Yi Baojun beside himself, Yikoma frowned slightly and said perfunctorily, "Old Den, I can't be happy right now. I don't want to talk, so leave me alone." After saying that, he turned his back to Yi Baojun and once again cast his gaze towards the exit of the secret realm. In the next second, when Ying saw Su Yuan's figure, a bright flash of excitement flashed under her eyes. He only saw that Su Yuan was carrying Zhao Run on his back and walked out from the secret realm. Seeing the two of them come out safely, Yikoma's hanging heart was finally released. "Run Pop, national treasure. You guys are finally out." Jogging all the way to Su Yuan, Yi Ying's face was covered with an elation that was hard to hide, but she realized that Su Yuan's gaze was actually a bit evasive. She returned her gaze to Zhao Run on Su Yuan's back and froze for a moment. Rune, what's wrong? I'm sorry for the delayed chapter today, but I'll make it up tomorrow. I've got some things to do. What's wrong with this? Run cub? Yi Koma's pupils contracted violently, and his breathing stopped for a split second. Looking at Zhao Run, who was on Su Yuan's back and covered in wounds, Yi Ying covered her mouth and was filled with incredulity. "Run Pop, are you okay?" Gently touching Zhao Run's face, Yi Ying was shocked to find that the face no longer had any blood color and was cold and clammy. "Hey, don't sleep. Wake up. What's wrong with you?" After pinching Zhou Yun's cheeks and making a face, Yi Ying put her hand on Zhou Yun's proudest hairstyle. Zhao Run, who had always been cool, liked to be handsome, liked poise, and valued his hairstyle the most, had no reaction at this time. In normal times, he would definitely have to fix his hair in time and give Yi Ying a giant painful brain crash, and then scold him for not having a big heart. "I'm sorry." Su Yuan lowered his head. His face was gloomy. He didn't know what to say to Yi Koma about this result. "General Zhao has fallen." After a long period of silence, Su Yuan took a deep breath and said in a sorrowful tone. At those words, Yi Ying's body trembled violently. For a moment, she couldn't accept the result. It all came too suddenly, too irrationally. How is this possible? He's a runt pup. He's never lost a fight. How could he? What? Yi Koma had tears in her eyes and her lips trembled for a long time before she reacted. She has known Zhao Run for many years. 10 years ago, Zhao Run awakened the heaven-slaying demon ape and became the #1 heavenly pride of the Xia kingdom. Because of his relationship with the Great Wall of Wu, he took the 9-year-old Yi Ying as his disciple. Yi Ying has been Zhao Run's little follower ever since. In the days when Wu Changcheng was absent, there was trouble that had always been put right for Zhao Run. All the trouble Yi Ying has caused is also covered by Zhao Run. The master. Counting up, Zhao Run had been confined by the Great Wall of Wu on her behalf more than Yi Ying herself had been confined. Yi Koma's anti-bone. The same is also modeled after Zhao Run. Even she quenched all the moves of the Holy Lance this master taught. 19 years old Beast Spirit, 20 years old Beast King, 22 years old Beast Zun, and 26 years old had already reached level 50 Beast Emperor. In the previous generation, the most radiant pride of the Summer Kingdom, never lost a fight. Available at. Yi Koma looked at Zhao Run, who was no longer breathing on Su Yuan's back at the moment, and the tears in her eyes were like broken beads streaking down. Did you lose the fight? Run pup, why don't you run? How? Yi Koma's body trembled and said, one day he was fine, but now in just one day's work he is already separated from his wife. Leaf Koma couldn't believe that was the result, couldn't figure out how it would turn out either. Who did this? Yi Koma choked for a long time, and a hint of coldness flashed in both eyes. Blame me. I'm sorry, but if General Zhao hadn't come, he wouldn't have fallen into the hands of Emperor Jun. Su Yuan was very self-conscious about this. Having received such a great favor from the other party, He had repeatedly protected himself in times of danger. But now that we're separated by life and death, there's no way to repay us. At this moment, Yi Baojun, who had been behind Yi Koma, stood out and wiped the tears from the corner of Yi Koma's eyes. Also in a sad mood, he said, I wasn't expecting that. Xiao Zhao is so young. The achievements taken at this age are beyond even my reach back then. If there are no accidents, in the future, he will definitely become a beast emperor of my summer kingdom. Yi Brejan sighed. Zhao Run fell. This was a loss for the entire Xia kingdom. Now that the thousand-winged Emperor Jun is dead and the changes in the High Tuo forest have calmed down, it can be considered that Xiao Zhao has been given an explanation. Yi Brejan placed his hand on Zhao Run's remains and sensed it, realizing that there wasn't any soul force. If he had worked earlier and retained some soul power, he might have been able to remake his physical body. After all, Beast Emperor powerhouses had a life force that exceeded that of normal people, and as long as their soul power was not completely damned, they all had the possibility of being resurrected. Available at. He really couldn't feel the slightest bit of Zhao Run's soul force anymore. He is the honor of the Xia military department, and losing him would be a misfortune for the entire Xia nation. Yi Brejan said after a moment of silence. He knew that this was by no means a trivial matter and would have to be reported to the higher echelons of the military. At this time, not far away, Zhang Tianlai and a few other Zhang clan members were waiting for the Zhang clan juniors who participated in this trial to come out of the secret realm. Seeing the Zhang family juniors appear one by one, instead of being happy, Zhang Tianlai frowned, because so far, he hadn't seen his son Zhang Jie. Zhang Tianlai was flustered in his heart for a moment. For this trial, he purposely asked his son to join a team with several beast spirit students. Before the trial began, Zhang Tianlai had explained to them that they must take care of Zhang Jie and not make any mistakes. Jie? What? Just when he was worried, the people under him told him a wonderful news. When he heard about Zhao Run's death, Zhang Tianlai couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth that were harder to suppress than AK. What? That brat from the Zhao family is dead? Is the news true? His hand pointed in a direction, and Zhang Tianlai looked alone, his pupils violently plummeting into pinholes. Zhang Tianlai laughed. Look at them crying and wailing. It looks like they're really dead. Ha 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 ha. Yes, it's good to be dead. It's just great. This mongrel should have died a long time ago. It is a blessing for my Zhang family that he died today. Zhang Tianlai was very happy. Zhao Run's fall was a great thing for him. This Xiao family brat hadn't rarely gone against him, hadn't rarely let him Zhang Tianlai down, and with his own skills, he had let Zhang Tianlai be publicly humiliated on several occasions. Most importantly, as long as Zhao Run died, then there would be no one to protect Su Yuan. Oh, when the time comes, it will be much easier to go after Su Yuan. How did this Zhao brat die? Zhang Tianlai then asked. I don't know. It's probably because I encountered a strong person above a beast emperor in the High Tuo forest. I heard that it was to save Su Yuan and, the henchman whispered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianlai laughed again in a GGG manner. In his heart, he felt that Zhou Yun was really due. Didn't he like protecting Su Yuan so much? But now he died because of this kid. It's really time. Ha 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 ha. Just when Zhang Tianlai was complacent and in a good mood, the three beast spirit students, Feng Tian Yun, and a late student from the Zhang clan were teleported out from the exit of the secret realm together. Several people had large and small injuries on their bodies, especially Feng Tian Yun, who had broken a leg and was being assisted. Patriarch, why are you smiling so happily? As soon as the surviving Zhang clan juniors came out, they saw the patriarch waiting outside for a long time. Seeing that the matriarch was laughing at the moment, he didn't know how to tell the story of the murder of the eldest young master. Ha ha ha, you don't understand. The scourge that has been working against our Zhang family is dead. At those words, Junior pondered for a moment. But still, it's a good idea to come clean. Young Master Zhang Jie, he was killed. Ha ha ha. Ha. The smile on Zhang Tianlai's face instantly froze. Yesterday and today the subscription decline is so serious. Ah. Brothers, what is the situation? I'm confused. There is no one to say ah. What did you say? Zhang Tianlai was dumbfounded. At this point he could no longer laugh. Dead? Jie is dead. A rush of blood slammed into his chest, making him almost gasp for air. His worst fears had come true. My son Zhang Jie. Ah. Who did this? Zhang Tianlai's eyes widened in anger, clenching his back teeth as the beast emperor's aura violently erupted. The people around them were startled at the sight and backed away. This abnormal appearance of Zhang Tianlai really shocked the crowd as he roared like he was mad. Seeing this, the Zhang family junior hurriedly knelt down, shivering and said, we haven't investigated it clearly yet. We just saw the eldest young master's body that was torn apart by the ferocious beast when we came back. I don't know who did this to me. However, we found that the young master's fatal wound was in the neck, obviously from a blunt object. Zhang Jia was the first son of the Zhang family, the heir apparent that Zhang Tianlai had painstakingly cultivated for over a decade. Zhang Tianlai placed all his hopes on Zhang Jia, expecting him to revitalize the family soon. Zhang Jia also lived up to his promise, having reached level 13 at such a young age. He was in absolute heavenly pride when looking at the entire Xia kingdom. Now that he learned of his son's untimely death, Zhang Tianlai went straight to madness. What died was not only his own flesh and blood, but also the hope of the Zhang family's future. Zhang Tianlai clenched his fists tightly, and his intense power directly pinched out a sonic boom. He knew that his son, Zhang Jia, had offended many people, so the odds were that he wouldn't die under the claws of the ferocious beast. Moreover, according to the description of the Zhang family juniors, the fatal injury was on the neck, and it was also a blunt force injury, so it was basically certain that it was man-made. Who is so brave? Even the young master of the Zhang family dares to kill? Don't want to hang out in Xia. All I can say is well done for doing what I've always wanted to do. Awesome, clean, daring to slaughter Zhang Jia, and a ruthless man too. Deserved it. Zhang Jia died and had his day. When the surrounding crowd heard that Zhang Jia was dead, they had different expressions on their faces for a while and gathered their heads to whisper. Su Yuan listened to the comments of the people around him, as well as the voice of Zhang Tianlai going crazy, and he didn't even lift his eyelids. The death or life of a mole is not that important. Besides, a villain like Zhang Jia who protects himself and sacrifices others is not worthy of death. Zhang Tianlai held back his intense anger. His body was shaking as he first placed his suspicion on Su Yuan. Su Yuan, this asshole kid's beast weapon, is not just two black dragon claws, blunt sharp claws, adding to the fact that he had built up a grudge against the Zhang family. Zhang Tianlai wouldn't even believe it when he said he didn't kill him. It just so happened that Zhang Tianlai still had to settle the previous score with Su Yuan, killing their Zhang family and smashing their Zhang family's camp. Today, new scores and old scores are settled together. Zhao Yun is dead. Who can protect him now? Su Yuan, you son of a... I'm going to get you killed. Why did you harm my son Zhang Jia? The aura of the Beast Emperor erupted violently from Zhang Tianlai's body, and the strong pressure shook and distorted the space. He rushed out of the layers of people surrounding him and came to Su Yuan's face, saying in an aggressive manner. This kind of stance scared the crowd present silly. Su Yuan frowned slightly in displeasure, looking at Zhang Tianlai, who stood in front of him in a furious manner, like a lion that had exploded its hair. He fatally opened his mouth and said, "What did you say, Patriarch Zhang? You can't frame me. You said I killed your son. Where's the evidence? It can't be that if you say I am. Su Yuan was confident that with the extent to which he had handled the scene, even if the King of Heaven came, he would not be able to investigate his head. At best, one can only be skeptical. He knew that Zhang Tianlai definitely didn't have any evidence, but that didn't stop him from turning upside down in front of himself. At those words, Zhang Tianlai's hair stood straight up in anger. It's this familiar scene again. Sharp-eyed, crafty kid. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you without evidence? Last time, with Zhao Run protecting you, I was afraid of Zhao Run for a few moments and didn't make a move against you. Today, dog scum. Then it's my turn to ask you, can you prove your innocence? I'll let you prove your innocence immediately. And if you can't, then you did it, and I'll kill you on the spot. Zhang Tianlai clenched his back teeth and growled almost in a roar. Su Yuan almost didn't die of laughter after hearing this. The Zhang family patriarch is so overbearing, suspected of being a murderer, and instead of producing evidence to prove it, he allowed himself to be incriminated. The surrounding people were dumbfounded when they heard Zhang Tianlai's words. What kind of person is that? Each and every one of them looked at Zhang Tianlai as if they were looking at a little cutie. They looked at Zhang Tianlai as if they were. Joke. If you can show me proof, then I'll be sure to follow through. If you can't get it out, shut the up. I don't like it when you snarl and bark at me like that. Su Yuan clasped his hands on his chest without any fear, facing Zhang Tianlai directly and said in an icy tone, Zhang Tianlai is really taking himself as a soft target. The account from that day at the Mu family party. Su Yuan can also have to remember clearly. Zhang Tianlai wants to settle the score with Su Yuan. Su Yuan is going to be even more vindictive than him. At those words, Zhang Tianlai was shaking with anger. He was a beast emperor powerhouse, but he was so abused by a kid who was less than level 10. It's just a strange shame. You dare to talk to the old man like that. Looking for death. Just as Zhang Tianlai was about to make a move on Su Yuan, a tall figure blocked in front of Su Yuan. This person was no one else but Yi Koma's father, Yi Baojun, the Summer Kingdom's Jinhua Admiral, a peak beast sane powerhouse. He just couldn't watch it anymore. He didn't mean to favor Su Yuan, but Zhang Tianlai's excuse for doing it was ridiculous. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is bullying the big boys. Patriarch Zhang, step back. Since you can't prove that your son was killed by Su Yuan, then you're not qualified to make a move. The strong pressure of a peak beast saint caused Zhang Tianlai to retreat back and forth. Although Zhang Tianlai was a beast emperor, he didn't even have the courage to look directly at Yi Baojun. Seeing another person protecting Su Yuan, Zhang Tianlai's lungs exploded with anger. Damn it, Su Yuan Why? Well, just you wait. Although Zhang Tianlai was extremely unwilling, he was afraid of Yi Baojun's strength and still did not dare to make a move. Just as he was about to leave in disgrace, Feng Tianyun, who had been spectating from the side, stood out, dragging a limp leg. He pointed at Su Yuan at this moment and righteously said, I have proof. Su Yuan is the real killer. At those words, everyone present was shocked. Zhang Tianlai's eyes shone straight up and he almost jumped up in joy. Rushed to let Feng Tianyun speak. Only Zhang Tianlai and Feng Tianyun were seen gathering together head to head. Smiles on their faces filled with complacency. Su Yuan couldn't look away. Without waiting for Feng Tianyun to bring out the evidence against him, Su Yuan directly shrugged his shoulders and said in a voice loud enough for everyone present to hear, You too, don't push your luck there. I'm the one who killed the man. I'm showing my cards. What do you want? At the same time, the power of the Qilin Beast Emperor was forcefully mobilized within Su Yuan. With absolute strength, Su Yuan really didn't want to break up with them here. Just as well he wanted to settle that score. Subscription is up again. Thanks to the family. Thanks to Chio _ 6 recommendation tickets. Bookfriend 20240428184709505 cast 2 recommendation votes. Thanks to Chinka Nanmeng for his 7 votes. Thanks to Ningguishu for the 6 recommendation votes. Thanks to book club member 20230814626_BA for 2 recommendation votes. Su Yuan's words instantly triggered the atmosphere in the room. The faces of the crowd were all shocked. The air froze and a needle could be heard. What? So Young admits he killed him? Zhang Tianlai and Feng Tianyun glanced at each other, their faces filled with doubt. What did they just hear? This. The brief moment of doubt turned into excitement as Zhang Tianlai clenched his fists tightly, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Su Yuan, you dog scum. Finally admitting it. I know you can't hide it anymore, but old me won't let you off the hook for that. In Zhang Tianlai's opinion, Su Yuan's admission at this time was nothing more than not being able to hide it anymore. But let yourself spare him on that basis alone. Idiot. You've admitted it to yourself. I'll save you the trouble. Su Yuan didn't reply. His face was expressionless. He just nodded lightly. Originally, Zhang Jia was the one who killed him. Anyone who looks at it, Zhang Jia deserves to die. In order to live on his own, he betrayed his classmates who took him in. This kind of person, it is simply too right to kill. General Yi, I'm sure you heard what this little brat said just now. Now that he has personally admitted to killing my son, I hope General Yi will not interfere. Zhang Tianlai arched his hand and said respectfully to Yi Baojun. Yi Baojun sniffed and glanced at Su Yuan, his eyes filled with incomprehension. What's this brat doing? How he just admitted it to himself. Zhang Tianlai was a beast emperor powerhouse, and now he was here to raise an offense. If Su Yuan fell into his hands, where would he live? Su Yuan's wave of maneuvering caught him a bit off guard as well. It's only right to pay for murder. This is a personal grudge between our Zhang family and Su Yuan. For the sake of the Zhang family's ancestor, I hope General Yi won't tear his face off. Zhang Tianlai knew very well that the only person present today who could protect Su Yuan was Yi Baojun. If Yi Jianjun did not make a move, then he could pinch Su Yuan to death with a single finger. Yi Baojun hesitated. For a moment, he didn't know how to reply. He really never thought that Su Yuan would admit by himself, and now he didn't even have a reason to protect Su Yuan. Yi Baojun had a bit of a subtle relationship with the Zhang family. Earlier in the year, Zhang Shan, the old ancestor of the Zhang family, was kind to Yi Baojun. If it wasn't for Zhang Shan's great assistance, Yi Baojun was afraid that it would be difficult for him to break through to the Beast Saint. Zhang Shan was the previous generation of the Xia Kingdom's Jinhua Admiral. His strength had reached the 62nd level of Beast Saint, and now he had retired. But his influence in the entire Xia Kingdom wasn't generally great. The strength of the Zhang family was created by the 2 generations of Zhang Shan and Zhang Tianlai. One was a Beast Saint powerhouse and the other was a Beast Emperor powerhouse. In the capital, the Zhang family was truly the second largest family besides the Zhao family. Out of his relationship with Zhang Shan, Yi Baojun was not quite ready to turn his back on the Zhang family. He was clear that if he favored Su Yuan without reason, he would undoubtedly be standing against the entire Zhang family. After all, it was Su Yuan who had the fault in the first place, and this was an unshared revenge for killing his son. This Just as Yi Baojun hesitated, Yi Ying violently pinched him. A pair of big eyes full of pleading. Two small hands cupped Yi Baojun's face and said in a soft tone, "Old Den you can't just sit back and do nothing. If anything happens to the national treasure today, Although Ying did not know why Su Yuan wanted to kill Zhang Jia, but she could be firm about one thing. That is, whoever dares to touch Su Yuan, her is the first to say no. Yi Baojun was helpless. Of course he knew how important Su Yuan was to Xia, but now this did put him in a dilemma. Girl, what are you letting Pops get away with? Just as Yi Baojun hesitated, Su Yuan's voice sounded once again. No need, General Yi, you don't have to protect me. I don't need anyone's protection. One person does everything. Killing people pays for their lives, but can I pay for my life to the Zhang family today? Depends on whether or not the Zhang family has itself to come and get it. Su Yuan shocked everyone once again with these words. Zhang Tianlai was furious at his words and shivered with anger. Mad. Just too mad. This kid is out of his mind. If Zhao Run was there, he might still be able to protect Su Yuan. This dog scum. Now that Zhao Run is dead, Zhang Tianlai really can't figure out where Su Yuan got his backbone. Vertical son. Today then you will leave your life here. So wild. Did you not think that my Zhang family really dares not make a move against you? Su Yuan's maneuver once again left Yi Baojun puzzled, and he was directly dumbfounded in place. This kid is really not afraid to die? Facing a beast emperor powerhouse and still daring to be so rigid. This nature. Looking at Zhang Tianlai's irritated appearance, Su Yuan clasped his hands on his chest, his expression contemptuous, and said lightly, "What's the use of screaming so loud? Old thing? Want to take my life? You're not qualified." After Su Yuan said this, an extremely strong force came towards him from all directions, directly tearing the void and causing the air to stir. This strong force swept through space with 10% killing intent in it. Without any reservation, Zhang Tianlai used all of his strength. Strike out. Then I'll kill you today to avenge my son. Die for me. Yi Breijin saw the situation and wanted to strike, but realized that it was too late. The power of the Beast Emperor was as terrifying as it was. This strong pressure caused the crowd to retreat. The eyes that looked at Su Yuan were filled with worry and regret. At this moment, Su Yuan could not hide or retreat. If one was struck by this blow, one would surely die, and Su Yuan still stood in place, his hands ready behind him, not moving like a mountain. Not a ripple rose on his face, only to see that he just raised his hand and waved it casually. That force that came from all directions, sweeping through space and shredding the void was actually directly fixed. It froze with the air that was falling at the moment. In Su Yuan's hand, a peak beast emperor's power burst out from his palm. Just the aftershocks alone shattered all of Zhang Tianlai's spatial power. Is that all you've got? Old thing. Killing me is not enough. I'm afraid. Zhang Tianlai's pupils contracted violently, unable to believe what his eyes were seeing. How is this possible? Zhang Tianlai rubbed his eyes, his face filled with incredulity. Su Yuan was actually able to easily defuse his killing move. How'd this kid do it? Isn't he less than level 10? With this move of spatial power, under the Beast Emperor, there was categorically no way to live. Zhang Tianlai sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Su Yuan with eyes filled with doubt and fear. Mud. What the hell? It's not scientific. Not only Zhang Tianlai, everyone present had their jaws dropped. It was clearly a situation of certain death just now, and Su Yuan easily dissolved the Beast Emperor's killing move between lifting and flipping his hands. This indicated that Su Yuan's own strength was at least a Beast Emperor. Who would believe this? ING talk. Asterisk. Didn't die. Su Yuan. Powerful big Can someone tell me what's going on here? Did someone just bail out Su Yuan again? Easily defusing Zhang Tianlai's killing move. Are you sure this is less than a level 10 student? I can't understand it more and more. What's going on here? Why does Su Yuan have a Beast Emperor's aura on him? SSS awakened person is really beyond my knowledge. Don't be too outrageous. Seeing that Su Yuan was fine, Yi Ying let out a long breath, and his hanging heart was finally put down. With it she began to pinch her cheap old man again. Old Den, what are you doing, Buzz? If you don't make a move, from now on you won't want me to call you Dad. I'll just keep you calling Lao Deng until your karma. Yi Baojuan's lips trembled as he sniffed. Damn girl, what a vicious threat. Not. What is the charm of this Su Yuan? Does it make sense that he, the old man, is not as important as an outsider? Yi Baojun has only one daughter, Yi Ying, and he is a proper daughter controller. He spends most of the year fighting outside the ring, and the only thing he's attached to is this daughter. Yi Baojun is an orphan. His wife died early, hard by virtue of their own skills, from an ordinary soldier to the Xia general. Since the birth of his daughter, it was a matter of getting together and being away from each other. Yi Baojun had always wanted to make amends to Yi Tassel. giving Yi Tassel the best of everything. Damn girl, how dare you? Alright, I don't have the need to make a move. Su Yuan today, will be fine. Hands ready behind his back. Yi Baojun looked at Su Yuan's thin back, felt the aura of the Beast Emperor on his body, and slowly opened his mouth. This kid, he's really unexpected. Zhang Tianlai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Mentally, I just feel very ed up. Playing God. Eat another move from the old man. Turning his fist into a claw, Zhang Tianlai's body catapulted out like a cannonball, violently blasting towards Su Yuan. The two-pointed claws gathered his whole body's demonic power, without reservation, holding the heart of certain death, ruthlessly stabbing at Su Yuan's vital parts. Die for me. Seeing this, Su Yuan gathered a trace of demonic power into his right fist and swung it out in a cloudy manner. This punch collided with Zhang Tianlai's full-force strike. Boom! For a time, the strong impact generated by the pair of bombardments stirred its dust in the sky, and the aftermath shocked the surrounding crowd of onlookers to retreat one after another. Some students with low grades were sent flying several meters away by a hint of the aftershock from the pair of blasts. How is this possible? The dust cleared, only to see Zhang Tianlai covering his chest with a pained expression. He retreated a dozen steps in a row, and finally managed to stop under the support of the Zhang family juniors. And Su Yuan still stood in his original position, immobile as a mountain, without moving the slightest bit. Not even a ripple rose on his face. This kid, damn it! Feeling the throbbing pain in his body, Zhang Tianlai's expression was ugly. That strike just now almost shattered his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. At this moment, a hint of fear showed in his gaze towards Su Yuan. He himself was an S-ranked talent and a level 57 Beast Emperor, but he was no match for a kid who was less than level 10. If this gets out, he has no face to live. But the point is, the Su Yuan in front of me is ridiculously strong, and Zhang Tianlai is not an opponent when he uses all his strength. Just a single strike just now had caused him to suffer a great deal of injuries to his vital energy, and his internal organs were almost shattered. His Beast Emperor itself was knocked up by knocking pills, and his demonic power was weak, so I'm afraid that if he really fought, he wouldn't even be as good as a level 53 Beast Emperor. Damn it! Shame on you today. Looking at Su Yuan's unchanged face and increasingly courageous appearance, Zhang Tianlai was a bit scared at this time. He didn't want to fight anymore. This kid is just too weird. It would be a shame to fight any longer and lose. Kid, I didn't expect you to have 2 tricks up your sleeve. Today, old me will let you off the hook for now. In the coming day, after resting and recuperating, I will take your life again. Zhang Tianlai patted the dust on his sleeves, his gray head in grim expression, and said viciously to Su Yuan. Between the words, there was no more bottom. Zhang Tianlai doesn't want to fight. To continue to stay here can only mean that it is a joke. Let's go. Zhang Tianlai cleaned up his wretched appearance and waved his hand, preparing to leave with his men. The crowd dispersed, automatically making way for it. The eyes of everyone looking at Zhang Tianlai were all mocking, one after another, like looking at a little cutie. Like, no way. Patriarch Zhang, are you that vain? Can't beat it? Is this preparing to run away? Zhang Tianlai can't beat this? You, a Beast Emperor, bullying the small with the big, and the key is that you can't beat them. Ha ha ha. You call this the Beast Emperor? I think it's bracing for level 30, blowing it out of proportion, running away with your tail between your legs. Weren't you so unruly just now? Please recover. Just as Zhang Tianlai's few people were about to leave, Su Yuan's voice sounded once again, like Satan's whisper in his ear. It caused Zhang Tianlai to directly fight a cold war. Stand there, old thing. Did I give you permission to leave? Su Yuan's words were full of killing intent. Joke, you're not as skilled as the others. What do you think you are? Just say go. Leave your life behind. Zhang Tianlai jerked his head around and met Su Yuan's eyes full of killing intent, and was instantly shocked out of a cold sweat. At this moment, Su Yuan's body was filled with murderous aura, and in his tone, he was full of hostility. You, dog scum, what more do you want? I'm done with you killing my son. You. Zhang Tianlai became more and more agitated as he spoke, almost giving out his congenital heart disease, and Su Yuan, rubbing his wrist, said in an icy tone, yes, you're not going to pursue this, but I am. You don't count this score. I do. That day at the Mu family gala, Zhang Tianlai made a strong threat, and if Zhao Run hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid he would have died. In the secret realm, the Zhang family's father and son had no intention of letting themselves go. After leaving the secret realm, the strong Zhang Tianlai still wanted to do something to himself, and now they're saying they're not going to pursue it? Oh, it's late. How can he let him go back alive? Sorry guys, duplicated a chapter and deleted it. Sorry for the misordering. Old thing. Today, you live to see the end. Su Yuan's figure shot out as violently as a ghost, and in less than a breath of effort, he arrived in front of Zhang Tianlai. When the latter didn't react, he was grabbed by the neck by an extremely strong force and was lifted up stiffly. Being choked by Su Yuan's strong and powerful right hand on his throat, Zhang Tianlai's legs left the ground with a pained expression. Dog scum! You! Don't you dare! Zhang Tianlai felt breathless at the moment. Su Yuan exerted a slight force, and his neck felt like it had been cut by a sharp blade. Pain to the bone. Ha! How dare you! Old thing! Are you only allowed to kill me, without me making a move on you? With that, a force gathered towards his unicorn arm. No more nonsense. Ready to go straight for the kill. Zhang Qian, Zhang Wan, do you guys want to watch old man die? Don't go yet. Zhang Tianlai used all his strength to growl at the two Zhang family members who were scared and disoriented on the side. Both of them were Beast Zun powerhouses with a low status in the Zhang family, and they were Zhang Tianlai's personal guards. Su Yuan is too fast. Suddenly striking out, they had no room to react. Zhang Qian and Zhang Wan glanced at each other and without hesitation, they transformed into two black wolf beasts and opened their bloody mouths. So they pounced towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan did not panic in the slightest. His left fingertips ejected a dark force. This incomparably strong dark energy broke through the void and directly pierced through the bodies of the two black wolf ferocious beasts, leaving behind bull-sized blood holes. Accompanied by two muffled grunts, the bodies of the two black wolf ferocious beasts slammed straight into the ground from the air, all dead. However, the deaths of the two men had bought Zhang Tianlai a sliver of a chance. When Su Yuan snapped his fingers to kill the two, Zhang Tianlai took the opportunity to gather a wave of demonic power in his throat and violently ejected a cloud of poisonous mist from his mouth. Su Yuan didn't dare to be careless and dodged in a panic. With a loose hand, Zhang Tianlai's body directly fell heavily to the ground. He rose up from the ground in a sorry state, his eyes filled with a steaming murderous intent. Kid, I can die today, but I'm going to drag you with me. Ho ho ho. In the next second, accompanied by a ferocious beast hissing sound, a blinding black light enveloped Zhang Tianlai's body. When the black light dispersed, Zhang Tianlai transformed into a giant python with two wings on its back, 1 zhang thick and 10 zhang long, with a bloody mouth that seemed like it could swallow the sky. This was his true form, the twin-winged Black Python Emperor. The twin-winged Black Python Emperor circled his huge snake body and surrounded Su Yuan with his dozens of meters long body. Opening his bloody mouth, he swallowed towards Su Yuan. Not good. Back off. Seeing this, Yi Breijin hurriedly shouted. The moment the bloody mouth bit into Su Yuan, the demonic power within the twin-winged Black Python Emperor's body gathered, and he was going to blow himself up. Forced 1-for-1. The offense is fake. The self-destruct is real. Die for me. The twin-winged Black Python Emperor gathered all of his demonic power in his abdomen, and with a desperate hiss before he died, his body exploded abruptly. The crowd of onlookers were dumbfounded at the sight. A Beast Emperor powerhouse blowing himself up. How far must he be pushed? I'm afraid that this power will be affected within a 100-meter radius. Mad. I'm a spectator and randomly sent away, right? It's going to be a disaster. Yi Baojuan's gaze flinched, and his heart cried out in a bad way. He casually condensed into a space, shielding himself and his daughter within it. To everyone's surprise, Su Yuan, who was originally trapped by the huge body of the twin-winged Black Python Emperor, had unexpectedly appeared above the head of the python at this moment. With the effort of raising his hand, 5 walls of space were formed, forming an enclosed space that trapped the twin-winged Black Python Emperor. Boom! A huge explosion rang through the sky. Twin-winged Black Python Emperor's huge body was blown to smithereens, breaking into several sections of the python's body and smashing heavily on the closed wall of space. Blood spraying everywhere. It's already dead as a doornail. The strong explosion pressure caused the wall of space condensed by Su Yuan to crack. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Nima, thanks to so far. Otherwise you're really going to get randomly dragged to see the tits. This is too unethical. If you're going to die, why are you taking us with you? However, right at this moment, a trace of Zhang Tianlai's remaining soul body actually drilled out of the spatial crack, transforming into a starry point of light and preparing to directly run away while no one noticed. Humans who had reached the Beast Emperor realm, even though their physical bodies were destroyed, as long as there were soul bodies that could remain and remake their physical bodies, there was hope for resurrection. Su Yuan, you wait for me. In the next second, a large hand transformed into demonic power burst out from Su Yuan's palm, directly holding Zhang Tianlai's escaping soul body tightly. The strong demonic power seared Zhang Tianlai's soul, causing him pain. Do you have to offend my Zhang family to the end? Zhang Tianlai's soul body let out an extremely miserable wail and hissed. At those words, Su Yuan coldly hummed, said faintly, wasn't it already? With that, his right hand fiercely clenched. and the strong demonic power instantly vaporized Zhang Tianlai's soul, completely damaging it in the void. Bone setting. Nothing more. Since you have chosen to be offended, you will be offended to the end. If you want to kill, then leave no one behind. Letting him just run away was clearly not his own style of doing things. At this moment, the gazes of everyone looking at Su Yuan were all filled with shock and fear. Even a strong person like Yi Baojun sucked in a breath of cool air. Yi Baojun had long since seen something fishy in Su Yuan. By devouring the beast source of a ferocious beast to gain its power, he'd never heard or seen anything like it before. But that's not what shocked him. What shocked him was that Su Yuan had struck so decisively, even daring to kill Zhang Tianlai. I'm afraid the capital is about to change. Next, Su Yuan's body couldn't withstand the power of the purple sky Qilin. His body collapsed and he directly fell into unconsciousness. At that moment, he came back to the world that was full of black chaos. The sky and the earth are one color, and the feet step on the void. The Mad Iron Lion King was seen sprawled on the ground, as wretched as it could be, trembling, with chirping noises coming out of its mouth. On its huge lion's head, the purple sky Qilin lying on its back was full of coziness. Boy, is there such a thing as bullying? Exclusion is understandable, but you can't beat the Lion King up every time. Su Yuan couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Seeing Su Yuan, the white-clothed old man leapt down from the lion's head. Brat, you really don't want to die. Do you realize that if you keep overdrawing my power like this, sooner or later you're going to karma? I don't want to get to the point where my soul dissipates because of it. You, boy, are a tiger. The purple sky Qilin lightly stroked its beard, a hint of satisfaction flowing from its eyes. The teenager in front of him had indeed lived up to his expectations. Killing and decisive, quite like his style back then. It's like a fight to the death, even killing Beast Emperor powerhouses without batting an eyelid. However, what satisfied the purple sky Qilin the most was that Su Yuan was actually able to withstand his power with his level 10 body. It certainly gave him a chance to get his life back. Su Yuan's lips trembled slightly as he sniffed. A tiger? What the hell? Is that a compliment? Senior, may I ask, am I worthy of your approval now? Looking at the white-clothed old man in front of him, Su Yuan suddenly asked. The purple sky Kirin nodded without hesitation. Match. It's too matchy-matchy. Oh boy, I recognize you, but don't get complacent. Old me was already at the peak of the Beast Emperor 200 years ago, and I successfully transformed into a human 100 years ago. Outside the circle, I am invincible under the Beast Emperor. How's that? Although you have talent, compared to the old man, you're still that much worse. Su Yuan. Good lord, this old den is so self-absorbed. If you're really good, how did you get karma? Also, other ferocious beasts are stuck at the peak of the Beast Saint for hundreds of years, and can't break through to the Beast Emperor. You this Beast Emperor peak breakthrough Beast Saint how to still bring card. So awesome. Su Yuan's face was painted with black lines at this time, and he said grudgingly, looking at Su Yuan's slightly taut expression. The purple heavenly Qilin continued to speak. There's no way. Old man is also unlucky. There's a forbidden spell placed on my body, so I'm slow to break through to the Beast Saint. After the Kirin clan was counted by that group of old men, they were driven to the land of you humans, and were eventually karmed by you humans. But I don't hate humans. I hate those old men inside the clan who counted on me. Just as the purple sky Qilin was talking his heart out, the Mad Iron Lion King behind him suddenly bent down and poked over a head. It was also outside the circle in its lifetime, so it was curious about the identity of the purple sky Kirin. This old Biden, too fierce. What origin? He hasn't stopped beating himself since he arrived. Noticing the Lion King eavesdropping behind him, the purple sky Qilin's face flushed as it slammed its fist on its huge lion head. Let you eavesdrop. The Lion King let out a painful owl. A huge bag protruded from his head, and hurriedly hid behind Su Yuan, trembling. I can't stand this old den. Ouch. It's so bullying. Can you control him? Su Yuan pursed his lips slightly and shrugged helplessly. This does seem a bit bullying. Looking at the chaotic world around him, Su Yuan stood up and stretched. The speed at which time passes here he can't feel at all. How do I get out? The purple sky Kirin sniffed and said, I guess you'll have to be unconscious for 2 days. Who let you be such a tiger? Forcibly overdrawing my power. Your sanity and body need to recover. I'm afraid the next time you'll be able to use my power will be 5 days from now. Su Yuan, who learned of this result, was not overly surprised, but there has to be something to do. He knew that the place he was in now was not some dream world, but a chaotic space condensed by his soul power. It's a world of space created by him, that actually exists. Suddenly, Su Yuan noticed the ring on his right index finger. A thought came into his head. Puppet making. Thinking of this, Su Yuan took out Luis's corpse, the blue ancient book, and a beast emperor beast source from his spatial finger ring. Su Yuan picked up the ancient book and flipped through it, and still couldn't understand anything, and he didn't know anything about Latin or English. Ow, this human corpse is not bad. It's even an SSS-grade talent. Boy, you're so lucky. For refining puppets? The purple heavenly Qilin had lived for hundreds of years and was considered to be knowledgeable, so of course it knew about things like refining puppets. The material for the puppet could only be the corpse of a strong human being, and after successful refining, the puppet would not only inherit the talent level of the corpse during its lifetime, but it would also be able to continuously upgrade. The most important thing was that the puppet had its master's soul power within it and was absolutely obedient to its master. There is no sense of pain, and the body strength is so high that it can hang with awakened people of the same level and talent. The only drawback is that you can't unleash beast techniques, only normal attacks. However, each strike was a punch to the flesh, and ordinary awakened could not carry it. I'll help you. The purple heavenly Qilin injected a trace of power into Su Yuan's body, then allowed Su Yuan to use his soul power to perceive the contents of the ancient book. Boom! Feeling the raging beast emperor's power in his body, Su Yuan gathered his power in his eyes, only to see that the ancient book that was originally unreadable, the content on it at the moment had actually changed into an ancient formation. Su Yuan immediately sat down on the ground and cast a formation, placing Louis' body in the formation. Sensing the presence of Louis's corpse, the formation immediately revealed itself as blue, yellow, and green. Immediately after, Su Yuan placed the red elephant beast emperor's beast source in the three-colored formation. The moment the beast source entered the three-colored formation, it transformed into an extremely strong energy that merged into Louis' corpse. Suddenly, a purple light that shot straight up into the sky erupted from the center of the three-color formation. When Su Yuan saw this, a look of delight appeared on his face. He immediately injected his soul power into the three-colored formation as well, merging it with Louis' corpse. Boom! A powerful and raging force instantly swept through the surroundings. One could only see a layer of red armor suddenly condensing on Louis's corpse, while his fists were wrapped in red-colored holy iron, and his entire body exuded a domineering aura. This red armor and red iron double fists were naturally inherited from the red elephant. With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, the puppet wearing red armor and wrapped in red sacred iron instantly ejected. The aura emanating from the puppet's body was already an SSS-grade talent, a level 44 beast exalt. Awesome big time. Su Yuan's eyes shone straight up. Level 44 beast Zune, or SSS-grade talent. This kind of strength, where is this not to hang a large number of people? And that's just one of his own beaters. Super hitter. It's durable and obedient. Take a name. Let's call you Dog Den. After all, you are half a lighthouse nation. Thanks to, emoji, AA's 588 read coins reward. I can't type the name. Thanks for the support. Gee, what a great name. It's one word away from that whose name. Dog Den. As soon as Su Yuan's words came out, the puppet figure clad in red armor instantly flashed in front of him. The puppet's entire body exuded a terrifying beast exalted aura, and its two fists were bigger than sandbags, with red holy iron wrapped around them. No wonder he couldn't use beast techniques, and with just the ordinary attacks of his fists, he was able to dry out humans of the same level and talent. Who wouldn't be confused after this punch? Su Yuan secretly lamented in his heart. Patting the puppet's hardened body, Su Yuan revealed a satisfied look. Come on Dog Den, show me what you're made of. Su Yuan's gaze then turned to the Mad Iron Lion King behind him, who had been eating and watching. Meeting Su Yuan's unsuspecting gaze, the Lion King was instantly shocked out of a cold sweat. What's this about? No way, Lion King, come practice with Dog Den. Upon hearing this, the Mad Iron Lion King shook his huge lion head, clearly expressing his refusal. Are you kidding? Fighting a golem covered in iron? Crazy. This thing doesn't hit hard enough to get itself killed. Can't fight. You get that, Old Den? Old Den can. Old Den is much stronger than me. The Lion King was so frightened that his body trembled as he pointed at the purple sky Qilin beside Su Yuan. Su Yuan shook his head. After all, Lion King and Dog Den were both beast exalted powerhouses, and it couldn't be better for the two of them to spar. It's fine. Just practicing. Dog Den, you can only use one power later. Do you hear me? Su Yuan ordered Dog Den. Dog Den nodded. He didn't have his own active consciousness. He was just a fighting machine, completely manipulated by his master and following his master's orders. Go! As soon as Su Yuan gave the order, Dog Den's body catapulted out like a cannonball, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of the Lion King. This terrifying speed was more than 10 times faster than a human of the same level. The Mad Iron Lion King hadn't even reacted, and Dog Den's huge fist had already smashed into his abdomen. Boom! Deafening explosions rang out. The tens of meters of the Mad Iron Lion King's body was blown out by Dog Den's punch and went straight to 1,000 meters in the air. Even though Dogden only used one power, he still knocked the Mad Iron Lion King into a faint and was powerless to fight back. Its huge body flew out thousands of meters high and then began to fall down at extreme speed. If it had just been Dogden's full force strike, the Mad Iron Lion King would have been in hysterics by now. Looking at the Lion King that was falling down from the high altitude at a very high speed, Su Yuan's heart turned over a shocking wave. Boy, this is really strong. Just one punch. Ridiculously strong. Dogden, go! With a finger from Su Yuan, Dogden's body once again catapulted into the air, catching the Lion King's huge body with two raw hands. Peaceful landing. Asterisk 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 blew up. The Lion King was fainted by this back and forth toss. Fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. Fell into a coma. But fortunately did not suffer serious injuries. Not bad. Su Yuan was satisfied with Dogden's performance. And with a stretch of his hand, he took Dogden into his finger ring. When Su Yuan woke up, he realized that he was lying flat on a large soft bed. The first thing you see is looking at two huge, wobbly waves, shaking him dizzy. I'm going to. Passed out for 2 days. Where is this? Feeling the powerlessness all over his body, Su Yuan used his elbow to prop his body up, but it startled the leaf tassel that had been guarding the bedside. Boy, national treasure, you're awake. Seeing Su Yuan wake up, Ying was so excited that she directly pounced over and hugged Su Yuan. Two huge waves once again pressed Su Yuan to the bed. Unable to move. Su Yuan had a vague sense of suffocation. Gently patting his own girl in his arms, Su Yuan said in a hoarse tone, "Boy, I'm fine. You let go of me before something happens soon." Supporting his body to sit up from the bed, Su Yuan felt sore all over. Although he was in a coma for 2 days, he hadn't been idle at all, and when he suddenly woke up, he was actually a bit uncomfortable with this body. It was a good thing that the internal injuries brought about by overdrawing the power of the purple sky Qilin had already been recovered. Kakubo, you've been sleeping for a long time, 2 whole days and 2 nights, and you're scaring me to death. If you don't wake up, I'm going to. Saying that, Ying Ying's tears could no longer stop flowing out. The events of the last few days were just too unreal for her. Rune Pup's death took her a long time to get over it. If anything went wrong with Su Yuan now, she really didn't know what to do. This is my house. It's safe. Hey, don't worry about it. I'll be happy when you wake up. Saying that, Ying gently wrapped her arms around Su Yuan's body from behind and pressed her face against his back. The two bodies were so close together. In the meantime, the number 1 family in the capital, the Zhao family. Zhao Ying and her mother looked at the square urn on the ground, tears flowing out like broken beads. Brother sacrificed this event. So nearly 11-year-old Zhao Ying always from the shadow of the coming out. In her impression, her brother had never been invincible, winning fights all the time, able to fight many with one, without the existence of an opponent. At such a young age, he's a general of the Summer Kingdom. In the Zhao family, a large family, on the surface, there is harmony between the several houses, but in reality, they are all fighting each other, each with their own ulterior motives. Every time Zhao Ying was bullied by the children from several other houses, as long as her brother stepped in, every time she beat the other party, crying and begging for mercy. But this was the brother she saw as invincible, and now he was a tiny, little box that she could hold in 2 hands. How? Brother, how can it be? Just as the two were sobbing silently, the bedroom door was kicked open violently by a force. Zhao Chong stuck his hands in his pockets and brought a few of the Zhao family's dignified characters to strut in. The level 48 beast exalted aura on its body was revealed. Zhao Chong was born to the 3rd house of the Zhao family, while Zhao Ran and Zhao Ying were born to the eldest house. The conflict between the 1st and 3rd houses is well known in the Zhao family. Previously, with Zhao Run's terrifying strength, the people of the 3rd house had not dared to come forward, and Zhao Chong had been obsequious. Zhao Run could be called the 3rd person in the Zhao family besides the old ancestor and the family head. With its terrifying strength, the 3 houses simply couldn't afford to mess with it. At that time, he was truly the firstborn young master of the Zhao family. But once you're dead, there's nothing left. When he learned of Zhao Yun's death, Zhao Chong was so happy that night that he stayed up all night. He knew that the time had come for the 3rd house to rise. Currently the head of the family is nowhere to be found outside the circle. His life or death is uncertain. The old ancestor hadn't come out of seclusion for 20 years. The big house is currently just one maid, an old woman. What can she turn over? The future of the Zhao family can only be taken over by the 3rd house. What? Are you guys able to make this dead man suffer? Ha 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 ha. Beside Zhao Chong, a young man who looked to be under 20 years old laughed indulgently. His name was Zhao Qin, a 3rd house student, Zhao Chang's younger brother, 19 years old, currently a sophomore, SS level fierce beast awakened, and had already reached the terrifying level 17 in a year's time of awakening. His talent, when looking at all of his peers in the entire Xia kingdom, was second only to Ying. Old thing, little bastard, hurry up and hand over what the family master gave you. Otherwise, not only are you two going to die today, I'm going to raise the ashes of this dead man. Zhao Run is dead. Who can protect you, mother and daughter? Advise you two to be sensible. Zhao Chong clasped his hands to his chest, the corners of his mouth rose, and he threatened the two of them with incomparable impudence. P.S. Can anyone tell me if Dogden is a good name? Kakubo. It's not good, eh? Yi Koma let go of the two small hands holding Su Yuan and looked at the message that popped up on her cell phone. Frowning slightly. We'll have to make a trip to the Zhous now. At those words, Su Yuan froze. The Zhao family? Yi Koma showed Su Yuan the message that Zhao Yingying had sent her. What she couldn't have imagined was that the only person that Zhao Yingying could turn to for help at the moment was herself. The Zhao family was the #1 family in the capital. The family had a beast saint, 3 beast emperors, and a dozen beast zuns, making it a unique existence when looking at the whole country. Among the dozen or so elders of the Zhao family, every one of them was a beast zun or above, and the eldest elder had even broken through to the beast emperor. But despite this, after Zhao Run's fall, none of these elders were willing to help the only one old and one young left in the big house, allowed to be bullied by several other houses. I can't stand it anyway. No matter what, I have to take care of Run Cub's family's affairs, even if I can't beat them. Su Yuan couldn't help but have his heart poked when he saw what was on the message. These dogs, they really don't want to wait a moment. General Zhao's business is naturally his business. Pipe, of course. Su Yuan is not a person who doesn't know how to be grateful. Zhao Run is kind to him. He can never stand by and do nothing, strongly enduring the feeling of powerlessness all over his body. Su Yuan got down from the bed, and just as his 2 feet stepped on the ground, he almost collapsed in an unsteady manner. I'm going to. Ying rushed to support Su Yuan when she saw this. Are you alright? Nope, just fainted a little too long and I need to slow down a bit. Su Yuan lightly held his forehead and said, I'll carry you. Ha? Su Yuan froze when he heard it. Are you kidding me? You're so thin and weak. You're carrying yourself to Zhao's house? What Su Yuan didn't expect was, in the next second, accompanied by a deafening beast sound, Ying directly transformed into the red flame cloud eagle. Su Yuan looked dumbfounded. Ah, don't just stand there. Get up here. Su Yuan came back from his shock. Although it felt strange, he put both feet on the huge wingspan of the red flame cloud eagle and then bent down to lower his center of gravity. Hold up, oh. This is my first time as a Mount 2. Epsilon. It may not have been a particularly good experience, but the situation was urgent and never mind that. Whoosh! The red flame cloud eagle carried Su Yuan and rushed up to the 9 heavenly clouds. Zhao Chong. Fool's errand. There's no way the family head seal will be given to you. As for the 7th order Shinlong beast pill, don't even think about it. At those words, the corners of Zhao Chang's mouth shivered violently. This old woman is so stubborn. Then don't blame me for not remembering my kinship. Zhao Chong signaled with his eyes, and behind him, Zhao Qin stepped forward and directly grabbed Zhao Yingying's neck and lifted her up stiffly. Little bastard. I've long been displeased with you. I didn't dare to touch you before when Zhao Run was around. Now, ha! Zhao Qin's face was hideous. His hands fiercely exerted force, and no matter how much Zhao Yingying struggled, he didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. Suddenly, only an ear-piercing sound of ferocious beasts chirping could be heard from outside. Boom! It was followed by a sound like something huge hitting the ground. Listening to the commotion outside, Zhao Qin couldn't help but get distracted, and Zhao Yingying took the opportunity to fiercely bite on his by hand. Zhao Qin ate the pain for a moment before letting go. What's the situation? Go! Follow me out and look around. Only the huge manor square was visible. A black-clothed teenager and a red-clothed girl were being surrounded by dozens of Zhao clan juniors who were wielding beast soldiers. Most of these juniors' strengths were beast spirits, and they were in charge of the Zhao family's security. Behind these juniors, 2 beast sovereign elders lightly stroked their beards as they looked at the scene in front of them with surprise in their eyes. Someone dared to break into the Zhao house. The Zhao family was the #1 family in the capital, with powerful people. That's a lot of living. Oh, little demoness, you have big guts. Don't you know whose territory this is? Zhao Chong paced with his hands behind his back, and the Zhao family juniors surrounding Su Yuan and Ying automatically dispersed a path. The moment Zhao Qin behind him saw Ying, he was both excited and annoyed. He couldn't even dream of meeting the little demoness here. The two dueled once a year ago. Zhao Qin was a supreme pride, and once he enrolled, he had set a number of records for Tsinghua Fierce Beast University, so he could be called a supreme genius. In just 1 year, it reached level 17. It was said to be the first genius of Tsinghua in 20 years, and for a while there was no rival in the limelight. He had also performed extremely well in the duel with Yi Koma. Among all of Yi Koma's opponents, He was the only one who lasted until the fourth move before being knocked down. Farewell, little demoness. I know you're close to that asshole Joyun. What? You're bringing people with you. Are you planning to come and bail out that old undead and the little bastard? Ha ha ha. Zhao Qin laughed indulgently. Yi Koma only felt a wave of revulsion and shot back a look of incomparable contempt from the other party. Young people are really born calves are not afraid of tigers. My Zhao family has a beast emperor. Beast Zun sitting in the lineup. Is it not possible for you two less than level 20 bedbugs to come here if you want to? Zhao Chong had just gauged Su Yuan and Yi Ying's strength and realized that one was merely level 10 and one was level 18, which was simply not enough to fear. With this kind of strength, it's really a fool's errand to break into the Zhao family to bail them out. Laugh your ass off. Brother, let me do it. I've made a lot of progress this year. I'd like to see if the little demoness has improved. I'm going to fight her again and see what kind of backbone she has that dares to break into my Zhao family. Zhao Qin, who was behind Zhao Chong, could not wait any longer, and without waiting for Zhao Chang's permission, his figure had already shot out like an arrow, holding a huge beast emperor-level beast armament heaven-opening axe in his hand. Zhao Qin's body was surging with demonic power as he violently slashed towards Yi Ying. Yi Koma tightly gripped the quenching sacred lance and was about to block when he was pulled behind him by Su Yuan. You're still healed from your previous poisoning. Let me do it. The oncoming heaven-opening giant axe was easily dodged by Su Yuan with a flash of his body. In the next second, the golden armor instantly merged. The black candle 9 devouring claws hovered over both arms. There was no need to use any external force to kill this kind of stray fish. Boy, get out of here. I'll kill you later. Level 10. Are you worthy of fighting a genius like me? Zhao Qin roared as an axe split the air and anger appeared in his eyes. However, the only thing that responded to him was the plopping sound of cold claws stabbing into his body, and the heart-rending pain coming from his abdomen. This is fast. Zhao Qin looked at the black dragon claw that had already disappeared into his abdomen and violently spat out black blood as his pupils contracted. He didn't even see clearly when Su Yuan struck. Poof! Su Yuan's face was expressionless as he stepped on Zhao Qin's chest and pulled out the bloodied candle 9 devouring claw in a cloudy manner. Stupid! Su Yuan spat out a word from his mouth. Without awakening the royal armor form or changing his body, he dared to make a move with just a handful of beast soldiers. How confident is this dumbass in himself? Think you're emboldened because you're a genius? Sorry genius. Just meet me at the door. Poof! Zhao Qin's body fell heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from his abdomen and continued to flow outward, drenching his body in a large red color. He stared at Su Yuan dead in the face with those sultry eyes. He himself was clearly a supreme talent, a star-studded genius. In the past year of awakening, I've won almost 100 battles against my peers, and I've only lost to that little demoness. Now, it was so easily obliterated by a level 10 kid. Oh, before he died, Zhao Qin realized a truth. There are people outside of people, and there are people outside of people. You think you're a genius, but compared to a real genius, you're just a glowing flame against the moon. His body twitched twice. Zhao Qin closed his eyes with hatred. Seeing his brother killed, Zhao Chang's eyes turned scarlet in an instant and hissed violently. He had long since seen the foulness in Su Yuan, and knew that if he had stopped a step earlier, his brother would never have lost his life. Mad kid, you killed my cyborg brother. You'll pay with your life today. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan coldly hummed, wiped the blood from the black dragon's claw, and said indifferently, well, let's see if you've got it in you. At this moment, 8th Elder Zhao Lang and 11th Elder Zhao Qi, who were watching the battle from afar, were both shocked. There's something about this kid. Fear cannot be taken lightly. Such tactics and heart are not like what a level 10 awakened should have. Elders, you and I are both Beast Zun powerhouses. Today this kid killed our clan. Quickly join hands with me to kill him. Zhao Chong was alone, more or less unsure in his mind. The kid in front of me looked far from simple. Such a scourge. 3 beast dignitaries must come together in order to put it to death. Brat, be careful. The strength of these 3 are all beast exalted. At present, you can't use the power of the old man for the time being, so make sure to pay attention and run if you can't beat them. This huge Zhao family, I can sense that there are at least a dozen more beast exalted powerhouses like this. The purple sky Qilin's voice of Su Yuan's ears rang. At this moment in the chaos space, the purple sky Qilin was lying on the huge lion's head, watching the scene that was taking place. This kid is so combative, too capable of getting into trouble. How is this just waking up an ing with someone else? Is it bad to develop steadily? The purple sky Kirin held his forehead once, acting helpless. Don't worry, Elder Kirin. The kid is a person who values love and justice. Today, there is categorically no reason to run. 11th Elder Zhao Qi wasn't quite ready to meddle in the affairs of the 3rd house, and he chose to wait and see what happened. After all, Who wants to work for you when there's nothing at stake? Originally, he had just heard the commotion outside and came out to take a look. He didn't have the intention of making a move yet. The two of you will strike first, and I'll go report this to the other elders. After Zhao Qi finished speaking, her figure instantly disappeared into the void. Only Zhao Lang was left alone and confused in place. Holy, run away? Not dude. Seeing this, Zhao Chong couldn't help but burst out, cowardly as a mouse. A level 10 brat was able to scare away a beast Zun powerhouse. 8th Elder. The two of you and I will clamp down and take this brat's life quickly. 8th Elder Zhao Lang nodded. Then his body flashed and came to Zhao Chang's side. Two people, a level 48 Beast Exalt and a level 42 Beast Exalt, facing two Beast Exalted powerhouses directly. Even without the Qilin power boost, Su Yuan was not the least bit flustered. Kid, I'll take your life first. Zhao Chong directly transformed into a flaming berserker bear and fiercely hissed as his huge body catapulted towards Su Yuan. He didn't hesitate and directly utilized a deadly beast technique as soon as he came up, preparing to kill Su Yuan with a single strike. The huge bear claws left two red residual shadows in the air, making the air stir, wrapped in the sound of the wind, and heavily slapped towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan stood loftily in place and gently touched the ring on his right index finger. Only a burst of blue light lit up, and a red figure erupted from the finger ring, blocking Su Yuan's face. The red figure fiercely blasted out a fist, and the force of the fist collided with the claws of the flaming mad bear, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. The aftershocks from the counterboom instantly swept through the surroundings. The dozens of beast spirit powerhouses that surrounded Su Yuan and Ying were catapulted out several meters by this strong shockwave and fell heavily on the ground. After the two of them bombarded each other, the flaming mad bear retreated fiercely a dozen steps, while the red figure did not go without moving half a step. What is this situation? Zhao Chang's pupils contracted violently. Where did such strong people come from? He used his fists to harden his own beast technique, and surprisingly, he was unharmed. Who are you and why are you helping this kid? Do you realize that this is making an enemy of my Zhao family? Su Yuan himself looked at Dog Den, who was clad in red armor in front of him and made a handsome appearance, with a hint of satisfaction on his face. Not bad for a Dog Den. It's too strong. Hard against a blow from a level 48 Beast Exalt. This didn't even bring a step back. Seeing that the other party did not reply to him, Zhao Chang's face was ugly. I don't care who you are. Since you're going to protect this brat today, then you're making an enemy of my Zhao family. Zhao Chong took a deep breath, pointed to the red figure and Su Yuan underneath, and said to Zhao Lang, 8th Elder, I'll deal with this fellow later. Your task, on the other hand, is to put this boy to death. I'll give you time to stall. You must get it as soon as possible. Zhao Lang nodded at his words, indicating that he didn't have any problems. He was at least a level 42 Beast Exalted. Killing a level 10 brat wasn't a breeze. Su Yuan gave Dog Deng a finger to Zhao Chong in the distance. Go! Once his order was given, Dog Deng burst out like a cannonball. His speed was extremely terrifying, and in less than half a breath of effort, he rushed to Zhao Chang's heels. The huge iron fist wrapped in the wind and ruthlessly smashed into the flaming mad bear's face. Before the latter could react, he was blasted out dozens of meters away, smashing heavily into the far wall. Luckily, the flaming berserker bear had thick skin and flesh, and stood up with shock in his eyes. Nima, what is this? Is it human? That's fast. That's a lot of punches. It was clear that he only had the strength of a level 44 Beast Exalt, so how was it that even he, a level 48 Beast Exalt, didn't feel like an opponent? Dogden's figure rushed towards Zhao Chong once again at this moment. Looking at Zhao Lang shocked in place and still not moving, Zhao Chong broke into a fit of rage. What the are you waiting for? I'm taking a beating. Hurry up and kill that kid first while you're at it. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, another punch slammed into his abdomen. With a muffled grunt, his body flew straight out several hundred meters high. Several ribs were blown out. Zhao Chong knows that against this thing, counterattacking is out of the question. Now it's either run or get hit. Boom, boo, knock, fists, elbows, knees, feet. Dogden's figure flashed instantly through the void. It looks like a normal attack on the joint area, but a few punches and kicks had left the flaming berserker wailing. There was only the part of dodging and being beaten, with no power to fight back. Member heat higher it, want to eat a full next month. The threshold of a high batch. Member heat income to be greater than $1,000 to have a full. So I hope that all the honored members of the Lord Righteous Father every day more to support. All to pick pockets. This month 4 big empty, _. The next month to reward a full eat. In the meantime, 2 figures, one black and one yellow, flew through the air at breakneck speeds. The wings on the back of the Sky Falcon vibrated quickly, raising its speed to the limit, but it was still several body lengths away from Su Yuan in front of it, and it was never able to catch up with him. Damn! This brat is so fast. The blasted Sky Falcon cursed in his heart. Boy, is that all you do? Run? What kind of skill is that? Saying that, he continued to inject his body's demonic power into his wings and fiercely accelerated his speed. And the flaming berserker's condition wasn't particularly wonderful. Ah! Knock! The flaming berserker bear fell heavily to the ground, smashing dozens of cracks into the ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop. But he wouldn't dare just lie there, because his opponent was simply a monster. No pain, no fatigue, no stopping, the punches stormed out, and after a dozen rounds, he was beaten without any ability to resist. Either you get punched in the face or you have to duck. There was no chance of a counterattack. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Again! Looking at the red figure that descended from the sky, the flaming berserk bear's body violently catapulted up from the ground, covering his red and swollen bear, but that had been beaten, and dodging in a panic. Can't fight. Not a match at all. Any more fighting and he'll be killed. But when Zhao Chong raised his head and cast his gaze in Zhao Lang's direction, he instantly froze. He was almost killed after taking a beating to buy time. How come Zhao Lang, this idiot, hadn't gotten his hands on him yet? A level 10 kid who hasn't slaughtered yet, can't even catch up. It's too wasted. Marred. What the hell are you up to? Zhao Lang, can't you see I'm taking a beating? Hurry up and kill this kid. I won't last much longer. You're trying to watch me get killed alive, aren't you? With that, Dogden kicked him in the bear's face again, directly bloodying half of the flaming mad bear's face and blinding one of his eyes. Ah! The flaming berserker bear covered his blood-soaked face and let out a hiss. Zhao Lang felt very ed up at the moment. Can you stop stressing me out? This kid, he's not normally cunning. Seeing that it was about to catch up with Su Yuan, the blasted Sky Falcon stretched out its two sharp claws, killing intent surging in its eyes. But in the next second, his body crashed heavily into a giant wall of space. The bump made his huge bird head spin, and at that moment, Su Yuan's figure stopped. Stop running and start fighting. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth sketched out a smile as he said icily. Sizzling Sky Falcon sucked in a breath of cool air, panicked and looked around himself. Did not look okay. A look was scared to the soul to be scattered, only to see that at this moment, he was already surrounded by several giant walls of space. One in front of him, one behind him, one to the left, one to the right, and even a giant wall of space above and below his head. These 6 giant walls formed an enclosed space, shutting him into death. Vaulted space, cage of trapped beasts. The blasted Sky Falcon sensed that more than half of the demonic power in his body was actually locked up. The strength had also dropped from a level 42 Beast Exalt, directly to a level 39 Beast King. What the is going on here? The power of space. Isn't that something only Beast Emperors know? This kid right here. The blasted Sky Falcon was directly dumbfounded. Asshole, kid, what did you do to me? Su Yuan rubbed his knuckles and let out a long breath. It seems to be working. Trapping the SSS-ranked beast Zun Luis. Of course it could also trap a Zhao Lang who only had S-ranked talent. If you enter your own vaulted sky space, then you don't want to live. Su Yuan's figure instantly flashed into the vaulted sky space and looked at the still struggling blasted Sky Falcon and smiled. Trapped and dying. No more running. Start fighting. In the next second, the power of the Berserk Iron Lion King surged wildly from Su Yuan's body, and his figure flashed to the heels of the blistering Sky Falcon at extreme speed. The other side. The flaming mad bear had already given up struggling, allowing Dogden to use punches, kicks, elbows, and knees on his battered bear. Knock, boo, boom, ah. A mouthful of black blood spurted out from the flaming mad bear's mouth, and his huge bear body finally couldn't support itself and fell heavily to the ground. He looked in Zhao Lang's direction with the only ounce of strength he had left. He prayed that Zhao Lang would succeed in taking revenge for him and slaughter Su Yuan. But things were just too much beyond his expectations, only to see that not only had Zhao Lang not slaughtered Su Yuan, but at the moment, he was actually being passively beaten, only to see that in the enclosed space, Zhao Lang had regained his human form and was lying moribund, covered in wounds, looking to be even more miserable than he was. Holy, you, I'm fighting this monster and letting you slaughter a level 10 kid, and you're getting backstabbed here. Zhao Chong was crying at the moment, but Dogdan had no mercy. Su Yuan's order had been given. Unless the flaming mad bear died, he would never stop. Boom! Another punch slammed into his abdomen, directly shattering all of the flaming berserker's armor. Knock! Not half a second's interval from the previous punch. Another punch landed, actually directly smashing through the flaming berserker bear's abdomen. Ah! Heartbreaking wails resounded all around. The flaming berserker bear smashed heavily into the ground, directly smashing the plaza underneath into a dozens of meters deep pit. By the time it hit the ground, it was dead as a doornail. Dogden sensed that Zhao Chong no longer had any breath and moved his wrist, which stopped him. The figure then instantly returned to Su Yuan's side. Not bad, not bad. Su Yuan couldn't help but praise. Help Yi Koma. Go! Su Yuan pointed in the direction where Yi Ying left. Just now, when Su Yuan was entangled with the two beast dignitaries, Yi Ying went to the Zhao family's big room and was responsible for rescuing Zhao Yingying and the two of them. At the moment in the tiny bedroom, Yi Ying was being surrounded by 6 Beast King powerhouses. There were also several beast spirits lying on the ground, rolling around in pain at the moment. Yi Koma had wanted to come and rescue Zhao Yingying and the two of them, but he didn't expect that there would be someone guarding the place. After taking care of a few beast spirits, she was no match for the remaining 6 Beast Kings. Give it to me. The several Beast Kings exchanged glances, killing intent suddenly appearing in their eyes. Suddenly, a red figure smashed down from the roof and blocked in front of Yi Koma. Clad in red armor, with sandbag-sized fists, he was powerful and dominating. National treasure? Dogden's body catapulted out, and in just 2 breaths of effort, 6 Beast King powerhouses were blasted to the ground one by one. None of the Beast Kings were able to carry one of his punches, and 4 of the 6 Beast Kings died and 2 were seriously injured. After resolving everything, Dogden then turned his head and shook his head mechanically at Yi Koma. The mold is still a little naive. Outside at this time, Yi Koma brought Zhao Yingying and the two of them to gather with Su Yuan and prepared to leave. Suddenly, only a dozen black shadows were seen landing in front of several people at the same time. Raging, the old man in the lead's eyes were full of anger at the moment, and his Beast Emperor aura was surging. Brat, it's not good. I can feel that all the strongest members of the Zhao family are here. 1 Beast Emperor powerhouse, 10 Beast Zun powerhouses. The purple Sky Chilin's voice rang in Su Yuan's ears. The beginning of the month. There is a monthly vote. The starting point of the monthly vote to vote. The righteous fathers look good to vote. I have the power to write. You have to be careful. Especially this Beast Emperor. The other party is a full level 55. You can't use the old man's power for the time being. If you can't beat him, find a way to run, and make sure to take care of yourself. All 12 elders of the Zhao family were on the spot. There were 11 standing in front of Su Yuan. There was also an 8th elder, Zhao Lang, who was being stepped on by Su Yuan. The leading grand elder, Zhao Yunha, was dressed in a white robe, his face full of anger, his eyes thick with killing intent. It's a reversal. You broke into their Zhao family, killed the Zhao family, and now you want to leave? Kid, how dare you, making a move to kill my Zhao clan members. How can I let you go back alive today? Zhao Yunha's tone was icy cold, and the aura of a beast emperor raged on his body. Behind him, the 10 beast sovereign elders were also mobilizing their demonic power within their bodies, preparing to strike. Big brother, help me. I don't want to die yet. Big brother, you save me first, then kill this brat. Zhao Lang, who had been stepped on by Su Yuan, still had a breath left in him at the moment, and when he saw all of the Zhao clan's strongest men descending, he saw the hope of surviving again. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's gaze flinched as he directly grabbed Zhao Lang's neck and lifted him up stiffly. Zhao Lang's feet were off the ground at the moment, and he kept struggling for mercy. Asshole, you let go. If you dare to touch him, you'll die today. Zhao Yunha's heart tightened as he threatened Su Yuan now. Zhao Lang was his own nephew, so he was naturally unwilling to watch Zhao Lang die. Yes, let go. Of course. As he spoke, a trace of demonic power seeped out of Su Yuan's fingertips and drilled into Zhao Lang's body. The demonic power quickly entered Zhao Lang's tendons and turned into a dark force. If this dark force was not dissolved, it would directly explode inside Zhao Lang's body in less than 5 minutes of work. Su Yuan gathered his strength towards his right arm and lashed out, hurling Zhao Lang's body directly towards the heights. In an instant, Zhao Lang's body exploded out 100 meters like a cannonball. His body is under my dark energy. If you don't chase after him to solve it now, you'll be waiting for him to explode and die in a while. At those words, Zhao Yunha's pupils contracted violently. He glanced at Su Yuan and hesitated before choosing to save Zhao Lang first. With his feet stomping on the void and powering up, Zhao Yunha shot explosively in the direction Zhao Lang had just flown out. Kid, count yourself out. You can drag Lao Fu for a while, but Lao Fu is not the only one who can kill you today. Seeing the Grand Elder disappear, the remaining 10 Master Elders all looked at each other. We don't have much time. It can only be delayed for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, this old thing will be able to unlock the dark energy I left behind. So, tough break. Su Yuan looked behind him and said Yi Koma. Yi Ying nodded, looking at Su Yuan with determination in his eyes. Dogden nodded in kind. The Grand Elder isn't here. Don't think that you few can run away. Second Elder Zhao Lei spoke in a gloomy tone and said to the 9 elders behind him. Formation. The 10 elders' bodies leapt up to 100 meters in the air, their hands rapidly forming seals, their mouths reciting secret incantations that ordinary people could not understand. As they moved, the air around them distorted slightly. The 10 elders were divided into 10 positions in the air, all of them drawing out their entire body's demonic power to form a formation. Boy! Sheltering sky, wind and thunder formation. The Zhao family took this out in order to deal with the two of us? Yi Koma's eyes widened. She knew that the sheltering sky, wind and thunder formation was the Zhao family's self-created formation, which now had a history of several hundred years, utilizing the power of the wind and thunder of the heavens and earth to strike with the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Once the formation was formed, the energy released would be difficult for even a beast emperor powerhouse to resist. What now? Yi Koma took Zhao Ying into his arms, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. What else can we do? 2 words, break in and kill. The 10 beast dignity elders of the Zhao clan were divided into 10 points, and their bodies erupted with extremely strong auras. The sky clouded over. In the center of the 10 people's position, a vortex like the eye of hell appeared at first glance from the void. The vortex was expanding as it continued to absorb the demonic energy within the 10 beast sovereign elders. That gloomy sky was now covered with dark clouds, and like red snakes spitting out their letters, lightning filaments sprang up. Boom, boom, boom. Countless thunderbolts rang out over the heads of the crowd. The sheltering wind and thunder formation looked like it was constantly absorbing the energy of the rolling thunderbolts that fell from the sky. Together with absorbing the demonic power from the 10 elders' bodies, it became bigger and bigger. Kid, to be honest, dealing with you to make the sheltering sky, wind and thunder formation belongs to a cannon blasting a mosquito. Looking at the huge vortex with demonic wind and lightning attached to the disc above his head, Su Yuan's face was gloomy and he was thinking about the way to crack it. 10 beast Zun elders forming a formation together. If they were able to unleash their full power, I'm afraid that the beast emperor powerhouses would have to be afraid of it for 3 minutes. Oh, is it? Let's see if you few have that qualification then. I have to take the people today, and I can't take my life just because anyone wants it. Facing the 10 beast sovereign elders directly, as well as the storm vortex overhead that covered the sky, Su Yuan said without the slightest fear, "Brat, this power is so strong. You must be careful. If my power is given to you, you may be able to break this sun-shielding wind and thunder formation. But now, I'm afraid you're no match. This formation is not easy to break." The voice of the purple sky Qilin rang in Su Yuan's words. Su Yuan's face did not change the slightest bit after hearing this. With a wave of his hand, the golden armor on his body that was possessed by the pale yellowing long was instantly lifted. At this point he resumed his human form. "Oh, can't break it? How do you know it can't be broken unless you try? Lion King, now give me your full power." Between the words, the storm vortex above his head had sucked up enough demonic power as well as the power of the rolling thunder. The vortex became twisted, and in the center of the vortex, an extremely strong energy violently burst out. This energy transformed into a blue palm that descended from the sky and rushed towards the bottom and slapped it at great speed. The blue palm wrapped in demonic wind and lightning contained an appalling power that destroyed the sky and the earth. And wherever it went, space was distorted. At the same time, Su Yuan in his human form absorbed the entire power of the Mad Iron Lion King. Level 20, Level 25, Level 35, Level 40. Su Yuan's level had briefly soared from Level 10 to Level 40. He raised his hand and looked straight at the blue palm that fell from the sky, and said in his mind, "Third beast technique, Chaos Spit, Chaos Spit." The third beast skill unlocked after Su Yuan broke through Level 10. In the system panel, Su Yuan could clearly see that the power of Chaos Spit was several times stronger than the pale yellow dragon lead. The Tsanghuang dragon leader in vaulted sky space must be cast in royal armor form or fierce beast form, and Chaos Spit, which can be performed in human form. This also meant that Su Yuan could drain the Lion King's power and briefly reach the Beast Exalt realm in his human form. The power of a Beast Exalt realm casting Chaos Spit at full strength was 1,000 times stronger than casting it at level 10. However, the cost and risk is also great, and if you are not careful, you will explode and die. Mantis, just you alone want to block the full force of the sheltering sun, wind and thunder formation? Go to hell. Zhao Lei's voice rang out above Su Yuan's head. In his opinion, as long as the sheltering sun, wind and thunder formation was formed, even the Beast Emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. A level 10 kid dares to get in the way? It's just a dying struggle. Zhao Yingying buried her head in Yingying's chest and sobbed in a small voice out of fear. Zhao's mother, on the other hand, was full of composure, as if she had already put life and death at risk. She knew the power of the Zhao clan's sheltering sun, wind and thunder formation. Countless people had died under this formation, and even Beast Emperor powerhouses had perished in it. She has no fear of death. The only thing she doesn't want to let go of is her 11-year-old daughter. Right, just me. In the next second, the Tsang Huangying long totem appeared behind Su Yuan. From the palm of his right hand erupted a golden pillar of light, and around it was wrapped red flame strong enough to vaporize the void. The golden pillar of light wrapped in red flames was like a dragon spitting in the midst of chaos, mixed with the terrifying power of tearing through space. Chaos spit and the blue palm collided together, and the energy generated by the counterblast caused even the 10 beast sovereign elders to feel palpitations in their hearts. Damn! This! Zhao Lei's eyes were filled with shock. He realized that Su was far from what he thought he was. But, I'm afraid that it would be delusional for him alone to fight against 10 beast elders, plus a sunshade wind and thunder formation. The 10 elders looked at each other and continued to inject their demonic power into the vortex. It almost drained the demonic power from his body. Rumble! Boom! Suddenly, countless explosions of thunder resounded overhead once again. Thousands of bucket-thick lightning bolts fell from the clouds thousands of meters above, the terrifying energy in them absorbed by the storm vortex. That blue palm, under the continuous supply of power from the storm vortex, had actually increased in size by several times at this moment, pressing the chaos spit down continuously. Gradually, the power of the golden pillar of light wrapped in red flames that erupted from the center of Su Yuan's hand slowly weakened, and it looked like it was about to be extinguished. Boy, you've got a bit of a knack for it. Just underestimated you, but that's about it. No matter what kind of tricks you pull today, it's hard to escape death. Seeing that Su Yuan was gradually being outmatched, Zhao Lei laughed indulgently. But in the next second, the smile on Zhao Lei's face directly froze, only to see that the originally gloomy sky had suddenly turned black at this moment. Day turned into night, endless darkness enveloped everything, and it was impossible to reach out and see any light. What's going on? Why can't I see it? How did it get so dark and spooky? Damn! What the hell is this kid up to? A wave of shock rolled through the hearts of the 10 elders, and an unsettling premonition lingered in everyone's mind. Suddenly, 2 streaks of golden light fell from the sky above and hit the 10 people, allowing them to vaguely see a glimmer of light. Zhao Lei looked up and was instantly stunned by the scene he saw, only to see that the source of those 2 golden lights were actually 2 huge golden eyes, blinking and staring at the beings that were like ants. Roar! In the next second, the darkness that engulfed heaven and earth dispersed. Zhao Lei and the other elders breathed a sigh of relief when they looked up again. Only a golden dragon's head was seen hanging above their heads. This dragon's head was 10,000 feet in size, almost bursting the entire sky, and the golden dragon's body seemed to dive into the chaos of the universe, leaving only the huge dragon head to stare angrily at the living world. What they had just seen was precisely the 2 eyes of the golden dragon. Zhao Lei swallowed a mouthful of spit and forced himself to stay calm, his body unable to stop shaking. The other elders were so frightened that their legs went weak and they didn't dare to breathe loudly. This is horrible. Just a single dragon head was enough to burst through the sky, coloring the entire sky in gold. That thick ink cloud that was originally suspended above the Zhao family and blasted out 1,000 thunderbolts was quiet at the moment, seemingly stunned, not daring to make the slightest sound, not even a hint of a fire snake. With less input from the rolling explosive thunder energy, the energy of the sheltering wind and thunder formation was much less in an instant. At this moment, in the eastern district of the capital, when people saw the strange heavenly appearance above the sky, their faces were all shocked. This, you guys, look, what's that? A giant dragon's head? So big. Asterisk 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 grrrr. It's a little scary. Is this a ferocious beast from an alien planet descending on Blue Star? Is this preparing to swallow the capital city in one gulp? Holy, it's the first time I've seen such a heaven and earth phenomenon. And right at this moment, the golden dragon head that pierced through the sky violently opened its heaven-swallowing mouth. 100 feet thick golden spit shot out from the dragon's mouth. Boom! The densely knotted cloud of gloom was instantly broken through by the golden spit that erupted from the mouth of the direct dragon. Without the wind and thunder power to add to it, the formation dissipated into the void in a flash. The demonic power in the 10 elders' bodies was also completely drained at this time, coupled with the fact that the formation was forcefully interrupted. Their bodies all suffered a backlash, and they all spat out a mouthful of black blood, their bodies falling heavily from the heights. So far, the sun-shielding wind and thunder formation, broken. Above the sky, the 10,000-foot large dragon's head dissipated. When Su Yuan saw this, he let out a long breath, and the heart hanging in the air was finally put down. The demonic power in his body had been drained to the bone at this point, and even the power of the Mad Iron Lion King had been consumed by him. The tremendous exertion caused the Lion King to pass out in shock directly in chaos space. It seems that this formation of your Zhao family doesn't work either. If I'm going to leave, I can't stop it with just a few of you mongrels. Su Yuan looked at the Zhao family's Zhao elders who fell to the ground, each one of them severely injured and unable to stand up, and laughed coldly. Although the sun-shielding wind and thunder formation was strong, as long as it was unable to obtain energy from the rolling heavenly thunder, it would be broken without attack. Su Yuan had already observed the weakness of the formation before striking. Just as Su Yuan was about to strike, the voice of the purple sky Qilin rang in his ears. Brat, you've really greatly exceeded old man's expectations. The old man really hasn't misjudged anyone, but you need to leave as soon as possible now. I can feel that a beast emperor's aura is approaching. Chapter 74, the starting point is displaying it wrongly. I can't change the title. Understood. Karen Senpai. Su Yuan estimated the time and knew that it wouldn't take long for Zhao Yunhe to kill back. If we don't leave now, we'll be in trouble later. Kid, I'll kill you. You're done. You're done. When the Grand Elder comes back, he will definitely break you into pieces to ease the hatred in my heart. Zhao Lei was lying on the ground, severely injured at the moment, but his mouth didn't stop. At those words, Su Yuan's gaze flinched. There's no time to kill these stragglers one by one, but there's still time to slaughter one individually. You like to holler, don't you? In the next second, Candle Join's devouring claw pierced directly into Zhao Lei's throat, a move that seals the throat and spills blood on the spot. Zhao Lei's body convulsed twice, and before he died, he still stared at Su Yuan with an incomparably grim look of death. Oh, isn't he here yet? Cloudily pulling out the Candle 9-in devouring claw, Su Yuan wiped the blood from the black dragon's claw and said indifferently. Each of the remaining 9 elders was so frightened that they almost peed themselves when they saw this, fearful that they would be the next to die. Go! Su Yuan looked at Yi Ying and said, meeting Su Yuan's gaze, a trace of bewilderment flashed in Yi Ying's eyes. What are you looking at me for? It's hard not to. I'm going to be a ride again? What are you waiting for? The situation is urgent. Su Yuan looked at the somewhat dazed Yi Koma and pinched the other party's cheeks. For the last time, you can't make me a mount. Yi Ying's sad face Omega. Say yes oh. Accompanied by a deafening beastly sound, Yi Ying transformed into the red flame cloud eagle, and his huge body circled around in the air before falling down. Zhao Yingying, Mother Zhao, and Su Yuan went up to the huge eagle's body in turn, then held it steady. Dog Den, on the other hand, was included in Su Yuan's finger ring. In the fearful gazes of the crowd of Zhao family juniors, the Zhao family elders, the red flame cloud eagle swung its enormous wings and carried the 3 of them straight into the clouds of the 9th heaven. A few people had just left before, when Zhao Yunhe brought Zhao Lang back to kill. Zhao Yunhe thought that during the time he had left, the 10 elders of the Zhao clan had long since subdued Su Yuan and the others. After all, those were 10 beast elders, the backbone of the Zhao family. Available at. Zhao Yunhe looked at the Zhao family manor that had been destroyed beyond recognition. The Zhao family elder, who was lying on the ground moaning, severely injured and beaten without the ability to fight back, had shock and incredulity in his eyes. How is this possible? 10 beast dignity elders, and they still let that brat girl get away, and it's beaten up. What a bunch of losers you are. Without the old man, you guys are really useless. The Zhao family has lost all of its face to you. Zhao Yunhe clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were red, and he was shaking with anger, especially when he saw the corpse of second elder Zhao Lei. Anger kept rushing through his chest. Zhao Yunhe, as the highest-ranking elder of the Zhao family, especially valued the prestige and dignity of the family. The Zhao family was the number 1 family in the capital, so how had they ever suffered such humiliation? He didn't care about the open and shut battles between the several houses of the Zhao family. He's not going to help any of the houses, and he's not going to suppress any of the houses. So whether the conflict between Zhao Chong Zhao Qin and the big house or revenge, he never interfered. However, if an outsider dared to meddle in the Zhao family's internal affairs, he would never be merciful. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape from old me. After finishing his words, Zhao Yunhe instantly changed into a red pterodactyl with a body dozens of meters long, and flew towards the direction where Su Yuan and the others had left with his wings. Ha! If you offend my Zhao family, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll still behead all of you. I just don't believe it. In the capital, who dares to stop the people my Zhao family wants to kill? The people my beast emperor Zhao Yunhe wants to kill. At this time on the other side, sensing that no one was chasing after them, the speed of the red flame cloud eagle's flight slowed down. By the way, how come that stranger didn't follow us just now? Kakubo, you wouldn't have forgotten him at the Chos, would you? Not seeing Dogden's figure, Yi Ying was a little worried in his heart. Just now, thanks to this unfamiliar strong man who came to the rescue, otherwise it was impossible for her and Su Yuan to retreat in one piece. At those words, Su Yuan snorted out a laugh. You mean Dogden? Ha ha, touching the furry head of the red flame cloud eagle. Su Yuan gently stroked the finger ring, accompanied by a burst of blue light. The dog Deng, who was wearing red armor, appeared in front of several people. A puppet? Su nodded farther. Hey, Dog Den is no ordinary puppet. Just as a few people were talking and laughing, they only heard a pterodactyl hissing sound from behind them. Su Yuan twisted his head to look, his brows slightly furrowed. It's quite a haunting, asshole. Did you guys think that if you killed someone from my Zhao family, you could just run away and get it over with? The red pterodactyl vibrated its wings and rushed towards the several people at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this situation, Yi Koma had to bring a few people to a forced landing in place, and then resumed his human form. The red pterodactyl had also returned to its human form at this moment. You guys are somewhat capable of breaking through my Zhao family's shaded sun, wind and thunder formation, but when it falls into this emperor's hands today, I will break you into pieces. Zhao Yunha's figure slammed down, the terrifying aura around him causing space to distort. Really, Elder Zhao? Let me remind you, this is not your Zhao family. Already out of the Zhao family's door, do you really have no scruples when you make your move? Su Yuan clasped his hands to his chest, not fearing Zhao Yunha in the slightest. They were currently out of the Zhao family, and this was the downtown area of the capital. Joke, I have a mortal grudge against you. What's wrong with killing it? Besides, who in my Zhao family dares to offend? Lao Fu's strength is that of a beast emperor, and how many people are rivals? I have to do it today, and it's useless for anyone to bail you two little brats out. Zhao Yunha finished his words and was about to strike. Only a crack was torn open in the void before them. A middle-aged man in a white military uniform, in his early 50s, stepped out of the spatial rift. The terrifying aura on its body made even a beast emperor powerhouse like Zhao Yunha feel fearful. Yes, a mere beast emperor. This person was no other than Wu Changchang. Wu Changchang had also just heard about the Zhao family's change of heart. Wu Changchang has never been able to get over Zhao Run's death. Zhao Run, as his best student, was also a teacher and a father to the two of them. Wu Changchang would never allow anyone to make a move against General Xia's widow, only he knew it one step too late. What he never expected was that Yi Ying and Su Yuan had made a move and had stirred up the Zhao family. Oh, dead girl, you did a good job this time, so you won't be confined. Immediately after that, Wu Changcheng turned to the panicked Zhao Yunha again. He, a mere beast emperor. You're so intimidating. Zhao Yunha went numb. What's with this? What's a big shot like Great Wall Wu doing here? For these two damn little? This was someone that even the Zhao clan's ancestor was afraid of. One of the strongest people in the Xia kingdom. A peak beast saint powerhouse. General of the wall with a great war record. On a normal day, Zhao Yunha didn't even have the qualifications to meet this kind of big shot. General of the Great Wall. Have missed the welcome. Have missed the welcome. Is there some kind of misunderstanding today? These two little people broke into my Zhao family and killed many people in my Zhao family. I still hope that General Great Wall will not interfere in our personal grudges. I will certainly visit you in the coming days and thank you personally. Upon hearing this, Wu Changcheng coldly grunted, looking at Zhao Yunha in front of him, who was already nervous to the point of trembling, but was still unwilling to call it quits. He said in an icy tone, roll. This word came out lightly from Wu Changcheng's mouth, but it fell on Zhao Yunha's body as if there was 1,000 pounds of pressure, pressuring the other party's legs to go soft and almost kneel down. The aura of a peak beast saint powerhouse was truly terrifying. Just a look, a pressure, or even a word that came out of his mouth was enough to easily crush a powerhouse below the beast saint. Zhao Yunha was in a batch of panic in his heart at the moment. He knew that Wu Changcheng simply couldn't afford to offend himself, and even if he called out the Zhao family's oldest ancestor, he couldn't possibly be his opponent. However, looking at Su Yuan, who was being protected by Wu Changcheng, Zhao Yunha gritted his teeth, never able to swallow this breath. General Great Wall, we have to be reasonable. The two of them have killed several people from my Zhao family. Where is the justice when you protect them like this? You, Zhao Yunha attempted to reason, but before he could finish his sentence, he was smashed in the chest by a dark force that swept through space and flew directly out dozens of meters away, hitting the ground heavily. With this blow, Zhao Yunha's ribs shattered in half. He spat out a mouthful of black blood from his mouth and stood up from the ground with great difficulty, only to feel an incomparable pain as a blazing fire burned in his chest. Both eyes are filled with incredulity. It hurts. So strong. Shut up. You have upset the general. Reason with me? This general is reason. Wu Changcheng did not even directly strike, just a pressure in the air. To be Zhao Yunha half-life. After Zhao Run's death, Wu Changcheng has been blaming himself. In his life, he was a general of the Xia kingdom, protecting the stability of the Xia kingdom, killing the enemy in blood outside the circle, and throwing his head in blood for the country. I can't believe I had to be counted on by a villain like Zhao Yunha after I died. A small Zhao family, but even Zhao Run's widow is not spared. Now you dare to come to the door and talk nonsense, claiming to be reasonable with yourself? The Beast Emperor. Who gave you the guts? Zhao Yunha tightly covered his chest, only to feel that his internal organs were about to burst open, and his eyes were dazed from the pain. He looked at Wu Changcheng, who kept walking towards him, and his eyes were filled with fear. Is this the strength of a peak beast saint? He himself had been cultivating hard for decades to reach the beast emperor, but in front of such a strong person, he was almost no different from a mole cricket. Get the hell out of here. Your Zhao family had better be peaceful in the future, or else I don't mind personally making a move to change the pattern of the capital. Wu Changqing's hands were ready behind his back, and he condescendingly looked at Zhao Yunhe, who couldn't even stand up at the moment, and said. Zhao Yunhe nodded frantically, his heart panicking. He just wants to live now. As for the revenge with Su Yuan, there will always be a chance to avenge it in the future. Strongly enduring the intense pain in his chest, Zhao Yunhe limped and crawled in a sorry state. At this time in the distance, Yi Koma had one hand on Dog Deng's shoulder and the other on Su Yuan's shoulder, his eyes full of joy. The Great Wall Olden is simply great. So cool. For the first time I feel so close to this old den. For Yi Koma, this time though, he had let Wu Changqing step in to smooth out the trouble again. But this time she didn't get into trouble, much less have to be confined, which was absolutely heavenly. In the capital, as long as the Great Wall Lao Dang where the cheap old man is around, Yi Ying is not afraid of offending anyone. There was a run pup before, and in most cases, there was no need for Wu Changqing to personally take action. Zhao Run could help her smooth out most of the troubles. Thinking of this, Yi Koma's heart sank low. The world is impermanent. Who would have thought that someone as strong as Run Pup would end up falling? Evening. After settling Zhao Yingying and Zhao's mother, Su Yuan and Yi Ying bought the air tickets to return to Jinling early tomorrow morning. It had been 4 or 5 days since he came to the capital this time. This time it's mainly for the trial, and we're going back after the trial. Tomorrow happened to be the day when the freshmen of the Jinling Beast University started their studies, and both of them had to prepare for the SSS Secret Realmland Selection Showdown 3 days later. Su Yuan was still temporarily staying in Yi Yingjuan's villa. At night, Su Yuan sat alone on his bed, reviewing today's battle. He was surprised to find that the demonic power in his body was 10-1, and it would take at least 2 days to fully recover. Closing his eyes, Su Yuan entered the chaos space. As soon as he came in, he saw the purple sky Qilin sitting on the ground alone and bored, his eyes slightly closed, his body languid, like he was meditating or taking a nap. Not even his own arrival woke him up. The Lion King, on the other hand, was on the ground, having been unconscious and dormant for some time. Today, Su Yuan pumped all the demonic power in its body, causing it to faint directly from shock, and I am afraid that it will not wake up without 3 or 4 days. Touching the Lion King's furry head, Su Yuan still had a little bit of self-reproach inside. Boy, what a commission. At this point, Su Yuan felt someone shaking his body and pinching his face, tickling him. His eyes squinted open a slit, only to see that Yi Ying, who was wearing a layer of muslin pajamas and stepping on little slippers, had entered his room at some point and was pinching his face with her hands. Seeing that Su Yuan didn't sleep, Yi Ying immediately laughed and said, "Kakubo, I've made a big meal. You come and taste it. You can eat the food of a girl as mindful as I am. Just steal it." As soon as Yi Koma said big meal, Su Yuan's stomach really rumbled. He really hadn't eaten anything all day. Su Yuan nodded his head in agreement, and was then forcibly pulled to the kitchen by Jiang Ying. Originally, Su Yuan still had a trace of expectation, but when he saw the blackened windows outside the kitchen from a long distance away, he suddenly lost a bit of his appetite. The dining room table. Yi Brejan let out a long yawn. He had also been sleeping well when this dead girl dragged him out for a big meal. When Yi Koma opened the dish, revealing the 12% cooked, charred like steak inside, Su Yuan and Yi Baojun were instantly filled with black lines. "Have you tasted it yet, Auntie? I feel the need to taste it again before I consider whether to use the word great meal to describe it." Yi Koma picked up the chopsticks, and after tasting a bite, instantly her powdery little face turned green. "I'm cooking for the first time in my life, and the temperature was just a little high." Yi Koma scratched his head and revealed an innocent smile. "Omega, Su Yuan, Yi Brejan." Su Yuan sighed helplessly and turned around to go to the refrigerator to get the ingredients. Letting Yi Koma organize the kitchen she had just burned, Su Yuan was on fire to cook. In not much time, one delicious meal after another was presented in front of Yi Ying and Yi Baojun. The 3 men, all hungry at this point, raised their chopsticks and swept them clean as if they were windswept. Good heavens, what a clear soupy life I had before following the Great Wall Olden. Yi Koma ate the dishes cooked by Su Yuan and was so moved that she almost cried. Yi Baojun also nodded repeatedly. No, the kid does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. After resolving everything, Yi Ying had the good sense to clear the table and carry a large pile of plates to the kitchen to wash the dishes, leaving the 2 of them, Su Yuan and Yi Baojun, who had eaten their fill. Yi Brejan was the first to speak. He had a different kind of interest in Su Yuan and wanted to ask him some questions. Yi Baojun didn't find it strange that Su Yuan was able to awaken an SSS-grade ferocious beast. Su Yuan had exerted the strength of a beast emperor that day and easily killed Zheng Tianlai, and Yi Baojun was not surprised. After all, at his realm, he was already able to see through many things at a glance. The only thing he found strange, the only thing he found surprising, was how in the world did Su Yuan charm her daughter like this? Yi Baojun was numb, raised 19 years of daughter, day after day as a treasure in the hands, but in the eyes of the daughter, but no better than an outsider. He called Bao to Su Yuan every day, and he called Lao Deng to himself, his old father, with one mouthful. You just turned 50 yourself and you're an old denizen? Does that make sense? It's very unreasonable. Yi Breijin told Su Yuan about the doubts in his heart, and the latter's expression was slightly difficult to strain. Su Yuan scratched his head and revealed a smile to ease his embarrassment. Mental note. Nice guy, Mr. Ye's daughter is a slave to him. That's a bit of a hard question to answer for yourself. Companionship is the longest confession. Su Yuan replied after thinking for a while. Yi Breijin sniffed and nodded, feeling that what he said was right. Brat, I'm telling you, this is the only daughter I have. If she really likes you, don't let her down. She's just a little wild and contrary in nature, so take it easy on her. I heard you guys are going back to Jinling tomorrow. I know you're capable of taking care of her. Yi Baojun propped his chin on his hand and said to Su Yuan in a serious tone. Yi Koma was the most important person in this world to Yi Baojun. Think he was 18 years old from the army, for the summer country to guard the outside of the circle for 30 years, made a world of achievements. Once a person in the border to fight the three countries dare not come out. The vast majority of the first half of his life was spent fighting outside the ring, giving up his precious youth for his country. But what did he get? A wife who died young, a daughter born without a mother, with a father who is always out of the loop and can't come back. He had given all he had for his country, and all he wanted for himself was for his daughter to be at peace. Aha, don't worry, Chief Yi. Day 2, one of the earliest flights from the capital to Jinling landed. Yi Koma took Su Yuan's arm, and the two of them got off the airplane and set off for Jinling Fierce Beast University. Today, Yi Ying put on light makeup, wearing a short floral skirt and small white shoes, dressed very delicately. In a crowd, the turnaround is superb. One by one, the surrounding passers-by cast envious gazes towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan had to remove the other person's hand that was wrapped around his arm. Good boy. Watch where you're going. It was 11 o'clock in the morning when we returned to the Golden Beast University. The neighborhood of the school was filled with cars of parents who had come from far and wide to send their children to college. The entrance to the school was crowded and blocked by freshman students who had come to report. There was a cacophony of voices. Today was the day for freshmen to report, and these students who were in the same class as Su Yuan completed their awakening and filled out their volunteers. Today, on the other hand, is the official reporting day? Ugh, played out of my mind. Just 2 points shy of going to Tsinghua. Yeah, I played out of my mind too. Who else would go to a crap school like this? I took the exam from Manhwa province. My final score could easily go to Tsinghua and other provinces, but in Manhwa, I could only be admitted to Jinling Veterinary University. By the way, guys, how many levels are you all at now? How many more levels can it be? It's only just a few days after the successful awakening. It must be level 1. It's only been about 10 days since the successful awakening. Is it possible that you still want to break through level 2? One by one, the students who couldn't squeeze through the school gates cacophonized. Just then, a tall boy in casual clothes walked into the middle of the crowd, inadvertently displaying his body's aura to the crowd. When the crowd felt the level 2 aura on its body, they were shocked. Holy, bro, you're awesome. I can't believe you're level 2. I can't imagine that I can still meet such a genius in the Golden Beast University. Brother, you're awesome. Little brother worships you. Listening to the crowd's boasts and enjoying the envious gazes cast by a group of people, the smile at the corner of Forestry's mouth could no longer be suppressed. He could have been directly guaranteed a place at Tsinghua, but for some reason, he ended up having to come to this Thai school. Looking around the place, Forestry realized that every one of these freshmen who came to report was weak. Almost all of them are level 1, with S-ranked talent, A-ranked mostly, and even B-ranked. Instead, he was an SS-ranked talent, and now that he had successfully awakened just 10 days ago, he had already reached rank 2. With this kind of talent, it was definitely the most outstanding freshman this year. We are all equally geniuses, but there is a gap between geniuses. Someone like him from the capital, who had to have a family history and talent, was many times better than these mongrels. New students are given an initial grade test. Looking at the quiz pillars in the square in the distance, and the line of students waiting for their quiz levels, the corner of Forestry's mouth lifted slightly. I'd love to keep a low profile, but strength doesn't allow it. With that in mind, He followed along behind the long line of people lining up for the test. When the new principal, Xia Qingmei, learned that Su Yuan and Yi Ying had returned from the capital, she personally came over to greet them. The original principal, Zhou Yaodong, has been removed. She has learned the lessons of her predecessor as the new replacement principal. Student Su, I heard that you signed up for our school's secret land selection this year? Inside the principal's office, a professional dress, stepping on high heels, don't have some mature girl flavor. Xia Qingmei looked at Su Yuan and said. Su nodded farther. As principal, I need to remind you of that. This time the selection for the secret land will be even stricter. In the past, 300 people would advance every year to get the chance to try out. This year, because of the higher-ups requirements, it can only be compressed to 100 people advancing. And, this year, all of the students on our school's strongest list are enrolled. At those words, Su Yuan touched his nose. He was indifferent to the matter of the increased difficulty of the trial and the decrease in the number of people advancing. Only if he is strong enough, even if he can only advance one person, he will get it. As for the strong list, Su Yuan had never heard of it. The strong ranking is our Golden Beast University's student dueling performance ranking, and there are 108 people in the entire ranking. These 108 people, the lowest ranked ones are all level 20, and the highest ranked one is a full level 31. Having reached Beast King, this year, all 108 people from the strong ranking will participate in the secret realm selection, and unsurprisingly, the spots will basically be occupied by them. Xia Qingmei explained. 100 people advanced, with 108 of the strongest list attending, and the lowest ranks in the strong list are all level 20. It also meant that to successfully advance and get a chance to try out, one's strength had to be above level 20 at least. This year's trial is extraordinarily difficult, Xia Qingmei lamented. According to this enrollment, the spots are basically going to be taken by these senior strong list students by then, and juniors probably won't even have a chance. By the way, have you not tested for rank yet? You've got your school records in, and it looks like the grade hasn't registered yet, right? Xia Qingmei suddenly thought of something and said to Su Yuan, P.S. Thank you for your support. On the strong push, at the beginning of the month, the two stations together on the 6 monthly votes, 5 monthly votes plus one more. Thank you very much. A rank test? Me? Su Yuan is a person who likes to keep a low profile. He takes it upon himself to hide his rank in front of his fellow students, but he's not averse to it if it's mandatory for the school. Xia Qingmei nodded. With that, he pointed to the quizzing post on the far side of the playground. It's easy for the school to tap into the talent, and it's done every freshman year. School playground. Su Yuan looked at the 100 or so saved heads in front of him and let out a bitter smile. Boy, there are so many people ahead of you in line. Thought it was a separate test? It's a hot summer day. How long do we have to wait for so many people? Right at this moment, Yi Ying, who was wearing a short skirt, appeared in front of Su Yuan. A bottle of cold soda was handed to him. That old woman is really not humane at all either. Old Week is much better than her. I just tested alone last year. Yi Koma twisted open the ice soda and took a sharp gulp, only to feel cold and comfortable. Immediately afterward, she held her own parasol open to shield Su Yuan from the blazing sun above his head. The scene was the envy of the other students in line around them. Some of the boys coincidentally placed their eyes on Yi Ying's absolutely beautiful body and delicate face, but seeing that the name flower was in the right place dispelled some of those thoughts. But that doesn't stop the appreciation. I'll go. Is this a schoolmate? So good looking. What a clear soup I liked before. TSK. This body. It's a bit hot in summer, but it's all scenery at a glance. Is this the schoolgirl of the Golden Beast University? It's absolutely amazing. I've never heard of such a good-looking one before. Not this buddy, what strength. It looks like he's only a freshman. The first day of college, the iceberg schoolgirl comes to deliver water. Isn't this a novel plot? Envious. Otherwise I'd have to ask for a contact. At this point, next to the long line of people waiting in line for the test, two seniors wearing Golden Beast armbands stood side by side. Yeah, look. I didn't realize that our talented schoolmate also came to participate in the rank test. Awakening has broken through level 5 in just 10 days. I have to say, it leaves both of us in the dust. Shangguan Asakawa saw Su Yuan, who was lining up on the side. He was currently a level 30 Beast King, a senior in college, and second on the strongest list. At those words, Yun Yaya, who was behind him, twisted her head, and a trace of disdain was added to her beautiful face. Kinda. It's rumored that he even signed up for the selection duel of the secret realm land. That's a bit out of his depth. In previous years there was a small chance of advancing, but this year all the people on the strong list are participating. My assessment is that there is still practice to be done. Yun Yaya's beautiful eyes didn't even lift a bit, and she replied very perfunctorily to Shangguan Asakawa. She had seen quite a few geniuses over the years, and every single one of them didn't know the sky and always thought that they were the only ones who could do it under the sky. People like that just love to pretend. SSS rank awakened people were indeed powerful, but to think that one could advance in a duel and qualify for the trials based on talent alone was simply delusional. Yuan is currently ranked number 1 on the strongest charts, with a senior year and a level 31 Beast King. He killed Shinsho at a cross level before. I don't think he's simple. And that day, I saw with my own eyes that he was actually able to fight against the Beast King. At those words, Yuan blankly glanced at Shangwan Shanshan. You have to realize that everyone on the strong list will be participating this year. And he, a level 5, is merely killing a level 10 by sheer luck. The weakest of the strongest list is level 20. Compared to that, Su Yuan is still a small rookie. Just practice more if you're a vegetable. Not self-importance to the ring. Surely have to be beaten down. Killed may also be possible. Like to disgrace go. When she said this, Yuan deliberately raised her volume to ensure that Su Yuan, who was beside him, could hear it clearly. She just couldn't get enough of this cocky, arrogant freshman. As he had hoped, Su Yuan heard it too. Shrugging slightly, Su Yuan felt very speechless. Where did this crazy come from to make her presence felt in front of herself? It's acceptable to badmouth yourself. This is also said to one's face that there is something really serious wrong with the genus. This kind of trash just can't put themselves in their place. Yuan stopped mid-sentence, because she realized that the tip of the red gun was already against her brow. It was a hair's breadth away from piercing her pale skin. In front of him, a young girl in a short skirt had her beautiful eyebrows crossed tightly and her gaze was cold. The young girl held a red lance in her hand, while the tip of that lance was aimed at herself. A drop of cold sweat crossed Yuan's forehead and she only felt a chill on her back. The people around them saw this and started to get up in arms. 2 girls up. That's awesome. Of course, Yuan was the one being coaxed. She was so annoyed and embarrassed at the moment that she wanted to just dig a crack and go inside. And the tip of the gun that the young girl in front of her was aiming at her forehead never moved the slightest bit. You, shut up. If you ever point a finger at him again, if he won't clean you up, I will. Yi Koma's face was grim as she spat out a few cold and incomparable words from her small cherry mouth. Yuan gasped and gnashed her teeth. How did this little girl piece dare? She was a Beast King. No, 1 on the strong ranking, and today she was actually defeated under a little girl. Yuan wanted to counterattack, but she flinched as she looked at the Beast Emperor level Beast Soldier that was less than half a centimeter away from her brow. If he himself dared to move now, his head would definitely be pierced through. A Beast Emperor level Beast Soldier. Take a hit and you're probably half dead. You, apologize. At those words, Yuan swallowed a mouthful of spit, scanning the crowd around him who were looking at his own jokes. His face instantly reddened. After a mental struggle, she chose to bow her head and apologize. Yes, sorry, Su Yuan student. I was wrong. Her mouth trembled as she said this. Just then, Principal Xia Qingmei rushed over. Seeing the tense atmosphere, she hurriedly stepped forward to be the peacemaker. Both of them were heavenly prides, and Xia Qingmei didn't want to see anyone get hurt. Changed a few things, especially the leaf tassels. Xia Qingmei didn't want to become the principal of Jinling Beast University with the shortest tenure. After learning the ins and outs of the matter, Xia Qingmei decisively took Su Yuan's side and gave Yuan some verbal education, and let Shangwan Asakawa take her away. Yuan was shaking with anger. In his heart, he cursed Xia Qingmei, but the other person is the principal. After all, she hadn't dared to openly contradict it. Who is this person? Quite inexplicable. I don't think I've offended her. Looking at Yuan's back as she left, Su Yuan asked Xia Qingmei. Her name is Yuan, and she's also considered a popular figure in the Golden Beast University, and she's currently number 1 on the strong ranking. This girl is just straight in nature. Su Yuan, don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Su Yuan became even more interested in the strong ranking. Another strong list. The first place of this strong list was actually a level 31 Beast King powerhouse. To be able to reach Beast King as a school student was truly considered a genius among geniuses. Number 1 on the strongest list? Interesting. Immediately after that, Su Yuan looked at Yi Ying, who was still grimacing and staring deathly at Yuan, who had already left, and let out a snort of laughter. Touching Yi Ying's head, he smiled and said, Not to when the day of the duel comes, I will personally learn the strength of the number 1 on the strong ranking. That, Sister Yi Ying, you're not still angry, are you? At those words, Yi Ying shook his head and quickly switched to a smiling face. Not at all. On the other side at the moment. On the way back, Yuan, who left in a mess, was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Letting Shangguan Shanshan persuade her, it was difficult to calm the anger in her heart. As the number 1 Beast King powerhouse on the strongest list, When had she ever suffered such a great suffocation? That damned little demon girl. Only level 18. Dared to gun for her. A beast king. I heard that this damn little demon girl signed up for the duel too. It's best if this lady doesn't come across, or I'll definitely kill her in the ring. The other side. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer students in front of Su Yuan. Most of the students are graded at level 1. Those who were able to get into the Jinling Fierce Beast University were, unsurprisingly, basically level 1. The several Beast King tutors in charge of recording were sitting in their seats and getting sleepy. They, as beatniks, also really don't understand why schools engage in such formalism. It's only been a few days since the awakening. It's hard to believe that someone could break through level 2? How is that possible? People have the qualifications to break through level 2 in 10 days. How could they come to the tiny Jinling Fierce Beasts University? Suddenly, only a commotion could be heard from the front. The two Beast King tutors were immediately not sleepy. Both of their eyes stared in disbelief at the results displayed on the quiz stone. Level 2? I just saw someone put their hand on the quiz stone and surprisingly lit up 2 pillars. The surrounding crowd of students roared. Holy, awesome. There really is a genius who broke through level 2 in 10 days. We're in the same class. Damn. I'm so envious. Level 2. Am I reading this right? Normal people take at least a month. It's really level 2. This dude is awesome big time. One by one, all of the freshmen were shocked. The two Beast King tutors in charge of recording also dropped their jaws in shock, their faces filled with incredulity, enjoying the envious glances cast by those around him. The corners of Forestry's mouth couldn't be suppressed any longer. It took so long to line up in this much sun. Wasn't it for this moment? Although everyone was a genius, there was a gap between genius and genius. Who says you can't break level 2 in 10 days? Harm. It's just that you don't have enough talent. Who's better than me in this freshman class? He was the one who didn't even go to Tsinghua even though he was guaranteed a place. Immediately after the forestry test showed the results, there was a huge rush of mentors. Every tutor wishes they had such great students. People don't look at me like that. I'm very much a low-key guy. There's no way just have this power harm. The dozen or so students behind forestry were all clear ones without exception. That is, until a little Lolita in a short blue JK, standing 5'5", walked up to the quizzing table and placed her hand on the quizzing stone. Boom! Only to see the quiz stone and the surrounding stone pillars were lit up 3 times in a matter of moments. All those present were shocked. What the hell? Holy! The two tutors in charge of recording were completely confused. What's going on? Someone just measured it as a level 2. And now there's a level 3. The freshmen in this class are really more fierce than each other. Forestry, who had just been full of smiles, had his smile instantly frozen. He rubbed his eyes. Incredulity in his eyes. Level 3? How is this possible? The foresters were straight up stupid. Thought I was going to be the first talent of this freshman class. That's a straight backhand to the face. Looking at the 5'5" lowly that bounced down from the quiz table and only came up to his chest, Forestry only felt his scalp tingle. Tu Susu stroked her forehead hair, stood on her tiptoes, and took the initiative to report her name. With a photo of Tu Susu, click on the paragraph to view. Both hands of the tutor in charge of recording were shaking. This absolute genius At this time in the distance, Su Yuan propped his chin with his hand and looked ahead with interest. He didn't expect that each and every student recruited by the Jinling Beast University this term was so strong. This halfway decent little loli had actually broken through to level 3. Strong indeed. Holy, what kind of concept is this? It's directly overturned my 3 views. Level 3? Are you sure you're not kidding? The quiz stone didn't make a mistake, did it? I've heard that the human world record in foreign countries is also level 3. It's really too strong The tiny Jinling Beast University is actually crouching tigers and hiding dragons. This little loli is indeed powerful. She's only 5 feet tall, but she's killing me in seconds. Right at this moment, the voice of the purple sky Qilin sounded in Su Yuan's ears. Brat! This little girl. She's not human. At those words, Su Yuan's lips trembled slightly. What do you mean? I mean, like the old man, she is not a human and is a ferocious beast. It should be a fox demon ferocious beast. And this kind of ferocious beast is especially simple to transform. I'll give you a heads up, old man. Having reached the realm of the purple sky Qilin, he had already seen too many things. With the Beast Emperor's perception, he could tell at a glance that this little girl was not human. Though morphed into a human, there is still a difference from a real human. Not only that, but the old man was able to see it. This little fox demon is more than just level 3. She's at least 100 years old, and her strength is definitely not lower than a beast exalt. She's deliberately suppressing her strength. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was shocked in his heart. A beast master? It's a rarity to appear on a college campus. Gradually, There were fewer and fewer people in line in front of them. It was soon Su Yuan's turn to test the level. Su Yuan didn't think too much about it and went up to the test bench, placing his hand on the test stone. Boom! The first pillar was lit. Immediately after that, a second pillar was lit. Didn't stop. The third, fourth, and fifth pillars were lit at the same time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Look at this. You guys, look at this. What the hell? It's already lit up to the fifth pillar. This is one of our class, isn't it, boy? Am I right? The eighth pillar was also lit up. Don't be outrageous, okay? The ninth and 10th roots are lit up too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Crazy. Level 10. Don't feed the text. Dear members of the Lord come to see every day. Beg to read. You have to read. I have members of the heat. Only money. Come to see every day. Read the latest 2 chapters. More interaction. Kneeling thank you. When Su Yuan placed his hand on the test bench, all 10 pillars surrounding the test stone were lit up. Everyone present was dumbfounded. It was just too much of a shock for them. This is level 10? Nima? Level 2, 3, is outrageous enough. What's the deal? Level 10? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Who is this, to have risen directly to level 10? No, I'm not mistaken. Level 10. Good lord. It's only been 10 days since the successful awakening. 1 level up in a day? Boy. This is outrageous. Holy, it's crazy. My eyes. Wait, I think I've seen him before. Isn't this that SSS class awakened person who was on TV 10 days ago? Shocked. Someone recognized Su Yuan. The room roared again. That super genius who was the first to awaken an SSS-ranked ferocious beast in the Summer Kingdom in 20 years. Giving up Tsinghua, Beijing University, National Defense Veterinary University. He resolutely chose Jinling Veterinary University's absolute pride. Aren't all SSS class ferocious beasts this dangling? Level 10 now. SSS class ferocious beasts coupled with this leveling up speed. It's too terrifying. Everyone's faces were shocked and incredulous. They've seen genius. Or you've seen it on TV or swiped it on a short video. But comparing all the geniuses they had seen to the teenager in front of them, all of them were a mayfly seeing the blue sky. The gap between people is so stifling and terrifying. You think you're talented enough to call yourself a genius, but compared to a true genius, you don't even qualify to serve as its backdrop. Forrest only felt his scalp tingle at the moment, and his lips were shivering. Level 10? This is too much. He just felt very surreal. Forrest had heard of Su Yuan's name before, but when he saw it today, he realized what was meant by gap. I thought level 2 was genius enough, but wasn't it pure buffoonery in front of him? At this moment, his face was worse than eating a dead fly. He felt embarrassed when he thought about how he had just acted in public. It's too strong, it doesn't even compare. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Su Yuan slightly shrugged his shoulders. He this very much likes to keep a low profile and doesn't like to flaunt it too much, but sometimes it just can't be helped. The strength is there. Removing his hand from the quiz stone, the light from the 10 pillars immediately dissipated. At this moment, Tu Susu, who was wearing a short blue JK skirt underneath, raised her head and looked at Su Yuan on the stage. The corner of her mouth hooked up with a smile of interest. There was no surprise, only a hint of interest on his face. Nice. Ditto what Big Sister said. Leaf Coma was not surprised by this anymore. These were everyday operations, and while she was curious at times, she never asked too many questions. Greeting the shocked and envious gazes of everyone underneath, Su Yuan stepped down from the testing platform. At this moment, he was surprised to find that the JK loli in the middle of the crowd was tilting her head and looking at herself with a strange gaze. Su Yuan couldn't help but recall what the purple sky Qilin had said again. A fox demon? It's still a beast Dharma powerhouse. Looking at this 1m5 little loli in front of him, Su Yuan was completely unable to connect his beast Zune powerhouse together, because he couldn't feel any breath from its body. The hiding is really deep. Briefly interacting with Tu Susu's gaze, the other party noticed Su Yuan and decisively avoided his eyes. Just then, a whole bunch of Beast King tutors scrambled over. Most of them were freshman counselor mentors, and they were all here to rob Su Yuan. Classes are not yet divided, so instructors have the autonomy to choose their own students. The tutors who had just gathered around Forestry were now all gathered around Su Yuan. Forestry, on the other hand, is simply ignored. Compared to a level 10 awakened person, level 2 was just too shabby. Classmate, would you consider being my student and joining my class? I'll give you all the resources I have. Join our class. We have super girls. Come on. I'll assign you 8 girlfriends for the week. I have my eye on your classmate. Don't hesitate. Just follow me. Beast Dignity Power Pack 1-on-1 instruction. Gradually, The number of freshman tutors surrounding Su Yuan increased to a dozen. They almost fought at the moment in order to snatch Su Yuan as a student. After all, this once-in-a-century genius, snatch the future career will be secure. There is such a powerful student. Who see in the future do not pass a cigarette. Nakden, I saw it first, don't take it from me. No, how about a fight and whoever wins gets it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just fight. Who's afraid? The scene was chaotic for a while. All of the surrounding freshmen were dumbfounded, each one shocked in place, their eyes filled with incredulity. Squeezed in the middle of the crowd, Su Yuan was speechless. Evening. Inside the penthouse, Su Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes tightly closed, and at the moment, his divine sense was in the chaotic space. The boy, falling back to sleep, sleeps so soundly. In these 2 days, the old man was even bored. Seeing Su Yuan come, the purple heavenly Qilin lying on the head of a huge lion sat up and lamented. The Lion King had been asleep for quite some time now, and the bottom line was that it was estimated that he would not wake up for another 3 days. During this period of time, the purple sky Qilin was bored, and originally had nothing to do but move around with the Lion King to break up the time. Can't do anything now. Su Yuan, by the way, I heard that your boy is going to select a duel the day after tomorrow? You can't use the old man's power for now, and this poodles is fainting now, so you can't use his power either. Be sure to take care of yourself in the showdown the day after tomorrow. Your opponent, I'm afraid, is much stronger than you. The violet sky Qilin admonished Su Yuan. He knew that Su Yuan, this kid, liked to fight the most, and was not generally fierce in a fight, drying up twice in 3 days, causing him, a peak beast emperor, to be on edge every day. I thought that he was able to reach the peak of the beast emperor back then, all because of go, harm, brat, be lewd and develop steadily. If you can't beat them, run, and you'll have everything if you're a gouge anyway. The big deal is that he smiled slightly and embraced the crowd to his side, holding his forehead. Su Yuan revealed a harmless smile. It's hard to disagree. Suddenly, a transparent attribute panel popped up in front of Su Yuan's eyes. What's the situation? Automatically popped up? Su Yuan, age, 18, rank, 10, skills, no. 1 beast technique, pale yellow dragon leader. 2nd beast technique, dome of the sky. 3rd beast technique, chaos breath. Extreme evolution, new at level 10 one-time use. Can permanently evolve pale yellow Yinglong into world-destroying Yinglong? With super SSS talent. Looking at the option of ultimate evolution that suddenly appeared on the system panel. So far people are stupid? Surprisingly, it can evolve inquisitively again. And super SSS rank, what kind of talent is that? How come I haven't heard of it? Above the SSS level? After thinking about it for a while, Su Yuan understood that it was literal. Super SSS-grade talent. Exterminating Yinglong. On top of the SSS rank talent. It turns out there is another one. Holding back his excited heart and trembling hands, Su Yuan's heart was a batch of pleasure at the moment. He had a bold guess that there was definitely more than 1 or 2 inquisitive evolutions. With the leveling up, there should be an ultimate evolution next. Elder, do you know about the super SSS rank talent? Closing the system panel, Su Yuan asked the purple sky Qilin. Upon hearing this, the violet sky Qilin stroked his white beard and coughed lightly twice, then said, Brat, you're asking the right person. The old man has lived for hundreds of years and has seen nothing and knows nothing. This super SSS-grade talent is a rare talent that overrides above SSS-grade talents. The entire blue star, inside and outside the circle, humans and ferocious beasts are counted. Not one has come out in 100 years. As long as you reach super SSS level talent and develop at ease, you are guaranteed to be a golden jade beast emperor. Or even, the purple sky Kirin's words paused for a moment, then continued, it's not impossible to even reach the supreme beast emperor. It's just a little less likely. According to the purple sky unicorn, the golden jade beast emperor and the supreme beast emperor were 2 great realms above the beast emperor. In the last few hundred years, not a single golden jade beast emperor level powerhouse had appeared in the entire blue planet. Those powerhouses who managed to break through the golden jade beast emperor 1,000 years ago were all in seclusion and avoiding the world. As for the legendary supreme beast emperor, it had become a mythical history. There was hardly any person or ferocious beast that could break through level 90 and reach that legendary realm. At least he hadn't heard of it in the last few thousand years. Having gotten the information he wanted, Su Yuan was satisfied. A super SSS ranked talent would be guaranteed to become a golden jade ranked beast emperor. And what level of talent is above the super SSS level talent? Su Yuan could be certain that that stage definitely existed. But no one in this world has ever reached the top since the beginning of time. Ding dong! Just then, Su Yuan heard the doorbell of his room ring. After bidding farewell to the purple sky Qilin, Su Yuan's divine sense was withdrawn from the chaotic space. Opening his eyes and stepping on his slippers, Su Yuan opened the door to his room. It wasn't anyone else outside. It was none other than Yi Tassel, who was currently wearing light pajamas. There were only 2 apartment rooms on the entire top floor, and Yi Ying's room was on the opposite side of Su Yuan's. Only to see Yi Koma at the moment drenched in fragrant sweat, hot and only spitting out her tongue. Su Yuan opened the door. She did not open her mouth at the first time, but directly drilled into it. The power is out. Is out. I'm so convinced. I had just finished undressing in the shower and had just put on my body wash when the power went out. As soon as he came in, Yi Koma lay down on the soft couch in the living room and smoothly stuffed a peeled orange into his mouth. Feeling the tiniest bit of cool air blowing out of the air conditioner just makes you feel refreshed. That, Kakubo, I don't think you're taking a bath right now. Your bathroom, can I go in and wash? Su Yuan's expression was wonderful. In his previous life as an independent hitman, he had a little experience with jobs like overhauling electrical circuits. That, Leaf Tassel's sister. It's okay, Blackout, I'll go to check the circuit for you. See if it can be fixed. Upon hearing this, Yi Ying didn't even think about it and directly refused. Oops, not so much. The big deal is that tonight, we're sleeping together. I'm going to take a shower first. Su Yuan? Su Yuan? Su Yuan? Sleeping together? This, definitely not. Don't even think about it. God, what is she thinking all day long? A jasmine-scented shower gel fragrance wafted out from the middle of the bathroom along with the sound of clattering water. Along with it was the faint scent of a young girl's body. Su Yuan rummaged around the living room and found a large toolbox in which he found some common tools. It's not a problem to check a circuit. Connect a wire or something. Taking advantage of the fact that Yi Koma was in the shower, Su Yuan pushed open the door of Yi Koma's apartment room, found the electric switch box, and began to rummage around. After a careful inspection, Su Yuan discovered that a wire had deteriorated, ultimately causing the power supply system of the entire room to collapse. Just need to reconnect a wire and it's okay. But it was late at night and he couldn't get the wires he needed. Bad. Just then, from his apartment room came the voice of Yi Tassel. The voice reached Su Yuan's ears through several doors, and although it was faint, it could be heard. Kakubo, do me a favor. Forgot my towel. Pass me a towel. Please, please, please. Su Yuan had no choice but to bring a towel with extreme reluctance and walk to the door of the bathroom. Yi Koma opened the bathroom door a small crack, then stretched out a white jade hand. Su Yuan delivered the towel to the other party's hand. Thanks. The next moment, a girl's cry of pain was heard, and a thud was heard as it hit the floor. The towel that had just been taken into Yi Ying's hands was instantly dislodged at this moment and fell to the ground. Hurts eh? The fall hurt. Yi Koma had just focused only on getting the towel, completely not paying attention to the piece of soap under her feet, stepping on it and slipping, falling directly to the ground. Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a tug at his heart. What is this? Are you alright? Yi Koma's sister. The bathroom was quiet for a few moments before a few painful gasps came from Yi Koma. Su Yuan frowned slightly, but he couldn't just go in and look. Something's wrong. My foot injury hasn't fully healed from the last one, and I've broken it again. And this leg, it's sprained too eh? It hurts like hell. Listening to Yi Ying's voice inside, Su Yuan was a bit worried at the moment. Available at. The key is what to do. That. Why don't you come in and give me a hand? Across a bathroom door, Yi Koma spoke again at this moment. She did hurt now. It hurt like hell. It's okay, just close your eyes. Close your eyes. You can't see anything. Su Yuan only felt his scalp go numb. This. Just as he was hesitating, the voice of the purple sky Qilin rang in his ears. Ahem. Brat. You don't even understand what this means? Beautiful you. Hurry up and go Other girls have said so. You still. Before Kirin could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Su Yuan. Shut up, old man. Su Yuan had almost forgotten that there was also the purple sky Qilin. This old dang, but can see it all. Absolutely not. This old dang turned out to be so immodest. Scanning around the room, Su Yuan saw the hardened holy lance that was placed on the coffee table in the living room. Su Yuan opened the door a crack, then stuck the quenching sacred lance inside. Hold on to this. It should work. It took a while of tossing and turning before they finally got along. But Yi Tassel's foot and right leg were really twisted. He could barely walk with Su Yuan's assistance, and that was with a limp. I'll sleep in your bed tonight then. You're not going to let me go back to sleep alone. My house is in the dark. I don't even have an air conditioner in that house. It's so hot eh? You can't really bear to send me back, can you? Yi Koma's eyes were full of begging as she looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan propped up his forehead and looked at the reddish patch of blood bruises on Yi Ying's pink knee, his heart a little shaken. Picking Yi Ying up and placing him on the sofa, Su Yuan took out the Yunnan Baiyao for bruises from the drawer. It's really aggravating. Weirdly painful, isn't it? Applying Yunnan Baiyao on the blood stasis on the other party's pink knee, Su Yuan said as he did so. Aha! Su Yuan really couldn't figure out why this girl would be so fragile. It didn't seem to be like this before, right? With a long gun in your hand, you can fight anyone. So, can I sleep in your bed tonight? Yi Koma asked again, his eyes blearily, his gaze full of longing. Su Yuan scratched his head, not knowing how to reply for a moment. That said, haha, you sleep peacefully at night. Don't cross the line. The left half of the bed is yours. The right half is mine. Su Yuan sat on his soft Simmons bed, divided the bed into left and right sides with his hands, and put his summer quilt and pillow together on the right half of the bed, and said to Ying, aha. Yi Koma nodded her head obediently, her eyes full of joy. Only once tonight, ha. Tomorrow, I'm sending you. Before Su Yuan finished speaking, Ying wearing pink short socks had already stepped on his bed with both feet, and then lay comfortably in a big shape, completely ignoring the boundary Su Yuan had just drawn. What did you just say? Su Yuan, changing into his pajamas and stepping on his slippers, Su Yuan simply washed up. When he returned to the bedroom, he saw that Yi Koma was still sleeping casually, and his right half of the bed was taken up with little space left. Seeing this, Su Yuan expressionlessly picked up Yi Tassel, ignoring the other party's struggles, and threw him onto the left half of the bed. By the way, he rolled up his summer quilt and laid it in the middle of the bed as a boundary line. Auntie, I'm a light sleeper and I'm not used to sleeping in a room with someone, especially a bed. You sleep on yours, I'll sleep on mine. After saying that, Su Yuan directly reached out and turned off the lights inside the house. The bedroom with only 2 people in it instantly went dark. Crooked, don't be in such a hurry to turn off the lights. I haven't taken off my clothes yet. Su Yuan didn't reply. Yi Koma sidled up to her right side and assumed a sleeping position she was used to, a position where she could just hear a faint snore coming from the tip of Su Yuan's nose. The sound is so small that you can't hear it unless you listen closely. Asleep so soon? Isn't it a light sleeper? Fumbling in the dark and removing the 2 pajamas she was wearing, Yi Koma also felt sleepiness coming on. Looking at Su Yuan on his right, the other was sleeping heavily. Gee, what a sleeper, Lying beside such a big beauty or not heartbeat, is not the body. Shaking his head violently, Yi Koma's face instantly reddened, not daring to continue thinking further. In shallow sleep, Su Yuan only felt that his abdomen was being pressed by something, while one of his left ears was tickling. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Yuan first turned on the light and then felt towards his abdomen. Su Yuan touched a smooth piece of skin. Branching his head up, he realized that it was Leaf Tassel's thighs resting on his stomach, only to see Yi Ying completely crossing the line at the moment, placing a leg on Su Yuan's body in a position that was comfortable for him. What was even more unexpected to Su Yuan was that Yi Ying's mouth had been pressed against his left ear at some point. It was accompanied by a gust of sniffles from the young girl that made the entire left side of his face itch. At this moment, Yi Ying almost removed all the clothes on his entire body. The pink ketone body still exuded a faint body fragrance, but using the sleeping position, cleverly covering several important parts, sleeping very deeply. You really don't think of me as an outsider, do you? Su Yuan scratched his head and covered Yi Ying with the quilt, then brought his own bedding and opened the door to his room gently. The whole thing barely made a sound. This night, Su Yuan slept on the sofa in the living room. It was a comfortable sleep. Day 2. Su Yuan had just opened his eyes when he saw 2 big flashing eyes that were looking at him suspiciously. Why are you sleeping here? Yi Koma had already gotten dressed by now and shook her hand in front of his face to make sure Su Yuan was awake. Bought you breakfast. Su Yuan sat up from the sofa and rubbed his already messy hair, realizing that it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Taking the breakfast from Yi Koma's hand, Su Yuan stretched and froze for a while. Didn't sleep well, and wanted to lie down again and go back to sleep. I was just going down to get breakfast when I saw that the first round of matchups had been announced. Tomorrow morning, the first round of the duel will begin, and your opponent will be Zhang Duan. Yi Koma pulled out her cell phone and opened the photo she had just taken of the dueling list. Zhang Duan, junior year, 19th grade, is also considered a man of the moment in junior year, and his grade can be ranked in the top 5. There was a circle of top students at the Golden Beast University, where geniuses from all grades knew each other. Yi Koma dominated the number 1 spot in all matchups in his grade during his freshman year. There had also been dealings with Zhang Duan. You have to be careful. This guy is also an idiot and likes to play dirty if he can't beat them. A student died by his hand in the last selection duel. The key is that Zhang Dust used underhanded tactics and even failed to advance in the last selection duel. So this time, he is bound to win. Listening to Yi Koma's words, Su Yuan nodded his head, already having a plan in his heart. Level 19? 9 levels ahead of myself. Su Yuan was still unable to use the Lion King and Kirin's power at the moment, and it wouldn't do to let Dogden take a shot at tomorrow's showdown. It would be too flashy. But despite this, Su Yuan did not panic in the slightest. The west is austere. Outside the circle, Eastway Island, a rectangular log table was set up in the large conference room. Shelton, a 5-star admiral of the lighthouse state, tapped the tabletop rhythmically with the knuckles of his index finger. The middle-aged man sitting across from him grimaced and didn't say a word. There are only 3 countries involved in this negotiation. One is the Summerland. The other 2 are the Sakura Nation, which is in the international limelight, and the Lighthouse Nation, which is currently number 1 in the world in terms of overall strength. All 3 countries sent generals to this negotiation. General Yi, you need to give me an explanation. We have a lieutenant colonel in the Lighthouse Nation who is missing in your summer country, with a high probability of sacrifice. Dare I ask, what is the purpose of such an action by your summer kingdom? Sheldon said with a smile that was full of amusement. Without waiting for the grim-faced Yi Baojun to reply, Sheldon continued, we're going to go ahead and send troops into Xia to investigate this. I hope you, Xia, don't know better, Sheldon threatened. As he spoke, the aura of a level 71 Beast Emperor was slightly exposed on him. P.S. Speechless death. The next chapter is blocked again family members. If unlocked tomorrow, people do not mistakenly subscribe. Everyone remember to look at the back catalog. There are duplicate chapters. Do not set. The numbers are bleak. The families are alone. The Lighthouse Nation had only been founded for more than 200 years, but it possessed 4 Beast Emperors, a dozen Peak Beast Saints, and thousands of Beast Emperor powerhouses, as many as there were. In contrast, the Summerland was already in decline a few decades ago. It was Sheldon's idea to send Luis on a mission to Summerland. If Luis succeeded in his mission, then Thousand Wing Emperor June would definitely deal a fatal blow to Xia. If Luis fails and dies in battle, then Sheldon can use this as a reason to attack Summer. Today's Summerland is definitely no match for the Lighthouse State. Sheldon, don't you dare. I'd rather still ask you why an important figure from your Lighthouse Nation's military would show up in our summer country? Do you want to explain? Yi Brejan slammed the table and stood up directly, not losing him the slightest in terms of momentum. He knew that the Lighthouse State was militaristic and had long since seen Xia as a plate of fat meat for the table. Salivating and wolfish. Today's talk of people disappearing in the Summerland is just a cover for trying to start a war. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi, you are a man of substance. Since Xia is not willing to cooperate with our Lighthouse Nation's investigation, then we have to fulfill the International Convention. Oh, a smile curled the corners of Sheldon's mouth, and then he pulled out a so-called International Convention from his hand, pointing to the thin sheet of paper. Sheldon chuckled. In accordance with international conventions, we in the Lighthouse Nation, as the world's law enforcers, have determined that you and the Summerland are engaged in extremist activities against us in the Lighthouse Nation. That's why we're going into the Summerland to suppress extremist activity. Summerland, any comments? Sheldon stood up, smugness in his eyes. Yi Baojun clenched his fists tightly and a wave of anger rushed to his heart as he looked at this shameless man. Sheldon, it's a shameful thing to do. Just then, Daisuke Miyazaki of the Sakura Nation also stood up and supported Sheldon. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom itself was a dog on the side of the Lighthouse Kingdom, and had always regarded the Summer Kingdom as its #1 rival. Now that he saw that the Lighthouse Kingdom was going to attack Xia, he naturally came to make a stand and do his duty as a dog, and in the meantime get a share of the pie when the time came. Mr. Shelton, the decision you and the Lighthouse State made was so wise. I think it's necessary too. If the Lighthouse Kingdom is going to make a move, then the Cherry Blossom Kingdom is bound to send out its strongest men as well, and join your country in attacking the Summer Kingdom. At that, Sheldon grinned so hard that the corners of his mouth went to the base of his ears. It's still little Baka who comes to things. Now that they have joined forces, how can Xia be a rival? Looking at Sheldon and Daisuke Miyazaki's wolfish appearance, Yi Baojun slammed the table and said angrily, "That's good. There's a shotgun for the jackal. If you dare to come, you will be executed even though you are far away." After saying that, Yi Baojun left angrily with a full of anger, leaving behind the two of them, Sheldon and Miyazaki Daisuke. Sheldon sneered and glanced at Daisuke Miyazaki. "I've contacted the hexagonal building, and in less than 2 hours, all of our strongest men from the Lighthouse Kingdom will arrive. Miyazaki, you Sakura Kingdom shouldn't be stingy either. Send out your Jingwa Beast Emperor." Upon hearing this, Miyazaki Daisuke made a direct 90-degree bow, followed by an immediate domestic telegram to gather strong men at fire speed. "Oh, no need to be afraid, Breaker. I've sent someone to back you up. Old Mr. Penzone has gone." Standing on the borderline between the inner and outer circles of Xia, Yi Baojun looked out at his motherland behind him. The voice of the chief commander on the other end of the phone gave Yi Baojun a sense of certainty in his heart. Yes, God bless my summer kingdom. It didn't take long to hang up. A signaling station on the border of Xia detected hundreds of extremely strong forces coming in at speeds of over 100 Mach. Yi Xia frowned slightly, knowing that it was the strongest people from the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom that had come. This time, Yi Baojun mobilized almost all the strongest members of the Xia military. Dozens of beast emperors and 5 or 6 beast saints were deployed. The Great Wall of Wu was also there in person. This battle had to be fought to beat back these jackals who had thoughts about the Xia Kingdom. Hundreds of ones in white military uniforms stepped on the void, their faces staring straight ahead. Suddenly, only a few hundred light shadows were seen bursting into the air at great speed in the distance. Yi Bajuan's throat moved. This is so strong. These hundreds of light shadows, the weakest in strength, were actually peak beast emperor. Yi Baojun sensed that there were 3 extraordinarily strong auras, an aura that could only belong to a beast emperor. 3 beast emperors? Is this bringing out the family fortune? In the blink of an eye, 100 foreign powerhouses from the Sakura and Lighthouse Kingdoms burst into view. The 3 people at the head of the group had their feet stepping on the void, and the strong aura on their bodies caused space to distort. These 3 were all beast emperors of the Lighthouse Kingdom, the gods of the town, and would definitely not come out of their nests until the moment of the joint. The hexagon supports this one. That's why the Lighthouse Kingdom had all 3 major beast emperors present, except for the one who was in seclusion. This included Sheldon, who had just unsuccessfully negotiated with Yi Baojun on Dongtu Island. In addition to the 3 beast emperors, the Lighthouse Kingdom had also sent out 10 peak beast saints, and the rest of the low-grade beast saints totaled 20 to 30 people. However, what made Sheldon feel annoyed was that this group of little baka from the Sakura country had sent just a few low-level beast saints, and then there were a few peak beast emperors. You could say that you don't want to put in any effort to come over and get a piece of the action. Yo, the strongest members of your Xia military have come together. Then it's just as well that all of them are slaughtered. Not one of them. A beast emperor of the Lighthouse Nation wearing green armor. Level 72. SSS-ranked beast emperor stood out and smiled. Right now, although the summer country has sent out so, but the beast saints are few and far between. Just take some low-level beast emperor to fill up the number. Not a little use. One must know that the gap between a beast emperor and a beast saint was greater than the gap between a beast saint and a dog. In front of the beast emperor, even if the 2 peak beast saint powerhouses of the Xia Kingdom were to come together, they wouldn't be able to carry a single move. And there were a total of 3 beast emperors that came this time. 1 level 71 beast emperor and 2 level 72 beast emperors. Such a terrifying formation could overthrow a continent of the Blue Star with the snap of a finger. More than 70 years ago. It's time for us to settle the score. The terrifying aura of the beast emperor in green armor exploded out, and the terrifying pressure it released shook the strongest people present below the beast saints and sent them flying out dozens of meters away. Within a few hundred meters of its terrifying power breath, the bodies of these low-grade powerhouses simply could not withstand it, and had to retreat far away or else burst into flames at any time. Just as he was about to strike, he only heard a deafening sonic boom from 10,000 meters above. This terrifying sonic boom seemed to come from the chaos universe, causing the many powerful people present to instantly break out in a cold sweat. The face of the beast emperor who was just about to make a move abruptly changed. This familiar aura made him fearful. This old guy didn't die. So many years have passed, and he hasn't even fallen. Get out of the way. In the next second, an extremely strong force tore through the void. Before several peak beast saint powerhouses from the Lighthouse Kingdom could react, they directly exploded into a puddle of blood mist. Members do not raise the book. Need you to point to the latest 2 chapters every day. To a catch-up reading. A catch-up reading, the difference between a heat. Now the heat sometimes even 100 cannot break. Please. 4 or 5 peak beast saint powerhouses exploded into puddles of blood mist at this moment. The remaining dozens of low-level beast saints, because they were far away, had their bodies blown away by the aftermath of this force, and one by one, like kites with broken strings, they fell down from 1,000 meters above the sky and smashed towards the ground. As for the few peak beast emperor powerhouses from the Sakura Kingdom, they were instantly blown to pieces and crumbled to dust as the aftershocks spread to them. With just one move, the Lighthouse and Sakura Kingdoms fell dozens of strong men. Their souls were destroyed along with their physical bodies. The 3 beast emperors barely escaped this terrifying blow because they ran fast and dodged at breakneck speed when they saw the cracks appear in the void. A cold sweat broke across Sheldon's forehead. Peng Zhu, this old thing actually didn't die. And looking at this strength, it seems to have broken through again. In that battle more than 70 years ago, Peng Zhu fought 5 beast emperors all by himself, decapitating 4 beast emperors and severely injuring himself. After so many years had passed, Sheldon assumed that Peng Zhu was probably dead long ago after he had suffered such a serious injury. Otherwise it wouldn't have been more than 70 years without any news at all. But who else but Peng Zhu could be the one to strike now? Without ever showing himself, he was able to subdue numerous peak beast saint powerhouses with just the power of a single thought. If the three of them beast emperors had just dodged when they couldn't dodge, they might have fallen on the spot as well. Mud, Fark, damn old thing, how he lived so long. Shelton was fearful in his mind, but managed to force himself to curse. If they knew that Peng Zhu was still alive, even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to take action against Xia. Let's pull out, Sheldon said to the crowd behind him. Peng Zhu hadn't shown up yet, but the Lighthouse Nation side was already in disarray. They knew that they were unbeatable, and now they could only run away in disgrace. This time, they had already lost 5 or 6 peak beast saints and a dozen low-level beast saints. Let's go, let these little baka remain here to die. Within a few breaths of effort, the 3 beast emperors of the Lighthouse Kingdom and the dozen surviving beast saints figures dissipated into the void. The Sakura Nation's strongmen were all dumbfounded one by one. Voorhees, running that fast? The strongest of the Lighthouse Kingdom could quickly run through the void created by the Beast Emperor, and their Sakura Nation's powerhouse couldn't do it. Sakura Nation was supposed to be a dog of the Lighthouse Nation, just trying to pick up the slack and get a piece of the action. Who would have thought that the Lighthouse State Run would not take them with them at all? Nowadays, there were only a few low-grade beast saints and a few peak beast emperors left in Sakura country. It was being surrounded by hundreds of strong men from the Xia Kingdom, and there was no way to retreat. Without the blessing of the Lighthouse Kingdom, and with half of the strongest people having just fallen, they were now bereft. There's something to be said for that. Today is a misunderstanding. Daisuke Miyazaki was crying at the moment. Mud, none of the Lighthouse Nation are righteous. At least we're allies. What can we do if you run away and take us with you? Nowadays, of the remaining dozen or so strong people in the Sakura Kingdom, the strongest Miyazaki Daisuke was only a rank 68 beast saint, and the weakest was a peak beast emperor. Looking at Yi Baojun and other powerhouses continuously approaching, Miyazaki Daisuke clenched his teeth and snapped vicious words. Do you want to offend the Sakura country to the end and then completely turn the tables? Don't force us to fight like trapped beasts. You can't easily gnaw on our hard bones. Just then, a red figure appeared in front of Yi Baojun. It was an old man wearing a white military uniform, with his feet stepping on the void and a long sword in his hand. Meet General Pang, Yi Brejan said respectfully. Let the old man strike. The many powerhouses of the Xia Kingdom retreated, only to see the Taiku Xian Yuan sword in Pang Zhu's hand fall gently. A sword chi that could cut through mountains and seas wrapped in a terrifying aura that was enough to destroy the entire continent, and swept towards the many powerful people of the Sakura country. The Sakura Nation crowd was dumbfounded at the sight. Those who could use their Imperial armor forms used them, and those who couldn't transformed into ferocious beasts and ran in panic in all directions. But under that red sword chi, everything seemed futile. Just a mere trace of the aftermath instantly burned the Sakura country's many dying powerhouses into pieces. The destructive sword chi continued to spread without stopping, splitting several thousand-meter peaks in a row. The entire continental plate shook continuously, stirring up waves several thousand meters high. The undersea plate was torn apart, triggering a monstrous wave. Huge waves, thousands of meters high, rolled vastly towards the coastal strip of the island nation of Sakura. The scene was extremely spectacular. Lightly a sword directly split the continental plate. The next little cherry blossom this island country to suffer awe. The terrifying battle power looked silly to everyone present. Is this the strength of a peak beast emperor? It's horrible, isn't it? Yi Baojun couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of spit in his heart as he was shocked by everything. Well, go back. With those words, the red figure instantly dissipated into the void. It was only at this time that the surrounding crowd realized that this was actually just an idea, and not Peng Zhu's personal presence. Day 2. Early in the morning, the first item on the teeming hot search was the largest tsunami in 100 years in the Sakura country, which was an epic disaster. Today is the first day of the start of the selection match finals for the Golden Beast University. Early in the morning, more than 700 students who had signed up for the SSS-grade Secret Realm Falling Sky Realm assembled in the playground and stood in their grades. This Fallen Heavenly Realm trial, the senior year had the largest number of applicants, with more than 500 people. There were over 100 in the junior class and only 7 in the sophomore class. As for freshman year, for the first time ever, one person managed to enroll. Su Yuan became the only student in the history of the Jinling Beast University to participate in the Falling Heaven Realm trial as a freshman. The Fallen Heavenly Realm, one of the 10 SSS-grade secret realms of the Summer Kingdom, was a spatial world created by a Beast Emperor powerhouse that didn't exist in the real world and needed to be accessed through teleportation. The Fallen Heavenly Realm had to crush the High Tuo forest in every aspect, and was a well-deserved SSS-grade secret realm. It was one of the few secret places that possessed high chances, but the danger factor was not too high. In terms of historical attribution, The fallen heavenly realm belonged to the Jinling Beast University, which owned the fallen heavenly realm's teleportation array. In the past, entering the fallen heaven realm trials was not a difficult task. The threshold was too low, which led to many students losing their lives. This is not something that the Golden Beast would like to see. That's why the number of slots to enter the fallen heavenly realm has been reduced this year, and it requires that all of the strong list students in their senior year participate. For the safety of the students, the current policy, essentially, is to only charge juniors, and it is extremely difficult for juniors to advance. After all, with 100 slots available, the Big Four list has 108 people signed up to face off, feet wrapped in black silk, stepping on red-soled high-heeled shoes, don't have the flavor of a mature woman. Xia Qingmei stood on the podium and briefly introduced the rules of this trial. Everyone is a genius of our Golden Beast University's 100 miles. The selection duel is divided into 3 rounds, and each round is an elimination system, where the loser is directly eliminated and the winner advances to the next round. The winner of all 3 rounds gets a spot in the promotion. The final advancement was around 100 people who qualified for the trial. These words instantly caused a stir among the students present. Most of the students were attending this trial for the first time. This was a legendary SSS class secret place, if not by virtue of the unique conditions of the Golden Beast University. I'm afraid that most people would not have the qualifications to enter this kind of high-level secret land in their lifetime. After all, there were only 10 SSS class secret realms in the entire Summer Kingdom, and most of them didn't open once in decades. The opportunities, resources, and treasures in the Fallen Heaven realm made every student of the Golden Beast University obsessed with it. Some people even gave up attending Tsinghua Jing University and chose Jinling Beast University and waited hard for 4 years just for a chance to try out, because they know that this one small opportunity could bring more than all the other times in their lives combined. I've heard that all of the people on the Big Four power list are participating. There are over 100 of us in our junior year. I don't think more than a single digit will advance. Mard. Last year there were still 300 slots. This year it's 100. And they let everyone on the Big Four list participate. This is not wanting to give the other grades a chance, is it? It's so hard to advance this year. And the school obviously only wants to give seniors a chance. So are we sophomores and juniors here to run with the pack? Tell a joke. No. One junior class is at the bottom of the power rankings. Isn't this still freshman year? Ha 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 ha. Asterisk. I forgot if you didn't tell me. People haven't even complained their freshman year. We're not going to. Everyone understood in their hearts that it would be extraordinarily difficult to advance this time. Most of the places will only go to the students on the strong list. Don't get too discouraged though. After all, there is still the opportunity to sign up for the next year. The odds are that anyone under the age of 4 will only have to run with them this year. At this moment, Su Yuan stood in the line of sophomores, listening to the comments of the people around him without saying a word. Not that he thinks he's going to run with it this year. He had come to the Jinling Beast University for the Fallen Heaven Realm trial, so he had to advance in this year's trial, and to advance with a first-place finish. According to Xia Qingmei, there would be 100 people advancing after the 3 duels. At that time, these 100 people would need to go through the experience again, calculate the final results and rank them. The students with the top 10 grades could independently choose the teleportation drop point to enter the Fallen Heavenly Realm. The other students, on the other hand, are just waiting to be randomly transported to the desert or the mouth of a ferocious beast. It's not out of the question that the sky will collapse to open and you'll be eliminated outright. It was clear to Su Yuan that he had to advance with a top 10 finish. If it is a matter of maximizing benefits, then it is to advance to the first place. So he's up against more than just a few people. All the top-ranked students on the strongest list were his opponents. Your duel with Zhang Duan is this afternoon, isn't it? Just as Su Yuan was thinking, he heard Yi Ying's voice beside him. Yes. Su Yuan raised his head and replied. That's good. My duel is in the morning, and it's going to start in a little while. You must come and see it. Yi Koma's matchup was scheduled for 10 a.m. Her first round matchup was against Huang Xin, 81st in the strongest list, level 24 beast spirit, 10 o'clock in the morning. The large dueling arena was divided into 4 areas, east, west, north and south, and could accommodate 4 duels at the same time. At this time in the West End dueling grounds, thousands of seats in the arena were filled to capacity, and almost all of the students who didn't have classes showed up to watch the fight. Life was booming and cheering. Boom! It was accompanied by a black wolf ferocious beast's body falling heavily onto the ground and reverting to its human form. The mentor on the high platform announced that the winner of the match had been decided. The 10th round of the morning duel. Zhang Yihan wins. The students watching the battle around them were more excited than one another. I have long heard that the selection of the secret place is very interesting, and today I have seen that it is really not false. I'll go. Are all the people on the strong ranking so hung up? They win matches like drinking water. I've read that this Zhang is from the strong ranking. No wonder it won so easily. What's a strong list? Ha, what are you guys talking about? Asterisk 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 brother, this you even know do not know. Strong list is a very powerful list. That above are all senior students. The most trash level are above level 20. Yes, so far in the morning, 10 duels have been held, and as long as there is someone from the strong ranking among them, then the person from the strong ranking is bound to win. Isn't this nonsense? How could someone from the strong rankings lose? They're all so high ranked one by one. There weren't this many people on the strongest list the previous year either. Immediately after that, the 11th matchup of the morning began. When Yikoma took the stage, it triggered a sensation among the students present. The little demoness name could be said to be almost universally known in the Golden Beast University. Holy, little demoness. She's even here for the selection. Little demoness is very strong. I seem to remember that she has never lost. TSK, but it's hard to say. The little demoness opponent is Huang Xin. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 8-1. Maybe the little demoness is going to roll over this time. Sophomore challenging senior. She's crazy, isn't she? At the moment in a spot near the bleachers, Zhang Duan couldn't help but snort out a laugh as he surveyed Ying and Huang Xin on the stage. The little demon girl is going to be finished this time. How was she so unlucky to be matched with a student from the strongest list in the first round? Zhang Chen and Ying knew each other, and the two had once had a duel. Although Zhang Chen was one level higher than Ying at the time, and had also studied for one more year than Ying, he was still beaten down without exception. Zhang Dust had been holding a grudge, losing to a little girl, but it was too humiliating. Little demoness, the last time you beat me, you merely took advantage of some luck. This time when you meet someone from the strongest list, you'll just wait to be eliminated. It can't be helped. Who made you so unlucky? However, what everyone did not expect was this. After only 3 moves between Huang Xin and Ying, he was directly picked off by Ying with his gun and fell heavily to the ground. The two exchanged blows for only 10 seconds, and the winner was already divided. Everyone at the bottom was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? The smile at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth instantly froze, and in his heart, he could only feel 10,000 grass mud horses stomping through. Ha! What's the situation? The little demoness won, and again, 3 moves to beat a beast spirit powerhouse and win so easily. The little demoness is awesome. It's really awesome. It's time to kill the sharpness of these people from the strong list and let them pretend. The crowd of onlookers at the bottom were all shocked as well. They didn't expect that someone would be able to cross over and defeat a strong list player. Yikoma easily won and met the shocked gazes of everyone present as he walked off the stage and sat next to Su Yuan. At this moment, Zhang Chen noticed Su Yuan beside Ying. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but quirk as he watched the two men sit together and talk and laugh about their relationship. What's the situation? Yikoma, this little boyfriend, was actually his own afternoon opponent. What a coincidence. If I can't cure Ying, I can't cure you? Walking up to the duo, Zhang Duan crossed his arms and smiled. Your name is Su Yuan, isn't it? My opponent this afternoon. TSK. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You'd better admit defeat before it's too late, or I'll lay my hands on you. Little demoness. Hurry up and persuade him so that he doesn't think about it. You should know that those who usually lose under me are either dead or crippled. Added a bit too many settings. Message me if you have any questions. People like you, admitting defeat is the only option, or you're going to be trampled under my feet as garbage. In last year's matchup, sophomore Dusty Zhang was mercilessly eliminated. So no matter how difficult this year's matchup was, Zhang Duan was going to advance. In Zhang Duan's opinion, his luck was just too good. Matching a level 10 Su Yuan in the first round is not a random take. He had heard something about Su Yuan, but so what? Under the absolute suppression of rank, all talent is futile. There was a difference of almost 10 levels between the two. Listening to Zhang Chen's trash talk, Su Yuan was expressionless as he slowly spoke. I've heard of you before, Zhang Duan, right? Zhang Duan nodded, a hint of smugness instantly appearing on his face. It seems that he is quite famous in this Golden Beast University. But think about it, who wouldn't recognize themselves among the top 5 experts of the junior year? Ha, then tell me, how did you hear about me before? Zhang Dust crossed his arms and asked with a face full of self-satisfaction. At those words, Su Yuan snorted a laugh. With that, he raised his volume and said in a voice that could be heard by everyone around him, who doesn't know senior Zhang Duan? Freshman year when stealing underwear received disciplinary action and was hung on the campus wall. This matter was quite a sensation at the time, but a lot of people don't know who it is, and now I guess they've all forgotten about it. During his sophomore year, senior Zhang Duan participated in a selection duel and lost to a girl of a lower rank than himself. using underhanded tactics and still didn't win. It was a disgrace at the time. TSK, so cheap tricks are used and you still don't win. Are you not ashamed? Su Yuan slightly shrugged his shoulders and disliked back in a conspiratorial tone. Do unto others as they have done unto them, so to speak. All of this powerful black information was told to him by Yi Koma. Yi Koma had always warned Su Yuan never to be a humble and refined person. Not knowing how to curse is a disadvantage. Not only do you have to be able to fight, but you have to be able to dislike people, mocking people, shading people. All of these things have to be learned, and they have to be taken to the other person's pain points and flogged repeatedly. Don't you love to talk trash? Then don't blame me for not being able to keep my mouth shut. Yi Koma glanced at Su Yuan. A trace of delight flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but wildly praise Su Yuan in his heart. Absolutely. Kokobo has finally learned the essence. That's how it should be scolded. When dealing with this kind of bedbug, you should never show any mercy with your mouth. At those words, the smile at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth instantly froze, and the smugness on his face instantly dissipated. Nima. Zhang Dust's face changed and he was shaking with anger. He was never expecting that Su Yuan would know about these black histories of his. Even something like stealing underwear, when it's clearly been 2 years, and in front of so many people. At this moment, Zhang Chen was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and go straight in. The surrounding students' faces were all filled with astonishment at the moment, looking at Zhang Chen with strange gazes and unable to hold back their laughter. Is this dude the underwear warrior from back in the day? Laughing my ass off. The guy who stole 6 pairs of panties from a girl's dormitory by himself, got caught and put them over his head and ran away. That's the dude. Ha ha ha. Dead memories suddenly attack me. Finally, I've seen a real person today. Ah, buddy, you are really powerful. I didn't realize that our junior year's man of the hour was the panty warrior of the year. Ha ha ha. The first thing that amuses me about the new school year. No dude, so you had such a glorious deed back in the day. How come you've been so deep in the closet? Listening to the sneers of the people around him, Zhang Dust clenched his back teeth in anger, his eyes red, and for a while, he only broke his defense and became irritated, even forgetting to argue. Shame on you, Su Yuan, you seek death. Zhang Chen really couldn't afford to lose this person. His body was raging with power and he was about to rush up to fight Su Yuan, but the latter easily dodged it. Right at this moment, a Beast Zune-level tutor stood out and drank down Zhang Chen, who was about to make a move. Today is the day of the selection showdown. And this is still the playing field with strict discipline. The students are never allowed to mess around. Seeing that he didn't get his hands on him, Zhang Duan then let loose with harsh words on Su Yuan. Kid, how dare you humiliate me like this? You're really tired of living. Wait for the afternoon showdown. I'm definitely going to beat you to death. You don't want to live inside my hands. You wait. Zhang Dust was furious, but this was not the place to fight, so he could only stop there. There was an official showdown in the afternoon, when he decided that he had to avenge this death. Yeah, well, let's see if you've got what it takes. Underpants warlord. Su Yuan clasped his hands to his chest and continued to whip the corpse. The trash talk from the other side was not lethal to Su Yuan, but as soon as Su Yuan said panty warrior god, he made Zhang Duan tremble with anger. Stopped by the crowd, Zhang Duan left the Western District dueling arena with a full of anger and indignation. All 20 duels in the morning ended, and Ying successfully advanced to the second round. And her second round opponent was also a student on the strong list. Lunchtime. Su Zhe, level 25, strong ranking 72-inch. He also advanced to the second round by defeating his opponent this morning. But I'm not worried. It's you. You have to be careful. I'm afraid Zhang Chen is going to play dirty again. Yi Koma took a bite of his rice and said as he ate. Su Yuan nodded, looking at the other party's already half-empty bowl, pinching up a piece of meat from his own bowl and placing it in the other party's bowl. Don't worry. He'll never be a match for me if he fights me fair. If he's playing dirty, then I'm excited. He wants my life, and I want his. This duel clearly states that the winner will be divided, the point will be made, and no death blows will ever be given. Otherwise you will be penalized even if you win. It also states that as long as one side has a dead hand, then the other side has an unlimited right to counterattack. Thinking of Zhang Dust's arrogant and domineering appearance in the morning, Su Yuan now felt too nauseous to eat. This kind of stinker must be slaughtered. No slaughter, will come later to continually disgust you. He rather hoped that Zhang Duan would use some means, or else he wouldn't even have a name to kill him. That's good. I'll be there in person this afternoon to cheer you on. Su Yuan picked up the bowl and gently sipped the soup, then wiped the oil stains on his lips. He was not hungry now. Yes. 3,000 words in this chapter. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Golden Beast University South Showdown Field. At this point, the duel had already reached the 20th round. On the suspended air ring, Su Yuan and Zhang Chen stood opposite each other. Thousands of seats in the arena were filled to capacity, and there was a lot of noise and cheering, waiting all afternoon just to see the two of them face off. Su Yuan is now also the man of the hour at our Jinling Beast University. He dared to go to the ring in his freshman year. So handsome. His opponent, Zhang Dust, is 9 levels ahead of him? It's not going to be a good fight for Su Yuan this time. I'm also afraid I don't think Su Yuan will be able to do it. But to be able to stand in this ring is already impressive. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Same freshman year. I'm still watching. Why are people getting in the ring? The surrounding spectators were talking, and most of them thought Su Yuan was courageous. But how easy is it to win over a senior who was 9 grades ahead of you and has 2 more years of schooling? Su Yuan was exceptionally talented, but Zhang Duan was also a genius ranked in the top few of the junior year. At the moment in the audience off stage, Yunya looked at Su Yuan and Zhang Duan on the stage and couldn't help but laugh out loud. She, like most people, did not think Su Yuan would win. 3 moves at most, and this kid should be down. This Zhang Duan is not a light. Maybe Su Yuan is going to die today with him in his hands, only hiding behind women. This time it's going to be the original, Shangguan Asakawa, who was sitting next to Yunya. However, shook his head. That day he had witnessed Su Yuan killing Qin Shou and forcing back the Beast King. That terrifying strength still impressed him to this day. In Shangguan Asakawa's opinion, if Su Yuan went all out, it was not certain who would lose or win. Let's see. Schoolmate Su Yuan will surprise us. Upon hearing this, Yunya directly blanked Shangguan Shangekwan. At this time in the ring in the air, referee tutor Wang Xiong stood in the center of the ring and read out the rules of the duel for the two. It was repeatedly emphasized that it was only necessary to distinguish between winners and losers, and that no death blows should be dealt to injure lives. Wang Xiong did not leave directly after reading out the rules, but came straight to Zhang Chen's side and whispered close to Zhang Chen's ear. Fight well in a while. I'll protect you if there's an accident. You definitely won't be hurt a bit. After saying that, Wang Xiong's figure flickered and exited the ring. Zhang Duan was glad that he was simply too lucky. Not only was the first round matchup matched against such a weak opponent, but the referee was a solid mentor from his own sophomore year. How can you lose? There's no way to lose. The package wins? Okay. As the whistle blows, the showdown begins. Zhang Chen instantly transformed into a giant poisonous scorpion that was 10 meters long, blue in color, as big as a small mountain, with 6 tails with venomous hooks. Blue-silver 6-tailed scorpion, level 19, S-class fierce beast, accompanied by a hissing roar. The blue-silver 6-tailed scorpion violently flung the 6 tails with poisonous hooks behind it and attacked towards Su Yuan. Standing in place, Su Yuan's entire body was instantly wrapped in golden light, accompanied by a dragon roar. But Song Huang Yinglong transformed into a golden armor possession, facing the 6 poisonous hooks stabbing straight at him. Su Yuan stood still as a mountain. Kid, go to hell. Slow to react. You can't hide. 4 of the poisonous hooks stabbed towards Su Yuan from all sides, targeting Su Yuan's body. The other 2 poisonous hooks descended from the sky, targeting Su Yuan's head. There's no way to avoid it. The power of this poisonous hook was extremely terrifying. Even steel plates could easily penetrate through it, and the toxicity in it could easily kill humans and ferocious beasts. The crowd at the bottom was dumbfounded at the sight. This opening, Su Yuan is extremely unfavorable. Some even closed their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene that followed. Su Yuan did not panic in the slightest. Looking at the 6 poisonous hooks that were shooting from all directions, he faintly said, "Joke, who said I was hiding?" In the next second, Su Yuan gathered some of the beast power in his body onto the golden armor, increasing his defense by several times. It's true that I can't hide, but who says I have to? At the same time, the candle 9 devouring claws climbed onto both arms, and the 2 black dragon claws violently blocked the 2 poisonous hooks that shot overhead. Dang, dang, dang. A metallic clash sounded. Only 4 poisonous hooks shot at the golden armor and were bounced right back, not to mention piercing through the armor, not even leaving a trace on it. Is that all? Your poisonous hooks don't penetrate very well, so what am I hiding from? This scene shocked the crowd on stage. Everyone was dumbfounded, incredulously looking at the unharmed Su Yuan. The 6 poisonous hooks, surprisingly, were easily dissolved by him without being injured in the slightest. How is this possible? The blue and silver 6-tailed scorpion sucked in a breath of cool air, its heart filled with shock. It was only at this moment that he realized that he was afraid that he had underestimated Su Yuan. Right at this moment, Su Yuan used his dragon claw to hold the 2 poisonous hooks that he didn't have time to retract. These 2 poisonous hooks had just been blocked by the candle 9 devouring claws, and before they could be retrieved by Zhang Chen, they were grabbed in Su Yuan's hands, pinching the 2 tails of the blue and silver 6-tailed scorpion. Su Yuan faintly smiled. With a gently forceful fling, the body of the blue and silver six-tailed scorpion was actually flung into the air, and then smashed heavily onto the ground. With another hard fling, the blue and silver six-tailed scorpion was once again airborne, its body slamming into the ground. Dang, 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 aha! After being dropped several times, the two tails of the blue-silver six-tailed scorpion were actually directly ripped off. Its body flew out and slammed heavily into the corner of the ring. Standing up with difficulty, the eyes of the blue and silver six-tailed scorpion were filled with incredulity. What the kind of power is this? It's so sick. Looking at his two tails that had been broken off and were gradually healing, the blue-silver six-tailed scorpion secretly lamented in his heart. How much strength is this kid hiding? He's getting killed. Those two falls just now were about to shatter his internal organs. You really think you're a towel? Just drop it. No, I can't lose. I only have this one chance. Zhang Dust didn't want to lose. Nor could he. After practicing hard for a year, if he was eliminated in the first round, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Roar! The blue and silver six-tailed scorpion stood up and stopped hiding. Only a red poisonous mist was ejected from his mouth. The red poisonous mist contained intense poison, consisting of countless vaporized venom that was enough to corrode everything. This was the fatal killing move of the blue and silver six-tailed scorpion, and each time it was released it had to empty its body of all toxins. This highly poisonous fog, as long as it is contaminated with a single drop, the whole body will definitely fester and die. Die for me. In the next second, the totem of the pale yellowing long appeared behind Su Yuan. Su Yuan extended his right hand. From the palm of his right hand erupted a golden pillar of light, and around it was wrapped red flames that were strong enough to vaporize the void. The golden pillar of light wrapped in red flames was like a dragon spitting in the midst of chaos, mixed with the terrifying power of tearing through space. Su Yuan originally did not want to use chaos spit. Dealing with a tiny Zhang Duan belonged to a cannon blasting a mosquito, but this poisonous mist was indeed powerful. If he didn't use chaos spit to neutralize it, I'm afraid that not only him, but many people present would suffer. Chaos spit only released less than 10% of its power, but it still instantly vaporized the red poisonous mist. After piercing through the red poisonous mist, the chaos spit did not stop, but rushed straight towards the defenseless Zhang Chen. Su Yuan controlled with degrees. This strike hit Zhang Chen. The other party would not die, but it would be very unpleasant. Zhang Duan, who was defenseless at the moment, was dumbfounded. Looking at the golden pillar of light rushing towards him, he directly froze in place, not knowing what to do. But at that moment, Wang Xiong descended from the sky and protected Zhang Chen behind him, casually dispersing the chaos spit. Well, the game is over. It ends here. Wang Xiong was a Beast Zune-level powerhouse and Zhang Chen's former teacher. He didn't want to see Zhang Chen get into an accident. Seeing this, Su Yuan frowned slightly, feeling irritated. Is this a protection racket? Although he was very dissatisfied in his heart, he saw that the referee had already announced the end of the match. Su Yuan had nothing more to say. It's a win for yourself. The golden armor on his body instantly lifted, and Su Yuan returned to his human form. Just as Wang Xiong was about to announce the results of the match to the crowd on stage, Zhang Dus stood up and took advantage of Su Yuan's inattention to violently shoot a poisonous hook at him. Go to hell. How could I possibly lose? Hearing the sound of breaking wind behind him, Su Yuan only felt bad, and with a flash of his body, he dodged this deadly sneak attack with great difficulty. The poisonous hook did not hit Su Yuan, but the scales on his tail cut into his eyebrows. At the moment on Su Yuan's right eyebrow, there was a 2-centimeter wound that was continuously bubbling blood out. Gently touching the wound on his eyebrow, Su Yuan instantly became murderous. Oh, first time I've been hurt. This scene shocked everyone present. Everyone did not expect that the referee had already announced a pause in the match, but Zhang Duan was still playing underhanded tricks and engaging in sneak attacks. If Su Yuan hadn't dodged in time just now, I'm afraid he would have been poisoned by him. Rubbing his knuckles, the golden armor wrapped Su Yuan's body once again. Good. I'll spare you. I can't believe you're playing dirty tricks behind my back. If you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill you. Su Yuan's killing heart had risen. Since you don't follow the rules, don't blame me for having a killing spree. His body exploded out violently, coming straight toward Zhang Chen. Zhang Duan directly peed in fear at the sight. He knew that he was definitely not Su Yuan's opponent, so he hurriedly hid behind Wang Xiong. Look at him. Ref. He's crazy. The match is over and he's going to poison me. Wang Xiong, who was in front of Zhang Chen, said angrily at the sight. Mr. Su Yuan, what do you mean? The game is over for now. Do you still want to make a move? If you dare to take a shot at him, ask me, a Beast Zune powerhouse, if I agree first? Looking at Wang Xiong being so protective of his children, Su Yuan snorted coldly. touched the wound on his eyebrow, and spat out a word icily. Roll. In the next second, only a red figure appeared out of thin air and blasted Wang Xiong's body with a punch. Wang Xiong violently retreated dozens of steps back, his eyes filled with surprise. When did this strong man appear? Dog Den. Stop him. Without Wang Xiong's blessing, Su Yuan walked towards Zhang Chen in large strides, just like a killing god. Come on, keep fighting. It's not over. Don't you just love to fight? Starting point to ask for a monthly vote. I see a lot of people reading every day how even 3 monthly votes gold masters cannot get together. Only one big has been to me to vote. 3 months to vote for 5. This month to vote for 2. It is too dismal. Asshole, what are you doing? Zhang Chen backed up repeatedly, looking at Su Yuan, who was like a killing god in front of him, with fear in his eyes. I concede. Can't I admit defeat? Little you. What more do you want? Su Yuan's face was expressionless as he shook his head and wiped the blood that flowed from his eyebrow wound to his cheek. Late. Wang Xiong wanted to make a move, but Dog Den didn't give him any chance at all. Another fist blast came, and Wang Xiong's body retreated dozens of steps violently, almost falling from the air ring. He looked at the mysterious strong man in red armor in front of him and sucked in a breath of cool air. This beast elder powerhouse in front of him was definitely above himself in terms of strength. Where did these powerful people come from? The thousands of spectators underneath were all dumbfounded at this moment, their faces filled with incredulity. No one expected things to turn out the way they did. Holy, this Zhang Chen is so damn despicable. He can play dirty tricks. It seems like he killed a schoolmate before by this tactic. It's the end of the game and you're still doing sneak attacks. You really don't have any face at all. I have to say, Su Yuan is indeed a ruthless man. No, did you guys see when that strong man in armor appeared? There was a lot of talk at the bottom. Zhang Chen was in a state of panic in his heart at the moment. His legs went weak and his body couldn't stop shaking. Teacher, save me, sensei. Knowing that he would not be able to defeat him, Zhang Chen placed all his hopes on Wang Xiong. But Wang Xiong simply couldn't take care of himself, and was beaten back by Dog Den. Put. In the next second, the black dragon claw directly pierced through Zhang Chen's abdomen. Zhang Dus spat out a mouthful of black blood from his mouth, and his body went limp, kneeling in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan stepped on his chest and violently drew out the candle 9-in devouring claw. The latter's body fell to the ground with a thud, blood continuously dripping outward from his abdomen, coloring the ring beneath him red. Within a couple of breaths it was dead as a doornail. This scene shocked everyone present. Zhang Duan is dead? The crowd at the bottom couldn't believe what they were seeing in their eyes. Only Zhang Chen was seen lying motionless in a pool of blood, apparently without any breath of life. Asterisk. What the hell? Did I read that right? Holy, Zhang Chen is dead. This tactic is too ruthless. Zhang Dus, this dog pussy can only say that the death is good. The death deserved. I don't care about anything else. I'm just afraid that Su Yuan will be disqualified from the competition. Let's see what the referee has to say. This is indeed quite unexpected. The referee is obviously on Zhang Duan's side. You didn't see how protective he was just now. At the moment the podium in the distance, Principal Xiao Qingmei held her forehead inside. Boy, isn't that adding to the confusion? Xiao Qingmei was a bit caught off guard by this sudden surprise. If you normally duel, you sign a life and death contract. But this selection duel has been clearly defined, and it has been repeatedly emphasized that no death blows can be laid. It was a headache, but Xiao Qingmei already had a way to deal with it in her heart. On stage at the moment, a hint of delight appeared on Yunyaya's face. Su Yuan won, which made her feel bad. But the good news was that Su Yuan had violated the rules of the duel by laying down a deadly blow, which was punishable by disqualification. That's something. It's just so stupid. The other side. Wang Xiong looked at Zhang Chen's corpse beside him, trembling with anger, his eyes wide with rage. Zhang Chen was one of the best students he had ever brought up, despite his poor character. And now he, as a teacher himself, can do nothing but watch his students die. If he hadn't been unable to defeat this suddenly appearing beast-exalted powerhouse, today, he would definitely not let Zhang Chen suffer the slightest harm. Boom! Looking at the red figure that was rushing towards him again, Wang Xiong took a few steps back and prepared to block again. But suddenly, only the red figure instantly disappeared into the void, as if it had never appeared. Su Yuan took Dog Den back into his finger ring and then lifted the armor on his body and returned to his human form, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. He now noticed Wang Xiong, who had a grim gaze and was glaring fiercely at him. Su Yuan, you've got a lot of guts. How dare you make a move when it's obvious that the match is already over? Do you have any idea how egregious your behavior is? You have violated the rules of the duel, and students like you must be severely punished. Wang Xiong was ruthless with his mouth. but he was only ruthless with his mouth. He didn't dare to take revenge on Su Yuan, because he could feel that if he were to strike at Su Yuan at this moment, then that terrifying beast exalt powerhouse from just now would definitely appear again. When the two of them had just exchanged hands, Wang Xiong could sense that even though the other party had only used less than 50% of his power, he was still holding him down and rubbing him on the ground, and there was simply no chance to fight back. If his opponent goes all out, he'll be killed. Yes? So, what do you want? Su Yuan clasped his hands on his chest. His face was not the slightest bit flustered. Looking at the furious Wang Xiong said in a contemptuous tone. He wanted to see what Wang Xiong could do to him. You're reckless. For this behavior, you must be disqualified from participating in the selection process and have your results cancelled. And then expulsion from school and never being hired. At those words, Su Yuan directly puffed out a laugh, laughing my ass off. Expelled from school and never hired? You didn't just open your mouth, did you? Not to mention that you did the right thing, even if it's wrong. I'm afraid you're not qualified for that as an ordinary tutor. Are you? Yes? Then I'd like to see how you're going to expel me from school. Wang Xiong was infuriated when he heard it. How could he say that he was also a director-level figure of the Jinling Beast University? And he was also a Beast Zune powerhouse. When did you get stomped on by a young man? I'm going to the principal's and I'm going to tell him about this. Brat, wait for me. However, just then, a silhouette landed on the air ring. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than the principal Xia Qingmei, who had her feet wrapped in black silk and stepped on high heels. Wang Xiong's eyes glistened with joy at the sight. Say principal. And the principal arrives. He hurriedly came to Xia Qingmei's front and pointed at Su Yuan without any good humor. Headmaster, this kid is just too licentious. As I'm sure you just saw, I recommend that he be disqualified immediately, and then fired, never hired. At those words, the corners of Xia Qingmei's mouth shivered, with a kind of looking at a little cutie. Eyes at Wang Xiong. Fired? Wang Xiong, are you out of your mind? Do you know who he is? What's his background? Dismissed the #1 heavenly pride in Xia for 20 years. You open your mouth, ah? The other schools will laugh at me if this is expelled. Besides, Xia Qingmei was there to watch the whole game, and she had a good idea of what was going on in her heart. Su Yuan has successfully advanced to the second round. The rest is unnecessary. At those words, Wang Xiong was directly dumbfounded. He couldn't accept the outcome of the process. Isn't that still a disqualification? This is too biased in favor of Su Yuan. It's totally unfair. Crazy. Principal Yu. Wang Xiong's words had just opened, but he was directly interrupted by Xia Qingmei. Shut up and don't question me. First of all, the match has just been suspended. Zhang Chen was the first to sneak attack, breaking the rules first, then Su Yuan, and has the right to unlimited counterattacks. Zhang Chen's death can only be deserved by himself. Su Yuan was not at fault for winning the match and naturally managed to advance to the next round. Xia Qingmei's tone was full of imperturbability. But that explanation is a stretch. But there was no way around it. Xia Qingmei could only deal with it like this now. If we were to look deeper, Su Yuan had indeed violated the rules. But what could that be? She knew best how Zhou Yaodong was transferred. Su Yuan was something she could not afford to offend as an ordinary university president. Or rather, it was the little demoness behind Su Yuan that she couldn't afford to offend. This time, he could only count Zhang Chen as unlucky. Hearing Xia Qingmei's explanation, Wang Xiong was obviously dissatisfied. But the principal had said this, so he didn't dare to continue talking back. Otherwise, it's easy to lose your future. Blaring fiercely at Su Yuan, Wang Xiong sighed and could only stop there. Immediately afterward, at Xia Qingmei's request, Wang Xiong announced the results of the duel. This round of duel, Su Yuan wins and successfully advances. At those words, the crowd at the bottom instantly roared. This is definitely the result they would like to see the most. If Zhang Chen dies, he dies. He deserves to die. Don't ever let it affect Su Yuan's next match. Absolutely awesome. Cool. It makes my blood boil. Awesome. Su Yuan's level 10 countering level 19. I have to say, it's just too strong. Cool. Cool. Zhang Dust is this kind of scum. If you don't slaughter it, it will be purely disgusting in the future. Strongly support the principal's decision. Not whoever dies. It's good to see my mammary glands clearing up, as long as Su Yuan can succeed in advancing. On stage at the moment, Yunye's beautiful face was so gloomy that it was about to ooze out. In her heart, she cursed Su Yuan and Xia Qingmei. This old woman. Countless times. Damn it. Xia Qingmei, how is this old woman always protecting the little ah? This doesn't even disqualify her from the competition. Did Su Yuan give it to her? Glancing at the obviously excited Shangguan Asakawa beside herself, Yunye became furious. See for yourself. I'll go first. After saying that, without waiting for Shangguan Shachuan to reply, Yunya left with a belly full of fire. Count yourself lucky today. I'd like to see if you can still win in the next round. But don't ever match me, or I'll let you die a horrible death. Before leaving, Yunya did not forget to curse at Su Yuan on the stage. After successfully advancing, Su Yuan came down from the air ring, only to see that Yi Ying had been waiting for a long time. When she saw the wound on Su Yuan's eyebrow, Yi Ying was taken aback. Injured? Yi Koma was a little heartbroken and a little disbelieving. The good thing was that it was only a 2-centimeter wound that had just been briefly treated to stop the bleeding. No harm, no foul. Yi Koma took Su Yuan's arm and went up to take a closer look at the wound on his eyebrow. Is it really alright? That just scared the hell out of me. Yi Koma was not interested in Zhang Chen's death, but if Su Yuan had half a slip up, then she wouldn't be able to accept it no matter what. Defeating Zhang Duan, Su Yuan managed to advance to the second round. The opponents for the second round were announced after all the afternoon matchups were completed. Su Yuan's second round opponent was named Zhang Chang. The strength was much stronger than Zhang Duan, a student on the strongest list, currently 65th on the strongest list, level 26, and his showdown with Zhang Chang was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Brat, don't worry, 2 days later, the old man's power is at your disposal. It's not easy to beat up a little clicker like this. Hey, just don't overdo it. As Su Yuan was checking the detailed arrangements for the duel, the voice of the purple sky Qilin rang in his ears. At those words, Su Yuan shook his head. Level 26. Although there is absolute suppression of himself in terms of rank, but it's not certain who will lose or win when the time comes. Su Yuan did not want to easily use the power of the purple sky Qilin until it was absolutely necessary. He didn't want to become dependent on the power of the purple sky Qilin. The power was, after all, on a cooldown and limited, and it didn't belong to him yet. He knew that with his current strength, he would be able to defeat Zhang Cheng even without borrowing any power. Day 2. Early in the morning, Su Yuan was awakened by a sharp knock on the door. With great reluctance, he dressed, stepped into his slippers, and unlocked the door to his room, only to see Yi Ying standing outside, wearing a pink ultra-short skirt, stepping on little white shoes, drawing a beautiful light makeup, and carrying a Chanel bag on her back. Auntie, what are you planning to do here in the morning? TSK, all dressed up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Su Yuan yawned. Yi Koma hung the bag she was wearing around Su Yuan's neck, smoothly helping Su Yuan to smooth down the bangs that had become fried hair from last night's sleep, and smiled. Don't stay at school all the time. It's boring. There are so many fun places in Jinling. I don't think you've been to any of them, have you? I've been to Fuzimio, Xuanwu Lake, and Purple Mountain once. I don't think you've been there, have you? It's so much fun here. Su Yuan, taking down the bag hanging around his neck and rehanging it around Yi Koma's neck, Su Yuan shrugged and said, my family has a house in downtown Golden. I go to all these places to suck. It's only a little rarer for you people in the capital. Upon hearing this, an awkward smile surfaced on Yi Koma's face. Haven't been there with a girl yet, though. If you want to go, wait for me to get changed. Su Yuan certainly understood what Yi Ying was thinking, since he had asked himself out, and it just so happened that he was free. Where was the sense in not going? Well then Yi Koma was thrilled to get Su Yuan's reply. 9 o'clock in the morning. Jinling, Purple Mountain. Mingling Road under the Ming City Wall. Tall maple poplars on both sides of the road hold up the rich greenery that characterizes early summer. Stroll through the greenery and enjoy the freshness and relaxation all the way. Along the way, Su Yuan met many couples taking pictures with their cell phones, sweetly clocking records under the attractions. Holding Su Yuan's arm, Yi Ying suddenly also became interested and threw the camera hanging around his neck into Su Yuan's arms. How about you take a few shots of that national treasure? For me too? At those words, Su Yuan froze. Taking pictures? You're not very good at that, are you? Then don't blame me if I take ugly pictures. Leaf Koma shook her head and stood under a willow tree with the old, mottled walls in the background. Striking a sweet sister pose, Su Yuan found the right angle and was ready to press the shutter when he did. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly, for in the reflection of the camera's lens, he noticed a pair of eyes staring at him. Toussaint? Su Yuan twisted his head to look, only to see a silhouette standing beside the Xuanwu Lake in the distance, wearing a pink JK. She was less than 5 meters tall, with a childish face and 2 huge waves swaying in front of her body. 2 Susu stood in the crowd and attracted the attention of a group of old colorful people. A wave of doubt rose in Su Yuan's heart. He realized that 2 Susu in the distance had been staring at him. When the two's eyes met, 2 Susu's gaze didn't even dodge. Suddenly, an exquisite pretty face appeared in front of Su Yuan, blocking his vision. There was also more than a hint of sulking on her pretty face at the moment. Crooked, have you seen enough? Yi Koma muttered her little mouth questioningly, and there was also a strong sense of jealousy between her words. Not yet. Yi Ying, FAQs. Su Yuan didn't react for a moment, realized that he had said it wrong, and hurriedly changed his words. Blah 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 blah. Auntie, what are you talking about? I've just been taking pictures of you again. Did you misunderstand? Yi Koma hummed. She had just seen it clearly. It's not. Such a big beauty like himself accompanied him. He even had the heart to look at others. Can't take my eyes off it. The point is that it's now unrecognized. Yi Koma huffed and puffed as she took the camera from Su Yuan's hand. Then grunted. Does Lori look good? Coco is durable. Soft and sweet. Su Yuan held his forehead and shrugged helplessly. Women are such strange creatures. But Su Yuan could also figure out that Yi Ying would not normally be angry with him. It's just too easy to get jealous. Okay, don't be mad. Be good. I'll take you to a big dinner. Can I? Su Yuan did his best to coax. But Yi Koma's face was still gloomy. Here, see for yourself. Yi Ying pointed to the camera. Su Yuan just took a few pictures, muttered her little mouth and said, What are you shooting at? Look at the angle you're shooting from. I'll shoot me a velociraptor? Next to Xuanwu Lake, Tu Susu picked up the little white fox that was rolling around at her feet, patted the dust on the little white fox, and said a little helplessly, Sweet Tu, just settle down, don't roll around all the time, the floor is dirty. Suddenly, the cell phone in Tu Susu's pocket rang. One hand was holding Tu Tuition, one hand sliding the answer button. When it was answered, an ethereal female voice came from the other end of the line. Su, how's the follow-through going? That boy, bring him back to the clan, alive. Tu Susu held down the little white fox that kept fluttering in her arms and hurriedly responded. Matriarch, it's coming right up. That kid won't be able to run away once he falls into my hands, Tu Susu said confidently, and in the next second, when she cast her gaze in the direction of Su Yuan, she realized that the other party had long disappeared. The corners of Tu Susu's mouth couldn't help but shiver. Pressing the head of Tutu Sweetie in her arms with her fingers to calm it down a bit, Tu Susu realized that things were a bit bad. Well then, I'll wait for your good news. By the way, how's Sugar doing? The ethereal female voice on the other end of the line asked again. Sweetie is fine. I believe that once that brat is refined, Sweetie will definitely recover. The one on the other end of the line got a satisfactory answer and then hung up. Tu Susu didn't dare to delay, gauging the direction Su Yuan had left in. Then holding Tu Sweetie, she chased after him. Tu Susu comes from the Tushan clan of the Summer Kingdom and is not a human, but a fox demon. There would have been no interactions with humans. Her strength had already reached level 45 Beast Exalted, and she was considered one of the best among the younger generation of the Fox Demon clan, and her own sister, Sweetie too, was much stronger than her. Tu Sweetness was already a peak Beast Exalt 5 years ago, and was only one step away from Beast Emperor. But who had thought that Tu Sweetness had suffered a backlash during her impact on the Beast Emperor? And not only had she been knocked back to her original form, she had also turned into the current douchebag appearance. As Tu Tiantian's own sister, she had gone to great lengths over the years to be able to restore Tu Tiantian's cultivation and sanity. With the help of the matriarch, everything was ready, except for refining a human with excellent qualifications to be the lead for the medicine. And the medicine guide that Tu Susu chose was naturally Su Yuan, the first SSS-ranked awakened person in the Summer Kingdom in 20 years. The higher the talent of the person who refined it, then the higher the probability of success for Sweet Tu to restore his cultivation. While Tu Susu was meditating, a little boy's voice suddenly came to his ears. Sister, your Samoyed is so cute. Hearing the voice, Tu Susu twisted her head to look, only to see a little boy standing behind her. The little boy looked no more than 5 or 6 years old, and there were 2 middle-aged men beside him, the little boy's parents. Tu Susu's face was instantly gloomy. Samoyed? It's a white fox. So, sis, can I touch it? The little boy looked at the little white fox in Tu Susu's arms and asked in a pleading tone. Tu Susu felt speechless. That's my sister. Kissing sister. It's not a pet. No. Tu Susu didn't even think about it and decisively refused. But Tu Sweetie, who was held in her arms, struggled up and looked at the little boy, excitedly spitting out her tongue. Toussaint is numb. What a douchebag. She realized that she had to hurry up and cure Tu Tian Tian now. If you're always this douchey, who's going to be able to handle it? The other side. Under a cool pavilion in Purple Mountain, the well-fed and well-drunk Ying and Su Yuan lay on the sleeping chairs under the pavilion, enjoying the nearby scenery. Suddenly, Yi Koma saw a cloud of white shadows in the distance approaching this way. Kakubo, look at that. Leaf Koma pointed in a direction. Su Yuan looked in the direction of Yi Ying's finger and saw a white fox. Only the white fox kept coming closer and closer, tiptoeing around and looking kinda funny. In the next second, Ying directly walked forward in large strides. With one hand, he embraced the panicked, ready to flee, little white fox and jerked it in his hands. The little white fox was held in her hands, and after struggling for a while, she finally gave up resisting. She's so well behaved Yikoma jerked the little white fox in his arms, lovingly sighing. Su Yuan, the other side. Tu Susu was in a batch of hurry. Damn it! Too sweet this is the dead fox again run where? It really doesn't stop at all. How did you lose it again? Suddenly, Tu Susu felt a familiar aura nearby. She instantly perked up. Finally found you. P.S. Take a vacation. I'm a bit busy today. I'll make up for it later. Can we adopt her? She's so good Stroking the well-behaved little white fox in his arms, the more Ying touched it, the more he liked it. Su Yuan, who was on the side, held up his forehead and only felt speechless, like a dirt dog. What's the point? Auntie, you have to see if she has an owner. You can't just carry her away. Suddenly, a silhouette broke into their eyes at the same time. Put her down. Tu Susu's words were icy cold as he walked in large strides, his body exuding a strong beast-exalted aura. When Yikoma saw this, he hurriedly put down Tu Tian and smiled with an innocent face. Sorry you're her owner right? I didn't know so she has an owner. Tu Susu's face was grim as she sniffed. Her hand had an additional green-colored long sword at this moment. She's my sister, not a pet. And, little girl, who gave you permission to just touch it? As he spoke, a green-colored sword chi appeared out of thin air, straightly stabbing towards Ying, who was defenseless at the moment. Suddenly, a golden figure flashed in front of Yikoma, and the two black dragon claws tried their best to resist. Boo! Only the ear-splitting sound of metal clashing could be heard. Su Yuan, who was wearing golden armor and had two black dragon claws climbing on his hands, violently retreated a dozen steps or so, and a burst of drilling pain came from the palms of his hands. So strong. Su Yuan rubbed his numb arm and couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. Elder, it seems that we have no grievances. It was probably just a misunderstanding just now. Why did you have to go straight for the kill? At those words, Tu Susu let out a light eep. Seniors? It seems that his identity has been recognized. You've got something here for a brother. And it's really suitable as a medicine. Since you're in such a hurry, why don't we start with you first? Tu Susu's gaze was bitterly cold as he switched the target of his attack to Su Yuan. Su Yuan snorted coldly and faintly said, well, let's see if you've got it in you. Tu Susu stroked the broken bangs on her forehead, and when she heard Su Yuan say this, she couldn't help but laugh outright. This kid couldn't really think that he could fight against Tushan, one of the 8 great powers of the ancient times. Brother, you don't still expect those 2 soul bodies inside you, do you? It doesn't work. Tu Susu clasped her hands on her chest and said with a teasing face. She had long ago found out all of Su Yuan's details and cards. At those words, Su Yuan frowned slightly, only feeling bad. Right at this moment, the soul shadow of the purple sky Qilin appeared in front of Su Yuan. Pointing at Tu Susu, he started cursing. Mud, you little girl is too wild. If I was at my peak, would you have the guts to talk like that in front of me? Looking at the old man's silhouette in front of him, the corner of Tu Susu's mouth lifted. Looks like the poking around was right on the money. This kid really does have the soul power of a Beast Emperor powerhouse in his body. Beast Emperor powerhouses were indeed powerful, but they were useless now. Alright old man, don't be in a hurry. When the time comes, I'll even refine you together. Buy one, get one free. What a deal. The violet sky Qilin's silhouette dissipated and returned to the chaotic space. He sighed, stroked the beard on his chin, and said, boy, that's not good. If I'm not mistaken, this little girl should be the people of the 8 forces of the ancient times. No, you just go. Run. The ancient 8? What's this? Su Yuan had never heard of it. I can only tell you that the strong people you can see are not considered strong, and the truly strong will always avoid the world. Strong people are scarce on the bright side of the summer country, while the truly strong people are basically gathered in the major hidden forces. Among them, the ancient 8 powers are the strongest and oldest existences. I can't give you the power of the old man. If you can't beat him, just run away. There's no shame in that. The purple sky unicorn had always upheld the principle of meeting out as much as possible and running away as much as possible. Su Yuan looked at Tu Susu, who was holding a long sword in his hand and constantly approaching him, and without any further hesitation, he gently stroked his finger ring and summoned Dogden. The red figure catapulted out like a cannonball, leaving a residual shadow in the air. Dogden, get on, finish her. Dogden stepped on the void with his feet, and his sandbag-sized fist violently blasted out, slamming straight at Tu Susu, and Tu Susu stood still as a mountain, without the slightest hint of panic on her face. With a stretch of his left hand, a green-colored bronze mirror appeared in the palm of his hand. Oh, Little brother. I'm afraid something like a puppet can't be taken out now. Yo. Only to see the bronze mirror in Susu's hand erupt with a greenish-colored light. And then a mirrored space was formed in front of her. Dogden's fierce punch missed Susu and instead plunged an entire arm into the mirror space. It was as if there was an infinite suction in the mirrored space. And Dogden tried desperately to pull out his arm. But it still didn't help. I had heard you had a puppet. I, Tushan, have many means of dealing with puppets. In an instant, 3 mirrored spaces appeared to the left, right, and back of Dogden. In a clinching, encircling position. He firmly sucked in Dogden's arms and thighs so that he couldn't move at all. Seeing this, Su Yuan's words throbbed madly on his brows. Mud. Are all the people of these ancient 8 powers this strong? One didn't even need to make a move. And with just a beast weapon, one could suppress one's puppet. TSK, brother, let's see what other tricks you can pull. There's no undercard now, is there? Susu licked her lips and gave a flirtatious laugh. Before making her move, she had already probed into all of Su Yuan's cards and prepared counter-strategies accordingly. I have to say, this kid is indeed cunning. If there's the slightest slip, I'm afraid I'll have to let him get away. Good brother, go back to Tushan with your sister. Don't worry, I won't kill you. With a wave of Susu's hand, a red streamer appeared in his hand. The streamers were still emitting black smoke from the cuckoo. Waving the streamer, a powerful suction force instantly swept over Su Yuan's body. Come in first. At the same time, this powerful suction force dragged Yi Tassel's body. Since they were all here, Susu naturally had no reason to let one go. You, brother, and this little girl, and this stinking old man inside of you, all get in there. Su Yuan only felt that all the blood in his body was going to be drained by this powerful suction. Is this the strongest of the 8 ancient powers? It's a lot more trouble than what he's encountered before. In the next second, the black dragon claw directly pinched the neck of the little white fox. No matter how much the little white fox struggled and how it wailed, Su Yuan did not let go. Instead, his hands became more forceful. It was as if the next second, it was going to break the little white fox's neck. Seeing this, Susu was startled and hurriedly withdrew the red streamer. Damn it, let go of my sister. The little white fox that was pinched by Su Yuan's neck struggled frantically, and a wailing sound begging for mercy came out of its mouth. Release? Of course. In the next second, Su Yuan exerted a fierce force on his right arm and directly threw the little white fox away. The white figure exploded into the air several hundred meters in a matter of moments, and then disappeared without a trace. Su Yuan knew very well in his heart that he was definitely not a match for this old demoness. He had almost played all his cards, but he was still suppressed to death by this old demoness. If you don't go after it now, you'll be waiting to collect the corpse of this hyena. Susu was very unwilling in her heart. This opportunity to get her hands on something close at hand, she was really unwilling to let it go. Paintable sugar, that dumbass. It's killing me. Without the slightest hesitation, Susu's figure shot explosively in the direction where the little white fox flew out. It disappeared in a flash. Little brother, count yourself lucky today, but you won't have that luck next time. You can't get rid of me. Running to the ends of the earth won't help. Susu's voices fell from the clouds. Gently stroking the finger ring, Su Yuan immediately retrieved the dog den. Not daring to delay in the slightest, he pulled Yi Koma's hand and ran straight away. He didn't know when the old hag would come after him. This was definitely the most powerful opponent Su Yuan had encountered since his awakening. Although Susu was only at the cultivation level of a beast Zune, the threat he posed was no less than the 3 beast emperors on that day. He had never expected that the other party would have probed himself so closely. Even the presence of Dogden in the ring is known. One didn't even need to make a move. With just a beast weapon and a spirit treasure, one could suppress oneself to death. Su Yuan could even speculate that even if the Qilin lent him his power, he would not necessarily be able to win the fight. This old hag could know that she had the soul body of a beast emperor powerhouse inside her. How can you not prepare a strategy of suppression? Maybe just backhandedly pulling out a spirit treasure that suppressed the soul force outside the body. Wouldn't that be the end of it straight away? Can't beat it. Can't really. The other side. Susu carried Sweetness by the neck and let out a long breath, her eyes full of unwillingness. Damn it. Consider yourself lucky this time. You can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. Sweetness, who was carried by Susu's neck, wailed, and Susu covered her mouth with her hand and held her in her arms. Sweet sister, just calm down a bit. If you hadn't just run amok, how could I have just let that kid get away? Ignoring Sweetie's wailing, Susu stuffed it into her book bag. Then he took out a small mirror from his bosom. Looking at himself in the mirror with a delicate face, a short ponytail and a cute little lowly look, Susu revealed a satisfied smile. This human look was extraordinarily pleasing to her. Carrying Tu Sweetie's school bag on his back, Tu Susu returned to Jinling Beast University before dark. Right now, she was still a freshman at the Golden Beast University. She's going to maintain that identity until she completes her mission. Returning to the school, Tu Susu sniffed gently, and a brilliant light flashed in her eyes. Not bad, didn't get far. We'll see then. Brother, you can't get rid of me. Evening. Su Yuan was naked and sitting on top of the bed. In front of him lay a black and a yellow, two Beast Emperor beast sources. It was obtained by him when he killed the two Beast Emperors, the Black Tiger and the Golden Rock. Su Yuan couldn't wait to absorb it. Although the purity of these two beast sources was not high, Su Yuan was certain that as long as he absorbed them, he would at least break through to level 12. Two beast sources, boosted by 2 levels, was already quite substantial. Thinking of the loss he suffered under Tu Susu's hands during the day, Su Yuan's heart instantly rose up. With the experience of directly devouring the Beast Emperor's beast source, this time Su Yuan no longer hesitated. Su Yuan swallowed the Black Tiger's beast source in one gulp, and after going through some digestion, the energy in his body instantly filled up. After a few short seconds, Su Yuan leveled up to the peak of level 11, just one step away from level 12. Su Yuan then swallowed the beast source of the Golden Rock and used all the power of his entire body to suppress it. After a short period of rejection in Su Yuan's body, the beast sources of the Golden Rock and the Black Tiger eventually fused into one, turning into a wave of extremely pure energy that surged into Su Yuan's abdomen. Su Yuan opened his eyes, his two pupils instantly turned golden. At this moment, his level had broken through to level 12. Going forward, it would be much more difficult to level up by devouring beast sources. At least now, devouring another beast source at the beast exalted level wouldn't help his level breakthrough. Feeling the strong and raging power spreading through his body, Su Yuan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Tomorrow, it would be a showdown with Jiang Chang. Have you guys heard? The Fallen Forest is opening up. Seriously, it's been 3 years since the last opening. I heard that there are no restrictions on the Fallen Forest this time. As long as one is strong enough, they can enter. If you're eliminated by then and can't enter the Fallen Heaven Realm, it's not impossible to go to the Fallen Forest. Early the next morning, the Great Golden Beast Showdown Field. The 300 or so successfully advanced players were gathered together at the moment. Standing by grade level, the school leaders had not yet arrived, and the students were talking one by one. The Fallen Forest? What's that? Su Yuan was curious about the Fallen Forest that the surrounding students were talking about, so he asked Ying, who was beside himself. The Fallen Forest is a subdimension dependent on the Fallen Sky Realm. It's also a created space world that hasn't been open for 3 years. The danger factor isn't high, and any freshman can go in and try out as long as it's open. Yi Koma told Su Yuan what he knew. Just then, Xia Qingmei and the other leaders in charge of the trial arrived late. Xia Qingmei also brought a piece of news that sensationalized the entire room. I'm sure everyone has heard about the opening of the Fallen Forest. The 100 people who managed to advance this year need to calculate and rank their results before you enter the Fallen Heaven Realm. The way to calculate the grade is to hunt the ferocious beasts, and the location is the Fallen Forest. The more ferocious beasts that are hunted within a certain period of time, the higher the score. The final score will determine where you will land when you are teleported to the Fallen Heaven Realm. The students at the bottom roared at this statement. Hunting down ferocious beasts to calculate grades? What a unique way to calculate grades this year. Even the Fallen Forest is open, but those who can't advance past the 3 rounds don't have to think about it so much. At this point, in a corner of the senior team, a smile appeared at the corner of Yunyaya's mouth. This is certainly good news for her. If they couldn't match that little Demonis or Su Yuan, it made them 3 rounds of successful advancement. Then you can do it without fear in the Fallen Forest. Or rather, the ring is full of rules and restrictions. It was the perfect opportunity to strike when you got to a remote place like the Fallen Forest. Su Yuan's matchup with Jiang Chang was scheduled for the 12th round in the morning. The location is at the North Dueling Grounds, 10 o'clock in the morning. On the suspended air ring, Su Yuan and Jiang Chang stood opposite each other. The duel between the two was arguably one of the most talked about of the day. Su Yuan was the man of the hour at the Golden Beast University. In the first round of the duel, VC9 killed Zhang Duan and successfully advanced. The whole school was a sensation for a while. This time, on the other hand, he had to face the students on the strongest list. Freshmen versus strong list masters. How does this sound fresh? Everyone wanted to come and get a glimpse of what the strongest freshmen had to offer. The North End dueling grounds were packed. All the seats were filled and the aisles were packed. This freshman is really something. I'm really impressed. What do you guys say? Who would win in a matchup between Su Yuan and Jiang Chang? I think Jiang Chang has a little more chance of winning. After all, he's a student on the strong ranking. And he's also 16 levels higher than Su Yuan. Not necessarily, Zhang Duan probably thinks the same way. Look at how abused he is. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Freshman beating strong list experts. This matchup is so powerful. Although Jiang Chang was not a man of the hour in Jinling Beast University, he was still somewhat famous. But he's famous not for his strength, but for his face. In his junior year, the fairies of Jinling Beast University made the school grass ranking, and Jiang Chang ranked first. But it's really hard to tell if it's a schoolboy or not. Su Yuan looked at Jiang Chang, who was standing across from him, wearing light makeup, hairspray, earrings, and dyed blue hair. It felt a little revolting for a moment. What's even more unbearable for him is, this dude is also wearing a 777 flare. It seems like they're not here to face off. They're here for the idol trainee audition, ready to debut straight away. There's no hint of what a man should be, male or female. Two words couldn't help but pop up in Su Yuan's head. Pussy. The point is that this kind of person can be rated by the fairies of the Golden Beast University as the school's grass. It's probably the version T0 row. As soon as Jiang Chang showed up, a group of busty nymphomaniacs started shouting frantically at the bottom. The whole thing is like an idol meeting. Schoolmate Su Yuan, you're going to have to let go of the fight today. Oh, I'm not going to let you. If you can't fight, tell me and I'll show mercy. Jiang Chang opened his mouth. Every word that came out of that mouth of his gave Su Yuan goosebumps all over his body. Su Yuan had one thought in his mind right now, and that was to hurry up and finish him off to advance to the next round. Shut up, pussy. Su Yuan drank. Hearing these words, Jiang Chang's brows wrinkled slightly as he sneered. Oh, breath is not small well. Then don't lose to me. I'll teach you a lesson. The little fairies who had just given Jiang Chang a shout heard Su Yuan's words and were instantly displeased. Started to accuse Su Yuan in droves. Chimeras, does he have any manners at all? No. Someone as masculine as Jiang Chang would be called a sissy. Really? How can he talk about my brother like that? I had to hang it out. Brother will have to hit harder in a while. Better beat this kid to death. At the moment in the audience off stage, Tu Susu eyed the duo on the stage, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She had come to see Su Yuan on purpose today. Stroking the little white fox in her arms, Tu Susu put her hand to her chin. She was looking forward to Su Yuan's next performance. Little brother, don't get killed. If anything happens to you, it's a loss to your sister. Yesterday's fluke allowed Su Yuan to get away. Tu Susu's heart was very unwilling. That's why she had been keeping an eye on Su Yuan's movements. She was looking for the right opportunity to strike next. But not now. Sweet Tu, you give me some peace. Don't move and don't bite my fingers. As soon as he pinched the neck of the little white fox in his arms and directly lifted it up despite the other party's struggles, Tu Susu almost went into a rage. It's really not peaceful at all. This stupid. Hurry up and recover. Your own as a sister really can't carry it anymore. Air ring. The atmosphere became tense at the moment. With a command from the mentor referee, River City was the first to change. His body was enveloped in a burst of blue light, which dissipated, only to see that he had transformed into a leopard-bodied dragon beast that was several feet long and covered in golden scales. SS-ranked talent, red-eyed Jarius. The head was huge, with two pairs of red, bloodshot eyes gleaming. The mouth was wide open, revealing sharp teeth, and the two claws held two huge axes for opening mountains. The moment this leopard-bodied, dragon-headed ferocious beast appeared, it instantly sensationalized the entire arena. That group of Jiang Chang's little fangirls shouted even more excitedly. Whoa 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 whoa. So handsome. So handsome. This brat will just wait for death. Let's see how my brother chops him. In the next second, Su Yuan's body was engulfed by golden light, and the golden armor of the Tsong Huang Long incarnation instantly possessed his body. Let's see what you got. Boy! The red-eyed Jarius body violently shot out explosively, and the two huge axes in his hands, breaking through the air, violently slashed towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan did not panic. The candle 9 devouring claw extended to block the full force of the double axes. Dang! A crisp metallic clash sounded. Seeing that it didn't injure Su Yuan, the red-eyed Jair decisively used the first beast technique. His speed soared dozens of times in an instant, spinning around Su Yuan at breakneck speeds, splitting into 5 or 6 figures in a single moment. Dab! 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 5 or 6 phantom bodies holding huge mountain opening axes descended from the sky. It came towards Su Yuan from all directions. Su Yuan frowned slightly and used his candle 9 devouring claw to block the oncoming attack. But then there was a surprise attack from behind. With a flash of his body, Su Yuan dodged the sneak attack from behind. Immediately after that, 7 or 8 more phantom bodies holding huge mountain opening axes rushed in from all directions. Each phantom body was heading straight for Su Yuan's vitals, swinging a huge axe and slashing down. On the other hand, The red-eyed Jarius took advantage of Su Yuan blocking the attack of his own phantom body, and his figure violently descended from the sky. Gathering the strength of his entire body, he gathered his power on the mountain-opening giant axe and ruthlessly slashed at Su Yuan's head. Kid, there's no shame in losing to me. You're out. Realizing that it was not good, Su Yuan drew out his 2 dragon claws and blocked the red-eyed Jarius' true body's full force strike with all his might. Boom! The dozens of red-eyed Jarius phantom bodies, however, found an opportunity at this moment and all swarmed up. Swinging his axe, he chopped towards the vital parts of Su Yuan's body. For a while, Su Yuan was caught in a passive state. The audience at the bottom were all dumbfounded at the sight. What's with this? Su Yuan doesn't seem to be a match for Jiang Cheng. How can you be so passive right off the bat? I'm going to go. Jiang Cheng's move hit. Su Yuan is probably going to be eliminated. It's still true. Su Yuan, this is not a match for Jiang Cheng at all. Geez, it's not bad already. It's already great to be able to stand until the second round. This kid just likes to pretend. It won't work this time. Ha ha ha. How could he be Jiang Cheng's opponent? He's a powerhouse on the strong ranking. No surprise. This kid is just a bit of an unknown. Just right for Jiang Cheng to kill his sharpness. Let him keep a low profile for me. Yi Ying, who was under the stage, held his breath at the moment. She silently cheered Su Yuan in her mind. Tu Su, on the other hand, whacked his thigh and cried out in a bad way. Kid, pull yourself together. You don't want to die for me. Useless. But don't be eliminated so easily. Yet the next second, for sturdy giant walls of space appeared around Su Yuan. The dozens of phantom bodies of the red-eyed Jarius all crashed into the giant wall of space. Jiang Cheng is dumbfounded? What's going on? The power of space? Did I read that right? Isn't that only for beast emperors? Have you had enough? I've had enough fun anyway. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth lifted and he smiled faintly. The candle 9 devouring claw was not particularly adept at dealing with this kind of intensive attack. So, suddenly, only the black dragon claws that were climbing on Su Yuan's 2 arms disappeared. It turned into countless black points of light and gathered in Su Yuan's right hand palm. Next, a long spear with a black body appeared in Su Yuan's hand. The lance was engraved with ancient inscriptions, and a 5-clawed black dragon was coiled around the body of the lance in a lifelike manner. Holding the candle 9 devouring gun in his hand, Su Yuan looked at Jiang Cheng, who was already dumbfounded, and faintly laughed. I've come to play serious games with you. Chapter 93, title can't be changed. Jiang Cheng was a bit numb at the moment. This long black spear held in Su Yuan's hand made him a bit intimidated, especially the 5-clawed black dragon coiled around the body of the gun, as if it was a bloodline suppression, making him a bit timid at the moment. This, boy, keep it coming. Boom! The red-eyed Jarius flew up to speed, instantly splitting into dozens of phantom bodies again, attacking towards Su Yuan from all directions. Su Yuan smiled faintly and slammed the end of the candle 9 devouring lance into the ground viciously. An extremely strong force instantly spread out with him as the center of the circle and the entire ring as the radius. Several phantom bodies that were close to Su Yuan's body were blasted into nothingness in a matter of moments. Su Yuan injected a trace of beast power into the body of the gun. Holding the long gun in his hand, his body turned, and hundreds of gun shadows violently blasted out. These hundreds of gun shadows were like arrows that had left the strings, shooting out explosively in all directions. The target was clear, blasting straight at the dozens of phantom bodies of the red-eyed Jarius. Only a sharp popping sound could be heard. The cold aura arrives first, and the gun enters the dragon. The dozens of phantom bodies of the red-eyed Jarius were all pierced through by the gunshots in an instant, disappearing into the void. Therein lies the advantage of a gun over a claw. It's especially handy against this kind of intensive attack. Jiang Cheng was completely dumbfounded. He felt his scalp tingle. The advantage he had just been so proud of was gone. Su Yuan was obviously much harder to deal with than he thought. My turn. Su Yuan did not hesitate, holding the candle 9 devouring lance in his hand. His feet stepped on the void and his figure shot out explosively, the tip of the lance pointing straight at Jiang Cheng. In the meantime, a totem of a pale yellowing long appeared behind him. In the totem, the golden dragon came to life as if it was going to leap out of it in the next second. Boom! From the totem burst forth a golden pillar of light, and around it wrapped red flames strong enough to vaporize the void. The golden pillar of light wrapped in red flames was like a dragon spitting in the midst of chaos, mixed with the terrifying power of tearing through space. Chaos spit, looking at the black tip of the gun that was coming straight at him, as well as the golden pillar of light that was wrapped in red flames. Jiang Cheng panicked. He gathered the 2 huge mountain-opening axes in front of his chest and mobilized all the beast power in his entire body for defense. In an instant, a layer of armor condensed on his body. Boom! The candle 9 devouring lance collided with the 2 huge mountain-opening axes with a deafening explosion. The powerful impact caused Jiang Cheng to take a dozen steps back, almost falling off the air ring. The chaos-spitting breath that followed immediately after, with a strong force that tore through space, blasted Jiang Cheng's mountain-opening giant axe into pieces in an instant. The defensive armor on Jiang Cheng's body was also pierced through in an instant. Bang! Red-eyed Jarius' body was blasted out a dozen meters away and fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Quiet. The whole place was dead quiet at the moment. A pin drop. All of the spectators watching the battle all had their jaws dropped. River City. Defeated? Just now. Su Yuan was still in the passive realm, but this was only a few breaths of effort, and he had actually defeated Jiang Cheng with a single move. Asterisk 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 one move and Jiang Cheng can't do it? No, I'm not mistaken. Jiang Cheng is losing? This. Su Yuan awesome big one move. Directly won the match. Not. I haven't reacted yet. Su Yuan won straight away? No way. Jiang Cheng seems to be a dozen levels higher than him. Just as the crowd was shocked, the red-eyed Jarius who had been blown to the ground by Su Yuan's move moved his fingers for a moment, then opened his eyes and stood up with difficulty. At this moment, both of his eyes had completely changed to a deep red color. Who said I lost? Ha ha ha. Boy, you do have a little strength. Then with this move, I don't know if you can carry it. Although Jiang Cheng spoke cheerfully, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He was by no means Su Yuan's opponent, but by making that move, not so much. In the next second, only a transparent boundary could be seen falling from the sky. The boundary covered the entire air ring in it. Boom! It was accompanied by a wave of dizziness. Su Yuan saw that the large northern district dueling arena collapsed. The thousands of spectators at the bottom transformed into a ray of light in an instant and dissipated instantly. The ring he stepped on disappeared as well. Looking around, Su Yuan realized that at this moment, he was actually in a battlefield full of ruins. For a while, the sounds of killing and screaming were endless. Illusion? Su Yuan could tell at a glance that this was an illusion created by the red-eyed Jarius. It's just a blockage in the district. In the next second, Su Yuan raised his head, only to see that on the ruined battlefield, a ferocious beast that was dozens of meters tall, large as a mountain, and with a leopard body and dragon head was charging towards him. The dozens of meters tall red-eyed Jair opened his bloody mouth, ready to swallow Su Yuan in one gulp. Oh, that's it? Su Yuan directly revealed his true body, transforming into a pale yellowing long that was more than 300 meters tall and 100 feet large. Ho ho ho! The pale yellowing long roared violently, almost toppling the entire ruined battlefield. Compared to the Tsong Huang Ying Long, the red-eyed Jarius of the leopard-bodied dragon beast was much smaller. Boy, don't you forget, this is my home turf. You can't beat me. Only the red-eyed Jarius body steeply grew in size. The body of a few dozen meters skyrocketed to a height of 100,000 meters, and the huge body poked through the clouds and plunged straight into the sky. This 100,000 meter height had already broken through the atmosphere, and with just one claw, it occupied almost the entire ruined battlefield. With such a terrifying size, the entire heaven and earth trembled between breaths. Red-eyed Jarius raised a foot and stomped towards the pale yellowing long underneath, which was as small as an ant at the moment. But suddenly, the pale yellowing long's body erupted with countless black rays of light, instantly dissipating without a trace. Where the hell did go? As the red-eyed Jarius raised his head, he saw a scene he would never be able to forget in his life. Only two extremely brilliant stars suddenly appeared above the sky. These two stars were bigger, brighter, and rounder than the moon that hung high above the sky. Red-eyed Jarius was dumbfounded. This is not a star? It was the two eyes of the dragon, and the body of that black dragon was actually in the middle of the cosmic chaos at the moment. A large nebula in the universe shattered between the dragon's breaths. Countless stars burst, and Blue Star, at the moment, was as small as a plaything marble in its claws. It was as if the giant dragon could exterminate the planet in a single breath. One bite can devour the universe and shatter the stars. Red-eyed Jarius was afraid. Jiang Cheng is afraid. Granted, it was just an illusion he created, but he had never seen such a horrible sight in his life. No more fighting. No more fighting. I surrender. I surrender. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The next second, the illusion lifted. Jiang Cheng prostrated himself on the ground, trembling with fear and incoherent. P.S. Brothers, the new collection is so little almost cannot afford to eat. This day how to even increase the 70 or not? Hiss. The air was quiet and the whole room was shocked. Only Jiang Cheng was seen prostrate on the ground, trembling at the moment, having already admitted defeat. Seeing this, The referee tutor on the high platform decisively terminated the match and announced the final result of the duel. 12th round duel. Su Yuan wins and successfully advances to the third round. The thousands of spectators at the bottom were all shocked. Su Yuan won the fight. As a freshman, he easily defeated the experts on the strong list. This is unheard of and unseen. The history of the Golden Beast University has never been the same. Awesome. Awesome big time. Worthy of being Su Yuan. I really admire him too much. It's our freshman pride. Bro, you're really fluffing big time. Don't all these strong list ones love to pretend? I don't think it will work. The same are both freshmen. Why are people so good? I now want strength but no strength. And I'm still being treated like a dog by women. Brother, don't be discouraged. People are geniuses that are rare in Xia for 100 years. We are all ordinary people. Brother, don't be held back by being held back by a woman. And those little fairies who had originally cheered for Zheng Chang. At this moment, all of them had ugly faces. Just like eating dead flies. They no longer had the face to look at Zheng Chang's performance today. They didn't expect that their brother Zheng Chang, who they had always pursued and worshipped, would become so wretched today. It was so humiliating to be beaten up like this and get down on your knees and beg for forgiveness. Su Yuan met the envious and admiring gazes of the thousands of people underneath and descended from the aerial ring, returning to his seat at the bottom. Yi Koma had been waiting for Su Yuan for a long time. Hey, no, Kakubo, you win again, eh? Yi Koma Inging smiled. In passing, he handed Su Yuan a bottle of water. The first thing she did after her second round matchup was over was to rush over to watch Su Yuan's matchup. This look didn't disappoint her. It was just a fluke. By the way, how did your duel with Su Zhe go? Su Yuan twisted open the cap of the bottle and filled it with a mouthful of water before asking. That Su Zhe can't do it. He says he's level 25. But he's just an A-ranked talent. He didn't even hold me back for a single move before he was knocked down. Both of our matches start at the same time. So if we don't finish him off quickly, how will I have time to come see you? At those words, Su Yuan almost spat out the water he had just drank. Boy, this girl is a pervert. The last time they faced each other, they defeated their opponents in 3 moves. This one was not expected to be faster than the last. A move? The nickname Little Demoness is really not false. It's really not a normal demon. My opponent for the third round has already been announced, and it's not a strong one. Maybe I'm just lucky. Zhuangling, 52nd on the strongest list, level 26. The other party's talent is only S rank. I don't think it should be a problem to beat her. You'll have to go for it next. 2. Kakubo. Yi Koma had already studied under Zhao Run before he was awakened. At the age of 9, she practiced marksmanship, and Zhao Run taught her almost all of her skills. At the age of 18, he awakened the Royal Armor form plus SS-grade top-tier ferocious beasts, and his talent qualification was ridiculously high. In the hands of a supreme beast weapon quenching holy gun, 10 years of hard practice has reached the realm of the gunman unity. General Beast Spirit Powerhouse is really not her opponent. On the contrary, Yi Koma's third round opponent, Zhuangling, although her level was higher than Yi Koma's, she was far from Yi Koma's opponent in a real fight. Much to say it would last a few moves on stage. So, Yi Koma had basically locked up the final advancement spot now. Serious game, less smug. Su Yuan scraped Yi Ying's nose and reminded. With all of the morning's matchups over, Su Yuan's third round opponent was also announced. The students for the final showdown the day after tomorrow will now be announced. The first round of the matchup the day after tomorrow. The dueling parties are Zhang Sangun and Li Kuei. The day after tomorrow. In the fourth round of the showdown, the opposing teams are. The day after tomorrow. The 17th round of the duel. The dueling parties are Su Yuan and Li Fei. Hearing the results announced by the tutor on the chair, Su Yuan lightly eeped. He was a bit surprised by the outcome. It wasn't that he was afraid of Li Fei's strong list 41, level 28 strength. Rather, it was the final round of the morning's duel, and Su Yuan saw with his own eyes that although Li Fei defeated his opponent and managed to advance to the third round, he himself was seriously injured, and was sent directly to the hospital after his disastrous victory. Look at that situation. It won't come out for 10 days and half a month. So, is this a direct promotion for yourself? Nope. Due to Li Fei's excessive injuries, he is temporarily unable to participate in the third round of duels. Then rearrange the 2 dueling sides according to the rules of point substitution. The day after tomorrow, the 17th round of the duel. The opposing sides are Su Yuan and Yunyaya. Hiss. The room roared again. Even the mentor who announced the finalists didn't expect this result. His eyes were wide with shock. Hearing this result, Su Yuan's nose twitched and he just nodded. It's quite a coincidence. It's not an enemy. This crazy woman should hold quite a grudge against herself after what happened last time. Su Yuan instantly became interested. The thousands of students watching the battle at the bottom were also stupefied and found it unbelievable. Li Fei is competing due to an injury, and the replacement goes straight to Yunya? What ing luck? Not this match to number 1 on the strong list. This isn't your average magic. What? Yunya, did I hear you right? That seems to be the number 1 on the strong ranking. Crazy. Beast King level seniors. How the hell was this assigned? No kidding. Holy. This is a level 31 Beast King. What's next is something to see. I admit that Su Yuan is very powerful, but if we really let him fight the number 1 on the strong ranking, I don't think it's too good. That's the Beast King. The so far undefeated Yunya. How can Su Yuan be an opponent? Yunya was also in disbelief when she learned of this result. A flash of unconcealable delight instantly appeared on her face, and she couldn't help but laugh outright. I had long wanted to settle the score with Su Yuan and the little Demoness, but I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. How lucky must it be to be directly matched with Su Yuan? Yunya stood up and clasped her hands to her chest. She was incomparably excited to learn of this result, and she directly walked towards Su Yuan in large strides. The surrounding students saw this and hurriedly got out of the way. At this moment, Yunya's body was filled with a powerful Beast King aura, and she looked at Su Yuan, who was sitting in his position, with an unbeatable look. She'd wanted to clean up this sky-high freshman for a long time. This time, the opportunity has finally come. TSK, the two of us are really destined for each other. Schoolmate Su Yuan. Ha. You were able to advance in the first 2 duels, which was unexpected. In the 3rd round, I'm going to settle a score with you. Su Yuan, who was sitting in his seat, even raised his head to look at Yunya at this moment. The eyes didn't even lift, because Su Yuan didn't think the other party had that value. In this kind of person's worldview, I'm afraid that he thinks that the Beast King is already invincible, not knowing that there are heavens beyond the heavens, which is truly ridiculous. Shut the up. We'll see you at the showdown the day after tomorrow. I'm not happy to hear the rest. Su Yuan stood up and left 2 faint words for Yunya, then left with Ying. Hearing Su Yuan say this, Yunya was infuriated. The first time she'd been so humiliated. What did you say? Yunya was furious and stomped her feet, but Su Yuan left her with only a back. It doesn't even take her on a ride. Well, not the usual rampage. Kid, you wait for me. The day after tomorrow, even if I get my grades cancelled, I'll kill you with my own hands. Looking at Su Yuan's back as he left, Yunya said with a puff of anger in her heart. At this time on the other side, Fallen Forest Secret Trials Enrollment Office. As soon as the news of the opening of the Fallen Forest was announced, the registration desk was filled with people early in the morning. 5 or 6 long lines, each with at least 100 people. The Fallen Forest was a subdimension of the Fallen Heaven realm, and most of the ferocious beasts in it were below level 5, with extremely low talent and little killing power. As for the more advanced ferocious beasts, most of them weren't even aggressive, so the Fallen Forest allowed even freshmen to go in and try out. The benefits received can be quite optimistic when compared to the risks. I've heard about the Fallen Forest for a long time. I have to go to this opening. TSK, even though we can't pass the advancement and enter the Fallen Sky realm, the Fallen Forest trial isn't bad either. It's just that there are too many people in this queue. How long is this going to take? Can't directly insert a queue. Afraid of what? There was a lot of chatter and noise from the people around them. At this moment, Tu Susu, who was holding the little white fox, looked at the dozen or so scurrying heads in front of the row, and lamented that it was finally almost time to row to himself. The chances inside the Fallen Forest were not something she could even look at. What's in there? Tushan has all of it. She was still going to enter the Fallen Forest because of Su Yuan. On the campus of the Golden Beast University, it was inconvenient for Tu Susu to lay her hands on her, and the Fallen Forest is definitely a good place to do it. I need to emphasize to all of you students that your batch that entered the Fallen Forest needs to all leave by noon the day after tomorrow. On the day after tomorrow, the 100 people who advanced from the selection duel will hunt ferocious beasts in the Fallen Forest, which will in turn account for their achievements and rank them. At that time, a wave of beasts will erupt in the Fallen Forest, and it will be extraordinarily dangerous. So I hope everyone must remember that. The tutor in charge of registration reminded each enrolled student over and over again. We'll need 5 more in the back, and then the rest of the class can wait for the next one. There were 3 people in front of Tu Susu at the moment, just in time for her turn. Suddenly, 2 figures flashed in front of Tu Susu. 2 students in their senior year uniforms thrust themselves directly in front of her. Seeing this, Tu Susu frowned slightly. The 2 senior students, one tall and the other fat, both looked to be above level 20. They saw that Tu Susu was just a freshman, and with her weak and delicate appearance of 1 meter 5, she looked like a good bully. In order to get the quota to enter the Fallen Forest trial, the two of them decisively chose to jump the queue. If we don't jump the queue now we won't get a chance. Who knows how long it will take until the next one. Little sister, you're only a freshman. There's no need to take such a big risk. Why don't we just give this one to our two seniors? One of the chubbier seniors said with a smirk. Between speaking, his eyes were still looking towards the two huge waves on Susu's chest from time to time. This instantly caused displeasure among the people around them. However, both of these two were senior powerhouses, and most people only dared to talk about it, verbally condemn it. There's no infringement on their interests, and there's no need to step in and stop it yet. I'll give you 3 breaths to get out of my sight. Otherwise, Susu spat out a few icy words from his mouth. An extremely strong aura violently erupted from her body. The two senior students were instantly stunned and froze in place for a moment. 1 breath. Toussaint only counted. Boom! Only one voice was heard to explode. The two senior students were violently blown away by a dark force in the void. The duo instantly flew out dozens of meters away, showering a rain of blood in the air before crashing heavily into a statue in the distance, not knowing if they were dead or alive. This scene instantly dumbfounded the people present, looking for death. Evening. Yuan sat cross-legged on top of the bed. Inhaling and exhaling, he let the beast power in his body wander and spread into the meridians. After a few days of recovery, his body was currently able to withstand the power of the purple sky Qilin. The Lion King has also awakened from his dormancy. Yuan is in good health at this point. Yi Ying, who was wearing thin pink pajamas, was currently lying beside Yuan, and was boredly brushing a short video. 2 small, pink, finely sculpted feet dangled over the side of the bed. Yi Koma brushed for a while and got annoyed, looking at Yuan every now and then. Be a good boy. Still meditating with my eyes closed. Gee, sit tight. Such a big beauty lying next to him. No reaction at all. Looking at Yuan's appearance of sitting with his eyes closed, Yi Ying was struck by an idea. She lay down and stretched her freshly washed pink feet in front of Yuan's face. Wanted to test Yuan's reaction. At this moment, Yuan, who had his eyes closed, saw a black shadow approaching his face. There's a faint hint of jasmine. Yuan frowned slightly, and reflexively directly gripped the mass of black shadows before exerting a slight force. Ah, hurts. Let go. Hearing Yi Ying's call, Yuan opened his eyes. When he saw that he was holding what turned out to be a luscious little pink foot, he instantly had black lines painted all over his face. Yuan. No auntie, what are you up to? This is not good. Yuan let go of Yi Ying's feet, sighed slightly, and turned his back directly to her. Hurry back to bed. If you stay in my bed again tonight, I won't promise. At those words, Yi Koma muttered a little, rubbing his slightly sore feet. He blankly glanced at Yuan. A straight man of steel. Why is he so straight? At first glance, it looks like you've never been in a relationship, but anyone who's been in one won't be like this. Even being a lickspittle counts. Thinking of this, Yi Ying put her head to Yuan's ear, one hand wrapped around Yuan's waist, and gently said, So, have you never been in love? Can't coax a girl at all, and you can't guess a single thing a girl thinks. Yuan still had his back to her and did not reply. Not talking? I guessed it. Then I'll teach you. No, let's both try it first. At those words, Yuan's expression was wonderful. He twisted his head and looked at Yi Koma, not knowing what to say for a moment. What? Try it? Meeting Yuan's eyes, Yi Ying's small face instantly reddened. Yuan only felt caught off guard and his scalp went a little numb. No way. Is this for real? Yi Koma's 2 large eyes blinked in anticipation of Yuan's reply. At the moment, her face and Yuan's face were very close. The small, palm-sized face was flushed and her heart was thumping with overwhelming nervousness. Her brain was now in a state of downtime. Yi Koma swore in his heart. This is definitely the first time in his life that he took the initiative. But don't trade it in for a lifetime of introversion. At this moment, Yuan was no better. He looked at Yi Tassel incredulously, his scalp tingling. No way. Are you serious? All of a sudden? Smoothing out the bangs on Yi Ying's forehead, Yuan placed his hand on Yi Ying's forehead. Sister Yi Ying, you don't have a fever, do you? Leaf coma. Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. It can only come as a way to hide the embarrassment. This girl asks if she's never been in love once? It should be. He was extremely ordinary in his previous life. The company, the rental house 2 points a line work. Hard work. Every month to earn money cannot support their own. Let alone talk about a girlfriend. Never even held a girl's hand a couple times. I don't have a fever. Try it. I'll teach you how to talk. Yi Koma grabbed Yuan's hand that was on her forehead and let it rest on her flushed cheeks. Then he closed his eyes and brought his face ever closer to Yuan's. I waited for a long time, but Yuan never responded. Yi Koma scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Don't you know what it means when a girl closes her eyes and puts her face close to you? Su Yuan shook his head. What's the meaning of this? You really don't know? Yi Koma's face was getting closer and closer to Su Yuan's face, and her cherry mouth was almost touching Su Yuan's lips. Su Yuan, on the other hand, reflexively moved his head back. In the next second, Ying opened his eyes and directly placed his right hand behind Su Yuan's head, pulling it back. Then his lips pressed up. The two lips were gently pressed together at the moment. Ying closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and placed her hands on Su Yuan's chest, then traced down her chest to her waist, and wrapped her two hands around Su Yuan's waist. Then his body came forward and pressed against him, as if he were trying to fit himself completely into the embrace. Su Yuan is stupid. Pupils in a split second to contract several times. No. How hard can this be? His mind was blank at the moment, and before he could react to what was happening, the other man's lips were pressed against his. What Su Yuan didn't expect was that Ying directly stuck out his tongue as soon as he came up. He could feel the other man's tongue gently sliding in and out of his mouth, and kept testing his own. It was only after several attempts by the other's tongue that Su Yuan's tongue finally responded. The two tongues just intertwined and touched each other. Su Yuan's expression was wonderful at the moment. Although he was very passive, he still went to try to cooperate with the other side. Half a minute passed. Yi Koma opened her eyes and moved her lips away fondly, looking at Su Yuan with a soft and gentle look, as if waiting for Su Yuan to speak first. Ah, this. And what are you doing? Hearing Su Yuan say such words as soon as he opened his mouth, Ying directly covered Su Yuan's mouth. What? Look at how much you just kissed me. You don't want to admit it now? Su Yuan froze for a moment and nodded sluggishly. Then it didn't feel right, and he hurriedly shook his head again. Yi Koma was very headstrong at the sight and pointed to a red rope loop in his right hand. Here, broken old Den gave the tie when I was a boy. It says that when you meet someone you like in the future, you'll take this off and give it to them. Saying that, Ying unclipped the rope ring on his right hand and shoved it directly into Su Yuan's hand. For you. With that, she closed her eyes again, putting his face close to Su Yuan. He waited for Su Yuan's reaction. Hey. You can't keep letting girls take the initiative. What did you just mean? You should understand now. Su Yuan looked at the red rope ring in his hand, which still had a hint of body odor, and touched his nose. He put the rope ring away and pursed his lips lightly before leaving a soft kiss on Yi Ying's forehead. Feeling the itch on her forehead, Yi Koma opened her eyes in surprise. Boy, do you promise? Kakubo, you're finally getting the hang of it. As soon as he hugged Su Yuan, Yi Koma placed his hands on Su Yuan's back, his head pressed against the other's chest. Aha! Su Yuan gave a simple His mind went blank when he said the word. Su Yuan watched a trace of doubt flash across his face as Ying moved into his house with a large bag of household items, flyers and bedding. Sister Ying, what are you? Yi Koma threw his own pillow onto Su Yuan's bed, then tilted his head and said, Live together. There's no such thing as living apart. Saying that, she placed her little pink slippers on Su Yuan's shoe rack. Su Yuan scratched his head and thought about it, and it was indeed the case. But that's a bit too soon anyhow, isn't it? Is this cohabitation? By the way, you should stop calling me Sister Ying from now on. Who wants to be your sister? Directly called Yi Koma, or whatever you like. Yi Ying is now very reluctant to the name sister. She didn't like the fact that Su Yuan kept calling it that before. She just didn't say it explicitly. Good. At the moment, the moonlight outside was shining through the window, spilling onto the ground like white frost. Yi Koma pulled the curtains closed, then lay down on Su Yuan's bed and stretched out beautifully. Next, you'll have no reason to ask me to leave. This bed belongs to both of us from now on. Su Yuan sniffed a light smile, changed into his pajamas, and lay down on the bed as well, and he aimed his face at Yi Koma's face, and the two faces were so close to each other. By the way, you won't back out when you wake up tomorrow morning, will you? Yi Koma suddenly thought of something and asked Su Yuan. Su Yuan shook his head and ruffled the bangs on the other party's forehead, then smiled. Well, Auntie, do I look like such an irresponsible person? Leaf Koma was happy to hear that, and smoothly turned off the light at hand. The room darkened instantly. In the pitch blackness, Yi Koma wrapped one arm around Su Yuan's waist and kept moving closer to the other, and Su Yuan didn't make any movements to resist. Auntie, go to bed early. It's not early. Yes. Fallen forest. Hundreds of pillars of light descended from the air at the same time. The pillar of light gradually expanded as it fell to the ground and turned into the landing point at the end of the teleportation formation. With that, one student after another stepped out of the circle of light. Tu Susu, who was holding the little white fox, was also among these people. When they saw the environment in front of them, everyone's face was invariably shocked. Holy, is this the fallen forest? Holy, why is it still daytime here? Is this the space world created by a beast emperor powerhouse? No. I remember it being dark outside. Why was the sun still high when I came in? I'm going, gives me such an unreal feeling. What came into view was a dense virgin forest. An endless world of green covered the entire sky and earth. Some small ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere, hiding behind trees and shivering as they looked at the humans who had suddenly intruded. At the moment, the sun is high in the sky. The poisonous sunlight shone down, giving the impression that it was both real and unreal at the same time. The tutor in charge of the trial held a loudspeaker and kept repeating the rules of this short trial to the students present. Remember, everyone, you can only stay for a maximum of 36 hours and then you have to come out. Further back, a tidal wave of beasts erupted. Your levels are generally low. Don't push yourselves. Once you encounter a beast tide, the consequences will be unimaginable. After that, the mentor announced the dismissal. Hundreds of students spread out, some in groups of 3 or 10, exploring in every direction. At this moment, Susu, who was holding the little white fox, stood in the middle of the crowd, her face expressionless. It's just a space world. What's all the fuss about? As a member of Mount 2, what had she not seen before? Creating a spatial world with her hands, which her big sister knew how to do, was nothing unusual. If it wasn't for Su Yuan, she wouldn't care to come to such a Thai place. Just as Tu Susu was meditating, Tu Sweetness broke free from her embrace and stepped her paws on this side of the new world, tilting her head, full of curiosity. Looking at the scattered crowd, Tu Sweetie followed and ran over. Seeing this, Tu Susu rushed up and grabbed Tu Susu's neck, ignoring the other party's wailing, and directly lifted him up. Oh my dear sister, where are you running to? Do you dislike your oldest sister that much? In your current state, you might let someone swallow you in one bite. Don't run around. Tu Sweetie spat out her tongue, her fox face full of regret and helplessness. Tu Susu held down the little white fox in her arms. She didn't follow the crowd's large group, but instead cast her gaze into the distance. Only in the direction of her gaze, 3 huge peaks stood like heaven-breaking swords, their majestic and massive aura suffocating people. This is it. Carrying Tu Sweetness, Tu Susu set off in the direction of the 3 huge peaks. The first rays of the morning sun shone through the curtains. The house was faintly lit at the moment. Leaf Coma woke up in a fit of winking and whimpering, sitting up and stretching, looking at Su Yuan, who was huffing and puffing beside himself and letting out snores from time to time. Ying was sure that what happened last night was not a dream. Now that she had woken up, she couldn't even recall what had happened last night. Thinking of this, Yi Coma licked his lips. Then he looked at the deeply sleeping Su Yuan. National treasure. Wake up. It's getting late, eh? Take you to someone today. Yi Coma leaned over and blew in Su Yuan's ear, whispering, gently shaking Su Yuan's body. The latter woke up in a daze and opened his drowsy eyes. Su Yuan rubbed his eyes and looked at Yi Tassel, who was already dressed and couldn't help but yawn. Under a strong wave of sleepiness, the events of last night flashed through his mind like a movie. Su Yuan shook his head violently, feeling only a little incredulous. What is this? Have a girlfriend? So magical. I didn't realize it last night, but I didn't feel so magical until I woke up in the morning. After freezing for a long time, Su Yuan pursed his lips lightly. Yi Coma liked him. He knew it. How could he not have seen this girl's thoughts about him? Little by little, he also had a bit of a crush on Yi Coma. He just didn't expect it to develop so quickly. However, since he had already promised, Su Yuan was naturally not the kind of person who was irresponsible. At this moment, Yi Ying was wearing a short pink JK, her feet stepped on a pair of small white shoes, and she was looking at Su Yuan with a crooked head. Seeing that Su Yuan hadn't said anything, her lips trembled slightly. Ah, you won't back out. Before Yi Coma could finish her sentence, Su Yuan directly interrupted her. No, good girl, don't think. Su Yuan took Yi Ying's hand, then kissed the back of his right hand. Yi Coma's little face swished red. So, what's our relationship now? What am I to you? Yi Coma sat on the edge of Su Yuan's bed, lifted the bangs on her forehead to the back, and said softly. As he spoke, he looked at Su Yuan with anticipation in his eyes. Girlfriend? No, auntie, what else do you want to be? Su Yuan is not an irresponsible person. Previously, he kept a distance from Yi Ying and was appropriately ambiguous, just considering that the relationship between the two was only confidant, so don't want to take advantage of each other. It's different now. It's become your girlfriend, so naturally you don't have to think about it so much. My own girlfriend? Of course I have to admit it in a big way. Su Yuan smiled. It's hard to call you anything else, isn't it? At those words, Yi Ying hurriedly shook his head, his heart bursting with joy. With that, Yi Ying carried Su Yuan's clothes over. Here, hurry up and get dressed. I'll take you to someone later. After getting dressed, Su Yuan and simply ate breakfast before going downstairs. On the road, look at the little couples who walk all arm in arm, close together. Yi Koma wanted to reach out and take Su Yuan's hand, but after some thought she gave up. She gently poked the back of Su Yuan's hand with one of her fingers and then withdrew her hand. Seeing this, Su Yuan immediately understood for a second and took the initiative to reach out a hand to hold Yi Koma's hand. This was considered the first time Su Yuan had taken the initiative to pull a girl's hand. Before, when he didn't establish a relationship, Yi Ying would take the initiative to hold his hand, and Su Yuan sometimes didn't care. Sometimes he refused. By the way, be sure to be careful tomorrow against Yunya. She is, after all, the #1 expert on the strong ranking, and yesterday I saw him so furious that he might have been about to do something. Yi Koma suddenly thought of Su Yuan's opponent tomorrow who was Yunya and couldn't help but be a little worried. She was not worried that Yunya's strength was above Su Yuan. I'm afraid that Yunya will use underhanded tactics. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan smiled faintly. He understood that this crazy Yunya was going to have to fight sooner or later. Even if the duels couldn't be matched together, there was bound to be a vicious battle in the Fallen Forest and the Fallen Heavenly Realm. If that's the case, why didn't you take care of her earlier? Let's not let this stinking fly continue to disgust people. Yi Koma brought Su Yuan to the library of the Jinling Beast University. When they got to the 3rd floor, they saw a young girl in a tight sweatshirt and a duck-tongued hat who had been waiting for a long time. The young girl had a concave and convex figure. Her face was stunningly beautiful, and her cool face could be described as a school flower level. And when she saw Yi Koma, she immediately stood up and greeted her. Yi Koma, here. Leng Cheng waved at Yi Ying. Suddenly, Leng Qingli saw a familiar figure beside Yi Ying. Su Far? Hiss. Of course Leng Qing recognized Su Yuan. Who doesn't know him at the Jinling Beast University? This schoolmate, right now, is the man of the hour at the Jinling Beast University. Leng Qingliang bypassed Yi Ying and directly reached out to Su Yuan. Smiling. Hello, Leng Qing. I guess your schoolmate Su Yuan. Leng Qingliang bypassed Yi Ying and directly reached out to Su Yuan. Smiling. Hello, Leng Qing. I guess your schoolmate Su Yuan. She'd heard about Su Yuan a long time ago. The first SSS class awakened person in the summer country in 20 years. The first genius since the establishment of the Golden Beast University. Participating in the duel as a freshman. Killing Zhang Duan and abusing the experts on the strong list. Currently Su Yuan's fame was unknown to everyone in the Jinling Beast University. Oh, hello. Su Yuan smiled politely, but in the face of Leng Qing's outstretched hand, he didn't shake it. Leng Qing's outstretched hand retracted, and a touch of embarrassment could not help but appear on her face. It was at this time that Yi Ying intervened and took hold of Leng Qing's hand. Crooked. Miss Leng, you're pretty again, eh? Yi Koma inhaled close to Leng Qing's neck, measured Leng Qing's stunning figure, and laughed. It's getting fragrant again. Leng Qingzhuang sniffed and directly blanked Yi Ying, her small mouth muttering. What are you talking about? Dead girl? It's been a few days since you came back from the capital and you didn't even come to me. I don't know what your little brain is up to all day. Leng Qing is one of Yi Ying's better girlfriends in Jinling Beast University. The two of them usually have a very good relationship. She is also currently in Jinling Beast University for her sophomore year. So far, it was only at this time that Su Yuan took the initiative to extend his hand and shake it with Leng Qing. Basic politeness. Su Yuan still understood. Otherwise, I'm afraid that girl Yi Ying would be jealous again. Loosening the hand held with Su Yuan, Leng Qing sized Su Yuan up. Little handsome, but with a good temperament. Tall and gifted. Sheesh. Several of the girls in the dormitory with her were mesmerized by this talented freshman student. But Leng Qing couldn't figure out why Su Yuan would follow Yi Ying along. He himself had clearly asked Yi Ying to come out with only one person. By the way, Yi Ying, how did you and Su Yuan meet? He came to be? Leng Qing asked as she slung her Dior bag, which was sitting on her desk, over her shoulder as she walked. Hearing Leng Qing ask this, Yi Ying lowered her head and smiled coyly, her eyebrows arched. That's the kind of relationship we have. You know. At those words, Leng Jiqing froze. Which relationship? No way. Taken by you? Leng Qing was a bit disbelieving. First of all, as far as Leng Qing knew, Yi Ying had always been the type of person who claimed that he would never fall in love. At the Golden Beast University, there were a lot of guys chasing after her, but all of them were rejected. Confirming this statement, Leng Qingliang was never expecting that this little demoness Yi Ying was in love, and it's still so far. A college genius. That's no ordinary person. Terrifying talent, handsome looks, and stunning performance in the selection showdown. I don't know how many little girls are fascinated by it. How many days has freshman year started, and it was taken down? Leng Qinglian had an incredulous look on her face and looked at Yi Ying, who was still a little proud, and hummed. I don't believe it. I thought you dead girl said you weren't in love? Besides, you're such an old cow eating young grass. We don't know if the other schoolmate agrees or not. So don't take advantage of Su Yuan's younger brother. Yi Ying, FAQs. Yi Koma went up and pinched both of Ling Qing's cheeks with one hand. Can a dead girl talk? Who are you calling a tenderfoot? Or you can eat my shot first. Seeing this situation, Su Yuan directly stepped forward and held Yi Koma's small hand in front of Ling Qing. In Ling Qing's shocked gaze, Su Yuan smiled and opened his mouth. Auntie, be gentle. Yi Koma, my girlfriend. The expression on Ling Qing's face instantly froze. At the moment there were 10,000 alpacas galloping in the mind. There was a trace of strong envy in her eyes as she looked at Yi Koma at the moment. Su Yuan all but admitted it. It's still true. Boy, really let this girl get lucky ah. Looking at the two people holding hands and being intimate, Ling Qing huffed and gave a smile that wasn't too embarrassed. Pretty good. Yi Koma's little hand was held by Su Yuan just like that. Her little face flushed. She was enjoying this feeling of herself being recognized and shown to others. Nonsense eh? Where's the meanness? Not usually mean to you, are you? Omega. Su Yuan shrugged his shoulders and revealed a smile that begged to differ. You're most gentle with me. Alright. It's just that you're mean to other people. Girls, be a little more reserved. Don't become a tyrannosaurus. Leaf Koma nodded obediently. That was good for her to hear. It didn't matter what others thought of her. Tyrannosaurus Rex or Demonus. As long as your favorite person finds you gentle. By the way, where's Su Feng? Why haven't I seen him? Yi Koma didn't see the figure of Ling Qing's boyfriend and asked. Oh, that dumbass is on the third floor of that Western restaurant in our school. The couple's restaurant. Got us a reservation and is waiting for us to come over. Su Feng is Ling Qing's boyfriend and is also a sophomore in college. Ling Qing was never particularly satisfied with Su Feng. And it was only because Su Feng had been a licking dog that Ling Qing agreed to be with him before. Su Feng's talent was still quite high, and he was ranked at the top of his grade. But today it was compared to Su Yuan. It's only when it's cold and clear that you realize what a gap is. It's a world of difference. Ling Qing NVGing to death. Fallen Forest. Two Susu arrived on top of a steep peak in the middle of the three standing peaks. The steep peaks of the mountain are surrounded by cliffs on all sides. The rocks are all over the place. And underneath is an abyss of 10,000 feet. Two Sweetness, who was held in the arms of Two Susu, was trembling at the moment, burying her head in her body, not daring to raise it at all. Egu, look at you. It's not like I'm going to throw you off. After saying that, Two Susu leaped forward. The figure fell from under a height of 10,000 feet, and then the figure instantly dissipated. By the time he landed, he had reached a huge cave within the cliff. Yes, this is it. Two Susu walked into the pitch-black cave and casually waved his hand. Instantly the light swallowed the darkness. However, right at this moment, two streaks of golden light erupted from the depths of the cave. A ferocious beast that was dozens of meters tall, golden in color, with 3 horns on its head, 2 wings on its back, and a body like a celestial horse walked out from the depths of the cave. He was full of anger and opened his mouth. Mud, you're too damn wild. Human, daring to intrude on this emperor's territory. You're tired of living. The triangle gold barge emperor looked at the weak human girl in front of him wearing a blue JK and holding a small white fox, his eyes glaring in anger. He couldn't figure it out even if he tried. How did this little human girl come to be in his territory? You're tired of living. You really don't put yourself as the beast emperor in your eyes. Shut up. How dare you talk to your aunt like that? But a mere level 56 beast emperor. Auntie can kill you with a single finger. At those words, the triangle gold barge emperor was dumbfounded. Ha, one more to go. I'll have enough for tonight. The triangular golden barge emperor was instantly dumbfounded. What a big mouth. He was the strongest person in the fallen forest anyways. It had been years since anyone had dared to talk like that in front of him. Rampant. Human, you seek death. The triangular golden barge emperor roared in anger, and his huge front claws violently stomped on Two Susu, but it was easily dodged by the small and nimble Two Susu. It was also at this moment again that Two Susu's body was wrapped in a burst of golden light. Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying and strong aura emanated from her body. You silly elk. It looks like Auntie will have to clean you up. As he spoke, Two Susu's level began to rub up. Level 48, level 50, level 53, class of 59. The triangular golden barge emperor was directly terrified. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cool air, his 2 huge eyes filled with incredulity. Not. This woman is a peak beast emperor ah? Feeling the aura of a peak beast emperor on his body, the corners of Two Susu's mouth lifted slightly. Tushan's unspoken secret. Ghost in the shell. Big Sister's power can attach itself to her body across the miles. If she was willing and ignored the physical damage, it wasn't impossible to briefly reach level 60, Beast Saint. This girl is not human. and hates humans. Also, the tone of voice you just used to talk to this girl. This girl doesn't like it. Tu Susu's icy voice carried a crushing aura that scared the Triangle Gold Barge Emperor into trembling. At this moment, the Triangle Gold Barge Emperor no longer had the arrogant attitude he had just had. Facing a peak beast emperor powerhouse, there was no way he could be the opponent. Even if he killed him, he couldn't figure out that this young girl in front of him would be a peak beast emperor. It's a bit outrageous, isn't it? Wrong. Wrong. It is I who have eyes to see. Just kidding. Grandma, give me a break. I was the one who spoke up just now. The Triangle Gold Barge Emperor's size instantly shrunk several times before directly kneeling down for Tu Susu, offending such a mysterious and powerful person. One might have to be accounted for here today. Tu Sweetness cocked her head at the side, looking at Tu Susu's domineering appearance, sticking out her tongue in excitement and letting out an ow. Get up. Auntie won't kill you, but tomorrow you're going to do what I tell you to do. Tu Susu clasped her hands on her chest and said indifferently, behave yourself, huh? Or this girl will kill you anytime. The Triangle Gold Barge Emperor stood up and nodded tremblingly. At this moment, he no longer had half the might of the strongest person in the fallen forest. In order to save his little life, he could only obey Tu Susu's words. You want me to make a concerted effort for the beast tide the day after tomorrow? The Triangular Golden Barge Emperor listened to Tu Susu's order and said, that's right, do as I say. Don't be stupid. After the explanation, Tu Susu signaled the Triangle Gold Barge Emperor to hurry up and go into action. Don't have a single point of disobedience or you will die a horrible death. The ice-cold words caused goosebumps to rise all over the Triangle Gold Barge Emperor's body. He nodded his head as if he was pounding garlic, not daring to delay, and with a shock of his wings, he flew out of the cave and acted immediately according to Tu Susu's explanation. Stupid. It's time to go. As soon as he grabbed Tu Sweetness up and held her in his arms, Tu Susu's figure leaped and instantly disappeared. The third floor of the Golden Beast Grand Western Restaurant. The couple's restaurant. Su Yuan walked into the couple's restaurant, only to see warm lights, pink decorations, roses and jasmine flowers on the windows and front counter, and a nice fresh scent coming out. At the moment, the couple's restaurant is filled with young couples on a weekend date, one by one, holding hands ambiguously and intimately. The table is set with Western food, knives and forks and red wine. Su Feng had made a reservation and was waiting for Yi Ying and Ling Qing. When he saw the two of them appear, Su Feng stood up and wanted to greet them. But his gaze swept over to Su Yuan, who had come along with him, and he instantly stopped talking. Hurry up and sit down. Been waiting for you for a long time, Kiyoshi. Su Feng pointed to the seat beside him, allowing Ling Qingqing to sit next to him. However, Ling Qing glanced at Su Feng, and after pondering for a while, she still sat opposite Su Feng. The two were face to face, and for a moment it was a little awkward. Look at you. All this stuff again. You don't know I'm on my period today. Have you ever seriously considered me? How many times have I reminded you? Before Su Feng could say anything in embarrassment, Ling Qingqing muttered her little mouth and started complaining. As he spoke, he also looked at Su Yuan and Yi Ying from time to time. Su Yuan and Yi Ying and the table were in the corner of the wall not far from Su Feng's duo's position. After Yi Ying sat down, Su Yuan then sat directly next to Yi Ying's position. The two were next to each other. From this corner position, it is just possible to see outside through the window. Yi Koma's head tilted and leaned on Su Yuan's shoulder. Su Yuan wrapped his right hand around Yi Koma's waist, bringing the other party's body a little closer to his own. In his left hand, he was holding on to Yi Koma's small hand. At this moment, the two people's bodies were almost stuck together, and Su Yuan came close enough to smell, and could smell the faint body odor of the young girl's body. I can't believe you're still taking the initiative. The previous reserve turned out to be all pretense, eh? Che, thought you were really the kind of person who doesn't get close to women. Yi Koma secretly snickered, her small mouth close to Su Yuan's ear and laughed. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan loosened his arm around Yi Koma and shrugged his shoulders. You're my girlfriend. If I don't take the initiative, then it's hard to let another guy take the initiative. If you don't like it, I'm not taking the initiative next. At those words, Yi Ying hurriedly shook his head. She took hold of Su Yuan's hand that she had just retracted and let it wrap back around her slender waist. Wrap your arms around it and don't let go. You should be the one to initiate, and I'll learn to be more reserved from now on. Just then, Su Yuan took out his cell phone from his coat pocket. He poked Yi Koma's little face to briefly clean up the bangs that were spread out in front of his forehead. Doesn't matter. Bangs are weirdly cute to me. Ugly is ugly. You shoot. Su Yuan is not very good at taking pictures. He knows nothing about taking pictures. Normally, he doesn't take pictures to document it either. Finding the right angle, Su Yuan snapped a picture of the two together in an intimate photo. Then he opened WeChat and sent the photo with Yi Koma to Su Chuanfeng and Yi Linglong, and with a text underneath. Wolf King, Sparrow King. Having dinner with your future daughter-in-law. Leaf Coma brought his head over to the heel of the screen, a flicker of bewilderment on his face. Kakubo. What's that you're filming? I really should teach you to take good pictures sometime. Look at you. Why am I still baring my big teeth? You got all this on camera? Who are you sending this to? Yuan zoomed in to take a closer look at the picture and indeed bared a large tooth, but it looked quite cute. He replied truthfully, my mom and dad. Of course I'm going to tell them. Yelena? Yi Coma. Yi Coma's SD was wonderful, and immediately took Yuan's cell phone. Righteously. Withdraw. No way. Look what you've made of me. Yi Coma took Yuan's cell phone and wanted to withdraw the photo, but she realized that 2 minutes had already passed. It can't be withdrawn at all. Show my parents. It's not ugly. Instead, it's weirdly cute. Yuan helped Ying to straighten the bangs in front of her forehead and smiled. Soon, Yuan received replies from Su Chuanfeng and Yi Linglong. Su Chuanfeng, son, you're getting the hang of it. That's right. That Zhao Qingya doesn't even want a dog. Su Chuanfeng, son, your vision can this girl is quite good looking. You have to grasp. Don't be like me back then. The girl I loved didn't keep. Now think about it, only left with regret. Yi Linglong? Yi Linglong, what? What? Have you forgotten that I am still inside the group, which beloved girl didn't keep? You still regret on it? It's a pity to be with me, isn't it? Su Chuanfeng quit the loved one another family group chat. The corners of Yuan's mouth shivered slightly. Nice guy. The Wolf King really does say anything. Yi Linglong, this girl is really good looking. This your vacation home to bring home to let mommy see. Yuan, okay. On the occasion of Yuan's message, Ying saved the photo that the two of them had just taken together, and then tapped on retouch. First, use special effects to batch Yuan's hair into yellow, then cover his face with stickers. After fixing the picture, Ying sent the photo to Yi Baojun. I'm going to send it to old Den, too. Though broken old Den has already met you, but send him the picture anyway. Yuan looked at himself pee into a yellow-haired teenager. Froze for a moment. No auntie, what are you doing? I'm becoming yellow? Yi Coma hemmed and hawed. Surprise old Den. I'd like to see how Olden reacts. Yi Tassel sent the P photo to Yi Baojun with a message. Laodang. Your girl has someone to love her. It's not half a minute. Leafbreaker's phone popped right up. Along with it came several shocked and angry emojis from WeChat. Yi Coma scratched the answer button, only to hear Yi Baojun's anxious voice coming from the other end immediately. Damn girl. Don't scare me. No. Where did this yellow hair come from? You're not kidding me? You hurry up and explain this to me. You're going to piss off your father. Yi Baojun had only one daughter, Yi Ying, and his wife sacrificed herself when her daughter was just born. In order to take care of this only daughter, Yi Baojun can be said to have cleaned up all the yellow hairs in the vicinity of his home for 10 kilometers. At the moment he was dumbfounded. No way. Yuan blankly glanced at Yi Ying, then took Yi Ying's cell phone. Auntie, this is not good. Turning the call's camera on, what came into his eyes was the face of Yi Baojun, who was dressed in a white military uniform and full of anxiety. Very panicky at first glance. Uncle Yi, it's me. Yuan slightly lowered his head and said humbly. Seeing that it was Yuan, Yi Baojun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yuan? Ha? You guys this? Yi Brejan seemed to understand something, but he still wanted to confirm it. In front of Lao Dang on the other end of the phone, Yi Ying laughed a little, then directly kissed Yuan on the right side of his face. Here, take it easy Olden. Not yellow hair. Yi Baojun directly froze. Seeing the intimate and ambiguous movements of the two people, he had a bit of a mixed feeling in his heart. He owed his daughter so much as a father. So of course I want my daughter to be happy. But isn't this relationship moving too fast? It gave Yi Baojun a silly look. Raising such a big girl, she was obedient to others, kissing and greasy, and looking at him, he was a little envious in his heart. So far, you have something to say to you. Damn girl, you go aside. Yi Coma muttered, then gave Yuan and Lao Deng a space to speak alone, only to see Yi Baojun with a stern face. He said, bastard boy. You're good. I'm a father who can't even get into her heart and let you walk in. I don't have much to say, except that you must be kind to her. We'll be family from now on. And although I'm currently outside the circle, I still have a lot of influence in the country. If anyone dares to find trouble with you, or bully you in a big way, feel free to report my name, and I will definitely manage to the end. Yuan nodded as he listened. He naturally understood the good intentions of this Xingui general. Good. My late generation thanks Uncle Yi. Day 2. Golden Beast University West Showdown Field. Today was the final showdown of the Fallen Heaven Realm Selection Showdown. 100 people will be decided who will ultimately advance. At this moment, in the air suspended dueling ring, Each of the two level 20 or above ferocious beasts showed their abilities and tried their best to defeat the other. Boom! Only to see one of the mantis ferocious beasts ultimately undefeated. Its body fell from the aerial ring before reverting to its human form. Seeing this, the referee tutor announced the end of the match. The 15th round of the duel. Shangwon Asakawa has won, and has successfully secured the advancement spot. Shangwon Asakawa regained his human form, patted the dust on his body, and leapt down from the air ring. Then, to the cheers of the crowd, he returned to his place on the stage. It's almost time for you. Yaha, you need to collect yourself and try not to make any unpleasant surprises, or it won't end well, Shangwon Asakawa said to Yunya, who was sitting next to him. Upon hearing this, Yunya's beautiful eyebrows furrowed a bit as she hummed softly. Asakawa, you're not expecting me to show mercy later, are you? Oh, isn't that kid quite capable? If you can beat me, count me as less skilled. If he is defeated in my hands, then I'd rather not advance and slaughter him. Yunya clenched her teeth, remembering the two humiliations Su Yuan and the little demoness had inflicted on her. She was furious. Now that she had the chance to fight Su Yuan after a long time, how could she let the other party go so easily? Killing Zhang Duan and abusing Zhang Chang, that's awesome. If you fall into my hands today, I'd like to see if you still have that kind of strength. At this point, both sides of the 16th round matchup have taken the stage. Su Yuan and Yunya's duel was then scheduled for the 17th round. Brat, you need to reserve your strength. We'll have to enter the secret realm later, so this time we'll strive to kill them with a single strike. Su Yuan looked at the stage when the voice of the purple sky Qilin rang in his ears. A quick battle. Brat, don't stall if you can kill in seconds. The 16th round of matchups was quickly decided. When the referee tutor announced the result of the match, it instantly caused a sensation underneath. Thousands of spectators cheered in unison. Brothers, isn't it Su Yuan and Yunya's turn next? Asterisk. Yeah, round 17. It's these two's turn to face off. Su Yuan is really great. Today I came to see Su Yuan specifically. A freshman and the number one on the strongest list. It's exciting to think about. Su Yuan is awesome big time. Even if he loses, I still think he's awesome. Su Yuan, give me a good kill on these big four list people. Amidst the cheers of the entire crowd, Yunya's figure walked up to the suspended ring in the air. The aura of a level 31 Beast King erupted strongly on his body. At the moment, she stood on the stage, her hands ready behind her, her eyes full of confidence. In her 4 years at Golden Beast University, she hadn't lost once so far. She wanted to see that Su Yuan, a freshman, could beat Zhang Chen and Zhang Chang by luck. Will luck be as good as ever against her today? Go, national treasure. Letting go of Su Yuan's hand, Ying looked at Su Yuan with reluctant eyes. I trust you. Su Yuan touched the young girl's head, his eyes filled with love. With that, his body leapt to the hovering ring in the air. Su Yuan and Yunya stood opposite each other, and for a while the atmosphere was tense. Su Yuan glanced at Yunya and rubbed his wrist. This bedbug is a real pain in the ass. Not only does it stink, but it's disgusting. With this kind of bedbug, you have to crush it with one finger to clear it. Little bugger. I'll take my time settling the little demon girl's score. I'll kill you first today to ease my heart's hatred. With a whistle from the referee mentor, Yunya was the first to transform. Her true form, a giant dragonfly ferocious beast with a turquoise body and a length of over 10 meters. On top of its huge body, there were a dozen wings. Each wing is as sharp and hard as a steel blade. Roar! With a roar, only the wings on the back of the three-pupil mirror flowerfly's body vibrated, and it stood upright in the air like a human. Around her, countless shattered lenses were surrounding her body. Each lens was razor-sharp, reflecting a dazzling light. The three-pupil mirror flowerfly's fingers moved, and the shattered lenses that surrounded her body flowed, like a flow of gorgeous light, drifting and transient in the air. Go! The three-pupil mirror flowerfly took the lead, only to see countless shattered lenses turn into a stream of light and explode into the air above Su Yuan's head. In the next second, Su Yuan's body was engulfed by a burst of golden light, and the armor of the pale yellowing dragon swirled and attached itself to his body. Like a lens of streaming light, it exploded above Su Yuan's head, instantly transforming into thousands of mirror fragments that shot towards Su Yuan from all directions. Each shard shimmered with a chilling light, slashing into the body and inevitably disemboweling it. That's it? Rubbing his knuckles, Su Yuan did not intend to tangle with Yunya either. He also had to retain his strength to enter the secret realm. This kind of bug directly trampled to death. One more second to see. Are wasting time. In the next second, the Lion King's power flowed through his body. At the same time, the armor on his body lifted and he returned to his human form, only to see that a golden barrier immediately formed around Su Yuan. The strong beast exalted pressure instantly shattered these mirror fragments into pieces. while Su Yuan's body exploded out like a cannonball. Closing his fist into a palm, he fiercely blasted out with a palm, accompanied by a hissing sound. The huge golden lion's paw was wrapped in a terrifying pressure, causing the air to stir. Yunya frowned slightly, realizing that it was not good. This, Beast Father power? How can that be? Yunya was dumbfounded. Previously, Yunya had watched Su Yuan fight 2 or 3 times and had not seen Su Yuan use this power. Where did this power come from and why didn't Su Yuan use it before? Damn! This kid hides his strength. The true strength was never revealed from start to finish. Looking at the oncoming, huge golden lion paw, Yunya's throat moved. She had no choice but to mobilize her entire body's beast power to resist. In the next second, only a huge mirror appeared in front of her. Boom! The lion's palm directly bombarded the mirror, and the mirror could not withstand the immense pressure and instantly shattered into pieces. The aftermath that remained hit Yunya's chest, and the latter was directly shaken out a dozen meters away. Knock! Yunya's body fell heavily to the ground. She struggled to her feet, incredulity in her eyes. Damn! Damn it! Where the hell did this power come from? Why can I never see through it? This scene shocked the crowd on stage. Everyone had originally thought that this was bound to be an evenly matched duel. Available at. What's going on with Yunya? Her moves were easily neutralized by Su Yuan, but with Su Yuan's moves, she even struggled to catch a single move. Hiss, what's the situation? What's the situation? No, Yunya this. I didn't see it wrong. Yunya, is this not working? Wasn't she quite arrogant just now? Is this? Yunya so unbearable? I originally thought that I could still get through 2 more moves. No, Yunya is going to lose? Holy, awesome. I've been sick of seeing this old for a long time. Yet just then, in the last row of the audience, a silhouette clasped her hands on her chest and was watching everything on the stage with great interest. The corner of Tu Su's mouth lifted slightly, and he couldn't help but give Su Yuan a pat on the back. It does have a bit of a knack, but I'm afraid I can't rely only on the soul body inside me. Tu Su wanted to see what other real skills Su Yuan had. Only a greenish-colored light was seen catapulting out from her fingertips, heading straight toward the ring high above. The cyan light instantly formed a suppressive barrier in the air, covering the entire aerial ring within it. Brother, this formation is a secret art of Mount 2, specializing in suppressing out-of-body soul power. Let my sister see if you have any other real skills? Tu Su laughed, and then instantly transformed into a void. It was just a sliver of her soul force left outside. On stage at the moment, when Su Yuan was about to strike, he realized that the power of the Lion King in his body could not be used. It was as if there was a big invisible lock within himself, locking the Lion King's power to death. Su Yuan's raised his head and instantly understood everything when he saw the green-colored barrier above his head. Brat! No good. It's a barrier that suppresses soul power. The old man's current power is probably too much for you to use. In chaos space, the purple sky unicorn went numb. An array that suppresses soul power outside the body. Who the hell is this? How many years has this been lost? And you can come across it? That's okay. Su Yuan raised his head, and the totem of the pale yellowing long appeared behind him. Not quite so clear-headed these days. Take out the word golden dragon golden. Not gold. It was also at that moment. Yunya took a deep breath and looked at Su Yuan, who was standing not far away, already adjusting his state and preparing to strike next. Her high and untamed nature meant that there was no way she would admit defeat. Until death do us part. Su Yuan, let me see what else you are capable of. Just use it. With a wave of Yunya's hand, the broken lenses that surrounded her flowed once again, like a flow of gorgeous light, gathering together in an instant. The broken lenses flashed with a dazzling light and gathered into a giant sword over 10 meters long and several meters thick above her head. This huge sword was transparent, reflecting light on every side, and contained an extremely terrifying power within. Under the urging of the beast power in Yunya's body, the giant sword went from above her head, straight towards Su Yuan at the bottom. The sound of breaking air, the sound of air bursting, sounded in everyone's ears at the same time in a split second. The terrifying pressure released by the giant sword even caused the nearby air to distort. Su Yuan didn't dare to underestimate it. At the moment, the power of the Lion King and the Qilin in his body was locked to death. He can't draw on any outside forces, but he doesn't need to. The pale yellowing long was enough to cross the level to kill. In the next second, there was a flash of black light in Su Yuan's right hand, and when the black light dispersed, only a black dragon gun appeared in his hand, with his feet stomping on the void with force, and the candle 9 devouring gun in his hand pointing straight at the huge sword in the air. Su Yuan's body shot out explosively. The tip of the gun collided with the foremost edge of the giant sword, erupting with an extremely terrifying force. Boom! Deafening explosions rang out. Su Yuan took a dozen steps back before stopping, his brows furrowing slightly. Yunya really deserved to be SS ranked. Level 31 Beast King. The power of this beast technique was indeed terrifying, and a powerhouse under the Beast King would probably not be able to catch it. Rubbing his sore arm, Su Yuan couldn't help but lament. But was Yunya really so confident that just because she was 19 levels higher than herself, she would definitely win? Oh, it's just an illusion. Yunya stood in place at the moment, with more than a hint of smugness on her face. Just now, in the move she exchanged with Su Yuan, she unexpectedly couldn't feel that beast exalted power anymore. The beast dignity power that had originally hit her hard was now gone. Even Su Yuan's body didn't have a trace of beast dignity's aura. A thought flashed through Yunya's mind. Could it be that this kid just repelled himself as a fluke? How could a less than level 20 kid have the power of a beast exalted in his body? It seems that I was overthinking it. Or rather, from start to finish, this kid was playing God. The corners of Yunya's mouth lifted slightly as she looked at Su Yuan, an indescribable relief in her heart. TSK, kid. I can't feel that power just now. What? Can't keep it up? Just pretend to be a god. If you don't have the power of a beast father, then the next thing you know, you'll be waiting to die. Yunya's tone was icy cold, and her eyes were intense with killing intent. The thousands of spectators gathered under the stage were dumbfounded at the moment. This subtle reversal between the two sides in the ring was truly out of everyone's expectation. Just now it was Su Yuan who had the upper hand. But now, what's going on? Is this a reversal? Why can't I see it? This is the strength of a Beast King powerhouse. It's truly terrifying as hell. I feel emboldened even looking at this giant sword. Yunya, the Beast King is truly not false. I'm a bit worried about Su Yuan now. No way. Su Yuan, go for it. I'm very optimistic about you. TSK, I just underestimated Yunya. It's really not certain who will lose or win this duel. It's unlikely that you expect the number one advancement in the strongest list to fail, isn't it? In an instant, the fragments left behind from the huge sword that had just been blasted to pieces turned into countless 3-foot-long short swords, only to see that there were countless short swords surrounding Yunya, densely packed and flashing with cold ons. Yunya did not hesitate and chose to strike again. Come on, eat another move from me. I'll see how long you can hold out. Yunya's hand pointed, and instantly 10,000 swords were fired, and the densely packed sword blades were like raindrops, once again coming towards Su Yuan. This move was going to be even more violent than the one just now. The weapon of the three-pupil mirror flowerfly was these shattered lenses, and her beast technique was to use the beast power within her body to transform the shattered lenses into various shapes and deal terrifying damage. This time, Su Yuan was well prepared. His right hand gripped the candle 9 devouring lance, and the eyes of the 5-clawed black dragon coiled around the body of the lance flashed with red light, only to see, in a split-second's effort, countless gun shadows blasted out from all directions. Gun shadows and sword blades collided with each other, and the crisp sounds were endless. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the countless short swords that were stabbed at Su Yuan were pierced by the gunshot shadows and turned into pieces that drifted away with the wind. Oh, a bit of skill. You are the second person to force me to use my third beast technique since my successful awakening. Seeing that the move was dissolved by Su Yuan's gun shadow, Yunya's face instantly sank. She was never expecting that Su Yuan, who was not augmented by the power of the Beast Elder, would still be able to hold out until now. Without hesitation, Yunya decisively used the third beast technique, Shattered Mirror Dragon Soaring. Yunya took a deep breath and prepared herself to overdraw her entire body's beast power. Making this move was something she was forced to do as a last resort. This also meant that even if she defeated Su Yuan, she wouldn't be able to go to the Fallen Forest in the afternoon. Suddenly, a huge mirror appeared in front of Yunya. It was accompanied by a hissing dragon roar, only to see a huge dragon tens of meters long rushing out from the mirror. The giant dragon is made up of shattered lenses, transparent all over, with claws, horns, and a well-defined body, and whiskers that flutter. Ho ho ho! A roar of rage almost toppled the entire top of the dueling arena. Immediately after that, a second giant dragon drilled out of the mirror. Article 4, Article 5. Yunya's body's beast power kept overdrawing, but she didn't stop. In a matter of moments, 9 giant dragons made up of broken lenses hovered above the heads of the crowd. The terrifying pressure made many people present not even dare to breathe. 9 giant dragons, at Yunya's command, opening their teeth and claws, each with a bloody mouth. They surrounded Su Yuan from all sides. Holy, Yunya is getting real. I'm not mistaken. Ha! Shattered Mirror Dragon Soaring, summoning 9 giant dragons at once. Crazy Yunya made it once before, and I heard that it only summoned 3 giant dragons and killed opponents 5 levels higher than themselves in seconds. Asterisk 9 giant dragons. Too terrifying. Su Yuan is going to be in trouble. This move is terrifying that an average beast king wouldn't be able to carry it. Hey, Yunya is really ruthless. Who in this can't die? The crowd at the bottom had their jaws dropped instantly. Some people recognized that this was Yunya's killer move, never to be used until the last step. Watching Su Yuan being surrounded by the 9 shattered mirror giants that were about to be swallowed up, the crowd's breath stuttered. It's dangerous. Can't even hide. However, in the next second, only Su Yuan's figure was seen to be extremely agile, stepping on the head of a giant dragon and using the force to catapult out. Seeing that Yunya had handed over her bottom card, Su Yuan no longer hid it. Meditate on it in your mind. Song Huang Chaos Lead. Suddenly, the sky turned a golden color in a flash. A huge pale yellow Yinglong totem could still be seen faintly. Boom! Rumble! One explosive thunderclap after another resounded in the air above the heads of the crowd. A pale yellow Yinglong totem also appeared behind Su Yuan. Double totem. Ever heard of fusion beast techniques? Take you and try the power. Above the heads of the crowd, the sky had disappeared, replaced by a golden chaos, and faintly one could still see the filaments of golden fire snakes emerging. Rumble! Rumble! Thunderclap after thunderclap rang out overhead. The 9 giant dragons of shattered mirrors seemed to have been shocked by the thunder, and at this moment, they were unexpectedly sluggish. This. You guys look at the sky. What a horrible celestial phenomenon. Why is the sky suddenly golden? Holy, that thunder sounds scary. Help, I think Su Yuan used this move against Jinsho before. I'm psyching myself out. No way. Still coming. So Su Yuan also has a bottom card. No more panic. TSK. Why does it feel scarier than last time? The faces of the spectators at the bottom changed abruptly. This terrifying celestial phase, as well as the sound of explosive thunder rolling overhead, gave them chills and chills down their backs, fearful that heavenly justice will fall on their heads next. Yunya sucked in a breath of cool air, her body unable to stop shaking. She was also present at the duel between Su Yuan and Jinsho that day. That day Su Yuan also used this trick. She almost forgot that Su Yuan still had this card. But, there is no turning back now. Give it to me. Yunya's hand pointed, and the 9 heavens shattered mirror giant dragon rushed towards Su Yuan once again. In the turn of an instant, a huge dragon had already rushed to Su Yuan's front first. The huge horns on the dragon's head were like heaven-breaking swords, stabbing straight at Su Yuan. Su Yuan did not dare to be slow. Holding the candle 9 devouring gun in his hand, the tip of the gun shot out explosively, resisting it with all his might. Rumble! Just then, a thunderbolt fell into the dueling arena from high above, directly splitting this giant dragon of shattered mirrors into pieces. It floated away with the wind. Hiss! The air is quiet. Seeing this, some people underneath completely panicked. Spectators who were closer to the ring chose to leave the ring. After all, saving their lives was important. Seeing the power of this heavenly thunder, none of the people's faces were in shock. In the next second, the originally gloomy sky had suddenly turned black. Day turned into night. Endless darkness enveloped everything, and it was impossible to reach out and see any light. What's going on? Why can't I see it? No way. Is this the end of the world? The last time Su Yuan cast this skill wasn't this terrifying, was it? This move isn't going to be a sacrifice to us, the audience, is it? Suddenly, above the pitch-black sky, 2 golden lights fell from the dome of the sky and landed in the dueling arena, and the crowd could vaguely see a glimmer of light. When they looked up, they were instantly stunned by what they saw, only to see that the source of those 2 golden lights were actually 2 huge golden eyes, blinking and staring at the beings that were like ants. Roar! In the next second, the darkness that engulfed heaven and earth dispersed. Only a golden dragon's head was seen hanging above their heads. This dragon's head was 10,000 feet in size, almost bursting the entire sky, and the golden dragon's body seemed to dive into the chaos of the universe, leaving only the huge dragon head to stare angrily at the living world. Just a single dragon head was enough to burst through the sky, coloring the entire sky in gold. This is so big. Is this its head? This is a ferocious beast from an alien planet, isn't it? Enough. Strong enough. Is this a preparation to swallow the entire Jinling in one bite? Holy, this is a little too much for my heart. Where had Yunya ever seen such a scene? She kind of regretted fighting Su Yuan at the moment, but there's no turning back from drawing the bow. Forcing back her inner fear, Yunya took a deep breath to calm herself. Right at this moment, a huge black hole sank deep out of the golden sky, followed by countless black holes sinking out of the golden sky. The black hole is like the eye of hell, as if justice will descend from it in the next second and destroy the earth. Suddenly, the golden dragon head that pierced through the sky violently opened its heaven-swallowing mouth. 100 feet thick golden spit shot out from the dragon's mouth. At the same time, The hundreds of black holes in the golden sky suddenly stirred. Hundreds of golden pillars of light that were enough to penetrate heaven and earth landed at the same time. In a split second, the energy of these hundreds of golden pillars of light were all absorbed by the chaos spit. The chaos spit that gushed out from the giant dragon's mouth was more than 10 times more powerful at this point. The few beast exalt tutors at the bottom were dumbfounded. They rushed to unite together and used their beast power to conclude a golden barrier, protecting the thousands of student tutors within it. In his heart, he silently prayed that Su Yuan would be gentle with his hands. Fortunately, Su Yuan was currently only level 12. If it was a high rank, I'm afraid that this spit would be enough to instantly erase the entire golden beast great from the Summer Kingdom. The pale yellow chaos leader descended from the sky, heading straight for Yunyaya, who was at this moment at a loss for words. Yunyaya was in a cold sweat, looking at the giant dragon spitting above her head. She had the feeling that she was going to die soon. What's this about? Cannonballing a mosquito? Under a million crises, Yunyaya pointed her finger to the sky. The remaining 8 giant dragons of shattered mirrors charged straight up into the sky, attempting to pawn off the Tsang Huang chaos lead. But, in the end, it is just futile. The moment the 8 giant dragons of shattered mirrors touched the Tsang Huang chaos lead, they were blown to pieces by this terrifying power. It was also at this moment that Yunyaya violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. She only felt her eyes glaze over and she fell straight to her knees. At this moment, the beast power in her body was completely overdrawn. The mirror-shattering gargoyle that had been sustained only by her beastly strength was all but destroyed, and her body couldn't carry it any longer. In the next second, Yunyaya collapsed to the ground and fell into a coma. The pale yellow chaos leader was getting closer and closer to the ground, and finally, the top of the dueling arena couldn't withstand the pressure. Boom! Only an explosion was heard, and the top of the dueling arena instantly shattered apart. The shattered concrete stones crashed down from the heights, triggering a wave of panic underneath. A few Beast Dignity instructors from the Golden Beast University were pale at the moment. The barrier that they had concluded by urging their entire body's beast power was actually cracking at this moment, as if it was going to shatter in the next second. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hurry up and stop. It can't be stopped. To hell with it. This brat. Is it possible that he wants us to be buried with him? This power is so strong. I really can't top it. Once upon a time, Su Yuan had forcefully raised his level to level 40 and used only one chaos spit to break through the Zhao clan's shaded sun, wind and thunder formation. It made 10 Zhao family elders almost return to their deaths. This time, it's only level 12 though. However, the power of the Tsang Huang chaos lead was several times that of the chaos spit. Is this the power of the fusion beast technique? This was the first time Su Yuan had used a fusion beast technique, and the strong power was truly beyond his imagination. He casually waved his hand, and the pale yellow chaos guide above his head instantly dissipated. The golden chaos in the sky also dispersed in a flash. He knew very well that if the Tsang Huang chaos leader really fell, he was afraid that the barrier of a few beast sovereign tutors would not be able to block it. By then, it's expected that the entire dueling field. Hiss! It's so fierce. It's a lot fiercer than I thought I was. Su Yuan could not help but feel emotion in his heart. Thinking of this, he walked to Yunyaya in large strides and looked at Yunyaya, who was lying on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, unable to move like a dead dog, faintly smiling. Bedbugs. I won. The winner is already decided. Su Far win. As for Yunyaya, she was currently lying on the ground like a dead dog. For a moment the air was quiet. Phew! A wind blew from nowhere, blowing through the exposed, almost lifted top of the dueling arena and into the field. At this moment, the dueling arena had long been destroyed beyond recognition, and the students near the center of the ring fled and scattered. There were also a few students who were unlucky enough to be injured by rocks falling from the sky. Seeing the end of the battle, several beast exalted tutors rushed to stabilize the scene to prevent any unrest. At this moment on the high podium, Xia Qingmei held her forehead and let out a long sigh. Be a good boy. But it's kind of stopped. Is this going to tear down my dueling grounds? What a lot of damage. Back to the field. The people snapped out of their shock and unanimously cast their eyes toward the air ring high above. There is no need for a referee tutor to announce the winner at this moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Yuan is really awesome big time. Winning. I've got to be good. I've got to win or I feel like we're all going to be buried with it. Freshman dry win strong list freshman. Needless to say, it's just awesome. Dude, you're so good. You're giving me animal blood. Schoolmate Su Yuan is so handsome. I have a sister who wants his contact information. What has a sister? It's you, right? So quick to think of a schoolmate. The ring. Yunyaya coughed out a mouthful of black blood and slowly opened her eyes, only to feel that all of her internal organs had been shattered. The intense pain nearly made her pass out again. Having just forcibly overdrawn all her power and having suffered a severe backlash, Her body was already riddled with holes. Kill me. You killed me, Yunya's gaze was bitterly cold as she spat out a few faint, but threatening words from her mouth. She could feel she wasn't going to live much longer. I'm afraid. The pain that tore through her was making her worse than dead right now. It was as if all of his organs had burst open, and he was constantly oozing blood outward. Instead of that, it would be better for Su Yuan to give her a hard time. Oh, dirty my hands. Heal slowly. You're not worthy of my hands yet. Su Yuan understood Yunya's meaning at a glance. Her internal organs have long been full of holes. It is estimated that she will not live for more than 3 days, and it is useless to resuscitate her. Now that you've killed her with your own hands, you're going to give someone with a heart of gold another chance. According to the rules of the duel, you can't lay a hit after the match is over. Failure to do so will result in disqualification from the promotion. Moreover, Su Yuan knew that this Yunya, this stinker, wouldn't be able to live for long. Instead of that, it would be better for her to suffer and then die. Do it yourself. It's too dirty. Take your time healing. Bedbug. Su Yuan was expressionless and said indifferently, and after he finished speaking, he directly walked away from Yunya's side, ignoring the latter's venomous eyes. Su Yuan leapt down from the air ring and landed firmly on the ground. Yunya's body trembled with anger rising and falling in her chest. At this moment, she had already been carried on a stretcher by several medical personnel and urgently sent to the affiliated hospital of Jinling Veterinary University for rescue. As soon as Su Yuan landed on the ground, the eagerly awaited Ying was already waiting for a long time. She didn't care about winning or losing. Seeing that Su Yuan didn't have a single injury on his body, she was happy and directly pounced on him. As soon as he slammed into Su Yuan's embrace, 2 huge waves nearly suffocated the latter. Winning, eh? Yunya the stinker isn't much better. That just scared the hell out of me. It's a good thing you weren't hurt or I wouldn't have spared her. You shouldn't have let her live this time. I would have slaughtered her long ago. Yi Koma, who was in Su Yuan's arms, muttered her little mouth and puffed, touching the young girl's head and feeling the enormous pressure on his chest. Su Yuan's expression was a bit wonderful. This girl to Yunya is not generally ruthless. Good girl. Okay, let go. There are so many people watching. Ying broke free from Su Yuan's arms before remembering that there were so many people watching. Her little face swished red. She didn't feel bad about it though. Why do you care what people think? Just for fear of embarrassing Su Yuan. Hiss. A melon-eating grin coincidentally surfaced on the faces of the crowd who had just been fiercely praising Su Yuan and were shocked beyond compare. Gee, Su Yuan's school has just started. Already have a date. Gee, how intimate. Is this Su Yuan's girlfriend? How long has it been since freshman year started? I'll go. It's bumping into No, this is too sweet. Which sister has taken it? My housemate is crying in the toilet. Who the hell is talking about such a handsome and powerful schoolmate? Wait, this person seems to be a little demoness. Am I right? It's the little goblin. Hiss, off the mark. The little demoness is so quick to strike. The moment. In the last row of the audience, a young girl wearing a green-colored punching jacket with a cool and delicate face was silently watching all of this, and her brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Ugh, no fun. This little demoness is really something. I do admire her for picking up a treasure after taking it so quickly. Jinling looked at the intimate appearance of the two underneath and couldn't help but feel pity. Hearing her sigh, a man and a woman beside her immediately came over and bent down respectfully. What, is Miss interested in Su Yuan? The young girl wearing a red dress and looking similar in age to Jinling respectfully asked. Have that little bit of goodwill? I guess. For him to have this kind of strength and talent at his age, I don't know how many times better he is than those pretentious youngsters within the clan. Jinling stretched her back, her tone filled with lethargy. But now the good feeling is gone. Boring. After saying that, Jinling stood up and turned around, choosing to leave. The young girl and the other teenager immediately followed respectfully. The 3 went out. Jinling held her hand on the railing and looked into the distance as she spoke again. I'm rather looking forward to whether or not I can cross paths with this brat in this secret realm trial. By the way, I heard from the clan that the people of Mount 2 also showed up. Is the news accurate? At those words, the young girl in red immediately returned. Accurate. It's 2 fox demons. The corners of Jinling's mouth lifted slightly after hearing this, and she continued to look into the distance. It seems that there are quite a few top-tier forces that came to this SSS-grade secret trial. Although the major powers are always hidden, but there is a chance to come. Is really cannot sit down. In addition to them, the other major power among the 8 ancient powers, Mount 2, was also going to make a move. Humph. A bunch of vixens. Don't let this young lady run into them, or they'll have a good time. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The students who had advanced through the 3 rounds of dueling were all assembled in front of the Fallen Forest teleportation formation, divided into grade-level battle teams. The senior class had the largest number of players, 87, all of whom were power-ranked players. There are 9 juniors and 3 sophomores. Yuan stood alone in the first year, but he looked lonely. In the junior team, Jinling clasped her hands to her chest and surveyed the students around her who had passed through layers of dueling before finally advancing. And her 2 attendants, the young girl dressed in red, and the young boy dressed in black, were likewise in the group of the older 3. Miss, just got the news. The purpose of the 2 fox demons from Tushan coming may not be for this SSS rank secret realm. She, who was standing behind Jinling, suddenly said. At those words, Jinling came to be interested. The people of Tushan are so interesting. It's not for SSS-ranked secret areas? Then what purpose could there be for coming to a Thai place like Jinling Beast University? What else about this school could attract someone as powerful as Tushan? It seems like it's because of a person. It seems to be. So far, Yao Xian added. A trace of surprise flashed across Jinling's face as she listened. For so young? It's not, is it? The people from Tushan came from a long way, and the SSS-grade secret land couldn't even look at it. Just for a Yuan? As the eldest young lady of the Ji clan, one of the 8 great powers of the distant past, Jinling of course knew clearly that this group of vixens from Tushan couldn't rest on their laurels at all. The Tushan secret arts are powerful, and they all take living people and refine them directly. I'm afraid I'm short of medicine again if I'm looking at Yuan this time. Sheesh. Thinking of this, Jinling felt a hint of pity. Asterisk 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 her. This group of vixens, this girl has long since looked the other way. 10 years ago, my father has forgotten his revenge, but I have not. If they are going to make a move against Yuan, then we must make a move as well. This young lady doesn't want anything to happen to Yuan just yet. Besides, I want to settle the score with them from 10 years ago. Red Clothes and Yao Xian immediately bent down after hearing this and respectfully replied. Yes. It was some time after the students had assembled that the 2 instructors in charge of this test arrived. 2 mentors, a Beast King and a Beast Zune. The rules for this test score were briefly explained for the crowd. Students, you are all the best of the elite of the Golden Beast University. The 100 of you will next enter into the SSS-grade secret realm, the Fallen Heaven realm. This test will calculate the results of all 100 of you, and those whose results are in the top 20 will be free to choose the landing point for teleportation to the Fallen Sky realm, while the rest will be teleported at random. The way of calculating the results is also very simple. Hunting down ferocious beasts and obtaining beast sources. Everyone's level is generally above level 20. So it can be said that they can handle beast spirit level ferocious beasts with ease. A beast spirit beast source counts for 5 to 20 points. A beast king beast source counts for 30 to 150 points. And as for the ones further up, I hope the students won't force themselves, and they usually can't be met. The time is 2 days and 48 hours, and after it's over, the results will be calculated based on the number of beast sources acquired. But of course you can also rob each other. The students around the room instantly roared as the instructor finished the rules. Until then, no one could have imagined that grades would be calculated in such a way. Most of them were students, and at most, they were a little stronger than the average student. Some students have dueled a lot, but haven't even killed a chicken. Not to mention the fact that they had to go and kill level 20 plus ferocious beasts to obtain the beast source, which was just too difficult for them. And it's still too dangerous. Asterisk 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 swinging for the fences top 20. I'm not fighting for it. You guys can have whoever you want. If you can't get a top 20 finish anyway, big deal. Just swing for the fences. Stop screaming. Do you think anyone is as timid as you? I had to get a top 20 finish this time. It's come this far. What's there to be afraid of? After learning the rules of the test scores, the smile at the corner of Yuan's mouth was harder to suppress than AK. Sheesh. Beast source. This is good stuff. He's in short supply of the stuff right now. If he could obtain a high-level beast source in the Fallen Forest, it wouldn't be worth the trip. As for the final score of the test, Yuan didn't care. I have to remind you all again. You can't run away from the battle. You won't be able to teleport back for 48 hours, and a wave of beasts will break out after 24 hours. The Beast Dignity Tutor listened to the surrounding students' comments and suddenly reminded. After explaining everything, he decisively opened the teleportation formation. In an instant, the teleportation stone in front of him erupted with a 7-colored light that shot straight up into the sky. With that, 100 transparent pillars of light descended from the sky, circling hundreds of students. Yi Koma held Yuan's hand tightly, and the two people's teleportation formations were very close to each other. In the formation, the figures of the people gradually dimmed. Then a sudden darkness appeared before his eyes. When they could see clearly again, The crowd had all been teleported into the fallen forest. What came into view was a dense virgin forest. An endless world of green covered the entire sky and earth. Some small ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere, hiding behind trees and shivering as they looked at the humans who had suddenly intruded. At the moment, the sun is high in the sky. The poisonous sunlight shone down, giving the impression that it was both real and unreal at the same time. It was the first time for all of them to come to this side of the created space world, and there was no shortage of amazement. Where are the people? Yuan placed his hand on a red cedar tree and frowned slightly. Yi Ying, who had just held his hand and teleported over together, was nowhere to be seen at the moment. He twisted his head and scanned around, realizing that there were only about a dozen people scattered around. It seems to have been randomly teleported and scattered. The dozen or so people around them were afraid to walk around alone, coming into this new and strange world where everything was unknown, and the unknown represents danger. So a dozen or so people got together to form a squad of a dozen or so. Explore in one direction towards the fallen forest. More people means safety, which means hunting will be less difficult. But what will be the final score that counts for everyone? Yuan, on the other hand, didn't follow them. He chose to brush alone, towards the opposite direction of the large force. Yuan was alone and alone. Along the way, the most common ones were only some ferocious beasts below level 10. When they saw a human intruding, they immediately hid away. The triangular golden barge emperor stood behind a giant pine tree that was 100 meters long, attempting to hide himself in such a comical manner. He felt very speechless. If Tu Susu hadn't asked him to stand guard here and wait for the target to appear, he would never do such a stupid thing. He's the Beast Emperor. What has become of the #1 powerhouse of the fallen forest? Hiding out here like a big dumb spring. Mud. Bully. This woman really isn't normally stupid. The triangle gold barge emperor spat. As soon as his words came out, Tu Sweetie, who had been behind him and was in charge of supervising him, let out an ow. It seemed to have understood that the triangle gold barge emperor was scolding her sister. What do you ow? Dead fox. Don't scream. In the next second, only a golden figure was seen skimming through the air at extreme speed. The figure was extremely fast and disappeared in an instant. The triangle gold barge emperor froze. How does this look more and more like the target of that peak beast emperor's account? It's still coming. The other side. Yuan had the armor of the Tsong Huangying Long attached to his body, and with his wings behind him, he was flying rapidly through the air. With his eyes facing downwards, he was frantically searching for a suitable ferocious beast. At this moment, there were already 6 or 7 beast source of beast spirit grade lying in his spatial ring. Boom! Next, all that could be heard was a burst of air. Yuan jerked his head around, his pupils contracting slightly, only to see a ferocious beast that was dozens of meters tall, the size of a small mountain, with its feet stepping on the void and 3 horns on top of its head, like a heavenly horse, suddenly appear behind him. This ferocious beast exuded the aura of a beast emperor, and was currently surveying itself with a pair of greedy eyes. Boy, what a coincidence! Really didn't make me wait in vain. Be a good boy and tie your hands. Look at the other party's imposing appearance. Yuan gave a cold laugh, trying to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Beast Emperor level beasts? It's all possible to bump into yourself. It's not like you're lucky in general. He even came to wait for himself, so he can't let him run away. Yuan was wondering at the beginning if he could obtain some high-level beast sources in this trial, preferably a Beast Emperor level beast source that could help him level up significantly. I didn't expect that there would really be a Beast Emperor ferocious beast personally delivering to my door. The point is that this one looks more excited than he is. Thinking, the power of the purple sky Qilin gathered towards Yuan's body. The golden veins on Yuan's arms exploded as a strand of peak Beast Emperor's power gathered towards them. The last time he had subdued Zheng Tianlai, his body had suffered a definite trauma, causing it to be unable to withstand the power of a peak Beast Emperor. Now that 7 or 8 days had passed, this was the first time Yuan had reactivated this power. To Yuan's surprise, there just happened to be a Beast Emperor fierce beast that crashed into his muzzle. Isn't this a gift of beast source to yourself? The triangle gold barge emperor looked at Yuan, who was calm and composed in the distance, not panicking in the slightest, and a trace of doubt flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Why don't you run when you see yourself? What a shock! Tu Susu had told him that the target should be captured alive, so the triangle gold barge emperor didn't dare to kill directly. Boom! Suddenly, the 3 horns on top of the triangle gold barge emperor's head flashed with a bright golden color. The tips of the 3 horns violently shot out 3 golden rays. The 3 golden rays broke through the void, causing the air to distort as they headed straight for Yuan. Strong power swept through space, and in an instant, it arrived in front of Yuan. Yuan wanted to raise his hand to resist, but the 3 golden rays were too fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already rushed to the road in front of him. he subconsciously took a few steps back, only to see the three golden rays suddenly intersect before forming a spatial boundary. The spatial boundary trapped Su Yuan within it and began to shrink continuously. Su Yuan looked around, found himself trapped in a closed boundary surrounded by 6 giant walls of space. This space boundary was somewhat similar to his vaulted sky space. Still, not even close. At least, Su Yuan did not feel that the beast power in his body was locked up. However, this space boundary was gradually shrinking. Don't struggle. When you enter my sealed space, even the gods can't fly out. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I want it alive. The triangle gold barge emperor was full of smugness and laughed. Boo! In the next second, the smile at the corner of his mouth froze, because he saw that a crack had actually appeared on his space boundary, only to see that Su Yuan, who was trapped in the space boundary, was using his 2 bare fists to slam punch after punch into the giant wall of space. The unicorn arm, the unicorn whip. Su Yuan, who was under the power of the Qilin, with every punch that smashed into the giant wall of space, the giant wall would have one more crack in it. It was as if the space boundary was going to collapse in the next second. The triangle gold barge emperor was dumbfounded. Ha! What the hell? Directly with your fists? Did I read that right? Both of his eyes stared in disbelief at the scene in front of him. Tu Susu clearly told him that it was just a kid who was less than level 30. But this, the triangular gold barge royal numbness. In the next second, with another punch slamming down, the Qilin arm directly penetrated the giant wall of space. With an explosion, the spatial boundary that had trapped Su Yuan collapsed and then turned into nothingness. Su Yuan stepped on the void with his feet, rubbed his arms that were a bit sore, and walked towards the triangle gold barge emperor in large strides. At this moment, the aura emanating from him was already that of a peak SSS class beast emperor. Looking straight at Su Yuan, who kept walking towards him, the triangle gold barge emperor directly cried out, "No! Peak beast emperor? Where did a small fallen forest get so many peak beast emperors? Didn't we agree that it would be less than level 30? Without any hesitation, the triangle gold barge emperor was full of desire to survive and turned around to run. He knew very well that he would never be Su Yuan's opponent. But how could Su Yuan let him off so easily? The beast emperor beast source that was sent to the door. Where was the reason to let it run away? In the next second, the triangle gold barge emperor, who was scrambling to escape, slammed headfirst into a transparent giant wall. He sucked in a breath of cool air and looked around himself in a panic, not looking at it, but being scared out of his wits, only to see that at this moment, he was already surrounded by several giant walls of space. One in front of him, one behind him, one to the left, one to the right, and even a giant wall of space above and below his head. These 6 giant walls formed an enclosed space, shutting him into death. Vaulted space, cage of trapped beasts. The triangular golden barge emperor sensed that more than half of the beast power in his body was actually locked up. The strength also dropped from a level 56 beast emperor, directly to a level 52 beast emperor. The power of space. I know how to seal boundaries too, and you're probably not as good at it as I am. This time, the triangle barge emperor was trapped instead. His 2 beastly eyes stared in disbelief, feeling nothing but magic to the core. Rubbing his knuckles, Su Yuan's figure flashed into the vaulted sky space. The unicorn arm lashed out, ignoring the triangle gold barge emperor's pleas for mercy, and slammed his fist into his abdomen. It directly blasted it out dozens of meters and crashed heavily onto the outer perimeter of the spatial boundary. With just one punch, it almost took the life of the triangle gold barge emperor. He forced himself to stand up through the severe pain, not caring about anything else, and rushed to add his entire body's beast power to his defense. In an instant, only a layer of golden armor appeared on the triangle gold barge emperor. Boom! Another punch slammed into the body of the triangular golden barge emperor, and this crushingly terrifying power directly tore apart all the golden armor on his body. 2 of his 3 beast horns had also been blasted to pieces, and at the moment, blood was bubbling out of his head miserably. I'll give you whatever you want. Today is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. The triangular gold barge king is full of desire to survive. Lamenting this is just atrocious. A wickedly grim smile appeared at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth. Fade. Do I look like a good person to you? Where's the misunderstanding? I just simply want you to slaughter you for no reason whatsoever, and then take your beast source. The triangle gold barge emperor sucked in a breath of cool air. It's not. It turns out you're the prey. The Qilin whip stomped on the triangle gold barge emperor's abdomen, and the strength of this kick was so great that it actually directly blasted a large hole in one of the giant walls of the vaulted heaven space, creating a gaping hole. The triangle gold barge emperor's huge body flew out of the gap. Then it fell heavily on the ground, directly smashing the ground out of a dozens of meters deep pit. At this moment, he only felt intense pain all over his body, and his bones were about to break clean. It was good to finally get out of the vaulted space. He had only one thought now, that is to hurry and run. This killing god far away. The triangular golden barge emperor was, after all, the strongest person in the fallen forest, residing in the fallen forest for hundreds of years, and was completely familiar with the environment here. Give me the recluse. In an instant, a spatial rift formed and sucked the severely injured triangle gold barge emperor in before the spatial rift closed. When Su Yuan steadily landed on the ground, he looked at the huge deep pit on the ground, but he did not find the figure of the triangle gold barge emperor. Run away? That's enough to make him run? It's a loss of numbness. Smashing his mouth twice, Su Yuan only felt an overwhelming sense of pity. Suddenly, his gaze swept to a white shadow beside the deep pit. A gleam flashed in his eyes. A groundhog? Just beside the deep pit, a small white fox was digging the pit with its paws, burying its head into the pit, its body shivering. Seeing this, Su Yuan instantly remembered. Isn't this Tu Susu's dog? Being able to meet here meant that the people of Mount Tu had also come, or they weren't going to let themselves go. Sheesh. Su Yuan grabbed the back of Tu Tian's neck and picked him up. I couldn't help but laugh out loud as I watched her its wailing, flailing, milky, ferocious look. It's not exactly unproductive. Since you're going to go after me, I'll go ahead and do it. Carrying the grimacing little white fox in his hand, Su Yuan faintly said, Groundhog, you're my trophy, and you're still of some use to me. Saying that, Su Yuan threw Tu Tian into a burlap bag. Then carry the bag and explore the rest of the fallen forest. The other side, Tu Susu was sitting upright at the edge of a cliff, his body's beast power roaming around various parts of his body. Suddenly, a crack in space appeared in front of her. Sensing the abnormality, Tu Susu opened her eyes, only to see that in the spatial crack, the triangle gold barge emperor, whose entire body was covered in wounds, came out of it in a sorry state. He was severely injured and covered in blood, and even the 3 horns on his head were now down to 1, where the 2 horns were missing. Blood was pouring out in a steady stream. It can be said to be as bad as it gets. Tu Susu glanced at it without any surprise on her face, then lowered her eyes again. It was expected of her. She had wanted to let the triangle gold barge emperor to test Su Yuan's bottom card, and if the other party was not strong enough, it would be best if they could be captured back alive. Even if he couldn't beat it, it was still within Tu Susu's expectations. However, looking at this miserable state of the triangle gold barge emperor, Tu Susu's heart was still quite emotional. Boy, this brat hit so hard. That kid is nowhere near a griffin under level 30. Peak beast emperor. If I hadn't been so lucky, I'd have given an account by now. He's just brutal. The triangle gold barge emperor was filled with aggrieved fear as he complained to Tu Susu. Between the words, there was also a hint of complaint against Tu Susu. Not a dog, woman, are you kidding me? Peak beast emperor? You call that less than level 30? The triangular golden barge emperor cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to say these words yet, and could only curse twice in his heart. At those words, Tu Susu nodded. Seems like good poking around earlier. There was indeed a peak beast emperor's soul body within Su Yuan's body. Tu Susu's hand reached out and 2 small green gourds appeared in her palm. This is full of medicines that are excellent for treating injuries, so use them first and your injuries will heal soon. You can grow both of your horns too. Saying that, Tu Susu threw the 2 small green gourds containing the medicines in front of the triangle gold barge emperor. Just as she closed her eyes again, ready to continue meditating, she suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, where's that little dumbass? Why didn't you follow you back? Tu Susu's expression instantly tensed up as she asked in a serious tone. Because as soon as they came to the fallen forest, Tu Sweetie loved to run around, and Tu Susu couldn't control it at all. That's why Tu Susu let her follow the triangle gold barge emperor and supervise the triangle gold barge emperor's actions in the meantime. Tu Susu had repeatedly urged the triangle gold barge emperor to keep an eye on Tu Sweetness. But now, where's the fox? I just ran for my life. That little fox, I didn't pay attention. That crisis moment I escaped by myself already. Good. The triangle gold barge emperor lowered his head, not even daring to look directly into Tu Susu's eyes when he said this. In that kind of life and death situation, running a second late will kill you. Who still has the time to care about that noisy fox that only barks? Oops. The big deal is to raise another one. This one isn't too smart like. There might be something wrong with its brain. Look at her stupid face. All she does is wail. She might have been swallowed by some ferocious beast by now. The triangle gold barge emperor hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Isn't it just a pet? I can't give up my life for one of your pets, can I? Tu Susu's face was so gloomy that water could seep out of it. She clenched her fists tightly, anger rising and falling in her chest. She had probably guessed into whose hands Tu Tian would now fall. With a stretch of his left hand, a greenish-colored light burst out from his palm. the green light transformed into an extremely dense force that instantly wrapped around the triangle gold barge emperor's neck. Aha! Ah! The peak beast emperor's strong power continuously devoured the triangle gold barge emperor's flesh and blood, ignoring the other party's pleading and wailing. In an instant, the triangle gold barge emperor was reduced to a puddle of blood mist. Susu didn't even blink. She stood up, patted the dust off her body, and turned to leave the area. Before the beast tide broke out, the ferocious beasts that appeared in the outskirts of the fallen forest were all level 10 to 20. None of these low-level ferocious beasts had mature beast sources, and in order to obtain them, one had to leave the periphery and go deeper and deeper. At the moment more than 10 hours had passed, but the sun overhead hadn't moved a bit, still high in the middle of the day, but the temperature has dropped. At this moment in the fringe area in the center of the fallen forest, Yuan pulled the candle-9 devouring lance out of the body of a level 23 ferocious beast, and then with a stretch of his hand, a beast spirit level beast source appeared in his hand. With that, Yuan put the beast source into his finger ring. At this moment, there were already 10 beast spirit beast sources lying in the ring on his body. The only thing he regretted was that he had just let the level 56 beast emperor run away. Otherwise it was going to be a beast emperor beast source. Of course he wouldn't use the beast emperor beast source to calculate his grades. It must have been used to raise his level since. Ow, 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 vo 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 vo. In the burlap sack behind Yuan, Sweetness had been wailing non-stop, having screamed all the way. Yuan was tired of hearing it. How can you scream so much? If he hadn't kept this earth dog to counteract Tushan's people, Yuan would never have let her live until now. You shut up, dirt dog, and if you bark again you'll be slaughtered on the ground. The Sweetness in the bag seemed to understand human language and immediately quieted down. Yuan continued to go deeper and encountered some beast spirit level beasts along the way, none of which could last more than a single shot under him. After sweeping around the edges, Yuan entered the center without hesitation. Just after entering the center, Yuan noticed a silhouette in green clothes not far away. Apparently, he wasn't the first to enter the center. Not really. Wasn't that screaming just now? Jinling held a carved dragon jade halberd, and around her lay 3 beast spirit level lizard ferocious beasts. At this moment, these few beast spirit ferocious beasts had all died. Jinling took out 3 beast sources with satisfaction and was about to continue exploring when she turned her head and saw Yuan who was walking towards her. Jinling saw the visitor and hastily took 2 steps back, cautious. He had just taken down 3 beast sources himself, and was now physically exhausted. If someone wanted to grab it, and Red Cloth and Yao Xian weren't around, I'm afraid I'd have to give it away. That would be a big loss. But when she saw clearly that the visitor was actually Yuan, Jinling's brows furrowed slightly. Yuan? What a coincidence. What's he doing here? As Jinling pondered, Yuan had already walked past her, heading in the direction of the deeper part of the center zone. Didn't even look at her on the way by. Jillian. Shrugging her shoulders, Jinling only felt an awkward batch. In the next second, a scarlet tongue shot out from the dense forest and directly curled around her carved dragon jade halberd. With a fierce fling, the carved dragon jade halberd was directly flung out, accompanied by a gust of wind. A huge giant lizard ferocious beast was seen rushing out from the dense forest. It hissed and looked at Jinling, who was unarmed at the moment, with excitement in its eyes. Single woman plus daily sugar. Not open harem, dry fight oriented. Anyway, the protagonist is either in the dry fight, or on the way to dry fights. The green-eyed lizard king hissed violently, looking at Jinling, who was unarmed at the moment, with excitement in her eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really think auntie. Jinling subconsciously touched the 3 finger-sized short swords hanging at her waist. The 3 short swords were sensed, and at the moment, they trembled unceasingly. But before Jinling's fingers could touch it, the green-eyed lizard king lunged over. Its huge sharp 2 front claws grabbed Jinling's crispy shoulders and held her down to the ground. The 2 green eyes were flashing with greed and killing at the moment. Damn! Jinling only felt a tearing pain coming from her shoulder. She couldn't move, and blood continued to flow out along her shoulders, instantly drenching her upper body's green clothes in red. If she didn't have enough mastery over the heavenly suspended Mitsubishi sword and couldn't manipulate it by virtue of her thoughts, she wouldn't be so defenseless at this moment. Ho ho ho! The green-eyed lizard king roared in fury and closed in on Jinling's body, sniffing the smell of the thick blood coming out of its body. Then he opened his bloody mouth, ready to bite down. Phew! Suddenly, an air-popping sound came from the distance. From far and near, it resounded in Jinling's ears. The green-eyed lizard king looked at the black lance that was coming straight at him, and was instantly scared out of a cold sweat. His body immediately catapulted up before dodging this fatal attack. Jinling only saw a dark shadow descend in front of her, dressed in black and holding a black dragon spear. He stood against the wind with his back to her. For a moment it left her with an infinite number of blind thoughts. So far? What a coincidence! Hearing the voice, Yuan twisted his head and looked at Jinling, who was lying on the ground, her shoulder injured and her face white. We know each other? Jinling's cheeks blushed slightly as she hurriedly shook her head. No. Thank you for coming over specifically to save me. Locking eyes with Yuan, Jinling's heart suddenly raced for some reason. Even the pain in his shoulder was now forgotten. She did not expect that it would be Yuan who would step in and save her at the critical moment. Upon hearing this, Yuan stuck the candle 9 devouring gun on the ground before extending a hand towards Jinling. Jinling gripped Yuan's hand and stood up with difficulty, only to feel a tearing pain coming from her shoulder. Her face turned white, her eyes were dizzy, and in the next second her body went limp, and she looked like she was going to fall into Yuan's arms. Yuan didn't hold her, but stabilized her body, and then laid her back flat on the ground. I don't know you, and didn't come over here specifically to save you. After searching around and not encountering a Beast King, now that I've heard of Beast King's commotion, can I not come? Yuan now only wanted to slaughter the green-eyed lizard king that was close at hand as soon as possible, then obtain the beast source indeed in its body. Other than that, he didn't particularly care. Jinling was currently lying on the ground, the corners of her mouth trembling as blood continued to flow out along her shoulders. It hurts. Ho ho ho, the green-eyed lizard king roared. When he saw clearly the strength of the teenager in front of him, he was suddenly excited and angry. Kid, not much strength. And you're learning to be a hero. You stay here today too. Words. Yuan snorted coldly, pulling up the candle 9 devouring lance that was inserted into the ground. He stepped on the void with his foot, the tip of the lance pointing straight at the green-eyed lizard king. Seeing this, the latter quickly reacted, his body steeply retreating, keeping a distance from the black dragon gun that was coming straight at it. It could feel it, and if it was stabbed, it was probably going to cool right off. Pust. The black dragon spear unexpectedly pierced into its body from the back. The green-eyed lizard king had an incredulous face as he looked down, only to see that his body had been completely stabbed through. Green blood spurted from the bull-sized wound in its abdomen. How can you? Only to see the black dragon spear held in Yuan's hand instantly turn into nothingness, and the dragon lance that was inserted into the green-eyed lizard king's body from the back shook violently. It directly pierced through its abdomen and then returned to Yuan's hand. Flutter. The green-eyed lizard king's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and after moving twice, it broke. To his death. He couldn't understand how Yuan had struck. Asterisk is just stupid. With a stretch of his hand, a Beast King level green beast source appeared in his hand. This was the first Beast King beast source that Yuan had obtained in the Fallen Forest. Including it back into his spatial finger ring, Yuan whirled around and chose to leave. Hey, you're just going to leave me here alone? Lying on the ground, Jinling looked at Yuan, who was about to leave, and said in a faint tone. Yuan twisted his head. Indeed, almost forgot. We're all classmates, so it's natural to help if you can. But 3 beast spirit beast source. It's not too much, right? Yuan put forward his conditions. It wasn't that he was taking advantage of people's danger, but in the secret realm it was meant to be a matter of life and death. It's a harsh reality. Just now saving Jinling in passing was already benevolent. What's the point of sacrificing your time, drugs, for someone you don't even know? If you don't want to take advantage of a few beast sources, is it possible that you want to take advantage of her beauty? Yuan is not a kind person or a purely good person. He has never been a saintly mother to those who are not involved with his interests. Jinling shook her head, only feeling a tightness in her chest. No way. More animal source? But on second thought, it makes sense. I only have 2. Can do that? Jinling's eyelashes fluttered, and the slightest bit of pain coming from her shoulder made it impossible for her to speak properly now. Yuan sniffed and reluctantly nodded. 2 is 2. A grasshopper's leg is meat even if it's small. If he couldn't use it, he could still keep it for Yi Tassel. Jinling took out 2 beast sources from her own bag and handed them over to Yuan's hand. This was what she had just gotten from hunting 2 beast spirit level he lizard ferocious beasts. It was also all she had gained from entering the secret realm until now. Yuan took the beast source, and after confirming that it was correct, he took out Yunnan Baiyao, painkillers and bleeding gauze from his own bag. Here you go. Jinling violently ripped the clothing off her chest, revealing a large smear of snowy whiteness. On top of the snowy white, wound after wound was dripping blood outward. Yuan hurriedly covered his eyes with his hand. What he shouldn't look at, he won't look at all, so as not to get into trouble. Jinling put a bit of Yunnan Baiyao on the wound and then wrapped the wound with a tourniquet bandage. She let out a long breath and took a couple of painkillers before the pain from her injuries eased. Thinking of that thrilling scene just now, she couldn't help but have cold sweat seeping out from her forehead. Thank you, Senior Su Yuan. Jinling wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead and said to Su Yuan. Suddenly, 2 void cracks appeared in front of the duo. Su Yuan saw this and took 2 steps back, his heart shaking. The Beast Master? The power of space? From the void crack, Red Clothes and Yao Xian stepped out from it. Spinning around, he immediately knelt down. Sorry for being late, Miss. Red Cloth and Yao Xian were separated from Jinling during the teleportation. The two were not interested in hunting ferocious beasts, or ranking or anything. The two of them were tasked with protecting Jinling. Just sensing a hint of Jinling's scent, the duo quickly rushed over. Miss, are you okay? Seeing Jinling's pale face and bandages on her body, Red Clothes immediately went forward to check Jinling's injuries. I'm fine. Akatsuki and Yao Xian looked at each other, then let out a long breath of relief. If Jinling were to have any trouble, the two of them would have to cut themselves on the spot. Su Yuan looked at the sudden appearance of the Yao Xian and Red Clothes duo. A flash of shock flashed under his eyes. The duo was seen wearing their junior year armbands and looked to be in the same age group. But this strength, the Beast Master? Can't go wrong. From the aura emanating from the duo at the moment, Su Yuan could confirm that it was the Beast Emperor. It seems to be a supreme powerhouse who hides his identity as well. Brat, you guessed right. These two are both Beast Emperors, but they are not human either. Same as you just saved that little girl. Just a vicious beast. Old me deduces that it's probably someone from the 8 ancient powers as well. Right at this moment, the voice of the purple sky Qilin sounded in Su Yuan's ears. When Su Yuan heard this, he could not help but feel a shock in his heart. The 8 powers of the ancient world. I had never heard of them before, but now I had encountered 2 in a row. It seems that this SSS-grade secret realm is really appealing. Each of these powerful people who shunned the world were held down. Perhaps, there are far more than these people. This female's identity is not simple. It's good to be careful, Karen reminded. Okay, let me fix it. You take the lady first. Yao Xian's gaze flickered as he faintly said to Qi. Then with a stretch of his hand, an ancient black, demonic sword with rolling black smoke appeared in his hand. With that, he aimed the tip of the knife at Su Yuan. Su Yuan frowned slightly and took 2 steps back. What's this for? No, sorry, little brother. Let me send you on your way. Otherwise, there will be a lot more trouble in the future to conceal your identity and hide your strength. Su Yuan only felt the person go numb. No way. Is this a favor to be returned? Just then, Jinling endured the pain, and when she saw that Yao Xian was going to strike at Su Yuan, she hurriedly ran over and blocked in front of Su Yuan. What are you doing? You're crazy. He just saved me. Besides, he obviously didn't see or know anything just now. Jinling looked at Yao Xian, her eyes filled with anger as she drank. She naturally knew that there were many rules within the clan. You have to hide yourself if you want to be safe in human territory. Hide your identity. Hide your rank. Otherwise, once exposed, there will be a steady stream of trouble. So far, it's clear that he's heard things he shouldn't have heard and seen things he shouldn't have seen. I'm sorry, miss, but you'd better not be merciful. The character of mankind cannot be speculated upon. If you don't kill it, it will be a pain in the ass to follow. We've had losses before. Saying that, an extremely strong Beast Emperor power gathered on the black demonic blade in Yao Xian's hand. That demonic sword was currently smoking black, causing the air around it to tremble. Su Yuan was able to sense that this beast soldier was at least at the Beast Saint level, and this person's strength was guaranteed to be a peak Beast Emperor. Asshole. What my lady says doesn't work anymore. Yao Xian, this lady will repeat herself. No matter what, I forbid you to touch him. Jinling's chest ached with anger. No matter what, Su Yuan had just saved her life. She would never allow Su Yuan to be harmed in the slightest. Akane, you're on. Don't hesitate. That's the nature of the lady. She's still young. What does she know? We're all following the clan leader's rules. Kill this kid first, then slowly make amends. Yao Xian twisted his head to Akatsuki behind him. The young lady was so protective of Su Yuan. Akatsuki was a bit hesitant. It wasn't that she didn't dare to make a move, but she was afraid of accidentally injuring Jinling. Su Yuan pursed his lips lightly. He genuinely did not expect that things would develop into the current situation. Brat, you must be careful. These two are peak Beast Emperors, and they aren't just little dolls. Probably all of them are a few hundred years old, and in a real fight, the old man would definitely be no match. The purple sky Qilin's voice rang in Su Yuan's ears. All he could feel at the moment was a numbness in his scalp. If he were to really take on these two, he can only guarantee a small chance of a run, not a hit. He was merely a soul body now. It was almost impossible to win when bumping into 2 strong people of the same level at once. Su Yuan, you didn't hear anything just now, did you? It's nothing really. Today was just a misunderstanding. You don't have to be afraid. The two of them will never be able to touch you today. I give you my word. Jinling said to Su Yuan behind her. Her tone was anxious and there was a hint of tears in her eyes. Yao Xian sighed. He was helpless and really didn't want to do it. I can only make amends with the lady after it's done. Suddenly, a strong force directly pushed Jinling's body away from Su Yuan's face. Seeing this, she rushed forward to assist Jinling, her mouth constantly apologizing. As Yao Xian was about to strike, he only saw Su Yuan's body transform into a shadow, then instantly disappeared into the void. Yao Xian was slightly shocked at the sight and his pupils contracted. He tried to capture the traces left behind by Su Yuan, but came up empty-handed. How is that possible? This kid. Yao Xian was incredulous. He couldn't figure out how the hell Su Yuan disappeared. Even if Su Yuan was a beast emperor and fled by virtue of the power of space, he would still be able to capture the scent and chase after him. But this, sorry. It was the incompetence of my subordinates that gave him away, and I apologize for what just happened. Yao Xian and Red Cloth simultaneously knelt down on one knee and said respectfully. Jinling was filled with anger. She could now see the true colors of these two people clearly. It turned out that her words as the young matriarch didn't work so well. You two don't have to apologize to me. You guys are doing the right thing. As he spoke, another burst of pain came from Jinling's shoulder. It seemed that he had just moved too much, causing the freshly bandaged wound to disintegrate again. She only felt dizzy and black shadows kept flashing before her eyes. Miss, are you alright? The other side. At the southernmost tip of the fallen forest, Su Yuan looked at the blue talisman in his hand and fell into deep thought. This was just handed over to him secretly by Jinling. The ability to teleport randomly and leave no trace of breath. Looking at the southern section of the fallen forest that stretched on and on, Su Yuan planned his direction and continued to go deeper. I'm in a bit of a hurry today, so I'll say it's a bit of a rush. Fallen ruins. Above the sky, a dozen golden pillars of light landed at the same time. The pillar of light fell to the ground and turned into a circle of light that gradually grew larger, forming the end of a teleportation formation. With that, a dozen students stepped out of the aperture. Their faces were filled with surprise as they surveyed their surroundings. What the hell? Where is this place? How did you suddenly teleport here? Holy, I was just going to the restroom when suddenly a pillar of light shot down over my head, and then I was teleported here. This seems to be the fallen ruins. Another part of the fallen forest. The crowd scanned their surroundings, only to see that they seemed to be in a mournful ancient battlefield. The west wind was austere, and there were broken walls everywhere, as well as the rotting and decaying corpses of some ferocious beasts. It was a sad sight to behold. Just like a ruin, behind them was a towering wall, crumbling and battered by age and wind. Next, dozens of pillars of light once again fell from the sky above, and dozens more people teleported from the forest to the ruins. Right at this moment, Beast Dignity Tutor Song Rue slowly appeared. I wonder how well the students just did in the forest and how many ferocious beasts they hunted. 22 hours have now passed, and almost half the time has passed. This is the fallen ruins, another part of the fallen forest. In 2 hours, the beast tide will erupt one after another. I hope everyone will be prepared. With that, the mentor pointed his gaze into the distance. The gazes of the crowd looked in unison, only to see that the silhouette of the distant sky had turned scarlet. At the same time, a restless aura came from 10,000 meters away. It was as if the next second, the beasts assembled 10,000 meters away were about to come running from the red zone at the same time. The dozens of newly teleported people were also more confused than one another. There was no prior notice of this transmission. It was still mandatory. Some managed to slaughter the ferocious beasts and were teleported here before they could obtain the beast source. Is there any mistake? I managed to kill one with great difficulty, and I haven't even taken the beast source yet. So how did I come here? Where did this come from? What's wrong with it? The crowd. Several experts from the top few of the strong ranking were gathered together at this time, discussing their battle results in the forest. There were 2 level 30 beast kings among these people, and the rest were all level 29 or higher beast spirits. Asakawa, you're a sure thing in the top 3 this time. I see you took so many beast sources. Jiang Che patted Shangguan Asakawa's shoulder and laughed. Although he didn't have Shangguan Asakawa teleported together, he ran into each other several times midway. The other party that is all the way to kill. The bag is full of beast source. I am afraid that there are no less than 10 beast source. No, it's just 17. Shangguan Asakawa laughed in a very modest manner. At those words, the faces of the surrounding crowd were shocked. 17? That was a beast spirit level ferocious beast. 17 in a row were decimated. Asakawa, you're awesome big time. This time the first place is yours. I don't have as many as you, but I guess top 20 is still possible this time. Everyone touched base with each other. Both level 30 students had more than 10 beast spirit beast source in their hands. The rest of the strong list experts below level 30 had a lot to gain this time around. As the 4 rounds of teleportation ended, the mentor Song Rui began to count the people. So far, no casualties have been reported to him. Most of the students were in groups, and the few students who were stronger mainly hunted ferocious beasts of their own low grade. Everyone was a student who had passed 3 rounds of dueling before finally advancing, and none of them were weak, with most of their ranks above level 20. Yi Ying looked around in the crowd, never found Su Yuan's silhouette, and was in a hurry. Boy, where's the national treasure man? Where are the people? Yi Koma couldn't help but panic. Nothing's going to happen, is it? Yi Koma was in a hurry. The 4 rounds of teleportation have all been completed, so it's reasonable to expect them all to come back? Yi Koma gazed blankly at the endless rolling forest in the distance, and for some reason, there was a bad premonition in her heart. She wasn't the only one in a hurry. There was also Jinling. Jinling scanned the crowd, hoping that Su Yuan's figure would appear in the next second, but her expectations were never met. She had basically never used a teleportation spell, and wasn't at all sure where the thing could teleport people to. You're not going to teleport into the mouth of a beast, are you? For Su Yuan, Jinling blamed herself greatly. The other party kindly saved her, but she almost got Su Yuan killed. If anything happened to Su Yuan, Jinling would definitely not forgive herself. She gazed into the distance, and in her heart, she prayed silently to Su Yuan. Seeing the young matriarch's worried appearance, Yao Xian, who stood behind her, saw through her thoughts with a single glance. Who else but Su Yuan? Miss, this teleportation is mandatory. Even a corpse can be teleported back. Su Yuan didn't come back. The probability is that he has already been eaten up by the ferocious beasts. You don't have to worry too much. Yao Xian leaned close to Jinling and whispered. At those words, Jinling was furious. Her beautiful eyebrows tightened across her face as she angrily said, "Shut up! If you dare to test my bottom line like that again, don't follow me from now on." Yao Xian hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. In his opinion, the probability was that Su Yuan was already dead through and through. The young matriarch didn't know any better. So what could he do at this time even if he scolded himself twice? An insignificant little person. The young patriarch would only be interested for this moment, and would soon forget about it completely. 99 people. 1 less. So far? Mentor Song Rui frowned slightly as a look of uneasiness appeared on his face. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Generally speaking, as long as one was in the fallen forest, then one was bound to teleport over. It's hard not to. Song Rui didn't dare to think about the bottom. So Yuan can't afford an accident. Who can take the blame for an accident? Is it him who can? Or is it Headmistress Xia Qingmei, towering above the city walls? Tu Susu stood against the wind and looked at the beasts gathered 10,000 meters away. Only tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were seen lined up in a circle, running around the center. These ferocious beasts were in neat, orderly ranks. There wasn't even a hissing and growling sound. Only the dull sound of hooves stomping on the ground could be heard endlessly. The outermost ferocious beasts were all under a dozen or 10 levels in rank, and the inner circle of ferocious beasts were all at the beast spirit level. Among them, standing at the very center, maintaining the order of the beast tide, were the 3 Beast King fierce beasts. A low chirp came out of their mouths, sending a unique signal to these unintelligent ferocious beasts in the periphery. In the big back of the beasts, a few pairs of mysterious green eyes were hiding in the dark, and were watching all of this without moving. Tu Susu immediately followed up by casting her gaze back to the assembled crowd not far away, trying to search for their target. Damn, where is Su Yuan? Ahem. 111 chapters. Can't change the title after typing a mistake. 891. The 895th. 907. The southernmost tip of the fallen forest. Pulling the candle 9 devouring lance out of the body of a beast spirit ferocious beast. Su Yuan's face was expressionless as his hand stretched out, and a beast source appeared in the palm of his hand. What Su Yuan didn't expect was this. The southernmost point is the most remote part of the fallen forest, but also the most dangerous. The level of menace is no less than that of the center. He had found a huge colony of ferocious beasts here, among which there were thousands of ferocious beasts of level 20 and above. Su Yuan naturally had no reason to let it go straight to extinction, placing the beast source of the gold-devouring demon mouse into his spatial ring. This was already the 907th beast spirit beast source he had obtained. In his finger ring, there were still a dozen or so Beast King beast sources lying around. Su Yuan wiped the blood from the black dragon spear and only felt that it was not enjoyable at all. At this moment, there were thousands of corpses of gold-devouring demon rats as well as other ferocious beasts piled up into small mountains lying around him. The stench was overwhelming and blood was flowing everywhere. At the moment, the entire southernmost region, the tens of thousands of large and small ferocious beasts were all shivering and whimpering low, wailing in fear. They had never seen such brutal humans. It is simply a killing god. There is nothing animalistic about it. Smelling the bloody odor, these ferocious beasts either chose to hide deep within their nests, praying that they would not be the next to die, either that or run away in droves. For a while, the wailing and hissing were endless. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts of various levels gathered together and began to flee in all directions. Some of the weaker ones are less than 10 levels. The strong ones had beast kings, but they were still scared into relocating their families. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth. I can't help but feel that I'm really lucky. It seems that the southernmost point, the most remote place, is where the most prey is found. So far, he had slaughtered at least 2,000 ferocious beasts, and there were over 900 of them above level 20. Killing more ferocious beasts also meant a faster upgrade rate. With these 2,000 kills, Su Yuan's level had risen from level 12 to level 13, and there were vague signs of breaking through level 14. Su Yuan is not interested in ranked scores. He wanted to devour a constant stream of beast sources as a way to increase his strength, which was the king's way. Upgrade quickly by slaughtering. That's his ultimate goal. If it wasn't for the sake of becoming stronger, if it wasn't for this moment, why would he come to the Golden Beast University? Just now, Su Yuan also saw the golden pillar of light that landed above his head. At that time, he was already addicted to killing, so naturally there was no reason to stop. With a casual spatial force, he directly isolated this inferior teleportation formation. Dog den. Go! Block them! Don't let them run out! Looking at the beasts fleeing in all directions, Su Yuan stroked his finger ring and summoned Dogden. Ordering. Dogden received the order and the red figure immediately burst away. And just then, two black shadows landed in front of Su Yuan at the same time. It was two large-sized, golden-colored giant magic rats. The two beast exalted level gold devouring demon rat leaders looked at the blood all over the ground and the corpses all over the place, and were instantly dumbfounded in place. What's the situation? They both just went out for a while. Less than a couple hours. Just got back. Hiss. Straight up exterminated? All dead. The two beast exalted ferocious beasts hissed angrily. Their monstrous fury instantly ignited. Humans, who are you? You've gone too far. We have no grievances with you. Why do we have to drive you to extinction? At those words, Su Yuan snorted coldly. When he saw the strength of the two ferocious beasts clearly, a trace of excitement flashed under his eyes. Ah, the beast dignity fierce beast. I haven't encountered one in half a day. So it didn't show up? By the looks of it, or the chief. Is this ready for revenge? Su Yuan looked at the two beast exalted beast source that were close at hand and faintly smiled. What are you talking about? What do you take me for? Am I the good guy? Do I need a reason to kill you guys? If you really want a reason, it's not unheard of. Su Yuan pointed to a dozen or so human skeletons that were no longer in shape not far away. This was what he found when he had just plowed through the lair of the gold-devouring demon rat colony. Humans and beasts have been deadly rivals since the beginning of time. So why do you care if I ask for a reason? It's ridiculous. A family should be neat and tidy. You two beast sources, I'll come and get them right away. Stepping on the void, Su Yuan injected a trace of the beast emperor's power into the candle 9-in devouring lance and hurled it violently. In an instant, the black dragon spear directly stabbed through the void, stabbing one of the beast Jin through the heart and killing it violently on the spot. Su Yuan's hand reached out and a beast exalted beast source appeared in his hand. The other gold-devouring demon mouse was directly stunned. Taking advantage of Su Yuan's efforts to extract the beast source, he directly flew away. Su Yuan received the beast source and then chased after it. The gold-devouring mouse Zun's wings fluttered behind him as he ran without a life, while Su Yuan chased after him unhurriedly. He wasn't in a hurry to kill, but wanted to see if he could still lure out a higher-level ferocious beast. Two golden shadows swiftly skimmed through the air. From the southern end it kept approaching the line where the forest and the ruins meet. The gold-devouring mouse Zun cried at this moment. When had he, a hallowed beast dignitary, been hunted down like this? He violently increased his speed, and suddenly, in the distance, he saw an ancient tree in the sky. This ancient tree towered over the clouds and was 100 feet tall. The gold-devouring mouse Exalt didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to the top of that ancient tree, heading straight for the cave at the top. The cave. The fallen Night Lord opened his two round eyes and looked at the gold-devouring mouse Zun, who had intruded into his cave and was currently panicking beyond recognition, and said angrily, "What is it? Look what a fright it gave you." The fallen Night Lord was a beast emperor, fierce beast with the strength of a level 54 beast emperor. He perennially inhabited at the border between the ruins and the forest, and was an absolute beast emperor powerhouse, although his strength was not as strong as the triangle gold barge emperor. In this area, he belonged to the absolute king. "My lord, save me." As soon as the gold-devouring mouse Zun finished speaking, a black dragon spear directly penetrated his body, severing his breath on the spot. The fallen Night Lords were stupid. Who is it? Right at this moment, Su Yuan appeared and pulled out the dragon lance from the body of the gold-devouring Maosun. Looking at the fallen Night Lord in front of him, his eyes were shining straight. What an unexpected joy! Beast Emperor, fierce beast. Ruins. The beasts that had formed circle after circle looked at the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts running from the forest in the distance, and were instantly in disarray. The tens of thousands of ferocious beasts that appeared out of nowhere fled desperately, as if they were hiding from something terrifying. The tens of thousands of ferocious beasts had just become an extremely raging tide of beasts, running towards this side. Affected by this, the beasts that had just been in order instantly disbanded and also began to run without a life. The beast tide, at this moment, had unexpectedly started early, and the number of ferocious beasts was more than several times that of before. The students assembled in the distance were instantly dumbfounded. Mentor Song Rui's mouth shivered and he only felt his scalp go numb. What's going on? The beast tide had broken out early, and the number of ferocious beasts is 10 times more than before. There were 100,000 ferocious beasts. Among the low-level ones were those below level 10, and there were also Beast King fierce beasts above level 30. Hiss! Hundreds of students were all sucking in a breath of cold air at this moment. This was completely beyond their expectations. Song Rui took off his own glasses and wiped the water spray from the lenses with a shivering hand. His glasses narrowed slightly as he looked at the black waves that were rushing in a steady stream in the distance, and he couldn't help but gulp. It's over. How can this be? This hasn't happened in previous years. He could sense that there were at least hundreds of Beast King fierce beasts in this rolling tide of beasts. Although he was a level 40 beast exalted, it was impossible for him to resist against so many Beast Kings. Moreover, behind him were nearly 100 students whose levels were generally below 30. This sudden outbreak of a beast tide was so bizarre that it was far beyond the ability of these students to cope with it. In previous years, it was only a small-scale outbreak, and it was unlikely that the beast tide would result in a Beast King fierce beast. Even if there was, the Beast King wouldn't be foolish enough to directly start a conflict with humans. Look at this, guys. What's going on? Holy, this rolling tide of black beasts, is it all coming at us? Holy, isn't this the end? It's going to get stomped to death straight away, isn't it? Nope. Their appearance is so weird. It seems like they're running for their lives. It's like something terrible is chasing them. What the hell? No, that's not so bad, is it? Some careful students saw the trick. The goal of this running wave of beasts was not them, but rather they were hiding from something terrible. In other words, they are running for their lives. Seeing the rolling tide of beasts getting closer and closer to them, every student's heart was in their throat. Obviously, there is no going back now. Luckily, they were all students who had passed 3 selections before successfully advancing to the next level, and were considered to be the best of the best. With this sudden and unexpected turn of events, they were able to act more calmly than unusual people. What no one is noticing at the moment is this. In the distant sky, 2 figures, one black and one yellow, flew through the air at breakneck speeds, like 2 shooting stars crossing the sky. The fallen Night Lord was in a batch of panic in his heart at the moment, and he exerted all his strength to bring his flying speed up to the fastest, wanting to get rid of the monster behind him that had been chasing him. As the absolute king of this part of the fallen ruins, the titular Beast Emperor powerhouse was now acting like a grandson. But I can't run. I can't fight. Having just exchanged a move with Su Yuan, the fallen Night Lord's bird head was almost knocked off, almost breaking half of his life. All he could do now was desperately try to escape, and Su Yuan's wings vibrated behind him, chasing after him. Please, let me go. We two have nothing against each other. I beg you. I can't beat you. What can you do by sparing my life? The fallen Night Lord cried. He only wanted to save his little life now, and bitterly begged Su Yuan Dao, and the killing god behind him didn't make any reply. Instead, it sped up. Su Yuan had already lost his hand once at the Triangle Gold Barge Emperor, and there was no way he would miss another opportunity. This was a Beast Emperor beast source. Where was the reason to let it go? Pure and simple bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Oh, don't run so fast. You fly slower and I'll let you go in a minute. The icy voice came from behind the fallen Night Lord, causing his huge bird to shiver. In the next second, a golden dragon with 5 claws appeared behind him. The giant dragon was quadrupedal, with 2 sky-blinding wings behind it, golden in color, and 100 feet in size, compared to the huge body of the pale yellowing dragon. The fallen Night Lord was as small as a mole cricket. Ho ho ho! Suddenly, the fallen Night Lord only felt his flight slow down, as if there was an abyss behind him that swallowed everything and was violently attracting his body. In the next second, his body was directly swept into the mouth of the golden dragon. The fallen Night Lord was gently chewed a few times in the giant dragon's mouth before it was turned into a puddle of flesh and mud, mixed with blood and water, and was swallowed into the stomach. Along with his Black Beast Emperor beast source, it was swallowed by the pale yellowing long. Returning to his human form, Yuan stepped on the void with his feet, held his breath, and began to assimilate this beast emperor beast source. This assimilation went exceptionally well. Thanks to his previous experience, Yuan managed to absorb all of it in less than half a minute's effort. No way. That's not even a breakthrough. Yuan shrugged his shoulders. Devouring a beast emperor beast source brought his level to the peak of level 13, but did not break through to level 14. This was a bit unexpected from Yuan. He understood that there was now a great limitation to breaking through the ranks by merely devouring beast sources. The wave of beasts is getting closer. The dust that stirred and flew up was dozens of meters high. The sound made by these 100,000 huge-sized ferocious beasts stepping on the ground at the same time caused the continent to vibrate violently, as if it was about to crack open in the next second. Song Rui took a deep breath, knowing full well that this beast tide was not directed at humans. As long as you don't block these guys from escaping, there shouldn't be any danger. Song Rui's hand lifted, and a rich beast power shot out from his fingertips. This beast power shot into the air and spread out, forming a golden barrier 100 meters in diameter, shielding hundreds of students within it. Everyone stay here and don't go out. Just wait for the beast tide to pass. This golden barrier was constantly consuming the beast power in Song Rui's body, and he was just a watery batch of level 40 beast exalted tutor. How long the barrier would last, he himself didn't know. In an instant, the wave of beasts had already raced to the front. Like a rolling black wave, it swept all living things around it. Some small-sized ferocious beasts, a careless, will be submerged in the waves, turning into a puddle of unrecognizable meat on the ground in an instant. There was no way that this huge number could be defended against by one or a few humans. Humans in the middle of it. I'm afraid they'll be trampled to pieces in no time. Luckily, Song Rui's beast power barrier had some effect. The ferocious beasts that came running were able to keenly perceive this golden barrier in front of them. These less than level 30 ferocious beasts, without spiritual intelligence, were now only concerned about escaping, and when they met the obstacles, without the intention of charging across the street, they chose to avoid them and ran towards the two sides. Just as the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, they saw a green mantis ferocious beast make a violent leap and land on top of their heads. This mantis ferocious beast was huge and exuded the aura of a beast king all over its body. This level 39 beast king? Song Rui's mouth grew wide in disbelief. The chattering mantis swung its huge scythe and slashed at the golden barrier, and within a few strokes, the golden barrier was slashed with a huge gaping hole. Boom! His massive body slammed to the ground, scanning the hundreds of prey around him with a greedy gaze. At the same time, 5 more black shadows landed from the gap overhead at the same time. The aura emanating from them was similarly that of a peak beast king. The chattering mantis scanned the hundreds of prey around him with a greedy gaze, an oozing smile at the corners of its mouth. Sheesh! Upon realizing that most of the hundreds of prey were only level 20 or above, or some weak human, the chattering mantis trembled its limbs in excitement. Thank goodness for nature. Suddenly, he detected a hint of something different. Beast dignity? It was instantly shocked out of a cold sweat and took a few steps back, looking in Song Rui's direction. Taking a closer look, the chattering mantis realized that he had been overthinking things. B-grade talent. Level 40 beast dignity human. What's this to be afraid of? Besides, it's not like it's a one-trick pony. You guys take care of this beast dignity human first. He looks like a batch of water and not much of a threat. I'll take your place, and slaughter the dolls first. The chattering mantis said to the 5 peak beast kings behind him. The division of labor is clear. The 5 level 39 beast kings behind the chattering mantis swarmed up and surrounded Song Rui. If it was one-on-one, a peak beast king was no match for a beast exalt. But with 5 beast kings together, they really didn't bring fear to a mere level 40 beast exalt. You bunch! What a death wish! Song Rui's body was empty, and maintaining this barrier had consumed the vast majority of his beast power. Now against 5 peak beast kings, he knew that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat them, but there's no going back now. As a mentor, he should serve as a role model for his students, where there is no reason to back down. In an instant, Song Rui transformed into a silver-backed giant ape, and after pounding his chest twice, he was entangled with the 5 beast kings. The strength of a beast elder powerhouse was far beyond the reach of a beast king. Although his body was weak, he was not at all disadvantaged against 5 peak beast kings at once. Ho ho ho! The chattering mantis hissed violently, all green eyes rolling up as it targeted a female student who was in her early 20s and didn't look strong. Just then, 2 figures blocked in front of the chattering mantis. Shangguan Asakawa and Zhang Che exchanged glances and reached a tacit understanding. The duo were the only 2 of the many students who had reached the Beast King realm. Although it was only a level 30 Beast King, it gave the 2 of them a bottom line. Stinker, you're up against the 2 of us. Asakawa, get it together. A flicker of interest flashed in the eyes of the chattering mantis. The king of beasts. Ha! But is still too young. Since you want to die so badly, let's take you too. The body of the chattering mantis exploded out, appearing in front of the duo in a flash of lightning. Before the two could transform, the chattering mantis took the lead. Shangwan Asakawa cried out straight away that it wasn't good and jerked back a few steps, and before Jiang Che could react, he was sliced in the abdomen by the two huge sides of the chattering mantis, and was instantly cut at the waist. His body was directly split in half, killing him on the spot. Seeing this, none of the people present were not chilled at the back. They had all underestimated the strength of peak beast kings too much. Shangwan Asakawa's two eyes instantly reddened. Asterisk 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 die for me. He transformed into a white-headed giant eagle over 10 meters tall, his sharp claws holding a giant golden sword. Whoosh! The white-headed giant eagle's wings vibrated and flew at a rapid speed. Using his entire body's strength, the blade of his sword violently stabbed at the chattering mantis. Only a golden figure flashed across the sky and arrived in front of the chattering mantis in the blink of an eye, and the chattering mantis stood still, a smile on his face, without moving a single bit. Go to hell! Unexpectedly, when that golden giant sword poked the body of the chattering mantis, the latter turned out to be a shadow, directly letting the golden giant sword poke empty. Instead, the figure of the chattering mantis suddenly appeared behind the giant eagle at this moment, and the sharp side stabbed directly into the back of the giant eagle, blood instantly gushing out, dyeing the golden feathers red. The white-headed giant eagle fell heavily to the ground and directly returned to its human form. Shangwan Asakawa spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body shaking unceasingly. He had expected the fight between him and the chattering mantis to be evenly matched, or to be a spirited battle for a few rounds despite losing. But, once he exchanged hands, he couldn't touch each other at all, and his opponent only needed one move and he was defeated. Is this the strength of a peak beast king? A level 30 beast king wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move in front of it. He felt the gap deeply. Two losers, really out of their depth. This king wants to kill you all like slaughtering pigs and dogs. The chattering mantis stepped on Shangwan Asakawa's body with his foot and laughed jaggedly. It's true that none of them can fight. The other side. Song Rue gradually fell into the wind. Facing the combined attacks of 5 39th level beast kings, he was a bit overwhelmed. The golden barrier was constantly consuming the beast power in his body. Now the remaining beast power in his body was no longer enough to support him to continue fighting. His back had already been attacked in multiple places, and blood was continuously dripping out from small and large wounds. There were also several wounds on his chest, and his ribs had been stomped on and broken a few times. At the moment, Song Rue was holding on strongly. His only hope was that the university would come to the rescue soon. On the contrary, the 5 beast kings who fought with him, the more they fought, the more energized they became, without a single injury on their bodies. And at this time, one was more excited than the other. It was also the first time that they had fought a human powerhouse at the beast exalt level. I didn't think it would be this weak. Damn it! You two hurry up. What are you waiting for? Jinling stopped to glance at Red Cloth and Yao Xian behind her and ordered. She just couldn't look at it anymore. This group is only a beast king, but they all dare to be so reckless. Red Clothes and Yao Xian looked at each other and did not move. The two were tasked with protecting Jinling, and they never interfered with the lives and deaths of others. Besides, why help humans? The two of them didn't want to expose their identity strength yet. The young matriarch was merely having a moment of sympathy, and there was no need to pay any attention to it. Let's keep looking. Miss, there's no hurry yet. Yao Xian arched his hand and said respectfully. The chattering mantis licked the blood from his lips and placed his sharp side on Shangwan Asakawa's neck, ready to raise his hand when he was ready. Suddenly, it heard a sound of breaking wind from behind it. Turning its head violently, it only saw a red tasseled spear covered in fiery flames stabbing towards it at breakneck speed. The chattering mantis didn't dare to be careless. His body popped up steeply and dodged the fatal shot without any danger. At the moment it had a slight cold sweat on its forehead. It looked at the person who had struck, its eyes already filled with rage. Little girl, it'll be your turn in a minute. So eager to jump the queue. This king will sacrifice you first. After the quenching holy lance pierced the air, it turned a corner and returned to Yi Ying's hand. She smoothed her forehead bangs, a sneer skimming the corners of her mouth. Come on. Yi Koma's figure shot out like a ghost, and the red lance broke through the air with a single finger. This time it was unbiasedly stuck in front of the chattering mantis's face. The chattering mantis hurriedly blocked with its two large scythes, but how could its scythe be sharper than the tip of the hardened sacred lance? The moment it touched, one of the chattering mantis's sides was poked through by the lance. Ah! The chattering mantis hissed, completely enraged. Very good, but you know some tricks. Next, die for me. The chattering mantis took the initiative to attack. its body steeply growing several times larger, and the site it had just been stabbed through healed instantly. His body exploded out like a cannonball, and in its furious state, its strength and speed increased by more than a few times, and in an instant, it arrived in front of Yi Koma. Yi Koma dodged at great speed, and with the force of his feet, he leaped to dozens of meters in the air, and then transformed into the red flame cloud eagle. The figure of the chattering mantis, on the other hand, appeared above her head in an instant, and both of its claws violently stepped on the wingspan of the red flame cloud eagle. Little girl, you're just a little bit of a carver. The level gap between us isn't something you can erase by playing some tricks. The red flame cloud eagle's body fell at great speed, and then returned to its human form. Leaf Koma flew down from a high altitude. The chattering mantis struck at breakneck speed, his body instantly flashing into mid-air, ready to make up for it in the air. Suddenly, a black figure took the lead and rushed in front of it at a speed so fast that it could not imagine. Su Yuan held Ying in the air and landed steadily. Oh, here comes another one to die. It really doesn't stop. The chattering mantis looked at Su Yuan, who had suddenly appeared, and laughed grimly. At those words, Su Yuan's gaze flinched. The candle 9 devouring gun in his hand actually trembled with excitement. It wasn't his hands that were shaking, rather, the candle 9 devouring gun, as if it had a consciousness of its own, was shaking incessantly. Maybe I just killed too much and I'm not over it yet. Su Yuan's body exuded a steaming murderous aura. The smell of blood spread out, chilling people with fear. As many as 2,000 ferocious beasts had just died in his hands. Even the Beast Emperor couldn't escape being slaughtered. The moment, a strong killing aura spread in all directions with him at the center. The ferocious beasts that were desperately running around sensed the aura and were instantly stunned. What's the situation? How did this god of killing suddenly appear in front of us? What a joke! They had witnessed Su Yuan's methods with their own eyes. Su Yuan made the rolling tide of black beasts stop simply by standing there, making tens of thousands of ferocious beasts turn around and flee in the opposite direction. Some small ferocious beasts were instantly trampled into mush. Even the Beast King was scared to death and ran away with this rolling wave without knowing where he was. The chattering mantis was dumbfounded. The 5 Beast Kings that were fighting with Song Rui were also frozen in place at the moment, not knowing what to do. What's going on? Why are they all running away? Do you want us to go with you? The chattering mantis realizes that things are horribly not going well. The Su Yuan that suddenly appeared unexpectedly had an aura that made it fearful and incomparable. This, isn't it? Hiss. Chattering mantis sucked in a breath of cold air. It suddenly had the feeling that it was going to die soon. This terrifying aura and oppressive feeling of the black-clothed young man in front of it made its body stop shivering. The 5 Beast Kings didn't dare to strike again. With a flash of their bodies, they arrived behind the chattering mantis. Song Rui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a long breath. Coming to Su Yuan, he patted Su Yuan's shoulder and smiled affectionately. Su Yuan, I'm glad you're okay. Su Yuan nodded. Spinning around to look at the several shocking wounds on Song Rui's body, he couldn't help but smash his mouth twice. He swept his gaze around and suddenly met eyes with Jinling in the middle of the crowd. Only Jinling covered her mouth and was looking at him with a gaze that was both delighted and incredulous. I'm fine. I'll take it from here. As soon as the words came out, the candle 9 devouring gun in Su Yuan's hand seemed to have its own spiritual sense, and it came out of his hand, shooting towards the chattering mantis in an explosive manner. The candle 9 devouring lance cut through the air at great speed, like a black dragon, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed to the front of the chattering mantis. A few thousand ferocious beasts had just died under the black dragon gun, and the cold and bone-chilling killing aura on the tip of the gun made a few beast kings tremble with fear and trembling. Boo! The chattering mantis tried to use its 2 sides to fend it off, but the black dragon lance took a tricky angle and poked right through its abdomen for a penetrating cold. Immediately afterward, a strong and raging force erupted violently from the tip of the gun, directly exploding the body of the chattering mantis into green fragments. In an instant, seconds, the remaining 5 beast kings were panicking one by one. They now remembered who the breath had come from. Just now when this killing god was killing everyone in the fallen forest, slaughtering whoever he saw, the 5 of them were so frightened that they hid in their nests and shivered. It wasn't until the next pack had been exterminated and it was their turn soon that they began to panic and make a run for the ruins. Didn't realize this. One comes to the ruins, straight into the eye of the gun. Misunderstanding. The 5 beast kings buggered off at breakneck speeds, running 1,000 meters away in just a few breaths of effort. Seeing the chattering mantis die such a miserable death, one of them ran faster than the other. They were only peak beast kings, bullying the soft and fearful. When you meet a really powerful one, you can only beg for mercy and run for your life in a hurry. And Su Yuan, how could he let them go so easily? The candle 9 devouring gun split into hundreds of black gun shadows in an instant. Hundreds of black gun shadows exploded towards the direction where the 5 beast kings flew out, like locating missiles, accurately hitting their targets in the air. Boom! Only deafening explosions could be heard coming from thousands of meters away. The bodies of the 5 fleeing beast kings were stabbed with hundreds of holes and exploded violently in the air, blown to pieces. Su Yuan didn't even look up, with a stretch of his hand when he was done. The candle 9 devouring gun was back in his hand. Hiss! The air is quiet. Surprisingly quiet. None of the people's faces were shocked. The eyes of the looking Su Yuan were filled with incredulity. This is Su Yuan? 6 peak beast kings, and in the snap of a finger, they were all killed in seconds. It was more or less beyond their perception of strength. Even Song Rui had his jaw dropped in shock. He, a level 40 beast Zun, is still not a match for these opponents. And Su Yuan killed them all in seconds in a cloudy and like manner. Strong? Just too strong. Stronger still was the black dragon spear in his hand. I go. Saved. Thanks to Su Yuan this time. I thought this time I was surely doomed. Oh, anyway, I'm not afraid per se. Already ready to fight these to the death. It's so handsome. It turns out, Su Yuan has been hiding his strength before. The crowd surrounded Su Yuan in the center, all boasting and admiring. That's not going to be a whole lot for Su Yuan. He is a man who prefers to keep a low profile, but it's always understated. This time, if he didn't have to make a move, he wasn't willing to expose his true strength in front of the crowd, because that would invite trouble. Just then, Jinling squeezed in with great difficulty from the crowd that surrounded her 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and arrived in front of Su Yuan. Seeing this, Yao Shen and Qi also wanted to follow closely, but realized that there were too many people in front of them, and they could no longer squeeze in. So far, I'm telling you I'm sorry. In front of everyone, Jinling lowered her head and her little face swished red. The expression on Su Yuan's face froze directly. It's okay. Not your fault. Su Yuan smiled faintly and signaled Jinling with his eyes to leave. Yi Koma? Yi Koma glanced at Su Yuan and then at Jinling, his face filled with doubt. My name is Jinling. Never told you my name before. Saying that, Jinling took out a mahogany box from her pocket and handed it to Su Yuan's hand. With that, she pressed her mouth to Su Yuan's ear and said a few soft words that only the two of them could hear. Okay, thank you. Next time don't use such an original approach. Su Yuan covered his face, and his face was filled with bitterness. This is going to hurt him. Yi Koma tilted his head and looked at Su Yuan, then pinched Su Yuan's face with his small hand. What is it? You too? Su Yuan pursed his lips slightly, coughed lightly, and laughed innocently. Auntie, things are messy and complicated. Let me explain it to you slowly. Yi Ying, crooked, I was there, and you two didn't know to turn your backs on me for a second just now. Yi Koma muttered her little mouth, and there was a strong smell of vinegar between her words. She knew Jinling, 2 people in the same circle who know each other, but don't know each other well enough to be considered friends. Sheesh. Yi Ying did not know how Su Yuan had crossed paths with Jinling. Looking at Jinling's blushing appearance just now, Yi Ying was disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Alright auntie, I'll show you something. Su Yuan held Yi Ying's small hand and led her out of the 3 layers of surroundings to a place far away from the crowd. By the way Kakubo, you're not hurt, are you? You don't even know how worried I was about you when I didn't see you teleport back just now. Behind an erect, crumbling boulder, Su Yuan tightly hugged Yi Ying in his arms, stroking the young girl's rosy cheeks, and the two of them just stuck together. Suddenly, Yi Koma remembered something and broke free from Su Yuan's embrace, then ran her hands over Su Yuan's body and asked, No, not a thing. Why don't you rip off your shirt and just look? There's no injuries at all. Upon hearing this, a small hint of impropriety flashed in Yi Ying's eyes and she tilted her head. Really? Su Yuan. Covering his clothes, Su Yuan took out the mahogany box that Jinling had just given him from his coat pocket. The mahogany box will be opened, only to see that inside are 2 charms. One yellow, one blue. Su Yuan took hold of Yi Ying's immodest little hand that was touching him, then shoved one of the blue talismans into her hand. There's a big use for this stuff. Auntie, don't lose it. Su Yuan knew that there was a vicious battle to be fought next. Today he and Tu Susu must come to an end. In other words, Su Yuan could not say that he could not defeat Tu Susu before. He could only say that he had no chance of winning. But it's hard to tell now. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly as he looked at the red talisman inside his hand. I have to say, this Jinling is still something. It's really snowing. Su Yuan really didn't know how to thank Jinling. That's what. Yi Koma took the blue talisman in his hand and looked at both the front and back. The content on it was not understandable at all. She hid the blue charm between her sleeves and leaned her head in against Su Yuan's chest again. Su Yuan hugged Ji Ying's petite body and gave her a kiss on the right side of her face. The atmosphere began to soften as the two just held each other, with only each other in their hearts and nothing else. Suddenly, a strange scream broke the original atmosphere. Ow, ow. Leaf Coma opened his eyes and looked down, only to see that in a burlap bag on the ground, a bulging mass was writhing, and from time to time, it let out a wailing sound. This unpleasant fox barking interrupts the nice atmosphere of two people alone. Su Yuan kicked the small white fox that was tied up in the bag and said fiercely, "Hard to hear. Shut the up or I'll kill you." Yi Koma was confused. She broke away from Su Yuan's embrace and squatted down to untie the bag, only to see a white as snow small white fox immediately scurry out from it, and then started running away without a life. Fortunately, Yi Koma's quick eyes and hands saw that Sweetie was going to run and directly grabbed her tail and lifted her up. Ow! When he saw the appearance of this little white fox clearly, a trace of shock surfaced on Yi Koma's face. "This seems like I've seen it somewhere. Isn't this that old hag's?" Yi Koma's lips trembled for a moment, only feeling incredulous. Sweetie wailed, causing Su Yuan to be very impatient. He hated being disturbed at moments like this so much. If he didn't still have to use this dead fox to counteract Susu, he definitely wouldn't let this earth dog live for one more second. "Shut up." As soon as Su Yuan pinched Sweet's neck, the latter immediately stopped wailing and screaming. Her throat let out a whimpering sound that begged for mercy. Suddenly, only a sound of breaking wind could be heard coming from not far away. Su Yuan cried out in a bad way and hurriedly pulled Ying to avoid it. Boom! The huge stone erected behind the duo was instantly blasted into pieces by a terrifying force, and the stones flew in every direction, sending dust flying for a while. After the smoke cleared, a blue silhouette walked into the duo's line of sight, wearing a short JK and striding on two trim jade legs. Susu was murderous, holding a green-colored long sword in her hand, and her terrifying aura caused the air around her to distort. "Asshole! Little! You let go of my sister." Susu spat out a few icy words from his mouth. She had been watching Su Yuan and Ying for a long time, and was originally still looking for the best time to strike. But when he saw that Su Yuan was going to lay his hands on Sweetie, Susu didn't hesitate and decisively showed up. "If you dare to touch my sister, I will have to kill you by 1,000 cuts today." Susu clenched her silver teeth and threatened. Seeing Susu show up, Su Yuan was not surprised. Or maybe he did it to draw out this stinky fox hiding in the shadows. Today, an end must be made. Otherwise, the trouble will continue endlessly in the future. "Oh, secretly watching the two of us for so long. Finally, it's out. Old Demoness, you told me to let the earth dog go, but I won't. I'm going to slaughter her instead." Su Yuan had one hand in a deadly chokehold on Sweetie's throat, ignoring the little white fox's pitiful struggles, and sneered at Susu. He was not a man of mercy. This group of dead foxes from Tushan came after him 3 times, not stopping to hunt him down. This revenge, he can always remember it. Susu was trembling with anger, his body emanating a terrifying peak beast emperor aura, but she didn't dare make a move now, because she understood Su Yuan's methods. When Su Yuan said kill, it was a real kill. "What do you want, kid? You let her go first." Susu collected her body's aura and asked Su Yuan to let go of Sweetie first, but Su Yuan turned a deaf ear to Susu's words. He spoke faintly. "I want to be done with you today. I'm really tired of you coming after me so consistently." Hearing this, Susu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Joke. Big joke in the sky. Is it possible that this kid wants to take on Tushan on his own? That peak beast emperor's soul body inside you can't help you. I just need to suppress your out-of-body soul power. What are you going to fight me with? What are you going to finish with me? Ha ha ha." Su Yuan didn't reply to her, but instead looked at Ying, pinched the other party's small face, and said with concern, "What I just gave you is of great use. Make sure you bring it with you, and then hide away from it. Next, I have to end it with the old hag." Although Yikoma didn't understand what Su Yuan was saying, he still nodded obediently. She took the initiative to hide behind Su Yuan. Su Yuan put the red talisman on his chest, only to see a bright red light shoot out from it in no time. The bright light condensed into a red shield, protecting Su Yuan's body in it. Without any further hesitation, Su Yuan's right hand, which was tightly gripping the little white fox's throat, snapped. The struggling little white fox was instantly pinched and exploded by Su Yuan into a puddle of blood mist. P.S. I've been getting stuck lately, so if you have any comments, please give me some. The struggling little white fox was instantly pinched and exploded by Su Yuan into a puddle of blood mist. Blood flowed down Su Yuan's hand in drops on the ground. Susu's pupils contracted into pinholes in a split second, and the green-colored longsword fell out of her hand, dropping to the ground with a crisp sound. Her eyes were filled with shock, incredulity, turning to despair and monstrous anger. watching Tu Sweetness die so suddenly in front of herself. Tu Susu's breath suffocated, unable to say any words for a while. Shasta, only to see her body suddenly erupt with hundreds of red lights, followed by the disappearance of her human form body, replaced by the remnants of a blood-colored fox that was hundreds of meters tall. This blood-colored residual shadow contained an extremely terrifying power, and the raging aura instantly stirred up 100-meter-high smoke, like a red wave, rushing straight towards Su Yuan. In the center of the blood-colored remnants, a red fox stepped on the void with its feet, emanating a steaming murderous aura all over its body. Su Yuan retreated a few steps back, without the slightest bit of panic on his face, looking at the ever-expanding blood-colored fox remnant in the air, feeling the aura within it that was no less than the peak of a beast emperor. Su Yuan gripped the candle 9-in devouring gun tightly, his gaze like a torch. Brat, are you crazy? What have you done? You've got too much guts. That little white fox you killed directly. Are you dragging old me down? I can't beat this dead fox. The purple sky Qilin's voice rang in Su Yuan's ears. He's been stupid. The purple sky Qilin did not expect Su Yuan to directly kill the little white fox. In his opinion, doing so was undoubtedly insane. To Shan, this group of foxes are the most vindictive. Today shall not be knocked to death. Are you going to offend them to the end and leave nothing to chance? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan smiled faintly. Wasn't it already? Spoken like they could spare me if I didn't kill this little white fox, chasing me for so long. Today, take this little fox and sacrifice the gun. Then make an end of it. The violet sky Qilin only felt his scalp go numb. Tough. It's too hard. I've never seen such cruelty. Can't they all be a little more steady? A little more lewd? I've been following you day in and day out. No brat. You lean in. The old man's life is still with you. I still want to remodel my flesh and break through to the beast saint. Don't mess around. No. Let's just run. Su Yuan glanced behind him at Ying, who was covering his mouth with a shocked expression. He knew that running was definitely out of the question. Since he dared to make a move, it meant that he was fully confident. Besides, the only teleportation talisman he had already handed over to Yi Koma. Boom! The blood-colored residual shadow in the air kept expanding. From just a few hundred meters, it violently changed to 100 feet tall. The terrifyingly raging power caused space to distort. In an instant, the 100 feet tall remnants of a blood-colored fox fell from the heights and charged towards Su Yuan at the bottom. Su Yuan then transformed into the pale yellow-winged dragon, his body catapulting to a height of 10,000 meters, shifting the battlefield into the air. At this moment, the power of the purple sky Qilin began to gather towards Su Yuan's body in a steady stream. His level, from 13, briefly surged to 59. The power of a peak beast emperor traveled through his body, pushing all of his bodily functions to the peak. Boom! The golden figure and the blood-red figure violently collided in the air. The strong power of the two peak beast emperors blasted against each other, causing the aftermath to instantly ignite the clouds above the sky into nothingness. This terrifying force fell to the ground, causing the large and small ferocious beasts in the fallen forest and the ruins to be frightened and prostrate on the ground, whimpering and whimpering low. The many students at the bottom also felt the strong energy fluctuations. The ground was shaking at the moment, as if it was going to crack in the next second. Asterisk. What's going on? What's going on? It's an earthquake. What a strong power. Did you guys feel it? Look at the sky. You guys, oh my god. Which gods are fighting here? This is too scary. Song Rue frowned slightly, looking at the two figures in the sky that crossed the sky like meteors at breakneck speeds and violently collided together, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his back. This is so horrible power. Both sides were at least beast emperor powerhouses. Both the pale yellowing long and the blood-red fox stump were as fast as Aurora Borealis. Only Golden Aurora and Blood-Red Aurora competed with each other in the sky dome, circling and dancing, fiercely bombarding each other, emitting deafening explosions, then separating, and after separating, bombarding each other again. The two auroras flashed around in the 10,000-meter sky, repeatedly separating and colliding. It was hard to tell the difference for a while. Jinling pieced her chin together and watched the scene in the sky with great satisfaction. Dead foxes. You're in for it. 10 years ago the G-clan was set upon by this group of dead foxes and suffered great shame. Her father, as a beast emperor, was all too willing to swallow this shame, but she didn't want to and kept it in the back of her mind. Now that she had seen the dead fox of Tushan again, Jinling was very excited. If Su Yuan was not defeated later, she would definitely have to make a move. Caressing the 3 finger-sized short swords hanging at her waist, Jinling had a faint smile on her face. At this moment above 10,000 meters in the air, the pale yellowing long fought fiercely with the blood-red residual shadow for a while. Su Yuan was in no hurry, but Tu Susu was in a hurry. She had burned her soul power to be able to summon the Scarlet Remnant, and she wouldn't be able to hold it for much longer. It has to be done quickly. Kid, I want to see how long that soul body inside you can help you. A greenish-colored light shot out from Tu Susu's fingertips. The green light rushed to the sky above the Tsong Huang Yinglong, and instantly transformed into a green barrier that suppressed the power of the soul. The green-colored barrier trapped the pale yellow Yinglong within it, and then it began to suppress the soul power within Su Yuan's body. The purple Sky Kirin panicked. He had expected his opponent to do this move. It's not the end of the line. Boy, it's over. I just told you to run and you didn't. Now you can't. What to do now? Can't fight it. The old man suffers. But suddenly, a red aperture appeared, enveloping the Tsong Huang Yinglong's huge body within it. The green-colored barrier that had trapped the pale yellow Yinglong had actually begun to crack at this moment. Roar! The pale yellow Yinglong roared. The terrifying aura of a peak beast emperor directly shattered the green-colored barrier. Tu Susu was dumbfounded. What's the situation? How did the suppression array fail? Damn it! Seeing that the aura of the peak beast emperor of the pale yellowing dragon had not been cut down by the slightest bit, Tu Susu was completely flustered. She really couldn't figure out why. That's a trick you've done. I've seen it before, but it doesn't work for me now, Su Yuan said faintly. Everything was as he expected. It was thanks to Jinling. The secret art of worldly formations was itself a thing of the past. Tu Susu wouldn't really think that with this alone. He could suppress himself until he died? If he didn't have absolute certainty, Su Yuan would never have crossed paths with him. Once you cross paths, it's a must-win. Looks like it's time to strike. Jinlinger's hand came up to her chin as she looked at the two figures in the sky, golden and blood red, and opened her mouth. Nowadays, Tu Susu's beast power was exhausted, and it looked like he couldn't even deal with a Su Yuan. If we don't make a move now, when will we wait? Tushan's group of dead foxes had one or the other, and she didn't want to let go. Unhooking the three short swords hanging at her waist, Jinlinger placed them in the palm of her hand and gently stroked them a few times. The heavenly suspended Mitsubishi sword was sensed, and as if it had a consciousness, it shot out of Jinlinger's hand and flew straight into the sky. The three short swords cut through the air at breakneck speeds, growing larger in the air, their bodies flashing with purple light, and in an instant, they rushed to a height of 10,000 meters. The moment. Tu Susu took a deep breath and prepared to burn his soul power to continue fighting. Suddenly, three long swords flying in the air and flashing with purple light appeared behind her. Feeling the terrifying aura from the three flying swords, Tu Susu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The bone-chilling coldness of the blade gave her a familiar feeling, but she just couldn't recall it for a moment. Suddenly, the three purple flying swords unexpectedly transformed into three sword spirits, only to see three white-clothed old men with transparent figures stepping on the void with their feet in the left, right, and back positions of Tu Susu. The three sword spirits were all manifested from the heavenly suspended Mitsubishi sword and belonged to the soul power. Each of these sword spirits was no less powerful than a level 59 beast emperor. The three sword spirits and the Tsong Huang Yinglong, attacking from the front and back, surrounded Tu Susu. Damn it! Tu Susu's eyes surveyed the surroundings for a moment, and his throat moved as he realized that it was not good. Now she's in a passive position. If Su Yuan was the only one, she could still put up a one-for-one fight next. But now that there were three more sword spirits of peak beast emperor strength, Tu Susu knew that if this continued, he was bound to lose. When the time comes, not only will he not be able to help sweet sister take revenge, but he will have to get himself involved. At the moment, at the bottom, Jinlinger clasped her hands to her chest and looked at the surrounded Tu Susu. A smile could not help but appear at the corner of her mouth. Slaughtering this dead fox would be a small measure of revenge and relief. She didn't believe that Tu Susu could single-handedly take on four peak beast emperors. Miss, what are you? Akatsuki was surprised when she saw the sky-hanging Mitsubishi sword. It seems like Miss is insisting on helping Su Yuan. Stay out of my business. Tu Susu sighed helplessly. It seems that today, we must fight to the end, without stopping until death. Suddenly, only a fox demon totem was seen lighting up on her forehead. With that, a source of terrifying power gathered towards her body. Big sister, give me another hand. Boom! A terrifying energy shockwave centered on Tu Susu and spread out in a radius of 1,000 meters. Seeing this, Su Yuan hurriedly flashed his body and retreated to 1,000 meters away. Those three sword spirits were then directly blasted away. The face of Jinlinger at the bottom changed abruptly when she saw this. For some reason, she felt an extraordinary power. This power was 10 times 100 times stronger than a peak beast emperor. What's this stinking fox up to? Jinlinger pursed her lips lightly as she suddenly had an ominous premonition. Su Yuan frowned slightly as he also felt this strange aura. Not good. Brat, be careful. Olmi has a premonition that she's going to forcefully break through to Beast Saint. The voice of the purple sky unicorn rang in her ears. At those words, Su Yuan's heart shook. The Saint of Beasts. That was a realm that was 100 times stronger by the Beast Emperor. He had long since seen that Tu Susu was also able to borrow external power to raise his rank strength in a short period of time, but he never thought in the direction of the Beast Saint. After all, the strength of a Beast Saint powerhouse was unfathomable, and the power was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. The secret technique that this fox is using should be ghost possession. There's a strong man behind her, across the miles, who can transmit power to her without any medium. But normally, it's only possible to cross a large realm and raise your strength from Beast Exalted to Beast Saint, which is nearly impossible. Unless she doesn't want to die. Su Yuan nodded at his words. He probably understood what was going on. Now that it had reached this point, it made sense that Tu Susu would use her ghostly body to forcefully raise her strength to a level 60 Beast Saint. But this Beast Saint, it's not easy to deal with. Peak Beast Emperors were as weak as ants in front of them. A power of unknown origin was continuously poured into Tu Susu's body. Her pupils turned scarlet red at this moment, and a blood ring appeared under her feet. The blood-red residual shadow, on the other hand, continued to grow larger, becoming darker in color and expanding. In the meantime, the blood ring under Tu Susu's feet stretched out countless red silky tentacles reaching down. The red filamentary tentacles dug into the fallen forest on the ground, inserting themselves into the bodies of countless ferocious beasts of all sizes and began to draw a steady stream of essence blood from them. In an instant, countless essence blood was absorbed by the tentacles and gathered together in its surge into the blood-red fox remnants. These innocent beasts were instantly turned into shriveled bones. The remnants became larger and larger, darker and darker in color, and were expanding at an extremely fast rate. Seeing this, everyone underneath had their jaws dropped in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on? What's going on, you guys? Look, WOJ. What's this about? Am I reading this right? Will it be our turn next? Song Rui instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. He suddenly felt an aura that was even more terrifying than the Beast Emperor. How is this possible? From the red blood ring, countless silky tentacles once again stretched out, this time towards the crowd underneath. Everyone, hurry up and duck. Song Rui greeted the crowd and dispersed. Some students who didn't have time to dodge were entangled in the red tentacles and were directly sucked into dead bones. Not only humans, but even the corpses of ferocious beasts. These red tentacles were constantly absorbing the essence blood underneath, and then supplying it to the blood-colored remnants high above the sky. And Tu Susu stood in the middle of the blood-colored remnants, instilling all of the power that he had drawn into his body. Boom! Suddenly, countless blood-red rays of light shot out from her body, directly coloring the entire sky red. Under the red sky, the world underneath was like the end of the world, with terror everywhere. When the red light dissipated, Tu Susu took a deep breath. At this time, her realm had already briefly broken through to Beast Saint. Gently feeling the scent of the heavenly suspended Mitsubishi sword, Tu Susu used her divine sense to probe within 100 kilometers and directly track down Jinling underneath. I'm telling you, it's so familiar, hiding in the shadows and never daring to come out, since you are bent on death. So today, then, it all stays here. How is this possible? Looking at the blood-colored figure in the sky and feeling its terrifying aura, both Red Clothes and Yao Xian's hearts were shaken. Is this the Beast Saint? Yao Xian took a deep breath. His throat moved, and a hint of worry could not help but appear on his face. There was no mistaking it. This terrifying aura couldn't possibly be something that a Beast Emperor could have. Yao Xian really couldn't figure out how this fox demon had broken through to the Beast Saint. He and Red Clothes had been stuck at the peak of the Beast Emperor for more than 300 years, and had tried everything to break through. The same ferocious beast. How did she break through just like that? The gap between a Beast Saint and a Beast Emperor could be called a heavenly rift. Without that talent, without that destiny, one might not be able to break through in this lifetime. No, she should have used some sort of secret method to briefly maintain to this realm. Barely a glance, he could see what was going on. Tu Shan has the most of this secret method. The power of a Beast Saint is not something that an ordinary person can withstand. It seems that she wants to kill Su Yuan, and she has already reached the point where she doesn't want to die. The corners of Akatsuki's mouth rose slightly as he looked on in amusement. The two of them, Su Yuan and Tu Susu, had better die together today. That was what she wanted to see. Just as well, it would also cut the young patriarch off. Whatever, as long as it doesn't threaten the lady, we just need to watch the battle. Taking a step back, if the Beast Saint really wants to make a move, I'm afraid that the two of us will not be able to block a single blow from her if we join forces. At this moment, on a height of 10,000 meters, Tu Susu's body was emanating a blood-colored light, and with every step on the void, a blood-colored halo would appear underneath his feet and then dissipate. Feeling this terrifying Beast Saint power within her body, Tu Susu squinted her eyes slightly. She was intoxicated by this power. This realm was something she had dreamed of stepping into. Now it was only briefly maintained, but it was enough to make her feel no regrets in this life. Strong, just too strong. She had a feeling that she could tear apart this heaven and earth with the lift of her hand. No. Notify all students to teleport back immediately now. Song Rui looked at the blood-colored figure above the sky and felt that something was not good. Sparing his insight, he was unable to detect exactly what realm that terrifying strength overhead was in. If this continues, I'm afraid all of them, the innocent students, will be affected. If you don't leave now, you really can't. Song Rui also could not have imagined that this fallen forest trial test would have such a turn of events. As of now, 4 or 5 students had already been buried in this secret realm. The grade tally is terminated, and now, we have to go back. Under Song Rui's organization, hundreds of golden pillars of light descended from the sky. It turned into a circle of light that covered the students and formed the beginning of the teleportation array. Red clothes, Yao Xian, Jinling and the others were also in the teleportation formation. No, I'm not leaving. This young lady won't leave until she completely decapitates this dead fox today. Jinling clasped her hands to her chest as she disengaged herself from the teleportation formation, her gaze looking to the sky. Above the heavens, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Tu Susu's mouth. Then she stretched out a jade finger, and a red aurora borealis light shot out from her fingertip. The red fingertip shot into the sky, only to see the hundreds of teleportation light pillars that ran through heaven and earth instantly dissipate into the void at this moment, leaving the crowd underneath with a blank and shocked look on their faces. Joke's on you. I told you, none of them will leave today. You're all going to stay here, with us. The sharp and icy voice fell from 10,000 meters above the ground and descended to the ground, pressing some people to kneel on the spot. The strength of the beast saint was unfathomable. Even a mighty pressure, a word that came out of his mouth, could exterminate and kill people in an invisible manner. Attaining this realm, one could masterfully use the power of space and could also block off space. Now that the fallen forest was completely cut off from the outside world, it was impossible to teleport out. Unless someone stronger than Tu Susu stepped in, there was no way to break the game. And Toussaint has come this far. There's no turning back. Kid, it really is a beast saint. The old man definitely can't beat her. So think of a way, or else the two of us will really have to rest today. It's definitely not running now. It's not easy for me to live again. I don't want to die now. In the chaotic space, the purple sky Qilin was lying on the Lion King's head with a numb face. He was panicking now. He was really panicking. The gap between a peak beast emperor and a beast saint was a chasm. Even though Tu Susu had only briefly broken through to a level 60 beast saint, if he really fought, he probably wouldn't even be able to last a single move. Are we really not at all sure of winning? Su Yuan was a little surprised as he looked at the system panel that suddenly popped up in front of him. On the system panel, the 4 large golden characters of exterminating Yinglong were particularly conspicuous, and he casually asked, "Bastard, bag of death, you too, why did you offend this stinking fox to death?" Karen sighed, his tone filled with helplessness and bitterness. If he wasn't subject to that seal back then, I'm afraid he would have been a beast saint long ago. It's not as desperate as it is now. Suddenly, a wave of invisible force swept through space and rushed to Jilinger's face in an instant. This was only a single pressure from Tu Susu. This pressure contained a power that was enough to exterminate a beast emperor, and it swept in front of Jilinger unexpectedly. This strike was full of killing intent. Tu Susu's goal was clear. By slaughtering Jilinger first, he would be able to turn the heavenly suspended Mitsubishi sword into scrap metal, and there would be 3 less peak beast emperor level opponents. The speed of this pressure was simply too fast, and Jilinger herself didn't even react. Seeing this, Yao Xian hurriedly pulled Jilinger behind him, and together with Qi, they put forth their full strength to resist this pressure. The two of them gathered their entire body's beast power on top of their hands, not daring to be careless and exerting 10% of their power. The powerful impact directly caused several cracks to open up in the ground, and the tops of several peaks not far away were directly flattened, and some unlucky ferocious beasts accidentally fell into extremely deep cracks, as if they had fallen into bottomless darkness, and could not hear any echoes. Yao Xian and Red Clothes were blasted out a dozen meters away by this pressure, falling heavily to the ground, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, only feeling that their internal organs were about to burst open. Even though they had already exerted their full strength, the duo still almost fell. Good strong. Yao Xian pounded his chest and spat out a few drops of black blood in shock. He didn't expect that he, a peak beast emperor, would be so vulnerable in front of the beast saint. Rubbing his knuckles, when he saw that Jilinger wasn't dead, Tu Susu let out a light eep. After probing with her divine sense, her gaze fell on Yao Xian and Qi, who were injured at the moment. 2 peak beast emperors? When did it appear? and I can't believe I never realized it. There were quite a few strong people coming from the Tianxin Fire Phoenix's G-clan this time around. It made sense. After all, the young matriarch was here. However, for the current her, having 2 more Peak Beast Emperor opponents was just crushing 2 more ants. 2 mole crickets, hiding pretty deep. Your heavenly Xian Fire Phoenix clan, truly each and every one of you is as timid as a mouse. Tu Susu's tone was icy cold, and the light few words fell from 10,000 meters above, as if they had the weight of 1,000 pounds. Yao Xian and Qi looked at each other and made up their minds. Pulling out a 7th order purple beast Dan from their bodies, the duo hurriedly swallowed it. After swallowing the purple beast Dan, the beast power in the duo's bodies was restored and their injuries were gradually improving. Go! Only a black aurora and a red aurora blasted up to 10,000 meters of sky at the same time. Yao Xian and Qi stepped on the void with their feet against the wind and stood 100 meters away from Tu Susu. Opposite of Tu Susu, the duo's mission was to protect Jinling. And since Tu Susu was going to lay his hands on Jinling today, the two of them had to fight to the death. Damn fox! I can't watch. You're also just a junior from Mount 2. Where do you have the courage to dare to take on our young clan leader? At those words, Tu Susu couldn't help but laugh outright. Ridiculous to the core. In that case, you two are nothing more than lackeys. The moment the 3 Peak Beast Emperors, Yao Xian, Red Clothes, and Su Yuan, stepped on the void with their feet and faced Tu Susu directly. Behind Tu Susu, there also stood the 3 Peak Beast Emperor level sword spirits of the heavenly suspended Mitsubishi sword. 6 Peak Beast Emperor level powerhouses surrounded Tu Susu. What? You guys think that you can't overpower me by sheer numbers? With a wave of Tu Susu's hand, a blood-colored giant palm appeared out of thin air, running towards Yao Xian and Red Clothes at an extremely fast speed. Just now, Tu Susu had simply unleashed a pressure, whereas this time, the blood-colored giant palm that was blasted out contained 10% of the Beast Saint's power within it. Wherever the blood-colored giant palm went, only sharp crushing sounds could be heard endlessly. The space directly shattered wherever it went, becoming one black hole of nothingness after another. Seeing this, Jinling hurriedly maneuvered the 3 sword spirits to rush up to fend them off. The 3 white-clothed old men who were conjured from soul power held purple longswords in their hands, and their swords were covered with the terrifying power of Peak Beast Emperors. The 3 sword spirits launched their swords at the same time in an attempt to fend off this blood-colored giant palm. But in the next second, an old man had just touched the bloody palm and was directly swallowed into nothingness with his sword. The remaining 2 old men were blown away by the aftermath, and were knocked back into their original forms in the air, transforming into sword bodies. The 2 swords were broken and almost snapped, falling from the air and smashing onto the ground like scrap metal. Jinling's heart shook, her eyes filled with incredulity. The heavenly suspended Mitsubishi sword, 3 Peak Beast Emperors, surprisingly couldn't even carry it for a single move, and it turned into scrap metal. There were many Beast Saint powerhouses in the Tianxin Fire Phoenix clan, but they usually returned to hiding and were not present, and Jinling had never seen them strike. She didn't expect the Beast Saint to be so strong. Compared to the Beast Emperor, they were completely strong in 2 worlds. Together, accompanied by an ear-piercing beastly sound, only 2 fire phoenixes with huge bodies suddenly appeared in the sky. One was a black fire phoenix, all wrapped in black flames, as if it came from the underworld. The other was a red fire phoenix with blood-colored feathers and a graceful and noble temperament. The 2 fire phoenixes circled and flew, their wings shaking and spitting out fiery flames as they charged towards Tu Susu. Shaggy, looking for death. Suddenly, 2 large red hands appeared in the void and violently pinched the throats of the 2 fire phoenixes. Beast Saint power surged in the big red hand, melting the 2 fire phoenixes into blood in a moment. Along with their soul bodies after death, they were damned clean. Seconds, 2 mole crickets. Think they can live if they change their bodies? Joke. Jinling covered her mouth and her breathing stopped straight away. Watching Yao Xian and Qi die in front of her was a bit too much for her to take in for a while. Her eyes froze, and for a moment she was in a bit of disbelief. Yao Xian and Qi have been protecting her since she was born, but now, Jinling's chest was as heartbreaking as if she had been strangled by a knife. Next, you two. Who goes first? After Tu Susu exterminated Yao Xian and Red Cloth, he set his eyes on Su Yuan and Jinling. After a short thought, she targeted Su Yuan. Little I will kill you by 1,000 cuts, to snow my sweet sister's hatred. Tu Susu's body violently exploded out, a red light flashing on his sharp fox claws. For Su Yuan, she was in no hurry to kill him with a single blow. She wanted to die by 1,000 cuts. Su Yuan didn't dare to be careless. His body immediately retreated 100 meters away, but Tu Susu's speed was ridiculously fast, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of him. The sharp fox claws swung violently at Su Yuan's abdomen. Su Yuan's body was currently wrapped in the armor of the pale yellowing dragon possession. With just one claw, Tu Susu directly scratched the golden armor on Su Yuan's abdomen. The armor of the Tsong Huang Yinglong, the incarnation of the SSS-grade ferocious beast, was easily scratched under the defensive power of the Peak Beast Emperor. Immediately after, Tu Susu made another claw. This one slashed Su Yuan's back. The golden armor on his back was similarly scratched. The part that had been cut and shredded was now completely bare, touching his back and abdomen. Su Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Did this just shatter? He's kind of in disbelief. Having been in hundreds of battles before, how many opponents with terrifying strengths put their best foot forward and were unable to leave the slightest trace on the pale yellowing Long's armor? Now, surprisingly, it just shattered. What? Your SSS-ranked ferocious beast doesn't work anymore? I guess it's just as well. Kid, you don't really think that SSS-grade talent is just rare for the last 10,000 years? It was only just dispensed to our Tushan as a medicine. Now, it's cheap to be a medicine guide. I want you dead. Tu Susu's words were cold, and there was a monstrous hatred in his gaze. She's had enough fun, and now it's time to send Su Yuan on his way. At this moment, the armor of the Tsong Huang Yinglong attachment on Su Yuan's body had all shattered, and golden fragments fell from the heights like raindrops. Along with them fell Su Yuan. Su Yuan had reverted to human form. His body was impacted by a strong force, and at the moment, he was falling downward at an extremely high speed. Tu Susu quickly chased after him, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Su Yuan in the air. Suddenly, as if it had a sense, a black dragon spear took the initiative to block in front of Su Yuan. Tu Susu's gaze flinched as she blasted out the gathering force in her hand, directly blasting the Candle 9-in devouring gun into pieces. The Candle 9-in devouring gun turned into a black point of light, but it didn't dissipate. Su Yuan looked at the blood-colored red fox in the sky that was charging towards him at great speed and silently closed his eyes. I don't know how this super SSS class ferocious beast is, but if I don't use it now, I won't be able to use it later. Ultimate evolution. Exterminating Yinglong. In the next second, Su Yuan's body was engulfed by a burst of black light. When the black light dispersed, he could only see black armor attached to his entire body. At the same time, a Peak Beast Emperor's shield enveloped Su Yuan's body. Tu Susu blasted out a strike that struck that sudden black armor, but surprisingly did not leave the slightest trace. How is this possible? Boom! The heavens and earth plunged into endless darkness. This side of the world is engulfed in darkness, and you can't see a thing. Immediately afterward, threads of bright light flickered up, as if they were in a chaotic universe of dotted stars. 120. 120. This side of the world is engulfed in darkness, and you can't see a thing. Immediately afterward, threads of bright light flickered up, as if they were in a chaotic universe of dotted stars. Holy, what the hell? How come I can't see anything? How bizarre. What kind of heavenly phase is this? What the hell? Is it really hard to escape death today? Oh my goodness. Why do I feel like I'm going to die soon? The top of his head shimmered with a silky bright light, like the thousands of stars that dotted the sky. Nope, that's the stars. Suddenly, among the many bright stars in the sky, there appeared two moons shining with white aurora borealis. The two moons, surrounded by stars, were bigger and more blinding than the sun at noon. The two moons emitted a strong cold light, making this dark world bright. People can barely see clearly around. The bright light reflected on the black armor on Su Yuan's body, reflecting a faint cold aura. Above the black armor a dragon as black as darkness hovered above it. The giant dragon had 5 claws and red eyes, like a god that destroyed the world in ancient times, causing people to be chilled with fear. Just now, Tu Susu's fatal blow was blasted on this armor, but surprisingly, it didn't leave the slightest trace. The Imperial armor form of the exterminating Yinglong? Su Yuan surveyed the black armor on his body, and a trace of joy could not help but appear on his face. Tu Susu's pupils contracted violently, and his 2 claws trembled continuously. How is this possible? Damn it! Her eyes were confused and she couldn't believe what was happening. Su Yuan, surprisingly, did not die, and black armor grew on his body, and the aura that emanated from the armor was frightening even to her. At this moment, there was a pair of worried eyes underneath that were watching Su Yuan's back. Jinling bit her lips tightly as she placed all her hopes on Su Yuan. Other than Su Yuan, she had nothing to rely on now. The heavenly suspended Mitsubishi sword was turned into scrap metal, and Yao Xian and Red Clothes were also decimated. If Su Yuan is ultimately defeated as well, I'm afraid. Jinling shook her head violently. She didn't dare to think about it at the bottom. Tu Susu was shocked and prepared to strike again. She didn't have much time left. If she couldn't cut Su Yuan down, she would have regrets in death. Suddenly, only a long chant loud enough to shatter eardrums could be heard from above his head. Ho ho ho! The voice seemed to come from the endless flood of the universe. from outer space. It fell into this world, resounding in every corner, every inch of land. You guys? Look, look! I don't know who shouted, but everyone looked up in unison, only to see that the two moons at this moment actually moved, and is slowly getting bigger. Suddenly, the two moons dimmed instantly. The heavens and the earth were plunged into endless darkness. Then the two moons lit up again, and there was some light in the world. It was soon realized that it was no moon, but two eyes of a giant black dragon, and the giant dragon body was hidden in the endless cosmic chaos. Between the dragon's breaths, a large nebula in the vast universe shattered. Countless bright stars burst open. This world, at the moment, was like a plaything marble in its claws, as small as it could be. It was as if the giant dragon could destroy this world in a single breath. Billions of stars dotted around the black dragon's body, which at the moment became a backdrop, bursting into pieces between his breaths and inhalations. The world-destroying Yinglong was in the universe, gazing at the ant beings of this world, and the terrifying pressure of the super SSS-class ferocious beasts was enough to shatter this heaven and earth. At this moment, in this secret realm of the fallen forest, fierce beasts of all sizes, no matter how high or low the level was, all of them were prostrate on the ground at this moment, trembling in fear. Numerous students, on the other hand, had their knees weakened and fell down in a row at the terrifying pressure. Song Rue's mouth grew long as he similarly fell to his knees with a thud. He saw the most terrifying sight in his life. This is an alien creature, isn't it? It's horrible. Help! Is he going to be bigger than Blue Star? I'm giant phobic. What kind of alien creature is this? In the meantime, a template popped up in front of Su Yuan's eyes. Name, Su Yuan. Age, 18. Rank, 13. Awakened Beast, World Exterminating Yinglong. Super SSS Class Beast. Skills, the first Beast Technique, the Dragon's Leader. Second Beast Technique, Space of Extinction. Third Beast Technique, Ultimate Chaos Breath. The first Fusion Beast Technique, Destructive Chaos Leader. Note, the next evolution is after level 25. Su Yuan was surprised to find that after the pale yellow Yinglong evolved into the world-destroying Yinglong, its various skills had also been upgraded. The power has been increased like never before. What he didn't expect was that the exterminating Yinglong wasn't even in its final form, and that it was even capable of evolving again. Looking at the black dragon hidden in the chaos of the universe, Su Yuan could not imagine at all what other kind of ferocious beast could be above it. Tu Susu only felt a huge pressure on her knees, prompting her to kneel. This was the first time she felt the suppression in her bloodline. Flutter! Tu Susu unexpectedly knelt down directly. Her face was filled with shock, a kind of awe that she simply could not resist, written into her genes, forcing her to kneel in front of Su Yuan. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** beast is this? Why have I never seen it before? Hardly. Susu forced herself to endure the immense pressure at her knees and stood up from the ground with great difficulty. She looked towards the exterminating Yinglong with despair written all over her face. The exterminating Yinglong was like the sun hanging high above the dome, while she was as weak as a mayfly firefly. Even with the power of the beast saint in her body, it still made her feel incredibly desperate. Well, it's time to end it. Yuan closed his eyes and drained all of the Qilin's peak beast emperor power and gathered it in his own body. The purple sky Kirin in the chaotic space sighed as its power was drained, and it simply tilted its head and fainted. Feeling the surging peak beast emperor power in his body, Yuan stretched out a finger and said silently in his mind, "Extinction Chaos Lead, Shasta." Hidden in the chaos of the universe, the black dragon spat out a breath that contained the full force of a peak beast emperor, traversing broken nebulae and millions of stars, blasting many meteorites and planets into pieces along the way. This black dragon's spit approached the dome of this world in the twinkling of an eye. It broke through the various layers of air and swept towards the bottom. In the meantime, Susu's blockade of the fallen space was forcibly lifted. Hundreds of teleportation light pillars reappeared. Run, kids, run. Seeing the teleportation formation reappear, Song Rue hurriedly shouted. What he could be certain of was that by the time this black spitting breath completely fell, this world of the fallen forest would be completely erased. 121. Susu looked at the rapidly approaching black spit. She knew that she was bound to bear the brunt of it. Hiding is definitely not going to work now. We can only fight to the death. Oh, boy, you've done a pretty good job with this illusion. Let me see what power it has. Right at this moment, the blood-colored remnants behind Susu that were up to 100 feet tall began to continuously integrate into her body. Within a few breaths of effort, Susu had already devoured all the power of the scarlet remnant for his own use. Her body was holding up to the limit at the moment, as if it was going to burst open in the next second, and her level had once again achieved a breakthrough to level 63. Immediately, she transformed into a 100,000 feet tall, Blood-colored red fox. The 9 brightly colored tails behind the scarlet red fox were filled with the terrifying power of a beast saint. Immediately, the 100,000 feet tall scarlet red fox hissed and shot explosively towards the black spitting breath. The scarlet red fox gathered all of its strength into its 2 sharp claws in an attempt to directly resist the Extinction Chaos lead. As powerful as you are, your power isn't your own. But you're just a peak beast emperor. Don't try to fool your aunt with these blindfolds. I'm a beast saint. The moment that the 100,000 feet tall blood-colored red fox touched the Extinction Chaos leader, its body was directly shot through and then exploded into a puddle of blood mist. The soul was also damned in an instant. Mantis. The speed of the destructive Chaos lead did not slow down in the slightest, and after easily destroying 2 Susu, it came towards the bottom at extreme speed. As for Su Yuan, his body was extremely empty of beast power. In order to deal with 2 Susu, he had almost drained his own power, as well as the power of the purple sky Qilin, causing the Qilin to directly faint, while he himself had very little beast power left in his body at the moment. Fortunately, the exterminating Chaos lead struck down 2 Susu, the most powerful opponent he had encountered since his awakening. He's the one who won. With a lack of beast power in his body, Su Yuan was unable to retrieve the destructive Chaos lead at this moment. The black armor on his body instantly lifted, and Su Yuan fell into a coma, his body falling straight down from a height of 10,000 meters. It's underneath at the moment. Song Rui looked at Jinling, who was still stuck outside and hadn't entered the teleportation array, and shouted anxiously, Jinling, what are you doing? Don't want to die. Hurry up and enter the formation. Jinling shook her head, looking at Su Yuan who was falling extremely fast high in the air. She certainly would not choose to abandon the other party and leave. She had just seen with her own eyes that it was Su Yuan who won, and this stupid fox, dead fox, even if he breaks through to the beast saint, it's still hard to escape this ending of death. Just as Jinling was about to transform, she only saw that someone was already 1 step ahead of her. The red flame cloud eagle had already rushed to midair despite the danger to its life, and steadily caught Su Yuan in the air. Seeing this, Jinling's eyes were a bit complicated. However, she was still happy in her heart to see Su Yuan land safely. Yi Koma brought in and Su Yuan landed safely. Then carrying Su Yuan for a while, the two of them stepped into the formation at the last second. Most of the students were also teleported out at this time. Yi Koma held the unconscious Su Yuan in her arms and kept shaking the other's body with tears in her eyes. After touching Su Yuan's nostrils and feeling the other party's forehead, and determining that he was only unconscious, Yi Ying was relieved. Kakubo, wake up. I'll take you right back. The two's bodies gradually dimmed in the teleportation formation before dissipating into the void. In the meantime, the aftermath of the destructive Chaos leader's fallout landed on the ground, instantly blasting the ground with countless huge cracks. The large and small ferocious beasts fled in all directions, wailing continuously, and some of them fell into the huge fissures that cracked open in the ground, so that not even a single echo could be heard. Just the aftermath will fall into the forest, this secret area of tens of thousands of kilometers within the high mountains, all leveled, rolling down the stone like rain smashed down. Boom! In the next second, the Extinction Chaos leader shot into the ground, and the horrifying shockwave spread tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant, just like tens of thousands of nuclear weapons exploding at the same time, instantly turning the forests and ruins into a sea of fire with no living souls. The terrifying might extinguished the 10 million ferocious beasts in this secret realm in an instant. In an instant, these 10 million ferocious beasts all vaporized before they even had time to wail. This world was created after all. It simply couldn't withstand this terrifying force, and after supporting it for a few seconds, it directly shattered and completely disappeared into the thousands of voids. The S-rank secret realm, the fallen forest, everything in this created world was all but zeroed out. The world that had existed for centuries disappeared completely. At this moment, the golden beast is big. At the fallen forest teleportation stone, the only thing Xia Qingmei and the few directors heard was a boom, only to see that the teleportation stone unexpectedly had a few cracks appear. Immediately afterward, the cracks grew. The teleportation stone unexpectedly shattered into stone dregs directly in front of them. The blue spirit pattern on it also disappeared immediately. Xia Qingmei was dumbfounded. Several directors were all dumbfounded as well. What a situation. Broken? Never heard of a teleportation stone breaking. You know, as long as the secret realm is not destroyed, the teleportation stone will be fine. Thinking of this, Xia Qingmei couldn't help but have a trace of cold sweat break out on her forehead. It can't be. The fallen forest is really gone, right? Are you kidding me? What's going on now? Xia Qingmei's face was full of shock. She kind of couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. The fallen forest was an S-class secret realm, one of the core competencies of the Golden Beast University. How could it be gone just like that? What kind of energy could destroy a secret area? But her biggest worry is not this. But she has not yet seen Song Rue return with the people. Each of these students is a precious gold lump. A top talent that Golden Spirit Beast University has cultivated for several years before coming out. And one less is a loss for Golden Spirit Beast University. Right at this moment, hundreds of light circles at the end of the teleportation array appeared behind Xia Qingmei. Song Rue led the students out of the teleportation formation. Whether it was the tutors or the students, all of them were grimy and in a sorry state. And some of them even had injuries on their bodies. This fallen forest test injured a dozen people and killed 5 other students. Xia Qingmei went numb when she saw Su Yuan being carried on Yi Ying's back. Unconscious, her heart directly cooled by half. Something can't happen to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, what happened to him? Xia Qingmei's face was filled with worry as she rushed up to check on Su Yuan's condition. To her relief, Su Yuan was not injured. Only his beast power was overdrawn, resulting in unconsciousness. The results of this test were announced that afternoon. There were a total of 100 pledges who participated in this test, and 95 came back alive. At this moment, the results announcement list was surrounded by a crowd of students from all grades who were interested in this and wanted to come over to see the results ranking this time. I heard that the fallen forest is gone. Destroyed. Really? Holy, what kind of anticlimactic news is this? How is this possible? Can this rumor be spread with any truth? Who's going to believe it? None of the top 10 scores are easy this time around. I know this Fomimo. He actually got 981 points. Holy, I saw the little demon girl. She's third with 1462 points. She's only a sophomore. Why is Shangwan Asakawa only in second place? He got 682 points. Wait, what's the first place score and who is it? You guys? Su Yuan first? I'm not mistaken. I remember he's only a freshman. No, he got this score wrong. 1366 points. How can this be ranked first? No, there's a few more strings of numbers after that don't seem to be squeezing in. It's 136, 615, 150 points. Brothers, don't take the bull by the horns. You just take it as the created world is more fragile. Those exploding stars and so on are just to reflect the hero's pushiness. Don't look deeper into it. 122. 122. The entire crowd present was dumbfounded. Fixing his eyes, behind Su Yuan's score of 366. There were 3 more numbers that couldn't be squeezed in. 150. 36,006,150 points. Hiss. No. More than 1,000,000 points. This is not a mistake. Are you kidding me? Second place is just over 1,000 points. Is that score really not a typo? Don't be too outrageous. More than 1,000,000 points. I remember that the highest in previous years was just over 3,000 points. Did Su Yuan slaughter all the ferocious beasts in the fallen forest? Outrageous. At the back of the crowd of 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, Jinling looked at Su Yuan's first place ranking and a touch of delight surfaced on her face. It was as good a score as she thought it would be. No questions asked. Su Yuan, this first take is well deserved. Just then, a chubby beast king tutor squeezed into the crowd and posted a new notice on the announcement list. Because of the casualties that occurred in this fallen forest achievement test, in order to replenish enough for 100 people, some students who played well in the duel have been selected on merit to replace them. The opening time of the Fallen Heaven realm has been adjusted and will open in a month. Once again, none of the scores on this list are in question. They've all been verified several times. The fat tutor said to the crowd of onlookers with a serious face. At those words, the students' faces were all filled with shock. No way. No problem? Isn't it really over 1,000,000 points? Ha, I didn't hear it wrong. Crazy. How did Su Yuan kill so many? Help. It's simply unimaginable. Su Yuan is a monster. Isn't he? I heard that Su Yuan seems to be in a coma and hasn't woken up yet. Is it true or not? Day 2. First affiliated hospital of Jinling Veterinary University. Top floor VIP room. Su Yuan was lying flat on the hospital bed. Eyes closed, breathing evenly, face flushed. He's been in a coma for a day now, with no sign of waking up. Yi Koma was alone at Su Yuan's bedside, scooping out a spoonful of nutritious black rice porridge from the thermos cup and sending it into Su Yuan's mouth. It's been a long time since you've eaten, hasn't it? It's not good to starve. Then he shook Su Yuan's chin to make sure the other could drink it. Yesterday, the doctor tested Su Yuan's body and determined that Su Yuan's body didn't have any external injuries or invisible internal injuries. Now coma is the body of the beast power overdraft due to coma. A day or 2 will be able to wake up. Yi Koma has been guarding Su Yuan's bedside, and sleeps on a hospital bed at night. TSK, you're sneaking around all by yourself with a girl as handy as me to keep you company. Yi Koma fed Su Yuan the kanji. then took a taste herself. I did not expect to just drink into the mouth. The burning pain scalded her entire body shivered. It's hot. It's hot. The leaf-tasseled man was dumbfounded. Looking at Su Yuan, who was lying on the bed and had already drunk half of the cup, he instantly panicked. Kakubo, are you okay? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. In chaos space, Su Yuan leaned his back on one of the Lion King's furry paws and was resting with his eyes closed in boredom. Next to him, a ferocious Qilin beast that was purple in color, huge in size, and faintly emanating the aura of a beast emperor was lying on the ground, its eyes closed tightly, falling into a state of dormancy. Looking at the Qilin's appearance, Su Yuan was heartbroken from the bottom of his heart. Kirin had bailed him out many times, and without Kirin, he didn't know how many times he would have died. Now that the Kirin was in shock and unconscious, it went straight back to its beast form, and there was no telling when it would be able to awaken. Su Yuan had a vague feeling of foreboding. Suddenly, a bright purple light was seen flashing from the top of the Kirin's head, which flickered for a moment before turning into a bright spot. Su Yuan stood up, and with the force of his feet, he leaped to dozens of meters in the air and landed on the Qilin's head, then reached out and touched the purple highlights. The finger had just touched it, only to see that the purple bright spot instantly changed into the silhouette of an old man dressed in white. The old man was withered and haggard. His hands were prepared behind his back as he stood in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan recognized that this was a trace of soul force that the Qilin had retained before it went dormant. When the old man's silhouette was summoned, he spoke directly. Brat, you're such a tiger. All of old me's power has been drained by you. A little bit of the power of the soul that allows me to maintain is not there, and now it's good that I've been directly beaten back to my original form. I don't blame you though. Your strength and talent convinced me that I wasn't wrong about anyone. I'm probably going to stay asleep for the rest of the day, and I don't think I'll be able to wake up. This current appearance, this is just a trace of my soul force that will dissipate soon. At those words, Su Yuan's pupils contracted violently. He reached out to touch the silhouette of the griffin, but his hand passed through the griffin's body. No way, old man. You don't give me jokes. Su Yuan panicked for a moment. The Qilin was so kind to him that if his soul dissipated because of him, Su Yuan would not be able to cross this threshold in his heart. Just then, Kirin continued to speak. Hey kid, if I'm not mistaken, you must be in a hurry now, right? If you want the old man to wake up instead of his soul dissipating, it's not without a way. It's just a pain in the ass. I need a bottle of Beast Saint's Essence Blood and 3 Peak Beast Emperor's Beast Source to utilize this formation in order to help me awaken. The old man's silhouette stretched out a finger and a bright light shot into Su Yuan's head. Immediately afterward, an extremely complex secret art formation surfaced in his mind. Su Yuan nodded as he listened. Ugh, but those are not easy to get. You and I are just meeting each other in passing. The value of these things has already exceeded the value of the old man's existence. If you can't do it, I won't force myself on you, and you can reabsorb a high-purity beast source. But I still want you to awaken the old man. After all, the old man doesn't want his soul to dissipate yet. The old man's silhouette sighed, his tone filled with bitterness. The difficulty of obtaining these things was extremely difficult, and their value had long exceeded his own, and he wasn't certain that Su Yuan would ever awaken him. After all, with Su Yuan's skills, he could have reabsorbed the soul body of a strong person. After saying that, the old man's silhouette directly dissipated into the void. The last trace of the purple sky Qilin's soul power dissipated. Su Yuan frowned slightly. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. The Qilin had always been his senior, and Su Yuan had a great deal of respect for it. If it wasn't for the Qilin's help, Su Yuan would have died under the claws of those 3 beast emperors of the Haitua forest. He wasn't someone who didn't know how to be grateful, and Kirin had fallen to her current state because of him. Come on, it's just an old man. If it's gone, it's gone. Give me a break. I'm really scared of him. The Lion King came over a head closer to Su Yuan. It had just heard all of the Qilin's words. It could not wait for Kirin to be permanently unconscious, or he would have to suffer old age all the time. No, Elder Kirin must awaken. His business is my business. Su Yuan looked at the Lion King and said in a firm tone, 123. 123. The Lion King was completely numb. This kid isn't normally stubborn. Why bother? Forget it. Make your own. Who can beat you? The Lion King stretched out and slumped to the ground, a feeling of unprecedented satisfaction in his heart. Without the old man, it's much better off than it was before. Time passed for who knows how long. Lying on the hospital bed, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes, only to feel soreness in his limbs, and a burning pain in his abdomen and intestines. What's going on here? When he opened his eyes, he was met by the delighted face of a young girl. When Yi Koma saw Su Yuan waking up, he excitedly pounced up and kissed Su Yuan on the face. A heavy cough followed. Damn girl, Your father is still here. Behave yourself. Su Yuan tilted his head to look, only to see that a middle-aged man in black casual wear was currently sitting beside his bed. The middle-aged man placed his hand on his pulse, warming it, and was channeling beast power into his body. This person was no other than Yi Baojun, who had not seen him for many days after a long absence. Su Yuan was baffled. You kid really has a great life. Anyone else would have died long ago. Yi Baojun temporarily had something to return to the country, not yet stayed at home. The first time he was pulled to the hospital by his own girl. Fortunately, nothing happened to his future aunt. Uncle Yi, how long have I been asleep? Su Yuan sat up from the bed and scratched his head with a bewildered expression. 3 days and 3 nights. It's killing me. Yi Coma said before Yi Baojun. The doctor said that you'll be in a coma for 10 days at the very least, thanks to the fact that old Den of the Broken Army used beast power to help heal your body. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan hurriedly arched his hand in respect. The late generation thanks General Yi. Yi Brejan's face was a bit unhappy after hearing this. You brat. We'll all be family from now on. And you're still so outgoing with me. Of course I'm in charge of your business. Yi Baojun just yeing a daughter. Since childhood the daughter as a baby. Holding in the hands of fear of falling. In the mouth for fear of melting. This girl is good. She's more attached to an outsider than her old man. It was as if he had to be Su Yuan in this life. What could he do but follow his own girl? However, Su Yuan wasn't bad either, and was considered to be the most outstanding genius of the Xia Kingdom's generation. The only unfortunate point is that Su Yuan did not join the army to serve his country. In a trance, Su Yuan remembered what the Qilin had told him in the chaos space. Now that there were still some days before the opening of the fallen heavenly realm, he now had to hurry and help the Qilin awaken. What happened to the unicorn is what happened to him. Uncle Yi, can I ask you for something? Su Yuan suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Yi Baojun was a bit surprised, but still let Su Yuan speak freely, as long as he could help. Of course he would give his aunt a hand. What do you want? Su Yuan cleared his throat and opened his mouth. 3 Beast Emperor Beast Sources. All of them must be level 59 or above. And a bottle of Beast Saint Essence blood, preferably a level 65 or higher. The Qilin told Su Yuan that the key to whether or not he could awaken was his essence blood. The higher the level of the Beast Saint that provided the essence blood, then the higher the probability of him awakening. The essence blood of a low-level Beast Saint, but it was far from good. When Yi Baojun heard this, his person directly went numb. His lips trembled as he looked at Su Yuan with an incredulous expression. Is this kid sleepy? Brat, what do you take me for? Where do I have Beast Saint Essence blood? Do you think this is a stone on the side of the road? Beast Saint ferocious beasts rarely show up outside of the circle, making hunting extremely difficult. What do you want this for? Yi Baojun was confused. The extraction of something like essence blood was going to be even more difficult than a beast source, and it was true that he couldn't get it. What's more, Su Yuan wanted the essence blood of a Beast Saint fierce beast of level 65 or above. It's important to me, or is there any way you can get it? Su Yuan continued to ask. The degree of difficulty in obtaining the Beast Saint essence blood was within his expectations, so he was not surprised by Yi Baojun's words. Yi Coma was baffled at listening to the two men talking, but since this thing was important to the national treasure, she was going to do her best to get it for her. Pressing her face against her cheap old dad's ear, Yi Coma muttered a little. Old Den, don't be stingy. You've been outside the circle for so many years. What haven't you got? Yi Baojun pinched his own girl's thick skin and pulled it aside, and after a moment of silence, he slowly opened his mouth. The NATO alliance killed a level 66 Beast Saint, number 053, in the southern region outside the circle last month. As far as I know, at the international IMC tournament in half a month's time, all the loot obtained from the 053 ferocious beasts will be distributed as rewards to the winning contestants. At those words, Su Yuan's heart shook. International IMC tournaments? He searched his mind for any memories of this. The international IMC tournament is held every 2 years. It is open to talented and powerful people from all countries, with great rewards. The top talents from each country gather to compete in a finalist, knockout tournament format. In this world, the international IMC is so large that it is equivalent to intercontinental competitions such as the Olympics in the previous world. Each participant is representing their country and competing for their country's honor. I don't know how important the Beast Saint Essence blood is to you. All I can say is that you can take 053's Essence blood if you're capable. Of course, as a core member of the military department, I'm in a position to bail you out of the competition. Of course, the preliminary round will be in 7 days, and requires a minimum level of 15 in SS rank talent or higher. Time is short, so think about it. Yi Brejan continued to speak. With the decline of Xia over the years, it's been a decade since anyone has finished in the top 10 or won a gold medal at an international IMC combined with the NATO alliance and the Lighthouse State sidelining Summer, it was difficult for Summer's young men to get results. Think about it. If there is this opportunity, of course I won't miss it. I hope Uncle Yi can bail me out. Su Yuan didn't even think about it and said directly. Now that there was still some time before the opening of the Fallen Heaven realm, he still had plenty of time. The opportunity was right in front of him, so of course he couldn't let it go. With this, he could also continue to increase his strength and level. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I admire you. Seeing Su Yuan so dry, Yi Baojun was happy inside his heart. His own girl really didn't see the wrong person. I have something else to say to you. This time in the preliminary round, Xia and Lighthouse are matched to a group that may meet. The Lighthouse Nation's leading captain this time is named Xiong Feng, so you contestants must be careful when the time comes. Xiong Feng, Yi Baojun couldn't be more familiar with him. 20 years ago successfully he managed to awaken the SSS class Fierce Beast. It was the last awakened SSS ranked Fierce Beast awakened in the Summer Kingdom. Xiong Feng was regarded as a national treasure by the Xia Kingdom in those years, and was fully cultivated, pouring in countless efforts. This bastard was a Xia native before, and Xia treated him so well, but he took the opportunity of going abroad to backstab Xia and defect to the Lighthouse Nation for the sake of a little benefit. It even gave many of Xia's secrets to the Lighthouse Kingdom, causing major losses to Xia. Now that he's working for the Lighthouse State military, I didn't realize that the heavens had matched this lackey. As he spoke, Yi Baojun's hands were shaking with anger. It was because back in those days, Xiong Feng was Wu Changcheng's personal disciple. After that, it was a big blow to the Great Wall of Wu. Wu Changcheng has never gotten out of this until now. 124. 124. Xiong Feng miss, treasonous and traitorous. I have long wanted to break him into pieces. If there is an opportunity this time, I will definitely behead this bastard. Yi Baojun clenched his fists, his brows coldly crossed. Whenever he thought of Xiong Feng, the traitor, his heart could not calm down. Back then, Yi Baojun, who was still a lieutenant colonel, was Xiong Feng's top officer. He also trusted Xiong Feng when he placed him on a mission abroad. But Yi Baojun never expected that Xiong Feng would kill his 3 comrades who were traveling with him and turn his head to the Lighthouse Kingdom, in order to gain the trust of the Lighthouse country. It even told the Lighthouse country all the secrets it knew, so that Xia suffered a great loss. Well, Su Yuan listened with mixed emotions and nodded thoughtfully. It was hard for him to imagine how General Wall felt. Su Yuan had learned a lot about the Great Wall of Wu through Yi Ying's mouth during this time. Wu Changcheng grew up as an orphan and his fiancée died in the mouth of a ferocious beast when he was young. He has not been married since and is not without children or relatives. The first disciple he took, Xiong Feng, betrayed the Xia Kingdom and defected to the Lighthouse Kingdom as a lackey. The second disciple, Zhao Run, also died not long ago under the thousand-winged Emperor Jun. Thinking about this, Su Yuan's heart felt bad. The Great Wall General had been kind to him, and had even adopted him and Yi Ying as his personal disciples. This favor, Su Yuan is remembered in his heart. Alas, I've always felt quite sorry for this guy Wu Changcheng. Only there are some things I can't say. I heard that the Great Wall even took you in as an apprentice. It's just a pity that you don't join the army, or else you'll be another fierce general in my Xia Kingdom in the future. Yi Baojun patted Su Yuan's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Thank you Uncle Yi for the compliment. Xiong Feng is indeed a. If I meet this time, I will definitely kill this lackey with my own hands." Su Yuan raised his head and said with a serious face. At those words, a trace of seriousness flashed across Yi Baojun's face. Through this period of time, he was familiar with Su Yuan's nature. Su Yuan's means and vigor were indeed far beyond his peers. However, if they were to face Xiong Feng, Yi Baojun was still afraid that Su Yuan was not an opponent. As far as he knew, Xiong Feng was now level 47, and was likewise an SSS ranked awakened. More crucially, Xiong Feng still had the blessing of the Lighthouse Kingdom, so I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to make a move against him now. Ha ha, you kid is bloody-minded. I'll be relieved if you don't act like Xiong Feng in the future. As for slaughtering this traitor, our military department will step in sooner or later, so you don't have to take that risk. Yi Baojun touched Su Yuan's head and smiled faintly. He didn't want anything to happen to his future aunt yet. Through the understanding, Su Yuan probably knew the schedule of the next international IMC. The competition is divided into a preliminary round, an elimination round, and a final round, held in the UAE, Gaul and Lighthouse states, respectively. More than 80 countries from all over the world participated in this competition. Among them, Summerland was assigned to Group F. In the same group are the Lighthouse Nation, the Three Kingdoms, the Filipino Monkey Nation, the Ant Nation, and the Pickle Nation. For each country, participants are required to be within level 15 to 49. At levels 15 through 49, 3 to 5 elites are chosen to fight for their country in each major realm. Well, your body is recuperating for a few days, and I'll pick you up and take you to the capital then. Yi Brejan patted Su Yuan's shoulder and admonished. Su Yuan immediately sat up straight and gave Yi Baojun a not-so-standard military salute. Just then, Yi Koma stuck his head up and looked blearily at his old man. The two big eyes were full of begging. Can I go to that? Broken army old den, you can arrange for a national treasure to go to this competition. It's not too much to arrange a spot for me. I'm your own daughter. Yi Brejan, pinched Yi Koma's thick skin. Yi Baojun directly balked. What are you going to do? Be honest and stay in the country for me. Although I have a guaranteed spot, I can only guarantee one person at most. So you're just a dead girl, you don't want to think about it, haha. Yi Baojun did have the strength to bail out two people, but he didn't want his own daughter to risk this wind trap. Yi Koma looked at Yi Baojun with an aggrieved look, her little mouth muttering with a face of displeasure. This competition is going to be held for at least 15 days, and she will definitely not be able to stand it if she is left alone in the country. She was also able to figure out the thoughts of the broken army Laodang. After all, he was her own father, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she knew what was implied in the other party's words. Eccentric oh, Che, then I'll go to the Great Wall Olden. He's always got the bailout qualifications, right? Yi Baojun heard this and had a wonderful expression on his face. After Yi Baojun finished explaining everything, he left Yi Ying to take care of Su Yuan in the hospital and went back to the capital himself. Emirates, Lighthouse State Military Bases. Inside a luxurious garden villa, 5 white-skinned blonde youths in swim trunks leaned their backs against the shore of the pool, their lower bodies submerged in the pool. Sunbathing, 5 people gathered to talk. On the shore of the pool, a dark-skinned young man sat in a chair, not saying a word, looking out of place among the 5 white-skinned youths. Apparently, he was isolated. Several people talked and laughed, all of them exuding the aura of an SSS-ranked awakened person. The 6 of them were part of the Lighthouse Nation's participants in this international IMC, and all of them were SSS-ranked awakened. The Lighthouse country was filled with geniuses, and every year, 4 or 5 SSS-ranked fierce beast awakened could be produced. That's why the guaranteed talent of those who represent the Lighthouse state in the competition has to be SSS-ranked. Otherwise they are not qualified at all. Have you guys heard? Our captain this time is actually a Lighthouse countryman of Xia nationality. Laugh me to death. Simone, one of the few with blue hair and looking to be in her early 20s, snapped. It was as if he had opened the conversation box with that one sentence, and the remaining few people spoke up. Not far from them, the dark-skinned Jack said nothing. Of course I heard about it. I hate Xians. I can't understand why they would let a Xian be our captain. Everything that is associated with the Xian nation, I loathe it. Yeppy took off his own swimming goggles and laughed. I heard that this time Xia also matched with us to a group. This shall not be directly killed. Kill them. These scum want not to stay. Just do not know whether the bear will be heartbroken. Ha ha ha. Have you heard? Bear betrayed Xia before. A proper coward. This kind of dog shouldn't even hold the position of captain. A few of the youths spoke and all of them laughed maniacally. It was just as several people were laughing that Jack on the shore slowly spoke up. I don't think that's good. We need to show the captain some respect. At that, several white-skinned youths sneered, all with their backs to Jack. They don't take Jack's words seriously at all. What a lot of inner tubes. Suddenly, a lanky man in a blue uniform burst into the sight of several people. Xiongfang's expression was serious. He had just heard it all. P.S. This foreigner's name is so messed up. 125. 125. Ahem. Xiongfeng coughed lightly. The few youths soaking in the pool immediately stopped laughing, and when they twisted their heads to see the visitor, each face was filled with embarrassment and awe. There were lowered heads. Xiongfeng was furious, his chest heaving together, but he did not dare to say anything. He had long ago gotten used to this kind of finger-pointing, and on second thought, he thought nothing of it. All of these youngsters are the pride of the Lighthouse state with prominent status. Some of their grandfathers are marshals. He can't afford to offend any of them. He always had a grateful heart for the Lighthouse country. Without the Lighthouse Kingdom's cultivation of him, Xiongfeng, it would be impossible for him to be where he was today. So thinking about all this, he still didn't have a seizure. You guys catch up on your training. Stop being lazy. After saying that, Xiongfeng signaled Jack with his eyes, and the two of them left together. The two came to an unoccupied area, and Jack was the first to speak. Captain, they are just too much. How can they say such things to you? You heard me. How can you allow them to be so reckless? Jack felt resentfully annoyed on Bearfont's behalf. Of course, Jack hadn't been isolated and discriminated against by these illustrious celestials when he stayed with them on a regular basis. Jack was actually hoping that Xiongfeng would teach them a lesson for himself. But he never thought that Xiongfeng was a proper wimp. Usually, they are very powerful, but in fact, they are very cowardly, and they dare not mess with this one or that one. Jack, that's just not true. The Lighthouse Kingdom has done me a great favor, so naturally I won't pursue these details too much. Besides, our opponent should be Xia, not infighting. At that, Jack's lips quivered. What the hell? What the hell does this have to do with Xia? Why don't you just say you're not a wimp and give me a reason? Well, Bear, there's one more thing I need to tell you. There's a teenager in Summerland who's been gaining notoriety lately. His name is Su Yuan, and as far as I know, he is also an SSS-ranked Fierce Beast Awakened, and his talent is not below yours. At those words, Xiongfeng's brows furrowed slightly. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. Because Xia hadn't produced any SSS rank awakened person in the past 20 years, it would basically be difficult to produce one within the next 100 years. How could there be an SSS awakening this year? This is obviously not possible. However, looking at Jack's serious expression, as well as some of the rumors he had heard before, Xiongfeng ended up believing it. In his heart, though, he wasn't very happy. Any good news from the Summerland would make him feel bad. He couldn't wait for Xia to fall apart, making Xiongfeng the most talented person in 100 years. Coming to the Lighthouse Country, Bear Maple chased after true civilization and freedom. As far as he was concerned, the Lighthouse Country was his only home, and all the air in the Lighthouse Country smelled sweeter than the Summer Country. The previous 1 or 2 decades of living in the Summerland were a complete waste of life. According to me, this person is still Wu's apprentice, and counts as your mentor. I think you two should definitely get to know each other sometime. Maybe, Su Yuan will participate in this preliminary round. He's so talented. Of course this is just a speculation of mine. Jack continued. Xiongfeng sniffed coldly. He clasped his hands over his chest, not really feeling good about this so-called senior brother. Back then, Wu Changcheng was biased, ostensibly accepting him as his disciple, but he didn't give him anything he wanted. He still remembered that he had only stolen a Beast Emperor Beast Source and had been confined for half a month by the Great Wall of Wu. He holds a grudge because of it. It wasn't until he defected to the Lighthouse State that Xiongfeng found his home. Xiongfeng hates the Great Wall of Wu from the bottom of his heart. As for the suddenly appearing Su Yuan, although he had never seen him before, he was also incomparably disgusted in his heart. Su Yuan's appearance made Xiongfeng re-examine his genius status. What kind of a senior? I don't recognize him. If he really dares to come to the emirate, I'll have to kill him, including all the people coming from Xia this time. I'll count them one by one when I meet them, so don't blame me for being merciless when the time comes. Xiongfeng's gaze was gloomy and cold. Su Yuan was naked and sitting on top of the bed. Closing his eyes lightly, he let the beast's power travel through his body. 3 days have passed since he was discharged from the hospital. Tomorrow, the day to leave for the capital. Feeling the warm beast power in his body, Su Yuan slightly exhaled a mouthful of hot air. Somehow, he had now touched the level 14 barrier. It was probably the pure beast power that Yi Baojun had injected into his body 3 days ago that had acted as a breakthrough. Su Yuan guessed. Opening his eyes, Su Yuan's 2 pupils changed to a golden color. At this moment, his level had broken through to level 14. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's essential to break through to level 15 within 4 days so that we can deal with the next international IMC tournament. Just as Su Yuan was meditating, 2 small pink hands unknowingly wrapped around his waist from behind, and then he could feel an itch on the right side of his face. A small cherry nose pressed against his face and sniffed deeply. You smell good. Yi Koma hugged Su Yuan from behind and pressed her body against Su Yuan's body with a cozy face. Su Yuan froze and did not resist, allowing the young girl to hold herself from the back like this. Yi Koma had just finished taking a shower, and at the moment, she was only wearing pink underwear, and her body was still emitting a faint jasmine fragrance, which was particularly charming when paired with the unique body fragrance of a young girl. The bare pink skin touched Su Yuan, and the atmosphere became very subtle for a while. I've made several phone calls to the Great Wall Olden today. That's one bitter plea. Under my efforts, the Great Wall Laodeng finally agreed to go. Yi Koma hugged Su Yuan tightly and talked about happy things. As she spoke, she pressed her lips on the right side of Su Yuan's face, leaving a fragrant kiss like a dragonfly. Auntie, I'm going for something important. That's not going to happen. What are you doing? It's not good to stay in the country. Su Yuan broke off Yi Ying's 2 small hands and turned around to face Yi Ying. Then he stretched out his 2 big powerful hands and wrapped one around Yi Ying's slender waist, and wrapped it into his arms. I'll go with you. You'll go alone and leave me behind. Wouldn't that be something important? Yi Koma relied on Su Yuan's embrace, and her 2 restless little hands wandered around Su Yuan's body, feeling around. At the moment the 2 embraced and the atmosphere gradually became wonderful. Suddenly, Yi Ying pulled Su Yuan's ear, making him lower his head. And I'm now thinking that the titled national treasure isn't particularly nice either. At least, when it's just the 2 of us, I can call it something else? Su Yuan was puzzled when he heard it. Yi Koma leaned over and blew in Su Yuan's ear at his words, and with a movement of his small mouth, he said two words that instantly paralyzed Su Yuan. Su Yuan. Ha, not. 126. 126. Su Yuan shivered as if he had been electrocuted. Those two words gave him goosebumps. Why? It's the first time I've heard a girl call you that, isn't it? Yi Koma gently blew a breath in Su Yuan's ear and gently bit the other party's earlobe. Look at your reaction. Why don't I scream again to get you used to it? Husband? Yi Koma said softly. There was magic in those two soft words that made Su Yuan instantly freak out. For a moment, he actually felt adrift. What kind of man can handle that? After Yi Koma screamed, she covered her mouth and giggled, then buried her head into Su Yuan's embrace, closing her eyes and listening to the ever-accelerating heartbeat inside the other person's chest. You're really good too. You don't take the initiative at all. You let the girls take the initiative every day. I'm trying to be reserved a little bit, huh? I'm your girlfriend. Kiss me if you want, hug me if you want, and call me whatever you want. It's not like you don't want to take advantage of it or not. Su Yuan gently stroked Ying, who was leaning in his arms and muttering his little mouth, and said in a very doting tone, Wife. As soon as those two words were spoken, the leaf tassel in his arms shivered violently. It was also the first time she had been called such a sensitive name by someone. Yuia, ***. Lifting his head, Yi Ying's two big watery eyes looked at Su Yuan. Didn't hear it. Ah. You scream again. Su Yuan stretched out one finger and lightly scratched at Yi Koma's nose, looked at the young girl with a pair of lasso eyes, and once again raised his volume. Wife. Well. Auntie, called so meat for what? This time hear it right? Leaf, Omega. Her two small hands were feeling around Su Yuan's naked upper body, touching the firm places to be repeated several times. See, that's the first time I've heard anyone call me that. I'm actually kind of shy. It's just a novelty. Besides, you don't want me as your wife, do you? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan nodded his head, realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly shook his head like a rattle. Of course, we both thought about it the first day we were together. Su Yuan pinched Yi Ying's small, immodest hand that was groping around on his abs and held it in his hand, saying gently, at the moment, the moonlight of the night spilled in, like white frost condensed on the ground. Hey, then you have this knowledge is still strange late. I thought about it the day after I met you. Some people are just like destined to be. You fall in love the first time you look at them. Su Yuan. Ying broke away from Su Yuan's arms. She slightly closed her eyes and kept her face closer to Su Yuan. Want to kiss? Su Yuan directly kissed it with a mouthful. The two lips were gently pressed together at the moment. Yi Koma narrowed her eyes slightly, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she placed her hands on Su Yuan's chest. Then it traced down his chest to his waist, both arms wrapping around Su Yuan's waist, bringing his body forward. He pressed himself against him as if he wanted to fully integrate himself into the other man's body. Two huge masses of softness were pressing against Su Yuan's chest. When the kiss reached the depths of love, Ying directly pressed Su Yuan underneath him. P.S. Don't even think about it. There's no such thing as a next episode. Just a kiss. The next morning, Su Yuan woke up early and made 2 nutritious meals. When he went to the bedroom, he saw that Ying was still lying on the bed purring and sleeping, with occasional oinking and whimpering sounds coming out of his mouth. Yi Koma, wake up. It's already 8 o'clock and we have to catch the 10 o'clock flight to the capital. Su Yuan gently kissed the young girl on her forehead, and the latter opened her hazy eyes with a tired face. Yi Koma had an intention of still wanting to take a nap, but she was forcefully picked up by Su Yuan. Breakfast was simple. A bowl of oatmeal, an apple, and 2 warm slices of bread. While Yi Koma was eating with a big mouthful of food, Su Yuan stood behind the young girl and ruffled her long hair that was cascading down her back, untangling a small leather band from Yi Ying's hand. Su Yuan arranged the other party's hair and tied a short ponytail. It didn't take long for Yi Koma to wind up finishing his breakfast. After a brief wash, she pulled a purple dress and short pink JK set out of her closet and looked in the mirror, placing them on her body and comparing them to each other. Bois. Which one do you think looks good on you? Su Yuan wrapped his arms around Yi Koma from behind and laughed. Speaking from the heart, I think I'd look better in a super short skirt, but I don't recommend you wear it. Yi Koma had a confused look on his face. Too short is no good, but you can wear whichever one you like. Yi Koma finally chose a pink ultra-short dress, matched it with a pair of small white shoes, and then put on a beautiful light makeup for herself. Taking a 10 a.m. flight, the duo arrived in the capital at noon. The plane landed at the Beijing International Airport. Su Yuan held Yi Ying's small hand, and the two of them got off the plane and walked through the hordes of people. When they arrived at the pickup hall, a woman wearing a duck-tongued hat with a delicate face and an alluring figure had been waiting for the duo for a long time. Zhang Xiaoman just wanted to open his mouth to greet Ying when he saw her, but he swept to Su Yuan beside Ying and held his words back. At the order of Lieutenant General Fengjun, she had come to the airport this time specifically to pick up the duo. The next step was to take 2 people back to the hotel to meet up with the rest of the competitors, recuperate a bit, and then make a special flight to the Emirates in the afternoon. Now she's stupid? What's going on? What's with the hand-holding and the sweetness? Damn girl, I haven't seen you for a few years and you're still playing quite fancy. TSK, 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 what did you tell me before? Zhang Xiaoman took off her sunglasses, and Ying immediately recognized her in the crowd. Yikoma loosened the hand that was pulling the luggage and hugged Zhang Xiaoman. Sister Xiaoman, I missed you. Did you come back from the army this time to enter the contest as well? Zhang Xiaoman rolled her eyes at Ying and replied without a good mood. Still holding hands, not even letting go when you see me. Only after hearing the other party say this did Ying loosen her hold on Su Yuan's left hand. Of course, it's boring as hell inside the military department. There's not even anyone I can have a couple of fights with and practice with on a daily basis. Between words, Zhang Xiaoman surveyed Su Yuan's entire body. Little handsome, pretty good temperament, but she really couldn't figure out how Ying was so enamored by him. Zhang Xiaoman was 29 years old, a graduate of the National Defense Beast University, with the rank of major in the military department, SSS-grade talent, and had currently reached level 44. Approaching 30, she has a lot of people chasing her, but she is an absolute non-marrier, non-relationship person. The two met when Ying was very young. When Ying was still a minor girl, Zhang Xiaoman had always instilled in Ying that there is no good thing in men. Don't believe in men and don't fall in love. Leaf Coma was firmly in this mindset at that time as well, but never thought that Zhang Xiaoman came back from the military a few years and saw Ying again. This dead girl even talked directly. Ying he can be relied on. What did you tell me before? The boy couldn't have tricked you into it with his flowery words. You're most innocent. Zhang Xiaoman pinched Ying's little face and looked at Su Yuan with a bit of disgust. 127. 127. Zhang Xiaoman pinched Ying's little face and looked at Su Yuan with a bit of disgust. She was disappointed in Ying. Very disappointed. How can you be so simple when he sweet-talks you twice? My tasseled sister. At those words, Yikoma became anxious and was in a hurry to defend herself. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoman was still going on and on, she straightened up and covered the other's mouth with her small hand. No, you don't understand. Kakubo isn't like that, and I'm the one who initiated the chase after him. Who are you to talk about him like that when you don't even know him? If you keep saying that, I'll cut ties with you from now on and never talk to you again. Ha! Yikoma grunted and loosened the two small hands covering Zhang Xiaoman's mouth. Then he took Su Yuan's arm again. Zhang Xiaoman was dumbfounded when he heard this. I have a love brain. Heavy color is not good for your sister. Touching Ying's forehead, Zhang Xiaoman sighed. Just make it. When he fails you sometime, don't look for me to cry. It was at this moment that the other party beyond the two men spoke slowly. So far, he held out a hand to Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman also politely extended his hand to shake Su Yuan's. My name is Zhang Xiaoman. I'm your captain this time. I've heard of you. SSS class awakened. But I don't care what your status is. Be nice to this dead girl in the future. Seeing as how she's having a love brain seizure, I guess it's hopeless. If I find out that you bullied her in the future, this young lady will definitely not let you off the hook. Su Yuan shrugged and revealed an innocent but sincere smile. Zhang Xiaoman brought Su Yuan and Ying to the booked hotel. Here, Su Yuan met the other contestants in this competition. There were about 50 to 60 people in all, and they were uniformly arranged in the VIP lounge on the second floor for a short break. This international IMC tournament requires 3 to 5 players from each major realm. And of course, substitutes. Sitting in the C seat right in the center of the lounge was a man in a white military uniform with slightly gray hair who looked to be in his early 60s. This person's name was Lu Zhen, a level 61, Beast Saint, responsible for leading the team and escorting the Xia players. The higher-ups of the Summer Kingdom had paid special attention to this tournament, so they had specially arranged for a strong member of the military department to protect them throughout the tournament. Uncle Lu, what a coincidence! When Yikoma saw Lu Zhen, he immediately went up and sat next to him, greeting him respectfully. My dad talks about you in front of me all the time. Everyone who can compete this time is basically familiar with the same circle. The vast majority of these 50 to 60 people who competed were from the capital or major universities in the capital. It's hard for people in places other than the capital to touch such an opportunity. Some of them were from the 5 great families, some from the highest military department, and some were high achievers from Tsinghua Jing University. Ha ha ha, you girl, you've grown so big in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, in the corner of the lounge, a pair of shadowy eyes were staring at Su Yuan's back and sizing it up. hatred revealed in their gaze. Zhao Chang took a deep breath and forced down the anger in his heart to prevent himself from seething. As a member of the Zhao family's third house, he always remembered the deep hatred with Su Yuan, an older brother. A younger brother all died at the hands of this little man. Things were as he expected. Su Yuan had indeed participated in this competition. Zhao Chang was also a player in this international IMC tournament, although he was only a substitute. His current strength was a level 35 Beast King, and out of this relationship with the Zhao family, he was also the disciple of Chief Lu Jin. This time, it was also the head of Lu Jin who had bailed him out of the competition. When he learned of the change in the Zhao family's third house, he felt like the sky was going to fall. Good thing. Finally, he got his chance. It's not worth all the connections and money spent. When he thought about the tragic deaths of his brother Zhao Chong and his brother Zhao Qin, his body couldn't stop shivering. Little you wait for me. In the Xia territory you rely on the sky and land. There are people to back you up. But if you come to the Emirates, you see I will not find someone to eat you alive. Broken into pieces. Zhao Chang's eyes were wide open and he secretly said in his heart. He now hated to directly rush up and kill Su Yuan by 1,000 cuts. But he still held back and just stared at Su Yuan with a pair of sinister eyes. If eyes could kill, Su Yuan would have been full of holes by now. By the way, Uncle Lu, let me introduce someone to you. Yi Koma pulled Su Yuan's hand and dragged him to Lu Jin's front. Smiling eyes. His name is Su Yuan. He and I are both disciples of the chief of the Great Wall. I hope Uncle Lu will take care of him this time. When he heard the words Su Yuan, Lu Jin instantly couldn't sit still. The first SSS-ranked awakened person in the Summer Kingdom in 20 years. That's a proper son of heaven, a treasure of the nation, and a disciple of the chief of the wall. When Lu Jin saw Ying holding Su Yuan's hand, with that shy look on her face, he knew that the relationship between the two was definitely not ordinary. Maybe he'll even be the son-in-law of the head of the Broken Army in the future. This background is unbeatable. Would love to meet such a young man as well. I've heard about you for a long time. Young. An apprentice rescued by the chief of the wall is different. Lu Jin was full of praise for Su Yuan. Suddenly, he waved his hand at Zhao Chang, who was not far away, and urged, Changer, hurry over. Didn't you say you wanted to make some friends? Hurry over and meet someone. You young people together you have to communicate well, and strive to lead Xia to win the award this time. Hearing this, adult Zhao was dumbfounded. He tried to collect his eyes that were full of killing intent and reluctantly came to Lu Jin's front. At this moment, he was face to face with Su Yuan. Lu Jin didn't know about his and Su Yuan's sorrows. In his opinion, if his own disciple and the Great Wall Chief's disciple made a good connection, it would also be convenient for him to flatter the Great Wall Chief in the future. Young people just need to talk to each other more. That introduction. This is my disciple, Zhao Chang, the doll from the third house of the Zhao family. His grandfather and I are old acquaintances. Lu Jin smiled at Su Yuan. When he heard the words Zhao family's third house, Su Yuan's brows instantly furrowed. Oh, the third house. That's not a small grudge. When he thought of that day when the third house of the Zhao family chased him, Su Yuan still kept it in mind now. However, that was all he had for the third house of the Zhao family. After all, Zhao Chong and Zhao Qin, who had offended him, had all been slaughtered by him. However, it was clear that this Zhao Chang from the third house of the Zhao family had a great deal of resentment towards him. At this moment, Zhao Chang was looking at Su Yuan with a pair of murderous eyes that could not wait to directly pierce through Su Yuan. He had tried his best to restrain himself, but being so close to Su Yuan, his undying enemy, he simply couldn't suppress it. This is Su Yuan, the apprentice of the chief of the Great Wall. You two get to know each other, and you'll have something to look after on this trip to the Emirates. Lu Jin hadn't realized that something was wrong. The word is out. Su Yuan took the initiative to extend a hand, wanting to shake hands with Zhao Chang in a polite manner, but the other party didn't move, responding to him with nothing but eyes that wanted to kill. Seeing this, the corner of Su Yuan's mouth hooked into a smile. He knew in his heart of hearts that it would really be a place like the Emirates. Zhao Chang was bound to go after him, and the two were bound to have a fight. Thinking of this, Su Yuan was ready to find an opportunity to slaughter him first. The other party was going to take a shot at him anyway, so he might as well make the first move. There's no need to keep this kind of hidden danger around. It's just too dangerous. 128. 128. This kind of hidden danger cannot be left around. It's just too dangerous. Instead of waiting for him to kill himself, it was better to strike first. Slaughter it to save yourself from a long night's sleep later. Su Yuan had made a lot of enemies during this time, but he didn't like to make enemies with others. And the solution was not to go and mess with others less, but to slaughter the enemies and solve the problem at the root. Oh, I don't think I need to. Su Yuan, you don't deserve to hold my hand yet. Zhao Chang's gaze was biting cold. itching to directly pierce through Su Yuan, and he forced his heart to suppress his anger and said. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan had a harmless smile on his face, while his heart was filled with killing intent. Well, I'm giving you a hard time, aren't I? Su Yuan gave his hand back, turned around and led Ying directly away. Lu Jin looked dumbfounded. He didn't understand what was going on for a moment. What's going on with these two? Why is there so much gunpowder? Sungjia, what's going on? Could it be that you two have some kind of grudge? After Su Yuan left, Lu Jin asked Zhao Chang in a low voice. Zhao Chang shook his head and was not in the mood to stay here. He simply dealt with a couple of sentences and found a reason to go back to the hotel private room to rest. After noon, everyone assemble near the airport. Get on a chartered plane from Summerland and fly to the Emirates. Located in the East Central region, Emirates is a nation of several emirates, including Al-Baidi and Al-Buzabi. It is an extremely wealthy, but militarily weak country. This country still has many military bases from the lighthouse states to this day. This time it was all about the ability to get the international IMC preliminary rounds organized. 2. This was Su Yuan's first time leaving Xia to go to another country. And on the plane, he looked at the primitive forest underneath that stretched for thousands of kilometers and fell into deep thought. All of these places are outside the circle. In the blue planet, humans live in a place called the circle, where they establish states and build high walls to defend themselves against the invasion of ferocious beasts from outside the circle. The area beyond the circle is outside the circle, where the ferocious beasts live. Only 5% of the entire blue star circle is inside the circle, with the outside of the circle taking up the vast majority of the area. The blue planet has been home to ferocious beasts since ancient times, and they have reigned supreme for hundreds of millions of years. It was only in these tens of thousands of years that humans managed to separate themselves from the ferocious beasts, both inside and outside of the division circle. Toward the end of the night, the plane arrived at Baidi International Airport. The hotels where the summer competitors are staying are at the Sailboat Hotel, not far from the Baidi Airport. As the airplane was about to land, Su Yuan saw an airplane also landing in the air not far away. There were several prominent rising sun flags on this airplane, and it was obvious that it was the special plane for the Sakura Nation contestants that had arrived. This preliminary competition gathered players from over 80 countries around the world, and Sakura country was no exception. At the moment, in the back of the plane, Zhang Xiaoman crossed her legs, and when she saw the ants flag hanging on the airplane, she only felt spoiled. I can't believe I'm meeting people from Sakura country even here. A stupid X to the extreme island. So disgusting. I feel bad luck when I meet it. What Zhang Xiaoman didn't expect was, sitting in front of him, Zhao Chang suddenly spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said something that silenced everyone in the entire airplane. You can't say that. I spent some time in Sakura country. People in the Sakura country are very polite and courteous, and I think it's important to look at things a little more holistically without being able to generalize. The Sakura country can actually be considered a country of etiquette, which is much better than the summer country. Hiss. The air was silent. The 56 present looked towards the direction of the voice. One face was all but speechless. What the hell? Where's this two-armed cherry blossom country etiquette? You might as well be saying that the A.C. is number one in the world for food hygiene? Feeling the hostile eyes of the people around him, Zhao Chang realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly closed his mouth. After getting off the plane, the group took their luggage and headed to the Sailboat Hotel, not far from the airport. What the crowd didn't expect was that the accommodation for the Sakura Nation's contestants was likewise at the Sailboat Hotel. Everyone follow me. Since you guys booked earlier and it's all VIP rooms, you don't have to queue up to register this time and go straight to the VIP fast track. The staff of the hotel brought the many contestants from Xia to the VIP fast track. The crowd was about to go in. A dozen yellow-skinned Asian faces suddenly appeared and cut in front of them. The Sakura Nation crowd saw that the ordinary passage was too troublesome. The queue was too long, and it was getting late. So they wanted to hurry up and rest, so they directly chose to cut in the queue, ignoring the staff's dissuasion. One after another grabbed in front of the Xia crowd and walked into the VIP channel. Do you have an appointment? I'm sorry gentlemen, you don't seem to be a VIP customer, do you? However, these contestants from Sakura country all turned a deaf ear, not taking the words of the staff as words at all, and in a flash of smoke, they had all gone in, leaving the huffing and puffing crowd behind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So this is the legendary Sakura Nation who knows how to be polite. Ha! High quality. Which dog just said high quality? Do the face slapping have to come too soon? Midnight. In a VIP room on the topmost floor of the Sailboat Hotel, Su Yuan sat on top of the bed, slightly closing his eyes, inhaling and exhaling. Let the beast's power keep traveling through his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and his two pupils changed to a golden color. He had only just broken through level 14 at the moment. and was still one level short of level 15. Su Yuan understood that the preliminary round would be held in 4 days, and he had to break through this barrier within this period of time. Through an international darknet search, Su Yuan learned that a black market auction would open tomorrow in Baidi. He was going to take his chances tomorrow. You can't keep $200 million on hand. At this moment, Ying was in the bathroom humming a song and taking a shower, and next to Su Yuan stood Dog Deng, who was dressed in red armor and covered in the aura of a beast dignity. Dog Den, I'm counting on you tonight. Su Yuan touched Dog Den's shoulder and said with full trust. Su Yuan didn't want to wait. The matter of slaughtering Zhao Cheng cannot be delayed. If he were alone, he would be fearless. The key was that Su Yuan still had Ying by his side, and he was afraid that something would happen to Ying. So by letting this bastard Zhao Cheng live one more night, Su Yuan would not be able to get down to earth for one more night. Might as well make him disappear from the world tonight then. Su Yuan took out a suit from the closet and put it on Dogden's body, then took out a hat big enough to cover his face and put it over Dogden's head. This was followed by muzzling Dogden and wrapping him up tightly. At the moment, Dogden looked almost human. Even standing in front of him, he couldn't find anything. Go on, keep it down. I'll wait for your good news. 129. 129. Su Yuan maneuvered Dogden's body with a trace of soul power, pushed open the door, and then descended to the 12th floor. It was midnight at the moment. In a VIP room on the 12th floor, Zhao Cheng leaned back on the bed, placing his laptop on his lap and quickly tapping the keyboard with both hands. When will you be able to strike? I'm going to take this kid's life as soon as possible. I've already paid a $30 million deposit. As long as the mission can be accomplished, I'll immediately call the remaining 50 million. Zhao Cheng sent over 2 messages. Soon after, an immediate reply was sent from the opposite side. Joe, you don't have to worry. It's not like this is the first time we've worked together. Out of the face of an old friend. This time we will send out the Beast Emperor, and within 5 days, you will surely be able to see this brat's corpse. Seeing that it would be another 5 days, Zhao Cheng scratched his ears in anxiety. He didn't want Su Yuan to live a second longer now. If he had the strength right now, he really wanted to personally kill Su Yuan. Don't worry, Zhao. Our people will meet you once. That kid's identity is not simple. We have to think long and hard. The message came again from across the room. Just then, the doorbell of Zhao Cheng's room rang, giving him a shiver. As Zhao Cheng closed his computer and prepared to get out of bed, the bell outside the door rang once again. He slipped on his slippers and went to the door, peering through the cat's eye to see what was going on outside. It was now early in the morning, and in this foreign country he was sure no one would be in a hurry to find him. Perhaps because of his weakness, he was now cautious. Through the cat's eye, Zhao Cheng saw a man who was 2 meters tall, wearing a black suit and a hat, and could not see his real face. The man had been knocking softly on the door. Suddenly, Zhao Cheng thought of something. Could it be that it's from Whitewater? Thinking about it, Zhao Cheng opened the door to the room. Who are you? Zhao Cheng opened the door and asked. Dogden's figure was extremely swift, and without waiting for Zhao Cheng to react, he had already flashed into the room, closing the door with his hand. Zhao Cheng jerked back a few steps and was shocked to the point where he sat on his butt on the ground. What do you want? Do you know who I am? Zhao Cheng was stunned, and without a word, Dogden removed his hat with 2 mechanical hands, revealing a bizarre, inhuman face. Taking large steps forward, he didn't wait for Zhao Cheng to shout out. In a flash of lightning, Dogden twisted Zhao Cheng's head off. The whole process lasted less than 10 seconds. Day 2. When Su Yuan passed by the 12th floor, he found Zhao Cheng's room door locked dead. There were no lights inside, no movement. Dogden did his job, and Su Yuan was absolutely at ease. Today is 3 days before the start of the preliminary rounds, and these days are free, but the individual players are actively preparing and training. Everyone was in Baidi for the first time, and some chose to feel lazy and go crazy around the city of Baidi. Touching fish, not touching fish life is not a bit of fun. As long as you don't get caught by Lu Jin Lao Dang, it's fine. Just find any excuse. I practiced every day in the army, and it was hard to go abroad once, so I had to have fun. Early in the morning, Jiang Xiaoman was annoyed at Yi Ying's side and insisted on pulling Yi Ying out to play. She was going to take advantage of her outing to enlighten the love brain that was Leaf Tassel. Don't give too much in a relationship. It's easy to hitch yourself up without being sensible. No go. You're on your own. I have a date with someone. Oh. At those words, the smile on Jiang Xiaoman's face instantly froze. Pulling Yi Koma's ear, Jiang Xiaoman said bitterly, my comely sister, I don't come back once every few years, just a few days at a time. Can't you stay with me? You might not get a chance later. Yet the response to her was still rejection. No, that I have to accompany Su Yuan, some other time. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoman realized that Yi Ying's love brain had reached a very serious point. It is necessary to enlighten her alone and take her for a walk. Otherwise, something big is going to happen later. What kind of magic is this, Su Yuan? Just then, Su Yuan came back from buying dinner outside and was a bit surprised to see Jiang Xiaoman in the house. Auntie, your meal is bought for you. What about today? I have something to do, so I won't be able to take you out. Su Yuan handed over the steaming breakfast to Yi Ying's hand. Hearing this, a trace of regret flashed under Yi Koma's eyes. She's booked tickets to the Burj Khalifa and the Baidi Fountain and is gearing up for a sweet date for two. Ahem, Auntie, something's come up today and it's not convenient to take you with me. Some other time. Su Yuan touched Yi Ying's head and comforted. The black market auction was something he had to go to today. After this village, there would be no more stores. He didn't want to take Yi Ying with him, mainly to make it easier to get away and not let this girl follow him at his own risk. Then, I've already booked my ticket. You. 2 tickets. You say not to go. Not a pity. Yi Ying looked at Su Yuan with a pleading face. She understands that Su Yuan must have something important to do, and she can also understand Su Yuan, who never asks a lot of questions, and will not be unintelligent to mess around. I just think it's a shame to avoid 2 tickets that were so hard to snag. Here, this sister. You too, aren't you just right? Su Yuan pointed to Jiang Xiaoman who was snickering beside Yi Ying. Unable to hide the joy on her face, Jiang Xiaoman instantly patted her 2 wobbly soft masses and assured, "Don't worry little Su, your girlfriend is in my hands, just go out without worry." Jiang Xiaoman was so happy, he gave a kiss on Yi Koma's face, while in his heart, he was calculating small things. Su Yuan, holding up his forehead. Su Yuan felt a bit helpless. Fortunately, Yi Ying, this girl was a bit simpler, not pretentious, and absolutely trusted herself. If it were any other girl, she might have to lose her reputation if she was fooled by this old woman. After Su Yuan left, Jiang Xiaoman started blowing in Yi Ying's ear. Yi Koma, Baidi, a lot of beautiful young ladies. Your national treasure does not take care of you. Maybe go to look for other sisters to go. Men can't be trusted at all with only one time and countless times. And he's definitely going to leave you out in the cold this time back. Would you believe? Well, let go of my mouth. Stop talking. The speedboat ride took us to the far sea of Baidi, where we saw a huge 5-story, 100-meter-long luxury yacht floating on the surface. This black market auction was held here. Su Yuan paid a deposit of $5 million in advance to obtain a place in the auction. This auction, as far as he knew, there would be 7th order beast pills, peak beast emperor beast source appearing. These goodies, if he could get them, would be a big help to his level breakthrough. After boarding the yacht and verifying his identity, under the leadership of the staff, Su Yuan entered into the auction house. Not long after he came in, a blue-haired, white-skinned young man in casual clothes with a bodyguard also entered the Baidi black market auction house. His name is Simone, one of the Lighthouse Nation's contestants this time, SSS-ranked talent, and his father is a billionaire from the Lighthouse Nation. I snuck out because I couldn't stand the boring training. Look out for me this time. Something good must be taken. This young master doesn't lack money. Whoever dares to rob with me will have a good time. Simone instructed the 2 Beast Exalt powerhouses behind him. P.S. It's a new January. Brothers have a monthly vote for me. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. I'm home on vacation and I want to do more. But the numbers in the background are too dismal. Subscriptions are dismal. So support me brothers. 130. 130. The auction house is on the 2nd floor of the luxury yacht. The 2nd level is the most spacious level of the yacht, large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Inside, all kinds of facilities are available. Gilded, gilt interiors, and famous decorations. Hundreds of seats were all filled at the moment, and it was crowded for a while. Most of the people who came to participate in this auction were celebrities and wealthy gentlemen from all over the world, dressed in fancy clothes, either rich or noble. Su Yuan was sitting in the penultimate row, and at the moment, he was tapping his fingers on the seat, looking at one of the lots being exhibited on the stage. Unsurprisingly to him, the lots were really different. Most of them are some kind of smuggled, or officially banned from trading artifacts. There were also the beast source parts of high-level ferocious beasts, high-grade beast pills, and so on. Su Yuan saw the 6th order beast pill and peak beast emperor beast source that he had been longing for. These 2 lots were placed at the end of the lot and were clearly crushing treasures. The beast dawn and beast sources were radiating a faint light in the display cabinet, making Su Yuan go crazy just by looking at them. Su Yuan made up his mind that no matter what, he had to get both things today. If you have enough money, shoot it down. If you don't have enough money, LOL, then you'll have to think of something else. It's not like it's the first time anyway. What made Su Yuan feel surprised was that one of the lots was covered with a black cloth. and it looked like it was not small in size. Through the rough outline, Su Yuan roughly guessed that under the black cloth should be a cage. And what was kept within the cage? He did not know. The two Emiratis with white cloths on their heads on the stage said a bunch of words that Su Yuan couldn't understand. And then the auction officially began. The blonde girl in the bunny girl costume introduced the first lot. The first lot. A bit more mysterious. Please watch. The staff brought up the first lot. It was the mysterious exhibit that had just made Su Yuan feel strange and covered with a black cloth. The faces of everyone present were filled with curiosity and excitement, all wanting to see what was underneath this black cloth. The corners of Simone's mouth lifted slightly, and his eyes were filled with interest. The black cloth was removed, only to see that underneath it was indeed an iron cage. To everyone's surprise, the cage held a man. It was a young girl who looked less than 10 years old, tender and petite. The little girl was dressed in red, her face was delicate, and she was extremely beautiful, and at this moment, she was curled up in the corner of the cage, her gaze filled with fear. She was trembling, not daring to look directly at the greedy gazes of the hundreds of people underneath. Her face was pale and bloodless, but she still couldn't hide her extreme beauty. Hiss! This lot caused a sensation in the room. Even Su Yuan's heart was shaken. Alive? And so small? The celebrities and rich gentry at the bottom all had greedy desires in their eyes, and some were already ready to bid. They shot the use of natural know all understand, but still have some concerns in mind. This lot starts at $2,000,000, with each increase not less than $500,000. Since this is a lot, the source and identity information is all blank, so please don't worry about the trouble that will follow. There are no many scruples. The auctioneer in the bunny girl costume said. What she said afterwards certainly assuaged the concerns of many. At this moment, Simone's eyes flashed with a fine light. The animalistic nature in him was about to be awakened. He hadn't tasted meat in I don't know how long after training every day in a hellhole like the Emirates, especially with this kind of meat. That's definitely a first. Sheesh. After you have enjoyed it yourself, you can give it to other brothers. Thinking of this, Simone couldn't hold down the excitement in his heart and was the first to raise his sign. I'll give you 5 million. His sign was the first to go up, followed by the second, and the third all at once. 3 million. 5 million. 5 million. After a series of markups, the price of the first lot had come to $5. 5 million, which was already a little astronomical. Seeing that there were no more bidders underneath, Simone raised his sign. I'll give you $6 million. $6 million is the limit price. Most people want a hunt. There's no need to break the bank too much. Except for dudes like Simone. Su Yuan watched the whole time. He did not raise his card. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes. He was just being a spectator. Suddenly, Su Yuan frowned slightly as he noticed a hint of something wrong. It's not human. Su Yuan's heart shook. The Qilin had once taught him how to recognize humans in transformed ferocious beasts. And in doing so, he could also determine the talent of the ferocious beasts. Su Yuan carefully surveyed the little girl who was locked up in the cage. Through a hint of beast power detection, he knew that this little girl was actually a SSS-grade ferocious beast that came in shape. Moreover, her bloodline was definitely considered top tier amongst the ferocious beasts. For a moment, Su Yuan's heart was moved. The value brought by this kind of high-level talent, high-level bloodline ferocious beast was immeasurable. At the very least it's much more valuable than the measly millions of dollars. Su Yuan realized that this was a good opportunity to pick up the pieces. There was an absolute push for profit. Then he had to step in. I'll give you $7 million. Su Yuan stood up and held up the sign. Hiss. The room was instantly silent. The crowd cast their eyes in Su Yuan's direction, wanting to see what kind of person would make such a big deal just to satisfy a curiosity. When they saw that it was actually a teenager who was less than 20 years old, the faces of the crowd were filled with surprise. Simone quenched straight to the floor in one bite. The mind screams. The baby was about to arrive. But the price was raised. The key is that he also knows that if he then increases the price, the other party is afraid to also increase, and then spend $10 million, which is a bit not worth it. Simone held back a raise. Mad. This hoo-ah. What's the origin? Asterisk. Simone cursed darkly. In the end, the first lot went to Su Yuan. Immediately after that, the second, third, and subsequent multiple lots were exhibited one after another. Soon, it was the turn of the penultimate lot. Lot 22, 6th order barrier breaking beast pill. Able to help awaken people below level 20 to directly break through level 1. Suitable for bottleneck awakened people. The auctioneer cupped the box containing the beast Dan in his hand and introduced it to the crowd underneath. Su Yuan's two eyes flashed straight with essence. He forced down his excitement and licked his lips. Breaking level 15 depends on it. Either way, It must be taken. It's best if you can solve it with money. If you can't solve it with money, then you can solve it with force. 131. 131. The sixth order barrier breaking beast pill was important to the current him. Other than that, Yuan couldn't think of any other way to break through to level 15 in 3 days. Of course, Yuan was not the only one who was interested in this finale lot, as many people present had ideas about it. Simone was included. Almost half of the people attending the auction this time were here for the Peak Beast Emperor Beast Source and the sixth order barrier breaking beast pill. After all, these two treasures were simply too rare, and trading was officially banned and cracked down on. Even the black market auction only appeared once a year. Past this village, there would be no such store. Sixth order barrier breaking beast pill. Starting price $20 million. Each increase cannot be less than $1 million. As soon as the auctioneer's words left his mouth, someone raised their sign. Offer of $2. 300. Immediately afterward, someone else followed behind with a bid. I'll give you $25 million. $27 million. $32 million. Prices are continuing to skyrocket, with millions of dollars in markups at every turn. Soon the price was raised to $50 million. This can be astronomical, more than the entire assets of some of the people present. It was certainly impossible for them to sell all of their assets just for a single beast pill. By $50 million, fewer and fewer people were raising their bids. A Saudi tycoon with a white cloth over his head was next to bid. I bid $52 million. After this price was offered, no one in the room called again for quite some time. At the moment, Simone, who was sitting in the first row, was secretly happy. His original estimate was $60 million, and apparently the price was lower than he thought. He had come this time specifically for this sixth order beast pill. He intended to give the sixth order barrier breaking beast pill as a gift to his father, who was stuck at level 29 and unable to break through to level 30. This beast pill would definitely be of great use to father's breakthrough, so he had to take it. With that in mind, Simone made a decisive bid. $58 million. Hiss. The moment this price came out, the entire room was instantly silent. $58 million. My goodness. It's come to such a horrible price already. Worthy of young Master Simone. He's bound to win this time. I heard that his father is a rich man in the Lighthouse State, sitting on billions of dollars. The Lighthouse Nation is just hoity-toity. 'Tis a one-time thing for him. The crowd looked in Simone's direction, surprise welling up on their faces. Buying a beastly elixir for $5. 800 can really be considered trenchant. Simone grunted twice, her face full of triumph. Pops had given him a budget of $60 million, which saved him another $2 million. A kickback enough to get away with it for a while. The auctioneer in the bunny girl costume confirms the final price. $58 million a time. $58 million. Twice. $58 million. 3 times. Just as the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, suddenly, Yuan, who was sitting in the last 2 rows, raised his sign. This action instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. I'll give you $60 million. Hiss. The Simone people are stupid. His face changed from surprise to shocked anger, and he pounded the chair he was holding. It just feels very ed up. What the hell is this kid's deal? How to steal from yourself everywhere? Simone was so unconvinced that he raised his card again. I bid $65 million. And Yuan clouded over, without a trace of panic on his face, and raised his card again after Simone did. $70 million. The price was raised to $70 million, a price that no one expected. Normally, a sixth order beast Dan couldn't reach such a high price. Simone takes a sharp bite of his quench on the ground. He's a bit pissed off now. No matter what, he had to take this beast pill, or else he couldn't explain it to his father's side. Gritting his teeth, being ruthless, and stomping his foot, Simone made another bid. I'll give you $75 million. After he raised his card, Yuan faintly raised an $80 million card. Completely numb, Simone realizes that something is not right. What the hell is this kid's deal? Why does he keep going against himself? Can't it be that you're broke and come here to play hard to get? That's $80 million in cash, not a fixed asset. How rich must one be behind being able to take out so much cash and use it to just come and buy a beast elixir? Mud. I demand a capital check. A capital check. Give this kid a capital check. Simone stood up, and at the same time, the 2 beastly bodyguards behind him stood up together. The 2 gazed at each other, and Simone looked at Yuan with vicious eyes, trembling with anger. Yuan looked at this clown and was a bit puzzled for a moment. It's not Buddy 2 armed, is it? I have the ability to press me on the basis of my banknotes, so keep raising the price if you can. Why are you looking at me like I'm a dead mom? The auctioneer was also somewhat suspicious of Yuan's assets. After all, the other party looked so young and dressed so plainly. $80 million in cash isn't something that just anyone can get their hands on. Mud. This little brat is definitely pretending. It's just in the no pussy hardcore. How can he have so much money? If we find out later that he can't get this money, break his legs and throw him out. Against me. If you don't have money, see if I can't get you. Across dozens of people personally. Simone emotionally on top of his head, pointing at Su Yuan loudly cursed. He determined that Su Yuan couldn't come up with that much money. Soon after, the staff examined Su Yuan's assets. The final test results were told to the auctioneer. The gentleman has sufficient assets. The auction continues. $80 million. Anyone else want to raise the price, please? Hearing this, Simone was completely dumbfounded. What? What the hell? There are enough assets. Who are we kidding? He kind of couldn't believe that this Xiaogua man, who looked so plainly dressed, had such a high banknote capacity behind him. There's a world outside the human race, and there's a world outside the sky. He himself turned out to be just a little karami compared to others. Simone doesn't have enough cash on hand to raise the price next. Clenching his teeth, Simone sighed and cursed Su Yuan countless times in his heart, and had no choice but to give up. In the end, the sixth order beast Dan also went to Su Yuan. Everyone present turned their gazes towards Su Yuan, their faces filled with surprise and admiration. Some people even began to speculate about Su Yuan's identity. Immediately after that, the last lot of the Peak Beast Emperor Heaven Swallowing Sacred Python's beast source opened for auction. Bidding starts at $30 million. After several rounds of markups, the price finally stopped at $70 million. And Su Yuan stood up again at this time and bid $80 million. For Su Yuan, money was nothing more than a string of numbers. As long as he was able to capture what he wanted, then everything was worth it. Everyone present was all shocked. Just bid $80 million and now another $80 million. Crazy. How rich is this? It adds up to a couple $100 million in cash that you can spend without blinking an eye. Is this the son of the richest man in the world? Sheesh. At this point, Simone finally recognized Su Yuan's financial strength. Turns out people are really ho-hum. Dog. I know you're rich. That's rich as hell. Taking money for nothing. Well then, since you'll raise it for any amount, I might as well raise the price even higher. Simone sprang to his feet. He held up a $90 million dollar sign. He certainly didn't have that kind of money, but considering the other guy would raise the price no matter how much it was, in that case, then, it would be better to let Su Yuan break the bank a little more. Just raise the price hard yourself. Seeing this price, Su Yuan's brows wrinkled slightly. You really want to compete with yourself for money, don't you? $100 million. Su Yuan raises his hand. Seeing that the other party did raise the price, Simone lost his heart and did not hesitate to raise the sign of $110 million. Slightly rubbing his knuckles, Su Yuan felt a little bad. Still, he gritted his teeth and held up the $115 million dollar sign. Simone got on top of it and simply raised the $125 million dollar sign without even thinking about it. Seeing this, Su Yuan put a hand to his chin. He realized that the other party was deliberately raising the price. At the moment he doesn't have any more money on hand. Oh, don't you like to raise the price? Well, I won't. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Su Yuan secretly said in his heart, since you like to raise the price, then you'll buy it for over $100 million. I choose not to pay a penny, and I'm going to kill someone at the end of the auction. After Simone bid $125 million, he waited for a long time without seeing Su Yuan raise his hand. He panicked straight away. What's the matter? Why don't you lift your hand? Didn't you just add it pretty hard? What's going on here? No way. Are you playing with me? Just then, the auctioneer in the bunny girl costume set the price. $125 million at a time. 132. 132. $125 million twice. Simone was in a panic. Where did he get that kind of money? Originally, I just wanted to raise the price, but I didn't expect the other party to directly stop adding. What use did he have for this Peak Beast Emperor Beast source? That. $125 million 3 times. Simone threw a venomous and resentful look at Su Yuan. He couldn't wait to tear him apart right now. He didn't trip Su Yuan with this wave of maneuvering, but first pitted himself, and Su Yuan was looking at him at the moment. The two gazed at each other, and for a moment the smell of gunpowder was strong. Su Yuan's fingers gently tapped on the armrests of the table and chair, and his gaze was filled with playfulness. He's already thinking about how he's going to kill people later. Since this white pig dared to go against himself, then don't blame yourself for giving him a ride. Anyone who dares to infringe on his interests will suffer dire consequences. $125 million 3 times. Sold for $125 million. The auctioneer in the bunny girl costume hammered away, his face filled with excitement. The price was far more than she expected. It was over $100 million. She and the auction house get a good cut as well. The two white-clad Emirates United bosses who were watching from the sidelines were also so happy that they couldn't help but applaud. This time, it's a big profit. Simone's face looked worse than a dead fly. He didn't have that much cash on hand at the moment, and if he couldn't afford to pay it, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to make it back today. If this gets out of hand and goes to the military base, he'll have to be disciplined. He twisted his head and scanned the room, surprised to find that there were 7 or 8 beast-exalted powerhouses among the bodyguards employed by the auction house this time. I can't pay today. In desperation, Simone had to dial his old man's number. Mr. Su, these 2 lots are finally yours. After the auction, at backstage delivery, the staff delivered the 2 lots won by so far. Su Yuan opened the mahogany box in his hand, and inside quietly lay a red beast Dan, round and shiny, gently sniffing the charming scent. Su Yuan only felt relaxed. Sir, do you want this cage? We can package it for transportation as well, the staff member asked politely, pointing to the cage that held the little girl at hand. The little girl in red was huddled in the corner of the cage, fear in her gaze, her body trembling. The cage won't be necessary, will it? I'll just take it away. Upon hearing this, the staff member of the auction house took out a syringe with a needle from his pocket and leaned down, ready to stick it into the little girl's body. The latter shrieked miserably at the sight, and began to claw at the cage with his hands, resisting as hard as he could, his eyes full of pleas for mercy. Sir, this is a weakness potion that will keep her from resisting and make it easier for you to take it back. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need it. He asked the staff to open the cage. When the cage opened, Su Yuan leaned down and locked eyes with the little girl. He released a trace of the Lion King's beast power in an attempt to communicate with the little girl. When the little girl felt the Lion King's aura, the fear on her face subsided by a few points, and she turned to look at Su Yuan with a puzzled look. You too? The little girl spat out a few words shakily from her mouth. Su nodded farther. He stroked the girl's rosy cheeks and smiled. Come with me. I won't hurt you. I'll take you back. At that, the girl nodded. Su Yuan wrapped one arm around the little girl's waist and carried her out of the cage. When she came out, she could barely straighten her legs, and it took several attempts before she could barely stand up. 1 meter 4 tall, tender and petite appearance, broken bangs drooping in front of the forehead, but it looks cute and compassionate. Come with me. I'll take you to change your clothes. Follow me from now on. Afternoon, by DC, near the coast. Su Yuan's eyes scan every speedboat coming ashore in the far sea, looking for any sign of his target. Since he was already prepared to kill, he had calculated in advance where Simone and the others would return. Choosing a well-traveled and necessary path, Su Yuan stood on the shore and waited all the time. At the moment, he had changed his clothes and had half a lion mask on his face. The little girl has also changed into a short pink skirt at this moment, with a pair of small white shoes under her feet. The whole person has changed her appearance, and there is no longer fear in her eyes. She is hiding behind Su Yuan. Brother, are you also a holy horned dragon? The little girl suddenly spoke, her childish tone milky. At those words, Su Yuan froze. Holy horned dragon? Hell, he hadn't really heard Kirin talk about this race before. However, he could be sure of one thing. This little girl must be a top bloodline SSS-ranked ferocious beast. If you can get a little bit of something out of her, you're bound to make a lot of money. Ahem. Not oh. The girl lowered her head and let out an oh so subtle cry, the disappointment on her face hard to hide, and then she milked the words out of her mouth. So can you take me back? I don't want to be here with humans. At these words, Su Yuan leaned down and gently held the girl's scarred arm and spoke. It's certainly fine to send you back, but I've spent a lot of money on this, so the benefits should be in place anyways. Su Yuan certainly wouldn't do a losing deal. He had shelled out silver for nothing, so wouldn't it be a big loss if he became a good guy and sent her back for nothing? It would be better to keep this SSS-ranked ferocious beast with him. At the very least, refining her to obtain the fierce beast product was not even a loss. But Su Yuan had a better way of dealing with her than refining her. A ferocious beast with this kind of bloodline talent. Refining or killing it was the next best thing. It's okay, my holy horned gargoyle clan has everything. My Abba can afford it P_Q. Hearing this, Su Yuan reinforced the idea in his heart. The corners of his mouth were harder to press than AK at the moment. This girl, what a value. He himself has picked up a big score today. Get out of here with me first. The words just fell. A roar sounded, only to see a speedboat coming at great speed in the distance, stirring up several meters of waves on the sea. Simone in the main driver's seat, his face so grim that it nearly oozed water, pounded the steering wheel of the speedboat. In the back of the speedboat, the 2 beast dignity bodyguards that were still sitting there, Seeing that the speedboats kept coming towards the shore, the corner of Su Yuan's mouth, who was standing on the shore, raised and prepared to strike. 133. 133. Damn fark. Mad ah. Damn it. Simone pounded on the steering wheel and pressed hard on the gas under his foot, venting the monstrous anger in his body to his heart's content. Since he was a child, when had he ever suffered such a loss and been toyed with like this? It's just a strange shame. He had just been given a lecture by his father, and only after crying and begging did his father's side call in the money. His father warned him that he would disown him as his son if he was ever so reckless again. That's $125 million. That's cash. It's not a fixed asset or a stock fund. Just buy a beast emperor beast source that can't be used. Above all, Simeone couldn't stand the humiliation. His heartless behavior made the two beast dignity bodyguards in the backseat's hearts skip a beat, fearing that they would accidentally tip the boat over. Young master, slow down. Young master, drive slowly. The speedboat pulled up to the shore and Simone kicked the door open, casually grabbed the passenger's jacket and put it on, cursing as he got off the speedboat. The two beast dignity bodyguards were following him. Suddenly, Simone, who was walking in front of him, stopped in his tracks, for he saw, standing directly in front of him, a man with a lean figure and half a lion mask. The man stood in the middle of the road, his eyes on him, obviously having been waiting for him for some time. Simone scanned the area and realized there was no one else nearby either. The coastal wind whistled and wave after wave lapped in, rather making the moment seem a bit eerie. Who the hell is this? Dare to get in your own way? Kid, you're tired of living, aren't you? What do you mean? Dare to stand in front of little master? Do you not want to live? Luis's throat moved. An unknown fear surrounded him, and for a moment he didn't dare make a move. One can only verbalize a couple of harsh words in an attempt to deter the other side. If the other person is good enough to get out of the way, then it's best. If you don't roll, it's not too late to strike again. Between words, Simone had already ducked behind the two beast dignity bodyguards. He himself only had the strength of a level 32 beast king, and was so golden that he could not hand it over to these underlings, so naturally there was no need to do it himself. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as Su Yuan reached out and removed the lion mask from the upper half of his face. White pig, recognize who I am now? The corners of Su Yuan's mouth flashed with a hint of coldness, and his gaze revealed prancing killing intent. When he saw that it was Su Yuan, Simone rubbed his eyes. Indignation filled his chest with ups and downs, and he was shaking with anger. He never thought in a million years that he could meet this little. What a coincidence! Simone now had the heart to break Su Yuan into pieces. Hand over the peak beast emperor beast source and I'll consider a whole body. Otherwise, you're going to end up miserable. Rubbing his knuckles, Su Yuan faintly threatened. No matter what, the peak beast emperor beast source he had to get, and as for this white pig, of course he had to slaughter it as well. Ha 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 ha, arrogant to the core. Kill me? I don't think you're even level 20. This is coming over to get yourself killed. Just in time. I'm going to break you into pieces to fulfill my heart's hate. Simone did not yet have the intention to personally strike. With a finger of his hand, two beast esteemed bodyguards burst out in an instant, rushing straight at Su Yuan. These two were both S-ranked talents, with one of them being a level 45 beast exalted and the other a level 47 beast exalted. Die for me. One of the bodyguards transformed into a mamba python covered in black scales. The other transformed into a white-furred giant ape, charging and killing in front of Su Yuan in a matter of moments. Su Yuan did not panic in the slightest. Gently stroking the finger ring, a red figure instantly appeared and violently blasted his fist on the chest of the white-furred giant ape. Before the white-haired giant ape could react to what had happened, its body had already flown out dozens of meters away and fell heavily on the ground, smashing a huge crater into the ground. Dogden in red armor stood in front of Su Yuan like a red wall. Imposing. Go! Su Yuan pointed, and Dogden's body shot out with a fierce blast, like a red aurora borealis. It smashed into the head of the mamba python, which twisted its body to try to dodge, but Dogden's speed was just too fast. In an instant, the mamba python's head was stomped directly into the ground by Dogden, like a shattered watermelon, and fresh booming blood instantly sprayed everywhere. Seconds, a ferocious beast a few levels higher than Dogden could still carry a few moves. However, those who are the same level as Dogden and are not as talented as Dogden can be easily killed in one hit after finding a weakness. Simone's pupils contracted violently into pinholes, and he was so shocked that his legs almost collapsed in place. This is so strong. Where is this strong man from? It seems like it's still an SSS-ranked talent. Nope. Simone took a deep breath and fixed her eyes on it, realizing that it wasn't a human, more like a puppet. Damn, the puppets are all SSS-ranked talents. Who the hell is this little? How big of a background must it have? It was then that Simone realized that offending Su Yuan was a kick in the teeth. Right at this moment, the white-haired giant ape slowly climbed out from the deep pit, his injured body tired, and the two monkeys' eyes were filled with shock. He was a rank 47 beast exalt, but he was beaten like this with his bare hands. What kind of monster is this? Ryan, go on, stop him, stop him. Shivering, Simone ducked behind the white-haired giant ape and urged. If Su Yuan was the only one, then with his SSS talent and the strength of the Beast King, it would be enough to kill the other party. But now that such a monster puppet had appeared out of nowhere, it was killing him. Simone didn't realize that his two bodyguards were so untouchable. Whoosh! What made Simone even more unexpected was this. The white-haired giant ape had no intention of fighting at all, and seeing that the situation was not good, he turned his head and ran away. It's only $100,000 a month. What's the point of fighting for your life? Can't beat it at all. Might as well account for it. The white-haired giant ape exerted all its strength, and in less than 2 breaths of effort, it had already run out thousands of meters away. After them, don't leave them alive. As soon as Su Yuan gave the order, Dog Deng's body once again blasted out, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the white-haired giant ape. Knock! Boom! Boo! Ah! Huge fist after huge fist slammed into the white-haired giant ape, sending his opponent fleeing with his head in his hands and covering his buttocks as he flew into the air and landed on the ground. At the moment, only Simone and Su Yuan were left facing each other. Seeing that Dogden had been detached, Simone's eyes flashed with excitement, and then she drank. Xia, little Yakuza. You seek death. There's no one to protect you now. Suddenly, only Simone's body was wrapped in a burst of purple. When the purple light dispersed, he was seen wearing purple armor and holding a Beast Saint level golden halberd beast soldier in his hand. He was covered in a terrifying SSS class aura, and the golden halberd in his hand flashed with a creepy cold light. Simone knew that he had to strike as soon as he could and make a quick play. Otherwise, when that horrible monster came back, he would be finished. Su Yuan didn't panic in the slightest and snorted a laugh. Is an SSS-ranked talented Beast King awesome? I've slaughtered Beast Kings, but I've also slaughtered SSS awakened ones. Since you're not willing to hand it over voluntarily, I don't even want to leave you a corpse. Boom! Only to see Su Yuan's body instantly engulfed in black light. An aura that was above that of an SSS-class awakened person surging wildly towards his body. A layer of black armor condensed on his body, and a destructive killing aura emanated from the armor. Holding the black candle 9 devouring gun in his hand, an aura strong enough to shatter space gathered towards the tip of the gun. P.S. Again to ask for monthly votes. P_Q. The starting point side of the monthly vote alms too. I cannot even 3 monthly votes gold masters a month to come together. 134. 134. Hiss. An uncanny fear gripped Simone's body. He sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Su Yuan with unbelievable eyes. An SSS-ranked awakened person? This asshole kid is actually an SSS awakened as well. The arrogance in Simone's heart was instantly crushed, and he only felt unbelievable. Nope. Looking at Su Yuan, who had black armor wrapped around his body and held a black dragon gun in his hand, Simone frowned, again feeling that the aura was not like an SSS-class awakened person. The heaven-destroying aura emanating from the other party was 100 times stronger than himself. An SSS-ranked awakened person. Farka, what kind of monster is this? My god, are you trying to kill me? Simone didn't dare think any further. Even if he thought about it, he couldn't figure out why Su Yuan would have a talent that was above the SSS grade. Fark, who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? There must be some kind of misunderstanding between the two of us today. Simone realizes he's messed with someone he can't afford to offend. The other party had absolutely crushed themselves in both financial strength and background talent. He had thought that he was an SSS class awakened person. A 1 in a million genius. A white moon in the sky looking down on the humble fireflies. Today, when I met Su Yuan, I realized that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, and I am the Mayfly Firefly. Su Yuan moved his head and slammed the black dragon spear into the ground, rubbing his knuckles. Dead people don't have to know that much. The power of the Lion King in his body instantly expanded, and Su Yuan slammed his foot on the ground. A crack appeared in the ground, interspersed with terrifying power rushing towards Simone. In an instant, the crack had arrived in front of Simone. The latter exclaimed in shock and hurriedly backed away. At the same time, Su Yuan's feet stepped on the void and powered up. Taking advantage of Simone's panic, his body shot out explosively, and his black gun-tip finger shot straight at Simone. A destructive aura gathered towards the tip of the gun, and the terrifying power caused the space along the way to distort. Simone rushed to resist with his golden halberd beast soldier, but what he didn't expect was that the golden halberd had just touched the tip of the black gun, and it was directly penetrated like a piece of soft mud. The black dragon lance drove in long and irresistibly, directly stabbing at Simone's purple armored abdomen. only a sharp metallic clash could be heard, with a throbbing pain in his abdomen. Simone looked down and was horrified to see that the purple armor had been stabbed right through. The armor on his abdomen had now turned into fragments scattered all over the place, while the tip of the black gun had not entered his abdomen. Blood dripped down the tip of the gun in drops. It was also at this moment that intense pain surged through Simone's brain, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes glazed over, and he was incapable of resisting. He had wanted to counterattack. Who knew that his opponent's speed was simply too fast, so fast that he couldn't even catch it, and he couldn't even carry a single move before he was stabbed straight through. Su Yuan pulled out the tip of his gun in a cloudy manner, and with a poof, Simone fell to the ground in response. At this moment, his eyes were filled with shocking fear and venomous resentment. Even the bright red intestines were exposed at the abdomen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dogden stepped on the body of the white-haired giant ape and kicked it twice repeatedly, making sure that the other party didn't have any breath before stopping. The exchange between the two was absolutely crushing, with Dogden all but holding down the white-haired giant ape. Under its terrifying fists, elbows, knees, and feet, the white-haired giant ape was killed alive in less than a few. Whoosh! Dogden's figure flashed behind Su Yuan. Su Yuan wiped the blood on his black dragon gun and walked over to Simone, who still had a breath left in his body. It's time to give me the item now, isn't it? Peak Beast Emperor Beast Source. As he spoke, he had a playful smile on his face. He does not devour killing. As long as there is no involvement with his own interests, Su Yuan has always not driven to kill, or simply do not care. But if one dares to violate his interests and go against him, the consequences will be dire. Killing decisively and not being soft-hearted was the first truth Su Yuan learned in this world. For these scumbags, if there is one that counts, we should move hard. Reasoning will not work. I'll give you all of it. Simone opened the bag behind himself and took out the box containing the Peak Beast Emperor's beast source, knelt on the ground and respectfully sent it to Su Yuan's hands. Su Yuan opened the box and took a deep breath, smelling a scent that intoxicated him. It really was a Peak Beast Emperor beast source. If it were before, he would have had to spend about $100 million to get the shot. Now it's good. It's here without spending a dime. Can you let me off the hook? I don't want to die. I know. No, it's wrong. Simone forced himself to endure the intense pain in his abdomen and buried his head in the ground like a comical ostrich, begging for mercy. Upon hearing this, a biting smile flashed across the corner of Su Yuan's mouth. He grabbed Simone by the hair and lifted his head up, then faded. What do you mean you know you're wrong? You know you're scared. No need for too much nonsense. Let me send you on your way. With a choke hold on Simone, he's ready to send his opponent straight to the mat. The latter's feet left the ground, struggling desperately and begging for mercy. You can't kill me. You can't. I'm the Lighthouse Nation's contestant this time. If I go missing or die, the Lighthouse State Military will surely pursue this to the end. Aren't you afraid of offending the Lighthouse State Military? At those words, a hint of interest flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. He was not expecting to even run into the Lighthouse Nation's players for this international IMC here, but he had already made it this far. Could he not let him go back? Thinking about this, the strength in Su Yuan's hands did not stop, but instead became stronger. It didn't take long for Simone's neck to be snapped directly, and like a dead dog he stopped moving. Su Yuan had wanted to take his corpse to refine a puppet, but the other party was only level 32, so there was really no need for that, and he already had dogged in now. Just then, who was hiding in the shadows, poked out a head and scanned the surroundings. A hint of surprise surfaced on her small face when she saw the bodies and blood sprawled across the floor. Perhaps it was because she had seen so much that she had no fear. Ahem, just dealing with a stray fish. Come on, I'll take you back when I'm done with the scene, Su Yuan said to Yi. Yui was the name of the little girl he had just learned. 135. 135. The Sailboat Hotel. On the beach loungers outside the hotel, Ying and Jiang Xiaoman were lying side by side. It was dark at the moment. The sand, after a day of baking in the hot sun, is cold when the sun sets. Yi Koma's two little feet stepped into the sand and only felt cold and comfortable, but she was never happy in her heart. Jiang Xiaoman, on the other hand, was chattering in her ear. My comely sister, did you remember what I told you today? It's important to keep your sanity in a relationship. Relationship brain is undesirable and you can easily get yourself into it if you're not careful. Look at you. You're so innocent. There must be so many guys trying to cheat you out of your feelings. And look at you. You've already let that kid Su Yuan get his hands on you. Who knows which kid dependable or not. Good time not to accompany his girlfriend. A person slipped out to seek excitement. You see, now is not back. Also do not send a message. Yi Koma looked at the darkened distance and nodded faintly. Remember. At those words, Jiang Xiaoman could no longer suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. Today said so much. Enlightened the leaf tassel for so long. Said her mouth dry. Lips are going to break. This girl is finally listened to. Great. What do you remember? Yi Koma scratched his head and thought for half a day, only to feel that his brain was empty. She had just been thinking about Su Yuan. It seemed. Didn't remember anything Jiang Xiaoman, P_Q. Just then, Jiang Xiaoman looked up and saw two figures walking in the distance. The shadows of the two figures were lengthened by the light of the night. One of them was tall and slim, and Jiang Xiaoman instantly recognized Su Yuan. When she looked at another figure, Jiang Xiaoman was dumbfounded. No way. This even brought back a woman? I've been playing this as a joke. But Su Yuan, are you for real? Jiang Xiaoman hurriedly poked Ying. Dead girl, your family's national treasure has returned. Here, and brought back a dainty little sister. When the two of them approached, Ying and Jiang Xiaoman were able to see the appearance of the little girl beside Su Yuan. With a childish face, a fully developed body, and a pink dress, she looked like a preteen loli. Jiang Xiaoman's mouth grew long, and he looked at Su Yuan with intriguing eyes. No, Kakubo brother, where did you bring back such a little girl? Doesn't look 10 yet. Do their parents know? Su Yuan held his forehead. He knew that he would be said so. Just wanted to explain. Hiding behind him, the little girl suddenly opened her mouth. My name is Yui. Hello beautiful sister. Yi took the initiative to greet her, and as she spoke, the two sharp teeth that appeared and disappeared in her mouth were slightly adorable. Yi Koma leaned down, a pair of big eyes staring at Yi, and cupped Yi's cheeks with her hand. And, boy, no, where did you abduct it from? Yi Koma looked at Su Yuan Dao with a confused face. With such a small girl, she wasn't jealous, just puzzled as to where the other had come from. We can't say we picked it up halfway through the day, can we? How can you pick up a live one and bring it back? Su Yuan, I'll take Yi back. Let's go back and talk slowly. It's not good for outsiders to hear. Su Yuan touched Yi Ying's head and whispered. Yi's identity was not something he wanted everyone to know, or he would be in big trouble. A transformed ferocious beast was a big hidden danger among humans. Of course, it was still okay to tell the leaf Koma. Okay, let's go back. Jiang Xiaoman's face had a wonderful expression when he heard this. What does this have to say behind his back? Why are you an outsider? Ying, this dead girl. Just how long have you known Su Yuan? You have become an outsider yourself. See you tomorrow, Kota Mitsuki-san. Ying bid farewell to Jiang Xiaoman and left with Su Yuan without waiting for the other party's reply. Jiang Xiaoman instantly red-warmed. Inside the hotel room, Su Yuan and Yi Ying's faces had a slightly dumbfounded expression, and as they watched Yi wolf down her food, they only felt dreamy, only to see Yi placing a beast spirit level beast source in her mouth, then biting down half of it. Without waiting to swallow, she directly put the other half into her mouth as well. In less than a few seconds of work, a beast spirit level beast source was eaten by her. With that, he took a beast spirit beast source from Su Yuan's hand once again, and this time he directly swallowed it in one gulp before belching. So far people are stupid. He himself was able to devour beast sources to increase his level, but this was the first time he had seen it, treating beast sources like food and crunching them in one bite. But in just half an hour, Yi had already eaten 20 of his beast sources. Su Yuan was a little distressed. Thank you brother and sister. Yi is full for the first time in a month. Yi touched her belly and a hint of satisfaction appeared on her face. Su Yuan propped his forehead, feeling that the other party was just too capable of eating. It was the first time that Su Yuan had seen a ferocious beast that used the beast source as food for 3 meals a day, and this sacred horned gargoyle, it was really rare. After Yi had eaten and drank her fill, her nose twitched as if she had smelled something, and her eyes cast to the mahogany box that sat on the table. The mahogany box contained a peak beast emperor beast source. Seeing this, Su Yuan hurriedly took the mahogany box in his hand and hid it behind his back. Yi don't want it. Yi is full. According to Yi, she had successfully transformed a month and a half ago, accidentally entered human territory, and then was sold to Baidi. She belonged to the sacred horned gargoyle clan, which was considered a top power outside the circle, and was an SSS-ranked ferocious beast with a top bloodline that fed on beast source energy. Suddenly, only a burst of 7-colored light lit up to wrap Yi's body. After the 7-colored light dissipated, Yi's figure disappeared without a trace. Instead of a golden 5-clawed milk dragon? Ow. Just a little bit bigger than Su Yuan's palm. Su Yuan instantly went numb. No way. You call this milk dragon a holy horned gargoyle? Gargoyle? In the next second, the golden horn on top of the holy horned dragon's head shot out a 7-colored light, which instantly covered Ying and Su Yuan, and their figures instantly disappeared into the room. Su Yuan's eyes went black. And then he was brought to an empty and huge black space, with his feet stepping on the void. Heaven and earth were all black and chaotic. Su Yuan raised his head and his heart shook, only to see a one-horned giant dragon with a body 100 meters tall, 5 claws and 4 feet, and 2 huge wings behind it suspended in the air. The giant dragon was covered in golden crystals, as big as a mountain peak, with a 7-colored unicorn horn on its head, its feet stepping on the void, and its might was unparalleled. Whoo! With a fierce roar, a 7-colored ray shot out from the holy horned dragon's mouth. In the next second, the figure of the holy horned giant dragon disappeared, and then appeared in the other direction in a split second. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Now that's the real deal. So big. Suddenly, a system panel popped up in front of Su Yuan's eyes. Holy horned dragon. Age, 7. Sex, female. Rank, 48. Ranking, top bloodline SSS. Ranked no. 5 on the Fierce Beasts Heavenly ranking. Talent 1, creating space. The Holy Horned Dragon Clan can create space regardless of their level. Talent 2, void transience. Can fly in the void, and do thousands of miles instantly. Looking at the contents on the system panel, the corners of Su Yuan's mouth were harder to suppress than AK. This is a great way to pick up the slack yourself. Creating space, instantaneous transfer in the void, and ranking 5th on the Fierce Beast Heavenly ranking. If it was used as a mount, Su Yuan wouldn't even dare to think about how refreshing it would be. He realized that this side of the world was exactly what EE had just created, and that the golden horned dragon in the air was really EE's true form. EE changed into her human form in the air before landing firmly on the ground, scratching her head and looking at Su Yuan's face filled with shyness. Yao, follow brother from now on. Brother's beast source is enough to feed you 3 times a day. Su Yuan looked at EE with firm eyes, his heart excited. If he could take her as a mount, Su Yuan would be able to laugh in his dreams. At those words, EE tilted her head and said in a milky voice, really? 136. 136. EE tilted her head, a trace of delight surfacing on her face, and said in a milky voice, really? Yui couldn't believe it a little. Originally, she had succeeded in transforming into a form, and according to the rules of the Sacred Horned Gargoyle clan, she needed to leave the clan to train outside. But I didn't expect to be trafficked to this place in Baiti by mistake. If there was no good homecoming next, she could only return to the clan in disgrace, and at that time, she would definitely be reprimanded by her old dad, the patriarch, and be shamed by the strongest members of the clan. If Su Yuan could take her in, it would naturally be the best. Does brother look like a bad guy to you? When all is said and done, you'll follow your brother. I'll feed you and let you eat and drink. Su Yuan touched Yi's head and said with incomparably firm eyes, to be able to accept a fierce beast that ranked in the top 5 of the Fierce Beast Heavenly ranking as a mount, it was definitely a big profit for him. This little girl seemed both good and obedient, and innocent. Eating a few beast source would make her work for free. So why not? Not only can it be used as a mount, but it can also be used as a base card when it matters. At the age of 7, he had already reached level 48. This terrifying talent of the Sacred Horned Gargoyle staggered Su Yuan. Then thank you brother Sue. EE hugged Su Yuan's arm and shook her head happily, not to mention how happy she was in her heart. After leaving within the Sacred Horned Gargoyle clan for so long, she finally had a new place to call home and wasn't wandering around. Looking at Su Yuan's resolute eyes, EE could be sure that the other party would definitely not harm herself. Touching the finger ring, a blue beast source appeared in Su Yuan's hand. As soon as the blue beast source appeared, both of EE's eyes shone straight up, and she sniffed it gently, almost leaving Hala at the corners of her mouth. Here, eat slowly. With Su Yuan's permission, EE opened her big mouth and swallowed all the blue beast source in just one mouthful, gently chewing it twice, her face full of satisfaction. Yi Koma's eyes widened and poked Su Yuan. She finally understood what was going on. Boy, she's not human, a gold-swallowing beast? Yi Koma's face was incredulous. She only realized now that the 100-meter unicorn dragon just now was this little girl's real body. Thinking of the awesome, fierce and violent hideous appearance of the one-horned dragon just now, and then looking at EE's current cute and adorable little girl appearance, Yi Koma only felt that it was illusory and incomparable. The contrast is just too great. You just reacted? I'll need to get your opinion on bringing Yui around. Suddenly, Su Yuan twisted his head to look at Yi Yingdao. Yi Koma didn't think it mattered. She leaned down and pinched Yi's little face. Rare. It's fine. EE is so cute. I'm still afraid she'll run away. Suddenly, a 7-colored light lit up. The figure in Yi's human form disappeared and turned back into a small golden one-horned milk dragon, less than a foot tall, with 2 wings flapping behind it, looking adorable. Ow, ow, ow. Yi's 2 paws landed on top of Yi Koma's shoulders. Then she pressed her little golden face towards Yikoma's right cheek. Seems to like you quite a bit. Su Yuan laughed. In the next second, a ray of light shot out from the seven-colored unicorn horn above Yi's head. Su Yuan and Ying only felt their eyes darken, and closed their eyes as they were flashed by the intense colored light. When they opened their eyes again, the two were back in the room. Day 2. Today, at the temporary request of General Lu Zhen, all the competitors in the competition are to gather together for unified training. Morning. Yui, who was lying on the windowsill, opened her hazel eyes and rolled over, letting out a long yawn. Seeing no one inside the house, a hint of surprise appeared in Yi's eyes. Listening to the gurgling and rumbling coming from her stomach, Yui reached out her paw and rubbed her belly. Suddenly, she caught a tantalizing whiff. Standing up, Yui was surprised to find a beast source emitting a purple light sitting right next to her. Without hesitation, Yi directly took a bite of it and swallowed it into her stomach with satisfaction. It was also at that moment that the door to the room was pushed open. Yikoma hurriedly ran in, and when Yi saw this, her wings fluttered behind her, and her young body steadily landed on Yikoma's shoulders. At this moment, inside the training ground, all the contestants from the Summer Kingdom were assembled this time, except for a few individuals who don't show up for no reason. Lu Zhen stood in front of the crowd, looking at the roll call book in his hands with a slight frown. What's going on here with Cho Sung? Not even a reason to take a vacation. Just don't show up? Lu Zhen is a little angry. He really did not think that his disciple even serious training directly played disappearance. Even Jiang Xiaoman, who often felt fish and was lazy, had arrived. So what reason could he, Zhao Chang, have for not coming? Su Yuan and Yi Ying stood together, the two of them holding each other's hands. Yi, on the other hand, was lying on Yikoma's shoulder, tilting her head. The preliminary rounds start in 2 days, and with today we have less than 3 days. Let's test everyone's strength values this morning. Lu Zhen pointed into the air, only to see a red, larger than a sandbag strength value measuring device suspended right in the air. A strength value measuring device that measures the maximum force of an instantaneous blow on it and calculates the corresponding strength value based on the awakened person's level. The greater the strength value, the more stable and stronger the awakened person's basic fundamentals are. It is one of the most intuitive ways to test strength. I have a spatial protection shield set up around me, so everyone, despite transforming, can use beast techniques, beast soldiers, and strike with the most terrifying power. Now I'll call out names, one by one, for the test. The first player to test was a 32 student attending YWCA and currently in his senior year. He transformed into a black tiger ferocious beast. His body violently catapulted into the air, gathered all his strength into the tiger's claws, and fiercely slapped at the measurer. The terrifying power made the air tremble. Only 5 numbers appeared above the red gauge, 14,235. Lu Zhen nodded. Pass. Over 10,000 is a pass. He left with a proud look on his face to the envious eyes of the crowd and returned to the waiting table. The second test player was a girl in her early 20s, from the military division. The ferocious beast she had awakened was the whistling moon red wolf, with 2 red wolf blades in her hands. After transforming, the whistling moon red wolf used its first beast skill and did its best to slash its twin blades on the red tester. Boom! 9,752 points. Work harder and you'll pass this grade in no time, Lu Zhen exclaimed. Of the 10 people who tested immediately after, 2 flunked below 10,000. The remaining 8 are all over 10,000 points. The highest was Jiang Xiaoman, who scored a terrifying 64,232 points. This instantly shocked everyone in the room. You know, it's not like the higher the level, the higher the power value. After the gauge tests the maximum strength, it is also divided by a certain percentage of the rating to arrive at the final strength value. Immediately after that, it was Yi Ying's turn. Yikoma didn't transform, and rose up in the air in his Imperial armor form. The quenching holy spear stabbed with all its might. The terrifying power cut through the void, directly missing the tip of the spear into the red measurer. At the same time, the number is displayed above the red gauge. 91,223 points. Hiss. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air with a look of incredulity. This score was 30,000 points higher than Jiang Xiaoman. How strong of a potential Yi Ying was. If that shot had stabbed someone, it would probably have killed them across dozens of ranks. Seeing his score, Yikoma was elated and slammed the end of his gun into the ground, directly giving the ground a small crater. Seeing this, Lu Zhen wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the roll call and said, next. So far, 137. 137. Hearing his name, Su Yuan walked inside the protective barrier and looked at the red measuring device suspended in the air, preparing for the test. Rubbing his knuckles, Su Yuan's body was wrapped in a burst of darkness. When the darkness cleared, only Su Yuan was clad in black armor and holding a black dragon spear. Above the dragon spear, a five-clawed black dragon circled and danced, an aura of destruction emanating from its two red eyes. Su Yuan took a deep breath, feeling the aura of the exterminating Yinglong in his body, and slightly closed his eyes. Ever since evolving the Tsong Huang Yinglong into the world-destroying Yinglong, Su Yuan's strength and talent had increased more than a few times from before. In front of a super SSS fierce beast, any fierce beast was an ant's existence. His Candle 9 devouring lance was of the same origin as Yinglong, and after Su Yuan completed his evolution, its power was also increased by leaps and bounds. Su Yuan couldn't wait to test just how good his power value was. Scarlet-colored residual shadows floated on the Candle 9 devouring lance. Su Yuan held his breath, his feet stepped on the void and powered up, and his body exploded into the air like a discharged cannonball. It was extremely fast, ridiculously fast. Before the crowd could react, they only saw Su Yuan transform into a black aurora. The tip of the gun pointed, and the gun entered the dragon. The terrifying aura of destruction suddenly erupted out with him as the center of the circle and the entire training ground as the radius. This terrifying aura diffused to the front of the crowd, and shock was on everyone's faces. This breath is so strong. Even a beast saint powerhouse like Lucian couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, only a few cracks appeared on the protective barrier. Seeing this, Lucian was shocked and hurriedly raised his hand to reinforce the protective barrier. This brat, he's too weird too. Is this an SSS awakened person? It's unlikely. This aura is much stronger than an SSS ranked awakened person. Lucian had come into contact with SSS awakened people, and he could firmly believe that none of them were like Su Yuan. It's outrageous. Lucian was certain that if he had not reinforced the protective barrier himself, he was afraid that the destructive force just now would have been enough to destroy the entire training ground. The black aurora flying at breakneck speed through the air slammed into the red surveyor. Boom! Only a deafening explosion could be heard. The red measurer was actually directly blasted into pieces at this moment. Red fragments fluttered in the wind, and the various electronic components inside the gauge were scrapped as well. Lucian was completely dumbfounded. Ha! What a situation! Shattered! Shattered? His mouth grew long in disbelief. This kind of measuring device was cast using the most top-notch high technology of the Summer Kingdom, utilizing extremely strong materials. Extremely tough, it can absorb most of the force without deforming. Just now so many people test no problem at all. Su Yuan directly to dry scrap? Lucian remembered that even with the full force of a level 58 Beast Emperor, nothing happened to the instrument. It's expensive. Tens of millions of dollars apiece. Bastard. Lucian secretly lamented. The crowd that was shocked beyond words looked up at Su Yuan's score at the moment, only to see that Su Yuan's score was clearly in the 6-digit range. The measuring device was directly blasted into oblivion the moment it measured Su Yuan's power value. The good thing is, the results were eventually measured. 990,999? Lucian took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. His face was full of incredulity as he put them back on and looked at them again. Can't go wrong. 999. 999 points. Due to display issues with the gauge, it is not possible to count to millions. So 999 cents is the limit of the gauge. Holy crap. Is this score serious? Don't be outrageous. No. This is too sick? 990,000 points for this score. I can't even reach a fraction of the others. Sure enough, it still has to be Su Yuan, or else he's the first genius of Xia. I just thought my 80,000 points was impressive enough. This. It's a bit too much to break the gauge straight away. I haven't even tested it yet. Why is this gauge gone? The faces of the crowd were all in unrivaled shock. This wave of Su Yuan's performance was indeed beyond their knowledge. Originally, I thought that Ji Tassel's score was already the highest, and it was basically impossible for anyone to exceed 100,000 points. This, Su Yuan directly dried out a 990,000 points. No, 990,000 points was the limit of the gauge. It shouldn't be Su Yuan's limit. Zhang Xiaoman's mouth was wide open with a shocked face, and his eyes were filled with envy and praise matching when he looked at Su Yuan. Boy, is this a human being? Awesome. Hey, I'm used to it. It's nothing really, that's just the way he is. Sometimes he wants to lay low, but he just can't. Without the slightest shock, Yikoma raised his hand and closed Zhang Xiaoman's jaw with a proud face. For her, having seen it so much, it was naturally not surprising. Lucian held his forehead. The tens of millions of dollars of instruments were scrapped in the hands of Su Yuan, and the next players had no test. He had no choice but to think of a way to rent a tester. After testing everyone's strength value, Lu Jin arranged everyone together and began to talk in detail about the combat strategy for the preliminary round. The things he talks about are nothing more than long-winded statements that everyone understands. Jiang Xiaoman, who was standing in the last row, really couldn't listen anymore. She patted the shoulders of Su Yuan and Yi Ying in front of her and whispered, "Let's go and touch the fish. What's the use of listening to this old den? I'm sick of hearing all this stuff. I'll tell you guys about it later. Comely sister, take your family's national treasure and let's go practice. How about it?" Next door to the training ground is a boxing gym. Jiang Xiaoman threw 2 huge boxing gloves into Su Yuan's arms and landed on top of the ring with a leap. She put on her gloves, moved her wrists, and punched a combination into the air, punching Su Yuan Dao at the bottom. "Brother Kakubo, my sister fought inside the army and didn't lose. I'd like to practice with you today. I don't suppose you'd say no?" Saying that, Jiang Xiaoman threw an empowerment belt into Su Yuan's hand. The belt of empowerment briefly increases the wearer's level, and is used to equalize the levels of both opponents when fighting. Wearing this will briefly raise your level to 30. How about the two of us have a match? Jiang Xiaoman's fist kung fu was extremely good. There was no opponent in the military department she belonged to, and her fists were fast and accurate. She also specializes in flying kicks, spinning kicks, and is a master of leg kicks. With her level 44 strength, even without changing her body, her human form could kill level 40 ferocious beasts with her fists and feet. Su Yuan received the boxing gloves and held his forehead, only to feel very speechless. A boxing match? Cannot transform into a ferocious beast and cannot use the Imperial armor form. You can't use beast soldiers. You can't use beast techniques. So you're spamming your human form for fisticuffs? Although Su Yuan couldn't figure out the significance of this, since Jiang Xiaoman had challenged him, then he would treasure this opportunity to fight in a real battle extraordinarily. Ashikawa. Or forget it. This. The difference in strength between the two of you is too great. You're kind of bullying our national treasure. At the bottom of the stage, Yi Koma was a bit unable to watch. Even an awakened who was of a higher rank than Jiang Xiaoman wouldn't necessarily be able to beat her in the ring. Jiang Xiaoman has never lost a fight. Even Yi Tassel took a good beating. Just a little sparring. No, you let your family's national treasure admit defeat. So far puts on the empowerment belt, then puts on the gloves and rolls into the ring. Face to face with Jiang Xiaoman. Begin. The power of the empowerment belt surged towards Su Yuan's body in a continuous stream. In an instant, his level came to level 30. Just as he was about to throw a punch, a vicious gust of wind came roaring in, scattering the air around him along the way. The huge fist slammed into Su Yuan's face in a lightning-fast manner. Seeing this, Su Yuan rushed to use both fists to resist, but this heavy punch is really too vicious. He simply cannot resist, and was directly blown out 4 or 5 meters away, touching the boundary of the boxing ring before being able to stop. Feeling the sharp pain in his hand, Su Yuan frowned slightly. It was also at this moment that Jiang Xiaoman landed another heavy right hand towards his head. Su Yuan dodged to fend it off, but was nearly knocked down by Jiang Xiaoman's heavy left hand to the face. Su Yuan spun around several times in a daze, confused, only feeling the sky spinning. "Brother Kakubo, my sister's fists are very hard." Taking advantage of Su Yuan's confusion, Jiang Xiaoman came up with a set of combinations, and 4 or 5 fist shadows attacked Su Yuan from all directions. Su Yuan uses his fists and elbows to fend off a couple of combinations from Jiang Xiaoman, but unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaoman turned around and hit Su Yuan's chest with a flying kick. Su Yuan jerked back several steps. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan adjusted his state. Su Yuan couldn't figure out why his speed had become so slow. Speed has always been his strength, but I didn't expect that I couldn't even dodge Jiang Xiaoman's fist today. Gathering a terrifying power of the world destroying Yinglong in his body, Su Yuan gathered his power in his fist. The figure shot out explosively and slammed into Jiang Xiaoman, but who would have thought that Jiang Xiaoman's speed was extremely fast, and after easily dodging it, he turned his head and gave a swinging punch to smash Su Yuan's abdomen, and Su Yuan's fist also hit Jiang Xiaoman. Unexpectedly, the other party hard resistance down. Not a little thing. How is the power restricted? Su Yuan didn't understand. Jiang Xiaoman stretched his waist and looked at Su Yuan, who was being beaten back by himself, and smiled lightly. "Wobao brother Dish, just practice more. It's useless to raise you to level 30 ah." It was also at this moment that Su Yuan realized what the problem was. Unwrapping the empowerment belt wrapped around his waist and tossing it aside, Su Yuan's level recovered from level 30 to level 14. He could feel that although this empowerment belt had increased his level, it was like a shackle that firmly locked his speed and strength. One could argue that it does more harm than good and is useless. When Jiang Xiaoman saw this, he looked puzzled. "No, you're not really admitting defeat, are you? How are you going to fight me at level 14 if you unlock the empowerment belt?" Upon hearing this, the corner of Su Yuan's mouth lifted and he faintly shook his head, signaling for the match to continue. Now, the game has just begun. Jiang Xiaoman didn't hesitate. She only wanted to end the fight quickly now, only to see her figure appear in front of Su Yuan like a ghost, blasting out several fist shadows straight to Su Yuan's head. Several fist shadows blasted out from all directions. But what Jiang Xiaoman did not expect was that Su Yuan's dodging speed suddenly became extremely fast, several times faster than just now. The punches she threw out didn't even touch Su Yuan's body, not to mention hitting his head. In the next second, she only felt a sharp pain in her head, as if a cannonball had exploded above her head. Jiang Xiaoman's entire body flew directly out 7 or 8 meters away, her body falling heavily on top of the ring. How? This punch is so heavy. Jiang Xiaoman was directly knocked out by Su Yuan's sudden punch. She struggled to get up from the floor. At this moment, Su Yuan stood in front of her, moving his wrist. With a smile on his face, he said, "There have just been a few mistakes, and now that the game has just begun, I'm not going to let up again. Come on, keep fighting." 138. 138. You hit me so hard. It hurts. Jiang Xiaoman only felt a tearing pain in her head. She had just received a heavy punch from Su Yuan, and until now she was a bit slowed down. She really couldn't figure out what was going on with Su Yuan, suddenly becoming so fast and throwing punches so violently. After receiving a heavy blow, Jiang Xiaoman didn't dare to be careless and placed both fists in front of his head, ready to defend and attack at any time. Taking a deep breath, the power of the world-destroying Yinglong in Su Yuan's body was expanding. Feeling the destructive aura, Su Yuan mobilized his power into his fist. Today was just a boxing duel, and Su Yuan didn't want to use 10% of his strength yet. Against a Jiang Xiaoman, it was enough to exert only 3 points of strength. Whoosh! Su Yuan's figure was like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Jiang Xiaoman, followed by a horrifying punch that was like a landslide, interspersed with vicious fist winds that violently blasted out. This heavy punch contained an extremely terrifying power. Jiang Xiaoman didn't even dare to block it with his hands, he could only dodge to avoid it. Jiang Xiaoman's throat moved gently. She knew that if she was hit by this punch, she was afraid that she would have to lie down directly. It was very difficult to dodge this heavy punch. But what Jiang Xiaoman didn't expect was that the next punch didn't have any intervals, and directly punched on top of the right side of her face. Boom! This terrifying force directly caused Jiang Xiaoman to fly out again. Taking advantage of this, Su Yuan catapulted into the air and slammed a flying knee into Jiang Xiaoman's back. With just one blow, Jiang Xiaoman instantly lost all her ability to fight back, and the violent traumatic blow to her back caused her to directly black out. Boo! Her body fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Xiaoman suddenly woke up from her short coma, only to feel that all the bones in her body were about to break. Her face and back felt like a blazing fire was burning, and the pain tore through her, and Su Yuan stood in front of her at that moment, stretching out a hand. "Thanks for the advice, but it's my win." The match ended and Su Yuan was very humble. Originally, he was holding a mentality of cutting and comparing, and did not put down 10% of his strength. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaoman would have broken into pieces by now. When Su Yuan had just unclipped the empowerment belt, he understood the truth that rank wasn't really the deciding factor when it came to fighting this kind of boxing match. The real test is still speed and instantaneous burst of power. Not just a high level can win. After all, neither of them were using their full power, nor were they going in the spirit of causing death to the other. Su Yuan's speed and explosive power had always been his proud capital, and he had yet to meet an opponent who surpassed him in speed and explosive power. Even that day when he was being chased by the Black Tiger Beast Emperor in the High Tua Forest, Su Yuan was able to use his speed advantage to leave the other party behind. Jiang Xiaoman held Su Yuan's outstretched hand and stood up from the ground with difficulty, touching his sore ass. Jiang Xiaoman forced himself to endure the pain and gave Su Yuan a bow. She was convinced, truly convinced. It was completely and utterly defeated by Su Yuan. She was a person who never gave in to defeat, and if she were to catch up with her in other areas, Jiang Xiaoman would never serve. But to knock her down in a boxing ring, Su Yuan was definitely the first. Jiang Xiaoman was unconvinced and convinced. "Brother Kakubo, you're amazing. Ouch, it hurts. It hurts me. Someday you must teach me. I'll obey you alone." Jiang Xiaoman's buttocks were in vague pain, making her unable to even speak for a while. Su Yuan nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Just then, Yi Ying, who had been watching the battle, saw that the duel was over and rolled over onto the stage. "Boy, it's not hurt, is it? It's heartbreaking, eh?" At those words, a trace of warmth welled up in Jiang Xiaoman's heart. She didn't expect Ying, this dead girl, to care about her so much. This was the first time, but it was understandable. He hadn't lost so badly before. being beaten like this. I'm fine, but don't lie down to sleep tonight. You. Jiang Xiaoman man was dumbfounded. Only Yiying was currently beside Su Yuan, her left hand holding Su Yuan's arm, her right hand touching Su Yuan's body, her face full of concern and worry. She lifted Su Yuan's blouse and pinched on her firm and large abs, repeatedly confirming that Su Yuan was not injured. The words that were just spoken were clearly addressed to Su Yuan. Jiang Xiaoman. No way. Are you such a bigot? Can you at least care about me? What can happen to your family's national treasure? Can't you see I'm taking a beating all the time? Yi coma Jiang Xiaoman directly fumed. She just couldn't look at it anymore. After all this time, it turns out that I don't care about myself, so I'd been touched for nothing. Seeing this, Yiying hurriedly poked Su Yuan's arm and muttered her little mouth. You watch out next time. Look at you. What you've done to Sister Xiaoman. Go easy on her. Do you hear me? Su Yuan revealed an innocent yet not so embarrassed smile and gently nodded. Yi Koma gave Su Yuan a kiss on the cheek after making sure he was fine. And only then did he remember Jiang Xiaoman on the side. Jiang Xiaoman's face was slack-jawed and his gloomy countenance was on the verge of oozing water. Not only did she get beaten up, but she had to endure the pain to be fed dog food. And now she had extremely mixed feelings. She now wanted to shark the leaf tassel. Nope, both of them sharked. Not one of them. Sister Ashikawa, are you okay with that one? If you're not feeling well, I'll take you to the hospital? Yi Koma hugged Jiang Xiaoman from behind and pressed her body against her back, greeting her with a very concerned greeting. Jiang Xiaoman snorted coldly, blankly glanced at Yiying, and violently pinched Yiying's arm. I can't beat your family's national treasure, so I'll just take the pain. Look where you two are showing. Give me all the gas. Evening. In the hotel room, Su Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed couch, exposing his bare top, revealing 8 full and firm abdominal muscles. At the moment, he was holding the 6th-order beast pills that he had taken from the auction house in his hand, and was preparing to attempt to break through to level 15 this evening. Yi Koma, on the other hand, was lying next to her, crossing her 2 little pink feet and playing the game with interest. Yi was lying on Yi Koma's shoulder, 2 paws grasping an already half-eaten beast source, and was tilting her head to look at the cell phone screen in Yi Koma's hand. Knock knock. Just as Su Yuan was preparing to swallow the beast pill and complete his breakthrough, there was a sharp knock on the door of the room. A familiar voice came from outside. Su Yuan, come out for a moment. I have something to find you. It was Lu Zhen's voice. The voice carried a hint of intimidation, a hint of sulkiness, and a hint of urgency. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan frowned slightly and could not help but feel a tightness in his heart. The first thing that came to his mind was that Zhao Cheng's affair might have been discovered. Lu Zhen looked for himself in the middle of the night. I'm afraid that there is no other possibility other than coming to raise hell. Just by listening to this tone of the other party, Su Yuan knew that this time was not that simple. Coming. 139. 139. Yi Koma also heard the commotion outside. She turned her cell phone screen off and busily asked, "What's wrong?" A strong beast saint aura came from outside the door. Su Yuan put on his shoes and opened the door to the room, only to see Lu Zhen was standing outside, his face blue, and there was clearly a hint of anger in his eyes as he looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan was unperturbed by the change and did not show any panic for a while. Doing away with Zhao Cheng, he had done it seamlessly, leaving no clues behind. He didn't understand how Lu Zhen had confirmed him so quickly. Why? Chief Lu, what is it you came to see me about in the middle of the night? Su Yuan asked suspiciously. At those words, Lu Zhen coldly grunted. In his heart, he lamented that Su Yuan was pretending too much. When Zhao Cheng didn't participate in the unified training during the day, Lu Zhen guessed that something might be about to happen. Sure enough, when he returned to the hotel at night, Lu Zhen found Zhao Cheng's room locked, and after forcing it open, he found that it was empty. Zhao Cheng was his disciple, a personal disciple who had studied with him for over 10 years. Master and disciple love is strong. Lu Zhen has always treated Zhao Cheng as his own son, and now that Zhao Cheng has disappeared so plainly, how can he not be concerned? Lu Zhen probed the room with his soul power, and to his surprise, he found Su Yuan's soul power in the room. With his beast saint's perception, he quickly discovered the clues. Sunger is presumably dead, and I don't think I need to say more about who moved. I detected soul power in the room, and that was the day I realized you had a grudge against Naru. It's just that I didn't expect you, a student, to be so cruel in your methods as to outright murder Chenger. Su Yuan, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. As he spoke, Lu Zhen forced down the anger in his heart to prevent himself from having an attack. Zhao Cheng is his disciple, less than 10 years old, followed him to learn, can be said to be he watched grow up. Now that he died in Su Yuan's hands for no reason, he as a master couldn't accept it. How can I say that I want justice for my disciple? Is that so? Chief Lu Zhen, I'm afraid it's not right to put this murderous pot on my head just based on your one sentence and one speculation. Su Yuan shrugged, realizing that he had indeed been exposed. He genuinely did not expect the sole perception of a beast saint powerhouse to be so powerful. Even if he wasn't there at all, the other party would be able to detect that it was his doing through the soul power in the puppet. It had to be said that Su Yuan hadn't thought of that at the time, but he was not willing to make an enemy out of one more beast saint powerhouse for no reason. So he asked, ha 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 ha, there's no need to explain too much to me. You won't get away with it. You can fool the others, not me. If I'm not mistaken, you instructed your puppet to do it, and that puppet, right now, is at your side. At those words, Su Yuan's heart tightened. It's just not a good feeling to be poked right through. It was clear to him that the other party had even detected Dogden's presence, and he was afraid that there wasn't much use in continuing to discern it now. It is true that he killed the man, and it is true that Lu Jin did not slander him. Ha! So Chief Lu, what do you want? Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Su Yuan directly confessed, and he didn't want to be the one who dared to do it but didn't dare to admit it. I have a personal grudge against Zhao Chang. If I don't kill him, it will be me who dies. Seeing Su Yuan directly admit it, Lu Jin's face suddenly changed. Just now he was able to force down his anger and calmly speak to Su Yuan. One could only see his face rippling with veins, both eyebrows twitching, and a strong beast saint's aura exploding out with him at the center. Lu Jin wanted to strike directly, but reason stopped him. Considering Su Yuan's identity, Lu Jin did not make a rash move. Well then, since you admit it, as the person in charge of this international IMC competition, the first thing I'm going to do is disqualify you. Tomorrow, I'm going to gather everyone together in a general meeting to deliberate together, and we'll all come and judge you together. Finally come up with a plan to deal with it and then take you seriously. I don't rule out scrapping you or beheading you in public as a warning to others. The flesh on Lu Jin's face jumped horizontally, and he said in a tone that was cold to the core. At those words, Su Yuan almost didn't laugh out loud directly. He had thought that Lu Jin would go straight for him, but he didn't realize that the other party was going to put himself on public trial in front of everyone. In order to make an example of him? I'm afraid I'm trying to find a reason to avenge Chosung. What if I don't allow it? Judge me. Between Zhao Chang and I there was originally an undying hatred. Whoever has the bigger fist lives. If I don't strike first, I'm afraid the one who dies will be me. Is it wrong that I am merely ending the hatred between the two of us? Why? Don't you think it's ridiculous yourself that you want to be on the side of justice and drag so many people along to judge me? When Su Yuan spoke, he directly disliked Lu Jin. The other party didn't even know what to say for a moment. With a cold smile, Lu Jin faintly said, Su Yuan, you're really sharp-tongued. I'm a beast saint powerhouse, and you're trying to reason with me. How ridiculous. What reasoning is there to be had? Then go straight to hell. I'm not pretending. I just want to avenge Chenger and kill you with my own hands. Lu Jin could no longer suppress the monstrous anger in his heart, and he directly struck out. It's no use relying on words alone. Since we have the power, let's solve the problem savagely. Terrifying beast saint power gathered in his hands. Lu Jin closed his eyes and sighed. He was naturally aware of the consequences of killing Su Yuan, what price he would have to pay, but he couldn't live his life without avenging Chenger. In a flash of lightning, Lu Jin blasted out a terrifying strike, preparing to directly end Su Yuan's life. Suddenly, a black hole appeared out of nowhere in the void, and the powerful suction of the black hole even directly absorbed all the power that Lu Jin had just gathered. Lu Jin was dumbfounded. What's going on here? How can that be? What the hell is out there? Suddenly, only a crack appeared in the void. From the crack, a middle-aged man in a white military uniform emerged. The man's body exuded a terrifying aura of a peak beast saint. Lu Jin recognized at a glance that this was a soul body, and the owner of this soul body was, surprisingly, General Breaker. Yi Baojun stood in front of Su Yuan, his brows tightly crossed and his hands ready behind him. Finally caught up. Yi Baojun was on a mission in the Middle East during this period of time, not far from Baidi, and after seeing Yi Koma's message, he hurriedly split into a soul body to come and help Su Yuan and the two of them out. Lu Jin, I respect you as a senior. Let the grudges between young people be resolved by the young people themselves, and whoever dies can only be said to be incapable of strength, and there's no need for us old farts to intervene. It's not right for you, a beast saint, to deal with a kid who is less than level 20. If you have to stand up for Zhao Chang, then naturally I'll have to do the same. My aunt won't be able to move anyone today. P.S. Are the chapters written lately bad? Why are there so few catch-up reads? Down num ah. I'm convinced. The background of the latest chapter subscription data miserable. Finished reading is also gaga low. 140. 140. With just a soul body standing there, Yi Breijin made Lu Jin be directly fixed on the spot. Hiss. The The powerful and terrifying aura caused Lu Jun to suck in a breath of cool air. He hurriedly collected his breath and prepared his hands behind his back, not daring to make a single out-of-character movement. Not for any other reason. It was because Yi Baojun was simply too strong. Lu Jun was afraid of his strength and was clear that he was not an opponent at all. Although it was only a soul body standing in front of him, when both sides moved, it was definitely a 1-9 open. One move from his opponent and he dies 9 times. In a peak Beast Saint powerhouse, any Beast Saint was a low-level Beast Saint, a mole cricket that could be killed with the lift of a hand. After all, peak Beast Saints had another name, half-step Beast Emperors. Looking at the entire Xia Kingdom, besides Peng Zhu, Yi Baojun was the strongest. Even Wu Chongchang was not his opponent. His terrifying strength was there for all to see. Lu Jun was never expecting that Yi Baojun would suddenly step in for Su Yuan. It was all just too sudden. General Yi, what a coincidence. The two of us haven't seen each other for a long time. You're so busy with missions outside the circle. How come you have time to come to Baidi? Why don't you give me some advance notice? Come suddenly at night. Catch me off guard. I'm not prepared for anything here? Lu Jun was smiling on the surface, but in fact, his heart was as hard as eating. Even if he had more hatred now, he had to bury it in his heart. In other words, before, he would still be able to rely on the terrifying strength of his Beast Saint to speak, and make a move if he couldn't reason it out, but not anymore. In front of Yi Baojun, he had to be honest and reasonable. If I had come one step later, Su Yuan would have been in danger. You, a 61st level Beast Saint powerhouse, such a highly respected senior, rashly striking out at a brat. I'm afraid it wouldn't be honorable to tell the truth. I am not a domineering person, but if you dare to touch Su Yuan today, then I feel the need to turn the tables on you. Facing Lu Jun's smiling face, Yi Baojun didn't take any notice of it and shot back in an extremely cold tone. He protected Su Yuan behind him like a city wall, and his body exuded a terrifyingly strong aura. He had previously promised Su Yuan that in the future, Su Yuan's affairs would be his Yi Baojun's affairs. He, Yi Breijun, was Su Yuan's backer, and anyone who dared to touch Su Yuan was an enemy of him. Yi Breijun, Lu Jun, you should also understand what I mean. I declare that the feud ends here. At those words, a fire of anger suddenly flared up in Lu Jun's chest, and he trembled as he tried to suppress it. His own disciple was killed, but he, as a master, was unable to stand up for him. Now Yi Baojun casually said that the grudge ends here, and that's the end of it? It's really too much of a bully, isn't it? Humph, Su Yuan killed my disciple Zhao Chang. This kind of hatred, General Yi touched off with a single word. Isn't it too much of a bully? Lu Jun was a little bit on top of his head. The anger in his heart was a little bit unable to be suppressed. In front of Yi Baojun's face, he raised his voice. Hearing this, Su Yuan wanted to open his mouth to explain, but was directly interrupted by Yi Baojun. Yi Baojun's brows were tightly crossed, a trace of displeasure showing on his face, a powerful aura spreading from his circumference in all directions. He really couldn't imagine that anyone would dare to talk to him like that. How many years had it been since anyone had dared to stand in front of him and speak to him in such a tone? Listening to Lu Jun, it seems that he is very unconvinced and is bent on standing up for Zhao Chang. Why Lu Jun? You don't want the grudge to end here. Is it possible that you still want to fight with me and avenge Zhao Chang's death? Not to mention that Su Yuan is not right. Even if he is wrong, I will protect him today. I'm the bully. If you're not convinced, strike. Suddenly, 4 or 5 black holes appeared behind Lu Jun, and these black holes went straight to nothingness. With an extremely strong suction force, Yi Breijun didn't even raise his hand. He just casually moved his mind and several black holes of nothingness were instantly created. In an instant, Lu Jun's entire body's beast power was suppressed, unable to move at all, losing all ability to fight back. Each of these black holes was equivalent to a Beast Saint powerhouse of level 67 or higher. If Yi Baojun was willing, he would not even need to move a finger. Lu Jun would have to be torn into pieces right now, along with his soul, and instantly annihilated in the void. No, nothing like that. General Breaker, how could you? I didn't mean it like that. You were right just now. Young people settle things between themselves, and now it's clear that the grudge has been settled. So close to death. Lu Jun panicked, completely panicked. Facing death head-on brought him to his senses in an instant, realizing that he absolutely had to die if he didn't give in. Nothing works in the face of absolute strength. He was able to suppress Su Yuan with his absolute strength, and Yi Baojun was able to suppress him with his absolute strength. I begged the general to stop and let me go for old time's sake. Yi Breijun waved his hand indifferently, and several black holes that went straight to nothingness instantly disappeared. Lu Jun's body couldn't support himself and directly collapsed on the ground in one go, his forehead oozing out a fine line of sweat as he panted heavily for breath. thanks to Yi Baojuan's timely withdrawal, or else he would be dead by now. Yi Yingying's heart couldn't be happier to see this, poked his old man's body from behind, but found that it was actually a differentiated soul body, which could not be touched at all. Old Den, you are so handsome, but, why did you leave him alive? If we keep this kind of person alive, I'm afraid he'll settle scores when you're gone. Yi Koma had thought that her old man would directly kill her, but she didn't expect that she would leave Lu Jin alive, which made her quite puzzled. Su Yuan, on the contrary, saw the intention clearly, and he hurriedly blocked Yi Ying's mouth. Given Lu Jin's special status, it would be difficult for Yi Baojun to explain to the other generals if he beheaded the other party. For this kind of people, it is enough to let them know how powerful they are. Yi Baojun had degrees in his hand, but just now he was really motivated to kill. If Lu Jin was bent on having his way just now, he really must be a corpse now. At that time, he gave Lu Jin a random hat, reported to the general, naturally can also hide the sea. Tomorrow you go back to Xia. I'll tell the commander-in-chief about you, and next you'll no longer be in charge of another international IMC. The person in charge I'll make other arrangements for tomorrow. Day 2, early in the morning. Today is the day of the draw for the international IMC tournament, with the preliminary rounds starting the day after tomorrow. All of Xia's competitors have gathered and will travel to Abu Dhabi to draw lots with the competitors from various countries. Lots are drawn to determine the matchups for the next few rounds of the preliminary rounds. Hello everyone. General Lu has returned to Xia early because of something. I'll be in charge next. Outside the hotel, a man in a white military uniform stood in front of the crowd and said, 141. 141. The man looked like he was only in his early 40s, but he was already a peak beast emperor, or a Shao general of the Xia kingdom. Ning Xian yawned, only feeling sleepy for a batch. A few hours ago he was still sleeping. It was hard for him to change his post and have a good sleep, but as a result, he was pulled up by Yi Baojun before he could sleep until he woke up naturally. Yi Baojun wants him to lead the international IMC tournament, replacing the original Lu Jin. Although Ning Xian wasn't happy about it, he couldn't do anything about it since military orders were like mountains. Getting from the summer border to Baidi was so tight that it made him a little uncomfortable. He was also a bit overwhelmed upon arrival due to the vastly different environments of the two countries. To introduce myself, my name is Ning Xian, and I come from the Supreme Military Department. These next few days, I hope everyone gets a good result. The faces of all the people were in a daze. None of them thought that once they woke up, Lu Jin, who had accompanied them for so many days, had been replaced. For most people, though, it's the same whoever leads the team, and they don't think about it in any other way. In the ranks at the moment, Yi Koma put a hand on Su Yuan's shoulder and laughed out loud as she looked at Ning Xian, who had 2 dark circles under his eyes and looked like he hadn't woken up. She didn't recognize Ning Xian. She could name most of these generals of the Xia kingdom. Ning Xian was an exception. She had never seen them before, but seeing the other party in this sleepless state, with panda eyes, more or less made her a bit tolerant. You can see how quickly broken old Den switched, the kind that doesn't wait for dawn at all. But it's hard for him. Everyone's here, right? Departing Abu Dhabi next. Abu Dhabi is the core city of the emirate, far more prosperous and affluent than Al Baidi, and a veritable city of wealth in the Middle East. This time the draw took place in a 6-star hotel in the heart of Abu Dhabi. When the participants from Xia reached, the participants from other countries also arrived in special planes. A total of 84 countries came to the preliminary rounds, divided into 14 groups, from Group A to Group N, with 6 countries in each group. 6 of these countries in the same group were placed on a floor for the drawing of lots. The draw will draw the teams that will face off in each of the next rounds. Xia was placed in Group F. Also in Group F were 5 other countries, Lighthouse, Kimchi, Agri, Ant, and Philly Monkey. Afternoon. The hundreds of participants from the 5 countries in Group F had all assembled on the 17th floor of the hotel for the lottery ceremony. Ning Xian led all of Xia's contestants to find a seat that belonged to Xia, and then arranged for everyone to sit down. The rules of this competition need to be explained by the IMC staff before the draw starts. This year's IMC competition has some rule changes from previous years. After the people from Xia were fully seated, the participants from several other countries also arrived one after another. Players from the Ant Kingdom, the Agri Kingdom, and the Kimchi Kingdom have also found their place. But soon the drawing of lots will begin. But there is no sign of the Lighthouse State players. The staff waited for a long time, very anxious, until 5 minutes had passed since the beginning of the lottery ceremony, when the dozen or so participants from the Lighthouse country entered the arena under the leadership of a beast-sane powerhouse. As soon as these people from the Lighthouse nation came in, the crowd present could feel the powerful aura on them, and they could not help but feel a shock in their hearts, only to see that the dozen or so people competing from this Lighthouse nation were all SSS ranked awakened. and every single one of them is ranked so high that it can be ridiculously strong. On the contrary, several other countries, the Summer Kingdom was still good. The Three Kingdoms, and the Filipino Monkey Kingdom didn't even have a few SS-class awakened people. All of these countries were basically looking at the participation rewards and came over to fish in troubled waters, not wanting to take any place at all. Plus these countries didn't have any highly gifted awakened people in the first place. Awesome. Worthy of a lighthouse country. The lighthouse of the world lives up to its name. So many strong people, and all of them are SSS ranked talents. Worthy of being a loyal ally of our Phi Monkey Kingdom. Laughing to death. What has the power of the Lighthouse Kingdom got to do with you Phi Monkey Kingdom? It doesn't have anything to do with it, does it? Lighthouse Nation is just too strong. How can we play this time when the winner of Group F is not Lighthouse Nation? Lu a good boy. All SSS grade talent? Don't be too outrageous. Lighthouse Nation is a solid number 1. But there's no need to panic in this preliminary round as long as you place in the top 3 to make it to the knockout rounds. These contestants from the Lighthouse State had different skin colors, and it was clear that some of the strongmen were not native to the Lighthouse State, but had immigrated to it later. Su Yuan sat in the row near the front, and he instantly recognized Xiong Feng among the many participants from the Lighthouse Nation. Xiong Feng walked at the front of the group, holding the star-spangled banner of the Lighthouse Nation, his face filled with pride. It's too similar. Yi Breijin had once shown Su Yuan a picture of Xiong Feng, the traitor. Although so many years had passed, Su Yuan was still able to recognize it at a glance. This former SSS-ranked awakened person of the Xia Kingdom, the disciple of General Great Wall, the pride of heaven, eventually betrayed the Xia Kingdom, killed his comrades, fled to the Lighthouse Kingdom, and completely betrayed the Xia Kingdom. Treason against your master and your country. 10,000 deaths won't be enough. It wasn't only Su Yuan who recognized Xiong Feng, but also Ning Xian, who was sitting next to Su Yuan at the moment. When he saw Xiong Feng appear, a hint of killing intent flashed across Ning Xian's eyes. He never expected to meet this asshole Xiong Feng here. This was definitely a surprise for him. What a coincidence. Don't fall into my hands this time, or I'll make your life worse than death. The many players from the Lighthouse country sat down, and by now, all the participants from the 6 countries in Group F were present. The drawing of lots has officially begun. Before the start, the staff of the IMC International Tournament briefly introduced the rules of the preliminary round. The preliminary round is still a point system to determine the lineup. Group F, with 6 countries, held 12 rounds of preliminary rounds. For each round of matchups, the dueling countries will need to send players to face each other one-on-one in a ring format. At the end of the 12 rounds of matchups, the total score for each country is tallied, with the top 3 advancing to the elimination rounds and the bottom 3 not making it out of the tournament. Ning Xian was very sure about the matter of getting out of the lineup, as none of the others in Group F were rivals to Xia except for Lighthouse. Just reach the top 3 and you're out. Soon, the results of the draw came out. Xia is going to play Atri in the 3rd round, Phi Monkey in the 7th round, Lighthouse in the 9th round, and Ant in the 11th round. Of the 12 rounds of matchups, Summerland is going to be in 4 rounds. 5 contestants are to be fielded in each round, where a win is worth 1 point and a loss is worth 0. The maximum number of points that can be scored is 5 and the minimum is 0. The total score is calculated at the end of the 4 rounds, and as long as the score is in the top 3, you will advance. That's not a bad draw. After the draw, Ning Xian didn't rush off, but instead went straight to the Lighthouse Kingdoms group and found Xiong Feng in the crowd. Xiong Feng, do you still recognize me? It's been a long time. Xiong Feng, who was speaking to someone else with his head down, was startled and looked toward Ning Xian, his face filled with surprise. How could it be him? Xiong Feng of course recognized Ning Xian. The two were students at the Daton level of the National Defense Beast and were friends more than 20 years ago. Ning Xian was Yi Bajuan's disciple, awakening the SS-class top-tier ferocious beasts, while Xiong Feng had been taken on as an apprentice by Wu Changcheng. But Ning Xian never expected that this so-called friend would later suddenly betray Xia and defect to the Lighthouse Kingdom. Even less did I expect to meet here today. You're actually level 59, Peak Beast Emperor. Xiong Feng was dumbfounded, feeling the aura on Ning Xian's body. He couldn't believe it. Although Xiong Feng was an SSS-ranked awakened person, his physique was not working and it was extremely difficult to increase his rank over the years. He hadn't been taken seriously all these years in the Lighthouse Kingdom either, and after more than 20 years had passed, he was only able to reach level 47. If it were any other awakened, level 47 would already be good, but he was an SSS-ranked awakened, and this rate of leveling up could be said to be slow. What he hadn't expected was that Ning Xian, who was less talented than him, was already a peak beast emperor. Xiong Feng, you lackey, you couldn't surpass me when you were at the Defense Beast De. Not even after all those years of going to the lighthouse country to further your education. What did you get? Ning Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thinks he's chosen a good path, but in reality he's dumb as hell. P.S. The latest chapter to read the people are less and less I really tired. The back did not collapse How to read so few, is not good? 142. 142. Xiongfeng thought he had made a smart decision by betraying Xia and defecting to the Lighthouse Kingdom, killed 3 of his fellow comrades, and as a show of loyalty leaked Xia's secrets to the Lighthouse State. Willing dog for the Lighthouse State military. But what was gained in the end? It's been over 20 years. His former best friend, Ning Xian, had become a Xia Shao general, reaching level 59 peak beast emperor, and Xiongfeng as an SSS awakened only managed to be level 47. After being used once in the lighthouse country over the years it had no value and was kicked aside as a dog. People like you can really be worse than pigs and dogs. I feel pathetic for you. Don't you realize how your parents, your brothers and sisters were treated after you left? Xiongfeng, you really are a human-skinned animal. Ning Xian was a bit unable to suppress the anger in his heart and said, he had been close friends with Xiongfeng before, and the two of them could be said to have been like shadows without words during their time at the Upper Defense Beast University. But he has severed all ties with Xiongfeng since he defected to the Lighthouse State. He had thought that Xiongfeng was enjoying excellent conditions in the Lighthouse country, or SSS-grade talent, and after so many years, his strength and rank would definitely not be below him. He had cultivated hard all these years just so that one day he would be able to personally kill Xiongfeng, the traitor, with his own hands. And that's what Bear Maple turned out to be? Being pointed at his nose and scolded like this, Xiongfeng was a bit annoyed. His first look was to a few of his teammates in the Lighthouse Nation, but then he realized that all of his teammates around him were looking at him funny. One laughed and laughed, literally looking at it as if it were fun. Xiongfeng breaks straight through the defense. I've been humiliated today. Ning Xian, you don't understand. You don't understand at all. Everyone has everyone's quest, and the Lighthouse State is where I'm going to spend my life. So what if I betray the Xia Kingdom in order to be able to realize the quest in my heart? So what if I kill a few people? Xiongfeng coldly shot back, his eyes covered in blood. He actually laughed out loud to himself when he got to the emotional part. He always believed that there was nothing wrong with pursuing one's ideals, only that the means were a bit biased. Why won't you leave yourself alone after all these years? As for the Great Wall of Wu, he's so biased. I'm his disciple and he won't give me anything. By the way, I can tell you that even though I betrayed him, I will definitely be the strongest disciple he has ever taught. At those words, Ning Xian snorted out a laugh, laughing my ass off. This guy still has the face to call himself General Great Wall's disciple. Just as the two men were at swords drawn, Su Yuan, who had been standing behind Ning Xian, suddenly opened his mouth. You're probably not worthy of it yet, traitor to your teacher and country. Dying 10,000 times is not enough. If I were you, I would choose to just cut myself. At those words, Xiongfeng fiercely looked in the direction of the voice, only to see that it was a teenager dressed in black, less than 20 years old, with a thin body and a handsome face. Xiongfeng's gaze flinched. These words had undoubtedly poked him in the sore spot. His face snapped into a grimace, clenching his fists in anger. Bastard! How dare you talk to me like that? Facing the infuriated Xiongfeng, Su Yuan slowly opened his mouth and enrolled himself. So far, one of General Wall's apprentices. Hearing these two familiar words, Xiongfeng's entire body felt as if he had been electrocuted. A hint of complexity flashed in his eyes as he looked at the black-clothed teenager in front of him. Su Yuan, that's Summer Country's top genius. The first SSS awakened person in 20 years. Xiongfeng looked at Su Yuan. Just now he was so close to the other party that he didn't recognize him. Ha 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 ha, isn't this a senior brother? I feel so lucky for you that your talent has reached the same level as mine. First time we meet. Why is senior brother saying such things? Xiongfeng's mouth squeezed out a smile, but a few chills flashed inside his eyes. He had heard of Su Yuan's name ages ago. It's really different when you meet today. Shut the up. Who is your master? Be an honest dog of the Lighthouse State. I'll see you on the field. At those words, Xiongfeng's expression changed abruptly, and the flesh on his face twisted. He had spoken to the other party politely, but the other party had ended up speaking so out of turn. This is not giving yourself any face at all. Throwing your face to the ground and stepping on it. Little. You are really tired of living. I advise you to better hide in the team and not come out, or else watch out for senior brother to take your life. You're so flamboyant. I'm afraid even a genius will die young. Xiongfeng's heart held a ball of anger as his chest rose and fell. He himself had the intention of personally slaughtering Su Yuan, the so-called heaven's pride of the Xia Kingdom. Seeing that the other party dared to be so open, Xiongfeng became even more determined in this idea. Just then, after the Lighthouse Nations team had assembled, Xiong Feng left a harsh message before leaving the field with the team. Ning Xian patted one hand on Su Yuan's shoulder and laughed. You're quite a bloodthirsty kid. But don't be too impulsive. Xiong Feng is extremely cunning. I'm afraid it's not something you can deal with right. Just slaughter him and leave it to me. Su Yuan didn't say anything and just nodded. His gaze kept falling on the back of the departing Xiong Feng, hesitating to move away. Just now, his Xiong Feng's body left behind a trace of soul power that was too weak to be detected. The draw was officially closed. As the countries were preparing to leave on a special plane, they saw the sky suddenly clouded over. Seeing the imminent thunderstorms, planes from various countries have opted to delay their takeoffs, temporarily resting for a while in a 6-star hotel lounge. It wasn't long before there was a torrential downpour outside, accompanied by bursts of lightning and thunder. The crowd from Xia was placed in a VIP room for a short restoration. Su Yuan sat on the sofa in the lounge with his eyes closed, using his soul force to sense Xiong Feng's location and direction. Suddenly, Su Yuan snapped his eyes open and stood up. Good chance. Through soul force perception, Su Yuan was surprised to find that Xiong Feng had left the hotel in the pouring rain. It was an unexpected surprise for him. Su Yuan rose to kill. He was someone who did things absolutely cleanly. And if he could solve Xiong Feng now, he naturally didn't have to trouble himself later. Oh, I'll see if you can event race that day. Traitor. 143. 143. Wait for me here. I'm going out for a little while now. I'll be right back. Su Yuan looked at Ying who was sitting beside him, pinched the other party's small face and laughed. After saying that, he left the VIP lounge. At the moment, outside, Bear Maple stood in front of a convenience store and took a hard drag on his cigar, gulping in smoke. For a while he just felt floating and immensely at ease. He's a man with a smoking habit, an extraordinarily large one, especially when it rained. His addiction to cigarettes would be 10 times greater than before. Unfortunately, I was in a hurry and didn't have a cigar on me. When his addiction to cigarettes kicked in, he felt like there were 10,000 ants crawling all over his body. So he ignored the torrential downpour and traveled so far to buy cigarettes. It's so cozy. Just as he was comfortably gulping down the smoke, he saw that in the midst of that rain, a man wearing a mask and a black umbrella was slowly walking towards him. Xiong Feng froze. For some reason, he felt a little bad. Who are you? Xiong Feng finished the last puff of his cigar and dropped the butt on the ground. Cautiously, Su Yuan stood in the rain with an umbrella, casually removing the mask that blocked his face. Xiong Feng, the two of us have just met. How about that? You recognize me now? A chilling smile appeared at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth. Xiong Feng's breathing tightened, and for a moment, he was actually a bit at a loss for words. He couldn't figure out why Su Yuan suddenly appeared here. He was determined to kill him himself. Isn't this asshole kid afraid of death? Looking at Su Yuan's smile, Xiong Feng's heart went numb, and with the blowing of a cold wind, he only felt a chill on his back. I didn't go to look for you, but you came over to send yourself to death first. Since you sincerely want to die, then I, as a senior brother, will give you a ride. Boom! Without hesitation, Xiong Feng directly chose to transform. Ho ho ho! Only a burst of blue light wrapped Xiong Feng's body, and when the blue light dispersed, he could only see Xiong Feng wearing blue armor and a Beast Emperor Great Adamantine Mortar and Pestle in his hand. I was hoping to keep you alive for a few more days, but now I don't see the need for that. Xiong Feng's body shot out explosively, exerting 10% of his strength. The Vajra iron pestle slammed into Su Yuan, and wherever it went, even the air distorted. Xiong Feng was holding the means of certain death as soon as he struck. Su Yuan stroked his bracelet, only to see a red figure suddenly flash out in front of him. The red figure slammed out a punch, unexpectedly directly carrying Xiong Feng's full force strike. The energy aftermath generated by the iron pestle and the holy fist blasting together shook Xiong Feng back a dozen steps. Dog Den, on the contrary, stood still and did not move at all. Xiong Feng was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out when this strong man appeared. Looking at this aura, it was at least an SSS class beast Zune powerhouse, and his strength would definitely not be below him. Today is your lucky day. I'll let you off the hook. Get the hell out of here. Xiong Feng knew that he had no chance of winning if he was 1-on-2, and now that he couldn't help Su Yuan, he could only go for the best. At the same time, he sent an urgent message to his teammates and in the lighthouse country. Appeal to them to come over for support as soon as possible. As soon as his people arrived, they could kill Su Yuan on the spot, and with good reason. Go! Su Yuan pointed at Xiong Feng who wanted to run away and ordered. Such a good opportunity, just enough to completely kill Xiong Feng. Su Yuan could not possibly let it go. How could he let Xiong Feng escape so easily? Boom! Dog Dang feet stepped on the void power, body as a red aurora shooting out, in the air to adjust the posture. Aimed at one to escape Xiong Feng is a fierce punch. This punch contained an extremely terrifying force, punching Xiong Fang's abdomen, and the latter instantly spat out a mouthful of black blood, then directly flew out more than 10 meters away, falling heavily on the ground. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth rose slightly, his hands behind his back, quietly watching Dog Deng strike. He had long guessed Xiong Fang's cattiness. Although he was an SSS class awakened person, his physique was born with a big problem that greatly limited his talent. This was why Xiong Fang's leveling speed was so slow. I'm afraid that such an SSS awakened is not even as good as a top SS ranked fierce beast awakened. And how could it be a match for Dog Den? Asshole, don't you dare. Xiong Fang stood up from the ground with great difficulty. He felt as if all the bones in his body were shattered. The pain almost made him faint. If he hadn't just had his armor to protect him, he would have died through and through. How could there be such a strong person? Obviously not as strong as himself in rank, with the same talent as himself, and when he moved, he was far from being an opponent. Whoosh! Dog Den struck again. A flying kick directly on the waist of Xiong Fang. The latter slid dozens of meters against the ground. The kick through the armor even broke several of his ribs. Damn it! Xiong Fang realized that he wasn't a match for this mysterious powerhouse at all. And now he could only wait for support from the Lighthouse Kingdom. He's trying to save his life from an easy death now. Boom! Another wind-breaking punch blasted in. Xiong Fang hurriedly leapt into the air, attempting to utilize his extremely fast speed to get rid of Dog Den behind him. Dog Den similarly shot into the air like a red aurora borealis, in hot pursuit of Xiong Fang. But Xiong Fang's proudest speed was completely crushed by Dog Den. But in half a breath's effort, Dog Den had already rushed to the front of Xiong Fang's face and aimed a fierce punch at his face. The punch bloodied half of Xiong Fang's face. Another knee hit Xiong Fang's chest, and only a crackling sound of broken ribs could be heard as Xiong Fang spat out a mouthful of black blood before falling heavily to the ground. Knock! The ground was smashed with a human-sized crater. Dog Den slammed to the ground and stomped on Xiong Fang's face, ready to strike when he only heard a clear, cold drink from the distant air. Seek death. Stop. In an instant, an extremely strong beast saint power swept through space, heading straight for Dog Deng. Su Yuan knew it was bad. If he was hit, Dog Deng was bound to be scrapped. He hurriedly stroked the bracelet and immediately put the Dog Den away. 7 or 8 figures appeared in the air, the weakest of which was a Beast Zune, and the strongest was a level 66 Beast Saint. 7 or 8 figures landed on the ground at the same time, protecting the half-beaten Xiong Fang. General Nord. This asshole kid. Kill him. Xiong Fang lay on the ground, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and was helped up by several Lighthouse Nation teammates, not forgetting to say viciously, it was fortunate that his own people had arrived in time, or else he would have died today. This damn little hits hard. Xia brat, you have a lot of guts. How dare you lay your hands on my Lighthouse Kingdom's heavenly pride for no reason? It's useless for anyone to come today. You were the one who struck first. Just leave your life here. General Nord's face was expressionless. It was his duty to protect the safety of every participant in the Lighthouse State. Whoever dares to provoke the Lighthouse State must be executed. General Nord didn't hesitate and went straight for it. 144. 144. Su Yuan frowned slightly as he scanned these 7 or 8 Lighthouse Kingdom powerhouses that surrounded him. Among them were 4 or 5 beast dignitaries, 2 beast emperors, and a level 66 beast saint. Can't seem to beat it. Su Yuan is not the least bit panicked. If you can't beat them, just withdraw. The only thing he felt regretful about was just crippling Xiong Fang and not slaughtering him. Slaughtering Xiong Fang was one of Su Yuan's goals for this visit to the Emirates, and he wasn't in a hurry to get him killed all at once. There's plenty of opportunity next. If I want to leave, which one of you can stop me? Su Yuan said indifferently. Then he looked at Yi on his shoulder. Yi nodded and wailed, understanding what Su Yuan meant. Ho ho ho, only to see a golden defense barrier instantly appear around Su Yuan. Immediately afterward, a deafening dragon roar rang in his ears. Yui revealed her true form in a moment. It was a one-horned giant dragon with a body 100 meters tall, 5 claws and 4 legs, and 2 huge wings behind it. The giant dragon was covered in golden crystals, as large as a mountain peak, with a 7-colored unicorn horn atop its head and its feet stepping on the void. Its might was incomparable. Once the holy horned giant dragon's true body appeared, its terrifying size and domineering dragon roar instantly subdued everyone present. General Nord was about to make a move on Su Yuan, but after seeing the sacred horned gargoyle, a hint of greed surfaced in his eyes and shifted his target to Yi. This holy horned dragon? My god, today's luck just couldn't be better. As someone who had been stationed outside the circle all year round, General Nord had certainly heard of this legendary god-ranked ferocious beast. Being able to rank in the top 5 on the Fierce Beast Heavenly ranking, the value it could bring was endless. A ferocious beast of this level and with this kind of talent suddenly appeared in front of him. which made it hard for him not to be moved. It was important to know that humans hadn't captured a ferocious beast in the top 10 of the ferocious beast list outside the circle for 10 years. On the contrary, beast saint level ferocious beasts could be captured several times a year. This was enough to see the value and rarity of the ferocious beasts on the fierce beast heavenly ranking. Seven-colored unicorn horn pushed Su Yuan onto his head, and then his figure disappeared. And in less than a millisecond, he suddenly appeared above 10,000 meters in the air again. The sacred horned gargoyle could travel through the void at unimaginable speeds. Before Nord could react, he only saw that the sacred horned gargoyle and Su Yuan had already disappeared from sight. No one runs. Both of you stay here. With a casual wave of Nord's hand, 6 huge spatial barriers instantly appeared, forming a square-shaped trap space, trapping Su Yuan and in it. Whoosh! Nod's figure exploded to 10,000 meters in the air at breakneck speed and faintly laughed. Kid, where did you get this holy horned giant dragon? If you give it to him, for the sake of the friendly international relations between the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Summer Kingdom, I can let you off the hook. At those words, under Su Yuan's feet seemed to have understood the words and instantly became furious. Ho ho ho! Yui roared fiercely, and a 7-colored ray shot out violently from the dragon's mouth, heading straight for Nord. Although was only level 47, the power of this giant dragon ray could not be underestimated, and all those under the Beast Emperor who touched it would be vaporized. Nord snorted and casually released a spatial black hole, then instantly absorbed the 7-colored rays into oblivion. That's pretty mean. With a grip of Nord's right hand, the square barrier that trapped Su Yuan and began to shrink extremely fast. The next second, in front of Nord, the figures of one person and one dragon instantly disappeared into the void. It was as if it had vaporized in an instant, and no trace of it could be found, leaving only an empty square of trapped space. Nord was instantly dumbfounded, his mouth growing wide. He kind of couldn't believe what was happening. Closing his eyes, Nord diligently searched for the scent left behind by Su Yuan in the trapped beast space. As long as he could find a trace of scent, he could follow the scent to find the direction the other party had left. Even if the other party was a Beast Emperor powerhouse, as long as he knew the direction of escape, Nord would be able to quickly catch up. But what was incredible to him was this. This man and beast surprisingly really didn't leave a single scent behind. Not even a tiny bit. How the hell is this possible? Run away somewhere? Fark! Nord rubbed his brow as he kind of wondered how the other man had escaped. Even if the Beast Emperor had utilized the power of space to escape, there was no way that he could say that there was no scent at all. Immediately after that, Nord used his soul power to probe within 100 kilometers away. To his shock, there was still no sign of this man and beast, falling steadily from a height of 10,000 meters. Nod frowned with mixed emotions, sighing helplessly. He now had to accept the reality that he had let Su Yuan run away. For a kid who was less than level 20 to slip through the hands of the Beast Saint made him feel more than a little ashamed. Well, General Nord, did you kill that asshole kid? Definitely can't let him live. I have to break him into pieces to fulfill my heart's hatred. Xiong Feng was supported by 2 teammates. At the moment he couldn't even stand steadily. Just now Dog Dang almost killed him. Now he was already considered to be wasted. He asked, his face pale, his speech hoarse but his face sinister. Looking at this miserable state of Xiong Feng and meeting the other party's expectant eyes, General Nord gave an awkward laugh, then patted his hand on Xiong Feng's shoulder and comforted him. This kid counts his luck in escaping today. It's hard for him to escape death. But Bear, don't worry, this will never just go away. Su Yuan ran away, but Xiao's team is still there. I don't believe they can all still run away. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Nord's mouth. Since Su Yuan ran away, let's go and raise hell with the summer team. It's just as well that he's wanted to team Summerland for a long time, and now there's kind of a good reason to do it. Condoning a player to injure a lighthouse nation's heavenly pride can't be left to chance today. Sitting at the tip of a tall pyramid, Su Yuan propped the back of his head with both hands and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Where did this come from? Only to see the white desert everywhere around, the wind and sand blowing and whistling in the sky. Apparently, the emirate is at least 1,000 miles away. Was lying on Su Yuan's shoulder and was hugging a beast source and gnawing on it. Happiness and satisfaction written all over her milky fierce little face. Ouch! Ouch! In a short while, the beast source in his hand was eaten up. Then reached out her head to rub it against Su Yuan's face, her eyes full of eyes. Su Yuan took out a beast source from his finger ring and sent it to Yi's hand. Yi wailed with joy and drilled into Su Yuan's arms fluttering around. Su Yuan discovered that although Yi was able to achieve void shuttling thousands of miles in an instant, however, because Yi was too young, each use of the shuttle skill consumed a lot of stamina, making continuous shuttling impossible. And after each shuttle, you had to eat a ton of beast source to replenish your body back. So far, Yi had continuously eaten a dozen or so beast sources from Su Yuan. Good boy. Eat all you want and take me back when you're full. The other side. Nord led the Lighthouse Nation and the others to the summer contestants' booth and kicked the door of the booth open. Leads the way with gusto. The rest of the sheet is written, but censored. Unwrap it tomorrow. 145. 145. Xiao's crowd was resting in the middle of the VIP room when suddenly the door of the room was violently kicked open. In walked a middle-aged man wearing a white military uniform with 5 stars on his shoulder patch, and the man exuded a terrifying Beast Saint aura all over his body. Behind the man, there were several Beast Emperor, Beast Zune powerhouses. Being able to look at the insignia on their clothes, it was obvious that these were from the Lighthouse State. The crowd in Xiao looked a bit bewildered by this sudden offense, and were all in a daze as to what had happened. Ning Xian, who was seated in the center position, frowned slightly and took the lead. When he saw the exasperated looks of the many strong men of the Lighthouse Kingdom, he knew that they must have been defeated. Why, General Nord, looks like you've got a lot of fire in you. Don't you people in the Lighthouse Kingdom know anything about etiquette? Ning Xian didn't panic in the slightest, and said in an unassuming manner. At the same time, his eyes wandered over the many strong men of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Suddenly, Ning Xian spotted Xiong Feng, who was standing behind the crowd, needing the support of 2 people, his body wrapped in bandages, his nose bruised and swollen, and looking like he had been hurt quite badly. A flicker of interest flashed in his eyes. Sheesh, ouch, who did such a beautiful job? Beat Bear Feng, the man, to this, but it's a bit of a shame that he didn't just slaughter the traitor. Ning Xian guessed that this time, the many powerful people from the Lighthouse Kingdom had come to raise hell, and I was afraid that Xiong Feng had a lot to do with it. General Ning, I don't think there's any need for you to pretend to understand. You, the Xia Kingdom, condoned the contestants to maliciously strike out at our Lighthouse Kingdom's heavenly pride, injuring our Lighthouse Kingdom's heavenly pride to this state. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid I would have been poisoned. If you guys don't give me an explanation today, then don't blame me for being merciless. General Nord forced down the anger in his heart and said angrily. At those words, the faces of those present were each filled with shock. Who was it that was able to seriously injure the Lighthouse Nation's contestant? That was a Beast Zune with SSS-grade talent. Zhang Xiaoman glanced at Ying, and she said with a bit of incredulity, "Boy, it can't be your family's national treasure." Yi Koma nodded. A trace of worry flashed in her heart. She could almost already guess that it was Su Yuan. Ning Xian was at a loss. He was able to make it as a Shao general of Xia, so naturally he wasn't intimidated. Nord was so threatening that he really didn't carry fear. He wanted to know who had done such a beautiful job that he had almost slaughtered Xiong Feng. General Nord, don't make empty promises. You can't put any on our Summer's head. Ning Xian glanced at the other party contemptuously and shot back in a low tone. The Lighthouse State is so overbearing. Just then, Xiong Feng, who had been hiding in the crowd, suddenly opened his mouth. It's Su Yuan. It's that little Su Yuan. He almost took my life. If I hadn't been so lucky, I'd be dead by now. Summerland, are you not going to recognize it now? Xiong Feng hissed as he endured the intense pain in his body. At those words, the hearts of those present were shaken. What? Su Yun? How is this possible? A hint of confusion flashed under Ning Xian's eyes. He searched for it shouldn't be. As far as he knew, Su Yuan was only less than level 20. How could he be Xiong Feng's opponent? However, looking at how annoyed Xiong Feng and the group of dogs from the Lighthouse Kingdom looked, Ning Xian was certain that it should have been Su Yuan who had acted. In his heart, he lamented that Xiong Feng was really a big loser. All these years had been living to the belly of the dog. Seeing how the other party was so eager to break their defenses, Ning Xian knew that they must have let Su Yuan retreat in one piece without capturing anyone. Otherwise it wouldn't have come here to raise hell. So Ning Xian opened his mouth. Su Yuan's personal matters have little to do with our entire collective. It is he himself who is too impulsive. You Lighthouse Nation should go and settle the score with Su Yuan instead of snarling and barking here. At those words, Xiong Feng, who was being supported by 2 people, was so angry that his chest hurt. Martyr sent out a Beast Emperor Beast Saint powerhouse and still let Su Yuan escape. Who the hell would believe it? The point is that Su Yuan really ran away. He just couldn't swallow it. General Ning, that's not true. I suspect that you guys are deliberately harboring Su Yuan. I'm afraid that the attack on the Lighthouse Nation's players was not without your Xia Nation team's instructions behind the scenes. You must give a statement. If you don't blame me for being rude to you. Nord pressured with his terrifying strength. As he spoke, the terrifying aura of a level 66 Beast Saint spread out instantly from his body. Since Su Yuan ran away, Su Yuan's debt will be paid by these people in Xia who didn't run away. The strongest Ning Xian in Xia was only a peak Beast Emperor, and was no threat to Nord. When Nod's words came out, The crowd in Xia instantly panicked. None of them had expected things to go this far. The lighthouse state has gone too far. Relying on his strength, he was so reckless. A random excuse to have the audacity to go straight for the jugular. Ning Xian coldly hummed, his heart unperturbed at the moment. He had dealt with Nord before, and this 3-star admiral of the Lighthouse Kingdom was notorious for being a bully, despite his high strength. For this kind of person, Ning Xian didn't bring any fear at all. General Breaker had placed great trust in him, and he had to keep everyone safe. Nord, don't you dare do it. General Broken Army is currently in Tesha. If you touch one of my Xia Kingdom today, do you think you and these people behind you will be able to return alive? Hearing this, Nord frowned slightly, a few concerns in his mind. In the secret report a few days ago, he had learned that Yi Baojun had recently left the out-of-circle area bordering the Xia border, and his whereabouts were unknown. Nord couldn't help but be scandalized at the thought. He knew clearly that he would never be Yi Baojun's opponent. If we really go out on a limb, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble. Looking at Nord's ugly face, Ning Xian's heart was overwhelmed with relief. He was clear that the lighthouse states were all a group of people who were afraid of softness and fear of hardness. And although the Xia state's comprehensive national strength was inferior to that of the lighthouse states nowadays, the lighthouse states absolutely did not dare to break out into conflict with the Xia state, for no other reason than the presence of Jen. Penzo, if there's nothing else, take your men and get the hell out. I don't want to see you guys right now. Ning Xian waved his hand, and when Nord didn't respond, he said contemptuously, sure enough, after weighing the pros and cons, Nord had no choice but to give up his intention of striking at Xia. You wait with me, Summerlanders. I'll see you at the big game. I will make your lives worse than death when the time comes. Nord held his tongue for half a day, but eventually only uttered 2 underhanded harsh words. With that, he left with the Lighthouse Nation powerhouse in his dust. No. Why? General, why don't you make a move? Are we just going to swallow this? I'm not leaving. Xiong Feng was reluctant to leave. He was almost killed. How can we just let it go today? Nord gave him a blank look. In his mind, he thought that Xiong Feng could be a real waste. A Beastfather powerhouse was beaten half to death by a kid who was less than level 20. How come you didn't get killed? Punk! Noodle doesn't care if Bearfont dies or not. Such little people are as worthless as ants. He didn't want to help Xiong Feng out. He just wanted to use this reason to deal with Xia. Nord has never been a fan of Bear Feng. He is a very Xiaoing person. Originally, he wanted to arrange for his disciple to take up the position of captain, who knew that a Xiong Feng would be inserted halfway. It was only now that Nod saw clearly that Xiong Feng turned out to be so useless. This kind of person would only cause them trouble by living, and is now basically an invalid as well. Definitely won't make it out next and has lost its value. Might as well give Summer a pass. Then stay here by yourself. Let go of him. Nord ordered to the 2 members of the team who were assisting Bear Maple. The 2 players sniffed and let go straight away. Without the support of someone, Xiong Feng collapsed to the ground at once. Looking at the crowd of people who seemed to be abandoning themselves to the Lighthouse Kingdom, Xiong Feng panicked a batch in his heart. As he turned his head, he realized that Ning Xianjin behind him was staring at him with a murderous death glare. No! What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm from the Lighthouse State. You can't do this. You can't do this. Hurry up and take me away. You can't do this. 146. 146. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm from the Lighthouse State too. What do you mean? Xiong Feng panicked. Completely. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would be left here. Isn't this killing yourself? But no matter how much Xiong Feng yelled and screamed, all of his teammates turned a deaf ear. And under Nord's leadership, they all soon left. Only Xiong Feng was left alone like a dead dog lying on the ground, desperately howling. There was no one to talk to him at all. Xiong Feng has always thought of himself as a lighthouse nation. He thought that if he could do his best to serve the lighthouse nation and could give all he had to the lighthouse nation, the other side would treat him the same. But he never dreamed that it would turn out like this. When Ning Xian saw this, his eyes were filled with excitement and incredulity, and the corners of his mouth could no longer be suppressed. He also did not expect the people of the Lighthouse Kingdom to be so desperate, and Xiong Feng was left without value. Handing Xiong Feng over to himself, that's not letting this kid die. Sheesh, that's great. Ning Xian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wait for the Lighthouse State to leave. With his hands at the ready, Ning Xian walked up to Xiong Feng and looked at the prostrate Xiong Feng, whose face was filled with terror, and revealed a chilling smile. He had been thinking about how to find a chance to completely slaughter Xiong Feng next. Who would have thought that the Lighthouse Kingdom would give him a favor? Ning Xian was a bit grateful to the Lighthouse Kingdom now. Xiong Feng? What? Your foreign master didn't take you with him? How did they get you here? Ha ha ha. Ning Xian's gaze was biting cold, and his words were filled with coldness and killing intent, causing Xiong Feng, who was currently lying on the ground like a dead dog, to shiver with fear. Xiong Feng cried. Of course he knew what would happen if he fell into the hands of the people of Xia. He'll live and die. Damn, one of the Lighthouse Nation is not righteous. All of them are bastards. Bastard, leave me alone. Xiong Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and his mouth kept cursing at Lighthouse Nation. But before he could finish the words in his mouth, Ning Xian had already stomped on his chest with his foot, and with a violent force. Only a crisp bone-cracking sound could be heard, and the broken ribs were directly shattered. Ah! Dash! Like a pig-killing scream resounded in everyone's ears. Xiong Feng was in hysterical pain. His chest was continuously dripping blood outside, staining the ground red, and Ning Xian's brows were tightly crossed and his face was ironic, with no intention whatsoever to show mercy or to stop. Ignoring Xiong Feng's wail of pain, he stomped on his shoulder blade again, bones shattering, screaming, blood flowing everywhere. You just kill me. You just kill me. Stop torturing me. For the sake of our former friendship, can you give me a break? I beg you. Xiong Feng had tears in his eyes. His face was already twisted and deformed, and he bitterly begged for mercy. And Ning Xian shook his head and laughed coldly. It wouldn't be too cheap to give you a pain in the ass. Since you've fallen into my hands today, how can I let you go in pain? Alright. It's not very convenient to do it here. You're too noisy. Let's go back and work it out. Don't worry. I won't kill you directly yet. When you fall into my hands, you can still keep your breath. I'm going to put you at the disposal of General Wall. Ning Xian patted Xiong Feng's shoulder, then signaled for someone to tie him up. He also thoughtfully stuffed a ball of cloth into Xiong Feng's mouth to prevent the other from being too noisy or dying halfway through. The other side. Boy, have you had enough? Su Yuan sat at the top of the pyramid, twisting his head to look at Yi, who was lying on his shoulder and gorging on the beast source. A trace of bewilderment flashed across his face. So far, she had eaten 30 beast sources from Su Yuan. This beast source consumption caused Su Yuan a bit of heartache, but just be able to take him back. Ow. Yui nodded as she wailed twice after taking a bite of the beast source in her hand and stuffing it in her mouth. Go back then. A 7-colored ray shot out violently from the top of Yi's head, and then revealed her true form. Su Yuan stood on top of the head of the sacred horned beast, and then the figures of one person and one beast disappeared into the void. No, your family's national treasure hasn't come back yet? Nothing will happen. In the evening, the sailboat hotel. When Jiang Xiaoman pushed open the door of the room, he found that Yiying was the only one inside sitting on the bed and staring. She probably knew what was going on. No. Hurry up. Yi Koma was worried about Su Yuan in his heart. If you got out safely, why don't you come back now? What Yi Koma could be sure of was that the group of stinkers from the Lighthouse Kingdom should not have gotten their hands on Su Yuan and let him retreat in one piece. Otherwise it wouldn't have come to raise hell during the day. As for where exactly Su Yuan had gone, Yiying this was unknown. Suddenly, Yi Koma thought of Yi. Yi didn't follow her and wasn't in the room, so it would have to be by Su Yuan's side. Thinking of this, Yi Koma's heart slightly settled down for a moment. She did know that Yi could travel in the void, so she might have taken Su Yuan somewhere. It's fine. Your family's national treasure is so resourceful. How can something happen so easily? Don't worry about it. The other side. A closed and narrow basement. Xiong Feng slowly opened his eyes and realized that he was tied to a pillar. Unable to move his whole body, he tried to scream, but realized that a ball of cloth was being stuffed in his mouth and he could only make a mumbling sound. Clunk! The iron door to the basement was opened and a man in a white military uniform walked down the stone stairs. It was no one else but Ning Xian. Seeing Ning Xian, Xiong Feng's body struggled violently. His eyes filled with fear and panic. Xiong Feng, let's settle the score. How about that? You didn't expect to fall into my hands today either. Ning Xian ripped the cloth out of Xiong Feng's mouth violently and said in an icy tone. The flesh on Xiong Feng's face was twisted and distorted, and all he was asking for now was death. Giving him a blast was the only thing he had the luxury of now. Ning Xian, I'm sorry. I regret it. I really regret it. If I were given another chance, I would never do something that would hurt the world like that. In fact, I've always been clear that I'm a Summerlander. I was wrong. Will you give me a hard time? 147. 147. Ning Xian didn't reply, but instead took out his cell phone and aimed the screen at Xiong Feng's face, which had become a pig's head. At this moment, in the cell phone screen, a middle-aged man in his early 50s was sitting on a sofa, with a grave gaze and a serious expression. Xiong Feng, but you really deserve to die. After all these years, I wonder if you still recognize me. Wu Changqing's voice was low and authoritative, awakening Xiong Feng's past memories. Back then, he was the genius who awakened the SSS talent in Xia, and his popularity was limitless. When Wu Changqing accepted him as his disciple, he was only in his 30s. By that time, Wu Changcheng was already a Xia colonel. Wu Changcheng appreciated Xiong Feng as a genius and taught him everything without reservation. Xiong Feng was his first disciple, and he was extraordinarily attentive and serious. Even though Wu Changcheng later found out that although Xiong Feng was highly talented, his qualifications were not strong and his physique had a big problem. He did not give up on Xiong Feng because of this. He even found ways to provide Xiong Feng with cultivation opportunities to help cure his physical defects. At that time, Wu Changcheng really treated Xiong Feng as his son. He was never partial, and when he had something good he preferred not to have it himself, but to give it to Xiong Feng as a priority. However, what he did not expect was that when Xiong Feng learned that he had obtained a Beast Emperor Beast Source, he rightfully reached out for it. Wu Changcheng understands Xiong Feng's nature, and he knows clearly that if he gives this to Xiong Feng, his body will not be able to carry it, and he is bound to have a big problem. That's why he rejected Xiong Feng for the first time. Later, Xiong Feng 3 times to find Wu Changcheng demand, were refused by the other party. Xiong Feng then came up with a crooked idea. He spied out the location of the Beast Emperor's beast source and stole it while Wu Changcheng was out. After Xiong Feng couldn't wait to absorb a trace of it, the powerful energy of the beast source nearly killed him. If it wasn't for the Great Wall of Wu discovering it and doing his best to rescue it, Xiong Feng would have already fallen. After that incident, even though Wu Changcheng did not want to give up, he put Xiong Feng in confinement for 10 days. Since then, Xiong Feng harbored a grudge, and he took the initiative to apply for enlistment in the army, just to avoid the Great Wall of Wu far away. For his sake, Wu Changcheng even used his connections to assign him to Yi Baojuan's staff, allowing him to take up an important position. From time to time, Yi Baojuan was urged to take more care of Xiong Feng. Since then, Xiong Feng had never met with Wu Changcheng once. Even though Wu Changcheng pleaded hard, Xiong Feng still refused and wanted to sever all relations with Wu Changcheng. What Wu Changcheng never expected was when Xiong Feng was assigned to a mission outside the circle, he went so far as to ruthlessly murder 3 of his comrades and turned his head and defected to the Lighthouse State. As a sign of his loyalty to the Lighthouse State, he told the Lighthouse State all the mission secrets he had learned. The Summerland suffered very serious losses as a result. More than 20 years have passed. Wu Changcheng has been over 50 years old, hair slightly gray. The traces of the years left on his face into the folds. Has not been the years spirited. Xiong Feng looked at this familiar face, and past memories came flooding in like a tidal wave. For the first time he wondered if he was really wrong. Betraying Xia, betraying his master. And what did he get in the end? He was so loyal to the Lighthouse State, but he ended up being treated like a dog and kicked away when he was useless. He thought of himself as a lighthouse countryman, and thought the other side would accept him. But what happened in the end? He was mercilessly abandoned and landed in this situation. Looking at Wu Changcheng's face, Xiong Feng truly regretted it. Wu Changcheng has done so much for him, but he only remembers that the other party is biased, completely forgetting what the other party has done for him. Perhaps it was dying. Those cozy images that had been long since remembered flashed by like a walk in the park at the moment. Master, I was wrong. Do I still have a chance? You will give me one more chance. I swear my absolute loyalty. I've finally seen the face of those lighthouse people now, and I realize that only you are the best for me. Please can you give me a chance to be a new man? I will repay you well. As Wu Changcheng looked at Xiong Feng's miserable appearance as he bitterly begged for mercy and was covered in blood, there was only indifference on his face without a trace of the warmth that a master would show to his disciple. No matter how much Xiong Feng begged for mercy, he was indifferent. After so many years went by, Wu Changcheng had long wanted to end this beast's life. Betraying him was fine. Xiong Feng could choose to go his own way. But killing a comrade in arms and betraying Xia as a traitor is definitely a crime punishable by death. Okay Xiong Feng, you don't have to say anymore. There's nothing between the two of us anymore for a long time. It's useless for you to beg me. Xiao Yao, send him away. After Wu Changcheng finished indifferently, the screen of the tablet instantly went out. Ning Xian nodded and rubbed his knuckles, his face filled with excitement. General Great Wall told him to end Xiong Feng's life, so he would have to take care of it. Of course, he would never let Xiong Feng die in pain. Pulling out a metal box from his coat pocket, Ning Xian opened it and pulled out a silver needle from it. In front of Xiong Feng, Ning Xian stuck the silver needle directly into Xiong Feng's fingertip, and then pushed the needle to directly disappear into Xiong Feng's finger. Ah! Heartbreaking screams echoed throughout the basement. Immediately afterward, Ning Xian poured all of the dozens of silver needles in the box into his hand. This time, he stuck 3 silver needles into the tip of one of Xiong Feng's fingers at the same time, and disappeared them all into the finger. After an unknown amount of time, not a single silver needle was left in Ning Xian's hand. He put his hand under Xiong Feng's nose and found that the other man had lost his breath. Good death. The next morning, it's just dawning. Yi Koma was lying on the bed sleeping soundly when she suddenly felt something licking her face. Snapping her eyes open, she saw a small golden-colored milk dragon lying in front of her face, staring at her with two large eyes. Yui, why are you back? Where's the national treasure? Yi Koma sat up from the bed, only to see Su Yuan was sitting on the edge of her bed. His hair was messy, and several leaves could be seen on his body. His appearance was a bit of a mess. I'm not dreaming, am I? You're back. But, Su Yuan sighed. He had indeed just returned, but he had just encountered many unspeakable difficulties. He casually unclasped the jacket and blouse he was wearing and prepared to take a shower. Well, you'd have to ask Yui how she led me to Amazons. This stupid dragon is just like you. Roadkill. Yi understood Su Yuan's meaning and scratched her head awkwardly. Ying sniffed and snorted out a laugh. She twisted her head to look at Yi with a feeling of empathy. Tomorrow is the day the IMC kicks off. Xiao will be the first to face A's country, and Su Yuan learns early in the morning about his first opponent. Agri, Dobrubi, SS-rated talent, level 29, or high-blooded, high-caste nobility? Su Yuan was unfamiliar with the words bloodline. Caste, isn't this stuff for dogs to make a distinction? Su Yuan, this Abrabi is a supreme genius of the younger generation of the Three Kingdoms, and so far he has no defeats in the Three Kingdoms. I heard that he once single-handedly took on 2 beast kings without losing. You must be careful. This time he's pretty sure about winning you. In the morning, inside the training ground, Ning Xian purposely reminded Su Yuan now. Ah, the agnostic genius. It's okay, I'm a genius orthodontist. P.S. Fewer and fewer people are reading this book. Heartbroken family members. I don't know why. 148. 148. Len was taken aback when he learned that this Su that Lucas was talking about was from Xia. As far as he knew, the Summer Kingdom hadn't produced a supreme genius in decades. What kind of person? Exactly. Would interest Lucas? Len was kind of looking forward to it. I'm hoping that in the 11th round matchup on day 4, the two of us can match up. Lucas took off his binoculars and said lightly. Meanwhile, the next star contestant began to play on the hovering screen in the air. Len, from the Ant Kingdom, SSS top talent, 20 years old, level 43. Immediately following is a detailed description of Len. Len is the first genius of the Ant Kingdom in 100 years, a member of the royal family from Jerusalem, reaching a terrifying level 43 in just 2 years of awakening. Lucas's best friend is the youngest foreign national officer at East Point in the Land of Light. The vision of heaven and earth triggered by the awakening plunged the city of Jerusalem into endless darkness for 3 days and 3 nights. Some have even called Len the first genius of the Eastern Hemisphere. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This one is also awesome. This ant nation is too much too? Why do I get the feeling he's even better than Lucas? 2 years after awakening and you've already reached level 43. Some people can't even reach it if they work hard for 20 years. My goodness. No wonder the Ant Kingdom is the little bully of the Middle East. Look at the genius of others. No way. Being more than 20 years younger than me and having a higher rank than me is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Everyone present was shocked. The terror of this talent was truly beyond words. Some people who thought they were geniuses had no face to look at this moment and lowered their heads. It was only today that they saw what it meant to be outside of people and outside of the sky. After Len, many star players were next to appear. Sundowner, from Kimchi, SSS level talent. Ron Dieter, from the Lighthouse State, SSS technique talent. Edo Wright, from Kimchi Country, SSS level talent. Su Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids for a moment, and there was no shock or surprise throughout. Even when the two supreme geniuses, Lucas and Len, showed up just now, it didn't make him feel the slightest bit surprised. He'd been ruffling Leaf Coma's hair, thinking in passing about his next confrontation with Dobrubi. Suddenly, Leaf Coma stuck his head out and stared at him with big eyes. These guys are awesome. Boy, that Lucas in particular is my age. I'm only level 18 and he's actually level 32 already. I've never heard of this guy before. Yi Koma lamented. However, although these people's talent was high, in Yi Ying's heart, they couldn't compare to a hair on Su Yuan's head. By the way, Kakubo, are you next in this star contestant? I'm looking forward to it. At those words, Su Yuan shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know either. This arrangement to be a star player on the big screen doesn't interest him at all. And that's with an unsolicited request to the person in charge. You'll have to ask High Official Ning Xian about that. I'm not interested in that and I didn't apply to him. I wonder if he's arranged it for me yet. Su Yuan said lazily. Suddenly, another head stuck out. It took Su Yuan by surprise. Ning Xian put his arm around Su Yuan's neck. He had just heard the conversation between Su Yuan and Yi Ying, and laughed. Brat, I'm sure I've arranged it for you. I know you like to keep a low profile, so I didn't tell you. But yeah, I'm thinking of letting our Xia kingdom follow you into the light this time. Ha ha ha. Su Yuan. Su Yuan didn't like this behavior of going on the big screen to show off to the world, but it seemed like he was a bit out of his depth now. After all, Ning Xian had already set him up. Dabrabi. From Agri. SS talent. 20 years old. 29 levels. At this point, a hover screen in the air broadcast the star contestant, Dubwabi. Many of those present were amazed. The star players ahead of us were all SSS-rated talent. So how come SS-rated talent is on the table now? This sudden whole thing by Agnes Day kind of pulls down the star players' push. At the moment, in the plumbing, the live feed of the special push, a Goonie laughed me out of the room. Can SS talent even come on the big screen? What the heck is Dubrabi? Why haven't I heard of it before? Is it embarrassing? Don't you guys laugh at people's S. After all, it seems like S hasn't produced an SSS rank in 50 years. Kind of pulls down the star player. This kind of person can be a star player. I'll go on me. But on the spot, when Dubrabi appeared on screen as a star player, the people from the 3 countries who came from thousands of miles to watch the game were all very excited. After all, Dubrabi is the only player from the SS to have graced the screen of stardom in so many years. It was only after the A team spent a lot of money and begged the staff of the International MC League with a deadbeat that they gave it on. At this point, sitting in the contestant's seat, Dubrabi stood up and spread his arms wide with a look of determination and pride on his face. Behind him, one by one, the crowd of the Aztecs chanted and cheered at him. The viewers of the SS are feeling very proud at the moment, because they've got international talent that can pull out cards too. Dubrabi puts his hands on his lips before giving the crowd in attendance a flying kiss. It made the many little fans of the SS instantly seethe. The live broadcasts of the domestic media had blown up, and people regarded this genius as a hero. It was determined that he would inevitably lead San over to a good ranking. People from other countries only felt disgusted and speechless when they saw the scene. It's not bad. It's always been a great tradition in the Soon it was the turn of the next star player, Su Yuan, from Xia, 18 years old, level 15, SSS top talent. Su Yuan's photo and detailed introduction were attached to the bottom of the screen and displayed to the world audience. The first person to awaken the SSS-grade talent in 20 years in the Xia kingdom. The pride of the Xia kingdom. Hiss. The air is quiet. Surprisingly quiet. The original people present weren't that shocked. After all, with the likes of Lucas Lane in front of them, there was no longer any talent behind them that could shock them. Until someone finds out. Ah. You guys look, he's actually 18 years old. Is there any mistake? The youngest person to compete in the international IMC competition is only 19 years old. As each year's awakening ceremony is held in June, and the international IMC competition is usually held in July. The minimum level requirement for the contest is 18 years old. What kind of person breaks through to level 15 in a month or so in a row? The entire blue planet hadn't heard of it since humans had existed. This. Is this serious? Holy. Awakening success to level 15 in over 40 days. Holy cow. My scalp is numb. I can't believe it. Xia Kingdom. When did we have such a heaven-defying genius? Never heard of the number person before. This is what a genius that came out of nowhere. This seems like more than Lucas was at 18. I think he's several times more hung than Lucas and Len. The moment. The bleachers in the distance. Lucas's brow furrowed in disbelief. How is this possible? 149. Lucas's brow furrowed in disbelief. How is this possible? 18 years old at the international IMC competition. What a niche text. It was now just over 40 days since the awakening ceremony. Being able to break through to level 15 in such a short time. How is this possible? Even for him, it took him 2 months to break through to level 8 back then. Su's talent, as well as his upgrading speed, completely crushed him back then. Lucas didn't dare to imagine what Su Yuan would be like in a year's time. Probably much stronger than he is now. Previously, Lucas was interested in Su Yuan solely because of Su Yuan's special identity. He condescended to compete with this so-called first genius of the Summer Kingdom. He was looking down on Su Yuan, wanting to use this to thwart this genius of Xia. But now, Lucas felt as if he had to look up to him. My god, it's really unbelievable. This Su, his talent is definitely not lower than mine. Lucas couldn't help but sigh. He picked up his binoculars to look at the summer's entry table. Only Su Yuan put his head together with his hand, without the slightest bit of pride or complacency on his face, as if this had long been a rarity. Lucas, look what you're fussing about. What kind of genius can Xia produce? Su Yuan is indeed very powerful, but he's still far behind us. We can see down the road. It's true that he's upgrading fast now, but it's only a short-lived peak. I'm sure he'll be rather mediocre next, Len said absently, arms folded over his chest. He wasn't surprised about Su Yuan. This genius that came out of nowhere was indeed quite stunning, but there's a big chance it's just a flash in the pan. He's seen too many geniuses. It starts out with a lot of glory and ends up being mediocre. Len, on the other hand, was always the blue moon they couldn't reach. Why don't we see what this kid can do today? His opponent is Dubrabi, who is 14 levels higher than him. Dubrabi is a seeded player in AZ, not to be underestimated. Let's see if Su Yuan can win. I'm betting he can't win. After all, a castle in the air can't stand up to a real battle. At that, Lucas came to attention. He was also curious to know if Su Yuan could win or not. Dubrabi counted as a strong opponent, absolutely crushing Su Yuan in terms of rank. You can't win if you don't have a little skill. Well, then, bet on it. The other side. The SSS entry table. Dubrabi looked at the introduction of Su Yuan on the hovering screen in the air, and he quenched a bite into the ground with a look of disdain. It's fancy and it's blowing up, but what's the point? How many geniuses have gone up against him over the years with dazzling halos and titles? As a result, he couldn't even last a single move before collapsing in front of his eyes. We'll have to see when we actually get to the sparring ring. What's the point of blowing it now? He was crushing him by 14 levels, and with this horrible level gap, Su Yuan couldn't hold out for a single move in his own hands. Su Yuan, Su Yuan, let this genius see what you're really capable of? You don't want to be a vase. You're only good for looking but not for using. On the live stream of the SSS, countless AZN netizens were abuzz with excitement. I'll be damned. This Su does have something, but I still believe in Dubrabi. Su Yuan definitely won't last more than 3 moves. This Su Yuan is just a brat. I'm afraid that he hasn't fought many real battles, but Dubrabi has fought hundreds of battles. Yeah, this Xia kid is a trophy. Dubrabi has crushed Su Yuan by 14 levels. Even if Su Yuan has a heavenly skill, he can't win. Laughing my ass off. If Su Yuan can win, I'll eat cow dung straight away. We should believe in our own country's teenage heroes. What the hell is Su Yuan? He's not even a hair above Dubrabi. The viewers of the agnostic livestream have absolute faith in Dubrabi. Most people thought that Su Yuan might not last around and would have to become the underdog of Dubrabi. With the end of the star contestant showcase, the first round of the preliminary round began. The first round matchup was between Lighthouse Nation and Phi Monkey Nation. There's no doubt that anyone with eyes can see this is going to be an absolute crushing. End the game in 10 seconds. Don't give these monkeys too much of a chance. Before getting into the ring, Nord explained to the 5 competitors in the match. Given that the difference in strength between the two sides was so great, Nodu felt that 10 seconds was just too conservative. The other side. The Philly Monkey Nation's coach kept pumping up the players before they went out on the field. The Lighthouse Nation is not unbeatable. We're trying to get a point or two out of the Lighthouse State. Boom! The ground of the stadium suddenly cracked open, and a huge circular ring slowly rose out of the gap. The ring continued to rise and eventually hovered in the air. With that, colorful lights hit the huge ring suspended in the air. The opponents for the first matchup between Lighthouse Nation and Philly Monkey Nation took the stage at the same time. The referee briefly introduced the rules of the match before the two sides kicked off. The atmosphere of the entire arena was baked to the extreme at this moment, with tens of thousands of people roaring and shouting, cheering and applauding. Game on! Knock! All that could be heard was a loud, clanging sound against the ground. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The game has just started, and before you know what's going on, the game is already decided? The first participant from the Filipino Monkey Kingdom was blown away by a single move and smashed heavily on the ground, half dead. The entire duel took less than 3 seconds. The first player from the Lighthouse Nation was victorious. Awesome. Worthy of the Lighthouse State. This is too strong, isn't it? Ilu a good boy Within 3 seconds to solve the game. Crazy. What's this Phil Monkey Nation going to fight with? In the first matchup, Lighthouse State won to gain 1 point. However, what shocked the crowd was yet to come. Game 2, Game 3, Game 4. These players from the Lighthouse Nation were all like chicken blood, and all of them won with 1 move. The spectators hadn't even seen how it was done, and the Lighthouse Nation player had won. Their opponents, the Fey Monkeys, on the other hand, were much worse, being abused in all sorts of ways. The longest lasted half a minute and the shortest was ended in 2 seconds. Hiss. Scary as hell. Everyone has seen the horrific power of the Lighthouse State. Each of the players who were to face off against the Lighthouse Nation next were shivering. Ridiculously strong. At the end of the 4 matchups, Lighthouse Nation has picked up 4 points. The 5th and final matchup of the first round. Lucas vs. Dane. The final matchup captured the attention of all in attendance. Everyone wants to see what kind of strength this Lucas, the first talent of Blue Star in 10 years, has. His opponent, Don, was a level 44 Beast Exalt. What kind of talent can ignore level suppression? Anyway, 150. 150. Lucas's brow furrowed in disbelief. How is this possible? 18 years old at the International IMC competition. What a niche text. It was now just over 40 days since the awakening ceremony. Being able to break through to level 15 in such a short time. How is this possible? Even for him, it took him 2 months to break through to level 8 back then. Su's talent, as well as his upgrading speed, completely crushed him back then. Lucas didn't dare to imagine what Su Yuan would be like in a year's time. Probably much stronger than he is now. Before, Lucas was interested in Su Yuan solely because of Su Yuan's special identity. He condescended to compete with this so-called first genius of the Summer Kingdom. He was looking down on Su Yuan, wanting to use this to thwart this genius of Xia. But now, Lucas felt as if he had to look up to him. My god, it's really unbelievable. This Su, his talent is definitely not lower than mine. Lucas couldn't help but sigh. He picked up his binoculars to look at the summer's entry table. Only Su Yuan put his head together with his hand, without the slightest bit of pride or complacency on his face, as if this had long been a rarity. Lucas, look what you're fussing about. What kind of genius can Xia produce? Su Yuan is indeed very powerful, but he's still far behind us. We can see down the road. It's true that he's upgrading fast now, but it's only a short-lived peak. I'm sure he'll be rather mediocre next. Len said absently, arms folded over his chest. He wasn't surprised about Su Yuan. This genius that came out of nowhere was indeed quite stunning, but there's a big chance it's just a flash in the pan. He's seen too many geniuses. It starts out with a lot of glory and ends up being mediocre. Len, on the other hand, was always the blue moon they couldn't reach. Why don't we see what this kid can do today? His opponent is Dubrabi, who is 14 levels higher than him. Dubrabi is a seeded player in A's country, not to be underestimated. Let's see if Su Yuan can win. I'm betting he can't win. After all, a castle in the air can't stand up to the test of actual combat. At that, Lucas came to attention. He was also curious to know if Su Yuan could win or not. Dubrabi counted as a strong opponent, absolutely crushing Su Yuan in terms of rank. You can't win if you don't have a little skill. Well, then, bet on it. The other side. The SSS entry table. Dubrabi looked at the introduction of Su Yuan on the hovering screen in the air, and he quenched a mouthful of contempt towards the ground. It's fancy and it's blowing up, but what's the point? How many geniuses have gone up against him over the years with dazzling halos and titles? As a result, he couldn't even last a single move before collapsing in front of his eyes. We'll have to see when we actually get to the sparring ring. What's the point of blowing it now? He was crushing him by 14 levels, and with this horrible level gap, Su Yuan couldn't hold out for a single move in his own hands. Su Yuan, Su Yuan, let this genius see what you're really capable of? You don't want to be a vase. You're only good for looking but not for using. On the live stream of the SSS, countless AZN netizens were abuzz with excitement. I'll be damned. This Su does have something, but I still believe in Dubrabi. Su Yuan definitely won't last more than 3 moves. This Su Yuan is just a brat. I'm afraid that he hasn't fought many real battles, but Dubrabi has fought hundreds of battles. Yeah, this Xia kid is a trophy. Dubrabi has crushed Su Yuan by 14 levels. Even if Su Yuan has a heavenly skill, he can't win. Laughing my ass off. If Su Yuan can win, I'll eat cow dung straight away. We should believe in our own country's teenage heroes. What the hell is Su Yuan? He's not even a hair above Dubrabi. The viewers of the agnostic livestream have absolute faith in Dubrabi. Most people thought that Su Yuan might not last a round and would have to become a defeated fighter under Dubrabi. With the end of the star contestant showcase, the first round of the preliminary round began. The first round matchup was between Lighthouse Nation and Phi Monkey Nation. There's no doubt that anyone with eyes can see this is going to be an absolute crushing. End the game in 10 seconds. Don't give these monkeys too much of a chance. Before getting into the ring, Nord explained to the 5 competitors in the match. Given that the difference in strength between the two sides was so great, Nodu felt that 10 seconds was just too conservative. The other side. The Philly Monkey Nation's coach kept pumping up the players before they went out on the field. The Lighthouse Nation is not unbeatable. We're trying to get a point or two out of the Lighthouse State. Boom! The ground of the stadium suddenly cracked open, and from the gap slowly rose a huge circular ring. The ring continued to rise and eventually hovered in the air. With that, colorful lights hit the huge ring suspended in the air. The opponents for the first matchup between Lighthouse Nation and Philly Monkey Nation took the stage at the same time. The referee briefly introduces the rules of the match before the two sides kick off. The atmosphere of the entire arena was baked to the extreme at this moment, with tens of thousands of people roaring and shouting, cheering and applauding. Game on! Knock! All that could be heard was a loud, clanging sound against the ground. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The game has just started, and before you know what's going on, the game is already decided? The first participant from the Filipino Monkey Kingdom was blown away by a single move and smashed heavily on the ground, half dead. The entire duel took less than 3 seconds. The first player from the Lighthouse State was victorious. Awesome. Worthy of the Lighthouse State. This is too strong, isn't it? Ilu a good boy Within 3 seconds to solve the game. Crazy. What's this Phil Monkey Nation going to fight with? In the first matchup, Lighthouse State won to gain 1 point. However, what shocked the crowd was yet to come. Game 2, Game 3, Game 4. These players from the Lighthouse Nation were all like chicken blood, and all of them won with one move. The spectators hadn't even seen how it was done, and the Lighthouse Nation player had won. Their opponents, the Fey Monkeys, on the other hand, were much worse, being abused in all sorts of ways. The longest lasted half a minute and the shortest was ended in 2 seconds. Hiss. Scary as hell. Everyone has seen the horrific power of the Lighthouse State. Each of the players who were to face off against the Lighthouse Nation next were shivering. Ridiculously strong. At the end of the 4 matchups, Lighthouse Nation has picked up 4 points. The 5th and final matchup of the first round. Lucas vs. Dane. The final matchup captured the attention of all in attendance. Everyone wants to see what kind of strength this Lucas, the first talent of Blue Star in 10 years, has. His opponent, Don, was a level 44 Beast Exalt. What kind of talent can ignore level suppression? Anyway, 151. Lucas is on. Lucas. I don't know if Lucas can win. He's the first talent of Blue Star in 10 years. Even though Dawn is 11 levels higher than him, I think Dawn is bound to lose. Geniuses like them ignore levels, okay? It's too normal for them to go over the levels and crush them. Worthy of our Lighthouse Nation's pride. Go Lucas. Don't be too happy. Lighthouse Nation. We, the Phi Monkey Nation, can't lose all 5 battles. Lucas leaps out of the way and rolls into the ring. Across from him stood Dawn, a veteran of the Phi Monkey Nation. Dane is in his 40s and has competed in several consecutive IMCs, even though he had the strength of a 44th level Beast Zune. But naturally, the participants were all the Heaven's Pride champions from various countries, and every time he was eliminated at the preliminary stage. This time, his opponent was Lucas, the Lighthouse Nation's first talent in 10 years. Looking at the young man standing across from him, who had just turned 19, Don's heart couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. He is only 19 years old. What is it about people that makes them so different from each other? One's own hard work for decades is no match for someone else's progress in a year. Come on, boy, show me what you got. Ho ho ho. A wave of darkness engulfed Don's body, and when the darkness cleared, he had transformed into a chimpanzee of enormous size. Knock knock. The wild gorilla violently pounded his chest with both fists and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its 2 monkey eyes stared dead on at Lucas, who was standing still at the moment and had not yet transformed. Noisy. Suddenly, only to see the white clouds in the air suddenly change into 3 colors, purple, yellow, and green. For a time, the heaven and earth were full of anomalies. From that tricolored cloud 3 colors of light shot out violently and landed on Lucas' body. Only a subtle change was seen in Lucas' body, and in the blink of an eye, a layer of stunningly beautiful and ornate armor attached itself to his body. To the shock of the crowd, the armor summoned by Lucas' royal armor form came in 3 colors. Tricolor armor. That's unheard of. Farka, isn't there only one color for this Imperial armor form? What the hell is tricolored armor? This more or less refreshes my perception of tricolor armor. My gosh, today really opened my eyes. No wonder people are the rumored SSS class of SSS classes. It's awesome, isn't it? It's so pulling. It's worthy of Lucas. Everyone present was shocked, their mouths growing with incredulity on their faces. Lucas stretched out a finger, and in an instant, 7 flying swords weaved out of the void and danced and rotated around his fingertip. These 7 flying swords were Lucas's beast soldiers, each made from the bones of a beast emperor. Each of the 7 flying swords was a different color, flashing with a chilling silver aura. A terrifying aura wrapped around the swords. Hiss! Some of the spectators who were close enough had already felt a chill down their backs. At this time, on the far side of the podium, the 2 senior personnel of the International IMC tournament watched the duel in the ring with interest. One of the middle-aged men suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "This Lucas is indeed powerful. The 3-colored armor I've never heard of before. It's incredible. I even wonder if his talent has already surpassed the SSS rank and reached the legendary Super SSS rank? At those words, sitting beside the middle-aged man, an old man with a head full of white hair snorted out a laugh. You're really looking down on Lucas too much. Although his talent is high, he's still 100,000 miles away from that realm. It's just that both you and I are too limited in our insights to have seen a Super SSS class awakened person. If you meet the legendary Super SSS rank talent awakened, you'll realize that all these geniuses you think you have, such as Lucas, Len, and others, are as bad as. There is no difference between SSS rank and E rank talent in front of Super SSS rank talent. Super SSS rank awakened people are able to break through to the Golden Jade Beast Emperor 100% of the time, and they come with their own Golden Jade Emperor ranked beast soldiers. The old man continued after a pause. The last appearance of a Super SSS awakened in Europe was still in the Middle Ages 1,000 years ago. It took that person over 100 years to break through to the Golden Jade Beast Emperor, and then he went into seclusion. And I'm certain that 1,000 years have passed, and he's definitely still alive. In the ring at the moment, Lucas moved his fingertips and 6 flying swords hovering at his fingertips broke out. It shot straight at the wild giant gorilla. Seeing the bad situation, the wild giant Scarlet hurriedly ordered all of his beast power on defense, condensing an extremely strong golden protective barrier. But what he didn't expect was this. Just the aftermath of the sword chi directly tore apart the golden barrier of the wild Scarlet, and then the 6 flying swords stabbed at the wild Scarlet in unison as if they were in no man's land. Pust! Before the latter could react, he was pierced through by the sword chi, and the strong force exploded on his body. Boom! The wild giant Scarlet was directly pierced by the 6 flying swords and was sent flying, falling heavily on top of the ring. Killed instantly. The game is over. Lucas casually waved his hand and the tricolor armor on his body instantly lifted, and he didn't even have to raise his eyes to see that the match was over. This kind of mole wasn't worthy of more than a glance from him. The whole room was shocked. The duel between Lucas and Dane was decided in just 9 seconds. Lucas flicked his hand and Dane fell on the spot. Seconds. The people in the room, as well as the viewers of the live stream, were all abuzz. This is incredible. Crossing 11 levels and still managing to kill in 9 seconds. How terrifying must this strength be? Asterisk. Just kill it. Lucas is too ruthless. There's no suspense in the match. So what if it's 11 levels higher? Lucas kills it in straight seconds. Dead at Lucas' hands. This Dane has no regrets. Refreshing my idea of genius is outrageous. Lucas, I'm going to give you a monkey. You're so handsome. The people of the Lighthouse State were all excited. Lucas' win means they have 5 points from all 5 of their first round matchups. The Phi Monkey Nation, on the other hand, was grimacing more than the death of their own mother, and the match would end with Dane's body leaving the field directly after the match. Immediately after that, the second round was played. The dueling sides are the Pickle Nation and the Ant Nation. In the 5 matchups, Ant Nation won 3 games and scored 3 points, while Pickle Nation won 2 games and scored 2 points, in which Len shocked the crowd by acting like a god. He defeated his opponent in less than half a minute, an SSS-ranked talent from the Pickle Country, a level 45 Beast Zune. The technology is amazing. Soon it was time for the third round of Group F, Summerland vs. A3. What Su Yuan hadn't expected was that his duel with Debrapi had been scheduled for the first match. Come on Kakubo, don't be nervous. I'm not playing today, so I'll just cheer you on from the bottom. Before appearing on the stage, Ying directly kissed Su Yuan on the face in front of the crowd. Su Yuan's face instantly turned red. Good boy. So many people are watching. Dubrabi has made his way to the aerial ring to the cheers of the tribe crowd. Su Yuan is also ready to move. Suddenly, a system panel automatically popped up in front of his eyes. Candle 9 in Devouring Gun. Rank, Beast Emperor. Hint, host has reached Super SSS level talent. Please evolve Candle 9 in Devouring Lance to a level that matches host's talent. Candle Gun. Rank, Golden Jade Emperor. 152. 152. The Candle Gun of Extinction? The Golden Jade Emperor class? Su Yuan looked at what was displayed on the system panel and rubbed his nose. So it turns out that the Beast Emperor level isn't the Beast Soldier limit. Above the Beast Emperor level, there was also a Golden Jade Emperor level. Su Yuan speculated that if the Golden Jade Emperor level Beast Soldier was not the one that came with the Awakened Fierce Beast, then if he wanted to obtain it, he was afraid that he would have to build it with a Golden Jade Beast Emperor's skeleton. The Golden Jade Beast Emperor of the Blue Planet hadn't shown up for hundreds of years. Both humans and ferocious beasts, having reached this realm, chose to go into seclusion and avoid the world. Trying to get a bone is difficult. Upgrade it. Ding has upgraded the Candle 9 in Devouring Gun to the world-destroying Candle Dragon Gun. Just as Su Yuan wanted to take the extinguishing Candle Dragon Gun into his hands to try it out, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder from behind. Brat, hurry up and get on. You didn't see that Dubrabi was already on stage. It was Ning Xian's voice. He saw Su Yuan frozen in place without moving, so he reminded him. Aha! Rolling up into the air ring, so far stands opposite of Dubrabi. The tribe crowd at the bottom cheered and shouted desperately, cheering on Dubrabi, the tribe's pride. The matchup between Dubrabi and Su Yuan is the only matchup where the A's have any hope of taking 1 point from Xia. In the remaining 4 matchups, the strength of the A3 players was too different from the strength of the Xia players. The chances of winning are very slim. It couldn't be helped that the 3 kingdoms themselves couldn't produce any talented and strong people. Under its advanced caste system, there is no telling how many talented and powerful people have been buried. At this moment, in the live broadcast of the A.S., upon seeing Dubrabi's appearance, the netizens of the A.C. were instantly abuzz. This heroic young man represented the honor of their country, the most top-notch heavenly pride leader of their A3 countries. If they could win against Su Yuan in the first match, it would definitely boost their morale greatly. Dubrabi, you're our hero. This summer boy will never be your match. Su Yuan, oh, he said more than he could last 3 moves under Rabbi Dubra, and is about to lose at the hands of the rabbi. Laughing my ass off, a level 14 brat trying to win against my Asia manga genius is just a fool's errand. Yeah, blowing Su Yuan up so much. Let's let Dublabi come this time to properly slap your Xia's face. Ha ha ha, look at that skinny Su Yuan. I reckon he'd have to lie down with 1 punch from Dublabi. The netizens of the 3 countries of the A.S. are all winning, and some of them have already started to celebrate in advance. In their opinion, Su Yuan couldn't possibly be a match for Dubrabi, and could only become an open door for the A3, and be crushed viciously. This time there was a particularly large AZ crowd in the stadium. Before the game even started, they were already on their feet, cheering and celebrating by joyfully singing the classic A-Tribe magic brainwashing song. It left the rest of the audience in the room in a daze. It's not bad for a country like this. At this point, a poll was launched in one of the host's live streams. Let's get people to predict the winners and losers of the matchup between Sofar and Dubrabi. The result was that as soon as the poll was sent out, the votes were overwhelmingly in favor of Dubrabi of the AZ. Just less than 10% thought Su Yuan would win, with the remaining 90% plus in favor of Dubrabi. There was no other reason for this. It was still because there were too many people in the live streaming room of the 3 kingdoms, as well as the fact that Dubrabi crushed Su Yuan in every other aspect except for his talent, which was a little bit worse than Su Yuan, especially in terms of level. It was a full 14 levels higher than Su Yuan. That's a pretty scary class gap. Although Su Yuan had just amazed everyone present, there were already many people who were now beginning to doubt his talent and strength, not to mention the fact that it was simply impossible to break through level 15 in such a short period of time. Besides, if Su Yuan has such a high level of talent, why was he previously unknown in the international arena? Having heard of this character before internationally, suddenly coming out of nowhere, most people didn't think highly of Su Yuan until they had seen his true strength. Guys, don't kid yourself. This Xia kid is a trophy. He can't win. Yes, I'm rooting for Dubrabi. It's a mistake for Summer to send such a youngster. I can say in front of everyone in the broadcast room that Su Yuan can't win, and Dubrabi is sure to win. Ha ha ha, this Xia kid is just too arrogant. Does he think he's Lucas? To think that he's still thinking of crushing his opponent by crossing 14 levels. In the audience at the moment, Len grinned at Lucas with a smug look on his face as he pointed to the poll results displayed on his cell phone screen. It seems he's not the only one who thinks so. Su Yuan can't win. Everyone's eyes are shining. Ha ha, I'm winning. You're going to pay for all my booze for the next year. Lucas didn't speak, but instead turned his gaze to Su Yuan in the air ring. For some reason, there was a slight sense of foreboding in his heart. Could it be that he really overestimated this Su? The ring. Su Yuan looked at the opposite side of himself, the stout, 2-meter-tall Dubrabi, and said indifferently, please, ho ho ho. Dubrabi was the first to transform. His clothes instantly shattered and he grew in size, transforming into a giant white elephant as big as a mountain. This giant elephant was as white as snow. Its body was 40 to 50 meters tall, and the 3 sharp horns at the tip of its snout were like a sword that broke the sky, emitting an extremely terrifying pressure. The huge body of the cultivator white horse elephant slammed hard into the ring from the air. Only deafening explosions could be heard coming from the ears, almost shattering the entire ring. As soon as this huge, lanky body appeared, the netizens of the 3 countries cheered as if they were crazy. It was as if he had seen a god descend into the world and was thrilled. The Shurabema elephant was emanating the pressure of a SS top-tier ferocious beast, and this aura was already vaguely about to break through to the SSS level. Compared to it, the Su Yuan in front of the cultivator white horse elephant at the moment was as small as a mole cricket. Su Yuan, transform. Su Yuan shook his head. He knew just by glancing at the Shura Shiroma elephant that this guy was full of holes. It's really weak. The only value in dueling with this big dumb elephant was to try out the power of the world-destroying candle dragon gun. A cloud of darkness wrapped Su Yuan's body, and when the darkness dispersed, the black armor of the incarnation of the exterminating Yinglong had attached itself to his body. An aura of a super SSS awakened that was strong to the extreme suddenly erupted from his body. In the audience, the expression of the originally sullen face Lucas suddenly changed with a look of incredulity. This strong aura caused his heart to palpitate in an instant. Other people couldn't feel it, but he could deeply and tangibly perceive this terrifying aura. Much stronger than him. This strong aura was in a crushing posture, and even though it was hundreds of meters away, it surprisingly made Lucas feel suppressed and intimidated. Lucas panicked. How is this possible? Len, look at that. Lucas looked over at Len, only to see the other man's pupils constricted, his face frozen, and his body shaking, clearly shaken for a moment as well. Len grabbed a handful of his hair, his mouth growing wide. For some reason, this terrifyingly strong aura seemed to be something that only the two of them could perceive. It seems that Su Yuan is deliberately hiding it. However, for a supreme genius like the two of them, they were still able to sensitively detect it. At the far end of the podium, the vice president of the IMC, a white-haired Joseph, jolted to his feet. The young man beside him was surprised and asked, "What's wrong? Fark, it can't be true, can it?" The slightest hint of sweat broke out on Joseph's head. 153. 153. Joseph drew out a tissue and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his heart pounding. Just now, he sensed a hint of a super SSS Awakens aura from the suspended air ring. The aura seemed to be deliberately suppressed by someone, and he only felt the slightest bit of it before it disappeared. "I was just telling you about the super SSS Awakened. You remember, right?" The youth nodded. "I actually felt the aura of a super SSS Awakened in this competition." At those words, the middle-aged man's face was filled with shock. "Super SSS Awakened? How is this possible? Are you kidding me?" It had been 1,000 years since there had been a super SSS class awakened person in the blue planet human race. Looking at Joseph's serious face, the youth frowned slightly. "If my guess is right, it's probably that little guy named Su Yuan." Joseph pieced his chin together, forced down his inner shock, and spoke slowly. "Grandpa, are you sensing something wrong? I don't think it's likely. Why didn't I feel it?" Joseph hesitated for a moment. He couldn't say for sure. After all, the last super SSS class awakened person to appear was still 1,000 years ago. The odds are that one will be hard to come by for the next few thousand years. He hadn't seen a super SSS awakened. It was all his speculation and deduction. "I don't know. My insights are too short to tell if the other party is a super SSS class awakened person through a hint of breath. I'm getting older, so maybe I'm feeling wrong. It's true that a super SSS class awakened person is rare in 1,000 years, and it's unlikely that they will appear so easily." Joseph let out a long breath as he resumed his seat and took a gentle sip of his tea. Returning his gaze to the ring, the huge body of the cultivator white horse elephant rampaged towards Su Yuan, shaking the ring in the air, and it seemed that the next second the ring was shattering. Su Yuan's face was expressionless as the other party's several reckless impacts were easily dodged by him. He could tell that his opponent had not used a beast technique, which was testing his strength. Su Yuan faintly shook his head. Just now, he had also tested the Shurabema elephant pretty much to the limit. To have no speed, the power is great, but it can be diffused with a little bit of trickery. There are holes all over the body. There was no threat, so it would be a quick fix. Destruction Candle Dragon Gun. Dodging one of the Shurabema elephant's deadly charges, Su Yuan stepped on the top of the giant elephant's head, and with the force of his feet, his body violently catapulted into the air. Boom! The sky and the earth suddenly turned into darkness. All the light was swallowed up and the whole of Sharjah was plunged into endless darkness. Everyone present was all dumbfounded. Holy, what the hell? Why is it dark? Who the hell is God kidding? Is this an eclipse? At this moment, the viewers in various countries and nations who were watching the live broadcast through television were dumbfounded, only to see the number of television screens instantly turn black. On live streaming platforms such as Special Tweets, Hoses, the netizens of various countries, looking at the black screen of the live broadcast, one by one, they were all dumbfounded. No, is this a tweet crash? Why can't I see anything? What's going on here? Why can we only hear the sound and not the image? I don't know. I can't watch it live on the hose either. It's so weird. Martyr. It's too pitiful, isn't it? I was watching it, but it turned out to be a problem with the live broadcast. Boom. Suddenly, the darkness of the city of Sharjah slowly faded. Gradually people were able to look around and the light of the engulfed sun shone through. When people looked up into the sky, they only saw a huge five-clawed black dragon hovering above the sky. The black dragon had one eye and was covered in ancient black scales. a huge dragon head poking out from the clouds, like a god looking down on the ant beings underneath. Lightning and demonic wind wrapped around the body of this one-eyed five-clawed black dragon as he roared angrily, instantly shattering the surrounding clouds directly. All the people at the bottom were dumbfounded, looking at this five-clawed black dragon that suddenly appeared above their heads like a god. Each one of them was in awe. Some even took this five-clawed black dragon directly as a messenger of God, kneeling down and kowtowing frantically. My God, a messenger from God? It's really horrible. What kind of creature is this? Oh fark, is this going to bring disaster to us? A bunch of geezers were dumbfounded. Shurabema Elephant's body stiffened in place at the moment. He was too frightened to move. Su Yuan shrugged his shoulders, looking at the comical appearance of these people kneeling down. He only felt like laughing. One of the most notable features of a Golden Jade Emperor-level beast soldier was that it already possessed a beast form and a sense of life. This was what he had just read on the system introduction. If the guess was correct, this one-eyed, five-clawed black dragon was the exterminating Candle Lance. But now it's in beast form. In the next second, the body of the five-clawed black dragon hovering in the air surged out of the clouds, and its huge body dipped down violently towards the bottom. This instantly triggered panic in the audience. Suddenly, the five-clawed black dragon was seen changing into a seven-colored dragon spear in midair, shooting towards the bottom. Su Yuan's hand reached out, and the world-destroying candle dragon gun appeared in his hand. One could only see that it was a dragon spear with 7 colors, with 7 five-clawed divine dragons of different colors hovering on the body, each of which was exquisitely lifelike. Black tip, 7-colored body, exterminating candle gun. Holding the 7-colored dragon spear in his hand, Su Yuan felt the power that was almost overflowing from it. Hiss! In the distance, Joseph's expression froze and his mouth grew in surprise. He stood up again, incredulity in his eyes. It can't be wrong. Golden Jade Emperor level beast soldiers. To be able to summon a Golden Jade Emperor level beast soldier. What is this if not a super SSS awakened? This Xia kid. It's really true. There were no words to describe his feelings at the moment. He didn't think that he would ever see a super SSS rank awakened person in his life. Grandpa, could this kid really be a super SSS awakened? The young man on the side was shocked to see his grandfather reacting in such a big way, and he asked. Joseph nodded. It's the of Xia's national fortune. There was Pang Zhu in the past, and now there's this kid. If he can grow up, he'll be a Golden Jade Beast Emperor in the future. Joseph paused and sighed. But he's so flamboyant, he'll definitely be dangerous in the future. Let's hope he can pull through. Su Yuan stood there with the extinction candle dragon gun in his hand, attracting the shocked eyes of the world at the moment. People focused their eyes on him for a moment. Dubrabi is so stunned he kind of wants to surrender now. How the hell are we supposed to fight? Sitting in the audience, Lucas and Len each had their scalps tingling and their eyes hiding their inferiority complex. Eager be first. It's just too strong. My turn. Su Yuan took the initiative with the world-destroying candle dragon gun in his hand. 154. 154. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the Shurabema elephant, his huge body shivering. The tip of the 7-colored dragon spear flashed with a cold aura that frightened him, and he was in a batch of panic in his heart at the moment. Originally, he was sure of victory, but now, he had the feeling that he was going to die soon. Looking at Su Yuan, who was holding the world-destroying candle dragon gun in his hand and pressing forward step by step, the cultivator white horse elephant knew that he couldn't avoid it and could only choose to go hard. Ho ho ho! Shurabema roared fiercely, and the 3 horns that were like heaven-breaking swords shot out 3 red fiery flames, emitting a high temperature that was enough to vaporize the air, and shot towards Su Yuan. The heat was terrifying to those who were there. Su Yuan shook his head, a playful smile flashing at the corner of his mouth. With his feet stomping on the void and powering up, he held the extinction candle dragon gun in his hand. The tip of the gun aimed at the cultivating white horse elephant, and violently exploded into the air. His speed was ridiculously fast, transforming into a 7-colored aurora borealis. It was even faster than the speed of those 3 red flames. The scene was extremely spectacular, and the audience all looked dumbfounded, only to see that the 7-colored aurora was also surrounded by a 5-clawed dragon, together with the 7-colored aurora, flying in the air at a very high speed. The 7-colored aurora and the 3 red flames collided together. Boom! Only a deafening explosion could be heard, and the crowd covered their ears and looked into the air with surprised faces. One could only see that the 3 fiery flames were instantly swallowed by the 7-colored aurora, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the void. The Shurabema elephant first beast technique was easily diffused by Su Yuan. He panicked. After releasing the first beast skill, the Shurabema elephant decisively used the second beast skill, War Trample, only to see its body steeply become dozens of meters larger, and that all-white body instantly turned crimson, as if it was wrapped in flames. like a meteorite covered in flames, it ruthlessly smashed into Su Yuan. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth raised slightly. At the moment in his eyes, the speed of the Shurabema elephant was ridiculously slow. He didn't even bother to do it himself, throwing the extinction candle dragon lance out with great force, only to see the seven-colored dragon lance flying through the air at great speed. It suddenly changed into a one-eyed black five-clawed dragon. The beast form of the exterminating candle gun was summoned. The five-clawed dragon gave a long roar in the air, and the earth-shattering sound almost brought down the roof of the stadium. Seeing this black five-clawed dragon reappear, the spectators present, as well as those watching the match all over the world, had their jaws dropped and their mouths grew long. How did the giant dragon appear again? For a moment, it sparked no small amount of panic in the room. Some of the foreigners were even so frightened that they directly fell to their knees. My God! How the messenger of God has appeared again! Ilu ago. This giant dragon how to appear again? Ah! So terrible! Ah! Help! Is it taking us to hell? Ah! My God! This black dragon must be Satan. He's horrible. When the cultivator Bema elephant saw the candle dragon charging straight at him, his pupils contracted violently. I thought it was over. Boy, how could one be a match for that? He tried to break his body, but War Trample was too fast for him to stop. Looking at the one-eyed, five-clawed dragon that was getting closer and closer to him, the Shurabema elephant was completely flustered. Boom! I surrender. Surrender. No more fighting. No more fighting. Su Yuan, I surrender. So hurry up and stop. Su Yuan, who was standing in the ring, faintly shook his head. Surrender? It's late, isn't it? Besides, it doesn't kill you. But you, little San, were so wild just now, and now you're playing the surrender game with me? The Shurabema elephant was swallowed into the mouth by the one-eyed, five-clawed dragon and disappeared without a trace. The five-clawed black dragon once again let out a long, excited cry. His huge body hovered and flew through the air, even flying up to the top tier to get up close and personal with the audience. This scared the audience and triggered a minor panic. He has taken on a life and consciousness of his own. Suddenly, the five-clawed black dragon shot straight up into the sky and flew out of the gymnasium, like a curious child observing everything unfamiliar about the place from a high altitude. Seeing this, Su Yuan held his forehead. Nice guy, come back. Su Yuan pointed with his hand, and the five-clawed black dragon flew into the stadium once again, changing into a seven-colored dragon spear in the air, the tip of the spear smashing straight into the ring. Along with it fell the bruised and battered Shurapema elephant. Only a boom was heard. Shurupema elephant's huge body slammed into the ring. His eyes were closed tightly. He looked badly injured, and at the moment he couldn't move and didn't have any ability to fight back. Obviously, the winners and losers are already divided. Su Yuan's hand reached out and the seven-colored dragon spear flew back into his hand. Game over. Hiss. Quiet. The air was dead quiet. Dubrabi couldn't lose anymore. Having fought Su Yuan for less than 2 rounds in total, this proud son of the sky, Dubrabi, who was favored by countless people before the match and blown up by the 3 countries, is now lying on the ground like a dead dog. The big game's medical staff lifted Dubrabi onto a stretcher and rushed him to resuscitation. Su Yuan stood in the center of the ring, attracting the eyes of the world at the moment. Strong, just too strong. It was so unexpected that it could be described as a demon. My God, he's practically a god. Why is he able to summon the gods directly? You geezer hacks talking, don't you think we summer people can't win? Didn't you just scream for joy? Ilu God, just now really dog-eyed. Now I feel the face-popping pain. Su Yuan is just too good. He's not a vase. He's simply much better than Lucas. Lucas and Len who can summon gods. They can't even compare to Su Yuan. I was just clicking on the wrong one, trying to vote for so far, and accidentally clicked on Dubrabi. Live on Twitter, Hose, TikTok. The pop-ups went wild, and the number of people online broke into the tens of millions. They couldn't describe what kind of image they had just seen. Su Yuan had won beyond everyone's expectations, and those who had originally supported Dubrabi now had their faces slapped. Some even said that they had just voted for Dubrabi by accidentally clicking the wrong button. The moment. The 3 countries, whether they were spectators watching the match at the venue or netizens watching the live stream online, all of them were blue in the face and silent. They just screamed the most, more than anyone else. Now it was surprisingly silent, as if it didn't like to talk. Dubrabi lost. They lost the adults. The A-tribe people went straight to Red Worm. Some even chose to leave the field without watching the next 4 matches. The other side. Lucas tightened his lips and sighed, his mind a mix of emotions. 155. 155. Lucas's mind turned over, never able to calm himself. For some reason, he felt a slight inferiority complex. Previously, he had always thought that looking at the entire Blue Star his own talent was unrivaled. and that he was the brightest white moon in the night sky, and all the others are faint glowing flames, not worth mentioning at all. Once he saw Su Yuan today, he realized what it meant to be a mayfly shaking the sky. He had just seen Su Yuan's performance and strength, and he knew that he was afraid that he was far from Su Yuan. My god. Su, that's unbelievable. Len opened his mouth as he slowed down from his shock at the moment. Just now he thought that Su Yuan was just a fancy vase. Now his attitude towards Su Yuan had completely changed. Even if he was as strong as Len, he was completely convinced of Su Yuan at this moment. It's not a good idea to be unconvinced. Len didn't dare to imagine what Su Yuan would be like if it was a year in the past. 2 years later. Definitely a lot better than he and Lucas are right now. Lucas, you're right. I take back the contempt I just showed Su. He's too strong, Len said after a moment. I also want to duel with him. Even if I lose to him, I'm still willing. At this moment, Su Yuan had already returned to Xia's participation seat. The many contestants from the Summer Kingdom had been waiting for a long time. One by one, they looked at Su Yuan with shocked and incredulous gazes, their eyes filled with pride. Su Yuan was a native of Xia, something that Xia was absolutely proud of. Today can be considered to let those Westerners see the strength of the young generation of Xia. Before that, Westerners had always looked down on Xia, which had participated in many international IMC competitions, but had not won a single medal, not even a bronze one. Some Western countries even thought that Xia was not even as good as the Three Kingdoms. I don't know how many people's faces were slapped by Su Yuan's bright performance today. You kid can just a batch of handsome Ning Xian rested his arm on Su Yuan's shoulder, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Just now, Su Yuan had really given them a long face. Let the whole of Summerland follow suit. Su Yuan just nodded lightly. He was a man who liked to keep a low profile, but Nei could never keep a low profile. The showdown he just had with Duberby didn't make him complacent. It was just a sparse bout for him. Kakubo, you're not hurt. Yi Koma didn't care about winning or not winning the match. Seeing Su Yuan win easily, she was not shocked at all because this kind of thing was already commonplace for her. Her only concern was whether or not Su Yuan was injured. She didn't care about anything else. As long as Su Yuan was well, she was relieved. No, not a scratch. So many people watching. Auntie, you do not touch Not how you still touch their Go back and kiss again. I'm a little shy. Jiang Xiaoman, who was sitting next to Ikoma, looked at the sweetness of these two and hummed softly. It's really a show everywhere you go. However, she was also completely convinced by Su Yuan. Previously, he felt sorry for Ying, such a good girl, was abducted by Su Yuan. This yellow hair. The point is that the leaf tassel is still willing. She was still thinking about how to persuade Yi Tassel, the love brain. Since losing to Su Yuan in the last boxing match, Jiang Xiaoman had completely changed Su Yuan's opinion. Her inner love is useless. Men are all scum theory is also gradually disintegrating. Even she was now a little envious of Yi Koma. It's so nice to have a boyfriend who is so talented and strong and knows everything and shows off when it counts. Sheesh, pay attention you two. Hey, stop. After Su Yuan managed to get the first win for Xia, one by one, the next players also won. The end result was that Summer won all 5 games and earned 5 points. NAS took 0 points, which is a disgrace. The AT has basically been eliminated. With Xia's 5 wins over Ace 3 countries, the first day of the preliminary round was declared over. The crowd, who had seen a great duel, exited the arena. Su Yuan also followed Xia's team and left through the special channel for participants. Walking out of the narrow passageway, Su Yuan realized that someone had already been waiting for him for a long time. 2 people, both of them he could name. Lucas and Nord. Lucas he had just met on the star screen and knew that the other man was a supreme genius. Noodle goes without saying. An old acquaintance. This time the supreme head of the Lighthouse Nations team had a not-so-subtle grudge against him. A powerful beast saint. Seeing this, Su Yuan frowned slightly. He wasn't a fan of these people in the Lighthouse state, even loathed them. In his opinion, these people have absolutely no bottom line or morals. It always manages to be disgusting time and time again. The moment Su Yuan stayed for this moment, Xia's team had already gone far away. Su, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Should we make a friend? You were just so awesome. You just really shocked me. You're going to be so much better than me. Lucas came up and gave Su Yuan a burst of heavenly bragging. Well, Su Yuan didn't even listen. He knew these two wouldn't settle for anything good. Especially Nord. At this moment, Nod was wearing a kind smile, completely devoid of the cynicism and exasperation he felt towards Su Yuan last time. He looked at Su Yuan with admiration. It's like looking at a piece of treasure that you can't wait to swipe right into your hand. Is there something wrong with you two? If there's nothing going on, Stay out of my way. Also, Lucas, we don't seem to know each other very well. You're being overzealous. Yuan takes a step back and keeps his distance from Lucas. Lucas's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that he had gotten a hot face on a cold ass. It was a little awkward for a while, but he truly admired Yuan. If there's nothing to it, a good dog doesn't get in the way. Yuan didn't have the slightest intention of spoiling the other party. No face at all to Lucas and Nord. He also knew that Nord would never dare to make a move. Looking at this treacherous smile of Nord's right now, there was some revulsion in Yuan's heart. You should have heard of a truth. A strong man is never bound. People go high, water flows low. You should choose a better platform. You're a supreme genius. You won't have a big future staying in Xia. The implication of Lucas' words was very clear. He thought so himself. The strong should not be constrained, much less kidnapped by the so-called family and national feelings. He continued after a pause. I don't want to be rivals with you. The two of us should be friends, comrades in arms, on the same side. You know Len, right? Next year he's going to officially leave his Ant Nation's citizenship and join the Lighthouse Nation's military. Everyone's eyes are discerning. All the geniuses are scrambling to flock to the Lighthouse country. It's a trend and a direction, Lucas said to himself. Hearing this, Yuan almost didn't break into laughter. Is this to recruit yourself? Strong people don't have borders, do they? Just then, Nord spoke up as well. Yuan, the higher-ups appreciate you. If you can nod your head, our previous hatred will be written off. For geniuses like you, the Lighthouse State has always been welcoming. How about it? Want to think about it? There's not much of a future in Xia. You'll definitely enjoy the same treatment as Lucas if you're in the Lighthouse Kingdom. 156. 156. I can start you at the rank of Major if you come. Nord's tone was firm. He's already put it to this point. No one can refuse the offer made by the Lighthouse State. What is the Lighthouse State? The Lighthouse State is the most powerful and prosperous country in the world. The world's elite are basically gathered in the Lighthouse State. How many people chip away at the Lighthouse State every year? A bunch of big colonial runners sold their homes and left their wives and children behind to go to the Lighthouse country in search of civilization. It is possible for the Lighthouse State to make such a good offer and take the initiative to pull the strings. Who, I ask, could not be moved to accept it? Not accepting it is simply a case of not giving good enough terms and conditions. Yuan, as far as I know, I don't think you've joined the Xia military department, right? At the moment you are a Summerland student with no military status. Summerland can't bind you. All you need to do is apply for a change of citizenship, and you can join us in the Lighthouse Nation and join us as a strongman. You're not a soldier of the military department. Don't have any psychological pressure. Every year Xia emigrated hundreds of thousands of ordinary people to the Lighthouse country. You have to make the right choices, and choices outweigh effort. Nord chattered, and as he spoke, his hand tried to rest on Yuan's shoulder, but Yuan ducked right into a sideways glance. Yuan clasped his hands to his chest and looked at Lucas and Nord with a look of second arm. The heart can't help but feel. It's true that the Lighthouse State has world-class pie painting skills. He finally understood why Xiongfeng had betrayed the Xia Kingdom and defected to the Lighthouse Kingdom back then. But the end of Bear Maple is there for all to see. If half of what they said was true, Xiongfeng wouldn't have ended up in that situation. Apparently, these tricks that were used on Xiongfeng back then were ready to be used on himself again. You have to realize that this is an unstoppable trend, and Xia will only get weaker and weaker next, falling to the ranks of the A3. And we, the Lighthouse Nation, will be the lighthouse of the world, the first superpower that never fails. You can see how many people have been running to the Lighthouse State over the years. At those words, Yuan sneered. Mud, tired day, not going back for a good night's rest. Listen to these two barking here. He had simply heard enough. It's because the toilet stinks that flies like to go that way, and certain maggots in the toilet. Please don't be so disgusting and get out of my way. Yuan had no intention of giving face to Lucas and not at all. Straight talk. He didn't even bother to decline in a euphemistic and polite tone. For these capricious villains of the Lighthouse Kingdom, Yuan really couldn't give a little smile. He was not some humble and refined man either. Soon the crowd that was there gathered around, each one wanting to see what was going on. When it became clear that Lucas and Yuan, who had been the rage of the day on the field, were actually inside, the people instantly became interested and surrounded the three. Some people even took out their cell phones and were taking pictures constantly. Nord's face instantly reddened. He clenched the back of his teeth in anger, and both of his hands were trembling. Obviously, Yuan's words had broken his defenses a bit. When had he, a beast-sane powerhouse and one of the generals of the Lighthouse Kingdom, ever been spoken to in such a manner? That's just outright humiliating. It was clear to Nord that Yuan definitely couldn't pull it off, but he didn't dare to do it now. He's a careful man. There's a large number of media reporters here all looking on. And if he makes a move, Leafbreaker won't let them get out of the Emirates alive. Su Yuan is rampant. Well then, since you don't want to be friends, we'll have to be enemies. Your unwillingness to come to the Lighthouse Kingdom is a complete enemy of the Lighthouse Kingdom, and we won't let a threat like you grow. Nord took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart, and slowly said, he was well aware of Su Yuan's threat. If Su Yuan couldn't be pulled together, then he had to be killed. If he was allowed to grow up in the Xia Kingdom, he would be the next Ping Zhu. Oh, I thought you could spit any ivory out of your dog's mouth. Threaten me? With you? I'm afraid you're not qualified. Su Yuan was not the least bit afraid in the face of Nod's threat and laughed very calmly. He didn't want to continue to tangle with these two maggots, lightly put down a few words and then simply chose to leave. Nord's chest rose and fell in anger, but he didn't bother to stop Su Yuan at the moment. Suddenly, Lucas stopped in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan, think about it. I do appreciate you, and I want the two of us to be friends, instead of being on opposite sides, being enemies, being rivals. Su Yuan didn't even lift his eyes to look at Lucas. With a firm grip on his hand, he pushed Lucas, who was in his way, straight out of the way with a violent shove. Rivals? Are you worthy? Lucas, you think too highly of yourself. You are at best a stepping stone in my path. Don't get ahead of yourself. After speaking, without waiting for the other party to reply, Su Yuan directly left. The crowd automatically flashed a path to let Su Yuan out, leaving Lucas alone with his red warmth in place. His hair was blowing up in anger. Lucas looked at Su's departing back and clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Mad. Su Yuan is really too mad. He himself kindly advised him to show him a clear path to find a better platform. As a result, hot-faced a cold ass, and was so humiliated. How could he say that he was also one of the top geniuses of Blue Star in this decade? A mountain that made countless people look up to in despair. Now it was surprising that he didn't even deserve to be his opponent. Stepping stones? He, Lucas, was a stepping stone in Su Yuan's eyes? Su Yuan, well then, let's face off the day after tomorrow to compete. Since you must be an enemy, I must trample you under my feet and slaughter you. Lucas rushed in the direction Su Yuan had left and said viciously. He was completely enraged, and it was the first time since he was a child that he wanted to slaughter someone so badly. Early the next morning, in the training ground, Ning Xian had already assembled with the players who would be appearing in today's match. Today, on the other hand, rounds 4 through 6 are being held, with Summerlin taking on the Philly Monkey Nation in round 5. The Filipino Monkey Kingdom is even weaker than the Tri-State, and this is another crushing innings for Xia to be able to take 5 points. With the 5 points I picked up on the first day at Agri, that's 10 points in total. On the third day against the Lighthouse Nation and on the fourth day against the Ant Nation, all of them were able to successfully advance to the elimination rounds as long as they didn't lose all of their matches. There was no Su Yuan among the 5 players who were going to compete today. He wasn't among the replacements either, so he didn't have to be there in person. You boys get some rest today. By the way, I have news for you. Tomorrow in round 9 we will play Lighthouse Nation. Your opponent is none other than Lucas. 157. 157. Ning Xian was a bit worried about Su Yuan. He was also surprised as to why Su Yuan could draw such a powerful opponent every time he drew lots. Lucas can be 100 times better than Dubrabi. That was one of the top geniuses in the Lighthouse country and even the entire Blue Star in the past 10 years. And it was going to be a full 19 levels higher than Su Yuan. Even if Su Yuan's talent could be as high as Lucas. But with such a big rank gap, it was hard as hell for Su Yuan to beat Lucas. 2 against 2 is simply not fair. Lucas is indeed powerful, so don't psych yourself out. Losing is within our team's reach. Ning Xian patted Su Yuan's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan revealed a harmless, yet awkward smile. General Ning was indeed looking out for him. But, it's not certain who will lose or win. Su Yuan didn't have any surprises. It was within his expectation that Lucas would be his opponent, just in time to kick the stepping stone in the ass tomorrow. Thank you General Ning for the reminder. The teams were assembled, and Ning Xian led the men as they prepared to depart Victory King Stadium. Suddenly, a figure walked into the training ground, looked to be about early 50s, dressed in casual clothes with slightly gray hair. It was none other than Yi Baojun. Seeing Yi Baojun, Ning Xian's drowsiness instantly dissipated completely. He had a surprised look on his face, not realizing that General Breaker had the time to have come here today. Master, you're quite free here, aren't you? Not in Tesha for the past 2 days? Ning Xian hurriedly stood at attention and saluted, putting away the lazy stance he had just taken. The contestants behind Ning Xian arched their hands when they saw Yi Baojun and shouted General Yi very respectfully. Some people's eyes were filled with shock and admiration, with a look of incredulity. They didn't expect to see the legendary General Breaker here. He's the #1 person in Xia's warpower besides General Pang. General Yi is in the country. The ordinary people are not qualified to see him at all. It was only when I was abroad for a competition that I was lucky enough to meet such a great man. Clean as a whistle. It's just one day today, and I have to be back in Tulsa all this afternoon. I came to see my girl. At those words, a hint of doubt flashed across Ning Xian's eyes. He did hear that Yi Brejan had an only daughter. However, he had been guarding the border for many years, in the wind and rain, but he had never seen General Broken Army's daughter, and no names were asked. How come? General Breaker's daughter is competing too? Ning Xian's expression was a little brilliant. No way. Why wasn't there any advance notice of this? If anything happened to General Broken Armor's only daughter, he really couldn't afford it. I've got an auntie. Ying the dead girl did not see Where did you arrange for her? She's not racing today, is she? Yi Baojun swept around the training ground and only saw Su Yuan, not Yi Ying's figure. Hearing the word Ying, Ning Xian remembered. Voorhees, isn't this Su Yuan's girlfriend? Ning Xian was very attached to Su Yuan, and of course noticed his little girlfriend who had been staying by his side and was as close to him as he could get. I go. Su Yuan, you're good enough. You're awesome big time. You dared to pick up General Broken Army's daughter. The key is that you even took it. You're so bold. Ning Xian only felt his scalp tingle. You know, General Breaker has only one daughter. Just one only daughter. That's a lot of pampering from a young age. It turned out to be taken down by Su Yuan just like that, on platforms like Tweets and Hoes. Talk Tick. The hot list for the past 2 days has been largely dominated by topics related to the International IMC tournament. Talk TIK hot list. Top 3, Cherry Blossom Nation players shamelessly commit repeated fouls. 2 matches are cancelled from scoring. Top 2, Kangaroo State's attempt to bribe IMC staff has been exposed. Top 1, Lucas vs. Su Yuan. Su Yuan and Lucas duel unsurprisingly reached the #1 spot on the Hot 100 list. It sparked a lively discussion among netizens around the world. Lucas is a world-renowned superstar competitor who has made a name for himself. So when most people saw the word Lucas, they clicked on it with interest. As for Su Yuan, most people were unfamiliar with the name except those who watched the match that day. But after clicking in to learn about Su Yuan's strength and performance, they had a sky-high perception of Su Yuan. Hashtag out of nowhere hashtag. Hashtag the first genius of Xia in 100 years hashtag. Hashtag Call of Cthulhu hashtag. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Top of the heap. Top of the heap aha. This Su Yuan is so powerful. Why do I feel that his talent is not weaker than Lucas at all? Lucas has met a strong opponent this time. This matchup is going to be a good one. Holy, I can't even imagine how awesome and lit this matchup is going to be tomorrow. This genius that came out of nowhere in Xia is so powerful. I watched it live yesterday. I'm going to take tomorrow off from work with my boss. I'm going to stay in front of the TV and watch it live. Both are strong, but most people still choose to support Lucas. After all, they didn't know Su Yuan too well, and Lucas' strength and record are there for all to see. He has not lost a single battle so far. All of the world's top celestial pride were trampled under his feet and ruthlessly crushed. He was a high mountain that countless geniuses and warlords looked up to, so strong that people couldn't breathe. People are looking forward to tomorrow's showdown between Lucas and so far, but in the back of his mind, it was clear that the odds were that Lucas would win. After all, there aren't too many surprises in this world. At this time, on the betting race platform, Lucas and Su Yuan are already at 95-5 odds. Less than 0.5% supported Su Yuan, but there were still people who were willing to take a risk and gamble for Su Yuan, just in case they won. Lighthouse State military base in the Emirates. Lucas looked at his chaperone in front of him in purple armor, sweating, panting, and no longer able to fight, and there was a lack of energy in his eyes. That was weak, not a fight at all. With a casual wave of his hand, the tricolored armor attached to his body instantly lifted. Seeing this, the chaperone let out a breath of relief, thinking that he was finally relieved. He didn't think Lucas would be so fierce today, although he was acting as a chaperone. He was also an SSS ranked talent and a level 42 beast exalt. Surprisingly, I was beaten by Lucas today and was unable to fight back. If Lucas hadn't stopped, he would have had to be knocked out next. He could sense that Lucas was angry today, hitting hard with every move. Strong, just too strong. What on earth did you do to provoke this heaven's pride? Ha, damn Su Yuan, you wait for me. Tomorrow, let's see which one of us is the stepping stone. I'm going to have to tear you apart. Lucas slugged down a mouthful of water. Exasperated. 158. 158. It just so happens that Yi Brejan is free today. The two of them, Su Yuan and Yi Ying, didn't have to participate in the competition either. All three have time. So Yikoma took his old man and Su Yuan to do what every girl likes to do. Stroll around and hit the streets for photos. Over the course of the day, the three men wandered through almost all of Baidi. Although Yi Baojun couldn't understand his own girl's behavior, he still followed. Yikoma didn't feel tired at all after playing all day. Su Yuan, on the other hand, had a tired face, carrying a large bag in his hand, with Yi Ying's camera and bag still hanging on him. Running around, he was exhausted at the end of the day. Of course, Yi Baojun was no better. Even if he was a beast saint powerhouse, he was still a little unable to carry on for a day. It's not so much the physical, but the mental that's so tortured. He's going to help Yi Ying try on women's clothes and lipstick colors. Squatting there with a camera for 2 hours taking pictures. It's just too much torture. Who would dare let him do that? It's also about spoiling your own daughter. Yikoma opened the door of the hotel room and Su Yuan, who was carrying a large bag of things, was the first to walk in. He placed the large bag on the floor and laid himself down on the bed in a single bound, full of exhaustion. Auntie, you're too tossed off for one day? Don't you even feel tired? Su Yuan slightly closed his eyes and said breathlessly. Yikoma shook her head and picked up a beautiful dress from the bag and placed it on her body to compare. Su Yuan held his forehead and sat up from the bed, feeding Yi a beast source in passing. Looking at Yi's big mouthful of food, Su Yuan opened his mouth. Can't carry it. Can't really carry it. It's getting late. Yi Baojun was also ready to go back. Before he left, he gave Su Yuan a separate call outside the room. Suddenly, his expression became serious. So far, is there only one room? How did you two move in together so quickly and live together? Hearing this, Su Yuan revealed a harmless and innocent smile. He was just about to explain, but Yi Baojun continued to speak. Brat, that's the only daughter I have. I'm also recognizing you as an aunt, but don't develop too quickly. You two didn't do that, did you? At those words, Su Yuan froze. Which thing? He reacted and hurriedly shook his head. No, Uncle Yi, really no. I'm not that kind of person. In front of Yi Baojun, Su Yuan was honest to a fault. He didn't tell lies. He and Yikoma were now behaving intimately and sleeping together, but they hadn't broken through that substantial layer of relationship. The reason for this was still that Su Yuan wasn't willing to take the initiative, as well as Yi Ying was still too young. If something accidentally happened, he really couldn't explain to Yi Baojun. Su Yuan had always aimed to work hard to improve his strength, and did not want to become a happy father at a young age yet. What's more, looking at Yi Baojun's pair of serious eyes, Su Yuan knew clearly in his heart that Yi Baojun definitely did not want him and Yi Ying to break through that relationship too early. After all, who would want their daughter to be coaxed into that at such a young age? It's still General Breaker's only daughter. I want you to be our aunt. I don't ask much of you. Just love my daughter. There's not much I can do when she likes you so much. Yi Brejan coughed lightly and opened his mouth. But it's still too early for you two little dolls to be doing that sort of thing. It's better to get to know you first. You aunt. I'll have to take another look at it. Yi Brejan patted Su Yuan's shoulder with an appreciative expression. It had to be said that Su Yuan was indeed outstanding, and was unrivaled in the entire Xia kingdom. Yesterday's outstanding performance at the competition, Yi Baojun had watched the whole thing, and it was a way to bring glory to the entire Xia kingdom. In a way, it was still the selfsame girl who had climbed high above Su Yuan. It's not easy to find such a good aunt. Her own girl could indeed, taking Su Yuan down while he was young. Yi Baojun supports Su Yuan to be with his daughter and develops an inner admiration for Su Yuan. Saying that, Yi Baojun took out a spirit stone from his own body and placed it in Su Yuan's hand. Brat, take this. I hear you've been having a lot of trouble with the lighthouse people lately, and that old thing Nord has come after you? Su Yuan received the spirit stone and nodded. What Yi Brejan said was true. He's got quite a grudge against these capricious little people in the lighthouse state right now. As long as you crush the spirit stone, in less than half a breath's effort, I will step in and help you. This spirit stone has a trace of my soul power in it, and can instantly split into a soul body. If that dog Nord dares to make a move against my aunt, I will naturally not let him go. Yi Baojun was not the least bit afraid of these people from the Lighthouse Kingdom. He knew very well that the so-called Lighthouse countries were nothing but a bunch of paper tigers. It wasn't true that the Lighthouse Kingdom had a few beast emperors, but their beast emperors wouldn't come out until the critical moment. In other words, before, Yi Baojun was still a little bit afraid of these beast emperors. However, since General Peng Zhu's exit, these beast emperors no longer had any deterrent effect on him. With General Peng Zhu around, the Lighthouse Kingdom would be sending the Beast Emperor to his death if they dared to send him out. As for the powerhouses below the Beast Emperor, even the peak beast saints of the Lighthouse Kingdom were no match for Yi Baojun. His aunt should never be without a backer. He, Yi Baojun, was Su Yuan's biggest backer. With him around, looking at the entire blue star, there really weren't many people who dared to touch Su Yuan. Thanks, Uncle Yi. Su Yuan immediately arched his hand and thanked him. After explaining everything, Yi Baojun didn't stay long. Saying a brief goodbye, his figure disappeared into the void. Back in the room, Su Yuan lay on the bed, picking up the spirit stone in his hand and playing with it, his mind carefully recalling what Yi Baojun had just said. Yi Koma, on the other hand, changed into her pajamas and prepared to take a bath. Do you want to take a shower, together? Leaf Koma suddenly poked his head over. Su Yuan shook his head and smoothly pinched the flesh on the back of Yi's neck and lifted her up. Take this silly dragon to get cleaned up. Upon hearing this, Yi was at a loss. Yi Koma grabbed Yi from Su Yuan's hand, ignoring the other party's struggling resistance, and directly led her directly into the bathroom. Anum. Whoa. Anum. Whoa. What do you call it? It's all girls. Look at it without losing any meat. After half an hour, Yi Koma finished his shower and took Yi out of the bathroom. The cleaned Yui was dripping wet. Her fur was plastered together and she looked extremely funny and cute. Yi Koma laid down beside Su Yuan and pressed her body close to him, while her hands were touching Su Yuan's naked upper body. The two people were very close, also to the point that Su Yuan could smell the jasmine scent of Yi Ying's body, as well as that charming light body fragrance. The atmosphere became subtle for a moment. Yi Ying just wanted to open his mouth to say something. Su Yuan directly kissed on his mouth. The two lips pressed together. Duel of the tongues. Unrelenting passion. The two lay on their sides, their eyes interacting and kissing each other with abandon. After a full minute's time, Su Yuan reluctantly removed his mouth from Yi Ying's mouth. The one lying on the windowsill nibbled on the animal source while watching the two, running her paws through the damp fur on her body. Yui was dumbfounded. What's next? Can you watch it yourself? 159. 159. If it doesn't connect, the previous one is blocked. Pending review. Suddenly, Yi Koma leaned over and blew next to Su Yuan's ear. Two words were uttered softly. Honey. The voice is sweet and rhyming. Even if it's not the first time I've heard those two words. Su Yuan was still beastly and his blood pressure was rubbing up. It's true that not many men can stand up to those two words. Reaching out, he gently stroked Yi Koma's hair and left a soft kiss on his forehead. Whose wife is so clingy? Upon hearing this, Yi Ying covered her mouth with a smile and buried her head in Su Yuan's arms. Your wife. Who else's could it be? By the way, are you going to marry me later? Yi Koma suddenly raised his head and asked. Window sill. Yi really felt a bit unable to look at these two people's sweet looks. Her little brain seemed to have figured out what was going to happen next. Thinking of this, Yi's face instantly turned red. No? Sure. My wife I'm sure to marry. Su Yuan didn't hesitate and answered directly. He casually ruffled the hair of the leaf tassel that had fallen in his face with a look of amusement. At those words, Yi Ying's little face swished red. Her own pair of affectionate eyes looked at Su Yuan, as if she wanted to express something to him. After a long time, Yi Ying slowly spoke. Just take mine as a wife. So, do you want to try that thing tonight? Yi Koma put her face close to Su Yuan and spoke in a soft voice. Su Yuan's expression was wonderful when he heard this. That thing? Not girl you come really so casual. Su Yuan felt a little numbness. Seeing that Su Yuan did not speak, Yi Ying continued to speak. Try it. Aren't you curious? What does it feel like? Who was lying under the windowsill, was completely dumbfounded. No? You two are still really coming? She was self-conscious enough to turn away and try not to look. Su Yuan shook his head. He remembered what Yi Baojun had just told him. It was a very decisive and straightforward refusal. There's a game tomorrow. A kiss will do. Do you have any other ideas? Gently flicking Yi Koma's brain, Su Yuan faintly laughed. Today is the third day of the IMC preliminary round. Rounds 7 through 9 will be held today. Yesterday Summerlin got 5 points from a shutout win over Phi Monkeyland in the 5th round of the tournament. The points have now come to 10. Today Summer will play the Lighthouse State, while tomorrow it's the Ant State. The combined strength of the players from these two countries is stronger than Xia. Everyone plays steady today. The 5 players sent out by the Lighthouse Kingdom today are all very powerful, but our Xia Kingdom can't easily admit defeat. With 5 games, let's try to win 2 and there will be a lot less pressure to advance. Early morning, inside the training ground, Ning Xian stood in front of the assembled group and emphasized to today's participants. This showdown with the Lighthouse Kingdom will be the toughest battle for Xia. The difference in strength between the two players is very wide. He didn't dare to expect to win all 5 battles anymore. As long as he could win 1 or 2, it would be a blessing. Both Su Yuan and Yi Ying are going to be on the field today, and Jiang Xiaoman. But what Su Yuan didn't expect was that his duel with Lucas was scheduled for the last match. King's Victory Stadium. All of the tens of thousands of seats were filled, and the arena was packed to the rafters. Spectators from countries all over the world have gathered here just to enjoy the feast of today's showdown. Today is the third day of the F preliminary round. In the ninth round, Summerland is going to officially play Lighthouse Nation. The most talked about of them was naturally the matchup between Yuan and Lucas. At the moment, in the Talk TIK live room, Lucas will win today. I just came to watch the live stream because of the matchup between Sofar and Lucas. That Xia kid is indeed rampant, and he's guilty as charged when he goes up against Lucas. I'm betting on Lucas to win this top matchup today. There's no point in suspense, okay? Yuan does have talent, but even if his talent can be as high as Lucas, he has an absolute disadvantage when it comes to rank. There are tens of millions of viewers online at the same time in the live room. What people are talking about and discussing the most is whether Lucas and Yuan will win or lose this duel today. Of course, 90% of the people are in favor of Lucas. Just like they supported Dubrabi before, less than 10% thought Yuan could win. A large proportion of them, still thinking of buying with the score reversed and the villa by the sea. However, everyone had to admit that Yuan was a rare genius. If Lucas hadn't had absolute rank suppression, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been certain who would have lost or won today. At this moment, in the audience of Xia, Yuan and Ying sat together. "Girl, how many games are you on?" Yuan asked. Before Yikoma had a chance to speak, Zhang Xiaoman said in advance, "We're both ahead of you. Tasseled sister is in the fourth. Me, it's my turn in the first game." Zhang Xiaoman was the first contestant out of Xia. Her opponent was of uncommon strength, named Cantor, an officer from East Point in the Land of Light. At such a young age, he had already reached level 46 Beast Exaltation, and he was still SSS ranked talented. In comparison, Zhang Xiaoman's talent and rank were not comparable to Cantor's, so the probability of Zhang Xiaoman winning this duel was very small. But this is what others think. Zhang Xiaoman himself does not think so. Behold, this girl herself takes the first victory for Xia. Zhang Xiaoman patted her huge wobbly waves and said confidently, "It's true that Cantor is going to crush her in every way, but that doesn't mean it's going to win her." Soon after, the 7th and 8th rounds of matchups were over. It comes down to the 9th round matchup, Summerland versus Lighthouse Nation. Both sides of the first matchup have taken the stage. In the air ring, Zhang Xiaoman and Cantor stood opposite each other. Cantor was dark-skinned, his entire body was covered in lean muscles, and he exuded the aura of an SSS-class awakened person. And Zhang Xiaoman's aura was much weaker. Xia are no one? Is such a soft little girl a match for Cantor? Xia is going to lose this time. I reckon they can't win 1 out of 5 matches. How can Xia be a match for the Lighthouse Kingdom? All of them are going to lose, giving away a point in this opener. Ugh, taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaoman's body was engulfed by a swallow of golden light. When the golden light dissipated, only golden armor was attached to her body. Although she was an SS rank awakened person, she had similarly awakened the royal armor form. Cantor didn't hesitate, and also transformed directly into his Imperial armor form. The moment. Contestants table. Yuan frowned slightly. He knew that this Cantor was by no means easy to deal with. Zhang Xiaoman is bound to lose. It seems basically unlikely that today, it will be possible to get points by anyone other than yourself. Even Yi Tassel was having a hard time winning against the level 21 Selena. Team Summerland is really in danger this time. 160. 160. Air ring. Zhang Xiaoman and Cantor both stood opposite each other, dressed in black armor and holding a trident beast soldier. Cantor exuded an aura of terror, and Zhang Xiaoman didn't have a beast soldier, only to see that her hands were empty. Of course, she didn't need a beast soldier. She was best at boxing moves. The audience at the scene was all in a daze one by one. What's going on here? Not taking the beast soldier? Just as the crowd was still puzzled, Zhang Xiaoman had already taken the lead. Her figure suddenly flashed in front of Cantor like a ghost, and she violently blasted out a fist, which was mixed with the momentum of breaking wind. And the fist wind was vicious, slamming into Cantor's abdomen. Cantor dodges sharply, using his trident to parry the heavy blow. He jerked back a few steps, his eyes filled with shock. That's a good punch. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoman's figure flashed, and another spinning flying kick was delivered in a way that caught Cantor off guard, directly to his head. The kick was extremely tricky and Cantor could barely avoid it. Boom! Cantor's body flew straight out 5 or 6 meters away, almost falling out of the air ring. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. A SSS-ranked awakened person from the Lighthouse Kingdom had been knocked down against a woman whose talent and rank were inferior to his own, and who was still barehanded. That's not the level of the Lighthouse state, is it? This is more or less unexpected. No, what's going on here? What's going on with the Lighthouse players? Could it be a fake race? To be so screwed up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This girl not only has a wow body, but she's also so strong. The Lighthouse Nation isn't going to lose their first game to Summer. The audience in the room were all in an uproar. At this moment in Xia's contestant's seat, seeing Jiang Xiaoman in the upper hand, Yi Ying was happy. Sister Xiaoman is just too good. She can definitely get a point for Summer in the first game. Su Yuan, who was sitting next to her narrator, shook his head. Su Yuan saw very clearly that Jiang Xiaoman had the upper hand for a while, and when Cantor powered up, she was definitely not Cantor's opponent. At this moment, the crowd focused their eyes on the field. Cantor was seen standing up, taking a deep breath, having adjusted his form. Jiang Xiaoman rubbed her knuckles. Her face was full of arrogance at the moment. She had thought how capable this SSS rank awakened person was. But this? Without much thought, Jiang Xiaoman struck again, her figure disappearing like a ghost, then suddenly appeared behind Cantor. But what she didn't expect was that when she threw this punch at Cantor, the other party's figure flickered and dodged it with ease. Cantor then performs the beast technique. Whoosh! His body suddenly split into two phantom bodies. These two phantom bodies were no different from Cantor's appearance, and even the energy emanating from their bodies had the same aura. It's hard to tell which one is the real one. Suddenly, three figures of Cantor shot out at the same time, as fast as lightning, and surrounded Jiang Xiaoman, encircling him. For a while, Jiang Xiaoman simply couldn't tell which one was the real one, and which is the phantom body. Taking a gamble, she gathered her entire body's strength into both fists and slammed them into one of them. Only her fist was seen running through a phantom body. Instead, Cantor's true form appeared behind her, and the trident stabbed her directly in the abdomen. Boom! Jiang Xiaoman was stabbed by the trident beast soldier, and her golden armor was almost torn. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of her mouth before her person flew out, heavily slammed into the ring. At this moment, she was lying on the ground, no longer having any ability to fight back. Just then, the referee stopped the fight. Cantor won the first game for the Lighthouse State, while Jiang Xiaoman was carried on a stretcher and rushed to the rescue. The spectators present were all dumbfounded when they saw this. The reversal came too soon. Just now the Lighthouse State players were at a disadvantage. In one round, though, he scored a straight 1-2 knockout to win the fight. Asterisk 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 not to be outdone. The Lighthouse State really won. The Lighthouse Nation is awesome. It's a straightforward ho-hum point. So it looks like we're still overlooking the Summer Nation. Is this the difference between an SSS ranked awakened person and an SS ranked awakened person? Ha ha ha. Xia turned out to be so pulled. I guess they can't win a single one of their 5 matches. At the moment, smiles were spreading across the faces of the crowd in the Lighthouse State. Cantor's win certainly opened the door. With the first win, they are confident for the next few. On the contrary, on Xia's side, after Jiang Xiaoman, who had high hopes, lost his match, the competition table fell into dead silence. Yi Koma had a worried look on her face, looking from time to time in the direction where Jiang Xiaoman had just been carried away, praying in her heart that Jiang Xiaoman must not be okay. It's okay, it's just a loss. The Lighthouse Nation players are far stronger than we are, and that's within our reach. Hopefully, everyone will be able to keep their heads down and make sure they get points next. Ning Xian comforted the crowd. Immediately after, the players for the second matchup between Summer and Lighthouse Nation took the stage at the same time. The talent and rank of the Summer players is still way behind the Lighthouse Nation. Even though he had used all his strength, he was directly eliminated by the Lighthouse Nation's contestant after supporting him for only 2 rounds under this huge gap. Only half a minute had passed in the second game, and Xia's player lost. 1 more point for the Lighthouse State. The situation is now very unfavorable for Xia. The first 2 games were lost to the Lighthouse State, which greatly demoralized the Summer side. At this moment, no matter in the online broadcasting room water friends, or in the live audience watching the game, basically do not favor Xia, because the difference in strength between the 2 players is just too great, and Summerland has already lost 2. Some netizens from the Lighthouse, Cherry Blossom, and Agua countries began to lead the rhythm, and madly shaded the Xia team. Immediately after that, the third game began. To Summer's despair, the third game was not as good. Summer's third fighter lasted 10 rounds, but was eventually beaten in the 11th round. 3 consecutive losses. At the moment, Ning Xian's face was somber, and his heart wasn't feeling particularly good. Every time Xia has participated in an international IMC competition, it has stopped at the preliminary rounds. Is it hard not to escape the spell? The field has expanded this year. Can't we still make it to the knockout rounds? If Xia loses all 5 games today, the chances of getting out of the tournament are slimmer. After all, there is a Kimchi country competing with Xia. Lighthouse Nation and Ant Nation can explicitly give points to Kimchi Nation to ensure their allies make it to the elimination rounds, while ensuring they can advance themselves. So to get out of the lineup, you have to take 1 point today. Su Yuan, I'm relying on you next. you're going to have to fight for me. 161. 161. Ning Xian patted Su Yuan's shoulder and said. His heart was suffocating. As the person in charge of this competition, he certainly didn't want Xia to just stop at the preliminary round. The goal given by General Breaker is to get out of the lineup at worst, but now this emergence is in a very serious form. The next two people to come out for Xia are Ying and Su Yuan. Ning Xian could only place all his hopes on the two. Ms. Yi, it's your turn. Leaf Coma rolls into the ring and stands across from her opponent Serena. Serena is gifted with SSS rank, level 21, and is the only girl in the Lighthouse Nation's class of participants. However, her strength should not be underestimated, and she had to crush Ying in every aspect. With a whistle from the referee, the match begins. Su Yuan, who was sitting down on the contestant's seat, had a face full of worry at the moment, and he knew very well that Ying was no match for Serena. Even though Ying could be called invincible among his peers in Xia, he had very little hope of winning against this perverted woman from the Lighthouse Kingdom. He should be the one to take this 1 point from Xia, not the leaf tassel. It was not what he expected. The two fought back and forth at first, and although Yikoma's talent level was inferior to Serena's, with a skillful hardened sacred lance, he fought Serena hard for 30 rounds without a win, even pressed Serena on a couple occasions. However, as time passed, by the time it reached 60 rounds or so, Yi Tassel's stamina was gradually running out. Serena had the upper hand, and she pressed forward with her steps and layers. Eventually, the match ended when the referee signaled the end of the match. Although Yikoma lost, it was good that he wasn't injured, because Serena was also exhausted by the end of the fight. She no longer had the stamina to directly injure Yikoma, but if the two people wore out anymore, it would definitely be Yikoma's that would fall first. So the referee ends the fight and awards the victory to Serena. With the end of the fourth game, the entire King's Victory Stadium was roaring with excitement. Summer has lost 4 in a row. At the moment everyone knew in their hearts, if Xia loses all 5 of its games, it basically doesn't have to play tomorrow's showdown with Ant. You can just buy a ticket home. For a while, the arena was filled with sneers against the Xia team. Ha 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 ha, Farka, Xia is really laughing at me. Laughing at me. The sleeping lion in the east is our kimchi country, and Xia is probably not going to wake up. Xia is really a dish. Lost 4 games in a row. Dish then practice more. Don't lose face in this kind of international competition in the future. These mongrels of Xia. You should hurry up and buy your tickets and go back. Don't embarrass yourselves here. In the 5th game unsurprisingly they are going to lose as well. How can Su Yuan be a match for Lucas? It doesn't take much thought to realize that Lucas completely crushed Su Yuan. Okay. At this moment, Xia's participation seat, listening to the mocking voices around them, the faces of the Xia players were each filled with gloom as they lowered their heads and kept sighing. In their minds, the dust had basically settled. Some even actually took out their cell phones and were ready to purchase tickets to return home this evening. But among these people, Su Yuan raised his head, his gaze was divine, and there was not the slightest hint of nervousness or despondency on his face. It seemed like the loss of his teammates in front of him didn't affect him in any way. It's okay with me. Summer will definitely advance. Su Yuan touched Yi Ying's small face lying in his arms, looked at the other party's sad face and comforted. Yi Koma had just gotten out of the ring, but he didn't feel anything, thinking that if he lost, he lost. She was a very strong person and didn't feel the slightest bit bad about it. Even had a date with Serena for a second fight. But once she snuggled in Su Yuan's arms, she was like a delicate kitten with a belly full of grievances and discontent. Gee, it's okay. I'll take this 1 point for Summerland. At the same time, the referee announced the next players for the 5th match between the two sides. Scene 5. Lucas takes on So Far. Instantly, the field roared. The Lighthouse Nation in attendance stood up, raised Lucas' uniform on their bodies, and chanted as hard as they could, cheering Lucas on. Most of them came to see Lucas, so it was all exciting to see Lucas coming out next. Today, Lucas was the absolute popular star player. At the moment, in the plumbing, the live feed of the special push. Lucas is finally going to play. After waiting all day for Lucas to play, Lucas will win. I advise Su Yuan to hurry up and admit defeat. I heard that Lucas is still going to slaughter him. Ha ha ha, Su Yuan can't possibly win. This arrogant Xia brat. Don't get killed in the ring today. Lucas and So Far roll into the ring at the same time. The two men stood opposite each other. The match hadn't even started and the atmosphere was already tense. If it had been 2 days ago, Lucas would have still appreciated Su Yuan very much. But since Su Yuan had humiliated him in every way, Lucas had hated Su Yuan. He hated the fact that Su Yuan was really too crazy. Crazy beyond bounds. A stepping stone. Today, let's see who is the stepping stone. At this moment, at the far end of the podium, Joseph's gaze was heavy as he watched the duo about to square off in the ring. "Grandpa, who do you think will win between the two of them?" the youth beside Joseph asked. Joseph didn't even think about it and answered directly. "If this kid is really a super SSS awakened, Lucas will definitely lose today." Read on. In the ring, Lucas listened to the cheers of the people around him, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth, his face full of smugness. At the moment, it was as if he had dominated the game. At least, in terms of gravitas. "Come on, boy, fight." Lucas directly summoned the Imperial armor to attach to his body, and the moment that three-colored Imperial armor appeared, it instantly triggered the atmosphere of the entire arena. Ah, the tricolor armor. Invincible. I declare the match is over. It's not the first time I've seen it, but I still think it's awesome. It was also at this moment that Su Yuan's body was engulfed by a cloud of darkness, and after the darkness disappeared, his body was attached to the black armor of the exterminating Yinglong. At the same time, an extremely strong aura violently erupted with him as the center of the circle. The audience in the arena that was originally still chattering was instantly shocked by this strong aura and directly closed their mouths. Quiet. Deadly quiet. This terrifying aura caused the originally incredibly noisy stadium to become pin-drop silent. People's faces were filled with horror and shock as they looked towards Su Yuan, only to see Su Yuan's hand reach out. A seven-colored dragon spear appeared in his hand. Next, the seven-colored dragon spear seemed to be sensing with the world-destroying Yinglong armor on Su Yuan's body. Boom! The armor on Su Yuan's body instantly faded to black and directly changed to 7 colors. 7-colored armor. 162. 162. Only a 7-colored luster shone on the armor of the exterminating Yinglong. From ruddy to orange, the 7 colors are evenly and harmoniously distributed. Daylight shone on the surface of the 7-colored armor, reflecting a dazzling light. Lucas's tricolor armor is nothing to sneeze at in comparison. Upon seeing the 7-colored armor for the first time, Su Yuan was also a bit stunned and could not help but feel surprised. 7 colors? When Lucas had awakened his tricolor armor earlier, it had made him a little excited. He had never imagined that his world-destroying Yinglong armor would be able to split into 7 colors. Black opens chaos, and chaos is divided into 7 colors. Dressed in 7-colored armor and holding a 7-colored dragon spear in his hand, Su Yuan was able to vaguely feel that there was an extremely raging force expanding within his body. The world-destroying candle dragon gun and world-destroying Yinglong armor had already sensed each other at this moment. Hiss! Shocker! The whole room was shocked. When they saw Su Yuan's 7-colored armor appear, the audience present and the netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly unable to sit still. Ah, the 7-colored armor. When they had seen Lucas's tricolored armor earlier, each of them had been amazed. Now that they saw the 7-colored armor, the crowd's perceptions were once again ruthlessly refreshed. 7 colors of armor. What is this? How could someone's Imperial armor have 7 colors? Asterisk 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 trough. Too handsome. Su Yuan, this directly crushed Lucas. Ah, my goodness. All 7 colors from red to orange are surprisingly present and glowing. Are my eyes blurry? This is incredible. Su Yuan is invincible. 3 colors are already impressive enough. Su Yuan directly awakened a 7-colored armor. At this moment, Lucas slightly lowered his head, his expression ugly, his face filled with shock. How is this possible? He thought that he awakened the unique 3-color armor of the Blue Star has been unmatched. But Su Yuan, this 7-color armor. That day in the duel between Su Yuan and Dubrapi, did not see this 7-colored armor. Ah, the two haven't even started fighting yet. Su Yuan had stomped on what Lucas was so proud of as a celestial pride. At this moment, the people present were much less vocal in their criticism of Su Yuan. People are starting to look squarely at the young summer general. It's not certain who will lose and who will win today's showdown between Su Yuan and Lucas. Come on, let's fight. Lucas spoke up. 7 flying swords shot out from the void. Lucas gripped 2 of the swords, the red and blue, and held them both as the remaining 5 swords circled around him. Miso, clutching the world-destroying candle dragon gun. Su Yuan chose to strike first. He burst out like a cannonball. The tip of his gun pointed straight at Lucas. The 7-colored dragon spear and 7-colored armor cut through the void, transforming into a 7-colored aurora borealis that exploded in front of Lucas in an instant. Lucas crossed his 2 swords and directly blocked the strong shot from Su Yuan. This strong impact caused him to jolt back several steps, and both of his hands were sore and numb from the shock. A flash of shock passed through Lucas's eyes, but the shock turned to hatred in an instant. You seek death. Lucas' figure disappeared from the void, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Su Yuan. The dual swords in his hands were wrapped in an extremely terrifying force and slashed down violently towards Su Yuan. The terrifying power of this strike caused the surrounding air to distort. Su Yuan didn't panic in the slightest. In his eyes, Lucas was too slow. He held the world-destroying candle dragon gun in one hand. An easy stabbing shot straight up easily deflects Lucas's full force. Just as the swords and spears violently clashed, the remaining 5 flying swords hovering around Lucas' circumference came out at the same time, stabbing at Su Yuan's back in unison. You go to hell. Lucas smiled grimly. He genuinely did not expect Su Yuan's strength to be so strong. A light shot defused his full strength strike. But even if they were more powerful, there was no time to look behind them now. The faces of the people watching in the arena were shocked. Is this the end of the game? If he was stabbed, where would Su Yuan live? The crowd held their breath in unison, some covering their mouths with a look of horror. Some had even closed their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody images that followed. Kakubo, look out! Yi Ying, who was sitting on the contestant's seat, sat up violently and shouted. In the next second, the 5 flying swords stabbed on the armor of Su Yuan's back, only to hear a clang sound. The 5 flying swords were actually directly bounced off by Su Yuan's 7-colored armor. The scene Lucas imagined of Su Yuan being pierced through the heart by 10,000 swords didn't happen. These 5 flying swords stabbed at Su Yuan's 7-colored armor and did not cause the slightest damage to Su Yuan, not even leaving a trace on the armor. Engaging in a sneak attack. Is that all you've got? Doesn't look like much to me. Su Yuan was not surprised by this. Even though Lucas's flying sword was at the Beast Emperor level, in front of the armor of the incarnation of the Super SSS level ferocious beast, the world-destroying Yinglong, it was nothing more than a pile of broken brass. One must know that previously, even Tu Susu, who had briefly broken through the Beast Saint, had failed to leave the slightest trace on the armor of the world-ending Yinglong. The gap between a Super SSS-grade ferocious beast and a SSS-grade ferocious beast was even greater than the gap between a SSS-grade ferocious beast and an E-grade ferocious beast. Lucas was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. How is this possible? The people present were even more shocked one by one with their scalps tingling. This sudden reversal was unexpected to many. Su Yuan is unfathomable. On the contrary, Lucas is going to be dangerous. Taking advantage of Lucas' panicked efforts, Su Yuan directly blasted out with a shot that Lucas's body instantly flew dozens of meters away. Su Yuan's feet stepped on the void and powered up, skimming through the void with terrifying speed as his 7-colored dragon spear violently stabbed at Lucas, ready to directly end the fight. And naturally, Lucas wasn't happy about losing. He maneuvered the 7 flying swords and shot straight out. The 7 flying swords directly transformed into 7 sword spirits and stopped in front of Su Yuan. One of the red sword spirits was a fierce tiger covered in red flames. It looked like its level was not lower than level 30. It hissed and lunged towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan, on the other hand, was expressionless as his 7-colored dragon spear shot out directly piercing through the mighty tiger sword spirit. Boom! His speed was so fast that before the manticore sword spirit could react, he was stabbed through the heart. It changed into a broken sword that shattered in half and smashed into the ground from the air. Immediately after that, the white crane sword spirit whistled behind Su Yuan with lightning speed, only to be pierced by Su Yuan with a horseback thrust, and was also knocked back to its original form, becoming a broken sword. The 5 sword spirits of the Green Lion, Black Horse, Red Bull, Orange Panther, and Yellow Eagle killed Su Yuan at the same time. Su Yuan yawned. It's useless to come anymore. 163. 163. 5 sword spirits, each of which was above level 30. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. The world-destroying candle dragon gun gently swung, only to see a dozen or so gun shadows then split out from the world-destroying candle dragon gun, blasting toward these 5 sword spirits. The speed of these dozen or so gun shadows was extremely fast, and before the sword spirits could react, they were directly pierced through the heart by 10,000 guns. A Beast Emperor level beast soldier did not have the slightest room to fight back in front of a Golden Jade Emperor level beast soldier, only to see the remaining 5 swords also turn into scrap metal and fall to the ground. Lucas's expression was horrified, and he couldn't help the movement of his throat. He really didn't expect Su Yuan to be so strong. Keep it coming. Lucas isn't dead and doesn't want to admit defeat easily. With a movement of his hand, he only saw that the 7 flying swords that had become scrap metal were actually lifted into the air by a suction force at this moment. Immediately afterward, in front of everyone, these 7 crippled flying swords unexpectedly combined together. In a flash of lightning, the 7 broken flying swords unexpectedly reorganized into a huge purple longsword. This purple longsword was a full 3 feet long, with an extremely terrifying and strong power emanating from the sword. A hint of purple lightning could still be seen wrapped around the sword. Next, only an earth-shattering and resounding dragon roar could be heard. This huge purple flying sword unexpectedly turned directly into a huge purple dragon. Go on, purple sky royal dragon. Tear him apart. This one five-clawed hideous dragon with a purple body was the sword spirit of the purple flying sword. At Lucas's command, the purple sky Imperial dragon's huge body violently charged towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan faintly shook his head. I can't, even if it was more powerful. It was only an Emperor-level beast soldier, and in front of a gold and jade Emperor-level beast soldier, they were all scrap metal. A beast Emperor-level beast soldier could change into a spirit, but it was only a state maintained by soul power, and was very unstable. As for the golden jade Emperor-level beast soldiers, they were directly capable of transforming into ferocious beasts with a sense of life. The gap between the two is huge. Su Yuan looked at the purple sky Imperial dragon that was charging towards him, stroked the body of the world-destroying candle dragon gun, and said indifferently, "Go! Ho ho ho!" A heaven-shaking dragon roar instantly resounded. The intense sound wave almost brought down the top of the arena. This dragon roar was deafening, and could be heard clearly for 100 miles around. The people present covered their ears, and some had their eardrums pierced on the spot. Compared to this heaven and earth-shattering dragon roar, the roar of the violet sky Imperial dragon just now was like a mosquito's cry. In full view of everyone, the seven-colored dragon spear changed into a one-eyed, five-clawed black dragon. He was huge and horrible-looking, tens of feet, as if he was a messenger sent by God to the earth. And the purple sky divine dragon was as small as an ant in front of him, not even as big as one of his claws. The moment this five-clawed black dragon appeared, it once again triggered panic among the audience. Hiss! It appeared again, God's messenger, Satan from hell. At the beck and call of Su Yuan, the divine summoner, he even appeared again today. Aha! Fark fark fark. How did this happen again? My God, I'm really feeling scared. Don't be tossing me around. It's horrible. I can't even look at it straight on. Aha! The moment he saw Candle Dragon, the purple sky Imperial dragon was directly stunned. The man he was just now was mighty and domineering, but when he saw the black dragon that was 100 times bigger than him and 100 times stronger in aura, he instantly wimped out. He curled up purple and shivered. The purple sky royal dragon knows in his heart that this package is dead. The strength of the two dragons was not at the same level at all. Give it to me. Lucas panicked a batch in his mind, but he let the purple sky royal dragon go hard. Suddenly, one could only see a heaven-destroying seven-colored light shoot out from the candle dragon's one eye, directly piercing through the body of the purple sky Imperial dragon, who was instantly torn apart by the strong force, and flew into ashes. That purple giant sword also shattered into pieces in an instant. Hiss! Right at this time, Su Yuan no longer hesitated as his body shot out explosively. All of the Lion King's power within his body erupted. He gathered the power of the beast exalted on top of both fists and violently blasted out. Lucas struggled to fend it off, but was blown straight away by the terrifying punch. His body flew straight out dozens of meters away before landing on the edge of the ring, almost about to fall. Hiss! Quiet! The air was dead quiet. This result was so unexpected. Lucas, who was favored by countless people before the match, was surprisingly beaten down, and the talents he was proud of, his beast soldiers, all of them were ruthlessly suppressed by Su Yuan in all aspects. Everyone did not expect that this person who was claimed to be the first genius of Blue Star would fall in front of Su Yuan. Shock. Unparalleled shock. What's going on here? Is this a defeat for Lucas? It shouldn't be. He's Lucas. How could he lose so easily? I don't believe it. How could Lucas lose to Su Yuan? It's a fake, right? Lucas, stand up. I've always idolized you. You can't just lose. Lucas isn't ready to admit defeat. He stood up with difficulty amidst the cries of the crowd underneath. And suddenly, surprisingly, he grinned. Su Yuan, very good. The fun has just begun. You are indeed quite powerful. Finally forcing me to use my full strength. At those words, Su Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light landed above the heads of the two men at the same time. The golden pillar of light turned into the end of the teleportation formation, directly driving the two people to another spatial world. In the meantime, the big screen automatically showed the world the two people were now in. This is Lucas' third beast technique, being able to directly create a side of the space world. Originally, only beast emperors could do this, but the ferocious beast he had awakened was the SSS class of SSS classes, the 1000 Illusory Sacred Dragon. The 1000 Illusory Holy Dragon was able to briefly create a side of the world even when it was extremely depleted of its own beast power, and it also realizes locking the opponent and bringing them into this world together. In the world created by the 1000 Illusory Holy Dragon, he was God, immortal and indestructible, unless someone directly destroyed his spatial world. Otherwise, even if he had all the skills, he would have to account for his life here. So far, you are indeed very strong, but as long as you enter my 1000 Illusions world, I am an immortal existence. Now, you can just wait to die. only Su Yuan and Lucas were transported to an extremely weird space world. The duo landed on the surface of a lifeless planet, surrounded by erupting volcanoes, red lava almost covering the world. The temperature of this world was so high that it was capable of tearing through human skin in an instant. If the two men weren't in armor, I'm afraid they wouldn't last a second here. One could only see that there were constantly heavenly meteorites wrapped in fiery flames streaking through the air and then smashing into this world, making earth-shattering noises. Look at the picture on the screen. The entire audience was dumbfounded. What kind of beast skill is this that can create a spatial world? Immortal and indestructible. A purely invincible existence in his own spatial world. Unless we destroy this world, Su Yuan can only wait for death. This Su Yuan is in danger. Lucas even has this backhand. What kind of hell world is this? How should Su Yuan fight? Surprisingly, there's another reversal. This time it's Su Yuan's turn to die. I told you there's no way Lucas would lose. Lucas, to completely decimate Su Yuan in the Fong world. Being in this purgatory world, feeling the scorching temperature around him, Su Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. 164. 164. The created world? Su Yuan looked around, only to see that he was on the surface of an watching star. All around were erupting volcanoes. The ground was encased in lava, and the searing heat could vaporize all life. Here, there is not the slightest bit of life. If he wasn't wearing armor, I'm afraid he would have been burned to pieces by now. But despite the protection of his armor, he was still a bit flustered and dizzy from the terrifying heat. On the contrary, Lucas, whose body was currently being wrapped in lava, was not the least bit abnormal. The flames had swept his body, but hadn't put any bruises on his body. Here, he was like a conceptual god, immortal. This world was like a purgatory scorched by flames, and Su Yuan felt a bit uncomfortable being here. Su Yuan, I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. You're lucky if you can knock me down. And you can carry the heat. That's pretty good. If it were anyone else, they'd have been well and truly burned to ashes. Lucas smiled grimly. However, today you will surely die. You will be one of the greatest opponents to die under me. Lucas was victorious, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Su Yuan's uncomfortable appearance as he was scorched by the hot flames. With that, Lucas held out one finger pointing to the sky. It's time to end it. Boom! Only to see a layer of 7-colored overcast clouds suddenly appear in the sky. Within the gloomy clouds, all sorts of ancient ferocious beasts leaped out. Ho ho ho! A huge green dragon circled out from the 7-colored clouds, its body covered in lightning, its eyes widened angrily, and it roared fiercely, almost turning heaven and earth upside down. After the green dragon appeared, a divine bird phoenix covered in fiery flames with a 7-colored trailing tail broke through the clouds and emerged, its sharp and ear-piercing chirps resounding through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Immediately following, the number of ancient divine beasts that showed up was increasing. A blood-colored figure crossed the sky, exuding an aura of killing. He was beast-bodied and human-headed, with horns on top of his head and a huge bloody hole in his abdomen, as if he wanted to devour everything. Tao Tai? Kind of funny that this stuff is out. Watching these divine beasts appear one by one, Su Yuan did not panic in the slightest, because he understood that these so-called divine beasts were created, and their overall strength would not be higher than Lucas. It looks like quite a bluff. Lucas could create anything with his mind. So Su Yuan didn't find it strange. Immediately after, bloodthirsty white tiger, the 3-legged golden crow, the kunai appeared in unison. An extremely terrifying power emanated from these ancient divine beasts. They kept hissing in the air as if they wanted to tear this heaven and earth apart. The moment, the spectators at the game were all dumbfounded. What kind of ferocious beast is this? How come I haven't seen it before? Farka, it's just horrible. Is this some kind of alien creature? Are these the ones Lucas summoned? This is too scary. Hiss, how can this still be a fight? Isn't Su Yuan going to be finished now? Su Yuan is actually already very powerful, but after entering Lucas's space world, even a god would have to die. Whether it was the audience at the scene or the aquatic friends in the live broadcast room, each and every one of them was shocked beyond belief. The visual perception it brought to them was just stunning. Divine beasts from ancient legends have appeared. How can this be a fight? No one expected this matchup to be reversed and reversed. Just now, Su Yuan was clearly going to win, but it was only a short while later that he became a fish on the board. No one would be a match for Lucas in this side of the world. He is the immortal conceptual god. How could Su Yuan possibly defeat him? Su Yuan, dangerous as hell. At this moment, in a seat in the VIP audience, an old man wearing casual clothes and a duck-tongued cap was watching everything with a hint of delight on his face. He was Lucas's master, the Lighthouse Nation's 68th ranked beast saint, 2-star Admiral Phillips. Today was specifically to see Lucas play. Phillips was happy to see that Lucas had locked up the win. not bad for his disciple. The moment. On the surface of Huanxing, Lucas revealed his true form directly. His true body was the 1,000 illusory holy dragon, a top-tier SSS-ranked ferocious beast. Ho ho ho! It was accompanied by a dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens and earth. Lucas transforms into a purple, 5-clawed dragon. The 1,000 illusory saint dragon's body was dozens of feet tall, but in this world, his body was not subject to these limitations at all. Only the body of the 1,000 illusion holy dragon continued to grow larger. It suddenly became 100,000 feet large, its body almost bursting through the sky and piercing through the clouds. Go to hell! Lucas smiled grimly. With this, the green dragon, the divine bird phoenix, the divine beast Tao Tai, the Koan Pong Pang, the bloodthirsty white tiger, and the three-legged golden crow circled around the 1,000 illusionary sacred dragon. Immediately, under the guidance of the 1,000 illusory saint dragon, these divine beasts rushed towards Su Yuan at the bottom. For a time, the heavens and earth were shaken, and the hissing and chirping sounds of these divine beasts resounded through the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. Hiss! The audience was completely dumbfounded. How can Su Yuan live with this? When Lucas made that move, the duel was already decided. People sighed. Some just closed their eyes and lamented the sob ending. Su Yuan is really good. It was so close to a win, and I'm afraid it wouldn't have ended that way if he had met someone other than Lucas today. It's a pity that such a genius is going to fall today. It's over. There's no need to watch anymore. It's Lucas who won. So far dead. Nothing more to see. Just a bit of a shame. Su Yuan would have to die even if he had 100 lives. There's no suspense. It was not easy for Xia to produce such a genius, but it's a pity that it died young. Su Yuan has actually been pretty good, holding out under Lucas for so long. At this moment, Su Yuan stood in place. He was expressionless, no trace of panic on his face. Faintly, he laughed. Divine beasts. Oh, you mongrels better take it out less. Destruction chaos lead. Su Yuan cloudily pointed one index finger to the sky. It's time to let them know. What does it mean to create, destroy, create? The trinity of divine beasts now. Boom! Only a long chant loud enough to shatter eardrums could be heard from above his head. Ho ho ho! The voice seemed to come from the endless flood of the universe. From outer space. It fell into this world, resounding in every corner, every inch of land. The heavens and earth of this world were suddenly plunged into endless darkness. In the midst of a dark chaos, only 2 moons suddenly appeared in the sky emitting a dazzling light, only to see that the 2 moons at this moment actually moved, and is slowly getting bigger. Suddenly, the 2 moons dimmed instantly, then the 2 moons lit up again, and there was some light in the world. 165. 165. The entire audience in the room was dumbfounded. What's this? What's this about? Why is it suddenly dark? Is it hard to not have another reversal? How bizarre. What on earth is this? Why is the sky dark on this side of the world? I remember there were such heaven and earth visions before. What on earth is this? I Lu a good boy although in a different world, but I can still feel this horrible pressure. What the hell are these 2 moons? It's so scary. Why do I have a sudden urge to fall on my knees now? It was soon realized that it was no moon, but 2 eyes of a giant black dragon, and the giant dragon body was hidden in the endless cosmic chaos. Between the dragon's breaths, a large nebula in the vast universe shattered. Countless bright stars burst open. This world, at the moment, was like a plaything marble in its claws, as small as it could be. It was as if the giant dragon could destroy this world in a single breath. Billions of stars dotted around the black dragon's body, which at the moment became a backdrop, bursting into pieces between his breaths and inhalations. The world-destroying Yinglong was in the universe, gazing at the ant beings of this world, and the terrifying pressure of the super SSS-class ferocious beasts was enough to shatter this heaven and earth. Hiss! Everyone all but sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw the true face of the exterminating dragon clearly, as big as the cosmic flood, as if the mouth could devour the ages. The hearts of all who saw it palpitated with the most terrifying images they had ever seen in their lives. Looking at the blue star, almost no one had ever seen what a super SSS-class fierce beast looked like. Even in most people's perceptions, an SSS-class ferocious beast would already be the limit. They didn't even know that there were super SSS-class fierce beasts. The moment, the 1,000 illusory sacred dragon was dumbfounded. His 100,000 feet large body was as small as a speck of dust in the universe compared to the world-destroying Yinglong. As for the phoenix golden crow, Koan Pang Pang that hovered around him, they had long ago scattered like birds and beasts. And it, Su Yuan said faintly. Su Yuan closed his eyes and drained all of the Lion King's power and gathered it in his body. The Lion King in the chaos space side. His power drained, and he simply tilted his head and fainted. Feeling the surging Lion King's power in his body, Su Yuan stretched out a finger and said silently in his mind, Extinction Chaos Lead, Shasta. Hidden in the chaos of the universe, the black dragon spits out an exhale from its mouth, traveling through broken nebulae and millions of stars, blasting numerous meteorites and planets to pieces along the way. This black dragon's spit approached the dome of this world in the twinkling of an eye. It broke through the various layers of air and swept towards the bottom. Just the aftermath of the destructive chaos leader burned all of these so-called Koanpang Tao Tai and Golden Crow Phoenixes into pieces. Before these divine beasts even had time to wail and scream, they instantly turned into nothingness. Lucas was dumbfounded. This, although he is immortal in this world, but at this moment, he actually had the feeling that he was about to die. The feeling filled his mind, causing him to panic instantly. Su Yuan, you can't win. You can't win against me. Ha ha ha. Lucas suddenly burst out laughing. Su Yuan didn't give a damn about him. Suddenly, one could only see the strong and terrifying power of the destructive chaos leader, and it even directly tore a large hole in the sky. Or rather, it was tearing a huge crack in this space world. This crack was constantly absorbing the power of this world and was expanding. The smile on Lucas's face froze instantly. He couldn't laugh anymore. The smile changed to horror. The destructive chaos lead can easily destroy a world. Even the High Tua forest created by the Beast Emperor was easily destroyed and annihilated by it. Not to mention this fragile space world of Lucas. Before the destructive chaos lead had even touched the ground, the dimensions of this world were already unable to support it. As a result, only countless black holes appeared in the sky. The huge black hole kept tearing the surrounding space, causing countless cracks to appear. The heavens and the earth were violently turned upside down and shaken, and the mountains and rivers of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands were in turmoil. Everything reflects that this world is about to be destroyed. The spectators who saw this scene were shocked and their scalps went numb. Fako cacao. How is this possible? How is this possible? This wave of black energy seems like it's going to destroy this world. Don't joke. Directly destroying a side of the world. Who can do this? Didn't you just say that Lucas can't die as long as this world isn't destroyed? I'm going aha. What is this situation? This side of the world is actually going to be destroyed for real. How did Su Yuan do this? It's too terrifying. Here comes the reversal again. Now, as the world fell apart, Lucas was no longer able to exert control over it. The 100,000-foot body of the Thousand Illusion Holy Dragon instantly shrunk to its original form. He looked at the black energy wave that landed above his head, his body trembling with fear in his eyes. Nice guy. It feels like it should be true. This is a real death. Su Yuan, is it okay for me to admit defeat? I admit I'm no match for you. Let's call it a match. You win. Lucas's throat moved, and for the first time he was so close to death. For the first time, I felt the sensation of suffocation. Strong? This is just too strong. One simply could not match it in the slightest. Got crushed hard. But Lucas didn't care about that now. This was just his showdown after all, and he didn't want to get killed for it. The referee from the Land of Lights opted to stop the fight straight away in order to preserve Lucas. Alright, Su Yuan, you call it quits. The match is over. But Su Yuan was deaf to Lucas' pleas for mercy and the referee's words. What the hell? For you guys to get spoiled. Why didn't you come out and take a timeout just now when Lucas had the upper hand? So it was so protective. Su Yuan clasped his hands on his chest and said in a contemptuous yet helpless tone, if you're able, crotch me for this move. I can't take it back. Lucas was utterly dumbfounded. The destructive chaos fell on top of Lucas' head. The mere aftermath instantly burned his body into pieces, and he directly flew away in ashes. The destructive chaos crypt landed on top of the ground, tearing this world to shreds in an instant. Boom! The world was reduced to nothingness. Su Yuan returned to the real world from this world of nothingness. Lucas, on the other hand, went up in smoke and turned into nothingness along with the world. Shocker! The whole room was shocked. Unparalleled shock surfaced on people's faces. Couldn't believe what images were seen and what had just happened. This matchup was won by so far. P.S. Is chasing more this book, baby? You can look at the author of another book. Absolutely good looking. To do this point to catch up on the read. On the heat, eat enough to have the strength to code words. I don't care if I'm called a bully and a weird exterminator. 166. 166. Su far exceeded everyone's expectations and won the match. Lucas, who had been blown up as a god before the game, now flew away and turned into nothingness along with that world. People's faces were filled with unparalleled shock. No one expected such an outcome. Fark Coco. Su Yuan didn't die. He won the match. My god. It looks like the dead guy is Lucas. Lucas. It's unbelievable. This is simply a miracle. Su Yuan is too powerful. I declare Su Yuan to be the true first genius. It's too heaven-defying. Lucas is actually dead. Oh my god. Why don't people in the lighthouse country smile? Do they not like to smile? Almost everyone thought that Su Yuan would surely die, and they all thought that Xia would be eliminated today, but Su Yuan hard by himself, killed Lucas and pulled Xia back from the death line. The moment. The entire crowd chanted Su Yuan's name as they gave the young Xia general belated respect. Su Yuan had become the brightest star of the day. He dominated the game. The Lighthouse Nation audience, on the other hand, were all grim-faced, as if they were eating dead flies, their heads bowed without a word. They were the ones who screamed the loudest just now, but now they seemed to be mute, not saying a word. Some of the Lighthouse Nation broke right through the defense and simply chose to leave before the field was closed. In the Lighthouse Nation's contestants' seat, the Lighthouse Nation players all covered their faces and bowed their heads as if they were dead. No one expected Lucas to lose and die at the hands of Su Yuan, losing such a great talent. The Lighthouse State is demoralized. For the Lighthouse State, this is a disgrace. This is something the Lighthouse State has never endured before. Nord clenched his teeth and looked at Su Yuan with eyes full of venomous hatred. He couldn't wait to tear Su Yuan into pieces right now. Slaying the Lighthouse Kingdom's heavenly pride is a crime that deserves death. Su Yuan stood in the center of the air ring, listening to the chants of the countless spectators present. He was like a king who had ascended to the highest supremacy, enjoying the embrace of thousands. Just as Su Yuan was about to get out of the ring, a black figure landed on top of the air ring. It's an old man with white hair and white skin. The old man exuded a terrifying beast saint aura, and the moment he appeared, he drew shock from everyone present. What's going on here? Some of them recognized at once that this was Phillips, the two-star admiral of the Lighthouse State, a big shot in the military department of the Lighthouse State. People weren't expecting Phillips to be there for the game. Phillips shows up at international conferences so often that most people who follow international news can name him. He was a general of the Lighthouse Kingdom and had reached level 68, Beast Saint. Rumor has it that he also took Lucas on as a protege. What is this for? This person seems to be a Beast Saint powerhouse. Farka. Phillips, the 68th level Beast Saint of the Lighthouse Nation. This is Lucas's master. Is Phillips trying to avenge Lucas? He's crazy. This is an international tournament. Lucas's death can only be described as a lack of skill. Is this intended to be a big bully? The audience in the room was dumbfounded one by one. Only the white-haired Philip's face was filled with anger. Having reached the point of rage, Su Yuan, who was standing in front of him, clasped his hands on his chest and looked at this Beast Saint powerhouse that had suddenly appeared in front of him, and asked indifferently, "What? Is this the virtue of the Lighthouse Kingdom? Are you preparing to avenge Lucas with your strength as a Beast Saint powerhouse?" At that, Phillips grunted. Lucas's death did strike him as a very unexpected pity. Lucas, as his most talented student, was the Lighthouse Nation's greatest talent, now lost at the hands of Su Yuan. It was a great loss for the Lighthouse State, but when all is said and done, it's just that Lucas is not as skilled as he is, and there's not much to say about that. He was here for Su Yuan this time. Su Yuan's threat was too great, and the higher-ups of the Lighthouse Kingdom had already issued a directive that if Su Yuan could not be recruited, then he must be killed. Originally, Phillips did not believe it. What can a summer boy turn over? But today, when he saw Su Yuan's over SSS-grade talent and strength that was so strong that he could cross the level and decapitate Lucas, he knew that if Su Yuan was not removed, he would inevitably become a great scourge to the hegemony of the Lighthouse Kingdom in the future. Ha 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 ha. Su Yuan, I'm not avenging Lucas this time, since it's a fair duel. If he dies, he dies. I want to question you about something to your face today. Where did you get that ring on your hand? Phillips pointed to Su Yuan's right hand and snapped, only to see that on Su Yuan's right thumb, he was wearing a blue finger ring. Su Yuan's heart panicked at the words and he only felt bad. He realizes he's being too flashy and actually puts the ring on during the showdown with the Lighthouse Nation. He got this ring from Lewis. According to Lewis, it was built by the Lighthouse State Military Department and only the senior generals of the Lighthouse State Military Department could have it. Su Yuan killed Luis, refined Luis into a puppet, and took away his finger ring. Seeing that Su Yuan didn't say anything and panic clearly flashed across his face, Phillips continued to speak. Humph, Su Yuan, how dare you? This is something that only the senior generals of the Lighthouse Kingdom have, and now it's in your hands. Only 20 of these rings were produced by our military department, and as far as I know, the original owner of the ring you have now would have been Carl Lewis. Lewis was nowhere to be found over a month ago, and I don't think I need to tell you who the murderer was. Phillips pointed his finger at Su Yuan and said righteously. He was condescending, as if he was holding a harsh judgment on Su Yuan in front of the whole world, and convicted Su Yuan. And he not only wanted to convict Su Yuan today, he also wanted to use this as a reason to completely behead Su Yuan, to put an end to it. Su Yuan, you killed a senior general of our Lighthouse Nation. According to international law, We have to send it to the Hague Tribunal to be tried and convicted. And we don't rule out hanging you as a warning to others. Philip's comment caused an instant stir in the room. People were dumbfounded, confused for a moment as to what the hell was going on. How did Su Yuan become an unforgivable sinner? But by the look of Philip's exasperation, it doesn't seem to be false. Still, there are many who question this. This lighthouse country is too arrogant. What the hell? What is Philip smoking? This is the site of an international competition. In front of the whole world. I think he's deliberately targeting Su Yuan. The lighthouse state is so overbearing too. How could they? Oh, after all is said and done and so many excuses are made. It's just that they don't want to suffer this loss. That's why they've come to settle the score with Su Yuan. 167. 167. What kind of skill is it to only bully the small with the big? So all the lighthouse countries are like this. Phillips chose to do it in front of so many people. Of course, to let everyone know that Su Yuan was guilty and that Su Yuan deserved to die. The media in the lighthouse state pretty much controls global opinion and can whitewash themselves in minutes if they want to. At this moment, at the far end of the podium, Chris slammed the table and stood up indignantly. Grandpa, Lighthouse Nation, they've gone too far. It's a totally unwarranted hatchet job. It's treacherous and despicable. Joseph, sitting next to Chris, sighed, never taking his eyes off the air ring. He had expected this to happen. Su Yuan, as a super SSS-grade awakened, was too arrogant and too much of a show-off. Humans who had awakened their super SSS-grade talent, none of them chose to avoid concealment, where there were those who came to participate in the international IMC competition in a big way. An awakened person with this level of talent is a very big threat. So flamboyant, it's bound to die early. Today could be a confirmation of his thoughts. The Lighthouse Kingdom had said 1,000 words and found all sorts of reasons and excuses, only wanting to eliminate Su Yuan as a threat. Hey, let's see what this kid is made of. Let's hope he's alive today. After all, Blue Star's Super SSS class awakened are too rare. If he dies today, I don't know when there will be another one. Chris was very upset in his mind. The lighthouse state is so overbearing, openly laying hands on Su Yuan in front of the whole world, which is not taking their hosting of the hair seriously, but displeased to be displeased. The other party, after all, represented the Lighthouse Nation, or the 68th level Beast Saint. He could only hold his displeasure in. So did the audience in the room? They can do nothing but sit in the audience and righteously accuse the Lighthouse State of being despicable and shameless. The Lighthouse Kingdom was simply too powerful, and the level 68 Beast Saint was too powerful to be shaken by ordinary people. Su Yuan is in danger today. At this moment, in the contestant's seat in Xia, Ning Xian and Yi Ying were both in a hurry. The first thing the two men associated were both looking for General Broken Armor. But the phone calls were made, and several in a row were not answered at all. Damn it, what does Phillips mean by this? He's too overbearing. Is he preparing to take on Su Yuan? Ning Xian's heart was holding fire. If Phillips really dared to make a move, then even if he fought to the death, he would still stand in front of Su Yuan. At the same time, he also hoped that Su Yuan would first give in and try not to anger Phillips. Yi Koma, on the other hand, was calling her own old man over and over again, so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. Old Den, pick up the phone. Leaf Koma was frantic. She couldn't figure out what the hell that Olden was doing at such a critical time. In the air ring, facing Philip's questioning and conviction, Su Yuan sneered. He certainly knew the other's intentions. There's no use arguing now. It's better to admit it in a big way. He was also too lazy to debate and argue with this group of rogue robbers in this lighthouse country. Since you've said what you've said, General, I guess I did it even if I didn't do it. I recognize that. At that, Phillips froze. A trace of suspicion surfaced on his face. He didn't expect Su Yuan, this bastard boy, to admit it so easily. He said, well then, I'm going to take you to the Hague court to be convicted and sentenced. Do you have any objections? Su Yuan shook his head. What Hague tribunal? Never even heard of it. And he wasn't interested in going. What do you mean? Do you want to resist? In that case, let me kill you on the spot to uphold the majesty of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Phillips had waited for this moment for a long time. If he could kill Su Yuan directly on the spot, he was really willing to go through so much trouble and make a trip to the Hague court, which was a lot of trouble. Now he only needed one finger to crush Su Yuan to death. The audience in the room tensed up, each one covering their eyes and not daring to look any further. Is it possible that Su Yuan's pride is really going to be buried in Philip's hands today? This is a supreme genius beyond the world. Bad. Su Yuan, can't you just give in to softness? Why do you want to get into a fight with Phillips? Su Yuan, you're confused. You shouldn't have admitted it at all. The Lighthouse Kingdom is wolfish. They are determined to kill Su Yuan. What can they do if they don't admit it? Today I can see clearly the face of the lighthouse state. Is this a civilized country in the eyes of the big colonialists? I think it is a robber state. Seeing that the time was ripe, Phillips did not hesitate to strike directly. His palm gathered a heaven-destroying and terrifying force and fiercely blasted towards Su Yuan. Suddenly, a spirit stone flew in his direction. With that, the spirit stone directly shattered into pieces. Boom! After the spirit stone shattered, only a burst of white light illuminated, stabbing Phillips' eyes a bit. Only when the white light dissipated, a middle-aged man wearing a white military uniform with slightly white hair appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man protected Su Yuan behind him, and the strike he had just blasted out was actually directly dissolved by the middle-aged man with one hand. Phillips was shocked. Surprisingly, it was Yi Baojun. How did he get here so fast? Both were internationally renowned powerhouses, so of course Phillips recognized Yi Baojun, the strongest person in that summer kingdom besides Peng Zhu, a peak level 69, Beast Saint powerhouse. However, Phillips soon realized that it was only a soul body standing in front of him, and not Yi Baojun himself on the spot. This soul body should have been differentiated from a sliver of soul force in the spirit stone, but even though it was only a soul body, Phillips didn't even dare to make another move, because he realized that the strength of this soul body was definitely not below him. Yi Baojun, what do you mean? Are you taking sides with this boy? He killed one of our lighthouse nation's men, and we're basing this on international law. What? Are you going to represent the Summer Kingdom and openly oppose the Lighthouse Kingdom? Upon hearing this, Yi Baojun snorted coldly and said in an icy tone, I'm going to protect him today. If you touch a hair on his head, not only you, but all the people of the Lighthouse Kingdom will have to give up their lives here today. I don't like to hear the other words. If you want to do it, go ahead. As he spoke, the power of that soul body unexpectedly gradually thickened. Just now, this soul body's strength was roughly peak level 68, Beast Saint, and now it was level 69. Obviously, it was Yi Baojun's real body that was infusing power into this soul body. Yi Baojun's own strength was at the peak of level 69, and even a soul body split by a trace of soul force could easily reach the early stage of level 69. The difference in strength at each level of Beast Saint was comparable to a gully, so even a soul body can easily kill all the strong people of the Lighthouse Kingdom including Phillips, Nord, and so on. Phillips is a bit of a wimp. It was clear to him that he was probably not even a match for this soul body right now. If we waited a little longer and Yi Baojun himself came, it would really be over. Now, besides the Beast Emperor, no one is his opponent. 168. 168. Phillips is a little wimpy. Although he relied on his Beast Saint strength and was always strong, he liked to use his strength to speak, but when he met those stronger than himself, he could only reason. He understands, even if it was one of Yi Baojun's soul bodies, he couldn't possibly be a match. General Yi, I think we should be reasonable. Su Yuan killed my Lighthouse Kingdom's senior general. If we don't punish him severely, I'm afraid it will affect the friendly relations between Xia and Lighthouse Kingdom. Phillips clearly didn't have that arrogant and domineering look just now when he said this. Instead his tone was much milder. At those words, Yi Baojun snorted coldly. Summerland and Lighthouse Country still have friendly relations? What kind of Billy says such things? The prodigal son of the Lighthouse Kingdom is ambitious and has thieving thoughts, and has repeatedly waged war against the Summer Kingdom in an attempt to destroy it. If it weren't for General Peng Zhu's presence, I'm afraid the Xia Kingdom would have been lost long ago. Now they are licking their chops and talking about friendly relations, which is ridiculous. There's nothing friendly between us, and if you want to fight, we're ready to go. I'd like to see if your Beast Emperor of the Lighthouse Kingdom still only knows how to run away like he did last time. Hearing this, Philip's face reddened with anger. Thinking of the loss the Lighthouse Kingdom suffered in Xia that day, he now felt ashamed and disgraced. The three Beast Emperors were beaten up and suffered from international shame, and if it wasn't for the Lighthouse Kingdom controlling public opinion in time, they would have inevitably become the laughingstock of the world by now. But who would have thought that old man Peng Zhu would still be alive? As long as Peng Zhu was around, the Lighthouse Kingdom would never dare to go to war with the Xia Kingdom, or it would be self-destruction. General Yi, let's talk about Su Yuan. There are international rules. Yi Baojun sneered as he stretched his hand out and several black holes that emitted extremely terrifying power suddenly appeared behind Phillips. In only a split-second's effort, Phillips sucked in a breath of cold air, horror on his face. Stop! Stop! General Yi! Misunderstanding! Misunderstanding! You're crazy! Phillips instantly lost all ability to fight back. He felt all the beast power in his body being sucked up by the black hole. If Yi Baojun was willing, this terrifying black hole was enough to tear him into nothingness in a single breath of effort. Dense beads of sweat oozed from Philip's forehead. It was the first time he had been so close to death. He didn't dare to be tough and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Yi Baojun waved his hand and several black holes instantly disappeared. His tone was icy cold. Rules? My rules or my international rules? Which one do you want to abide by? He really couldn't imagine that the lighthouse state, which had always been internationally rogue, would one day know how to move international rules. Just in time. Let's see if his rules work today or these international rules. Pulled back from the brink of death, Phillips was shivering, his head in a cold sweat, and he looked a mess. In that moment, he thought he was about to die. Yi Brejan, this madman, dared to really make a move against him. Phillips was finally panicking now. That's the way it's always been in the lighthouse state. But whenever someone moves hard, it's time for the lighthouse state to go soft. Phillips was convinced that if he hadn't begged for his life just now, he would have inevitably been dead beyond repair by now. Misunderstanding, General Yi, today might just be a misunderstanding. I should have been blind. There's nothing wrong with this ring. We were mistaken. I won't bother. I'm leaving. Philip's old face was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole right now and go straight in. That's a lot of adults to lose in front of the whole world. But there was no way. This time Yi Baojun was going to protect Su Yuan. If he continued to be persistent, he could easily lose his life. Yi Baojun's strong character made him not dare to test the waters any further. So Phillips flashes an embarrassed smile and leaves the aerial ring to the shameful looks of the world. Laughing my ass off. Wasn't this Phillips just hard? What's going on here? The Lighthouse Kingdom turned out to be all bullying contraptions. All paper tigers. Phillips thought he could suppress Su Yuan with his great strength. But why is he so cowardly and afraid to fight? What a disgrace. Only bullying the small with the big. Today I finally see the face of the Lighthouse Nation people clearly. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. You guys, look at that mess Phillips just made. How does he look like a general? Phillips' maneuver made the Lighthouse state a complete laughingstock for the entire crowd at this point. One by one, the players from the Lighthouse Nation lowered their heads and just felt inferior. It is really a shame. They were at least the #1 country in the blue planet. When had they ever suffered such a loss in public and been so suppressed? But they didn't dare to criticize. After all, the real strength was there. They could only obediently shut their mouths. Keep all your grievances and complaints bottled up inside. The game is not all over yet. The participants from the Lighthouse State and the coaching staff have already started to leave one after another. They have no shame in remaining in this place. Soon, as the day wanes, all of the second day matchups in Group F are complete. People voted for the MVP player of the second day, and Su Yuan deservedly won the MVP with 80% of the votes. On the way back, walk through the special lanes for competitors. Yi Koma held Su Yuan's arm. Her face was full of pride, and she hugged the whole way without letting go. Kakubo, you are just so handsome today. My goodness. I'm really so lucky that you're mine. It's my girl's good fortune to have you. You've already been taken by me. No one can take you away from me in the future. Yi Tassel was grinning with his big teeth showing. His face couldn't hide his delight. But when all was said and done today, the help of Broken Olden was so vital. Old Broken Army Den is just too timely. If he had been any later, her girl would have been widowed. Su Yuan, who was drinking water, directly sprayed out a mouthful of wahahaha when he heard Yi Ying say such words, looking at Yi Koma with an expression full of doubt. Oh, my goodness, who taught this girl to say such a treacherous thing? Pinching Yi Ying's little face, Su Yuan hummed and skimmed. Good girl, I don't die easily. Besides, I have a gentle and beautiful little petite wife, so it wouldn't be cheap for me to die. Su Yuan stretched out his right hand around Yi Ying's slender waist, causing the other party's body to be close to his own, and snickered. Hearing this, Yi Ying instantly became unhappy, her expression serious. After thinking about it, he still fiercely pinched Su Yuan directly on his arm. Su Yuan wailed and jumped up in pain. No way. It hurts so much to do it. You're not allowed to die. And by the way, even if you do, I'm not going to be with anyone else. So let's just be together when the time comes anyway. Yi Koma blankly glanced at Su Yuan, muttered her little mouth, and said in a somewhat aggravated manner, after today, Summer has another game tomorrow against the Ant Kingdom. With Summer's lineup, it's easy to win 1 or 2 games, so it's a slam dunk that Xia is out of the lineup, and both Su Yuan and Yi Ying didn't have a match tomorrow. In 3 days, the elimination round of the International IMC competition will be held. 2 people just need to be prepared ahead of time. Evening, the Sailboat Hotel. Su Yuan lay on the bed and closed his eyes, not wanting to move at all. After the life and death battle with Lucas, he'd been paralyzed with exhaustion for a long time, and was merely holding on for dear life. As soon as his body touched the bed, it was as if he embraced his true self and became intoxicated. At the moment, Ying changed into a super short halter dress, leaking a large portion of spring light. It was a good thing that she and Su Yuan were the only 2 people in the hotel room. Rather than having such a beautiful creature sitting on the edge of Su Yuan's bed, Su Yuan was still not moved in the slightest. That national treasure. I just taught EE to play the landlord. Do you want to get up and play with us too? 3 for 1. In a daze, Su Yuan shook his head, then rolled over and turned his back to Yi-Koma. He just wanted to rest now. Seeing that Su Yuan didn't get up, Ying ignored EE's resistance and directly picked him up in a hug. EE, listen to your sister. Use your claws to tickle him. Scratch him up. AE. EE, ow. Ow. Su Yuan sighed, then touched his bracelet and summoned Dogden. Auntie, don't you dare toss me again. If you're really good, why don't you teach Dogden how to play again? You three make do and forget it. Go! Yi-Koma took a look and had no choice. Had to pull Dogden along for the ride. One man, one dragon, one golem, and play. Su Yuan was sleeping soundly and sweetly. At this moment, he entered the chaotic space again. Only the Lion King was lying unconscious on the ground. When he saw the Lion King in this state, Su Yuan was still a little surprised. It took a snap of the head to remember that it seemed to have drained the Lion King again today. Su Yuan went up and stroked the Lion King's huge mane, and in his heart, there was a little bit of self-condemnation. The Lion King had followed him for so long, but he hadn't been tossed around much. It was good that the Lion King wasn't permanently asleep this time, but it would take half a month to wake up. This time, the Qilin and the Lion King fell into a coma at the same time. In other words, he couldn't borrow the power of either of the two next. The fourth day of matchups went as planned. In the end, Xia lost slightly 2-3 to Ant. Over those 4 days, Summerland picked up 13 points, placing it third in the F division. Anthem picked up 17 points for second place. Lighthouse Nation picked up 19 points for first place. These 3 countries in Group F eventually managed to advance to the knockout stage. The remaining 3 countries, the Kimchi countries, which are 1 point less than Xia, as well as the Filipino monkey countries and the 3 countries, all bought air tickets to go back home. Everyone did a good job. This time it's the first time our summer country has advanced to the elimination round of the International IMC. I hope everyone plays well in the knockout rounds. On the way back from the race on the 4th day, Ning Xian propped the back of his head with both hands as he was satisfied with the player's performance over the past few days, especially Su Yuan. This time, it could be said that Su Yuan had pulled Xia back from the deathline with his own strength. After 3 days, then it will be necessary to organize the elimination tournament of the International IMC. There will be no points system for the elimination rounds. Each of the 2 dueling nations sends 5 players to play 5 matches. The country with the most wins advances. By the time we get to the knockout rounds, all you have to do is lose and you can just buy a ticket back home. The venue for this knockout tournament is located in the European country of Gaul. The Gallic state is not particularly far from the Emirates. However, in order to acclimatize to the Gallic country, the day after the preliminary rounds, the summer crowd left for Europe on a special plane. In the morning the plane arrived at the Le Bar International Airport. As soon as they got off the plane, the summer players first determined the hotel where they would stay. Then it's time to head to the designated spot for the lottery. The draw took place in a fashionable building in Lebanon. Unlike previous days, this time the draw was made by the 4 dozen countries participating in the knockout rounds together at the same time. At this moment, the representatives of the players from these more than 40 countries gathered on the top floor of the fashion building, ready to draw lots. After the staff of the International IMC competition announced the rules, the representatives of each country went up and drew lots in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, the draw was streamed live on various social media platforms around the world. Netizens from all over the world are following this draw very closely. Every country doesn't want the first opponent they meet to be too strong, and they all want to go far in the tournament, because the higher the ranking, the more rewards you will share when the time comes. Soon, it was Summer's turn to draw. Xia's opponent in the first round, Sakura Nation. Ning Xian drew a small ball with an ant's red pattern from the draw box, and he felt nothing but bad luck. Sakura no Kuni? Ning Xian was a little shocked. He never expected that Xia would be matched with such a strong opponent in the first round. Although these little cherry blossoms of the island are of a corrupt character, the strength of the players is not weak at all. The moment the Cherry Blossom Nation side also learned of their first rounders. When they learned that their opponent was Xia, the participants from Sakura country were all trying to be happy. The difference between the strengths of the players from the 2 countries is still relatively wide. The Cherry Blossom country could also produce 2 to 3 SSS ranked awakened people a year, and 60 to 70% of the players they sent to compete this time were 3S talents. On the contrary, in Xia, there was only Su Yuan. Ha ha ha, steady, steady, our Sakura country, steady this time. I can't believe I was matched with Xia. So weak, so lucky, hee hee. There's only one Su Yuan in Xia that's tougher to deal with, but aren't the others all for nothing? Xia made it to the elimination rounds just once. but unfortunately it took one round to get eliminated. I must say, this is our Sakura country's national fortune. Ha! When the two countries learned the results of the draw, they met together to exchange ideas. Sakura Nation put on their polite side again. Of course, politeness in Sakura land is all surface level. When the two countries shook hands to represent them, they were so happy and smiling that they could hardly bend their backs to 90 degrees. But turn your head and gather there in groups of 3 or 5 and laugh conspiratorially. One set on the face, one set on the back. Let them play plainly. The point is that there are people who Sakura Nation doesn't suppress in the slightest, so they just have to be heard by the players from Xia Nation. It's nothing more than a provocation. The two countries have a long history of sorrow. It just so happens that the Lighthouse Kingdom, the owner of the Sakura Kingdom, has been suffocated on the summer side. Of course Sakura Goku wants to get back for his master. As far as they were concerned, the only person in Xia who was a threat was Su Yuan, and it's 5 games to go. The general strength of these players from Xia is behind Sakura Nation. That's why there's no chance of Natsu defeating Sakura Nation. My name is Hattori Hirahara. May I get acquainted? Su Yuan looked at the young man from the Sakura country standing in front of him, dressed in a clear and handsome manner, and faintly shook his head. You're not worthy. Su Yuan replied indifferently. He is not a polite and humble man. Straightforward nature. When you meet someone you don't like, you can just dislike them directly. At those words, Hattori Plain's face instantly turned red. What? Doesn't match? Su Yuan. He is so proud. Hattori Hirahara is the seeded player of this year's Sakura Nation, and is considered to be one of the top geniuses in the world. Aside from the two Lucas lens, he had seen Su Yuan's performance a few days ago, so he very much wanted to get acquainted with him. However, he never expected that Su Yuan would not even be willing to cope with it, even perfunctorily. Straight up unworthy?